The man was eating at home 1 second ago, and the next second, his eyes suddenly fell into darkness. He seemed to be thrown into a gloomy and desolate mountain by an invisible giant hand. The wind howled all around, chilling the bones. Before the man could react, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Newbie Mission. Find a shelter within 100 meters. The man looked around. There were jagged rocks, overgrown weeds, and a few isolated wild trees, each as thin as a chopstick. Shelter? You must be kidding. The man almost burst into curses on the spot, but thinking that this was his only chance to survive, he had no choice but to do it. Breaking branches with bare hands, smashing sticks with stones, and weaving curtains with straw ropes, his palms were cut and bloody. The man finally managed to piece together a crooked straw hut that could barely fit a person. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Ding! Mission completed. Reward: primary backpack, made of leaves, 1 cubic meter capacity. Before the man could even rejoice, a new mission arrived. Make 3 simple tools and choose a survival strategy within 10 minutes. The man gritted his teeth and chose the safest option of planting, but the system only threw a rusty pickaxe and a bag of seeds in return. The hunger in his stomach was like a knife, and he had to use his pickaxe to cultivate a square meter of land and plant a pitiful amount of seeds in exchange for the first supply box. This was simply the difficulty of hell at the beginning. Need to plant seeds in the cleared land. Completed. Get level 1 survival supply box. The beginner's guide has been completed. Players have learned the basic planting methods. Player 8181 District, number 0997. Yiqian has successfully entered the survival world. Player 8181-0997. Yiqian has entered the survival game world. Data information has been bound. Data synchronization has been completed. The data panel has been opened. The regional chat has been opened, and the trading interface has been opened. As one of the first 1,000 players to enter the current region, you can draw a random reward. The surrounding space suddenly became blurry, and then became clear again in just a moment. 997. Since there's a reward, I won't complain. Yiqian looked at the virtual turntable that appeared in front of him, feeling a little helpless about the number he drew. The 997 work schedule was, for Yiqian, the most terrifying nightmare in his life. Unfortunately, the number wasn't something Yiqian could decide. Instead of worrying about it, he might as well do something fun, like winning a prize. Random rewards? Yiqian silently made a wish, hoping that good luck would come this time. Stop! As Yiqian shouted, the automatically rotating turntable began to slow down, slowly stopping after a few seconds. Player 8181-0997. Yiqian drew a random reward and obtained a level 1 auxiliary skill book. A system notification immediately appeared. Not only did it enter Yiqian's ears through the system sound prompt, but the chat bar in front of him also popped up automatically. Area 8181 chat channel. Number of players 994. The reminder that Yiqian had just obtained the skill book also appeared simultaneously in the regional chat channel. However, the previous batch of players were already chatting enthusiastically, so the message was quickly overshadowed by the new one. Even so, it still attracted the attention of many players. 0032, Xinjian. Another skill book has been released, but unfortunately it's for the support system. Brother Yi, just a quick question. It's you, brother, who got 997 in this world. Come out and say hello. Xinjian, who had a higher number, seemed very enthusiastic and took the initiative to summon Yiqian to appear in the channel to chat. 0999, Li Lily. I was just a little later than him, and I want a box of bread. Fortunately, I won't starve to death anytime soon. Li Lily asked, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, what exactly is going on here? Is this really just a game? Players who entered later than Yiqian also showed up and began to discuss the current world and situation. 0001, Luo Shan. Bullshit game. You can die if you say so. I was almost eaten by a pack of wolves before, and I still haven't gotten up from the ground yet. Luo Shandao. Newcomers, be quiet and be safe. This place is really deadly. Number 3 and number 7, who were chatting with me before, are gone just like that. The chat channel fell silent for a moment, player 1's warning bringing a considerable shock. This so-called game, once you died, was truly over. 0001, Luo Shan. If anyone gets potions or anything like that, don't use them carelessly. They're life-saving. If you're safe for now, build a fence or something near your home. Any more protection is better. Luo Shandao. Remember to sharpen your weapons before going out hunting. When gathering, pay more attention to whether there are any dangers around. When planting, you also need to take some precautions. Luo Shan continued. I've seen 5 people die in the last half day. From now on, everyone should be less cunning and less treacherous. Don't be too trusting of others, and don't be too ruthless either. Perhaps because he had witnessed so many deaths, Luo Shan sent several messages in quick succession, sharing his experiences without reservation. Whether anyone truly took it seriously was a matter of personal choice. He can survive fighting a pack of wolves alone. This guy is a tough guy. Yi Qian looked at the information in the channel and sighed softly. Then he closed the chat interface and began to check the skill book he had just obtained. Level 1 Auxiliary Skill Book, Synthesis, automatically learned. Synthesis, Level 1, Survival Auxiliary Skill, can synthesize green quality and above items. The skill description was very simple, but Yi Qian searched all over his body and couldn't find any items that reached green quality. It seemed that he couldn't try it yet. Putting the unusable items aside, Yi Qian decided to check his personal information first. Player, 8181 District, number 0997. Yi Qian, Skill, Synthesis, Level 1/Assistance. Combat Power, 5, Healthy Adult, Survival Points, 0, obtained through quests, achievements, trades, etc. Equipment, Linen Clothes with no attributes, Novice Protection Set. Primary Backpack, Coriander Seeds, 419 Seeds, Simple Stone Axe, Simple Stone Knife, Simple Stone Hammer. Assets, a low-quality straw hut that can barely block low-level wind and frost, and 1 square meter of cultivated land. This information was very clear, and Yi Qian finally realized that the unknown vegetable seeds were actually coriander. Although Yi Qian didn't dislike cilantro, it was only for seasoning. If he really wanted to eat it as a main course, Yi Qian really couldn't stand it. The thought of eating made Yi Qian's stomach protest. Yi Qian said, "If it is not put in the package, it will not be displayed." Walking into the straw hut, Yi Qian sat down to rest for a while, and reached out to take out the 2 previous gift packages, a Level 1 Planting Auxiliary Toolbox, and a Level 1 Survival Supply Box. Open Level 1 Survival Supply Box. White flour buns, 5 taels, times 20, bread, 5 taels, times 20, shredded mustard greens, 1 tael, times 20, shredded mustard greens, 1 tael, times 20, drinking water, 1 jean, times 20. A seemingly ordinary box turned out to be filled with supplies. The steamed buns and bread were quite large. If there was no attack, this food would be enough for Yi Qian to eat for 10 days. Although the water supply was running low, it shouldn't be too scarce in this environment. After drinking half a bottle of water, Yi Qian took out a steamed bun and a bag of pickled mustard greens, filling his stomach and preparing to continue working on his next plan. Yi Qian was not idle during the meal. While chewing the soft and glutinous white flour buns, he walked around the straw hut to check the environment. Yi Qian was in a hilly mountain area, surrounded by small trees and weeds. The soil was loose, so it shouldn't be too difficult to cultivate. Opening the chat channel again, the information flow is still refreshing rapidly. Overall, the situation of players who choose to farm is slightly more stable. As for those players who chose to hunt, most of them were dropped into areas with dense trees. Some said that they were hit by pheasants as soon as they landed, while others were attacked by wild beasts as soon as they arrived. As for gathering players, they are almost everywhere in every area, and what they encounter and see are different. Level 1 Planting Auxiliary Toolbox. Yi Qian looked around, and after eating, he returned to the door of this temporary home. Looking at the food piled in the straw shed, Yi Qian took another box over. Yi Qian estimated that this so-called planting aid should not be too high-tech. After all, it was only a level 1 item. Comparing the food just opened, Yi Qian guessed that the most likely thing in it was a hoe or fertilizer. Unlock Level 1 Planting Aid Toolbox. Wooden-handled iron scythe X1, bamboo dustpan X1, bamboo baskets X2, shoulder pole X1, Level 1 Crop Accelerator X1. The first few items were all expected. Although Yi Qian didn't grow up in the countryside, he had seen these things when he visited his grandparents' house as a child. However, this Crop Accelerator, just hearing the name, made Yi Qian feel a sense of fantasy. Level 1 Crop Accelerator. Range 10 by 10, maximum acceleration rate 2, consumes crop nutrient solution when activated. The range reaches 100 square meters. Although the acceleration rate is only 2, this prop is obviously a treasure. However, the price of the nutrient solution is still unknown. Wait until you have survival points before going to the mall to check. The mall is not open yet, and Yi Qian does not have the authority to enter. Tasks. 1. Reclaim land and farm. 2. Repair homes. 3. Dig wells, sitting on the ground and drinking water. Yi Qian opened the task interface. Reclaiming wasteland and farming is a basic and ongoing task. In this gamified world, as long as you work hard, you will gain something, which is something to look forward to. Repairing the home is a today's quest, requiring players to manually accept and complete it, while digging a well is a random quest. The rewards for these quests are clear: survival points, no fancy tricks. It's broad daylight, I definitely can't sleep, I'd better get to work. As the three tasks appeared before his eyes, the slight sleepiness that Yiqian had just felt disappeared. No matter where you are, you still have to rely on your hands to survive in this cruel world. Achievement: reclaiming and farming 1. You have reclaimed 10 square meters of wasteland and cultivated it diligently. Survival points plus 10. After Yiqian had cleared a small planting area 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, he took out the coriander seeds again. There were only 419 seeds in Yiqian's backpack, plus the previous one, a total of 420 seeds, evenly scattered on the newly turned land. With the planting completed, Yiqian finally received his first achievement reward since entering the game. Not only were there achievement points, but the planting status of the land was now clearly displayed. A small plot of land planted with cilantro, area 5 by 2, for 120 seeds sown. Germination started after 3 days. The land was too dry, affecting the germination time. It takes 3 days for the seeds to sprout, and further growth will obviously take even longer. Could watering speed up the process? Unfortunately, Yiqian hasn't yet dug a well, so there's no water even for irrigation. The player has obtained survival points, and the survival mall is open. When the system detects that Yiqian has obtained survival points, the survival mall will be automatically activated. This semi-elusive interface is simple, with items arranged in grids, each with its name and price labeled below. For more detailed instructions, simply click on the item. White flour bun, 5 liang price, 5 survival points. Bread, 5 liang price, 5 survival points. Drinking water, 1 gene price, 3 survival points. Yiqian first browsed the food products. Various basic ingredients were clearly marked with prices: bottled water, barreled water, individually packaged steamed buns and bread, pickles, and even daily necessities such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar can be bought here. But if you want to have a braised pork rice bowl, forget it. Not only is there no finished product, but even the raw materials, rice and meat, are missing. If players want to eat better, they can only rely on planting, breeding, hunting, and gathering. Yiqian browsed through several categories in the mall and found that the items he could currently afford, in addition to food, also included some simple tools, and the price of each item did not exceed 10 survival points. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford any of the props related to digging a well. With no other options, Yiqian had to temporarily abandon this task and instead went around collecting some branches to make a fence. Bang! The simple stone axe, polished from stone, could barely be considered an axe. Chopping trees was not only inefficient, but also extremely laborious. But after all, this axe was a tool Yiqian had painstakingly crafted, and he couldn't bear to throw it away. After felling the 2 small trees, Yiqian did some minor pruning. As a result, the axe's durability was completely exhausted, and the tool was completely scrapped. This is the result of fooling around. Looking down at the scattered gravel, broken straw ropes, and with chips on the ground under his feet, Yiqian couldn't help but laugh at himself. After the simple stone axe was scrapped, not even a wreckage was left for Yiqian. It's better to spend money to buy it. If you complete the task sooner, maybe you can open up more land. Yiqian spent 8 survival points to buy an iron axe from the mall. After trying the feel of the axe, he swung it down, and a small tree with a diameter of 5 centimeters fell down. And it also showed 100 points of durability, but this axe only consumed 1 point, which was a world of difference from the broken axe just now. Yiqian smiled bitterly and shook his head, no longer complaining. After all, he made the stone axe himself, so he couldn't blame others. After regaining his composure, Yiqian swung his axe to chop trees while reopening the chat channel, wanting to see how many players had flocked into the game world in the past hour or two. Chat channel in area 8181. Number of players 6,322. Data shows that the number of players has now exceeded 6,000, and the information in the channel is scrolling very fast. If you don't pause it manually, it is almost impossible to read it completely. On his way back, dragging the chopped tree, Yiqian tried to quickly swipe to check the messages by glancing over them. 5515. Who -3 Sierra Leonean Leones. The person above better keep their mouth shut. One is willing to give, the other is willing to receive. They knew each other before coming here. Why are you being so nosy? This numbered player caught Yiqian's attention. Scrolling down, Yiqian quickly saw the other party's response. 2,100 Meng Meng. I don't care if they recognize me or not. We agreed to trade him 50 steamed buns for my wooden bed. I refused the other offer, but you're going back on your word? You still have the nerve to ask me if I'll trade you for 30? I won't trade. You bunch of rubbish. Obviously, this incident made Meng Meng extremely angry. From a business perspective, anyone would be annoyed if a deal that was originally going to be completed was suddenly reneged on. Yi Qian continued to scan the chat channel, observing the players' interactions. Meanwhile, Yi Qian also dragged back the small trees in his hands. Yi Qian used an axe to cut down the trees and made dozens of 1.5-meter-long pieces of wood to build a simple fence. Although Yi Qian's current residence is simple, its small size also has its advantages, as the materials needed for construction are naturally less. It took Yi Qian less than an hour to clear the land and plant crops. Now he was cutting down trees, processing wood, and sharpening one end of the wood. When everything was done, it was already noon. Yi Qian said, "As expected, no matter where I am, I'm more accustomed to living alone. If I have something to buy or sell, it would be much better to just put it up for consignment or auction." Yi Qian ate a steamed bun with pickles and lamented the increasing number of people in the chat channel and the rapid flow of messages. However, the primary method of transaction was still barter, as both the consignment and auction systems charged fees. Consignment column: 1 survival point is charged for each grid, and an additional 0.1 handling fee is charged after a successful transaction. If the item is sold, the right to use the grid will end. If it cannot be sold, the item will be returned after 24 hours and the stall will disappear. As for the auction house, although there is no booth fee, the starting price is automatically assessed by the system and cannot be modified by the seller. If no one bids, the system will directly collect the bid at the starting price. Furthermore, after a successful transaction, a hefty 5% handling fee will be deducted. Making money is difficult, and this remains true here as well. I'm so sleepy. After traveling all night and working for the whole morning, Yi Qian, who had just eaten a full meal, felt so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes. But when Yi Qian glanced at the prepared wood, he forced himself to cheer up and stood in the open space to do a set of fitness boxing to refresh himself. In the morning, the simple stone axe was scrapped, and in the afternoon, the simple stone hammer finally came in handy. After Yi Qian had marked out an area in the front yard for him to move around in, he hammered the sharpened sticks into the ground one by one. He first made a circle, then filled in the gaps one by one until all the sticks were used up. Unfortunately, the simple stone hammer only lasted the first round before it broke. Yi Qian could only pick up a stone to replace it. Although it was tiring, he had no other choice at this point. Now, find some vines and weave some straw ropes. Yi Qian looked at the semi-finished fence he had built and was quite satisfied. The only thing left was the final fixing work. Yi Qian, sickle in hand, walked 100 meters from the hut and began searching through the weeds and bushes. The wood for the fence was ready. All he needed was enough vines or ropes to reinforce it. Then, Yi Qian's little home would have a true first line of defense. When he was a child, Yi Qian had seen the fence wall covered with flowering vines at his grandparents' house. Now it seemed that perhaps he could really build a stable life of his own in this world. Chapter 4. Picked up a wounded little tabby cat. Meow. A weak cat's cry was particularly clear in the quiet mountain forest. Yi Qian, who was bending over to pull weeds, suddenly raised his head and reflexively pulled out an axe from his backpack and held it in his hand. Yi Qian frowned, wondering, how could there be a cat in a place like this? Yi Qian whispered, "Come out." Although he knew that the cat couldn't understand, Yi Qian still shouted in the direction of the voice in front of him, and at the same time put the grass in his hand into his backpack. Meow, the cat continued to meow, but there was no movement in the bushes. Yi Qian couldn't help but mutter, could it be a trap? Yi Qian doesn't have a pet, but when he suddenly heard a cat meowing nearby, he had to find out what was going on, otherwise he would always be worried. Yi Qian walked around the edge of the grass and finally climbed up the tree, pulled a thin branch from the tree, and reached into the grass. Meow, meow. While exploring and searching, Yi Qian finally found the kitten. The cat was not big, and it looked like it was only 1 month old. It was a tabby cat with gray and black stripes. It was huddled in the grass, shivering. When the branch swept past it, it was obviously startled, but it did not run away. It still curled up there and dared not move. Injured. Yi Qian felt a little relieved, but for safety reasons, he still carefully turned over the entire patch of grass and made sure that there was nothing else nearby before jumping down from the tree. Yi Qian walked over and picked up the kitten. When the kitten was held in the air by Yi Qian, its eyes widened with fear, and it dared not move, curling up nervously. Yi Qian changed his posture and held it with his hands. Only then could he see clearly that the cat was indeed seriously injured. There were bloodstains on all four of its little paws, and the blood was still slowly seeping out. Let me take you back first. Whether you survive or not depends on your luck. Yi Qian put the little kitten, who might have been scratched by vines, into his bag and walked quickly home with hay. Returning to Yi Qian's simple nest, Yi Qian first found some soft grass leaves, built a nest inside the fence, and then got some water for the kitten to drink. The kitten lay quietly, and after drinking the water, it curled up into a ball. It looked haggard and pitiful, and Yi Qian was moved by the sight. Yi Qian took out some steamed buns, tore them into small pieces, and soaked them in water. When the buns fell apart at the touch, he placed them in a cat bowl made from a few large leaves. The conditions were simple, and there was really no choice of cat food, so Yi Qian could only make do and try this. Woo! The kitten looked at the ball of steamed bun paste, called softly a few times, then slowly put its head close to it and began to eat it carefully. The kitten might be too hungry. Regardless of whether it had eaten steamed buns before, it licked them almost clean, leaving no residue. It's okay. It can eat, which means it can still live. Yi Qian sat outside the fence, continuing to weave straw ropes to reinforce the fence, while glancing at the kitten over there from time to time. Seeing the kitten peacefully devouring its food, Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to other matters. He wound the rope around the wooden pole, cutting the grass, twisting the rope, and wrapping it around the pole, without stopping. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Yi Qian finally finished installing the simple fence gate made of branches and straw ropes. At this time, the system popped up a prompt. Repair home. Home safety greatly improved. Survival points plus 10. Achievement. Home protection 1. Successfully build a wall to defend against low-level dangers. Survival points plus 20. Yi Qian was not sure what low-level dangers were. But Yi Qian knew that this fence was just a psychological comfort at best, as he could easily knock it down with one kick. However, this thing might actually scare off some less intelligent wild animals. After all, the safety was improved and the reward was obtained. Yi Qian then began to consider what to do next. A well? We have to dig a well. Yi Qian muttered to himself. He had developed the habit of talking to himself a long time ago. There was no stream in this broken place, so he had to find the water source himself. Yi Qian opened the maul to see the remaining survival points. Currently, Yi Qian had 32 points. Soon, Yi Qian found a useful one among the disposable props. Primary water source locator. Disposable can detect water sources within a range of 10 meters, priced at 25 survival points, one-time use. And if there is no water source within the range, the item will be directly invalidated. Let's take a gamble. We can't always rely on luck. Yi Qian bought the locator, then walked back to the yard, stood at the door of the straw hut, and started the device directly. The kitten was nestled in its nest, soundly sleeping and snoring. Yi Qian glanced at it helplessly. You feel relieved just because it's full. Yi Qian shook his head and smiled. He was used to it. After all, this was the first partner Yi Qian picked up in this survival world. When playing survival games in the past, you'd always get a dog at the start. Now it was Yi Qian's turn. So did he pick up a cat? Yi Qian stopped thinking and looked down at the direction indicated by the locator. A wisp of white mist appeared on the ground and slowly dissipated. Water source located successfully. A well can be dug here. It's indeed near the door. The setting is quite reliable. Looking at the displayed location, Yi Qian no longer hesitated, picked up the pickaxe, and started digging. The well was located just inside the fence, and a little further ahead was the field where Yi Qian grew cilantro. Speaking of which, when Yi Qian first built the fence, he hesitated about whether to include the field inside. Later, thinking that the area to be reclaimed would become larger, he decided not to include it too far. Meow. Sure, Hao just swung it a few times, and the sound woke up the kitten in the nest. The little guy opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Yi Qian with a confused face. The kitten tilted its head slowly, as if wondering what the man was busy with. Yi Qian saw that the kitten had woken up and responded casually. Don't sleep. I have to dig the well before dark. Of course, Yi Qian knew that cats couldn't understand him. They were just used to talking. Yi Qian looked down and saw that the well, half a meter deep, was already full of rocks. Indeed, digging a well was much more difficult than he had imagined. To make matters worse, the stone pickaxe is broken. I've had a good day, earning 40 points from the fences and achievements. But I spent 8 points on the iron axe and 25 points on the locator, leaving me with only 7 points. And I need another 8 points to buy the iron pickaxe. Chapter 5. Digging a well is hard work. The recycling price is too low. Yi Qian took out 2 loaves of bread, opened the auction interface, put them up, and set a minimum time limit, half-an-hour auction. Yi Qian wasn't really willing to sell his food, but he had to buy a new pickaxe so he could continue digging a well. Even if he couldn't dig a well, a puddle would be fine. Water was essential. Originally, Yi Qian wanted to consign the bread and steamed buns to see the price, but when he opened the page, he found that the price of the bread and steamed buns had dropped to 2 survival points each. The consignment booth fee also requires 1 survival point, and Yi Qian is only short of that last point now, so it's really not worth it. On the contrary, the auction house's lowest recycling price, although there will be a handling fee, is at least a stable survival point that can be deposited into the account. After the 2 loaves of bread are hung up, even if no one buys them, they will be recycled by the system after half an hour, and 1.9 survival points will be credited to your account. Although the system allows decimal points when collecting payments, players can only use whole numbers to buy props. This is also one of the game's settings. Meow. When the kitten saw Yi Qian coming back, it laid down in the nest, staring at Yi Qian without blinking. I'll lie down for a while. The money will arrive in half an hour. I'll get up then and continue working. Yi Qian sat back in the straw hut. As soon as he lay down, he felt exhausted. His eyelids were so heavy that he couldn't lift them up. Yi Qian glanced at the closed gate, making sure the kitten was safely tucked away. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep within a minute. Time slipped away silently in his sleep, like the pounding of a pickaxe at work, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The item has been sold, and 1.9 survival points have been credited. The moment the system prompt popped up, Yi Qian immediately opened his eyes and checked the sales record. Sure enough, it was recycled by the system. Now everyone is nervous about survival. Initially, resources are the same, and no one will waste them to buy food. Yi Qian said, "It's time to work, little guy. Wake up, or you'll be scared again." Yi Qian bought a pickaxe and walked to the kitten's nest, gently calling the kitten, who was still in a daze. Seeing the little fellow drowsily opening his eyes, Yi Qian actually felt a lot more relaxed. Life had been a bit hard, but having a kitten like this at home was a bit of a comfort. Woo! The little kitten looked at Yi Qian holding the pickaxe and digging again. He tilted his head and let out a soft cry, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Yi Qian no longer had time to take care of the kitten at this time. He was already immersed in the hope that maybe he could successfully dig a well. With one strike of the pickaxe, he unearthed a stone that was in the way. The more Yi Qian dug, the smoother it became, and his enthusiasm grew. In the small, fenced courtyard, the ground beneath Yi Qian's feet gradually sunk downwards as he dug deeper and deeper. Yi Qian used a wooden shovel to dig out the soft soil. When he encountered hard soil, he switched to an iron pickaxe and continued to dig. Time passed slowly, the light gradually dimmed, and the sun quietly set. Finally, after hearing the familiar ding sound, Yi Qian loosened his grip, climbed out of the pit, and collapsed to the ground. Random mission: digging a well. Dig a well that can be used for irrigation. Mission completed, survival points plus 50. Achievement: water is the source of life 1. Successfully dig a well, survival points plus 30. After receiving 80 survival points, Yi Qian was completely too lazy to move. Although he couldn't buy any top-tier equipment, compared to selling bread for 1 survival point before, this income was already a fortune. Eat something and go to sleep after that. Yi Qian rested for a while, got up, grabbed some steamed buns and soaked them in water, fed some to the kitten first, and then sat down to eat slowly with pickles. After eating, Yi Qian reached out and rubbed the kitten's head. His expression was much softer than usual. He went back to the straw shed and lay down directly. It's already dark outside. I'll have to water the cilantro seeds tomorrow, as I can't move them now. I should avoid going out at night, even if it's just for fun. Safety is always my top priority. Yi Qian slept soundly that night, without even dreaming, and slept through the night. In the morning, the kitten woke up first, licked the soaked bun clean, drank up the remaining water, curled up into a ball, and continued to sleep soundly. You're recovering pretty quickly. If you keep going like this, you'll be able to walk on your own in 2 days. Yi Qian woke up, drank some water to rinse his mouth, and then walked over to check the kitten's wound. Meow, the kitten was in good spirits and meowed twice. Okay, stop being a spoiled brat and have breakfast. We still have work to do soon. Yi Qian was amused by the kitten's tilted head and looked at people, so he grabbed some food for it. Yi Qian took a few bites of the remaining steamed bun, unscrewed the water bottle and drank a sip of water, preparing to continue working. Strictly speaking, that well wasn't really a well, it was just a deep puddle. But since the system had determined it was a good enough indicator, it was good enough. Yi Qian found the wooden barrel he had unpacked earlier, tied a strong straw rope to it, then lowered it down to scoop up water, and then lifted it up bucket by bucket. Yi Qian carried the bucket in one hand and the pickaxe in the other, walked out of the yard, and headed straight for the coriander field. He first dug a low trench at the edge of the field, then covered the seeds with hay leaves, and then poured the water in the bucket into it. This can prevent the seeds from being washed away by water and prevent the ground from being washed out by water. Although the land is not big, 1 bucket of water is not enough. Yiqian went back and forth to fetch water, pouring 10 buckets of water until the system indicated that there was enough water. He then stopped. Thank goodness there's a reminder, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to farm. Yiqian sat on the grass nearby, looking at the small coriander patch, feeling a small sense of accomplishment. Farming in this world was actually quite simple and less stressful than in reality. In reality, you have to figure out what to plant, when to plant, and how to water the plants yourself, but this game system gives direct feedback, making it a foolproof operation. A small plot of land planted with coriander, area 5x2, 420 seeds sown, expected to sprout in 1 day. There is nothing to do for the time being, which means that this piece of land is now in a healthy growth state. However, Yiqian looked up at the sky and felt as if it was about to change. Day 2, 7 hours 36 minutes and 28 seconds. Weather: sunny, southeast wind level 2, rainfall expected in 7 hours. Although there was no specific forecast of how heavy the rain would be, since the system had issued a warning, Yiqian had to be prepared. Fortunately, the seeds hadn't sprouted yet, so even if it rained a little, as long as it didn't wash them away, there would be no major problem. Yiqian first went to cut a few bundles of leafy branches and piled them in the straw shed to keep them from drying out in the sun. When the rain came, he could use them to cover the fields and block the water. With that done, Yiqian returned to his daily tasks for the day. Chapter 6. Heavy rain hits. Yiqian's memories. Tasks. 1. Reclaim land and farm. 2. Production. 3. Drainage. The first task is still the familiar land reclamation and farming. This is a long-term project that will be encountered every day in the future. The second task was a daily one. Today he had to make a tool for farming, just something useful. It wasn't complicated, and he'd find time to do it later. Right now, the most important task was the third one. Today's random task is to drain water and prevent flooding. We need to dig a drainage ditch for our shelter ASAP. The implication is clear. We need to get started now, before the weather turns cold. Apparently, the system has given us an early warning. Heavy rain is likely to arrive today. 0001. Luo Shan, stop arguing. It might rain heavily today. If your homes don't have proper drainage and waterproofing, please hurry up and fix it. Don't let the heavy rain wash you away. This message was sent by Luo Shan, the first player to enter area 8181. Yiqian was squatting in the yard, busy digging a ditch. His wooden shovel broke, so he bought an iron shovel from the mall. While working, Yiqian scrolled through the chat bar and saw the familiar name again. This time the group chat was much quieter, probably because everyone was busy cleaning up after seeing the message. Yiqian toiled for hours, almost finishing the ditches in the yard to prevent flooding. The yard wasn't large, so the work was easy and the random tasks were completed smoothly. However, Yiqian didn't just focus on his own land. He walked around the outside of the yard, observed the terrain, and dug a few ditches. This was mainly to prevent rainwater from rushing down from the mountain from flooding into the house, and also to protect the small coriander patch in the field. Next to the cilantro patch is a newly cleared 10 square meter plot, which hasn't been planted yet. But with the weather changing, it's no longer appropriate to go to the mall to buy seeds and sow them, as rain is not conducive to germination. At lunchtime, Yiqian lifted the kitten's bed and placed it in the straw shed. You have to live with me today. The kitten was also very well behaved. It stayed wherever Yiqian placed it, never running around. It would just meow once and then lie down quietly. Yiqian continued to feed the cat steamed buns soaked in drinking water, and the kitten ate with great relish. Yiqian finished his meal in a few bites and had no time to rest before going to prepare the coriander patch. Yiqian first laid grass and branches on the ground, then used 2 pieces of wood to hold down the 4 corners to prevent them from being blown over. After testing and confirming that the structure could withstand a force 4 or 5 wind, Yiqian turned around and left with confidence. He then ran to collect a few bundles of grass to make straw mats, and on the way back, Yiqian quickened his pace. Meow, the kitten lay in its nest, not wanting to move, but when it heard Yiqian coming back, it looked up and called softly. Stay here, it's still early. I'll weave another layer of straw curtain to block more wind and rain. There was a new cat in the house. Although the two could not communicate, the company of the cat made Yiqian feel a lot warmer. Yiqian looked down at his fingers, which had been scarred by the ropes over the past 2 days, sighed, and continued to work. While twisting the ropes, Yiqian wove the grass leaves into them. His movements were not very skilled, but he did not care about the appearance either. Yi Qian wanted something practical, something that would keep him out of the wind and rain. By 2 in the afternoon, the warm breeze had suddenly turned cold, and the wind picked up. Clouds gathered quickly, covering the entire sky with a gray haze, and the air began to grow heavy. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall, starting with 1 or 2 drops and then becoming strings. In less than a minute, the downpour began to pour down. This rain is coming down too fast. I need to quickly cover the straw curtain. Yi Qian quickly took off his linen shirt, pants, and cloth shoes and put them in his backpack. Wearing only his boxer briefs, Yi Qian rushed out of the hut in the pouring rain and covered the roof with the straw curtains again. He tied each corner tightly with straw ropes and brought a few large rocks to press down on the edges to ensure that the wind would not blow them away. Yi Qian said, "The rain is too heavy, and it brings a chill." The rain soaked Yi Qian's body, and Yi Qian didn't hide anymore, just took a bath. Anyway, there was no one at home, only a cat for company, so there was nothing to worry about. After wringing out his underwear and hanging it aside to dry, Yi Qian stood under the eaves specially left at the door of the straw hut, waiting for himself to dry a little. After his body was no longer so wet, Yi Qian slowly crawled back into the straw hut to take shelter from the rain. Meow, the kitten called out again, as if to say hello, or as if to confirm that Yi Qian had returned. He continued to lie in his nest, his eyes switching back and forth between Yi Qian and the raindrops outside. Yi Qian sat down and took the barked sapling from the side. He shaved the bark off with a sickle and bent a few branches. He then wrapped a few turns of straw rope around it and made a crude wooden rake. Although crude, it was sufficient for farming. Today's fixed tasks have been completed, and the random tasks have also been completed. Now it is raining heavily, and it is impossible to go out. But Yi Qian couldn't lie down to sleep, nor could he be idle. So, his mind started thinking about that person again. This weather is really suitable for thinking. How about giving it a try? Yi Qian closed his eyes and sat down, his mind flashing back to the man who had never been able to distinguish truth from falsehood, the old liar. That guy's words were 90% false, but when he died, he was still thinking about Yi Qian the most. Yi Qian was born in a remote small county. His parents were soon promoted and moved to the city, saying that their jobs were unstable, so they left Yi Qian to be taken care of by his grandparents. The old liar was actually Yi Qian's grandmother's brother, and according to seniority, Yi Qian had to call him Uncle Grandpa. This man wasn't originally from the village, and he said he came to seek refuge with relatives, but it wasn't so easy for other outsiders to take root in the village. But the old liar was different. Not long after he moved there, he gained the identity of a great immortal. If any child was scared or fell, they would come to the old liar. The old liar was not a doctor, yet he could cure illnesses. He was not a fortune teller, yet he always claimed to be able to see things. The villagers didn't take him seriously, but rather liked him, feeling that he had some skills. At that time, Yi Qian was only 5 or 6 years old. He was taken around the village by the old liar, and he was always happy. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Qian was already in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Suddenly, his parents said they wanted to take the whole family to the city. But Yi Qian didn't realize that during that period, not only Yi Qian's family returned to the village, but many other families also quietly packed their bags and prepared to move out. Those who couldn't move out would temporarily stay with relatives for a few days. Yi Qian was picked up by the car, but halfway through the journey, a sudden downpour began, so heavy it washed away the road ahead, forcing the convoy to stop a few kilometers from the village. While the adults were arguing about how to deal with the rainstorm, Yi Qian, who didn't know where he got the courage from, actually got out of the car alone and ran towards the village in the rain. Then, Yi Qian saw a scene he would never forget. In the heavy rain, the old con man stood there, laughing like crazy, and opposite him stood a group of strangers wearing armor and holding weapons. As Yi Qian rushed out, the old con man looked back in shock, and in that moment he was almost attacked by the other party. Then, Yi Qian's eyes went black and he knew nothing. When he woke up, he was already sitting on the hilltop outside the village in the old con man's arms. From afar, their village was surrounded by a torrential downpour, yet it seemed to blaze like hell. The old con man said that not all people were ordinary. Some were born with special auras and could acquire certain abilities through training. But in the eyes of some forces, if such people are out of control, they are dangerous factors that must be eliminated. So the old liar changed his identity when he was young, hoping to live in seclusion, but he still failed to escape. The old liar once taught Yi Qian some physical skills, saying that it was a physical fitness boxing, and that practicing it well would be beneficial to the body. But it is repeatedly emphasized that you must not practice in depth before the age of 18, otherwise it will affect your physical development. That day, the old con man also told Yi Qian that his ability was to control fire, which was why he was able to set the entire village on fire in the pouring rain. Whether Yi Qian had supernatural powers and whether he could awaken them would depend entirely on his future training. The old liar kept repeating himself that day, saying many things, some of which he repeated dozens of times. Yi Qian felt as if his mind was filled with his endless stream of words until he fell into a deep sleep. When Yi Qian woke up again, he was back in the car. No one noticed that he had left. Later, his family moved into a villa area in the city and lived a wealthy life. Yi Qian was assigned to an aristocratic school, where skipping grades and taking extra classes proved difficult, leaving him completely unable to keep up with the curriculum. A country boy thrust into the world of the rich, no one cared whether Yi Qian could adapt. Yi Qian didn't understand why his family, which clearly had no background, could suddenly become rich and live in a mansion. He also didn't understand why no one cared about him when he was having such a hard time, and no one cared how he could get through it. A few years later, on the day before the college entrance exam, Yi Qian went to a nearby park to relax after his parents had argued. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian saw his home engulfed in flames. That night, Yi Qian watched from afar, and within the firelight, he saw a familiar figure, the old liar. It turned out that the old liar had once again protected Yi Qian from a reckoning. Yi Qian finally understood why his parents were able to climb to high positions so quickly and why everyone had forgotten the old liar. Because the bottle of wine that was brought back to the village was actually poison, a trap they used to draw out the old liar's abilities. The master who had raised Yi Qian since childhood was finally sent away by the person he trusted the most. Later, the old swindler escaped from a hellish place, alive, but lost the most important thing. That night, no one knew that Yi Qian stood outside the firelight, listening to the final lesson from the old liar. Old bastard, old liar. Old master. Chapter 7. Should this be considered a water-based ability? Received a friend add message. Yi Qian was still immersed in his memories until an abrupt notification sound interrupted him. To prevent himself from dozing off, Yi Qian deliberately turned the notification sound up a little. It turns out, it can really be done. He looked down at the water droplets falling from his fingertips, his eyes a little complicated, and his heart was also filled with waves. Yi Qian had been practicing that set of fitness boxing all along, but after all, it was like radio gymnastics. Practicing too much would only strengthen the body. But now, a bean-sized drop of water condensed in Yi Qian's palm, and it was suspended in midair. More importantly, Yi Qian can control it. Even if it is just moving slowly, it is indeed under Yi Qian's control. But Yi Qian couldn't figure out whether this was a talent that Yi Qian himself possessed, or was it because of the change of world, or the influence of the ring. Friends, although his heart was still beating fast, Yi Qian forced himself to calm down and prepared to read the previous prompt. Player 8181-0032. Qin Jian applied to add a friend. Yi Qian had an impression of this name. It seemed that this was the person who had called out in the channel that he wanted to chat when Yi Qian drew the auxiliary skill book that day. At that time, Yi Qian was busy reading the skill description and had no intention of talking to anyone. Received a friend to add a message, received a friend to add a message, received a friend to add a message. Qin Jian was clearly in a hurry after receiving the prompt 3 times in a row. You have accepted the friend request from 8181-0032. Qin Jian. You can now chat privately with each other. Although Yi Qian didn't understand the other party's purpose, he still clicked to agree. Sure enough, not long after he passed, Qin Jian's messages came flooding in. Friend 0032, Qin Jian. Yi Qian, you finally agreed to add me. Friend 0032, Qin Jian. Brother Yi, is it raining heavily over there? Friend 0032, Qin Jian. Brother Yi, please don't be silent. We have discovered something and want to discuss it with you. Friend 0032, Qin Jian. Why don't you reply to me? I don't mean any harm. Friend 0032, Qin Jian. Let me tell you the point. Area 8181 is a large map. We're planning to organize some manpower and search for nearby players. Do you want to join us? After sending a series of messages, Qin Jian paused for a few seconds, probably waiting for Yi Qian's response. Yi Qian had long suspected that this area was a large, unfolding map with players dispersed, but the phrase, organizing a search for surrounding players, made Yi Qian frown. 0997. Yi Qian, what happens after the search? Will we live in a team, or will you have the final say? Who will share the profits? Who will do the labor? Who will make the decisions? How will your status be determined? Yi Qian immediately sent several questions, getting straight to the point. Without waiting for a reply, he closed the private chat interface and muted the friend request notification. Not intending to dwell on these words any further, Yiqian lowered his head and looked at the water droplets in his palm. While there was still a lot of moisture in the air, Yiqian tried to continue controlling the water element. If this ability really needed to be categorized, it would be very similar to the supernatural powers described in novels. Yiqian slowly focused his attention, allowing the water droplet to expand to the size of a soybean. Yiqian tried to gather more energy, but soon felt his control strained. It seemed the focus now wasn't on increasing the quantity of his energy, but on training his control. Received a private message from friend 0032. About half an hour passed, and Yiqian was a little tired from multiple attempts. At this time, Qin Jian sent another new message. Friend 0032. Qin Jian, I was inconsiderate before, brother Yi. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Qin Jian's attitude went from enthusiastic to depressed. Perhaps he had noticed something was wrong. Yiqian didn't reply, but just quietly closed the chat window. Yiqian was more concerned about the practicality of this ability. He picked up his underwear and shook it. The water element in his body was able to directly drain the moisture from the clothes. In this environment, sleeping with clothes on is more comfortable. Yiqian put on his dry linen clothes and cloth shoes, finally no longer worried about being pricked by branches and leaves. Although he didn't know the attack power of this ability yet, it was already very practical in life. Meow, the noise of Yiqian getting dressed woke up the kitten. It turned over and blinked at Yiqian. Yiqian said, go to sleep. When the weather clears up, I'll have to think about building a house. Yiqian looked at the small straw hut in front of him. He had to curl up to lie down, and naturally he longed for a more comfortable place to live. Yiqian reached out and touched the kitten's head, and finally lay down with peace of mind. Although the feeling of controlling the water element was novel, the mental burden was also quite heavy. The rain continued to fall, and Yiqian huddled in the straw hut, soon falling into a deep sleep. The little tabby cat looked at Yiqian sleeping, its ears moved slightly, and then it buried its head in the grass nest and fell asleep. While Yiqian was resting, the chat channel in Area 8181 was even more lively than before. Some people said they saw wolf footprints in the rain, while others said a river had washed out in front of their homes. Someone also broke the news that a mountain in the distance was suspected to have collapsed. It seemed that the real disaster had just begun. Chapter 8. Unidentified Plants. Meow. Yiqian, still dreaming, was awakened by the urgent meow of a cat. Yiqian sat up suddenly and looked out the door. The rain had stopped, but the outside seemed unsettled. A small bird with a short gray and white tail was squatting on the edge of the straw hut, staring at the little tabby cat, as if ready to bite it at any time. You want to take advantage of a cat that has an owner? You're quite brave. Yiqian gently raised his finger, and a bean-sized drop of water flew out from his fingertips and accurately hit the bird. The water droplets certainly couldn't hurt the bird, but Yiqian exerted a little control over their landing, creating a brief disruption. Meanwhile, Yiqian slid forward, treading on blades of grass. With a flick of his finger, he snatched the poaching bird. Meow. The little tabby cat looked at Yiqian, tilting its head and meowing softly, as if to say, I'm fine. Stay in the shed, I'll go take care of the bird. We'll have a snack today. Yiqian originally thought that the cat was safe hiding in the yard, but he didn't expect that the bird could get directly into the shed. Yiqian acted decisively, pulling down a layer of straw curtain from the roof to cover the doorway to prevent any further accidents. Yiqian asked, does this count as hunting? Why doesn't the system give any achievement notifications? The bird only had a few bites of meat, not even the size of a palm. Yiqian shook his head in disappointment and put it in his backpack. Not wanting to think too much, Yiqian grabbed his sickle and prepared to check the situation in the field. Coriander planting area, 5 by 2 meters, for 120 plants total. Current status, germination countdown 47 hours, 52 minutes, and 11 seconds seedling stage. The planting display interface is more detailed than before, with the time, stage, and quantity clearly visible. Yiqian peeled away the covering branches and saw several sprouts emerging from the soil. Although not yet noticeable, they were definitely starting to develop. After confirming this, Yiqian didn't dawdle any further and instead tackled today's daily tasks. Tasks: 1. Reclaim land and farm. 2. Gather. 3. Patrol. Today's tasks are slightly different from yesterday's. Farming is still retained, but gathering and patrolling have been added. However, it had just rained, and the soil was still wet. If he wanted to turn the soil, he had to wait for the sun to dry it out. So Yiqian decided to do the last 2 tasks first, so that he could complete the collection and patrol at the same time, saving some time. Yiqian said, the cat is at home, I'm going out to work. He simply ate a steamed bun, soaked some water in it, and fed it to the kitten. After it finished eating, he sealed the straw hut and went out. Yi Qian took his sickle and began to search the surrounding grass and woods for something he could collect. As a result, Yi Qian saw something brightly colored but puzzling. Red cap and white stem, it looked like no ordinary mushroom. Successfully collected. Unknown plant, unidentified. Yi Qian couldn't name the mushroom, holding it in his hand. But that wasn't the point. The point was, the system actually popped up a notification. Previously, Yi Qian hadn't received any notifications when he was chopping trees, planting fields, or digging wells. Rewards were only calculated upon completion. This time, the system automatically popped up a message explaining that this mushroom was extraordinary. Yi Qian was now motivated and became serious about collecting. He picked every mushroom he came across and cut every blade of grass he saw. He was busy and enthusiastic. A little over 100 points. What should I buy? On the way back from completing the mission, Yi Qian looked at his survival points and began to worry. He had earned 80 points from digging the well, but he only got 20 points from yesterday's mission because he didn't farm. Today's gathering and patrolling added another 20 points, bringing the total to 120.9. Meanwhile, my backpack is overflowing with all sorts of wild mushrooms, 6 of which have popped up notifications, while the rest are just regular stuff weighed in pounds. Player information number 8181 District 0997. Name Yi Qian. Special ability Water element control. Skill Synthesis LV 1/assist. Combat power 5 +6 special ability bonus. Survival points 120.9. Equipment linen clothes, novice set, backpack. Wild mushrooms 8.2 caddies. Unidentified plants X6. Small bird dead. Iron scythe. Durability 11%. Drinking water 1 caddies. Assets low quality straw hut 182.7 fenced yard. 20 of cultivated land / 10 of planted land. Carrying 2 bundles of grass home, Yi Qian looked at his status bar, especially the newly added water element control. Yi Qian was a little surprised, but more calm, because this kind of thing can't be taken lightly, nor can it be casually disclosed. The fact that this world brought Yi Qian here means that someone in the original world can also be involved. If those people could hunt down the old liar until the very end, it would be too easy for them to deal with Yi Qian. However, someone in the channel analyzed that perhaps all players were not from the same real world. It could be a parallel universe or a multiverse. Regardless of which theory it is, it's not surprising. After all, everyone has been brought here, so what else could be impossible? Chapter 9. Synthesis. This is how to use skills. Meow. As soon as Yi Qian entered the yard, the little tabby cat made a coquettish cry from the straw shed. Are you bored? Yi Qian lifted the straw curtain covering the door and saw that the little guy had already moved to the door. He must have spent half the morning struggling to get out. Yi Qian's heart softened, and he reached out and picked it up. Meow meow. The little tabby cat called out repeatedly in Yi Qian's palm, its tail curled up and its 4 legs trembling slightly. It's not that I don't want you. I'm just afraid that something might happen to you if you go out. Yi Qian comforted the kitten while gently rubbing its head. The furry touch made Yi Qian feel a little softer. Yi Qian didn't understand what the kitten was calling, but he could understand from its actions and eyes that it was afraid that he would not come back. Meow. The little tabby tried to hook Yi Qian's fingers with its front paws, but its wound had not healed yet, and it fluttered twice before going limp. I'll take you with me next time. Okay. Yi Qian stretched out a finger and placed it in front of it. This time the kitten finally hooked it and leaned forward. Yi Qian knew the feeling of being left behind all too well, so he didn't want to let him experience it again. I'll make a small basket, so it'll be convenient for taking you out. Yi Qian found a dry place in the yard to sit down, put the kitten on a pile of grass beside him, and then picked up a bundle of grass to start weaving a basket. This work was much more delicate than weaving straw mats before, and it required time and dexterity. First, weave the bottom and measure the size to see if the cat can lie down. The kitten also stopped sleeping and stared at Yi Qian eagerly, as if afraid that Yi Qian would turn around and leave again. After finishing one circle, he put the kitten in to try it out. After shaking it a few times and finding no problems, he continued weaving. Okay, go in and try it out. At noon, Yi Qian finally completed a straw basket with a diameter of about 20 centimeters, a wide bottom and a narrow mouth, and a lid. Yi Qian picked some fresh leaves from the haystack, used his power to drain the moisture, rubbed them until soft, and then spread them layer by layer into the basket. Only then did he gently place the little tabby catkin in. Meow. The kitten rolled over twice in the grass nest, feeling extremely comfortable, and called happily to Yi Qian. It's okay, enough for 10 days or half a month. There is a hole on this side of the lid, So you can see me, and it can also breathe. Yiqian closed the lid and tried it. The kitten didn't show any panic, and it seemed that it was used to it. Yiqian also wove a thick straw rope on the basket and placed it on his shoulders symmetrically with the backpack. He tried to stand up and took 2 steps, and his balance was just right. Let it bask in the sun. The external injuries will heal much faster. Yiqian took the kitten out of the basket again and placed it on the haystack in the sun. He also prepared to have lunch. He had a simple meal at noon, as he still had to farm in the afternoon. However, what Yiqian was thinking about now was not farming, but those unidentified plants. I need to find a way to identify it. Yiqian first opened the mall and auction interface, and after searching for a long time, he finally found it. Primary plant identifier can identify blue and lower quality plants. Price, 500 survival points. Consumable, durability, 50. In other words, each use deducts 1 point of durability, which translates to an average of 10 survival points per use. 500 points. Yiqian looked at his balance, which had just broken 3 digits, and immediately felt that this item was a luxury. Yiqian glanced down at the multicolored mushrooms in his backpack, each one intensely colored and oddly shaped. It would be a shame to sell them, but identification was too expensive. Was he just going to have to put them aside for later? Huh? Can they be synthesized? Yiqian was about to put them away when he suddenly noticed the synthesize button light up. It turned out that these unidentified plants were all green, and 5 green plants could be synthesized into blue. Yiqian selected 5 mushrooms of different colors but identical quality, then opened the skill interface. Unidentified plants X5 available synthesis success rate, 100%. Together, after confirming twice, the 5 mushrooms disappeared in a flash, and a small mushroom emitting light blue light appeared in front of Yiqian. It's a blue product when combined. No need for identification. He looked at the small, glowing mushroom in surprise. The system had directly displayed the information. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom Seedling. Mutated plant, can be planted during the seedling stage and eaten or used for crafting after maturity. It turns out that the system's plant quality is divided like this. Ordinary plants have no product name. Only the item name is displayed. Level 1 is green, Level 2 is blue, and Level 3 is purple. The higher the level, the rarer it is. Currently, the highest quality items on the consignment market are only a few scattered purple plants, and the quantity is very limited. As for the mall, it is even more conservative, always selling items without any grade. Chapter 10. Planting Enhanced Mushrooms. Mutant plants have territorial awareness. Go on. Reclaim the wasteland. After lunch, Yiqian looked up at the little tabby cat basking in the sun in the haystack at the door, reached out and gently touched its head, then grabbed the pickaxe and continued to reclaim the wasteland that had not yet been cleared. However, unplanted field, area 4 by 2.5 meters, soil compaction after rain may delay germination or reduce germination rate. He had originally intended to plant something on the plot of land he had prepared yesterday, but the system's prompt forced Yiqian to start again and turn the surface over. Fortunately, the land had already been pre-prepared, and although the surface was hard, turning it over was not as difficult as before. Farming is such a hassle. Yiqian couldn't help but complain as he turned the soil. After sorting it out, the system prompted that the moisture content was only a little high, but still within the controllable range. Yiqian sighed and pulled out the long-prepared enhanced mushroom from his backpack. I've never understood why mushrooms are classified as plantable, but since they can be synthesized into enhanced plants, there's no need to dwell on them. First successful planting of mutant plants. Reminder, mutant plants have high requirements for their growth environment, so please pay attention to environmental changes. Growing mushrooms is actually quite simple. You just need to dig a hole, bury the strain in it, and then cover it with some soil, leaving the light blue cap and a small section of white stem exposed. However, the system's statement, always pay attention to whether the growing environment is damaged, made Yiqian a little concerned. Yiqian shook the dirt off his hands, stood up, and looked at the newly planted enhanced mushroom, carefully checking its attribute information. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom Seedling. Estimated maturity time, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Territory characteristics. Ordinary plants and mutant plants of level 2 or below are prohibited within a 1-meter radius centered on the plant. The instructions were clear and easy to understand. Yiqian found a branch and drew a circle around the mushrooms with a radius of 1 meter, marking the area where they could not be planted. This small plot of land couldn't be moved until the enhanced mushroom matured. After confirming the success of the planting and understanding the special space requirements for this type of plant, Yiqian finally opened the system to see the rewards for planting the mutant plant. Achievement: Enhanced Plant Planting I. Successfully plant a green quality or higher. Mutant plant, gaining survival points plus 100. Achievement, enhance plant planting 2. Successfully plant a blue quality or higher. Mutant plant, gaining plus 500 survival points. Continue to open up the wasteland. Today I have to open up the 10 square meters required by the task, and then I can continue to plant new things. Seeing the 600 survival points that arrived, Yiqian felt that the pickaxe in his hand was a lot lighter. It seemed like the higher the quality of this kind of achievement, the more rewards it would receive. Yiqian had actually skipped a level this time, which was definitely worth it. Yiqian had only experienced skipping a level twice in his life. The first time was when Yiqian just moved to the city. His family paid for Yiqian to skip from the 2nd grade to the 4th grade. At that time, Yiqian became the laughingstock of the class. Teaching resources in rural areas are limited. At the time, Yiqian was only studying Chinese and math in 2nd grade, and the other teachers were either on leave or unavailable. So, not only could Yiqian not do the exercises, he couldn't even read them completely. It was terrible. The second time he skipped a grade was when his house caught fire on the eve of the college entrance exams, forcing him to miss the exams. Someone arranged for Yiqian's former classmate to come to the hospital to look for him, and then send him directly to a technical school. It was a 2 to 3-year program, but Yiqian graduated early in just 1 year. He spent the first half of the year in class and the second half on an internship, which also included working on the assembly line. He wasn't paid, but was still graded. It was like cheap labor. Because Yiqian had some savings, he wasn't worried about not having enough food, nor did he care about his grades, so he was eventually released early. In short, the first 2 times he skipped grades, Yiqian suffered a lot. This time it's different. There are rewards and benefits, which really make Yiqian experience the joy of skipping grades. Meow meow, the little tabby cat nestled in the haystack watched Yiqian wielding the pickaxe to clear the land. It turned over, called out softly twice to make its presence felt, and then closed its eyes comfortably to bask in the sun. The wound on its leg had begun to scab over and heal, and now it was numb and itchy. Did you get sunburned? After clearing 10 square meters, Yiqian came over and saw the dog's 4 legs moving around, so he quickly picked it up to check. Strangely, like the trees and grass Yiqian had cut down, the kitten had no system information to view. Meow. The little tabby, who was enjoying the sun, was suddenly picked up and opened his eyes in confusion, looking around. You look quite energetic. Come, drink some water and continue to bask in the sun. Don't let yourself get dried out by the sun. Yiqian unscrewed the bottle cap and poured some water to feed the kitten. He felt relieved when he saw that the kitten finished drinking and then nestled back into the haystack comfortably. The little tabby cat rolled back and kicked its limbs, seeming to lazily welcome the sunshine. It was indeed enjoying the basking. After making sure the cat was fine, Yiqian turned around and continued to think about what to plant next. The cilantro I had planted before was the initial seeds given by the system, but now I had to buy it myself with survival points. Yiqian opened them all, entered the planting category, and flipped to the seeds column. There were all kinds of crops available, which was dazzling. Potato seeds. Each seed can germinate 4 to 6 plants, sold for 50 survival points. Cabbage seeds. 10 seeds per pack, sold for 100 survival points. Radish seeds. 10 seeds per pack, sold for 100 survival points. Carrot seeds. 5 seeds per pack, priced at 100 survival points. Tomato seeds. 3 seeds per pack, priced at 90 survival points. Cherry tomato seeds. 2 seeds per pack, priced at 100 survival points. There's a wide variety of seeds, and they're all quite expensive. On average, a single seed costs at least 10 survival points. Even coriander seeds cost 100 survival points per pack, and that only includes 5 seeds, making them more expensive than cabbage or potatoes. However, Yiqian did not plan to plant coriander again in the short term. He looked back at the land he had just reclaimed and realized that he could not plant too much in a space of more than 10 square meters. After weighing the pros and cons, Yiqian chose 2 bags of cabbage seeds, spending a full 200 survival points to buy 20 seeds. The things are so expensive, and the rewards are so little. It seems that life is not easy. After buying the seeds, Yiqian tidied up the rest of the land and planted the seeds one by one, only avoiding the small circle of enhanced mushrooms. Looking at the few remaining survival points in his hands, Yiqian finally realized how difficult it was to survive in this strange world. People often complain in the chat channel that it is very difficult to complete the 3 tasks every day, and earning those 30 survival points is a challenge. Some said it was easy, some complained about the difficulty, and some said they were sent to dig bear bile. Regarding hunting, many players complained that they had to buy a wooden bow with 300 survival points and a set of 100 arrows. As for gathering quests, there are also tool kits like gloves, hose, and scissors, with the cheapest starting at 200 points. Of course, planting isn't cheap either. While the tools are reasonably priced, their durability depletes quickly, and the seeds are, crucially, too expensive. Unless you have a talent for handicrafts or can fight wild beasts with your bare hands, you will most likely have to face the dilemma of making ends meet. Chapter 11. Treasure chests. You need to go out and find them. 0011. Sulu. Where did you find these treasure chests? I went out and searched all over this mountain today, but I didn't see a single treasure chest. Is it just bad luck? 0091. Family Owl. I'd also like to know how to get those treasure chests and achievements you mentioned earlier. I've never seen any achievements, let alone treasure chests. 10,593 Ming Zhao. I just found a treasure chest. This thing is totally random. I was trying to fish by the river when I saw a strange square rock on the bottom of the water. I fished it out and realized it was a treasure chest. There wasn't much good stuff in it, though. Besides bread and drinking water, they also gave me 2 small fish in a bag. 0001. Luo Shan. Treasure chests basically appear randomly, but you can still earn achievements. Each survival direction you choose has its own. For hunting, there are achievements for killing 1 each of land, sea, and air. You'll also get 1 for every 10 of each. There are also some common ones, like when you put on your first piece of equipment. Using potions, cooking, and eating all of these can also earn achievements. Everyone should think about this. Also, there's the consignment. The bread and water are overflowing. If you're not in a hurry, don't bother with it. It's a waste of a survival point's worth of consignment money. After many people asked about it, player number 1 in Area 8181 came out again to share some strategies with everyone. Player number 1, Luo Shan, has been nicknamed the game strategy publisher by many players over the past 2 days. Although not everyone can use it, this person really has the thought and time to share various survival knowledge with everyone. But this time, Yiqian's focus was not on Luo Shan, but on the player who already had more than 10,000 followers. It is now the afternoon of the 3rd day. This time is not calculated from the moment Yiqian entered the world, but from the moment Area 8181 was opened. In the evening of the 1st day, some people asked about the time. Luo Shan said that it was 0:03 when he entered the game. That person completed the novice guidance task in 3 minutes. Lihua, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk and try our luck. What if we come across a treasure chest? Yiqian had completed his task for the day. He picked up the little tabby cat and put it in the basket, closed the lid, and then ran away. Although he could still cultivate the land, the seeds were so expensive that he only completed his daily task and planned to find something that didn't cost money. Moreover, he needed to chop some more branches to surround the level 2 enhanced mushroom before dark. What if a hare or other animal comes and eats his baby while he is sleeping at night? He won't be able to stop crying. Meow. The little tabby cat lay in the soft grass leaves, turned over, and looked up. Through the holes left in the lid, it could see a little bit of color outside. Yiqian has good physical fitness. When he runs, he holds the basket containing the cat with one hand and uses the other hand to maintain balance, and quickly runs in circles around his home. He ran around and around, the circles getting bigger and bigger. When he finally ran to the bottom of the hill and saw what looked like a treasure chest on 2 large rocks 2 or 3 meters high, he finally stopped. A treasure chest. Yiqian used his fingers to grab the tiny protrusions on the stone and slowly climbed up. After confirming that it was indeed a treasure chest, he sat down, took a deep breath, and opened the box directly. Open a random treasure chest in the wild, drinking water, 1 caddies, X5, pepper seeds X2, coarse cloth X2. Yiqian was a little dumbfounded when he opened the random treasure chest in the wild. 5 bottles of water fell into his arms, 2 seeds were in his palm, and 2 small pieces of folded cloth were placed on his hand. The coarse cloth is indeed very rough, but it is a green quality item. Coarse cloth, 1m×1m, green quality, material, can be crafted. Green quality material, and there are 2 pieces. Yiqian quickly opened the consignment to check. Whether to sell or not is another matter. Now he wants to determine the price of these 2 pieces of cloth. Coarse cloth X10, selling price 1,000 survival points. This is the first result after searching for coarse cloth and finding the lowest unit price. 1 piece, 100 survival points. It's not cheap, but compared to the seeds I bought before, it doesn't seem that expensive. As for what the coarse cloth could be used for, Yiqian wanted to know and started searching to make finished products. Coarse cloth, equipment/top, green quality, resistance +1, defense +3, physical recovery speed +10, durability 100, consignment price, 2,000 survival points. Coarse cloth pants. Equipment/pants. Green quality. Resistance +1. Defense +2. Physical recovery speed +5. Durability 100. Consignment price 1,600 survival points. Coarse cloth straw-soled shoes. Equipment/shoes. Green quality. Speed +10. Defense +1. Physical recovery speed +3. Durability 100. Consignment price 1,500 survival points. Coarse cloth backpack. Equipment/backpack. Green quality. 16 cubic meters of storage space. 100 durability. Consignment price 3,000 survival points. The finished products made of coarse cloth are just these few items at present, and some attributes have been added to the clothes and shoes. And this backpack is the equipment that Yi Qian was thinking about when he got the coarse cloth. The one he is currently using is only 1 cubic meter and is already showing signs of wear and tear. It is estimated that it will be scrapped in 2 days. But 3,000 survival points are too much for me. I'd better wait until I get home to study the issue of backpack making. Now, he is going to run back, cut some trees near his home, and build a small house for the mushroom. Meow meow. The little tabby cat could feel whether there was movement or stillness outside. When Yi Qian jumped off the stone and ran home, the little guy turned over inside and barked twice, as if to say, it was being taken running again. Yi Qian could only make sure that there was nothing wrong with the little manhwa, and then he ran to the vicinity of his home, quickly cut down 3 small trees, dragged them to the doorstep, and started repairing them. The branches were trimmed one by one, and the area was not too large. It just surrounded the mushroom and then sealed the top. It looks like a basket turned upside down on mushrooms, with gaps of no more than 1 centimeter between the wooden strips. Chapter 12. Buy a pot and cook. The cat eats meat and I eat vegetables. Player. Area 8181. No. 0997. Yi Qian. Special ability. Water element control. Skill. Synthesis. Level 1/assistance. Combat strength. 5. +6/special ability bonus. Survival points. 742.9. Equipment. Linen clothes without attributes. Novice protection set. Primary backpack. Ordinary wild mushrooms. 8.2 caddies. Unidentified plant ×1. Iron pickaxe. 61. Wooden handle iron sickle. 2. Dead small flying bird. Drinking water. 1 caddies. ×6. Assets. Poor straw shed. 182.7 square meters of fenced yard. Simple well. 30 square meters of reclaimed land /30 square meters of planted land. Yi Qian looked at his more than 700 survival points, sat down under the straw hut to rest, and thought about what to do. The survival point is to spend and earn, and to be more motivated when things move. Meow. The little tabby cat was lying in a nest of grass leaves nearby. It turned over and tried to stand up with its claws, but fell down again when it exerted a little force. Just lie down. Let me see if there's a pot for sale. Let's buy one and cook some meat for you. Eat something good and you'll recover soon. You don't have to lie down like this all the time. Yi Qian touched the kitten's head, looked at its legs curled up in pain, and thought about where to spend the money. In the mall, there are oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, ready-made pasta and pickles, but there are no pots. Fortunately, the mall doesn't have it, but consignment stores and auction houses do sell it. Simple iron pan, kitchenware, green quality, 100 durability, consignment price, 200 survival points. The iron sheet pan, when you click on it and take a look, it is indeed a thick iron sheet that has been hammered into a concave shape. It's not cheap to buy such a simple pot for 200 survival points. But the current lowest price for a thick iron sheet is 200, so there seems to be no need to hesitate. Looking at the kitten still curled up in the grass nest, Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, but then bought it. This iron sheet is really thick. When I bought the iron pan and weighed it, I found it might weigh 10 pounds. This is clearly an iron plate, so it shouldn't be called an iron sheet, right? However, now that I have bought the pot, it is time to move on to the next step. Dig a hole, move some stones, and wash the pot first. Yi Qian found a slightly larger open space in the yard, dug a little, and then found suitable stones and piled them up to place the pot. After all these were prepared, he carried the pot to his own well, which didn't look like a well, drew water, and washed the iron pot carefully. The last step is firewood. When I was learning the term drilling wood to make fire, I never thought I would have this opportunity. Sticks, firewood, and flammable grass. There is no shortage of these things. Even if they may not have been dry enough before, Yi Qian can extract the moisture from these items. However, this actual operation took him more than 10 minutes, and he finally managed to light the fire when his palms were rubbed red. Meow. When the little tabby cat saw the fire, he was still frightened even though he was more than 2 meters away. It's okay. You'll be able to eat the meat soon. Wait a little longer. I still have to go and take care of something. Yi Qian placed the burning grass leaves in the prepared stove and then added some flammable twigs that had had their moisture extracted. After making sure the fire was lit, he came over to touch the kitten and coax it not to be afraid. After comforting the kitten, Yi Qian took out the dead bird's body. After checking, he found that there was no other problem, so he directly skinned and removed the internal organs. It was originally a small flying bird, but now only bones and flesh were left, making it look even smaller. However, the little tabby catfish is not big, and after it is stewed, it will be enough to fill the little guy's stomach. The iron pot has been heated. Add a bottle of drinking water, cut the skinned bird into pieces, and put it in to stew. In addition to getting some meat for the cat, Yi Qian also prepared some dishes for himself. While the meat was slowly stewing in the pot, he sat aside and took out the straw mushrooms he had collected earlier. Clean up the garbage, wash it clean, and then cut it into pieces with a stone knife. This process was not very fast. By the time he had picked up a pound of straw mushrooms, the sky was already dark. However, the meat in the pot needs to be stewed for a while. Without a lid on the pot, the meat will rot more slowly. Meow meow. The little tabby cat smelled the aroma of stewed meat and lay in its nest looking out. He looked at the direction where the fragrance came from, and then looked at Yi Qian who was sitting next to him twisting a straw rope. Wait a little longer, there's no point in being anxious. If the meat isn't stewed until tender, you won't be able to bite it with your current teeth. Yi Qian patted the kitten's head and told it to stay still. The little kitten was so badly injured when he was picked up. He didn't have anything good here, but he was able to survive by eating steamed buns soaked in water. But the kitten is still small after all. As long as its teeth can tear meat, there is no need to stew it before feeding it. Looking at the water in the pot, there was not much left, so Yi Qian poured another bottle in. Yi Qian waited and waited, looking at the chat channel with more than 12,000 people, twisting the straw rope in his hand until he was sure that the meat would be rotten with a poke. Then he used chopsticks made of 2 branches to carefully fish out the meat and placed it on the stone knife to wait for it to cool. While the meat was cooling down, Yi Qian added a little more water to the pot, then put in 2 packets of pickled mustard greens. After the water boiled, he put in the chopped straw mushrooms. This is his dinner. Shredded mustard greens with straw mushrooms. Food, green quality, resistance +5, recovery speed +10, effect lasts 10 minutes. Achievement, food production 1. You produced a green quality food. Survival points +100. As long as the standards are met, achievement rewards are considered achieved. Although this small pot of stewed food was really messy, it did work. But the little bit of meat that was stewed earlier was not accounted for. Yi Qian was not sure whether it was because of the insufficient amount or because he did not add salt. Maybe the portion is too small. After all, not all food requires salt and seasoning. Okay, eat the meat first, then try this. Yi Qian crushed the cooled meat, put it into a cat bowl made of grass leaves, and gave it to Xiao Lihua to eat first. Originally, he was only planning to let little Tabby eat meat, but the newly prepared food has the effect of improving recovery ability, so he has to let it taste it later. Even if this bonus only lasts for 10 minutes, as long as you are sure it is useful, you cannot miss it. Meow. The kitten lowered its head and sniffed the crushed meat. Its little nose moved, and it looked at Yi Qian again before lowering its head and trying to eat a little. The first bite was taken cautiously, the second was a little bolder, and the third was swallowed in big gulps. When only a little bit of meat was left, the little tabby boy slowed down and licked the remaining meat clean. Not bad. Try this. You can't eat much, so just try a piece. Yi Qian didn't have a bowl, so he just brought the pot over and started eating with the steamed buns. Seeing that the kitten had eaten all the food, he picked up a piece of straw mushroom that had just been picked out and had completely cooled down, crushed it, and then put it into the cat bowl. Chapter 13. There may still be good people in this world. It seems to be effective. Yi Qian watched as little Lihua finished eating the small piece of straw mushroom. A faint soft light appeared on his body. Although it was fleeting, it was enough for him to confirm. Because when he took the first bite, a similar light flashed on the surface of his skin. Seeing that the little tabby cat was full, Yi Qian stopped feeding it and continued to watch the chat channel while slowly eating his own dinner. A half-pound steamed bun, 2 bottles of broth made from water, a pound of fresh straw mushrooms, and 2 packets of shredded mustard greens. In the end, there was not even any soup left. After going to the well, fetching water, and washing the pot, Yi Qian tidied up and sat cross-legged in the straw hut, ready to try practicing again. Go to sleep. I'm about to start. Yi Qian placed the kitten inside the straw hut to prevent it from being attacked by birds while he was practicing. The little tabby cat, who was already half asleep, just turned over unconsciously this time, and then continued to sleep. Yi Qian, after sitting cross-legged, emptied his mind and continued to try to sense the water element. He didn't know how to project his thoughts outward, but after trying for a long time, Yi Qian felt that there were many gentle auras around him. Choosing a direction, he tried hard to get closer. After getting close, before he could think about how to make contact, the aura had already actively merged with him. With the success of the first one, Yi Qian soon started chasing more. As long as he can get close, the energy of these water systems will actively integrate into him when he approaches. With the progress in cultivation, the night passed quickly. When Yi Qian woke up again, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. I was planning to try backpacking last night, but because I was in a good mood after cooking and eating, I went straight to practice. Meow. The little tabby cat had woken up a long time ago, but because Yi Qian didn't move, it just lay there quietly without being disturbed. Now seeing Yi Qian preparing to go out, the little tabby cat meowed twice to let him know that it was awake. Moreover, when Yi Qian looked over, it was already standing up with its 4 trembling paws supporting the ground. That's amazing, but there's no need to rush now. Just one more day of rest, and you'll be able to stand normally again. Yi Qian watched as little Lihua stood up, his 4 legs still obviously shaking in pain, so he reached out and held the little fellow in his arms. Even if you want to be strong, you should recover first. Meow. The little tabby cat turned over in Yi Qian's arms and began to smooth the fur around the wound on its leg. Let's go. We don't have any meat today. Let's make some mushroom soup. Coming out of the straw hut, Yi Qian put the kitten in the straw nest outside, then continued to drill wood to make a fire and stew a pot of straw mushrooms and pickled mustard greens. This time, he put in 3 kilograms of fresh straw mushrooms and spent 10 survival points to buy a bag of 2 taels of salt. When fresh, straw mushrooms are actually quite heavy. The rest can only be exposed. Yi Qian put the washed mushrooms into the pot to stew. There were more than 4 pounds of straw mushrooms left in his backpack, which Yi Qian strung on small branches above the fence, hoping that they could be dried properly and saved for later consumption. Although it is a gamified world, it does not mean that the items can maintain their quality and freshness. But straw mushrooms will go bad if they are not dried in the sun, but the steamed buns and bread taken out of the supply box earlier will remain in the best edible stage while still warm as long as the thin paper bag packaging is not opened. Maybe it's because these steamed buns and bread are food from the mall, so they are more special. Received a private message from 0032, Qinjian. Yi Qian had just finished making breakfast. He first made some steamed buns and mixed them with straw mushrooms for Xiao Lihua, and then sat down to eat his own large portion. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly came, which made him put down his chopsticks temporarily with some curiosity. Why are you looking for him again? Friend 0032, Qinjian, Brother Yi, Boss Luo, and I are planning to set up an information sharing platform. We don't plan to look for anyone, so we'll just organize the information we know and post it a few times a day in the chat channel. This will also allow players who see it to understand more about this world. Can you help me analyze it? This way, there shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? Qinjian went to Yi Qian to ask him to help him find some problems that he himself had not discovered. The series of questions from Yi Qian last time had shaken him deeply, and many of his fantasies had been shattered. But since he has the ability, he wants to help others who may lack the ability or information. This idea is the same as Luo Shan's, so the two of them came up with this idea. Share, unconditionally share all the information they have discovered. If other people are interested, you can also post it together to let everyone know. In short, as long as it can help others, that's enough. 0997. Yi Qian, this is a good thing. Just be careful not to be taken advantage of. Someone should share some new discoveries with you. You'll need to judge for yourself whether they're true or false. It's quite a daunting task. Good people like you are rare, so you must protect yourself. Also, be careful of players who try to profit from information asymmetry. You're effectively cutting off their financial resources, and they might resort to malicious schemes. Yi Qian himself would never help others for free. But just because he himself wouldn't do it, he thinks that people who can do it are really amazing. Perhaps, one must be very strong inside to do such things for others for free. Friend 0032, Qinjian. Okay, Brother Yi, you can also pay more attention. We plan to release information at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day. We hope to help those in need. As for the bad guys, I'm not easy to bully, don't worry. Qinjian replied to Yi Qian a few minutes later. Judging from his expression, he has already settled the matter with Luo Shan. In response, Yi Qian said, okay, and continued eating. Lihua, you have to stay in here today. Let's continue our journey. If we find something good, we can have another meal. After the cat had eaten and drunk its fill, Yi Qian put the cat back in a cat bag with a lid. Although the sun has already come out, this can still be considered as getting up early and going out for a run. Maybe you can find some collectible items. Moreover, you can also look forward to it, just in case you encounter a wild treasure chest. Chapter 14. Decesnia, the ordinary wild plant disdained. Day 4, 9 hours 39 minutes and 21 seconds. Cloudy, 25 degrees Celsius, northeast wind level 3, light rain in 3 hours. It's already the 4th day. Yi Qian was jogging near his home, looking at the time displayed and the reminder of possible light rain in the near future, and decided to go back and finish today's task. Tasks. 1. Reclaim wasteland and cultivate land. 2. Repair houses. 3. Tidy up the fields. Today's task is not difficult to complete, but it is not suitable to be done after the rain. Moreover, Yi Qian also discovered that this daily task seemed to be related to the weather of the day. Meow. The kitten in the cat bag suddenly let out a slightly frightened cry. After hearing the cry, Yi Qian didn't even look around to see what was around him, but jumped directly onto a rock diagonally in front of him. After jumping out, he turned around and looked back. He saw a small black snake about 1 meter long that quietly came out from next to where he was just now. It's a snake. Seeing the black snake rushing towards him again, a water droplet condensed in Yi Qian's palm, and the water droplet moved under his control. When the snake rushed nearby and opened its mouth to bite Yi Qian's leg, water droplets flew out and went straight through the snake's head. Last night's training didn't make the water ball bigger, but it did improve my control a lot. At least, I can penetrate the little snake's head at close range. Dead snake. After making sure the snake was dead, Yi Qian walked over, picked it up, put it in his backpack, and then looked at his personal information, which showed the name of the item. Just like the bird that died before, they were ordinary objects without any grade. It's all right now. The snake's scales smell damp. Let's look around. Maybe we can find something. Yi Qian opened the lid of the cat bag, touched the frightened kitten, smoothed its fur to comfort it, then closed it and continued searching around. I harvested the taller grass with a sickle, and after cleaning for a while, I actually found something different. The plants growing on the ground are covered with fruits the size of a small fingernail. The ripe ones are red, and there are many unripe ones that are green, and many small yellow flowers. This is the first wild fruit plant Yi Qian has seen so far. Unidentified plant fruits collected. I walked forward and picked the small red fruits. After picking a few, the prompt sound of unidentified plants finally appeared again. And those that are mature will naturally show up after being placed in the backpack. Duckberry. It was an ordinary item, with no information about it. Yi Qian was becoming more and more calm. An irregular round vine plant with a diameter of more than 2 meters spread on the ground only allowed him to pick 2 unidentified plants and 19 common snakeberries. Looking at the time, Yi Qian decided to take the snakeberry back. He carefully dug the ground twice with the pickaxe, dug out the main root, and then pulled out the roots that grew when some vines fell to the ground. He held the bunch of muddy roots in both hands and walked home. As for the vines that trail along the ground, occasionally causing some unripe fruits to fall, there's nothing that can be done about it. It's because his backpack doesn't have enough space and is already badly worn out. Meow. After returning home, Yi Qian took the kitten out and placed it in the grass nest, poured some water on it, and put it down. Then he took the pickaxe and went to open up the wasteland. 10 square meters is a really small area, especially when you want to plant the plants as soon as possible. The speed will be faster. The wasteland has been reclaimed and is now suitable for planting, but can't plant. This plant, which he had dug up from the wild himself, was of low quality and could not be planted on this reclaimed land. Sure enough, those who don't spend money are not included. Yi Qian was helpless. He dragged the snakeberry to a distant open space, dug a hole, and planted himself in it. If you are not allowed to plant it, then don't plant it. It will still be a wild plant if you plant it here. Just check it every day and pick the red ones. However, the newly opened 10 square meters of land always needs to be planted. He now has 2 pepper seeds, which he took out and planted. Because he was not sure how big they would grow, he planted 1 pepper occupying an area of 1 square meter, and then it was judged that the planting was successful. A small plot of land planted with peppers, area 2 by 1, 2 plants, entering the germination period in 3 days. There are still 8 square meters left, which definitely cannot be left empty. So even if it is very expensive, he has no choice but to spend money to buy it. A small plot of land planted with cherry tomatoes, area 4 by 2, 2 plants, entering the germination period in 3 days. 100 survival points, 2 seeds, plant 1 in a 2 by 2 area, and you're done. This little tomato is obviously really big. Yi Qian looked at such a large area, but even if a single seed was planted, He could already predict what the tomato would look like when it grew. It's true. I'm looking forward to it more and more. So far, Yiqian has reclaimed 40 square meters of land. There are 420 coriander plants in 10 square meters. They are still in the germination stage. Most of them have grown the first small leaves and will enter the seedling stage in 2 days. 16 square meters of cabbage, 20 cabbages, sprouted after 2 days. 2 square meters of peppers, 2 plants, sprouted after 3 days. 8 square meters of small tomatoes, 2 plants, sprouted after 3 days. There are also level 2 enhanced mushrooms that have been separated and occupy 4 square meters of land. They will mature in 2 days. The area is not large and the vegetables planted are sparse, but these are Yiqian's initial assets in this world. But today, there is grass growing in the coriander field. After the coriander sprouted, the small leaves only grew 2 or 3 centimeters a day, while the weeds that would cause a reduction in yield only sprouted last night. It is not even noon yet, and the tallest one is already 5 centimeters tall. If we don't clean this up quickly, I guess tomorrow there will only be grass in the field and no coriander at all. Meow. The little tabby cat was lying in the grass nest basking in the sun. When it saw Yiqian squatting there without moving for a long time, it lay down in the grass nest and barked twice to attract Yiqian's attention. You're becoming more and more squeamish. Before, you were nearly killed by injuries, but you stayed still without making a sound. Now, when I'm not watching you for a while, you meow. Yiqian stood up and came over to pick up the little lihua. I went back to the coriander field again, squatted down, held the cat in one hand, and pulled out weeds with the other so that the little guy would not feel abandoned again. However, this can't be called pulling weeds. They are just small grass sprouts. I pinch them with 2 fingers and pull them out of the ground one by one. Meow. Little Lihua was being held in her arms, and now she could see what Yiqian was doing. The little cat tilted its head, its big eyes observing curiously, and then, when Yiqian wasn't paying attention, it jumped directly into the ground. Chapter 15. Getting rich is just around the corner. Meow. Meow. The little tabby stepped on the relatively soft ground and tried to move his little paws. His legs should not have hurt so much anymore, so he began to look for his target. Then, it stretched out its little claws, and with its not-so-strong nails, it hooked out a small grass sprout from the soil. That's amazing. Yiqian didn't expect that this kitten could help him pull weeds. Looking at the kitten's legs, although it was still struggling to stand, it was no longer shaking like a sieve, so he didn't pick up the little guy again. With Yiqian pulling out the weeds and the kitten occasionally digging up a few weeds by digging up the soil, all the weeds in the field had been cleared by noon. Meow. After realizing that there was no more fun to play with, the little tabby cat called out to Yiqian twice. When he noticed that Yiqian was looking at him, he slowly stretched out his little paw and placed it on the position of a coriander. It still wants to play. So, can this be dug? This can't be dug. Yiqian reached out and used his fingers to push the little tabby's paw a little further away from the coriander. Meow. Tilting its head, the little tabby felt it understood. Some cannot be dug out. Now it all tastes like this. There is no fun anymore. After making sure that there was nothing to play with and finally feeling that her legs were tired, the little tabby girl grabbed Yiqian's fingers and tried to climb into his palm. Lie down for a while. I'll go cook. We'll have meat for lunch again. Yiqian put Xiao Lihua back into the straw shed. After putting it down, he took out the snake from his backpack, found a sickle, and cut it open. He hooked his fingers on the snake's skin and tore off the whole skin. It's a pity that it's not considered as material, so I'll burn it in the fire later to avoid leaving the smell of snake skin and causing some trouble. The snake meat was washed and cut into sections, and the straw mushrooms that had been exposed but not dried were taken down, washed, and stewed in a full pot. It's not that there are too many dishes, it's that the pot is too small. This pot will take a long time to stew. Yiqian sat in the straw hut, looking at the shallow clouds that had already condensed. He took the straw mat that had been dried before and tidied up the straw hut again. 3 tasks a day, he has now completed all of them. All 30 survival points have been credited to my account, and I now have 658.9 survival points. You have to spend money even if you earn it. Pickaxes, sickles, etc. all need to be purchased from the mall. At least, so far, no players have been seen making farm tools. Meow. After the little tabby cat was able to move, when it saw Yiqian come over to sit down after finishing his work, it also moved over and lay beside him, becoming more and more clingy. Wait a moment. It needs to be stewed for at least half an hour, otherwise you won't be able to bite it. Yiqian found that after only 2 or 3 days, he had already gotten used to this kind of chatting mode with the cat, where neither of them could understand each other. The drizzle began to fall slowly. Yi Qian built a small shed with a few pieces of wood above the simple stove that his family used to cook. At least, in the case of light rain, the meal can still be cooked. If it was windy and light rain fell on the firewood pile, he would just have to go over and watch it and try to extract as much moisture as possible. Now Xiaoyu was very calm, and Yi Qian just added some firewood in the middle, and then lay down in the straw shed to rest, and checked the chat channel by the way. Lihua, what were you thinking at that time? Weren't you afraid that I would eat you? Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat that came close to him with his fingers. Looking at the content in the chat channel, he felt that the prey that people were talking about that was delivered to the door was probably the little tabby cat. Some people also talked about setting traps for hunting and their experience in how to cook and eat. You need to remember each of these recipes and production steps so that you can cook them yourself when you have the ingredients in the future. Meow. The little tabby didn't know what Yi Qian was talking about, but because his back fur was touched, he turned over happily, holding Yi Qian's hand with his little paws and resting his belly on his hand. For animals, turning over and exposing their belly is a sign of trust. Of course, Yi Qian was not polite and played slowly with the little Lihua. In the chat channel, the conversation quickly turned from hunting and eating to survival and crafting. At this time, someone in the channel talked about the basic survival information sent by number 1 Luo Shan at 8 o'clock this morning. For players who choose the hunting direction, there will always be some wild game near their homes. From small insects and earthworms to large ones. Someone has said that the biggest one he has seen is an elephant, but the elephant did not come close and pass through the area near his home from a distance. It's not particularly detailed, but most people can understand it. It tells you how to set up simple traps near your home to catch rabbits, pheasants, etc. In short, this is all very useful information, which allows people who have never tried hunting to gain something as long as they are willing to try. Maybe because Luo Shan himself is a hunter, the ones he sent out are mostly hunting related, with relatively few being gathering and planting. However, he also specifically talked about some aspects of production. If you already have the craftsmanship before coming here, you can make some attempts. As long as the materials are not particularly bad, some finished products can be made. Whether for personal use or to sell for money, it is also a way of survival. Now, they are discussing whether this basket can be used to weave a backpack-type equipment after obtaining green quality materials. Seeing how enthusiastically they were discussing, Yi Qian took out the 2 pieces of coarse cloth in his hand, and then went to the consignment store to search and found someone selling hemp rope. Twinkle, 10 meters, green quality, material, can be used for crafting, consignment price, 80 survival points. After remembering the price, Yi Qian went to the auction house to check. There was no twine hanging above. Because he was unsure of the current pricing standards for items, Yi Qian took out a piece of coarse cloth and placed it in the auction item column of the auction house. Linen, 1 by 1, green quality, material, can be used for crafting, starting price, 5 survival points, auction date, time. Seeing the starting price, Yi Qian understood. This green quality linen is only worth the price of a steamed bun. However, in the future, when everyone uses high-grade materials, linen may really no longer be used. There are so many high-quality materials, and low-quality ones are worthless. The price difference between high-quality and low-quality. Yi Qian felt that he could become rich. However, mental strength is limited. He had previously synthesized a blue-quality plant and felt his spirit was drained. Moreover, when it comes to his control and comprehension of the water element, the more mental power he has, the better. As for the water droplet attack he can currently control, this control also requires practice and sufficient mental strength. It's really frustrating to know that you can make money but are restricted from doing so. Chapter 16 Zhang Wei Number 2. He sells little bastards. Grass snake stewed with straw mushrooms. Food, green quality, speed +3, poison resistance +3, effect lasts 12 minutes. The new food was ready. Yi Qian looked at its properties. Although he couldn't use it for the time being, he still shared it with Xiao Lihua. After all, only when you are full can you have the energy to practice, and only by becoming stronger through practice can you improve yourself. These additional attributes are all time limited. You can't always carry a pot with you when you go out, drink half a bowl when you see poisonous wild creatures, and then go hunting, right? However, not everything needs to be so strenuous. As long as he is willing to make tableware, or buy some tableware and pack it into portions and keep it, he can take the food out and eat it before it goes bad. In this world called survival game, unless it is a special item, it will break if left for a long time. Moreover, like the backpack he has now, if he puts too many things in it, it will be squeezed and flattened. This is a normal backpack. There is a slight difference in the size of the inside and outside, but it will break and squeeze the items inside. A shake will throw the things out. Therefore, if I want to make a backpack in the future, I must get one with better closure. At least I don't have to worry about things falling out when I run or jump. Meow. After the little tabby cat finished eating the meat that Yi Qian had crushed and fed it to him, it meowed twice, lay down beside him, raised its head, and continued to stare at Yi Qian's hand with eager eyes. Give me some more meat. Eating more will help me recover faster. Yi Qian continued to feed the animals while observing what was being said in the chat channel. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2, selling little rabbits. Anyone want to buy some to raise? I hunted and killed 2 big ones this morning, so I have 6 little ones now. I can only guarantee they're still alive. 100 survival points for 6. If you want them, just add me as a friend and send me an email. I can't even put these little rabbits up for sale, and they won't let me put them up for auction. It's such a ripoff. Yi Qian took a few more glances at the message sent by Zhang Wei number 2. You little bastard. At first glance I thought it was an insult. However, they are selling real rabbits, a litter of 6, so they can't be put on consignment. Can't sell on consignment? Yi Qian has tried, and the only items he cannot put up for consignment at the moment are unauthenticated items. Even a handful of dirt or a stone from the ground can be hung up and sold. As for whether it can be sold or not, it depends on whether there are equally bored buyers among them. If it were 6 unidentified pieces of shit, he could buy them back and synthesize them again to see the effect. 0032. Qinjian. Number 2. Zhang Wei, you caught another unidentified cub? Is your luck good or bad? Can't you catch something you can feed? Or at least catch some older rabbits too. They can raise them into healthy cubs in a few days. You keep catching the big ones and wasting the small ones. After a few messages, Qinjian came out to complain about Zhang Wei's hunting method. Some people agreed with what he said, while others said that the opportunity was rare and that they were hunting, not responsible for the aftermath. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Qinjian, you're complaining about me again. I can't help it. How can I possibly tell if there are any babies in the nest when the big rabbits run away? And if I bring a whole nest home, not only will I have no lunch, I'll also have to prepare food for the rabbits every day. I'm exhausted. And these are pink, hairless little bunnies. 6 of them, and they're not dead yet. 100 survival points. If you want them, come at me. They'll probably be dead in half an hour at most. Number 2 Zhang Wei came out to complain in return, and then started asking people to add him. However, in the subsequent chats, there were many consecutive complaints about Zhang Wei number 2 being too deceptive. He knew he was going to die, but still wanted to cheat other people of their 100 survival points. We should be able to keep a rabbit at home, right? Yi Qian wanted to give it a try. Patting Xiao Lihua's head, he sent a friend request to number 2 Zhang Wei. 8181-0039. Zhang Wei, 2 accepted your friend request. The application was sent out and approved 3 seconds later. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Hey, you really want to buy a rabbit? I'm just calling it for fun. This little rabbit probably won't survive. Think about it carefully. If it dies in your hands, I absolutely can't refund you. After number 2 Zhang Wei accepted the friend status, he sent him a message. This guy, he himself thinks that this little bastard shouldn't be bought? 0997. Yi Qian, is it the green one that hasn't been authenticated? If so, I'll buy it. Yi Qian still needs to confirm again before spending money. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother, you knows a lot. It's indeed green quality, but I still say the same thing. If you don't mind dying after getting it, you can submit the exchange request now. When Zhang Wei number 2 replied, he gave another reminder. This time, Yi Qian did not reply to his message, but directly consumed 3 survival points and started a friend barter application. This application is made by both parties. He will be deducted 3 survival points when he submits the application, and 3 survival points will also be deducted when the other party confirms it. However, this transaction method is transparent to both parties. After both parties submit the items, they need to confirm again before it is completed. If the transaction is unsuccessful, the 3 survival points previously deducted will not be returned after exiting. Unidentified cub creatures times 6. The other party also agreed to the exchange and directly put the 6 little rabbits with little hair on it. Yi Qian took a quick look and confirmed that it was correct, so he adjusted the survival points by 100 and clicked confirm. The other party also confirmed that these 6 unidentified baby creatures were in Yi Qian's hands. They are all very small rabbits. If you wait any longer, they may really die. Unidentified young creatures X6 can be synthesized and upgraded, upgrade success rate 40. Yi Qian looked at the success rate and was confused for a moment. It turns out that you can synthesize it by gathering more than 5 pieces, but this success rate is too low. After feeling conflicted for a moment, he suddenly thought of the 3 unidentified plants in his backpack. Although the idea was a bit outrageous, he still decided to give it a try. After all, the little bastard was not dead yet. Unidentified young creatures X6, unidentified plants X3, synthesizable and upgradable, 100 upgrade success rate, 10 mutation chance. Anyway, the success rate is already 100, so Yiqian doesn't bother about the chance of mutation. As the synthesis began, plants and animals merged together into a rich emerald green light. As his mental energy began to deplete, and he felt a sense of emptiness, a sprouted seed fell into his hand. Chapter 17 Rabbit Eargrass, the grass that loves to drink water. Level 1 plant. Rabbit eargrass seedling. Green quality, can be planted, may mutate upon maturity. A total of 9 green, unidentified materials were combined to create a level 1 plant seedling. The effects of this mutation won't be known until it matures. Could it be that a rabbit's ear grew out of a blade of grass? Yiqian looked at the rabbit ear grass in his palm, which had just grown roots, and prepared to plant it with a conflicted and helpless attitude. It was still drizzling outside, but the rain was not heavy and did not have much impact. Meow. Little Lihua was originally lying down and sleeping, but was startled awake by Yiqian's sudden stand-up. He raised his head and saw Yiqian taking off his shirt and preparing to go out with the pickaxe in hand. Little Lihua also tried to catch up with him with his short legs. You stay at home. I'll go and open up a field outside. Yiqian came back, grabbed the little cat, and put it in the grass nest again, then continued to walk out with the pickaxe. It was still drizzling outside. Yiqian used his pickaxe to dig up the uncultivated land. The original weeds were cleared and the stones were picked out. He quickly opened up a 4x4 area of arable land again. In the center of this piece of land, Yiqian planted the rabbit eargrass seedling. Level 1 rabbit eargrass seedling. Seedling stage, 7 days growth stage. Insufficient growth range affects normal growth. Minimum reach is 5 times 5 meters. This rabbit eargrass is just a small bud at present, but it shows that it needs a 25 square meter growing area. This made Yiqian certain that he had previously underestimated the mutation direction of this level 1 plant. They continued to clear the land nearby quickly until the growth range of rabbit eargrass was met. Level 1 rabbit eargrass seedling. Insufficient water. The drizzle is still falling, but the rabbit eargrass seedlings still show signs of water shortage. Does this plant grow roots by drinking water? Yiqian looked at the originally moist land, which was drying up rapidly. Helplessly, he picked up the bucket and went to fetch water on a rainy day. Bucket after bucket of water was poured onto the land, and Yiqian did this for more than 20 times in a row. Even though the distance was short, he felt a little tired. Level 1 rabbit eargrass seedling. Sufficient water, growth time accelerated. This rabbit eargrass drank enough water and naturally entered the acceleration mode. Just when I saw this message, the tiny grass sprout was twisting in circles and emerging from the soil. Then, under Yiqian's stunned gaze, the grass buds grew into leaves, and then sprouts sprouted between the leaves, and 3 vines grew out. The small vine grows little by little, and new vine buds grow among the leaves on the vine. For 10 minutes, Yiqian stood at the edge of the land and watched quietly, watching the accelerated growth of plants that was beyond his cognition. On a 5x5 square plot of land, each vine node has 2 leaves like rabbit ears, standing close to the ground. Rabbit ears grass, just 1 seed, allowed him to plant hundreds of rabbit ears on this 25 square meter piece of land. Level 1 rabbit ear grass seedling. Growth period 15 days maturity. Water variation. Plants require a large amount of water to continue growing, so please pay attention to whether the plants are short of water. The current display shows that there is no shortage of water, so Yiqian did not worry too much about it. He carried the pickaxe and walked to the edge of several surrounding plots of land, looking at the conditions of each plot of land. After making sure that nothing unusual happened, Yiqian finally returned to the straw hut with peace of mind. Before sitting down, I first drained the water from my pants, and after I was dry, I lay down comfortably. Meow. After Yiqian came back, little Lihua stood up from the grass nest, walked slowly to Yiqian's side, and lay down again against his arm. Go to sleep. There shouldn't be anything else to do in the afternoon. Yiqian touched the little tabby cat and played with it for a while before lying down to sleep. I have consumed a lot of mental energy just now, so I can't practice my mind training tonight. Received a private message from 0039, Zhangwei 2. A private message was sent, and Yiqian's sleepiness was disturbed again. Open the chat interface, then open private chat. 0039, Zhangwei 2. Brother Yi, I just remembered that you had acquired a support skill earlier. I was worrying too much. Brother Ye's support skill should be able to save the lives of those little bastards. If there are any more of these little bastards in the future, Brother Yi, do you still want them? We can establish a long-term cooperation and offer a 50 discount on supplies. How about that? After chatting with someone, number 2 Zhang Wei finally remembered who this 997 was. After thinking about it, they quickly reached a consensus and privately clarified what this person's auxiliary skills were. Auxiliary, definitely a healing or rescue type. That's why he insisted on buying it even though he knew the little bastard was about to die. What hunters like them want most is a support partner. Even if they can't see each other now, they can make preparations early by building a good relationship in advance. Moreover, he can have a regular customer. Although the cubs of these wild animals have meat after death, it is not enough to fill his teeth. He can continue to sell for money, and the other party can also get some cubs at a low price. This is definitely a win-win situation. 0997. Yi Qian, I used my auxiliary skills, and all those little bastards are gone. Yi Qian knew that this person had the wrong idea, but he did not explain. He just told the other party that he did not save the little cubs. As for the fact that the cubs mutated into plants after synthesis, it's better not to say such things. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. They couldn't be saved. Well, Brother Yi, don't overthink it. I find some cubs here every day. I'll sell them to you at a lower price later. You can also practice your skills more. Skills always require practice to advance. I feel that your skill proficiency is too low now, and your success rate may not be very high. Let's do this from now on. For a litter of rabbit cubs, I'll charge you 50 survival points. For a litter with less than 5, I'll charge you 10 survival points each. This is really the lowest price. If you agree, we can make a deal. But you must not tell anyone. I'm going to undermine the market price, and I'll be scolded by those people. Number 2 Zhang Wei seemed a little embarrassed, but he quickly changed the subject, focusing on the future transaction. Although many players in the hunting industry say that they cannot deliberately lower prices to disrupt the market, this does not mean that everyone will comply. Especially when facing this kind of auxiliary player, if he is not worried that he has no bottom line and will make the other party greedy, he actually wants to say that he can give this kind of thing for free. Chapter 18. Chatty Zhang Wei. He said that supports always like to commit suicide? 0997. Yi Qian. Skill proficiency? What is that? Yi Qian was not in a hurry to agree to the deal. His focus was now on the first half, the topic of improving skill proficiency. So, can we directly see other people's skill proficiency? Then why is there nothing for him? Even if there is no improvement, it would be fine to give a progress bar. It just shows level 1, no progress bar, no way to upgrade. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Your skills don't have a proficiency bar? Brother Yi, no. Master Yi, your auxiliary skills aren't maxed out at the start, are they? When he heard that there was no progress bar, number 2 Zhang Wei changed the way he addressed Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian, it shows level 1, but it doesn't tell me how to upgrade. I've used it successfully twice, so I guess I need to find a way to upgrade. Yi Qian sent a message back, shattering the other party's illusion. Starting with full skill level? Even if he closed his eyes right now, he would hardly dream of such a good thing. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. That's right. Currently, we have over 100 people who have drawn skills. The ones I've contacted before are basically all level 1, and most of them are combat type. I can't give you any advice right now. There are too few confirmed support types. Brother Yi, you don't know? You are the treasure of our 8,181 area. You must remember me. If there is a chance in the future, I will need your help. Number 2 Zhang Wei's personality seems a bit cheerful. When he heard that he was not at the maximum level, he immediately changed the way he called him from young Master Yi to brother. 0997. Yi Qian. Support classes, are they rare? Yi Qian was the last one to draw a skill book from the random wheel. Moreover, he came late, and the people after him did not draw their skill books, so he did not know what the skill divisions were. Now this was the first time he realized that most of the ones he had drawn before were combat skills. Although it is said that things are valuable because they are rare, in this wild living environment, if you don't have any special abilities, you will be attacked by wild wolves and poisonous snakes. There may not be a chance to use this synthesis skill again. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Very few, very few. I heard that number 3 was also a support before, and it seems he had a skill that could give people status effects. But within half a day, he thought he was so awesome that he insisted on fighting a wild wolf alone, and then he was gone. And number 7 was also a support. Number 7's support ability was wound healing, but he couldn't withstand the attacks of wild beasts. Lao Luo cried to us several times because of the deaths of these two people. Number 2, Zhang Wei talked to Yi Qian about how few auxiliary systems there were. Not only is the chance of unlocking auxiliary skills small, but some auxiliary systems are also good at running out and seeking death. 0997. Yi Qian, I can tell, it's indeed quite rare, but I'm not a hunter, I'm a planter. Thinking of what he saw at the beginning, Luo Shan came out angrily and said that number 3 and number 7 were dead. He also thought at that time, 3 people died, 2 of them were crying, so the other one might not know his number. It turns out that it wasn't just because someone died, but because these 2 people had special abilities, but they chose to die before they could grow and develop. For hunting players who lack support, this is really extremely sad news. However, those who can enter the game so quickly are basically hunting types. It is normal for hunting players to have healing as their auxiliary skill. And he is a farming player. Can these people think about it carefully? He is a farmer. Even if the auxiliary skills can be more unusual, they can't be as special as healing or enhancing people's abilities. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. What's wrong with the planning department? The crops you grow still need to be processed, cultivated, and protected. Brother Yi, listen to what I'm saying. Even if you're a planning department, you can't assume your home is completely safe. You must always have your weapons ready. If you encounter an attack from a wild beast, save your life first. Hide if you can, escape if you can. Only fight if you can't escape. Don't rush to your death right away. The players in Area 8181 have talked a lot about this. Whenever you unlock a support skill, it always adds a bit of a suicidal attribute. Speaking of this, number 2 Zhang Wei opened up and talked to Yi Qian about some things that the supports did deliberately to kill themselves. For example, there is an auxiliary skill that can speed up the birth of animals. Then this person went out and finally found a bison, and gave the bison a skill. Then he was chased by a cow for 2 hills, his house was demolished, and he hid in a cave and escaped with his life. Later, someone analyzed that it was probably a bull. There were no cows nearby, so it just got its skills refreshed. If you can't find the cow, you can just chase any living thing you see. Also, there is an auxiliary skill that accelerates the growth of plants. When you go out and see a sea of flowers, you want to try to make more flowers bloom. Then, all the flowers within the skill range passed their flowering period in an instant and bore fruit directly. The man was chased home by all kinds of wild bees around him and only dispersed after being stung all over his body. If this person didn't have some potion that could quickly replenish his energy and blood, he would have died on the spot. Zhang Wei talked a lot one after another, and Yi Qian read them one by one. The more he read, the more he felt that the players who could draw skills were all weirdos. Including number 2 Zhang Wei, who is a chatterbox, likes gossip, and is good at sharing. Qin Jin is a bit idealistic, but not particularly extreme. And Luo Shan. Yi Qian had also read some of the messages sent by Luo Shan, but he felt that this person could not understand them. He didn't bother to worry about not understanding, as he couldn't access it right now anyway, and he wasn't the kind of support system the other party needed. After chatting with number 2 Zhang Wei for a while, Yi Qian felt very sleepy and fell asleep as soon as the topic was finished. After falling asleep, he obviously did not practice on purpose, but his consciousness was still clear enough to sense a little warmth around him again. Get closer and closer until you touch these warm spots of light, and then look for the next one. Yi Qian fell asleep at around 3 in the afternoon, and when he woke up again, it was already the next morning. I missed dinner just like that. After he woke up, he didn't rush to prepare breakfast, but looked at his personal panel and laughed. Yi Qian, feeling comfortable and full of energy, picked up the little tabby cat lying beside him and lifted it up. Li Hua, I know how to practice now, I know. Yi Qian only received some simple explanations from his master. Now he finally determined how to cultivate mental power. Moreover, during the process of cultivating mental power, the water element will also strengthen his body at the same time. But now that he has found a way to grow, he will need more resources and a safer environment for cultivation. Chapter 19. Enhanced Combat Power, Homemade Backpack. Player, Area 8181, No. 0997, Yi Qian. Special Ability, Water Element Control. Skill, Synthesis, Level 1/Assistance. Combat Strength, 6, plus 8, /Special Ability Bonus. Survival Points, 556.9. Equipment, Linen Clothes without attributes, Novice Protection Set. Primary Backpack, Cloth ×2, Drinking Water, 1 caddies, ×3. Assets, Poor Straw Shed, 182.7 square meters of fenced yard, simple well, iron pot, 65 square meters of cultivated land /65 square meters of planted land. His combat power increased by 1 point, from 5 to 6. This combat power is his current physical fitness assessment. The special combat power at the back was originally +6, but now it has grown to 8 points. This is the growth brought about by the enhanced control over the water element and spiritual improvement. The backpack was badly damaged. Yiqian looked at the pickaxe and shovel that had been placed next to the straw hut. It turned out that he had to make a new backpack first. I don't know if it was a special reminder for him that it was time to change his backpack. Today's mission included a random task of changing equipment. Tasks: 1. Reclaim wasteland and farm. 2. Gather. 3. Replace equipment. This equipment replacement requires replacing a piece of equipment that you did not have before. Of course, there is no restriction on whether the new equipment is better than the previous one. Sitting up in the straw hut, Yiqian looked at the sky, which was still just slightly bright, spent 80 survival points to buy a 10-meter-long hemp rope, took out the linen, and prepared to sew. You don't need to buy needles, you can do it yourself. Find a small piece of wooden stick, whittle it down, make a hole in it with a small drop of water, thread the thread, and you can use it. Meow. The little tabby was lying in the nest watching, and when he found that Yiqian ignored him, he barked to make his presence known. Are you hungry? There's no meat or vegetables this morning. Have some steamed buns soaked in water. Seeing that the kitten had woken up, Yiqian pinched some steamed buns for him, soaked them in water until softened, and placed them in the grass cat bowl. Meow. Little Lihua is not picky. No matter what food Yiqian gives it, it will rub its little head against Yiqian happily, then lower its head and start eating. While it was eating, Yiqian had quickly folded the coarse cloth several times, first connecting the 2 pieces of cloth into a long strip, then leaving a little as a lid, and folding the rest, and sewing it from both sides. To prevent it from being loose, he sewed an extra circle with twine. There is also a line on the upper and lower pages of the backpack lid, which can be tied up when running to prevent the contents from being thrown out. Finally, there are the backpack straps. Yiqian had some straw ropes that he had been in use for the past few days and found a dozen particularly strong ones. He weaved several of them together into a flat, wide shoulder strap. Coarse cloth backpack, equipment/backpack, green quality, anti-drop model, 2 cubic meters of storage space, 100 durability. The internal space of this backpack is only 2 cubic meters, but Yiqian feels very good about it. He was selling a backpack on consignment for 3,000 survival points. He didn't know how much fabric was used to create the 16 cubic meters of space, but the material value of this is only 280. In comparison, I feel it is still pretty good. Random mission. Replace equipment. You replaced a new piece of equipment, survival points +50. The rewards for random tasks are not just the basic 10 points. If you encounter more difficult tasks, the rewards will increase. The previous reward for digging a well was 50 points, and now the reward for changing equipment is also 50 points. After putting the pickaxe and shovel into the backpack and trying them out, Yiqian put on his shirt, slung the backpack across his body, picked up the well-fed little tabby, put it in the cat bag, and went out to collect. Day 5, 5 hours, 31 minutes, and 33 seconds. Sunny, 20 degrees Celsius, southeast wind level 2. The weather today is sunny, and there will be no change in the weather throughout the day. After Yiqian went out, he first took a look at the fields. After making sure that there was nothing urgent to deal with, he quickly put on his backpack and cat bag and set off again towards the route he had patrolled before. After the rain, there will be mushrooms. We can make mushroom stew again. After running a few hundred meters away, Yiqian saw a small mushroom in the short grass. He moved closer to cut the grass and then dug out the mushroom. Meow. After feeling that Yiqian was not running away, little Lihua patted the cat bag and wanted to come out to play. Don't run too far. There might be something hiding in the bushes nearby. Opening the lid and letting the kitten out, Yiqian touched the kitten's head and let it move around him. Meow. Little Lihua didn't understand, but it didn't dare to run far away and just stayed near Yiqian. Unidentified plants collected. After picking dozens of mushrooms, Yiqian saw green, unidentified plants again. Not sure how many are needed to craft it, but it's always a pleasant surprise during the collection process. Pick mushrooms, search, find, and continue picking mushrooms. Yiqian kept searching on the entire hill near his home, collecting whatever he found. When he returned home at noon, he had not seen anything collectible other than mushrooms. However, the little tabby cat that he had placed next to him to play was too tired to move when they returned home at noon. It lay listlessly on Yiqian's arm, looking at the scenery on their way home. Meow. When they got home, Yiqian didn't even need to put it back. The little tabby cat had naturally crawled back into the straw shed, lying in its nest, and ready to sleep. As a kitten that is probably just 1 month old, the playtime this morning exceeded its upper limit of activity, even though Yiqian held it while they were on the way. There's no meat, so I'll continue stewing straw mushrooms at noon. Yi Qian put his backpack down, drew water from the edge of the well, washed nearly 5 kilograms of fresh mushrooms, added some salt, and stewed them in an iron pot. Rabbit ear grass, you've been out of water all morning. Do you need me to dig a canal so you can have water 24 hours a day? Yi Qian stewed a pot of vegetables and then went out to check the condition of the plants. Then he expressed his sadness at the green rabbit ears. It just drank so much water yesterday, and now it is thirsty again. Forget it, let's just dig a canal. Yesterday, as soon as the sprouts appeared, he watered the crops with dozens of buckets of water. Yi Qian looked at the distance and was sure that the time it took to carry water to irrigate the fields was enough for him to dig a canal and complete the watering. Use a pickaxe to dig up the area and a shovel to shovel out the soil. A depth of about 10 centimeters is enough. Poke it directly from the soil under the fence next to the well. Although the well was simple, after it was successfully dug, the water level was slightly lower than the ground. Now the canals are connected, and water several centimeters deep flows along the canals to the patch of rabbit ear grass. Level 1 rabbit ear grass. Growth period 12 days maturity. Water variation. The plant requires a large amount of water to continue growing. Please pay attention to whether the plant is short of water. The water flowed continuously in the canal, and after more than 10 minutes of watering, the rabbit ear grass that showed signs of water shortage skipped 3 days of its growing period. Moreover, the long green rabbit ears in the field quickly grew from the original 5 centimeters in height to 10 centimeters, and small white hairs grew on the ear-shaped leaves. Yi Qian is increasingly looking forward to seeing what this special mutant plant will look like when it matures. Could it be that they grow into a pair of real, white, fluffy rabbit ears? Chapter 20. Synthesis again. Yi Qian even started breeding. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, these 6 newly hatched chicks still look fragile and ready to die. Come and take them from me. I'm a kind-hearted person and can't bear to see such fragile little creatures die in my hands. When Yi Qian and Xiao Lihua were having lunch together, number 2 Zhang Wei sent them a private message. This one found another litter of cubs. Unidentified animal cubs must either be identified to determine whether they can be kept alive, or they can only wait to die. The cost of identification is not low, and most people are not that extravagant to waste it on a few little creatures that look like they are about to die. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, Brother Zhang, you are kind-hearted, so let me handle this sad matter. Yi Qian submitted an exchange application, and after the other party agreed, he deposited 50 survival points, and these 6 little chicks became his own. When he got it, he saw that it was indeed half dead. Without any hesitation, Yi Qian put the 6 chicks and the 3 green unidentified plants collected in the morning into the synthesis. Unidentified young creatures X6, unidentified plants X3, synthesizable and upgradable, 100 upgrade success rate, 10 mutation chance. The synthesis information is the same as yesterday, but the result is just a normal synthesis. Hen chicks, green quality, can be raised, can produce eggs when they grow up, and can be raised with roosters to start the reproduction mode. The golden, fluffy chick fluttered twice in Yi Qian's palm, then lay there quietly without moving. Meow. The little tabby cat beside Yi Qian raised its paw and pressed Yi Qian's hand, then came over curiously to observe what was happening with this living little thing. You can't eat this, you can't catch it. You have to keep it and wait for it to lay eggs. Whether it hatches or not, it's still viable. Patting little Lihua's head, Yi Qian put aside the half-eaten meal. He found a pile of firewood in the yard and built a small circle of about 1 square meter on the other side of the straw shed. Put some grass leaves and the chicks in, then take 2 straw mushrooms, crush them, and sprinkle them in. Chirp, chirp. The little chick made no sound and lowered its head to eat the chopped straw mushrooms. A virtual information box appeared above its head. Hen chicks. Chick stage 7 days growth stage, satiety 26, health 98. The hen chick ignored Yi Qian and ate the crumbs of straw mushrooms, and its satiety percentage increased rapidly. The newly hatched chicks didn't eat much, so 4 or 5 slightly damaged straw mushrooms filled up their satiety level. Unsure whether there would be birds coming to the house to cause trouble again, Yi Qian still built a shed for the chicks, making the chicken coop safer. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, how is it going? Did anyone survive this time? Half an hour later, Zhang Wei number 2 sent another message, asking whether the chicks were dead or alive. This is what he is most concerned about at the moment, the information about Yi Qian's healing assistance skill. 0997. Yi Qian, 1 survived, and I can eat the crushed straw mushrooms for now. Yi Qian did not hide the fact that he did get a living hen chick this time. 0039, Zhongwei, 2. Amazing. Brother Yi, your support abilities are truly incredible. This is the first time I've seen someone revive a dying wild animal cub without the use of any medicine. Number 2 Zhang Wei was more excited about this result than Yi Qian himself. He also inadvertently revealed a piece of information to Yi Qian. Unidentified cubs picked up during hunting normally need to be identified first and then fed with recovery potions before they can be raised. Not to mention the price of this recovery potion, just the appraisal costs 10 survival points once. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, keep going. I'm going out hunting again. After learning the latest news, Number 2 Zhang Wei closed the private chat with Yi Qian, went out with his bow and arrow, and talked to a few friends on the way to discuss the progress. Lihua, let's continue eating. Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat that followed him with its short legs, picked up the cat, and went back to continue eating. This time, the synthesis did not consume as much mental energy as before, without the sudden feeling of weakness caused by being drained away. In addition to Yi Qian's stronger mental power, it was also because of this synthesis that no mutation or cross-level situation occurred. Moreover, this also made Yi Qian very sure that the synthetic way of making money that he had been struggling with before was really a bit taken for granted. Green quality materials will not necessarily be upgraded or mutated after successful synthesis. But he didn't lose out either. At least, the hen chicks are now 100 healthy after eating. This level of health can't be fully restored even with recovery potions. I saw some information about recovery potions discussed in the chat before. Some restore mental strength, some restore chi and blood, and some restore physical strength. These three are the most common types, but after use, the replenishment will not be instant, but a slow recovery period is required. For an ordinary person with a combat power of 5 points, when his mental strength is exhausted, drinking a bottle of mental recovery potion can restore his mental strength to the point where it is no longer weak within an hour. But it was just that I was no longer weak, not that I was full of energy. Meow. After eating and drinking its fill, the little tabby rolled over in its nest, tilting its head to stare at Yi Qian. Its current life is to sleep, eat, play, greet Yi Qian, and make sure Yi Qian hasn't left it behind. I'm full now, and it's time to continue clearing the land. Do you want to go out with me, or sleep here? After finishing his meal, Yi Qian looked at the coquettish little Lihua and stretched out his hand to the little guy. Meow. When the little tabby cat saw the hand pointing at it, it quickly jumped up, ran over, and climbed into the palm of the hand. It didn't understand what Yi Qian was saying, but as long as Yi Qian reached out to it, it would come over immediately. Let's go and open up new land. Yi Qian was in a good mood. He carried the cat out, put the little tabby cat on the grass, and then continued to open up the wasteland. The several plots of land he has opened up so far are basically planted separately, with ridges of about half a meter between each plot of land. But this time it was different. He was clearing the land around the rabbit ear grass along the edge again. The original 5x5 became 6x6 after he completed the task again. Moreover, after he completed the land reclamation, it was directly shown that the land had been planted. These rabbit ear grasses found land where they could grow and expanded automatically. Meow. Little tabby cat was lying on the edge of the field. It saw the growth process of rabbit ear grass, and its eyes were full of curiosity. The little cat stretched out its little claws and hooked a vine, but found that the vine would not move again. It looked very confused. It's different. As long as there's water and soil, it can continue to grow. Anyway, I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll dig a little to see if it can continue to grow. Yi Qian saw the kitten blinking in confusion, smiled, touched the kitten, and let it play slowly by itself. Originally, this kind of rapid growth requires watering. But now that there are canals, the roots of the rabbit ear grass in the field can always touch water, and they can grow again as long as they don't exceed the limit. Under the curious gaze of little Lihua, Yi Qian continued to clear the land along the edge, and the rabbit eargrass also drank the water and continued to grow outwards. Until the range had reached 10 by 10, the seemingly endless rapid growth finally came to an end. Chapter 21 Rabbit Eargrass Leaves, Special High Price Feed. Level 1 Rabbit Eargrass, Green Quality, Perennial Variant Plant, covers an area of 10 by 10, mature, can be harvested, picking leaves. The growth range has reached its limit, and this rabbit eargrass has also entered its maturity period. The harvesting method has been marked. Just pick off the green leaves with short white hairs that look very similar to rabbit ears. However, the mature period is the whole rabbit eargrass, and the leaves are new and old and tender. Rabbit eargrass leaves, green quality, can be chopped and used as livestock feed, special effect. Every ounce of rabbit eargrass leaves consumed can double the growth rate of livestock for 1 hour. Growing at double the speed. Yiqian looked back at his own chicken coop. His family could now eat eggs earlier. However, my own hens can't eat much, and this pair of leaves weighs almost a pound. Currently, the only leaves that can be picked. Judging by eye, there are probably more than 100 pairs that can be picked. Meow. Little Lihua followed Yiqian and watched him pick off the fur one by one. Curious, he wanted to stretch out his claws to try, but found that his current claws could not lift the fur at all. Lihua, go home. Yiqian picked 105 pairs of rabbit eargrass leaves, reached out to pick up the little tabby flower who was playing with them, and went home in a good mood to think about how to sell these things. If you leave 5 pieces of your own hens, they will last you a long time. Therefore, he can sell 100 pieces this time. Put it up for auction. We might not want all of them, so list them one by one. Yiqian looked at the more than 100 kilograms of rabbit eargrass leaves. The weight of each leaf was different. Some were less than 1 kilogram, and some were more than 1 kilogram. Therefore, since there was no guarantee that anyone would pay a high price for the package, he split it into 100 parts. Rabbit eargrass leaves, feed, special amplification, weight, 1.12 gene, 1.5 caddies, starting price, 3 survival points, auction time, 6 hours. When it is put up for auction, items around 1 gene have 3 survival points, and items over 1 gene and 2 liang can reach 4 survival points. For this auction, Yiqian chose a relatively long time, but not the longest. The auction times that can be adjusted now are 30 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, and 12 hours. After Yiqian posted the bid, players started bidding after about 10 seconds. The minimum price increase is 1 survival point. At the beginning, the prices of those weighing more than 1 gene and 1 liang but less than 1 gene and 2 liang were increased. After all, this weight feels the most cost-effective. When someone mentioned in the chat channel that there were 100 pieces of amplification feed, more and more players participated. 18,156 Zhang Wei, 109. You guys are really crazy. So many of you have already started breeding. This person, Zhang Wei number 109, after trying to raise the price a bit, ran to the chat channel helplessly to complain that this group of people were so crazy just to order some feed. 10620, Li Chang, 88. Why not go crazy? This is feed with no quality restrictions. Do you know what no quality restrictions mean? This means it has the same effect on any quality of farmed animals. This type of feed has only appeared a dozen times so far, and previously they were sold in batches. Now, there are 100 of them this time. Whoever has the money can grab as many as they want. 2,100 Meng Meng. Although I know it's good stuff, this is really too crazy. The smallest amount has added up to 6 survival points. Which big guy collected this? This kind of luck, if I didn't buy a lottery ticket in the past, I would have lost a lot. 0091. Family Yao. How do you know it was definitely gathered? Maybe it was grown by someone else. Even farming players can have big bosses. 2,100 Ming Ming. 91. Your idea is too naive. Only gathering players can find such good stuff, let alone planting players. Even if you get such seeds, you should be able to guess the effect by looking at the results. Today is only the 5th day in this world. Even if you planted them on the 1st day, even if you use acceleration and fertilizer continuously for 5 days, it will not mature so quickly. 18,156 Zhang Wei, 109. How it was made is not important. I just want to know, with so many of you bidding up the price, do you all have high-quality herbivorous animals at home? In the chat channel, a group of people were chatting animatedly about these feeds that had growth rate bonuses. In response to this reaction, Yiqian went out and looked at the rabbit eargrass again. He squatted by the canal, scooped up water with his hands, and sprinkled it on the leaves in the growing period. These are all treasures. Thinking that this level 1 mutant plant was so strong, Yiqian came to the level 2 enhanced mushroom, squatted down, and took off the cover of the mushroom. Seeing that there was less than a day left in the countdown, he covered it again in a good mood. When we get up tomorrow, it will be almost time to pick them. As for now, he didn't want to go out, nor did he want to study the issue of buying seeds after clearing the land, so he decided to practice at home with peace of mind. 0032. Qin Jian, Brother Yi, are you busy? In the evening, Qin Jian sent a message, waking up Yiqian who was practicing. 0997. Yiqian, I'm preparing dinner. I'm planning to stew some mushrooms tonight. These can be found in the wild, but cleaning them is quite tedious. Brother Qin wanted to see me. Is there something wrong? Yiqian opened his eyes, dispersed the water droplets that had condensed into the size of peanuts in his palm, replied to the message, and hugged the little tabby cat and stroked its fur. 0032. Qin Jian, it's like this. I heard from Tu Zhongwei a while ago that someone bought the cub he was selling. Later, after chatting more, I found out it was Brother Yi. May I ask, is Brother Ye's auxiliary skill healing? Qin Jian went to find Yi Qian because after talking with Zhang Wei several times, he felt more and more that something was not right. If it's just for treatment, you can spend money to buy the cubs, then identify them and use the healing effect. This method of training skills consumes too much energy. How can a farming player possibly afford such a huge consumption? So he had some suspicions that Yi Qian's auxiliary skill might not be treatment, but identification. You can identify it yourself, and there is no need to spend survival points to buy props. Moreover, this skill has no skill progress bar, and it can identify unidentified animal cubs. If this is the case, then if you buy a group for 50 survival points, you will make a big profit as long as one survives. Even if one survives among 10 or 8 groups, you will not lose money. Currently, in auctions and consignments, the cheapest chicks that can be raised can be sold for at least 500 survival points. For slightly stronger cubs, people would scramble to get them even if they cost only 1 or 2,000. After all, when it comes to breeding, all 3 categories of players can do it. Chapter 22, I have money now and want to build a new house. 0997. Yi Qian, not a healer. I'm a planter, not a hunter. Yi Qian stared at the message for a moment, then replied to the person. He had told Zhang Wei before that he was a planting type, but the other party always thought he could treat the cubs. However, he would deny it, but would not say what specific auxiliary skills he had, because the skill of synthesis could not be said to be good or bad, but he had not seen any limitations so far. Being able to synthesize plants and animals together, this skill will definitely attract people's attention once it is made known. If he is really found in the future and asked what his skills are, he can explain it by using the water element. After all, farming requires watering, which must be linked to planting. Qin Jian, I understand. From what he said, it doesn't seem like what he imagined. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I'm just trying to clear my mind. I promise I won't tell anyone about this. Seeing that Yi Qian didn't say what it was specifically, Qin Jian stopped asking. Moreover, he specifically promised not to tell anyone, but whether to tell anyone or not, that was all his business, and Yi Qian was not afraid of the information being spread if he told others. After chatting with Qin Jian for a few more words, Yi Qian soaked the straw mushrooms he had picked in the morning, washed them, and continued to stew them. Li Hua, after we sell the ones we have now, we'll build a house, then get a proper kitchen and buy a better pot. Then we can cook some other food. Yi Qian looked at the straw mushrooms stewed in the pot. Although they tasted delicious, he couldn't always eat them. Looking at the materials currently available for sale, Yi Qian felt that he should be able to build a house suitable for living. Meow. Little Li Hua rubbed against Yi Qian and continued to lie there waiting. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian practiced for a while after dinner and finally waited for the auction to end. There were 100 lots. The highest one sold for 10 survival points and the lowest one sold for 8 survival points. In total, 910 survival points were sold. A 5 auction fee needs to be deducted. 910 minus 45.5 is equal to 864.5 survival points. Yi Qian originally had 576.9 survival points, and with the new ones coming in, he now has a total of 1,441.4 survival points. Go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, get up early to buy wood and bamboo to build a house. Yi Qian was in a good mood. He hugged the kitten, curled up, and fell asleep in the straw hut. After falling asleep, his mind once again felt the warm light, and the cultivation of his mental power continued in his dream. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Yi Qian got up before dawn. It's not that he doesn't want to sleep, but it's really uncomfortable to sleep curled up in this straw hut. At the beginning, he didn't have the conditions and didn't worry about it. Now that he has some money, building a house has become a very necessary thing. Meow. The little tabby cat that got up early was picked up by Yi Qian and placed in a grass nest at the edge of the courtyard wall. He pressed it twice to let it stay there. The fence where the chicks were previously raised has also been moved to a new location. We will prepare for the breeding issue after the house is built. The mushrooms are still 2 hours old. Don't worry, just work on them first. Yi Qian made some steamed buns for Xiao Lihua, ate a steamed bun with pickles himself, went out to check the situation in the fields, and then came back to dismantle the straw hut. Day 6, 5 hours 1 minute and 38 seconds, sunny, 20 degrees Celsius 31 degrees Celsius, south wind level 3, temperature rises at noon, pay attention to the healthy growth of plants. Tasks: 1. Reclamation and farming. 2. Manufacturing. 3. Gathering. It might be very hot at noon today, so we have to build a new house faster. First, remove the straw hut and dig out the 2 small trees whose branches had been cut off earlier. The area of the courtyard wall on the other side was too small to build a house, so they cut the straw ropes and took them apart, then quickly used pickaxes and shovels to level the soil in this area. After more than 100 square meters of ground had been cleared, Yi Qian began to buy materials. The wooden pillars are between 18 and 20 centimeters in diameter and more than 4 meters long. Players are selling them on consignment for 10 survival points each, and Yi Qian bought 24 of them. This is the basic frame supporting the house. After Yi Qian bought it, he looked at the wooden pillars lying on the ground and began to peel them with an iron axe. One by one, it was a very laborious process, but he had to do it alone. Some of them are cut and sold, and the starting price is at least 30 survival points. He doesn't have that much money at the moment. One by one, more than 2 hours passed, and Yi Qian was sweating profusely. When the framework was finally completed, he suddenly remembered that his mushrooms were ripe. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom. Mature, can be collected. A blue-quality enhanced mushroom that emits a faint blue light. Reaching out and pulling it out of the ground, Yi Qian completed his collection task for the day. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom. Food/medicinal material, blue quality, can be made into food or medicinal material. Consuming it grants a random enhancement effect, cannot be eaten directly. Yi Qian took a look at the palm-sized mushroom in his hand and decided to stew it directly. He had no idea of making medicine, and he didn't even have the materials and props to make medicine. So just stew it simply. After washing the iron pot again, Yi Qian added water to the pot and put a whole mushroom in it. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom Soup is being prepared. Preparation time, 8 hours. One mushroom needs to be stewed for 8 hours. Moreover, it was indeed a high-end item. He didn't even need to judge it, and the time countdown appeared directly. Meow. Little Lihua lay on the side and watched, his nose moving. The water in the pot had just boiled, and a faint fragrance was already wafting in the air. It's okay, I'm just stewing something delicious. Don't run around. I'm going to continue building the house. Yi Qian touched Xiao Lihua's head and felt that he had regained some strength, then turned around and continued working. They dug pits 1 meter deep, put very heavy wooden pillars in them, and buried them vertically. There are 24 pillars, and the 4 corners are buried first. Then 6 more pillars were buried behind the house to support the back wall. 5 pieces were filled on each side, leaving a slightly larger gap in preparation for opening 2 windows. There are fewer in the front, only 4, and in addition to the door position, there are also 2 reserved windows. Now that the outer frame of the foundation is laid, the floor of the house will be laid. The floor cannot be laid directly on the ground. This house is intended for permanent residence. If there is a heavy rain in the future and the water cannot be completely drained away, it can still flow away through the gaps under the floor. The low stakes were driven into the ground in rows, all at a height of 20 centimeters from the ground. Then, there is the frame under the floor, which is made of wooden sticks that are punched with holes and fixed with wooden wedges. The frame is ready, but there is no rush to lay the floor. Yi Qian still needs to build the walls. The wall is made of bamboo. Although it is made of the same material, bamboo is easier to use than wood, and small bamboos are very cheap. The diameter is 45 centimeters, the height is 34 meters, and 100 pieces are sold for only 10 survival points. There are more trees and bamboo forests near the homes of gathering players, where large amounts of items can be collected. Bamboos were fixed vertically one by one, and soon a circle was formed, leaving only space for the door and windows. In order to make it easier to see what's happening behind the house, Yi Qian also left 2 taller windows on the back wall. There's no rush for the windows, doors, and floors. The frame is basically complete, and now only the roof remains. The middle is high, the sides are low, and large bamboos are split and stacked together to serve as tiles. Yi Qian once again felt that what he had learned in his childhood was really practical. Even though the shape is definitely not that great, at least he has built the house. The house is not big, it's square, about 80 square meters. The roof has been fixed, and the bamboo tiles have been made and fixed. Under normal circumstances, you can live here safely for a long time. As for the doors, windows, and floors, in the afternoon, I will lay some boards and cover the windows with straw curtains. I will make it later when I have a place to live. Now, not only did he run out of survival points, he also didn't have much physical strength to continue. Moreover, the enhanced mushroom soup is finally ready. Chapter 23 Strengthen Mushroom Soup and Run. Level 2 Enhanced Mushroom Soup, Blue Quality. Consuming this soup strengthens the body. The degree of enhancement varies, depending on the amount consumed and the body's absorption capacity. Note, for enhanced foods of the same grade, the effect will gradually weaken with frequency of consumption. There was no trace of mushrooms in the cooked soup, only half a pot of soup with a faint blue glow. There is no mention of how much the body can be strengthened, nor is there a limit on how much it can be eaten. This is entirely up to the player to figure out. Give you a little too, just a little bit. If you have too much, you might end up choking to death. Yi Qian looked at the little lynx at his feet and used his ability to control water to make a peanut-sized drop of water fly out of the pot. Seeing the little tabby cat coming over curiously, Yi Qian put the little drop of water into the kitten's mouth. Meow, meow, meow. The little tabby cat eats whatever is given to it and swallows it immediately. Less than 10 seconds after swallowing it, the little tabby cat, who was still savoring the taste of the water droplets, fell to the ground, rolled over, and let out a cry of pain. It's okay, it's okay. This won't kill the cat. Just absorb it. Yi Qian held the cat in one hand, rubbing the little guy's belly with his fingers, touching his head, and smoothing his fur. After the little tabby's cries became weaker and weaker, and the faint blue light emanating from its body was retracted once again, I finally felt relieved. But the danger is gone. Little Lihua is currently asleep, and we don't know when he will wake up. Looks like I should finish today's tasks first and repair the wall before drinking. Yi Qian picked up 2 straw mats, spread them out in the house, temporarily serving as the floor, and then put the little tabby cat on them. I originally planned to feed the cat and then drink the rest in one gulp, but now I have to wait a moment. I went out quickly and opened up another 6 square meters near the mushroom cultivation site where I had already collected mushrooms, making a total of 10 square meters of field. I spent 180 survival points to buy 2 bags of tomato seeds, a total of 6 seeds, which I planted separately. Today's 3 tasks are completed. Next, the fence that had been dismantled before was surrounded by the wooden sticks taken down from the straw shed. It was quickly wrapped with straw ropes and braided together to complete the process. There are 3 tasks per day. Farming gives 10 survival points. Gathering is for level 2 enhanced mushrooms, which gives 50 survival points. And making is stewing level 2 enhanced mushroom soup, which also gives 50 survival points. I earn 110 survival points a day, and now I have spent 180 on seeds. The materials for building the house cost more than 1,300 in total. Currently, he has 112.4 survival points left after finishing his work. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, there's only 1 black bear cub today, and it looks healthy. 10 survival points seems like a big loss. Would you like to raise the price? At around 3 p.m., number 2 Zhang Wei sent a private message to Yi Qian. Moreover, this time he seemed to have done something big. Black bear cub. Yi Qian felt that he couldn't afford this thing. After all, he is not really a healer. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, please don't bother me with this healthy bear cub. If you identify it and keep it for yourself, or sell it, it will definitely be worth a high price. My family's current assets cannot afford to support this. Yi Qian knew from the other party's intention that he didn't want to sell it to him at a low price, but perhaps because he had said it before, he felt that he should say hello to him first. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, you're being modest. I'm really sorry this time. I was too confident before, but I really like this little black bear cub. Don't mind, brother. When I find a new cub tomorrow, even if it's a dragon cub, I'll definitely sell it to you at a low price. Number 2 Zhang Wei happily said no to Yi Qian, and he just came to ask because he was embarrassed. As for the promised next time, no matter how good it is, I will sell it at a low price. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, you're joking. We were talking about giving me those low-level, dying brats at a low price. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Yi Qian was holding the iron pot and just smiled at what number 2 Zhang Wei said, not bothering to take it seriously. No one is a fool. The other party thinks that he may need to win over the auxiliary system and clean up some unidentified cubs that may not be sold. As for himself, he just bought some low-priced cubs at a cheap price and came back to synthesize them himself to try his luck. If the other party really gets a good cub and offers it to him at a low price, then he will have to think carefully about whether to continue this transaction. People's hearts can change at any time, and occasional greed may be normal, but if it is satisfied many times, it will become addictive. Over time, you will feel unhappy when you can't get what you want. Once this kind of personality develops, not only will you no longer feel satisfied with your own gains, but you will also actively cause a lot of trouble. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. As long as Brother Yi doesn't mind, I'll go and identify it first. Brother Yi is busy, so I'll go find some different ones tomorrow. Number 2 Zhang Wei was in a good mood. After confirming that Yi Qian didn't mind, he stopped talking nonsense. After closing the private chat, Yi Qian took a look around his house. After making sure that there was no problem, he sat down at his doorstep, picked up the iron pot, and started drinking soup. Gulp gulp. This looks like half a pot of dark blue water. When you drink it, you will find that its fragrant and sweet taste makes you unable to stop drinking it. There wasn't much in half a pot of soup, barely a little over 2 pounds. After drinking the last drop, Yiqian looked at the iron pot that was already showing signs of being scrapped, and felt what the reaction would be after drinking the blue-quality enhanced mushroom soup. I touched my stomach and it didn't hurt. It's okay to tap your head with your fingers. Looking at my skin, apart from being a little red from the sun these days, there are no other reactions. Standing up uncertainly, Yiqian threw the scrapped iron pot aside and kicked his legs a few times. No response. After throwing another set of punches uncertainly, Yiqian found that he really didn't feel any discomfort. Apart from, his mental state was a little too good, and he now felt that practicing boxing and kicking was not enough. Run, 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 absorb faster. After stretching his legs, Yiqian jumped out from the 1.5-meter high fence and started running around his home. As he ran faster and faster, he felt a cool and comfortable feeling emanating from all the muscles, bones, and even internal organs. No pain, no swelling, no soreness, no numbness. The more I run, the more comfortable I feel, and the more I run, the less I want to stop. Chapter 24 Level 2 Enhanced Food. It's that strong. Achievement. Food Supplement 1. You consumed a fortified food once and successfully absorbed over 90 of it. Survival points plus 500. After Yiqian ran quickly for 3 hours, and then performed high-intensity boxing and kung fu training in the yard, the prompt for this achievement reward finally appeared. After completing this physical strengthening, the achievement reward is only an additional gain. The focus is still on improving Yiqian's own combat effectiveness. Player. Area 8181. No. 0997. Yiqian. Special ability. Water element control. Skill. Synthesis. Level 1/assistance. Combat strength. 11. Plus 10/special ability bonus. Survival points. 612.4. Equipment. Linen clothes without attributes. Novice protection set. Coarse cloth backpack. Straw mushrooms. 3.6 caddies. Bread. 5 liang. Times 16. White flour steamed buns. 5 liang. Times 5. Pickled mustard greens. 1 liang. Times 9. Mustard greens. 1 liang. Times 13. Drinking water. 1 caddies. Times 2. Level 1 crop accelerator times 1. Assets. Simple bamboo house. 317.5 square meters of fenced yard. Simple well. 146 square meters of cultivated land / 146 square meters of planted land. A blue quality food enhancement increased the combat power of the body from 6 points to 5 points, and then to the current 11 points. The power bonus of water control has also increased by 2 points from the previous 8 points to the current 10 points. Because the focus of this enhancement is on the physical aspect, the bonus to mental strength is a little less. Yiqian could fully understand this when he saw this information. I'm so light and healthy that I won't feel tired even if I run for another 2 hours. Yiqian was in the yard, waving his fists, continuing to perform the entire set of boxing techniques he had learned over and over again. Steady feet, strong legs, straight back, calm breathing, punches that break the wind. Even my eyesight has improved a lot. I can see farther and more clearly. Meow. The little tabby's cry came from the house. When Yiqian heard it, he put away his fists and raised his feet, then ran into the house in a few steps. Meow. The little tabby cat is still the little tabby cat, and a layer of short fluff has fallen on the straw curtain that serves as a temporary nest. The kitten was still a black and gray tabby cat, and still the size of a full moon kitten, but its limbs were stronger than before, and it landed on Yiqian's arm with one jump. Not bad. I can catch mice from now on. Yiqian caught the kitten that pounced on him, held the still soft cat fur in his arms, pinched the little tabby cat's claws, and took a look. The sharpness of the claws was no weaker than that of an adult cat. Fortified food is also effective for cats. However, there is still no information displayed about little Lihua. Even if it is placed in a cat bag, it only has the name of the cat species. Meow. The little tabby saw Yiqian pinching its paw and testing the sharpness of its nails with his fingers. Although it didn't know why, it still turned over happily and raised its paw. 4 cat's claw flowers bloomed, and they showed their claws to Yiqian. Lihua, you're being cute on purpose, aren't you? Yiqian poked the cat's paw in front of him, feeling the sharp claws that were not sharp enough to hurt him, and pinched them one by one for fun. And the little tabby would change its paw from time to time and let him pinch it as he pleased, and would cooperate by tilting its head and meowing twice. It's getting dark, you must be hungry, but we don't have a pot now. Let's eat some steamed buns soaked in water. We still have to clean up the kitchen tomorrow. After playing for a while, Yiqian sat down with the cat in his arms, took out some steamed buns and pickles, and made some steamed buns for little Lihua to eat together for dinner. The sky was completely dark, but the moonlight was still faint and visibility was still within 100 meters. After eating, Yiqian did not go into the house to sleep. The floor in his house was still just a frame, and he had to wait until tomorrow to lay the boards before people could live in it. After laying the straw mat, the little tabby cat can still go in and sleep. But he didn't come in, and little Lihua stayed outside. The little ball lay on his knees and started snoring. Continue practicing, and continue tomorrow. Sitting cross-legged, Yiqian, who was full of energy due to strengthening his body, was seriously trying to improve his mental strength in this state. With better physical fitness, it will be easier to cultivate mental strength. When the sky turned a little pale, Yiqian opened his eyes, looked down at the small ball still lying on his legs, and smiled lightly. He still didn't think he would like to keep small animals, but the little tabby cat was so sensible and well-behaved that it was hard for him to refuse. Day 7, 5 hours 5 minutes and 31 seconds, strong wind, 16 degrees Celsius, 23 degrees Celsius, north wind level 8. Overall temperature is low. Please pay attention to plant growth information. He got up early and opened the information panel. Seeing the sudden drop in temperature and the strong wind that was about to blow, Yiqian didn't need to think too much. He picked up the cat, put it in the house, turned around, and went to work. Tasks: 1. Reclaim wasteland and farm. 2. Gather. 3. Gather. Today's tasks, daily tasks and random tasks, are all gathering. However, for daily tasks, it is enough to collect items, but for random tasks, the collection must reach green quality to be completed. After going out, Yiqian went to the location of the snakeberry plant and collected 13 common snakeberries, completing his daily collection. But this time, no unidentified plants appeared. Not sure when the strong wind would come, Yiqian came back with a pickaxe to start the work. It was really quick to complete 10 square meters. Potatoes, when they're harvested, are great for stewing chicken or meat. Looking at the vegetables he grew at home, Yiqian went to buy 4 potatoes. Potato seeds, 46 buds per seed, price, 50 survival points. I spent 200 survival points and bought 4 potatoes, which sprouted 21 times in total. It's not too bad, so I planted them in this 10 square meters of land. There are 420 coriander plants in 10 square meters. They are still in the germination stage. Most of them have grown the first small leaves and will enter the seedling stage in 2 days. A small plot of land planted with cilantro, area 5 by 2, 420 cilantro, growing period 7 days maturity. Plot of land planted with cabbage, area 4 by 4, 20 cabbages, germination period 5 days growing period. Plot of land with peppers, area 2 by 1, 2 plants, germination period 5 days growing period. A small plot of land planted with cherry tomatoes, area 4 by 2, 2 plants, entering the germination period in 1 day. A small plot of land with tomatoes, area 5 by 2, 6 plants, entering the germination period in 2 days. A small plot of land planted with potatoes, area 5 by 2, 21 plants, entering the germination period in 3 days. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, growth range 10 by 10, 1 plant, growth period 14 days maturity, water variation. The plant requires a large amount of water to continue growing. Please pay attention to whether the plant is short of water. The 7 separated planting areas only cover a total area of 156 square meters. Some of the plants have not sprouted yet, while others are about to enter maturity. Moreover, Yiqian discovered that whether it is coriander or Chinese cabbage, they can be directly pulled out and used as dishes during the seedling and growth stages. It's just that the seeds are quite expensive, and it seems too extravagant to pull out such a small one and eat it. Chapter 25. There is an upper limit to the materials synthesized. 0001. Luo Shan. I just received an uncertain message. Just to add to the discussion, players have a chance of finding a special treasure chest while hunting. This special chest will usually emit a faint glow, and there will be some unfriendly beasts or plants near the chest. However, there's a high chance that this chest will contain items of green quality, or even higher. It's been confirmed that some people have opened skill books and crafting materials from this special chest. If players encounter this, be sure to observe the surroundings first. It's best to be 100% sure there's no danger before taking action, or use other methods to drag the treasure chest out. Never run towards it. Survival is difficult, so be vigilant at all times. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Luo Shan still released a lot of survival information, and then 2 minutes later, he came out to add another piece of information. A special treasure chest that emits a faint light and has a trap nearby. That's right, the danger is extremely high. But the items that might be found inside will make players ignore the danger, and they are all shouting in the chat channel, hoping to encounter such a treasure chest. Crafting materials are good things, but what is even more coveted is the skill book. Most players now know that only the first 1,000 people in this area have a chance to get a skill book from the lucky wheel. Someone has calculated that, including those who have died, among the first 1,000 people in the entire 8181 area, only 113 people got skill books from the lucky wheel. These 113 people are extremely rare among the player group, whose number has exceeded 20,000. This is also the reason why number 2 Zhang Wei really wants to get closer to Yi Qian. Of course, Zhang Wei himself also has skills, and considering that he can only find 1 litter of cubs every day, the skills should be related to wild beast cubs or wild beast nests. With skills so scarce, many players have been discussing how to better take away special treasure chests from locations where traps are clearly located. Various scenario simulations, discussions, arguments. Yi Qian thought this development was quite normal, but he himself didn't have time to observe it. It was already past 8 in the morning, and he still had 1 task to complete today. Instead of worrying about a treasure chest that he was not sure whether it existed or how long it would take to encounter, he decided to go out and run a few more laps to find some colorful items that he could collect. Meow. When the little tabby saw Yi Qian was about to go out, it jumped directly from the ground to his shoulder. He didn't even need a cat bag. He could just carry it out. Let's go out and look for some. If we find some wild rabbits or pheasants, we can stew them for a snack. Yi Qian raised his hand and patted the little tabby cat on his shoulder, making it hold on to his clothes obediently. Then he started off with his backpack on his back. Today, this hillside, including the top of the mountain, is still as quiet as ever. After running and looking around again and again, Yi Qian only dug up a dozen mushrooms and still didn't see any green quality items. He had already reached the halfway point of the hillside where he lived. He did not continue looking down, but went directly around the side of the mountain and searched towards the back mountain, obtaining unidentified plants. As soon as he arrived at the back mountain, Yi Qian dug out a wild vegetable from the ground halfway up the mountain. It has not been identified, but he himself knows that in his past world, it was called bitter vegetable. Of course, there are many other names, but when he first knew it, people in that area called it this name, and people often picked it and dipped it in sauce to eat. Although the whole mountain was not covered with them, Yi Qian was now holding a pickaxe and digging out one by one. In less than an hour, he had dug out more than 2 kilograms of them. The number of unidentified plants also increased significantly during this process. Continuing to search along the hillside towards the top of the mountain, in addition to bitter herbs, I also saw dandelions and shepherd's purse. For the whole morning, Yi Qian carried his pickaxe and dug up every tree he saw until he reached the top of the mountain from halfway up. He looked at the time, and it was already noon. The hill was not big, but he was still very satisfied with the harvest. Wild vegetables, 19.8 caddies. Unidentified plants, x13. This is the harvest this morning. Those wild vegetables, like straw mushrooms, are collectively called wild vegetables, no matter what variety they are. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, are you busy? Just when Yi Qian was walking towards home, number 2 Zhang Wei sent another message. 0997. Yi Qian, I just want to dig wild vegetables. How was your harvest today, Brother Zhang? As they chatted more, Yi Qian became more casual. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. The harvest was pretty good, very good. Well, we didn't catch the dragon, but I found a nest of snakes for you, Brother Yi. A whole nest of snakes. 50 survival points. Come on, come on. Number 2 Zhang Wei seems to be a bit cocky. After Yi Qian read it after he sent it, he directly sent an exchange application. 50 survival points were exchanged for 9 newly hatched unidentified snake cubs. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, you've dug out a snake's nest. Yi Qian looked at the 9 striped cubs he had obtained. They were indeed snakes, but it was not clear what kind of snake they were. Unidentified animal baby X9 can be synthesized and upgraded, 100 success rate for this synthesis. There is no mutation in the 9 unidentified baby snakes after synthesis, and it is 100 a healthy baby snake. However, Yi Qian didn't want to raise snakes. Let's not talk about what you can do with a snake after it grows up. If it's just a small snake wandering around the house, it won't take long for the little tabby cat to sharpen its claws and then its teeth. If you don't want this result, you can only add new materials. Unidentified animal baby X9, unidentified plant X9, can be synthesized and upgraded. 100 success rate for this synthesis, 10 success rate for leapfrogging, 50 chance of mutation. The materials added were a bit too much. Yi Qian saw that the success rate of cross-level synthesis had appeared, So he put the remaining 4 unidentified plants in the bag on it, and the result was still the same percentage. Now this value should be the limit. The 4 unidentified plants were collected and synthesized directly according to this probability. The mental power was being rapidly extracted, and the snake held in both hands, and 3 different plants gathered together to form a ball of green light. The dark green light flickered, gradually deepening, and finally stuck at dark green. Level 1 mutated snake grass seeds. Green quality. A mutant plant that likes to climb, can be planted around courtyard walls or houses. The climbing snake grass can confuse, drive away, and capture level 1 wild creatures. Chapter 26. Secondary job unlocked. Visible health bar. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. Of course, we have to dig out a snake's nest. Brother Yi, you're busy, we can talk tomorrow. Number 2 Zhang Wei sent a message saying that he was very happy about digging out a snake nest. Perhaps it was the snakes in the snake den that brought him such a great harvest. Yi Qian replied with a message saying let's chat tomorrow, then closed the private chat interface and prepared to plant the snake grass outside the courtyard wall. It's right under the fence of my house, next to the gate of the courtyard. There is no need to clear the land. Just dig a small hole, put the seeds in, pour some water on it, and a small vine will quickly grow out. Indeed, it is in the form of a snake. The emerald green snake-like vines first grew to about 10 centimeters, then stopped growing and gradually turned brown, like the outer layer of snake scales becoming clearer. Until the transformation was completely completed, 9 thin vines began to grow above the snakehead-like vine, extending in different directions. After these still snake-like vines grow to more than 10 centimeters, they stop growing, indicating that the plants are in the recovery period. Level 1 mutation, snake grass. Growth recovery period 6 hours. After growing the previous 2 sections, it will take 6 hours before it can grow again. As for watering, it is next to the canal dug before, so there will be no water shortage. So, we can only wait. Meow. Little Lihua stood by the courtyard wall, stretched out his little claws and touched the tender leaves of the snake grass, raised his head, and called out twice to look at Yi Qian, and stretched out his claws a little distance, waiting to see if he would be scratched. This one can't be caught. Yi Qian squatted down, moved the kitten's paws away, and picked up the little tabby cat. Although he and little Lihua cannot communicate, every time the little guy wants to try something new to play, he will pretend first and let him use actions to show whether he can play or not. Meow. The little tabby put away his paws, lay on Yi Qian's arm, meowed a few times and rubbed his head, and he understood. That, again, can't be touched. Let's go. There's no meat. We have to continue eating steamed buns. Carrying little Lihua into the house, Yi Qian cut some wild vegetables, added some chopped straw mushrooms and some chopped rabbit ear grass leaves, mixed them together, and used them to feed the chickens. He and Xiao Lihua were eating steamed buns and pickles again. After finishing his meal, Yi Qian found that what he had just drunk was the last bottle of water. There was a well at home, and Yi Qian used the remaining empty plastic bottles to fill a bottle with well water. A bottle of unfiltered water contains impurities and may cause random adverse reactions after drinking. This water is not drinkable. Meow. Little Lihua went to the bottle mouth and sniffed it, then shook his head and shrank back. It's really not drinkable. I'd better buy some water and then filter it when I have the conditions, or find some drinkable spring water. Seeing that Xiao Lihua disliked the bottle of water, Yi Qian shook his head and poured the water back. The empty plastic bottles had to be kept. There were 25 empty bottles in total. He cut one open to feed the chickens, and threw the rest into the 2 baskets. He would consider how to use them when needed. 2 baskets, a shoulder pole, and a winnowing basket. These were all taken out of the planting auxiliary material box before, but because they were never used, they were gathering dust in a corner of the yard. Yi Qian spent 50 survival points to buy 10 bottles of drinking water from consignment. He put the water in the house and only left a few bottles in his backpack as backup. Meow, 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 meow. Suddenly, an angry cry from the little tabby cat was heard outside. Yi Qian jumped out of the house, stepped over the fence in a few steps, and saw the reason for the little tabby cat's angry cry. A big fat rabbit actually ran into their field and started eating the rabbit's eargrass. He raised his hand and a condensed water droplet flew out, hitting the rabbit's head when the big rabbit tried to bite the second rabbit ear grass leaf. However, this blow did not penetrate the rabbit's head, but only left a wound, allowing the rabbit to discover Yi Qian. Its red eyes widened and it rushed over angrily. It attracted a monster. Yi Qian felt that this rabbit could not be killed, and it should run away if it was injured. But this rabbit, weighing at least 20 pounds, not only refused to run, it also tried to charge, scratch, and bite. One after another, Water droplets fell on the rabbit, not particularly accurately, as Yi Qian dodged the rabbit's rapid charge. The blood holes dyed the white rabbit fur red, and the big rabbit gradually lost its strength. Considering that the rabbit had attacked quite ferociously before, Yi Qian did not catch the rabbit when it was weak. Instead, he controlled the water droplets again and hit the big rabbit's head. Until the rabbit is completely still, a prompt sound appears. Planter player 8181-0997. Yi Qian successfully killed a level 1 mutant rabbit with his own attack, unlocking his secondary job. Side job. Players initially choose the main job direction. When players meet the conditions for unlocking the side job, they can obtain basic auxiliary information related to the side job direction. New secondary job. Hunter. New basic functions. View basic information of wild creatures, set traps, and process prey materials. Achievement Hunting 1. You successfully killed a level 1 mutant wild creature, survival points, plus 100. So, from now on, you can see the health bar when you kill monsters. Yi Qian looked at the hair in front of him and found that it indeed had a different marking. And after opening the secondary job, achievements in the hunting system also appeared. Level 1 mutated rabbit corpse. In addition to the name, there is also a gray, empty health bar. Meow. Little Lihua stood at the door, tilted his head, and looked at the rabbit in front of him, extending and retracting his paws several times. It just saw that the rabbit was running so fast that it couldn't catch up at all. Let's go. We have meat to eat tonight. Yi Qian came back with the fat rabbit's corpse in one hand, picked up the kitten, entered the yard, closed the door, and started working. The sickle cut through the rabbit's skin and tore it off very quickly. Untreated rabbit skin can be treated with lime or wood ash. Skinned hair, viscera not yet processed. Similar to planting, there will be prompts for these processing steps. Yi Qian quickly completed the process and threw the internal organs and other things into the septic tank behind the pit and buried them to make fertilizer. Currently, Yi Qian only has 462.4 survival points, but if he wants to buy a basic stove, he needs 500 survival points. I couldn't afford it, so I had to make it myself. Go play by yourself. I'll build a stove with mud first. The rabbit skin had been rubbed with the wood, ash saved from previous cooking. Yi Qian didn't know if this would work, but his knowledge was limited, and his current expectation was still the kitchen. As a homebody, Yi Qian's biggest hobby is eating delicious food. The kitchen is a must-have for every foodie. Mixing mud, knocking stones, building stoves. Yi Qian spent 200 survival points to buy a thick round iron plate, and another 100 survival points to buy a hammer for forging iron. He was busy again this afternoon. Ding bang, ding bang. The sound of knocking became more and more rhythmic on the hill. The little tabby cat at home was frightened at first, but soon got used to it. It lay on the window seat reserved in the house and watched Yi Qian swinging the hammer to forge iron. The little chick, however, was a little too frightened and huddled in the corner, trembling and not daring to move. He pounded with the hammer vigorously, relying on brute force without any foundation, and managed to turn the thick round iron sheet into an iron pot with a barely uniform thickness. The depth is about 20 centimeters and the diameter is 80 centimeters. I put the iron pot on the stove and plastered the edges again. Since I couldn't afford a pipe at the moment, I could only pile up some stones to fill the space left for the chimney. Finally, it was completed before dark. Chapter 27 Feedback from Yi Qian. This is our kitchen. Let's stew the rabbit meat first. Yi Qian looked at the little Lihua who came over again, picked her up, and put her on his shoulder. After quickly chopping the rabbit meat into small pieces, he went to buy some onions, ginger, garlic, peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon. Each type basically weighs only a few taels, with a few survival points at the least and more than a dozen survival points at the most. After putting all these away, Yi Qian also bought a bamboo pot cover. It was well woven and only required 30 survival points. Each one was not very expensive, but after Yi Qian bought all of them, his survival points were only in the single digits. 8.4. With the few remaining survival points, he even bought a set of tableware. Wooden bowls, wooden plates, wooden chopsticks. Price, 5 survival points. Meow. The little tabby tilted its head and watched Yi Qian wash the dishes, then put the round plate in front of it and curiously stretched out its little paws to scratch it a few times. What is this used for? Before the meal, the little tabby cat wouldn't know what this was for. It might have thought it was its new nest and ran to lie down in the plate. Take a break. Blacksmithing is exhausting work. My physical fitness has doubled now, but my arms still hurt from exhaustion. Yi Qian sat in the yard, holding the little tabby cat and stroking its fur. Looking at the house that was gradually feeling like home, The smile on his face gradually deepened. He now has a home of his own in this strange world. Next, all he had to do was to continue to become stronger and protect this home, himself, the cat, and the flowers and plants in the home. Lying on the grass holding the cat and looking at the moon, Yiqian looked at the content of the chat channel and suddenly thought of Qin Jian. They never mentioned the deputy position today, so I'm not sure if they know about it. I also learned a lot of information from the content they shared and received benefits from them, so I need to give back. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Qin, are you busy? A familiar greeting, and then Yiqian was waiting. 0032. Qin Jian, not busy, Brother Yi. Have you had dinner yet? Such a familiar way of greeting. 0997. Yiqian, I haven't eaten yet. Today, a rabbit ran to my doorstep and was caught by my cat. I killed it. I want to tell Brother Qin something. After I killed the rabbit, a hint called deputy position appeared. Yiqian attributed the greatest credit for killing the rabbit to Xiao Lihua. The cat caught the rabbit but failed to kill it, so it got beaten to death by itself. 0032. Qin Jian. In other words, if you do something outside of your profession and reach the green level, you can unlock a secondary profession. Each profession has different directions and basic functions. If you want to develop better, you must unlock as many as possible. Qin Jian followed this line of thought and quickly sorted out a bunch of information. The hunting health bar is displayed, and there are tips on how to handle the prey. Information about the plants being planted is displayed, along with prompts for weeding, fertilizing, and harvesting. There are also tips on collecting wild plants and tips on primary processing of plants. If the secondary job is not unlocked, the player can only develop within the scope of his own career. For example, if a hunter is asked to plant plants, he can only judge how to deal with each stage based on his feelings and previous experience. But a deputy position is just a deputy position. Apart from basic information prompts, there is nothing else. The basic hunting skills include not only prey information, health bars, and handling of prey corpses, but also weapon-making modes such as making simple bows and arrows, simple spears, etc. There is also collection, basic material processing, and then basic production. According to the increased functions after hunting became a secondary job, gathering and production also belong to the main job ability, and the secondary job should be limited to primary processing. 0032. Qin Jian. Brother Yi, I'm going to talk to boss Luo Shan and ask him to send this information out. Regarding sharing this news, would you like to sign your name? After Qin Jian sorted out the information, he asked Yiqian again about the signature of the information provider. Some players want fame, so after they provide a clue, they will add the source of the clue when they send it out. Some people don't want to be known, so they just say that it was provided by a player. As for why he wanted to be famous, he still went to Luo Shan and asked Luo Shan to publish it again. Because it is sent by an individual, it will not be taken seriously if he is not famous enough. But Luo Shan has been very famous from the beginning, so what he says is more credible. This method of pushing someone to fame is not sure what will happen in the future. But many people really don't want to be famous, and even more so, don't want to stand up at certain times and take on many responsibilities that are not related to themselves. 0997. Yiqian. No, I prefer quietness. One person and one cat is fine. Yiqian just doesn't want to be famous, nor does he want to attract too much attention. 10 minutes after they finished chatting, Luo Shan posted in the chat channel that someone had provided clues that could lead to a deputy position. Moreover, they described it in more detail. Yiqian didn't want to speculate too much about this. Did Luo Shan know about it a long time ago, or did someone hide it from him and only revealed it now that it could no longer be concealed? This kind of thing has nothing to do with him. He just did what he wanted to do, and after receiving what he wanted, he gave back what he could without causing any harm. That's all. Lihua, we're out of money. After dinner, have a good rest. We have to go out tomorrow to gather prey and work hard to make money. Yiqian lay on the grass, smelling the fragrance wafting from the pot, and playing with the cat in a good mood. Meow. The little tabby cat is very happy just because he knows Yiqian is playing with him. Chapter 28. 7 Colorful Little Gourds. Are they animals? Achievement. Home Cooking 1. You successfully made a healthy meal in your own kitchen using a complete stove. Survival points plus 100. A reminder made Yiqian, who was lying down to rest, sit up. This was the food in the kitchen, and it had been prepared. Moreover, making food in the kitchen can also give achievements. That, when his house is built, making a bed and taking a nap on it. Would that also be an achievement? Not sure, but it doesn't stop Yiqian from working hard in this direction. As a homebody, he naturally wants his home to be as comfortable as possible. Level 1 Mutated Rabbit Stew. Food, green quality. Consuming it grants a level 1 speed up effect, accelerating movement, recovery, and training. The effect lasts for 1 hour. Level 1 acceleration. Yiqian took a look and found that it could increase the speed by 5. Moreover, it was probably an overall improvement, but he didn't think he could use all 3 types of acceleration at the same time. I served myself a bowl of rabbit meat and 2 pieces for the kitten. After it cooled down, I crushed it and mixed it with a little bit of steamed bun crumbs. There was still a lot left in the pot, enough for them to eat for the whole day tomorrow. Meow. Little Lihua tasted the slightly spicy rabbit meat and then swallowed it in big mouthfuls. With the taste of food, it seems to be more liked. And Yiqian also enjoyed the meal very much. It has been 7 days, and this is the best meal he has had since he came to this world. After eating and drinking their fill, the man and the cat spread out a straw mat and laid down in the yard to sleep. Today is a very tiring but also very happy day. You received a private message from your friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. You received a private message from your friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. You received a private message from your friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. It was just after 4 in the morning when Yiqian was awakened by a series of reminder sounds. I opened my eyes and checked the private chat. It was Zhang Wei, the second, sending me several messages in a row. Get up, get up, get up quickly. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, you're not sleeping so late at night. Are you out stealing? Although he wasn't in a bad mood when waking up, Yiqian was still very suspicious about what this person was trying to do. It's not even 4:30 yet. It's not a good time to go out hunting, right? 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Ahem. Brother Yi, you're right. I'm a thief. Come on, give me 50 survival points. Number 2 Zhang Wei quickly replied to the message, and then took the initiative to directly start the redemption application. Yiqian didn't know what it was, but he agreed quickly. So, before daybreak, Yiqian used 50 survival points to exchange for 7 small gourds. Unidentified animal, each about the size of a fingertip, 7 small gourds of different colors. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, did you steal from Hulu Mountain or dig out the snake demon's cave? Yiqian held the colorful little gourd in his hand, and he looked dumbfounded. When was gourd classified as an animal? Is this some weird dream? 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. You've watched too many cartoons. Brother Yi, you can study them slowly. I can only tell you that I went to a strange place and risked my life to snatch these precious things. I fought monsters for 4 hours and almost gave me kidney failure. I'm going to sleep now. I hope you can save them and take good care of them. Kidney deficiency? Looking at the message, Yiqian did not reply, but he was a little confused about the statement that he was too tired to have kidney damage. Is this going to make him think wrongly, or is it because of his age that his kidneys are no longer healthy? However, even if this gourd showed an unidentified animal, he still had to synthesize it to see the effect. Unidentified animals X7 can be synthesized and upgraded, 77 success rate for this synthesis. The success rate of synthesis was not enough. Yiqian looked at the 4 unidentified plants in his backpack, took them out, and put them all in, finally barely reaching 100. Unidentified animals X7, unidentified plants X4, can be synthesized and upgraded. This synthesis has a 100 success rate and a 3 mutation chance. The chance of mutation is very low, but there is no guessing now. If you don't synthesize it and die later, there will be no fun. This plant can be kept for a long time without showing any damage, but animals can die at any time. As the colorful light flashed, it merged together with the 4 plants. A small gourd shining with white light fell into Yiqian's palm. Level 1 colorful treasure light, gourd bee cub, green grade/animal, can be raised, can reproduce after reaching adulthood, collects pollen and makes honey, and has a chance to reproduce higher level bees and insects after reaching adulthood. Yiqian looked at the small gourd that was slowly shaking in the palm of his hand. He was very glad that there was no mutation this time. He finally understood why it was an animal. This little gourd is the shell, and the animal lives inside. However, the shell and the gourd wasp baby inside are one and the same. When they reach adulthood, the calabash bees can be separated from the calabash, and the calabash becomes a beehive where the calabash bees can reproduce and thrive. Meow. Little Lihua also woke up, came over to look at the small gourd in Yiqian's hand, stretched out its paw, and looked at Yiqian. After he shook his head, little Lihua automatically retracted its paw. It's not playable again. As long as we take good care of this, it will bring us delicious food in the future. Yiqian was looking forward to the honey, but the most important thing now was to find something edible for this little thing, and then find a safe place for it to grow. By the way, I also have to say hello to Brother Zhang, who was suspected of stealing honey in the middle of the night. Wait, stealing honey? Honey, is it collected? He stole the honey and got a nest of these little creatures, which means the honey was at least green grade. So, this guy is not after the honey. He is after the deputy position that was just made public last night. Yi Qian suddenly had an idea, and he finally understood why this man ran out to fight for 4 hours without sleeping just after 12 o'clock in the morning. This person's skills are really amazing. Not only can he find the location of wild animals with cubs, but he can also directly determine the direction. However, no matter what skills the other party has or what he can do, he gave the little gourd bee to himself and even raised it. Let's share the joy. After all, this person has always cared about whether he can raise the cub. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, the little gourd bee is alive. Yi Qian sent the message, and less than a minute later, the other party replied. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2 damn. Awesome. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Ahem. Brother Yi, I don't mean anything special. I just didn't expect you to be so capable. Well, since you've survived this, I'll give you some of their food. I won't charge you for it. When they grow up and make honey, you can give me some as snacks. After sending the first message, Zhang Wei number 2 quickly sent the second one. Moreover, it seems that he already knew what the gourd bee needed to eat to survive. Yi Qian thanked him and without further ado, accepted a red gourd containing half a pound of honey. But this honey is extraordinary. Red gourd honey, green quality, food material, can be eaten directly, strength enhancement. Every 0.1 liang of red gourd honey consumed can increase strength by 5 for 1 hour. Green quality, 5 single attribute bonus, and lasts for 1 hour, which is the highest. And it only takes 0.1 liang per hour. This gourd, which is 20 centimeters high, contains half a gene. 5 tails, that's equivalent to a 50-hour power increase. Chapter 29. The hardworking manhwa catches earthworms to feed chickens. Day 8. 4 hours 38 minutes and 30 seconds. Showers, 15 degrees Celsius 20 degrees Celsius. Northeast wind level 2. Overall temperature is low. Controlling a needle-tip-sized amount of honey to fly out of the gourd, Yi Qian sent this amount of honey into the gourd of his own colorful treasure light, gourd bee. Watching the small gourd move and the honey inside being absorbed by the gourd, Yi Qian pushed a little more in. After feeding him a few times, he will know that he is full until he stops eating after you put in some more food. The sky was still dark at this time, but today's weather conditions were already displayed in the personal information panel. Showers, light wind, and low temperature. But this rain shower is the most difficult to predict. It may suddenly rain heavily, or it may only have a few raindrops. Tasks. 1. Reclaim wasteland and farm. 2. Repair homes. 3. Manufacture. Today's task doesn't seem difficult. It can be basically completed with a little repair and cleaning. This little thing has grown so much secretly at night. Yi Qian came to the fence wall and looked at the snake grass that had grown a 4th layer of branches and many slender leaves over 1 meter long. He reached out and touched those long leaves. Sensing Yi Qian's approach, the round, snake-shaped leaves wrapped around Yi Qian's fingers twice. It didn't do any harm, and it didn't stick to me. It just rubbed against me for a bit, then continued to stretch and stick to the fence. It can be seen that this snake grass can distinguish whether it is foreign or domestic. However, it is easy to distinguish myself. But how do I calculate the little tabby cat? Yi Qian was not sure, but in order to prevent the little cat from being accidentally injured when he was not paying attention, he decided to give it a try. Manhwa, come and take a look at this. Waving to the kitten running around in the yard, Yi Qian has now made the little tabby cat accustomed to the name Manhwa. The main thing is that he's really bad at naming. When he used to play games, he would just randomly pick names, which made many of his friends complain about him. When I first saw his name, I thought he was a businessman. Meow. The little tabby cat came running over, rubbed against Yi Qian's legs, and then was picked up by Yi Qian and placed next to the snake grass. This is already considered our own. Looking at a blade of grass wrapping around the little tabby caterpillar, the blade touching the little tabby caterpillar's head, and then letting go, Yi Qian understood. Your own family will not be harmed. However, he is not sure whether this counts as his own home if it is at home, or if it needs to be contaminated with his own aura. But as long as the kitten doesn't get hurt, it's fine. After all, the chicks were kept in the yard, and the colorful gourd bees were not yet old enough to come out. After playing with the kitten and the snake grass for a while, Yi Qian let the kitten go and let it play by itself. He returned to the simple kitchen with only one stove, lit a fire to burn the grass, and heated up the food for dinner. Meow. There was meat in the breakfast, and the little tabby cat ate it happily. After they had eaten their fill, the sky gradually brightened, and Yi Qian went out to open up the wasteland. There have been new changes in the previous field. 2 small tomato plants have sprouted, with fluffy leaves that look a little fragile. The coriander that was planted first on the other side has also grown taller again, with the tallest one almost reaching 15 centimeters. Yi Qian remembered that the largest coriander he had ever bought was more than half a meter tall. The piece of land he has planted now doesn't seem to be small, and the flavor of the coriander is already very strong. Fortunately, I can eat coriander. Although it is just used as a seasoning, the taste is not too unbearable. As for little Lihua, because the smell of the coriander field is too strong, it only plays in other fields and never comes here. Meow meow meow. The little tabby cat played in the field for a while, but seemed to be bored, so it ran to an area surrounded by weeds. After a while, the little guy came back happily with a hook on his paw. Lihua, you're still young, yet you dare to catch anything. Are you really not afraid of getting hurt? Yi Qian picked up a wooden stick, pierced the little Lihua's nails, then hooked the big earthworm he brought back and took it down. He touched the little Lihua's head and shook his head to indicate that it was better not to play with this thing. It is normal to have earthworms in wasteland, but these earthworms are more than 20 centimeters long. As for the little tabby, if you don't count the tail, it's only about 15 centimeters. Meow. The little tabby cat was still happily tilting its head back and forth. It had caught its prey and brought it home. Okay. Seeing it so happy, Yi Qian touched the little guy's head and didn't want to say anything. Cats are naturally active. As long as they feel it is okay, they will play. I'll chop up these earthworms and feed them to the chickens later. The hen chicks at home have grown little wings on their 3rd day and are about to catch up with the little tabby cat in size. After cutting the earthworms into pieces and feeding them together with rabbit ear grass and snakeberry, the chicks ate happily, and it also had the added effect of accelerating their growth. When the chick finished eating an earthworm, the fluff on its body stretched out. This was a special boost brought by the earthworm, and it skipped an hour directly. Maybe it's because the food is nutritious. Moreover, chickens like to dig the ground and look for insects as food. Tie a broom and sweep the yard, then build up the edge of the well. He cleared 10 square meters of land, but unfortunately, he had no money to buy seeds. Yi Qian didn't worry about it and continued to do other things. I used a homemade broom made of twigs to clean the yard. After sweeping around, all the garbage was piled into the compost pit. The pit was a mess with all kinds of things in it. Yi Qian didn't know whether it could be used to make fertilizer in the future. Anyway, he was not interested in coming to check it out. If you are engaged in planting, you need to make your own fertilizer. This is a normal operation. As long as the people and animals that can move around in the house don't fall into it, it's fine. Meow. After a while, little Lihua dragged another earthworm back to Yi Qian. It seems that it is quite addictive. Go wash your paws, you can take a break. Yi Qian looked at the proudly showing off little Lihua, cut up the earthworms and threw them to the hen, then carried little Lihua to the canal and let it put its paws in to wash them thoroughly. I guess the earthworm was trying to run away just now, and its claws are covered with mud. Meow. When its paws got wet, the little tabby was stunned for a moment, then jumped in and started playing. Do cats like playing in water? Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat and for the first time wondered whether what he was raising was actually a cat. Meow. The little tabby cat played in the water for a while, and its paws were clean. It raised its head and looked at Yi Qian, wanting to jump out. Come here, I'm not afraid of your little water. Stretching out his hands, Yi Qian let the kitten jump up. Meow meow. The kitten jumped onto Yi Qian's hands, watched its paws disappear into the water in an instant, stared blankly again, and then rolled happily in Yi Qian's hands. It seems to have found a very fun game. Chapter 30 perhaps, I really can be a cure. Achievement. Water is the source of life too. You have a beautiful and practical well platform. Survival points plus 300. Yi Qian spent a whole day knocking down and moving stones, preparing gravel and sand to fill the gaps. Everything is ready. Control multiple water droplets to block the seepage holes. Pour out all the remaining water with buckets, and then quickly build up the edge of the well with stones. After building the well platform, paving it with large flat stones, and filling the surrounding area, he gradually opened the blocked water hole in the ground, and the water level in the well rose rapidly again. After the whole process, Yi Qian felt extremely exhausted. The high intensity of mental energy consumption was not comparable to that of water droplet attacks. Lihua, I'm tired. Yi Qian lay on the grass, touching the little tabby cat that was rubbing against him with his fingers and didn't want to move at all. But they haven't had dinner yet, and after a short rest, they will have to get up again. The well has been completed. When there is time, I will put a cover on it to prevent the little tabby cat from falling in while playing. As for watering the land, he deliberately left a gap at the location of the canal he had dug before, so that the water in the well could continue to flow out along the canal. Although this canal leads directly to the field where the rabbit-ear grass grows, more canals can be dug next to it. When needed, the water can be released to flow into the field, and when there is no need for irrigation, the canal can be left only to flow to the rabbit-ear grass. Anyway, no matter how much water there is on the rabbit-ear grass side, it will only seep into that field, and it will not flood out even when the rabbit-ear grass doesn't drink it. The main reason is that he is lazy. After being able to use the canal for irrigation, he no longer wants to carry water in buckets. Meow. Little Lihua lay down next to Yiqian. It had caught several preys today. Although it fed them all to the foodie with the sharp mouth, it was still satisfied because it could hunt for its family. You're tired too. Go get some sleep. I'll wake you up for dinner later. Yiqian used his hands as a pillow for the little Lihua and had more expectations for the future. In this strange world that I suddenly arrived in, my first goal is to survive. The second goal is to become stronger and survive with food and drink. Now he is ready to move on to the third goal, to become stronger, live a comfortable life, have a cat and a house, and live a good life with good food and drink. However, today was too tiring, and even though he had received more than 300 survival points, he didn't have the energy to piece the floor together. Dinner was the leftover rabbit meat. People who do physical work eat more. A big rabbit weighing more than 20 kilograms produced 15 kilograms of meat. I ate it all in one meal last night, and 3 meals today. In the misty rain, Yiqian spread the branches he had sorted out when he dismantled the straw hut along the frames of the house. The area was barely big enough for a single bed. After laying out relatively flat branches, he added a few layers of straw mats. After some adjustments, he could finally hold the cat and sleep in the room that was drafty on all sides. After waking up from this sleep, Yiqian got up and stretched his body, and unexpectedly felt the feeling of a stiff neck. Lihua, my neck. Yiqian stood in the yard and moved his shoulders and neck. He was not entirely sure whether he had a stiff neck due to sleeping posture or because he was too tired from working yesterday. Meow. The little tabby tilted his head, watching Yiqian twisting his shoulders and stretching his neck, blinking and raising his paws, probably because he was a little confused. It's okay. Go play. I'll go get some water and wash my face. Yiqian walked to the well, sat on a stone, looked at the gurgling water, and then looked at the coriander field that was growing better and better and felt much better. Water droplets condensed in his hands. Although they were still only as big as peanuts, their number had increased enough to allow him to control several at the same time. Moreover, he felt that the water droplets he condensed should be a little different. After condensing 5 water droplets, Yiqian controlled the water droplets to transfer to the back of his neck and tapped the back of his neck gently. As the water droplets come into contact with the skin, the condensed water droplets are slowly being absorbed by this part of the skin. It blends into the skin, giving a refreshing cool feeling and removing the numbness and soreness caused by stiff neck. After several consecutive condensations, as more and more water droplets penetrated, Yiqian's neck and shoulders quickly returned to normal. Does this count as treatment? After Yiqian completely solved the pain in his neck and shoulders, he stood in the yard and did a set of punches. Even though half of his mental strength was consumed just now, it did not affect his good mood at the moment. Anyway, the condensed water droplets can restore the body's adverse reactions, which is a good thing worth being happy about. Meow. Little Lihua rolled twice beside the snake grass, played with the snake-like leaves of the snake grass for a while, then ran back and continued to stick to Yiqian. Day 9, 7:31 and 31 seconds a.m., sunny, 20 degrees Celsius to 31 degrees Celsius, north wind, level 1. Pay attention to changes in plant growth as temperatures rise. Tasks: 1. Reclamation and farming. 2. Gathering. 3. Manufacturing. It is a sunny day today. The rising temperature will speed up the growth of crops a little, but at the same time, we must pay attention to replenishing water. If there is insufficient water, the plant may grow slowly at best and die at worst. The 3 daily tasks, when there are no special events, are the basic cyclical tasks of life. Lihua, go out. After eating a steamed bun for breakfast, Yiqian called the jumping little tabby cat and went out on patrol together. Around his neck, a hemp rope was wrapped around the small gourd, temporarily serving as a pendant. The main reason is that this little gourd bee is quite rare, and he's worried that a bird might take it away when he's not home. Meow. The little tabby dog lay on Yiqian's shoulder, and after smelling the scent of an animal, it meowed in that direction. Your sense of smell is quite good. Yiqian turned a corner, walked around a few trees, and saw a pheasant dancing. Yiqian has long defined his cat's abilities as more than just playing with and being cute. Whether it's the early warnings for wild animal attacks, the current taste searches, or the weeding and earthworm digging. Anyway, it is a very versatile little tabby cat. It won't be surprising if it has more abilities in the future. Meow. The little tabby cat stared at the pheasant more than 10 meters away, stretched out its front paws, exposed its nails and gestured twice, then lay there motionless with a helpless look in its eyes. Its claws are still small and can't even scratch through the pheasant's feathers. I'll come. Yi Qian discovered Xiao Lihua's condition and raised his hand to condense 3 water droplets. Level 1 mutated pheasant, rooster, speed-type mutation, possesses a strong sense of active aggression during courtship. Mutated pheasant, and no wonder it was dancing on the grass. It turned out it was training for courtship. However, since he had discovered the pheasant, he couldn't let it have the chance to find the hen. Chapter 31 Synthesis. You can synthesize equipment. Cluck, cluck. The pheasant with bright feathers was suddenly pierced through the skull by 3 water droplets from 3 directions. It raised its head and let out a few screams, then began to run around in panic. The brain is dead, but the body's reactions continue. Hunting at a distance is safer. Yi Qian stood behind a tree, looking at the pheasant whose health bar had turned gray but was still able to flutter. He waited until the pheasant was completely unable to move before going out. This pheasant is a speed mutation, but even if it is a speed mutation, when it flaps its wings violently after death, it can still smash 3 or 4 centimeters deep grooves in the ground. Even the surrounding trees had claw marks and obvious damage from their wings hitting them. It was not until the pheasant could no longer flap its wings that Yi Qian came over and picked up the pheasant's carcass, which weighed more than 10 pounds with its feathers still attached. Level 1 mutated pheasant corpse. The unprocessed prey carcass, which had no other information displayed, was placed in the backpack, and the search around continued. Is this mushroom poisonous? After searching for a long time and collecting more than 2 kilograms of straw mushrooms, Yi Qian came across a small, pure black mushroom. The mushroom cap is about 3 centimeters in diameter, and underneath is a black stem that is about 10 centimeters long. It looks a bit like a grown-up enoki mushroom. Collecting moldy mushrooms. After carefully collecting the information, Yi Qian looked at the prompt and felt sad. Although this was also of green quality, it was actually a moldy mushroom, not a special variety or something like that as he had previously guessed. However, after collecting green quality plants that do not require identification, can I unlock the secondary job of the gathering system? Or maybe, because I have already opened the secondary job hunting, so when I want to open the secondary job, it cannot be just green quality. Moldy mushrooms, green quality. The plant has become moldy, and eating it will bring some uncertain negative effects. This is the information about mushrooms, but the specific negative effects are probably only known to those who eat them. We continued searching, and after a whole morning, we only managed to pick up more than 10 pounds of straw mushrooms, 3 unidentified plants, a moldy mushroom, and the pheasant we had caught before. When he returned home near noon, Yi Qian processed the chicken, plucking its feathers and removing its internal organs. After cleaning the whole chicken, there were still 12.5 kilograms left. Moreover, he was given some materials. Beautiful feathers, green quality material. A total of 7 beautiful feathers appeared, all plucked from the pheasant's tail. The pheasant was stewed in the pot. Yi Qian took these green quality feathers and began to think about synthesizing them to test the effect. After a whole morning, the mental energy consumed this morning has been restored to full energy. What can be synthesized? Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat lying beside him, then spread out his hands and looked at the proportions and information of the synthesis. For the first time, he felt that there were too many directions for the synthesis. Beautiful feathers x7 can be synthesized. This synthesis success rate is 100, feathers 50, accessories 25, equipment 10, weapons 8, unknown 7. Feathers are identified items that do not require further identification, so the synthesis direction is marked out. Synthesis successful. Amidst the flashing emerald green light, a fluffy circle fell into Yi Qian's palm. Accessory, feather collar, green quality, increases speed by 5. Usable by both humans and animals. The collar made of feathers doesn't look very strong, but its attributes should be pretty good. At least among the green equipment currently on sale, the 5 bonus is the highest. Of course, some equipment is better and may have a second amplification direction. But no matter whether it can increase speed or not, Yi Qian is not interested in this feather collar at all. Meow. The little tabby came over and sniffed the collar in Yi Qian's hand. It only sniffed for a second before quickly retracting its neck and jumping away. It didn't like the smell of this pheasant. Even you don't like it. Yi Qian shook the collar in his hand, and seeing the kitten's disgusted look, he opened the auction house without hesitation and went to sell it. Now I know that I can synthesize equipment. As long as I have money, I can buy the materials and then synthesize them. Although the probability of synthesizing equipment is not particularly high, and the mental energy consumption is also higher than that of ordinary synthesis, this does not mean that he should wear a feather ring around his neck. Accessory: feather collar, green quality, increases speed by 5. Usable by both humans and animals. Starting price: 100 survival points. Auction time: 3 hours. The collar is put up for auction, priced at 100 survival points, which is the base price for all green-grade equipment. It was noon now, and Yi Qian was still thinking about having enough money to clean up the house and move into it in the evening, so he only set the auction time for 3 hours. As the lot went up for auction, players started bidding within minutes. Yi Qian stared at it for a while, and when a player bid 500 survival points, he closed the auction interface with confidence. It's time for him and Xyalihua to eat. Pheasant stewed with straw mushrooms. Green quality, speed +5, recovery +4, effect lasts 30 minutes. Pheasant and straw mushrooms are stewed in a big pot, and of course a large part of it is soup. Sitting on the grass, Yi Qian mixed some meat and steamed buns for the little tabby cat and put them on a plate. He himself carried the bowl and chopsticks, with a bowl of meat and a steamed bun. After eating and drinking, Yi Qian began to calculate how many survival points it would take to lay the floor. Also windows and doors. It was cloudy and rainy outside last night. He could feel the dampness even when he was lying in the house. Occasionally, a breeze blew and raindrops came in through the doors and windows. Meow. The little tabby cat had eaten its fill and was lying on the ground, turning over to bask in the sun. Suddenly, piles of wooden boards appeared on the ground in front of Yi Qian. The sound of the wooden boards falling to the ground scared Xyalihua so much that he jumped up from the ground. Why are you still so timid? Yi Qian saw that Xyalihua was frightened, but jumped onto his shoulder the next moment. He smiled and shook his head, and continued to buy the prepared wooden boards. The wooden boards are 9 to 11 centimeters wide and have a standard thickness of 3 centimeters. This is a standard within the scope of collected processed products. Because the primary ones are not completely rigorous, as long as they are not sold individually, there will be such a range division. And all the houses in Yi Qian's house can be used. After buying piles of wooden boards, Yi Qian began to carry out secondary repairs, and then laid the boards one by one in his house. Chapter 32. The wooden house is built, and the crops in the field are about to mature. Achievement: Home/wooden house. You successfully built a complete wooden house. Survival points +500. Just after Yi Qian laid the wooden boards and bought 6 wooden windows, for large and 2 small, and 2 double doors, his wooden house achievement prompt popped up. He had saved up more than 300 survival points before, and the collar equipment he sold in the afternoon was finally sold for 820. He used all of it to buy wooden windows and doors. Fortunately, he is not completely poor at the moment, because he has just completed the construction of the house, and today's random task is manufacturing. So this house is considered to have completed that task, and he is rewarded with 100 survival points. This is the highest reward among the daily random tasks so far. But it shouldn't be any higher. After all, so far, no one has found anything bigger than a hand-built wooden house. Meow. The little tabby cat ran around in the house. The wooden floor was nailed to the frame below by Yi Qian, and it was very sturdy. Not to mention little Lihua running around. Even if Yi Qian ran a few laps in the room, there would be no shaking. Take your time and play. I'm going to water the fields. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat, opened the window and door, left the house, and prepared to continue working. He was busy cleaning the house all afternoon today. Now the sun is about to set, and there is a water shortage message showing in his fields. Dig ditches to allow water to reach the edge of the land, slowly replenishing moisture to the land when the temperature is no longer so hot. A small plot of land planted with cilantro, area 5x2, 420 cilantro, maturity in 4 days. Plot of land planted with cabbage, area 4x4, 20 cabbages, 3 days into the growing season. A small plot of land planted with peppers, area 2x1, 2 plants, entering the growing season in 3 days. A small plot of land planted with cherry tomatoes, area 4x2, 2 plants, 4 days into the growing season. Tomato plot, 5x2, 6 plants, 5 days into the growing season. A small plot of land planted with potatoes, area 5x2, 21 potatoes, entering the germination period in 1 day. Land planted with cabbage, area 5x2, 10 cabbages, entering the germination period in 2 days. Land planted with cabbage, area 5x2, 10 cabbages, will enter the germination period in 3 days. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, growth range 10x10, one tree, matures in 12 days. After looking at each field one by one, Yiqian found that the rabbit ear grass did not show any signs of accelerated growth no matter how much water it drank in the past few days. Maybe the previous one was an additional special effect of the first growth. On the contrary, the coriander field experienced an accelerated growth rate because the temperature was particularly high today, and one day seemed like 2 days. 0039. Zhongwei. 2. Brother Yi, I'm back from hunting. I wasn't successful this time. The wolves were too ferocious, and I didn't catch any wolf cubs. My luck has suddenly turned bad. 0039. Zhongwei. 2. By the way, Brother Yi, have you started your secondary position yet? I was so tired I slept all day yesterday that I forgot to talk to you about this. Regarding the secondary position, if you're a farmer, don't try to fight head-on. If your combat power doesn't exceed 10 points, even a level 1 mutant rabbit can easily injure you. I'm serious, brother. You'd better get some paralyzing or stunning poison, something that can restrain the animal. After poisoning the prey, don't use stones or farm tools to disable its limbs and teeth first. Then, remember, you have to hit it with your fists or stomp it with your feet. In short, you have to kill it yourself to succeed. Number 2. Zhang Wei didn't know that Yiqian was the one who leaked the information. He was now lying at home resting when he suddenly remembered to talk to him about this matter. In the story, he also talked about himself. He went to activate the secondary collection job in the middle of the night and nearly died from a swarm of bees. Fortunately, he had found an escape route in advance, jumped into the river, and swam underwater for more than 10 minutes before he finally escaped. 0997. Yiqian. Brother Zhang, this experience is really not easy. The deputy position has been opened. Although my combat ability is not very strong, I have a cat at home. Yiqian still gave some of the credit to his own little tabby cat. Moreover, even if Qin Jian didn't mention the deputy position now, he might bring it up someday in the future. There's no need to hide it, but at the same time, there's no need to say too much. So, the cat is very strong, and he has the cat to take care of him. This identity setting is pretty good. Meow. The little tabby raised its head and looked at Yiqian, who was smiling at it. It had no idea that its presence had been wiped out several times. The species speculated that in this regard, it was also shifting towards the direction of the tiger. 0039. Zhongwei. 2. I'm so envious. My black bear cub has already eaten over 10 pounds of my meat and 5 doses of my qi and blood-boosting potion. Most importantly, it doesn't work and even destroys my house. Seeing people talking about such a good cat, Number 2 Zhang Wei felt even more sad for his black bear cub. Cats are so obedient. They know how to drag their owners to activate a secondary job after hunting. The bear cubs and his family do nothing but eat and play, and even the wooden house has been demolished. He had no choice but to buy a stone house to live in. At least the bear cub was not strong enough to tear down the stone house. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang's family raised this little thing. It's truly a bear cub. Yiqian looked down at the little tabby cat who was happily playing in his hand, picked up the cat, stroked its fur, and also complained that the bear cub was really scary. However, the hunting players are really generous. The auction house has level 1 potions for replenishing qi and blood, all of which are of uniform size, and the starting price for one is 200 survival points. At present, the transaction price is basically between 900 and 1,000. 5 copies, that's about 5,000 survival points. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. It's a bit frustrating, but it's not bad at all. There was this unlucky guy. I can't say who he was, but there was a player whose house was by the river. He raised a nest of water snakes, over a dozen of them, all of which he saved by feeding them potions and keeping them well fed for a few days. But after that, they actually ran away with the water. At least my snake didn't run away even with the door open, so I can at least feel a little relieved. In order to prove that his family is not the most troublesome one, Number 2 Zhang Wei told Yiqian some new things in the small circle. However, we can laugh about this matter, but who is so unlucky is a confidential matter. Yiqian said that he could understand this kind of thing. After all, Qin Jin had agreed not to reveal his information before, and Zhang Wei seemed to be really unaware of it. However, that unlucky guy might one day hear someone he's not very familiar with share this unlucky player's story with him. Chapter 33. On the 10th day, Luo Shan couldn't bear it anymore. 0001. Luo Shan. The previous posts have been posted. There are some new additions, so please take a look. Now, let me talk about my own affairs. If players encounter any problems, you can discuss and ask in the chat channel, or find some like-minded players to cooperate with. I am also a player. I just work with a few players who I can chat with to organize some information and post it for everyone to see. I don't have so much supplies that I can just give them away, nor am I idle 24 hours a day to monitor private chats. If you encounter any problems, please come to me. If I see it when I'm not busy, I will reply, but I still need to work most of the time to survive. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 10th day in this world, Luo Shan was still sending the sorted information twice a day. Just after he sent it out, a little while later, he sent out a long string of emotions and helplessness in the chat channel. He's also a gamer. People. Yi Qian added some firewood to the stove, and seeing that there was still enough soup in the pot, he covered the pot, continued to light the fire and heat the food, and took a look at the chat channel. Although I had guessed that something might go wrong, it was only the 10th day. It's another nice day today, with the highest temperature reaching 35 degrees Celsius. Yi Qian got up early to clear 10 square meters of land and planted 10 cabbages. Then, while the weather was still cool in the morning, he watered the field again. Received a private message from friend 0032, Qinjian. When Yi Qian heated up the stewed chicken soup and straw mushrooms and served them out to prepare for dinner, he received a private message. It was Qinjian's message. I could basically guess it was related to Luo Shan before I even opened it. 0032. Qinjian. Brother Yi, have you checked the chat channel? The question about Qinjian's news was a bit awkward. Ever since Luo Shan started sharing information every morning and evening, most players would stare at the chat channel at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. to read the information. 0997. Yi Qian. I saw it. What do you think, Brother Qin? Yi Qian crushed the chicken for Xiao Lihua, put it on a plate, and let it cool before letting the kitten eat it. He replied in the private chat interface and waited to see what Qinjian wanted to say. 0032. Qinjian. I just feel a little frustrated. Although I knew this day would come, when it came, seeing them talking about how bad Luo Shan was, I still felt sad. Qinjian was not looking for Yi Qian for any advice now. He just didn't know if he could find anyone else in the friend list to talk about this topic besides Yi Qian. They are clearly working very hard, preparing these materials for players for free, and they don't even need players to thank them. But just because they wanted more players to survive, they were treated as suckers. Some people even chatted with Luo Shan privately, saying that they had no materials left and asked Luo Shan to support them with 1,000 survival points first. They didn't reply to private messages and said that Luo Shan had delayed their request for help. He asked for money but refused to give it, calling Luo Shan a liar and scolding him for pretending every day, but in fact he had no idea what shameful motive he had. I borrowed something but got no response, so I cursed Luo Shan. In short, as long as their demands are not met, Luo Shan is wrong. Even though they know that some people will scold them for saying this, many people still say this. The players who curse Luo Shan and the players who curse this kind of topics seem to be becoming more and more balanced. Players who criticize this kind of people won't persist forever, but more and more players are criticizing Luo Shan. 0032. Qinjian. Brother Yi. After you told me that, I talked to them. Boss Luo said he wasn't afraid of being scolded or picked on, so he could withstand the impact of these negative emotions. Qinjian just wanted to say it. He didn't really care whether Yi Qian replied or not. He talked about what happened at the beginning when they thought they couldn't handle it, and then Luo Shan stepped forward to take on the responsibility. It's really not surprising for hunting players to get injured while going out hunting. After getting injured, they often lie at home, drinking potions and eating special dishes, while they wait for recovery time to organize some information. They persist and work hard only because of their original beliefs. But now, even Luo Shan, who thought he didn't mind any verbal attacks, couldn't bear it anymore. 0997. Yi Qian. If you want to do something, learn to ignore hostility. If you don't want to do something, let it go and be yourself. People can fight for their ideals and pursuits, or they can fight for themselves. Just choose the one that you can't give up the most. After all, life is never perfect. Yi Qian is not very good at persuading others, especially such idealistic people. He is a self-centered and pragmatic person who doesn't like to owe others, but he is also the type who will not make selfless contributions. To be honest, he probably shouldn't like chatting with this kind of idealistic person, but although Qinjian is idealistic, he is not the kind of person who would drag others into making sacrifices together. Generally speaking, we can chat for a few minutes and have some give and take. 0932. Qinjian. Brother Yi is so insightful. Ahem, if we could just choose one, we wouldn't be so frustrated. I think I understand. Ultimately, it's just us being too greedy. We greedily believe that our efforts will be rewarded. Just like now, we want more people to stand up and support us. Qinjian's comfort to Yi Qian not only did not make him feel relieved, but made him feel even worse. Although they find a lot of reasons, think about it carefully. If they don't always expect others' support and care, there is really no need for them to be angry. 0997. Yi Qian, it's not that I'm completely clear, but I can let it go. After Yi Qian sent this message, he felt a little weird. Why do I feel like I'm teaching people how to do things? This is not good, very bad. Whether you can let it go or not has nothing to do with you. As expected, you can't talk too much with idealistic people, because it's easy to get caught up in them. 0032. Qingjian, how long has Brother Yi been a monk? Are you sure it's you, my brother, and not some old man from some immortal mountain? Qingjian's reply came more than 10 minutes later. Moreover, it seemed as if the original sadness and heartache had jumped out and shifted to a strange direction. 0997. Yi Qian, how about you cry and complain about your grievance for a while longer? This person's topic went off track, so Yi Qian followed suit and changed the subject. 0032. Qingjian, that's not necessary. Brother Yi, thank you. Qingjian's mood had basically adjusted. After thanking Yi Qian, he didn't say anything else. Yi Qian didn't send him any more messages, and the private chat stopped there. After the chat, Yi Qian was full and satisfied, and it was time to continue working hard and provide himself with the necessities of life. Today's goal is to make a comfortable bed. This is not a wooden bed, the kind of pure wooden bed that he can make by buying a few pieces of wood. What he wants is a big, comfortable bed with a soft mattress. Chapter 34. Cutting grass to make a mattress. Finally, I can sleep comfortably. Lihua, let's go. After breakfast, Yi Qian, with the little tabby cat lying on his shoulder, fed the hens that had entered the growth stage, and fed honey to the little gourd bees before setting off. After going out, he stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers with the snake grass that had climbed nearly 10 meters on the fence wall, said hello, and then left home. This is how the fields at home are for now. The price of seeds is really expensive. Yi Qian plans to wait until tomorrow to see if the coriander can grow again after it matures, such as leaving a few plants to bloom and produce seeds. Moreover, due to my lack of experience, the coriander was planted a bit densely. Meow meow. Lying on Yi Qian's shoulder, the little tabby shook his head. Occasionally, he would turn over and put his little paws on Yi Qian's face, rubbing it with his soft paw pads a few times before retracting it. This grass is okay. The mattresses made by players are very expensive. If you can't afford them, you can only use softer grass instead. This time, Yi Qian walked a little further down the mountain. After seeing some relatively old grass areas, he was in a good mood and started working with a sickle. The grass was cut and baled, and bundles of green grass were placed next to it. Meow meow. The little tabby played in the grass for a while, then suddenly jumped into the depths of the grass, which was more than half a meter high. When it came out, it dragged back a small white snake that was less than half a meter long. Well done, extra meal tonight. Yi Qian picked up the snake corpse, which was less than 2 centimeters in diameter, put it in his backpack, touched Xiao Lihua's head, and praised it for doing a good job. So, encouraged, little Lihua brought back the second prey when Yi Qian had cut the 8th bundle of grass. It was still a white snake, but this one was a little bigger than the previous one. You must have a problem with the striped creatures. Yi Qian put the snake corpse into his backpack, then picked up the bundled grass, put 2 bundles into his backpack, tied the remaining 6 bundles twice with straw ropes, and walked home carrying 3 bundles in each hand. Meow. The little tabby quickly lay on Yi Qian's shoulder and meowed occasionally when he was in a good mood. Although no one could understand what the other was saying, every time Lihua meowed, Yi Qian would say a few words. Then the man and the cat returned home in this tacit understanding of talking to themselves. Meow meow meow. When the little tabby cat returned home, he jumped down at the door, ran to the snake grass, and had another conversation with himself. After Yi Qian entered the house, he began to spread out the newly cut grass. While it was being exposed to the sun, he also had to beat the grass. The grass leaves and stems need to be beaten until they are soft during the dehydration process. This process is quite strenuous, but in order to sleep comfortably, Yi Qian doesn't mind the extra effort. During this period, he also bought some wooden boards and put them together to make a large bed of 1.8 meters by 2.2 meters. The bed was ready, and the mattress was made of this grass. Yi Qian found a few clean straw mats and connected them with straw ropes to serve as a base. By the evening, even if there was any undried grass, Yi Qian had used the water system to extract it. We had 2 snake segments stewed with straw mushrooms for dinner, and the man and the cat enjoyed it very much. They were also very satisfied with the bed and mattress that were finally made after a day of hard work. The mattress wasn't too thick, only 10 centimeters, and was filled with dry, soft grass. The side facing upwards was woven from softened grass leaves. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, something happened today. I didn't go out, and I don't have any children anymore. At 8 o'clock in the evening, number 2 Zhang Wei sent a private message to Yi Qian. He also has a good relationship with Luo Shan. Although he doesn't participate in all things, he will share any discoveries he makes. However, Luo Shan's current situation was like a slap in the face to their previous mood and expectations. 0997. Yi Qian, it's time for dinner. Make something good to eat, then have a good sleep. Tomorrow is a brand new day. In this world, no one sees each other. It's just some noisy chatting. Yi Qian advised him to eat and drink well, and then have a good sleep. There are quarrels between players every day. However, Luo Shan and the others' dreams were too large, so they were more vulnerable to injury. Heartbroken, sad. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I've lived this long thanks to my good attitude. A certain unlucky fellow wanted to make me a weapon, but the group I targeted yesterday were still waiting for the new weapon. He ended up being in a bad mood and didn't make it. I'm feeling down too. Number 2 Zhang Wei responded very readily and explained the reason for his sadness. Chatting and other things were just incidental. His main point was that without new weapons, he couldn't beat those wild wolves. 0997. Yi Qian, try harder tomorrow. Looking at the other person's reply, Yi Qian replied with one sentence and didn't want to say anything else. It's really not good to imagine too much. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, you're not shy, are you? Thank you for your concern. If you weren't involved in that incident, don't overthink it. Luo Shan isn't really fragile, but at this point, he needs to think things through on his own. I'm no longer interested in trying to persuade him. The more I persuade him, the more he gets upset. If I stop, he'll naturally calm down. Seeing that Yi Qian didn't say much, number 2 Zhang Wei came to persuade him instead. The two chatted for a while, skipped the topic of Luo Shan, and talked about the differences between raising a cat and raising a bear cub. Then, Zhang Wei said with a sad face that he would definitely educate the bear cub to be well-behaved and sensible. Meow. After eating snake meat stewed with straw mushrooms, the little tabby girl lay on Yi Qian's shoulder. It accompanied Yi Qian out again to clear the canal and irrigate every field. After watering for 2 hours, it made sure that there would be no water shortage tonight before blocking it and allowing the water to continue flowing into the rabbit ear grass. It's time to go to bed. We can sleep in this bed for a long time. After watering the land, Yi Qian checked the growth of the snake grass, then went to feed the chickens and the gourd bees. After making sure that everything was done, he carried the cat back to the house and lay down on the newly made comfortable bed. Chapter 35. Go down the mountain. The further you are from home, the more good things you will find. Day 11. 8 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds. Sunny. 28 degrees Celsius 37 degrees Celsius. South wind force 6. High temperature. Please pay attention to changes in plant growth. On the 11th day, after waking up, Yi Qian looked at the temperature indicator and began to wonder whether he had to dig a cellar since he had just finished building the house. After all, the cellar is warm in winter and cool in summer. Missions. 1. Reclamation and farming. 2. Patrol. 3. Harvest. Today's task is to harvest the coriander in the fields as it is about to mature. Meow. Little Lihua is still as big as before, standing on the courtyard wall and stretching out his claws to play with the snake grass. Snake grass is conscious. Judging from the way it greets Yi Qian and interacts and plays with Xiao Lihua, its consciousness is quite clear. So every time Yi Qian went out or came in, he would touch the leaves of the snake grass that came over. This was their way of greeting. Lihua, you're bullying the snake grass again. Be careful, or it will really roll you up. Yi Qian shook his head and watched the kitten patting the leaves of the snake grass again. But the snake grass just continued to play with the little tabby cat, without any emotion of disgust or indifference. Looking at the two playing, Yi Qian went to the chicken coop and poured the mixed feed into it so that the hens, which had grown to about 2 kilograms, could eat well and lay eggs earlier. Eggs can be produced through farming and can also be encountered in the wild through gathering and hunting. But at this time, the harvest of eggs should be relatively small. The eggs listed at the auction were sold for 80 survival points last night. 1 egg. The most expensive beef and mutton currently being auctioned can be sold for 60 survival points per kilogram. So when an egg was sold for 80, some players complained bitterly in the chat channel. At 8 o'clock last night and 8 o'clock this morning, Luo Shan's survival strategy information no longer appeared. During that period, after it was confirmed that it had not been released, some people said that Luo Shan was indeed afraid, while others said that it was just those bored people who wanted to make everyone suffer together. Some people even criticized Luo Shan for not releasing information or notifying them, forcing them to stop working and wait, only to be stood up. There were all kinds of rumors, but Luo Shan disappeared after arguing with someone yesterday morning and has not spoken since. Ga, 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 Ga. Suddenly, there was a cry in the air. Yi Qian raised his head and looked at the dozen or so wild geese flying away. He determined their altitude and realized that he could not attack them. Moreover, he didn't know whether these geese were level 1. If you provoke a high level 1, it's not certain who will eat whom. Meow. Little Lihua stepped on the top of the fence, ran to Yi Qian's side, and then jumped onto his shoulder. Little Lihua hadn't gone out this morning. She had gotten used to being taken out for a run by Yi Qian every morning, but today, when Yi Qian didn't show up, she took the initiative to come and urge him. You're still anxious. Let's go out for a walk. Yi Qian poked Xiao Lihua's head, left everything in his backpack in the house, and only took 2 bottles of water and a sickle and pickaxe. Then he closed the gate and ran out. Patrols have a basic distance limit. The shortest patrol before was 500 meters, but this time he ran in circles around the hillside of his home, running about 5,000 meters before a message prompting that the mission was completed appeared. We're almost down the mountain, Lihua. Let's go down there and have a look. We might be able to find some drinkable water. Yi Qian stood on a rock, looking at the area below where the trees were dense and the grass was probably taller than a person. The more he looked, the more he wanted to go there and take a look. Meow. The little tabby cat had no idea what Yi Qian was saying, but whenever Yi Qian spoke, it would respond. So, with the joint decision of the man and the cat, they continued to walk down the mountain. This time, Yi Qian walked very slowly, ready to run back if there was any danger. For convenience, he cut the grass wherever he passed while walking forward, clearing a path about 2 meters wide. It turns out that you have to walk further to find more collectible items. Yi Qian walked less than 100 meters down the mountain and saw a shrub next to him. There were many red fruits growing on the branches of the shrub. The fruits are very small, about the size of soybeans, but there are about 30 or 40 fruits on this shrub. Unidentified fruit collected. Berries, berries, berries. Yi Qian had never seen this kind of fruit in the past world, but now, he knew it was called berry. Moreover, a total of 38 berries were collected, as well as 4 unidentified fruits. With this harvest, Yi Qian searched even harder. As he swung his sickle, the surrounding grass was quickly cut down. Unidentified plants collected. While mowing the lawn, Yi Qian suddenly received a prompt. In his hand, he was holding a handful of green grass more than 1 meter high. He threw away all the grass leaves, and finally, half of the fluffy dark green plant was left in the palm of his hand. A small branch about 20 centimeters long. This is the unidentified plant. Searching along the ground, Yi Qian saw a section of rhizome that was different from the grass. He put away the sickle and replaced it with a pickaxe, and after a few strokes he dug out the plant. Unidentified plant roots collected. Yi Qian felt that this should be a good thing, but he really didn't know what it was. It didn't matter if he wasn't sure. He put everything in his backpack and continued mowing the grass and searching. Yi Qian kept mowing the grass. When he felt something was wrong with the grass around him, he straightened up and took a look, then took a deep breath. Yi Qian, 20 years old, is 1.85 meters tall and weighs 145 pounds. He has muscles, but they are not very obvious. He considers himself a sunny and lazy big boy. However, now that he is only 1.85 meters tall, even when he stands on tiptoe, he is not even as tall as the surrounding grass. The grass was more than 2 meters high, so Yi Qian could not see anything and quickly retreated. After stepping back more than 20 meters, he stood on the road he had opened up earlier. Looking at the overly tall grass, he still felt something was wrong. According to normal personal feeling, the grass was so tall that he would not have forgotten to observe because of mowing. Moreover, since a while ago, the little tabby cat lying on his shoulder has been too quiet. No playing, no barking, not even a paw moving. Chapter 36, Escape from Death, Strengthening Potion and Skill Book. Taka. Yi Qian took a few steps back along the road, then looked at the little tabby cat and called out in a low voice close to its little head. Meow. The little tabby cat's pupils expanded from a vertical line instantly after it woke up. It roared at the grass in front of it, then raised its head and screamed. Don't be afraid. Yi Qian reached out and grabbed the little tabby cat in his arms. He touched the cat's head with his fingers, and after thinking about it, he decided to hold the little guy in his arms. Because he was frightened before, he deliberately adjusted his position so that the little tabby leaned his back against his arms, with his claws scratching his clothes. Woo-woo. The little tabby cat was growling muffledly and trembling, its eyes fixed on the front. It's okay, it'll be fine. Yi Qian continued to retreat, following the path cut by the mowed grass, moving towards the mountain. One step, another, the footsteps were very clear. In addition to the sound of his footsteps, some swaying sounds gradually appeared in the grass ahead, as if blown by the wind. But they all knew that it was not the wind, because the wind could not enter the grass and only blew that small part. The thing hidden deep in the grass started to move. Don't be afraid, we'll be out soon. Yi Qian was talking to Xiao Lihua in a low voice, actually telling himself that he must stay calm. He moved back calmly, and when he had retreated to the big rock where he had been standing before to watch, and only needed to take one more step back and jump up to return to the clean low grass area, two vines flew out from the grass in front. At the same time, two dragons flew over to Yi Qian and locked onto his limbs. Hiss! Yi Qian grabbed the edge of the stone with his hands, jumped up, turned over, and stepped on it, but the vine also changed direction and wrapped around his feet when he landed. The sharp thorns pierced directly into the ankle. This vine actually wanted to suck blood. Meow, meow, meow. The little tabby wanted to jump out of Yi Qian's arms, but was held down by Yi Qian and let out an angry and sad roar. However, he was not dragged away as Xiao Lihua had thought. After the four vines wrapped around Yi Qian's ankles, they only pierced his skin and withered and broke the next moment. Yi Qian drained the water from the vines to break free, and then turned and ran away the next moment. The wound on the ankle was sealed with 2 loops of water rope, temporarily plugging the punctured blood vessel wall. It really hurt, but his body functions were fine, and he could continue running. Behind Yi Qian, 6 vines sprang out this time, as if there was no limit to their length. They appeared around Yi Qian several times, but he temporarily repelled them by sucking out the moisture. It ran and ran until Yi Qian could see the front door of his house, and the vine finally seemed to have reached its limit. The vines, stretched to their limit, were somewhat stiff, but still 2 or 3 meters away from Yi Qian. Break! Yi Qian now has very little mental power left. After locking onto the half-meter vine with his mental power, he directly drained the water from the part outside half a meter and cut it off. A half-meter-long vine fell to the ground, and the rest shrank back in an instant, disappearing in a few seconds. Not even a trace of dragging was left on the ground. Blood Soul Vine Branches, Blue Quality, High-Level Collection Drop, Material. Yi Qian raised his hand and picked up the half-vine. While his feet were still able to walk, he ran again, went home, closed the door, and then lay down in the yard. It was just a piece of branch, but it was of blue quality. He even doubted whether the original body would be of higher quality. But this thought was fleeting, because he was soon attracted by several other prompt sounds. Planter Player 8181-0997. Yi Qian successfully collected level 2 mutant materials through his own attacks, unlocking his second secondary job. Second deputy job, gathering, new basic functions added, view information about collectible objects in the wild, and process drop materials. Planter Player 8181-0997. Yi Qian has obtained the secondary job, hunting, and the second secondary job, gathering, integrating the basic functions of the 3 jobs. Achievement, Comprehensive Development. You have acquired the 3 basic abilities necessary for survival, +1 enhancement potion, +1 random skill book. Achievement, Collection 1. You successfully collected level 1 mutant plant material, survival points, +100. Achievement, Collection 2. You successfully collected level 2 mutant plant material, survival points, +500. The series of prompts made Yi Qian a little confused for a while, and he even ignored the pain in the wounds on his ankles. In addition to the integration of basic professional functions, you will also get 600 survival points. But these are just basic things. What Yi Qian is most concerned about now is a small bottle of potion that fell into his hands after he appeared, and a skill book that cannot be opened. Level 1 Strengthening Potion, Green Quality. After taking it, the body will be strengthened. The degree of strengthening is not fixed and depends on the body's absorption capacity. Note, the effect of strengthening drugs of the same grade will gradually weaken with the number of times it is taken. Strengthening potions are basically the same as strengthening foods. Moreover, the enhanced potion awarded this time is level 1, and its effect should be slightly worse than the previous enhanced mushroom soup. But it is an enhancing potion after all, and these things are rare, so let's put it aside for now. His current physical condition is not suitable for enhanced absorption. Besides this, there is the book in his hand. He tapped it with his finger, and the turntable that he had seen when he first arrived appeared in front of Yi Qian. The turntable kept spinning once it was turned on. When Yi Qian said stop, the turntable slowed down until it finally stopped. Gain auxiliary skills, plant communication. Plant communication, level 1, 0/100. A planting-related auxiliary skill. Can be used on planted mutant plants. Good communication can bring different planting-related amplification effects. He had acquired the skill, but Yi Qian was not in the mood to think about how to use it now, as his mental strength could no longer sustain it. The damaged blood vessels, muscles, and bones at the ankles of both feet were simply repaired by wrapping the 2 circles of water ropes. At least, there are no hidden dangers left, but the pain may still last until tomorrow morning. Meow. The little tabby cat was trembling all over. It crawled out from Yi Qian's collar, with its little head pressed against Yi Qian's chin, not daring to move. The weak cry of grievance and the big cat eyes with tears in them made Yi Qian have no choice but to stay calm and raise his hand to touch the little tabby cat's head. It's okay. I'm home now. I can be considered to have survived a disaster this time. I'm sure there will be good fortune in the future. Once we improve our strength, we'll go deal with that guy next time. Yi Qian stroked the little tabby cat's fur, held it in his arms, and covered it with one hand. When he felt that the little thing had stopped shaking, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. At the ankles, the 2 circles of water ropes slowly disappeared after losing control. It was too dangerous before, and Yi Qian's control over the water system suddenly erupted at the moment of crisis. But how exactly this was accomplished would have to wait until he woke up and then slowly study it. In the small yard, Yi Qian fell asleep. Little Lihua slowly crawled out from the palm of his hand, carefully came to the side, and lay down next to Yi Qian's face. The colorful little gourd hanging around Yi Qian's neck shook, but when he got no response, he continued to stay quietly. On the fence wall, the snake-like leaves moved, and the upright leaves seemed to be observing the surroundings. The underground roots grew a little bit, and the snake grass, which absorbed the water, once again grew along the fence wall. The roots were at the entrance of the courtyard, and the strongest vine had climbed to a quarter of the fence wall. Chapter 37. Harvest vegetables. Coriander seeds dropped. You received a private message from your friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. You received a private message from your friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. You received a... The continuous reminder sounds woke Yi Qian up from his sleep. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked at the dozen or so messages he had sent, his head feeling dizzy. The injury was quite serious before. Now that he has woken up and moved around a little, the pain in his ankle still makes him grimace. However, this person sent more than 20 messages. What happened? 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, I've gained a lot today. How are you doing today? 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, are you busy? When you're done, call me back. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. What's going on? It's already dark. Where have you been, Brother Yi? 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, come out and say something. Are you okay? 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, speak up. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Yi Qian, just say something, don't scare me. I'm a shallow-eyed person. If you dare to make me cry, I'll beat you up later. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Don't joke like that. I know you're still alive. Just let me know. If you're injured, ask for a trade, and I'll get you some potion. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. No way, you haven't replied yet. Brother Yi, wake up. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Wake up. Did you turn on the notification sound? I sent you a message to wake you up. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Wake up. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Wake up. At first they were talking about things, and then it became a series of wake-up calls. Seeing that he was still sending messages, Yi Qian quickly replied. 0997. Yi Qian, alive. In a word, the private chat on the other side finally stopped. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Just survive. Do you need a recovery or detoxification potion? I can lend you one. Number 2 Zhang Wei asked again whether he needed the recovery potion. Although he thought that Yi Qian was a healing type, he should not need that kind of potion. But in case it was due to insufficient mental strength or some other problem, he thought about asking more questions. 0997. Yi Qian, thank you, Brother Zhang, for your consideration. I won't need the potion anymore. I was consuming too much energy before, and I relaxed after entering the house and collapsed. It's not even 12 o'clock yet, so I'll go get some food first, and then I have to hurry and harvest the vegetables before it's too late. Yi Qian replied a message, then held up the little raccoon beside his head. There was a light mist in his palms, which seeped into the little raccoon's skin as he gently stroked it. Before, the little tabby cat was frightened and suffered physical and mental damage. But it was that blood soul vine that nearly killed little Lihua, wasn't it? Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat that was stretching its paw and yawning, slowly waking up, and automatically compared the little tabby cat's original wound with the wound on his ankle. Aside from the size, everything else is similar. Or perhaps, the blood soul vine had not grown up at that time, and only after eating some special nutritional supplements did it grow to its current size. There are also those green grasses that are more than 2 meters high. There is nothing wrong with the species, but they are so much taller than the surrounding ones. It may be the soil in that place, or there is something buried under the soil. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the strength to find the blood soul vine yet. Meow. The little tabby woke up and saw Yi Qian looking at him. He lay in Yi Qian's palm and rubbed it, then raised his paws and stretched out his claws, wanting to play with Yi Qian. It didn't know if Yi Qian was busy right now. In its mind, every time it opened its paw and shook it, Yi Qian would reach out and pinch it and would smile happily. Be good. Eat a couple of bites first. We need to put away the food before 12 o'clock. Yi Qian felt the recovery of his mental strength. It was not fully recovered, but it was almost there. Pinching the little tabby cat's paw, he put the little thing on his shoulder, took out a wooden stick, and wrapped it with cloth. There was no oil, so it would be enough to hold on for a few minutes. When he opened the door, he patted the leaves of the snake grass and then came to the coriander field. A little tabby cat lay on his shoulder, observing the surroundings and keeping watch. He stuck the torch into the ground and harvested by the faint light of the fire and moonlight. Each coriander plant is almost 1 meter tall and weighs between 2 and 3 kilograms. Squatting on the ground and pulling and moving, his ankle still hurt, but Yi Qian had temporarily ignored it. 1, 2, 3. A total of 420 coriander plants were pulled out and piled up in the field. Achievement: Planting/Vegetables 1. You successfully harvested 1 vegetable from the field. Survival points plus 50. Achievement: Planting/Vegetables 2. You successfully harvested 100 vegetables from the field. Survival points plus 500. Because the quantity was large enough, Yi Qian directly achieved 2 vegetable growing achievements this time. Moreover, in addition to these achievements, this harvest also brought him some extra output. Level 1 coriander seeds, green quality, can be planted, can be reproduced after maturity. Green quality coriander seeds. After pulling out 420 coriander plants, only this one was left. However, this seed is not for growing vegetables to eat, it is for reproduction. In other words, only when green quality seeds are dropped can they bloom and bear fruit, and then these seeds can be used for the next planting. If there are no extra drops during normal harvest, you can only buy ordinary seeds from the mall to plant. So this is considered good luck? This is coriander. Now what should we do with such a large amount of vegetables? Yes, he can eat it, but he can only use coriander as a condiment. Sell? Yi Qian opened the auction and took a look. The price of this coriander seemed not bad. Chapter 38. Entering a Dream. Master, goodbye. Coriander. Vegetable. Weight. 2.6 caddies. Starting price. 5 survival points. Auction time. 12 hours. When a coriander is hung up, the starting price is calculated according to the weight. Moreover, the calculation method is rounded off. Of the 420 coriander stalks, Yi Qian kept 1 for himself and hung the rest. Looking at the current 419 auctions, just the starting price can sell for more than 2,000 survival points. After all, it is quite a lot, more than 1,000 pounds. But if you think about these 420 coriander seeds, purchased from the survival mall. 5 pills for 100 survival points. 1 pill for 20 survival points. That is 8,400. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Although there are many people who don't eat cilantro, there are always some who like it. Right now, I hope there will be more people who like to eat cilantro. Yi Qian held the kitten that jumped from his shoulder into his arms, picked up the torch that was almost going out, and returned to the yard. Coriander, if it's Chinese cabbage, it will sell better than coriander. However, these were all gifts from the initial mission, so he should not worry about it. Meow. Little Lihua rubbed Yi Qian's face and continued to lie on Yi Qian's shoulder, watching him feed the chickens and then the gourd bees. After feeding all the animals and having a simple meal of steamed buns and pickles, Yi Qian looked at the yard again to make sure nothing was left out. He then hooked his fingers with the snake grass, patted its leaves, and went back to the house to sleep. Today, lives were threatened, and many benefits were reaped afterwards. Player. Area 8181. No. 0997. Yi Qian. Career Direction. Planting Department. Level 1620/10.000/Basic All-Round Survivor. Special Ability. Water Element Control. Skills. Synthesis. Level 1/Assistance. Plant Communication. Level 10 out of 100. Combat Strength. 13. plus 25/special ability bonus. Survival points, 1805.4. Equipment, linen clothes without attributes, novice protection set. Coarse cloth backpack, drinking water, 1 caddies, ×2, level 1 coriander seed ×1, blood soul vine branch ×1, unidentified plant ×3, unidentified plant root ×1, unidentified fruit ×4, iron pickaxe, 13, scythe, 31. Assets, simple wooden and bamboo house, 317.5 square meters of fenced yard, well, 166 square meters of cultivated land, and 156 square meters of planted land. Mutated plant, level 1 snake grass, growable. Because he had to go out before, Yiqian left everything at home except 2 bottles of water and 2 tools. What's in my backpack now are basically the items I got after going out today. Just put these aside for now. Yiqian is currently paying attention to the newly emerging career direction information. He didn't have this information before. Moreover, because of his identity as a level 1 planting system, he gained an extra point of combat power. The previous combat power was 11 points. Today, I made some breakthroughs while escaping from death, which added 1 point. The identity label of the planting system also added 1 point. What made him feel even better was his control over the water system. Before this, he had only just reached 12 points after practicing for several nights, but today his combat comprehension more than doubled to 25 points. Meow. Little Lihua lay on the mattress, turned over and rolled twice, turned around, and saw Yiqian still with his eyes open, and tilted his head to come over. Go to sleep. You're tired today. You still have to work hard tomorrow. Yiqian touched the little tabby cat's head, then closed his eyes and continued to sleep. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll be able to see the auction results around 10 o'clock. There are also 3 basic abilities after the integration of the survival system, which we will study tomorrow. He was really tired. Look here, little brat. This is the last time I'm going to teach you. The red flames were burning, and a figure with twisted limbs was burning along with the raging fire. The voice was still saying something, but Yiqian felt that he could not hear it at this time. He only saw the position of the figure, a human figure condensed from flames, who was giving Yiqian the last and only complete teaching. The flames danced wildly, and the heart moved at will. Yiqian felt that his thoughts were also following the other party and moving little by little. But the other party is fire, and he is water. Over and over again, water and fire, which were obviously incompatible, gradually achieved a synchronization. Cultivate your mind, enhance your spiritual power, control and absorb the elements. This is a dream, a memory, and also final farewell. Master. Yiqian was still immersed in sleep, but tears were already sliding down the corners of his eyes. In his dream, he practiced for a very long time and had completely integrated this information and memory into the depths of his soul. The flame in the dream suddenly went out, and he appeared in a small wood, running to find the hiding person. You old liar, didn't you say you didn't like fish? After passing through the grove, the little child saw an old man grilling fish by a small stream in the mountains. The child's shout of old liar made Yiqian, who was still a little confused, feel sour and sad. Shut up, little brat. What are you doing here, covered in dirt? Aren't you afraid your grandma will scold you again and not let you have dinner? The old man picked up the grilled fish and took a bite, not worrying about whether the fish would be hot as it had just been taken off the fire. I won't starve to death if I don't eat a meal. Old liar, give me 2 bites of your fish so I can have a taste. The child came over and tried to grab some to taste it. You dare to eat anything? Aren't you afraid that I'll take you out and sell you off, just like they said? The old man shook the grilled fish in his hand to prevent the child from touching it. Moreover, he used what the villagers, including the child's grandparents, said to scare the naughty child. Why are you selling me? Or, why don't you raise me? Grandpa and Grandma always say I'm a burden to their family, and they want to throw me away. Look, no one wants you, and no one wants me either. How about we get together? You raise me, and I'll take care of you in your old age. You want to support me in my old age, you little brat? You might not even live longer than me. Hey, you old liar, stop cursing me. You said you raised me, so what is your identity? Otherwise, you can be my master. I tell you, I see masters and apprentices relying on each other on TV. You wishful thinking little bastard. Master, look at us, one old and one young. We look just like the master and apprentice in TV dramas. Get out of here, you little brat. Master, do you want to eat fish? I'll go into the water and catch some more for you. I won't eat it. Master, look at this fish, it must be delicious. Shut up. Master, it's time to eat fish. You are the master, you eat first. Bring it here, little bastard. Okay, master, please. Little bastard. Master is right. The disciple is a little bastard, and the master is an old bastard. Hey, 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 master, you can't hit me. Ouch. You little bastard, I don't know who you took after. Chapter 39. Spend money to buy experience? It's noon. When Yi Qian woke up again, he looked at the 2 unread private messages from his friends and the information about the receipt of the proceeds from the auction of 419 pieces. He reached out and hugged the little raccoon beside him. Last night, I had a dream. It's been a long time, and also, never see you again. Meow. The little tabby cat raised its 2 front paws, hugged Yi Qian's face, and raised its little head to touch it. Don't worry, I'm fine now. He had already done everything he wanted to do before he died. It's just that some of the pain didn't exist in the first place. Even if those people were retaliated, it can't erase the pain he once endured. When people get close to others, they may be hurt by some unexpected people at any time. Yi Qian held the cat, tilted his head, and put his face against the cat's head, muttering a few words to himself. When Yi Qian received another private message from a friend, he calmed down, rubbed his cat's head, and opened the message panel to check. 0039. Zhongwei. 2. Brother Yi, are you awake? 0039. Zhongwei. 2. Are you still not awake? 0039. Zhongwei. 2. Brother Yi, you didn't faint again, did you? I'll continue sending messages. This isn't the way to sleep. Look at the time of the other party's messages. 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. I didn't see any reply to the one just now, but he sent it again. 0997. Yi Qian, wake up. Yi Qian hurriedly replied, as he was worried that if he replied too late, the person would send another string of messages. He is not in a good mental state now. If he is reminded continuously, he is afraid that he will become dazed. 0039. Zhongwei. 2. I'm glad you're awake. If there's any danger, tell me. It's not certain if there are more. If you need less than 1,000 survival points, I'll still lend them out. Number 2 Zhang Wei brought it up again and asked Yi Qian if he needed to borrow money. He also made it clear that the borrowed debt had to be less than 1,000. Regarding this topic, Yi Qian looked at the number of survival points he currently had and replied readily, really not necessary. The previous coriander has been sold. 419 copies, the lowest sold for 16 survival points, the highest sold for 24 survival points. I can only say that there are still many players who like to eat coriander. After deducting the handling fee, Yi Qian received 8,359 survival points from this sale. Survival points, 10,164.4. Yi Qian's current survival points have reached 10,000. The seeds given to him in the early stage have finally shown their value. Moreover, there is a green quality coriander seed. When this seed is planted, it will grow into a coriander, which will then produce seeds. It's hard to say how many seeds this can produce. With the money, Yi Qian wanted to do something, so he went searching for planting nutrient solution. Level 1 planting nutrient solution, 10 caddies, price, 200 survival points. 200 survival points can buy 10 kilograms, which is the lowest consignment price at present. At the auction, someone put it up with a starting price of 150 per piece, and they all came in 10 gene packages. Yi Qian didn't know exactly how much of this thing was needed. He took the crop accelerator and went to the rabbit ear grass. It is exactly 10 by 10. Level 1 crop accelerator, multiplier 2, enabled, range 10 by 10, consumes 0.5 caddies of plant nutrient solution per hour. It needs 12 kilograms of nutrient solution a day, and the rabbit ear grass produced 100 leaves last time, which were sold for more than 800 survival points. It takes 15 days to mature and 7.5 days after accelerating. If you use the acceleration function all the time, you will need to consume 240 points a day for a total of 1,800. The price difference is quite big. However, picking rabbit ear grass leaves is not only for selling, but also for increasing professional experience in the planting department. He can directly see how experience is gained. The current career experience is 620 points, of which 420 were given when harvesting coriander, 100 were given by the rabbit ear grass leaves before, and 100 were also given by the second level enhanced mushroom. According to this ratio, picking ordinary vegetables will give you 1 experience point per plant. Level 1 mutant plant. It is not yet certain whether these 100 points are calculated as 1 plant or 100 pieces. And that level 2 enhanced mushroom is definitely worth 100 points. However, level 1 seeds or seedlings are hard to find at present. The few that are occasionally available are on consignment at high prices, but they are not available at auctions at all. After all, the reserve price of the auction is not set by oneself. After seeing the consignment prices, the lowest being over 5,000 survival points per pill. How could players possibly go to the auction house and list it for dozens of points per pill? So, this is roughly equivalent to spending money to buy planting experience. After all, there doesn't seem to be much profit to be made from the price of ordinary vegetable seeds bought from the survival store and the selling price of the vegetables after they mature. If you sell cabbage at the auction house, if the weight of one cabbage reaches 5 kilograms, it can be sold for about 30 survival points. But most of the cabbages on consignment sale weigh a little more than 1 kilogram, and no one would buy them even if they were priced at a few dozen yuan each. At auctions, cabbages weighing over a pound are sold for around 10 survival points, but the standard price for cabbage seeds is 10 survival points per seed. Therefore, if it is just ordinary planting, it really does not make money. If it weren't for the daily tasks that give some survival points, those who farm might have starved to death. If I have to spend money to buy experience, I'll have to buy it. Maybe I can get some special drops when I gather them. Yi Qian hesitated for a while, but decided to buy 10 barrels of nutrient solution and spent 2,000 survival points to fill the accelerator. The accelerator is installed in the field, in the center of the entire field. A rigid pipe is erected, and above the pipe is a circle of nozzles. After it was turned on, the nutrient solution emerged from the nozzle like mist, covering the entire field. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, growth range 10 by 10, 1 tree, matures in 5 days, 2x speed. The rabbit's ear grass will mature in 5 days, and after the acceleration, it will take 2.5 days. Chapter 40 Little Lihua, Meow Meow can locate. Day 12, 1:22 and 11 seconds p.m., sunny, 36 degrees Celsius to 39 degrees Celsius, south wind level 1. High temperatures, please pay attention to changes in plant growth. It's so hot today. After adjusting the acceleration in the rabbit ear grass field, Yi Qian sat under the fence and lamented that the weather was too hot. He tilted his head and rubbed it against the leaves of the snake grass that came over, then continued to check today's tasks. Tasks: 1. Reclaim wasteland and farm. 2. Gather. 3. Repair the home. The mission remained the same, with no changes due to the opening of his third secondary job and the integration of his basic professional skills. It was this career direction that made Yi Qian look at it more carefully. Career direction: Planting Department, Level 1620/10.000/Basic All-Round Survivor. The abilities of the planting system are divided into land reclamation, sowing, observing plant growth status and processing methods, harvesting, and a random event in the main career direction. Random events include the previous super-accelerated growth of rabbit ear grass, the daily weather change increase, the irrigation increase, and the extra output during harvest. These are the abilities that Yi Qian can possess as a planting system. And now this basic all-rounder has integrated the 3 major abilities of planting, hunting, and gathering. Basic all-round survivor, basic information observation, basic material processing. This tag is very basic and the content is also very basic. The basic information to observe is the item name and health bar. Not only animals in the wild, but also plants in the wild have health bars. For example, the blood soul vine mentioned earlier is indeed a plant. This basic material processing is the subsequent basic processing of items obtained through hunting or gathering, such as leather making, drying, and other processes. It is indeed the basics. Yi Qian took out a berry from his backpack, looked at the displayed information, and sighed. Berries, food, edible, craftable. Blood soul vine branches, blue quality, produced by a level 2 mutant plant, material, processable, extractable. The information about collected items is also relatively direct. But how to manufacture and process? If you are not a gathering player, just figure it out on your own. In this world, apart from basic skills and profession-specific skills, players have to explore and discover other aspects on their own. But as long as the player makes it, even if the finished product is a bit rough, it will be recognized, but it may show labels such as inferior or simple. For example, the well Yi Qian had dug and the thatched hut he had built. In this world, whether it is equipment or furniture, players need to make it by hand again and again. Even Yi Qian's synthesis skills require manual synthesis every time, and the results of each synthesis are not completely certain. Meow. Little Lihua walked around in the wasteland and came back with another big earthworm. He put it in front of Yi Qian and waited for praise in a good mood. Well done. Yi Qian reached out and touched the little tabby cat's head. He was quite satisfied with the kitten's recovery ability. After being frightened yesterday, he was still worried that the little tabby would not dare to play by himself. It seems that he was overthinking it. This little guy's mental recovery speed is faster than his own. Meow. After being touched on the head, the little tabby cat jumped into the ditch in a good mood, washed its paws, and then meowed at Yi Qian again. Come here. Yi Qian stretched out his hand, and when the little tabby cat jumped into his palm, he sucked the moisture out of the skin on the cat's paws and legs. I was worried that the cat might be afraid of water, but I didn't expect it to become addicted to it. Moreover, it seems that it used Yi Qian's hand as a quick-drying machine. I picked up the big earthworms and chopped them into pieces, then mixed them with wild vegetables and chopped rabbit ear grass leaves, and fed them together to the hens at home. After feeding the chickens, they also had to feed the gourd bees. After feeding them, Yi Qian took Xiao Lihua out again. Forget about the area down the mountain. He still has to complete his daily tasks first. There is nothing in the upper part of the front mountain, and the few small trees have droopy leaves and branches due to the high temperature of 39 degrees Celsius. The leaves of that snakeberry plant had all shrunk, and it looked like it was about to die from the sun. So in this situation, Yi Qian went straight to the back mountain, climbed over the hill, and searched in the relatively dense woods in the back mountain. Wild vegetables. There were a lot of wild vegetables on the ground under the tree. Yi Qian took the cat, squatted down, and started digging. The trees were very small, and I couldn't swing a pickaxe under them, so I spent 8 survival points to buy a shovel. The soil was loose, so I scooped up one tree with one shovel, shook the soil, and put the wild vegetables into my backpack. Meow meow. The little tabby cat lay on Yi Qian's shoulder. It was always in such a relaxed state when it didn't feel any danger. When there is danger, but it is not too aggressive, it will bar its teeth to warn. The stiff state of my body yesterday was because the enemy was too strong and I was completely suppressed. After what happened yesterday, Yi Qian would often check on the little tabby cat's reaction to make sure it could play freely, which meant there was no problem. Unidentified plant roots collected. When Yi Qian dug out a wild vegetable, he brought out a small piece of something that looked like a tree root from the soil, put it away, and continued digging. When Yi Qian was digging wild vegetables next time, he tried to dig deeper with the shovel. After a while, he dug up another piece of unidentified plant roots. Meow. Little Lihua looked at the tree root in Yi Qian's hand, tilted its head curiously, and leaned forward to smell it. How can you smell where this thing is hiding through a layer of soil more than 10 centimeters thick? Yi Qian was amused by the way little Lihua was smelling the scent seriously. But he suddenly remembered that when he was weeding in the coriander field before, little Beaver had smelled the scent and then only picked the weeds and didn't touch the coriander. Could it be that his little tabby cat has searching abilities? Meow. The little tabby caterpillar saw Yi Qian holding the tree root tightly and seemed very happy. After confirming the smell, it really jumped to the ground and began to slowly search the surrounding ground. First, he used his little paws to dig up the dry grass on the ground, then lowered his head to smell the soil. There is none here. Change place. Continue. Meow. After changing several positions, the little tabby sniffed, then stopped and meowed at Yi Qian. One of its front paws scratched the mud a few times, but it was too small, so it only left a few grooves. I'll dig it. Yi Qian squatted down, dug a little deeper with a shovel, and then turned the soil over. Unidentified plant roots collected. Turning it over, I saw that there was indeed a piece of tree root in the soil. Green quality, unidentified, plant roots. Beaver is amazing. Yi Qian picked up the piece of tree root and shook off the dirt. He held the kitten in one hand and the tree root in the other, smiling happily. His little tabby cat, who is less than 2 months old, can already help support the family. Meow. Seeing Yi Qian smiling happily, the little tabby cat also meowed happily a few times, then jumped out of Yi Qian's hand and continued searching on the ground with great enthusiasm. I'll clean these up first. In order to prevent the little tabby cat's fragile claws from being hurt by weeds, Yi Qian bought a wooden rake and cleared the dead grass and rotten leaves on the ground. Only green grass, wild vegetables, and the clean ground were left. After clearing a small area, Yi Qian squatted down to dig wild vegetables, and little Lihua didn't have to work hard to pull apart the grass leaves before she could smell them. Chapter 41. Weeding and Watering the Land. The number of players has reached more than 30,000. It's getting dark, let's go home. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian picked up the tired little Lihua, came out of the woods on the back mountain, and ran all the way towards home. He gained a lot this afternoon, so much that Yi Qian's mouth was a little dazed. However, the little tabby cat would get tired after searching for a while. It had been sniffing and resting for the past half-afternoon. Now it was lying in Yi Qian's arms, curled up into a ball and about to fall asleep. Meow. After returning home, little Lihua was put down by Yi Qian. He then rolled around on the ground, feeling lazy and unwilling to move. Go get some sleep. I'm going to tidy up the fields. The sun is about to set, and it's time to water the fields again. Yi Qian touched Xiao Lihua's head and then went out. A series of tasks such as weeding and watering were still waiting for him. While doing these things, Yiqian opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. 31,912 Wang Zihan, 68. I just want to have a dog. I want to have many, many dogs. You didn't let me at first, always saying that it wasn't my home. If you wanted to have one, you should have let me grow up and buy my own house. Now I don't have to grow up. I already have my own house. I'm just saying I found a puppy to keep me company. You cursed me in private messages, and I ignored you. You even came to the chat channel to curse me by name. Are you crazy? 0102. Su Yin. I support this child who wants to get a dog. She's just a 12-year-old girl who spent 10 days moving rocks and breaking branches to build a home. It's not easy to come into this world and survive alone. She was found by her parents just after she came to say hello. They scolded her for being stupid as soon as they confirmed that she was their child. Now she has a dog to keep her by her side. So what's wrong with that? Dogs grow much faster than people, and the dog can protect her when it grows up. How can her parents still come out and scold her? I think they are just idiots. 0606. Luo Fei. That's what I mean. How can there still be such parents? You actually come out and scold your child for being disobedient at this time. Why don't you go find the child and protect her? 10620. Li Chong. 88. Don't give such bad advice. If we ask such controlling parents to find the child will go back to hell. Why don't parents need to get a qualification first? 0011. Su Lu. Don't be afraid, little sister. We all exist independently in this world. Just block them in private chat. If they dare to come here and curse you again, your brothers and sisters will curse them back for you. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Back then, when my generation was young, most parents in ordinary families would raise some small animals and let their children take care of them. This would help them develop a sense of responsibility. 3092. Lu Shan. Uncle number 39, please don't generalize. Although I'm not married, my brother has children, and there are many families around me who have children. They're generally quite normal. 29,006 Lin Ziang. 13. I think what Mr. 39 said is correct. I'm only a teenager, and I'm really depressed at home. My parents always say that all their suffering is because of me. It really makes me angry, but there's nothing I can do. When the teacher came to visit my home, he said to give the child a little personal space, but he ended up getting complained about. As the chat contents were posted one by one, many players came out to express their opinions during the chat. Yiqian was curious about what these people were talking about and flipped through the conversation. He saw how badly the girl who wanted to raise a dog was scolded. In this world, most people are lucky if a family of 3 can keep in touch with each other. But there are always some sad things mixed in. However, according to Zhang Wei, number 2, their generation. If it was the same world before they came here, Yiqian began to wonder which generation they were. It can't be the famine era, right? Otherwise, an era of passion. I don't want to think about this kind of thing anymore. It's impossible that he is from the same generation as me anyway. Although he was left in his grandparents' rural hometown at that time, most children believed that all they had to do was study hard. Raising pets was considered childish and a distraction at the time. It was better to just fill in more workbooks. The conversation continued. Yiqian cleared the weeds in the tomato field, found a few branches, built a simple rack, and tied a straw rope around the cherry tomatoes. Weeds also need to be pulled out in the cabbage field. In the earliest cabbage field, the 16 cabbages have already started to form small hearts. The 2 small pepper plants have grown to more than 30 centimeters in height and have begun to branch out. Occasionally, some flower buds appear among the leaves. After pulling out all the weeds, Yiqian began to clear the canals and irrigate all the fields with water. Maybe because it is too hot today, the water level is not very high, and there is only a shallow layer of water flowing in the canal. Meow. Little Lihua saw Yi sneak into the yard and sit next to the well, so he came over curiously. You can't go down here, you can't get close. Yiqian reached out and pushed the little raccoon that was near the well outwards. Holding a rope with a bucket tied to it, he lifted the bucket up again and again, but it tilted and fell into the ditch. Although this was a bit laborious, the water in the canal increased and flowed into the vegetable fields faster. 0102. Su Yen, selling a storage cabinet. Green quality with a fresh keeping effect. It has a built-in 10 cubic meters of space, divided into 3 areas, a 5+3+2 configuration. The shelf life of stored items is extended by 120. It has 3 doors of different sizes, and is a wooden cabinet 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and 1 meter high. I have several similar ones listed for auction, but this one is the best. If you have blue quality gathering materials, please contact me to negotiate the price. If you don't have blue quality materials, please don't contact me privately. Number 102 suddenly sent a rough description of the item in the chat channel. This locker is a good thing, but Yiqian was originally interested. But when the other party said that the price could only be negotiated if the collected materials were of the lowest quality, he instantly lost interest. It's a good thing. You can store your own items and extend their shelf life. But the problem is that this blue material should be more valuable than a storage cabinet. Besides, he only had one blue material, so he didn't care about it. The water hole under this well should be a little bigger. Yiqian looked down. Because he had been carrying water, the water level had already dropped to below the canal level. He didn't plan to continue this process. A few water droplets fell into the well and sank to the bottom. Several water holes that had previously leaked water allowed the water droplets to penetrate into them. After hammering and banging, several water holes were carefully widened, and the water flowing up from underground suddenly surged. Then he put away the bucket and didn't have to worry about the water level being insufficient for the time being. Chapter 42. Cat Sucking Good Luck, All Seeds. Lihua, come here. I heard that petting a cat can bring good luck. Yiqian returned to the yard and sat down, looking at the little tabby cat playing on the grass beside him, and stretched out his hand to ask it to come back. Holding the kitten in his arms, Yiqian took out the many materials he had harvested today and yesterday. Level 1 Coriander Seed X1, Blood Soul Vine Branch X1, Unidentified Plant X3, Unidentified Plant Root X17, Unidentified Fruit X4. Today we were digging wild vegetables in the back mountain. Because little Lihua searched very hard, he dug up a total of 16 plant roots. Put the coriander seeds aside first. This is the only seed that can reproduce. Since we can't afford to buy too many vegetable seeds at the moment, we can't take risks. Unidentified plant roots X6, synthesizable, 100 success rate for this synthesis. They are all root systems, and they were dug out from the same area, so they look exactly the same. In this case, the results after synthesis will not be too different. I hope there will be some seedlings that can take root and sprout, so that I can save some money on buying seeds. A plant root about 5 centimeters long, bulging in the middle and pointed at both ends, flashed with emerald green light, and fell into Yiqian's palm. Level 1 Sweet Potato Seeds, green quality, can be planted and reproduced. Sweet potato? Yiqian picked it up and took a look. It was indeed a small sweet potato that looked like it had not grown up yet, but perhaps the only similarities with the previous root systems are the roots and the two types buried under the soil. But no matter what, this small sweet potato seed can make him look forward to the subsequent land reclamation and planting. After synthesizing one part, I put it away and continued synthesizing. 6 more unidentified plant roots, synthesized. Level 1 Leek Root, green quality, can be planted and reproduced. It can be planted directly and can be propagated, which is very good. This is the root of a leek. It looks very fragile, with only a barely visible trace of a bud. Lihua, it turns out that petting cats can bring good luck, right? Yiqian synthesized 2 cultivatable seeds in succession, held the little tabby cat close to his face, and continued synthesizing in a good mood. His mental strength has increased a lot now, and now he just needs to synthesize 2 non-mutated green quality items, which does not consume much energy. Even if we combine it into 5 or 6 more parts, it will not affect the subsequent land reclamation. Meow. Little Lihua turned over and was in Yiqian's arms, sticking to him and continuing to play with his tail. There are still some materials. This time, I'm going to get something with a mutation direction. Yiqian looked at the remaining unidentified materials and decided to splurge again. Unidentified plants X3, unidentified plant roots X5, unidentified fruits X4, synthesizable, 100 success rate, 50 chance of mutation. Yiqian put 3 different unidentified items together and synthesized them, and the chance of mutation this time was half. As the light green light gradually deepened, his mental strength was also rapidly consumed. The green light gradually darkened, and after the dark green, it emitted a faint blue light. Synthesis successful. Level 2 Fragrant Bamboo Seedlings, blue quality, perennial variant plant, can be planted, auxiliary type. A few white roots as thick as chopsticks supported a small bamboo shoot that had just emerged, and the whole thing was emitting a slight blue light. This blue light is too faint. It should have just barely jumped to the blue level. But there are also auxiliary plants. Meow. The little tabby grabbed Yiqian's hand with its front paws and came over to smell the fragrant little seedling. I can't eat this. Yiqian touched the little tabby cat's head, shook his own dizzy head, stood up, and prepared to go to work. The sun has set and the temperature has dropped a little. It is time to clear some land and plant these fertile plants. As for breeding, it is definitely different from those of ordinary vegetables. Meow. When they got outside the fence, Yiqian placed the little tabby cat on the snake grass side, letting the kitten play with the snake-shaped leaves. The fields that had been cultivated before were all right in front of his house, and his house faced due south. Now, in this small area, the fields with almost no slope are spreading forward in a fan-shaped pattern. Now, Yiqian carried the pickaxe and went to the left side of the fence of his house, which was the direction where the sun rose every day. Although the ground had been exposed to the sun all day, it was still relatively soft overall. The weeds that had originally grown to about 10 centimeters were now lying on the ground, wilted due to the daytime sun. When turning the soil, clear out the weeds and pile them aside. When you have time, turn them over and dry them in the sun. These can be used to start a fire in the stove. Are all support types so good? Yiqian quickly swung the pickaxe and dug out a square piece of land. Then he took the fragrant bamboo seedling and planted it in the middle of the new field. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, range 10 by 10, seedling stage 30 days growth stage, can increase planting output by 10, yield boosting mutant plant, 10 increase in seedling stage, 20 increase in growth stage, 30 increase in adult stage. Fragrant bamboo grows slowly, so there is no need to worry about its growth and adulthood in the short term. The fragrant bamboo will help increase the yield of all the land in this field, but Yiqian has no intention of planting ordinary plants in the vacant space. The breeding area must be separate and treated seriously. Yiqian dug holes in several different directions and planted coriander seeds in them. He found the direction of the small holes on the sweet potatoes, adjusted them, and buried them. Of course, I didn't forget about the leek. Level 1 coriander, green quality, can be bred, enters the seedling stage after 1 day. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, can be bred, enters the seedling stage after 1 day. Level 1 leek, green quality, can be bred, enters seedling stage after 1 day. All 3 trees have been planted, and the countdown to the next stage is displayed. Green quality plants grow much faster than ordinary vegetables. Now, we need to fence them off. All the plants that needed to be planted were planted. Yiqian looked at the little tabby catkins and snake grass that were still playing and jumped directly over the fence into the yard. Bring some branches and build a simple fence around the 100 square meters of land. This circle of fence is very short, only about 40 or 50 centimeters high. Because these branches were originally used for firewood, and now it was dark, he could only use them for the time being. After the fence wall with a large gap was built, Yiqian came to sit outside the wall and stretched out his hand for the snake grass to cover it with its leaves. Plant communication, one of Yiqian's skills. They are all auxiliary systems, but compared to the all-round type of synthesis that does not distinguish between career directions, plant communication is specifically used to communicate with one's own mutated plants. But this kind of communication is not talking, but some spiritual exchanges, emotional comfort, guidance on growth direction, and some small interactions when getting along. Chapter 43, Another Hot Day, Qin Jin's Reminder. You're so good, I need to find something to feed you. Yiqian leaned against the fence, holding the cat in his arms, and holding the snake grass leaves that rubbed against him in his palms. After some communication, he thought about how to get some nutritional supplements for this little snake grass to nourish it. He is just too soft-hearted. After feeling the efforts of these little things of his, he can't help but want to be nicer to them. Snake grass has always been very conscious of being familiar with the environment at home and wants to work hard to protect its home. In order to grow faster, it first drinks enough water before each growth. Its roots spread underground, absorbing more nutrients from the soil, making its branches more stable and its leaves healthier. After searching around, Yiqian took out a small black mushroom. The one before, the moldy mushroom. Although it is moldy and may cause uncertain adverse reactions after being eaten by animals and humans, it is still a green and high-quality plant after all. Take it out and hold it in your hand. Let the snake grass touch it, and then communicate with it again to check whether the snake grass is interested in this moldy mushroom. Meow. Little Lihua lay in Yiqian's arms, tilted his head, and looked at the large snake-shaped leaves of the snake grass, curious about why the leaves were shaking. But before it could get close and touch it with its claws, it saw a big crack suddenly appear on the edge of the leaf, swallowing the black mushroom. Swallowed. I've been rolling it up and playing with it for the past 2 days. It's emerald green, and in the sunlight, its long, thin leaves look like they have scaly veins. It has mouths all over its body. The little tabby cat curled up in Yiqian's arms, picking at his clothes, and was momentarily in shock, confusion, and sadness. What's wrong with you? Are you scared? Yiqian watched the snake grass eat the moldy mushrooms on its own initiative. He let go only after making sure there was no problem, allowing the snake grass to absorb it slowly. I looked down at the little tabby cat curled up with an awkward look in its eyes and picked it up helplessly. He could probably understand it. It was just like a playmate who suddenly turned into an alien monster one day. Although he could turn back, he would definitely be scared at the time. Meow. Little Lihua smelled the hand that Yi Qian was holding, and there was no unusual smell. He raised his head and looked at the snake grass leaves that had returned to leaning against the fence and were motionless. His big cat eyes were still full of confusion. It's late today. Go home, eat something, and get ready for bed. Come back to say hello to Snake Love Grass tomorrow morning. Yi Qian stood up holding the kitten, reached out to touch the densely packed long leaves of the snake grass again, then walked back through the gate to the yard, closed the door, and ate, and went to sleep. Today was a tiring day. Yi Qian glanced at the chat channel while eating, but didn't see much that needed attention. After the cat and the man had eaten their fill of steamed buns and pickles, and the little tabby cat had soaked some steamed buns in water to temporarily satisfy its hunger, the man and the cat fell asleep. While he was sleeping, his mental strength was still being cultivated naturally. Little Lihua stayed close to his head and slept until dawn. A new day begins with the crowing of roosters. Day 13, 5 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds, sunny, 38 degrees C, 42 degrees C, south wind level 2. The temperature is too high, so please pay attention to changes in plant growth. It's another hot day. Yi Qian got up and stood at the door. He could still feel the irritability caused by the hot weather. I opened the chat channel and saw that everyone was shouting that someone had suffered from heat stroke early in the morning. The sun had not yet risen, and Yi Qian seized the opportunity to check the fields one by one. As long as there was no indication of too much water, he would water them a few more times through the canals. The land newly opened last night, which is specifically used for breeding and raising seedlings, was quickly connected by ditches. Is this digesting well? Yi Qian looked at the snake grass that had surrounded the nursery area along the fence wall in just one night, and in a very good mood, he hooked his fingers and greeted the leaves of the snake grass. The land is 10 times 10, and each side is more than 10 meters. Although one side is the fence of the yard, it is still more than 30 meters around these 3 sides. The speed this evening is almost catching up with the total of the previous few days. The snake grass leaf that greeted Yi Qian swayed, wrapped around Yi Qian's wrist, and rubbed it, then continued to grow at the front of the branch. It just can't speak and can't get its roots out of the ground, but it has been conscious since it sprouted. Let's take our time. Yi Qian greeted the snake grass, watched it grow for a while, had a brief conversation with it in a good mood, and then continued to work. He fed the chickens and gored bees. Since he didn't hunt at home, he spent 120 survival points to buy a big fat rabbit. He cleaned it up and chopped it into pieces. When it was almost stewed, he added straw mushrooms and simmered it for a while. Whether it is the cat at home or himself, it is not suitable for him to eat vegetarian food for a long time. Otherwise, he will experience negative conditions such as lack of energy and poor recovery. Of course, this was not shown. It was Yi Qian's own judgment. 0032. Qinjian, Brother Yi, good morning. Qinjian sent a private message to Yi Qian while eating breakfast. This sudden greeting made people unsure for a moment whether he had something to ask or something to say. 0997. Yi Qian, good morning, Brother Qin. Have you eaten yet? When someone sent him a message, Yi Qian replied, anyway, I don't know what the other person means, so I might as well chat with him. It won't delay him and Xiao Lihua from having breakfast. 0032. Qinjian, I'm eating now. It's been too hot lately, so I went hunting near home at night. I just came back and cooked. I just talked to them about some new news. The weather is abnormally hot. There may be some water shortages or sudden severe conditions such as torrential rain and flash floods. Brother Yi, you are a farmer, so you must pay more attention. Natural disasters are more terrifying than wild animals. Qin Jin's purpose in looking for Yi Qian was to remind him to pay more attention to the troubles that might be caused by the hot weather. If it were before, such words would be sent directly in the chat channel, and then everyone would discuss it, and there would naturally be no need to talk to someone alone. But now is not the same as before. Luo Shan can no longer bear the scolding, and Qin Jin himself will not run out to cause trouble. That is to say, just talk to those who have added you as friends. Anyway, just to remind everyone, let everyone pay attention. 0997. Yi Qian, thanks for the reminder, Brother Qin. I'll go out and dig some more drainage ditches. I have a feeling this hot weather won't last for a few days. Yi Qian will still take the goodwill expressed by others seriously. As to whether he himself has considered these things, there is no need to emphasize this. 0032. Qinjian, it's best to go after the sun has died down. In this weather, even the strongest people can't handle it. If you get heat stroke or faint, It's not a matter of just getting a good night's sleep. Yesterday, a hunter was knocked down because he was in the sun for too long. It's best to avoid it if you can. The sun was already high in the sky. Qin Jin looked at Yi Qian's message and immediately sent a serious reminder. He even used the hunting system as a comparison to make Yi Qian realize the degree of danger. Li Hua, eat slowly. Hunters should all have very good physical fitness, right? Yi Qian fed Xiao Li Hua a piece of crushed meat. Seeing that the little guy was eating happily, he picked up another piece. He understood what it meant when he said that even hunters would get dizzy after being exposed to the sun for too long. But could it be that in this person's concept, he is just a sickly young man? Are farming players considered weak? But how can I open up new land without physical strength? Forget it. Don't worry about it. They are just showing normal concern. If someone cares about you, you should say thank you. Chapter 44. Digging ditches and canals. This is a big project. Li Hua, you stay home and play. I'm going to go and see how the ditch is being dug. After having breakfast, Yi Qian left Xiao Li Hua on the snake grass and prepared to go to the top of the mountain to take a look. The purpose of digging ditches is to prevent the water from being too strong during heavy rain and washing away the yard and fields. But we still need to observe how the water flows. Meow. When the little tabby cat saw Yi Qian was about to leave, it ran out from the leaves of the snake grass it was playing with, jumped onto Yi Qian's shoulder, and continued to follow him. Go if you want to. Come back when it gets too hot. Seeing that little Li Hua didn't want to stay at home, Yi Qian took it with him. The top of the mountain was not particularly far away, and after more than 10 minutes, we were already standing at the top, observing the natural changes in the terrain. The drainage ditches should not only reach the fields of one's own family, but should also continue to follow the terrain as much as possible to preserve the land on the hillside as much as possible. This hillside, which is not particularly steep, will be used for reclaiming wasteland and planting crops in the future. Therefore, we should try to leave more fertile land, because it will be our home in the future. Meow. Little Li Hua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder, and the scorching sun shone on his body. After a while, he began to feel uncomfortable. He pulled Yi Qian's hair a few times, trying to urge him to go home. Are you hot? Stay in my arms for a while. I want to take another look. Yi Qian was still quickly writing down what ditches to dig and where. When he heard the kitten's cry, he simply pulled open his collar and put the kitten inside. Although his body temperature was not cool, it was still better than being exposed to direct sunlight. Meow. The little tabby was held in Yi Qian's arms, with its paws on the collar. It tilted its head to look at Yi Qian's face, feeling that the situation was not what it expected. Although it was not exposed to the sun, Yi Qian was still exposed to the sun. It's okay, it will be fine in a moment. Just write it down and go home. Yi Qian continued to observe and adjust until he finalized the preliminary plan, and then he took the little cat home. Meow. After returning home, the little tabby cat can finally play happily in the house. After rolling twice on the bed and running a few times on the floor, the little tabby boy tilted his head and came close to Yi Qian again. Weave a bamboo hat so it can protect you from both the sun and the rain. Yi Qian watched the little tabby cat come over, rubbed it twice, and then continued weaving his hat. The sharp corners and large round edges are wide enough to cover his shoulders, so the little tabby cat can lie on his shoulders without being exposed to the sun. But the weaving process is really a delicate job. Yi Qian spent the entire morning weaving bamboo hats. By the time he finished making the hat, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it took a lot of time, I am very satisfied with the completion. It's okay, it can block most of the rain. Wearing a straw hat and holding a cat, Yi Qian came to the well, took out a bucket of water, and poured it on his head. Looking at the water dripping down around, the quality was barely acceptable. As for the slow seepage of rainwater when it rains, there is nothing that can be done about it. It is good enough that the hat he weaves with straw ropes and leaves can still hold up like this. At most, the rainwater would become heavy after being soaked for too long, and then he would just pump the water out. I can't control the water in a large area now, but it is still easy to deal with the moisture that seeps into the hat. Meow. Little Li Hua grabbed the edge of the hat, felt the intensity of the sunlight, then shrank back and continued to lie on Yi Qian's shoulder, continuing to play with peace of mind. It didn't feel the scorching heat, so it naturally thought that Yi Qian wouldn't be hurt by the sun either. That's all right now. Let's eat first, and then we should go to work. Yi Qian looked at little Li Hua and saw that she had started playing again. He smiled, walked into the kitchen, filled a bowl with meat, opened a steamed bun, and started eating. Because Xiao Li Hua doesn't like bread, Yi Qian himself doesn't like it either. So after eating one loaf of bread, Yi Qian put the remaining bread up for auction and spent his survival points to buy a bunch of white flour steamed buns that could preserve their quality and quantity as long as they were not opened. A few hours later, after finishing lunch, Yiqian took the cat out and started digging a ditch near a shallow pit near the top of the mountain. The pickaxe dug up the dirt, the big rocks were moved out, the small rocks and dirt were shoveled out, and little by little, the excavation continued in the direction planned. Throughout the afternoon, Yiqian stopped to drink water several times. It was not until the evening that they managed to dig out a ditch that was more than 500 meters long and about 2 meters wide. Digging ditches is strenuous work, and Yiqian's current physical condition is already very exhausted. After returning home and lighting the fire to heat up the food, Yiqian served the meat and vegetables to cool while he went to adjust the irrigation ditches so that the fields, which had been exposed to the sun all day, could be watered as soon as possible. Lihua, you must be so hot. Will you come with me after dinner? Yiqian was eating and looked at the little tabby cat next to him who had already filled his stomach with 2 pieces of meat. A layer of water ripples fell on its fur, seeping into its body and dispelling the hot air that had gathered again. Meow. The little tabby raised its head and meowed at Yiqian. After eating and drinking, Yiqian fed the chickens and gourd bees, said hello to the snake grass, and went out again with his newly bought pickaxe. On his shoulder, the little tabby continued to lie naturally. Wherever he is, there it is. Lihua, my vision is limited right now. If there's any danger approaching you, please remember to warn me. Yiqian tried to use a layer of water mist to cover his entire body, and the soreness in his muscles dissipated a lot, and then he continued to work with full concentration. When it comes to being alert, Xiao Lihua is better than him, and this time he didn't dig the previous part, but went back to the top of the mountain and dug in another direction under the faint moonlight. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, have you had dinner yet? At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Wei sent a private message to Yiqian. 0997. Yiqian, I've eaten. I'm still digging the ditch. Brother Zhang, have you finished cleaning up over there? Yiqian stopped to drink some water, replied to a message, and took a breath. It's so tiring to dig a ditch that is wide enough. However, the hunting department is quite strong, so there shouldn't be any problems. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. Digging a ditch? Brother Yi, your method is quite primitive. I demolished my house this afternoon and moved directly to the top of the mountain to resettle. Brother Yi, why are you still going to the trouble of digging a ditch? Number 2 Zhang Wei expressed his incomprehension. It's just a move. Even if we have to tear down the whole house and rebuild it, it's better than digging a ditch. He had also heard Yiqian mention in a previous chat that they lived halfway up the mountain, and digging a ditch from anywhere would not necessarily guarantee the safety of the house. If you want to build a complete set of safe ditch flood control system, it seems that this is a huge project and it is very scary. 0997. Yiqian, I can move my house, but I can't move my fields. And if the soil on this mountain is washed away, how will I be able to farm in the future? There's no other place as safe as my home in this entire forest. Yiqian really felt that this person's proposal was a bit of a scam. Moving is not difficult. However, we can't let all the vegetables that his family has worked so hard to grow for more than 10 days be thrown away just because of a heavy rain. Chapter 45. A wolf breaks into the house at midnight. My first experience with the cat's claws. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Well, brother, I've never farmed before. I learned to fight since I was a kid, and I forgot that farming requires a lot of effort. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, you go ahead and do your work outside at home tonight. Be careful and I won't bother you. I mainly want to tell you that it's been unbearably hot these past 2 days, and I really don't feel like going out hunting, so there are no cubs. Number 2 Zhang Wei feels quite embarrassed now. He quickly told Yiqian why he was looking for him, and then disappeared. Letting a farmer lose his family's farmland is like letting him lose his hunting weapons. He really doesn't understand much, so he should find someone to talk to about some basic information about farming. But he really didn't know that he had learned business since he was a child, learned various combat techniques, learned how to save his life on the battlefield, learned all kinds of conspiracy and calculation in the officialdom, learned how to judge people. But unfortunately, he has never learned how to farm. When it comes to farming, you still have to figure it out yourself. After giving Zhang Wei a brief reply, Yiqian continued digging. Discussions about possible heavy rain, flash floods, etc. have already begun in the chat channel. But at present, most of the players who are still discussing it have basically proposed the method of moving. Although the terrain of each player is different, it is difficult for most players to deal with it by digging canals and following the water. 0606. Luo Fei. You say that the farming system values land over life, but it's obvious you've never farmed before. Anyone who farms should know that their future livelihood depends on the produce of the land. Now that they've escaped, there might not be much loss. But who can guarantee that the next time they plant the crops and vegetables, they won't be hit by another rainstorm midso? When most people agreed, saying that the land could be planted later and people had to escape first when it rained, a player with a higher number came out and said something that contradicted their faces. I escaped this time, but what about next time? No matter whether it is grain or vegetables, no one can harvest them in just 3 or 2 days after planting them. Moreover, some players have their own career levels. If players who like planting want to upgrade, they must complete everything from planting to harvesting before they can gain experience. 0091. Family Yao. Planting is much harder than gathering. Gatherers and hunters can move around and settle anywhere, but the fields of the planting department cannot be moved. Those of you who are moving have almost finished talking, so please give the planting department some space to share information. If you feel suffocated without talking, please give the planting department some decent ideas. 2100 Meng Meng. I'm not sure about the planting department, but not everyone who gathers can move. I have a few mutant plants planted at home. I nearly lost my life to get these seedlings, and I can't bear to let them die in a flash flood. And those who say to move to the top of the mountain, have you ever considered that if there really is a flash flood, is the top of the mountain really safe? The content of the conversation gradually began to revolve around whether the top of the mountain was safe and what to do if they didn't move. Some people still insist that digging ditches is the safest option, while others say that raising the piles near homes can also redirect the water elsewhere. There were all kinds of opinions, but Yi Qian just took a look, then dug for a while and rested for a while, stopping only when he reached the level of his own field. There is a very dangerous blood soul vine at the foot of the mountain. Yi Qian can go down a little during the day, but stay as far away from it as possible at night. The ditches on both sides were temporarily dug out. Yi Qian looked at the time, and it was almost dawn, so he took the cat home and prepared to rest. Meow. When the little tabby cat arrived at the door exhausted, it suddenly let out a sharp cry towards their house. There is something dangerous under the wooden house. It's okay, it's not something too scary, it just didn't escape. Yi Qian smoothed the fur of the little tabby cat with one hand, and touched the leaves of the snake grass on the fence wall with the other hand, and conveyed some information to him through the snake grass. The thing that ran into the house first encountered the snake grass, and was confused by the snake grass and lost its direction, and then ran into the yard. However, the snake grass was a little unhappy because it didn't catch the escaped guy. The reason I didn't catch it was because its vines and leaves weren't long enough. I can only say that the character of my snake grass is relatively strong. Lihua, go play with the snake-loving grass for a while. I'll go deal with this unlucky guy who panicked and ran into our house. Yi Qian placed the little Lihua on the fence wall covered with snake grass, and without opening the gate, he jumped over the wall and jumped in. Ouch! Under the siege of a few drops of water, a half-grown wolf cub was driven out from the wooden piles under the house. When the wolf cub arrived in front of Yi Qian, he bared his teeth and roared angrily. The fear that he had originally felt due to the snake-charming grass disappeared without a trace after being disturbed. In its eyes, the prey right in front of it is the prey it can catch. Because although the creature in front of it was larger than it, its condition was already poor and the muscles under its skin were trembling. The half-grown wolf cub, who had just gained some hunting experience, identified Yi Qian's weakness after observation. Taking advantage of the moment when Yi Qian raised his head, he jumped up and tried to bite Yi Qian's throat. Actually, the speed is still too slow. There was a layer of mist in Yi Qian's palms, and his fingers were pinching the wolf cub's head. For water ropes as thin as straws bound the 4 paws of the half-grown wolf cub. The water ropes were very thin and small, but under Yi Qian's control, they had already bound the prey in the air. The 4 water ropes were pulling in 4 directions with equal force. His physical muscles were really tired, but his mental strength could barely remain in a fully active state. Lihua, come, kill it. Yi Qian controlled the wolf cub, which weighed about 30 kilograms, and brought it to the edge of the fence in this restrained manner, allowing Lihua to hunt it. Meow. Little Lihua jumped down from the fence, tilted his head to look at Yi Qian, then moved closer to look at the wolf. For a moment, he didn't understand what he meant. Well, kill it. Yi Qian grabbed the kitten's paw with one hand, pinched out the nails in its paw, and waved it at the motionless wolf cub so that the little tabby cat could understand what this meant. Meow. The cat's eyes widened, and the little tabby raised its paw and shook it, then looked at Yi Qian again to confirm whether it was true. Can it wave its claws? After confirming that Yi Qian nodded seriously, the little tabby cat jumped up excitedly, revealing the sharp claws of its 2 front paws. In the moonlight, there seemed to be a flash of light on the cat's claws. The little tabby cat waved its sharp claws at the half-grown wolf cub. The cat's claws, which originally looked very fragile, tore open the wolf cub's throat in one go. The cat killed the wolf, and when the wolf was unable to move, it took away its full health bar with one blow. Chapter 46. Domesticated War Beast. Little Lihua finally has an identity. Cat. Puppy stage. Relationship. Close. Domesticated. After little Lihua killed the half-grown wolf by slitting its throat with its 2 claws, Yi Qian had a choice. Maybe the prompt appears because the cat is aggressive. Domestic. When Yi Qian decided to raise the little tabby cat, a layer of soft green light appeared and disappeared on the little tabby cat's body. Player. Area 8181. No. 0997. Yi Qian. Career direction. Planting department. Level 1620/10/000/basic all-round survivor. Special ability. Water element control. Skills. Synthesis. Level 1/assistance. Plant communication. Level 13/100. Combat strength. 13. Plus 25/special ability bonus. Survival points. 7,366.4. Equipment. Linen clothes without attributes. Novice protection set. Coarse cloth backpack. Drinking water. 1 caddies. ×5. Blood soul vine branch ×1. Iron pickaxe. 82. Sickle 30. Assets. Simple wooden and bamboo house. 317.5 square meters of fenced yard. Well, 186 square meters of cultivated land and 166 square meters of planted land. Domesticated War Beast. Cat. Cub. Level 1 mutation. Alert. Speed. Sharp claws. Mutated plants. Level 1 snake grass. Growable. Level 2 fragrant bamboo. Seedling. Breeding plants. 1 coriander, 1 leek, 1 sweet potato. Looking at his personal information, his raccoon cat was transformed into a war beast because it could fight. However, it's still pretty good, which shows that his little tabby cat is still very strong. Meow. Little Lihua didn't notice anything unusual. It just killed the wolf that invaded their house. Now it happily turned around a few times, then raised its head to ask for credit from Yi Qian. Beaver is very powerful. Yi Qian reached out and picked up the little tabby cat, held it in his hands, and stroked its fur, feeling really good. Can you eat? While coaxing the kitten, a few leaves of the snake grass came close to Yi Qian and tugged at the corner of his clothes. He thought that plants were just about eating plants, but now after communicating, he realized that he himself did not realize the key point. This snake grass is made from snakes and plants, so it can be eaten by both meat and vegetables, and no matter whether it is poisonous or nutritious, as long as it does not kill you, you can eat it. Eat it. Yi Qian removed the water rope from the wolf's claws, leaving the corpse in place. He communicated with the snake-loving grass to eat it. After making sure it was eaten, the snake grass sprouted new tiny vines from the nearest vine joint. The brown vines, like a slender snake, followed the blood vessels torn open by the little tabby cat and touched the flesh of the wolf's corpse. Nothing looked changed on the outside, but beneath the wolf's skin, that section of vine had grown many thinner vines again, which had eaten up the wolf's flesh and blood. The process was not particularly fast, but it took no more than 5 minutes before only a complete wolf skin was left. Complete medium wolf skin, green quality, material. The wolf skin is just a material, and Yi Qian doesn't need to process it. In addition to this wolf skin, Yi Qian also has a rabbit skin, which was previously treated with wood ash. Although it doesn't look very good, it is indeed a successful leather-making process. Meow. The little tabby flower jumped to the ground, approached the retracting leaves of the snake grass, and stepped on them with its claws. The snake grass leaf that was stepped on shook, and 2 larger leaves stretched out from the side helplessly, rolled up the little tabby flower, and then picked up the cat, and then slowly took back the leaf that was stepped on. Meow. The little tabby cat curled up, held the rolled-up leaves with its 4 paws, and started playing with them. Swinging back and forth, he used the leaves of the snake grass as his own swing to play. So cute. Yi Qian looked at the little Lihua who was addicted to playing, and the snake grass who was playing with the little Lihua, took the wolf skin and put it into his backpack, and went to the kitchen to reheat the rabbit meat that he had stewed before. The rules of this world are that objects will be damaged, and food will also suffer some abnormal damage due to temperature, time, and the environment in which it is placed. But for food you make yourself, as long as it's not out of the pot and there's enough water, once you light the fire and bring it to a boil, the shelf life will start counting again. If the food is stewed in the pot for too long, it will become mushy. Now you can no longer pick out the rabbit meat in one piece. So Yi Qian now only serves as much as he wants to eat. Otherwise, if he serves it and leaves it out in this weather, It will go bad in 12 hours. Day 14, 1 minute and 11 seconds. Sunny to thunderstorm. 39 degrees Celsius, 44 degrees Celsius. South wind level 1. Thunderstorm weather. Please take precautions. It's midnight and the weather for the new day is refreshed. Thunderstorms. These rain showers can be big or small and are the most unpredictable. However, since it's a shower and the temperature is still so high, Yiqian looked at the chat channel. Some people who studied weather information said that it might be fine during the day, but they should pay attention to thunderstorms at night. There is a high probability that the temperature will continue to rise during the day tomorrow, with thunderstorms in the first half of the night and heavy rain in the second half of the night. Regardless of whether it was true or not, after Yiqian called Xiao Lihua to come over for dinner, he looked at the canal that was still flowing and carried the cat back to the house to sleep. This day is so tiring. He needs to have a good sleep. After waking up, his energy and body will be restored before he can continue working. However, this sleep was not comfortable. His muscles were sore all over. It had been a long time since he had experienced such high-intensity physical exertion. He started sleeping after midnight and woke up again at around 5 in the morning. Get up, eat, get a bucket of water from the well, and take a shower to cool down a little. And I forgot to eat this. Work is also exercise. I don't have to run around alone after eating it. Yiqian looked at the small bottle of strengthening potion on the bedside. It was given to him before, but he had thrown it aside because he was busy. Meow. The little tabby came over curiously, and seeing that Yiqian's face was a little red, he raised his little paw and stepped on his face. It's okay, get back to work. Yiqian once again felt the feeling of his body being strengthened. I continued to go out and find the location, and quickly dug out several planned trench routes. Now he doesn't even move stones or shovel out dirt. He just digs and digs. By the time he had dug the planned route for the whole morning and went back to move the stones, the strengthening potion had been used up. The body's combat power increased by 2 points, and after strengthening it is 15 points. Mental strength increased, but not much. The additional combat power only increased by 1 point, currently 26. Although it's not much, Yiqian has always felt that as long as there is growth, he won't be picky. Meow. Little Lihua tilted its head to look at Yiqian. It had been lying on Yiqian's shoulder all morning, watching Yiqian digging with the pickaxe. In just the morning, more than a dozen pickaxes were broken. Although time is tight, we still have to eat. Yiqian took the cat home. The big fat rabbit from yesterday had been completely stewed into meat porridge by noon today, and it was the only one left for this meal. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. Brother Yi, how's the ditch digging going? During lunchtime, Zhongwei number 2 sent another message asking for information. 0997. Yiqian, the digging is almost done. I still have to clear out the rubble this afternoon. This job is really tiring, but if it's done well, it will save me trouble later. It can be considered as working hard for the future. Yiqian casually replied to a message, serve the rice, put some delicious food in it for Xiao Lihua, then took out the steamed buns for himself and started eating a little slowly. Once the ditch is dug, it will be used in the future, so he dug it as wide as possible and planned the ditch route more completely. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. This is indeed a long-term plan for future development. I tried it this morning, and it's really tiring. Brother Yi, are you okay now? I saw them say that sudden exertion of energy might cause damage to muscles or tendons. Are you sure you really don't need some recovery potion? Number 2 Zhongwei has tried it himself and knows how difficult this job is. So, he couldn't help but ask if Yiqian needed anything. This is the only person he has asked several times, but he didn't lend anything to. People sometimes feel awkward. He had always known that Yiqian would be short of money or some items, but he had made it so clear, so why didn't this person ask him to borrow? Chapter 47. It's raining, sneak attack in the rain and fog. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, my skills are support-based. Yiqian looked at the message from the other party tempting him to borrow the medicine, and replied to this Brother Zhang, who might be an old man with some helplessness. It was clearly this person who had been talking about this before, and I thought he was a therapist. 0039. Zhongwei, 2. Support systems aren't all-powerful either. You couldn't even keep a little bastard alive before. Forget it, I'm just too kind. Just tell me if you need anything. Let me raise the upper limit we mentioned last time. For anything below 2,000 survival points, you can always ask me, and I'll be willing to help you. Number 2 Zhongwei replied to the message and added some more. It was said before that if the survival points were below 1,000, now it has been doubled. 0997. Yiqian, thank you, Brother Zhang. I probably won't need it right now. When I need it, I won't be shy with you. Whether it's useful or not, let's leave it at that. After sending a message, Yi Qian continued to eat. After eating, he still had to continue working. After eating and drinking, the air, which was already unbearably high, suddenly began to become stuffy. High in the sky, clouds began to move rapidly. Li Hua, let's go and get back to work. Yi Qian carried the cat out, and when he got to the place, he put the little tabby cat on his shoulders, put on his hat, and started to work. Moving rocks, clearing rubble. The air was becoming increasingly hot and humid, and Yi Qian felt a little suffocated, so he put a cloud of water mist over his face and continued when he felt relieved. Meow. Little Li Hua saw the sweat on Yi Qian's face and body sliding down his clothes and onto the stones. Although the stones were very hot from the sun and the sweat evaporated as it fell, it still made it a little anxious. It is protected from the sun by the hat, but the hat can only cover Yi Qian's head, shoulders, arms, legs, waist, abdomen, and back, so he will still be exposed to the sun when working. It's okay, there's only a small part left. Once we finish this, we'll go home. Yi Qian's hands and arms were covered in mud. He tilted his head and rubbed Xiao Lihua, then continued to work. He has to pack up before it rains so that he doesn't have to worry about it after it rains. Halfway through the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, the clouds in the sky quickly gathered and thickened, and the air became more stuffy. At this time, Yi Qian had finally finished the 2 large ditches he was going to dig and the 2 ditches he had dug around the fields. Although he cannot guarantee that everything will be safe, he can at least reduce 90 of the damage caused by floods. Lihua, we can go home now. After running to check again, Yi Qian returned home in a good mood, holding the little Lihua who had been silent for half the afternoon. After returning home, he still couldn't rest immediately. He quickly dug small ditches between his fields to prevent rainwater from washing away the fields. It was not until after 6:30 in the evening that Yi Qian finally cleaned up everything around his house. He also built a simple new nest for the hens under the eaves, moved it in, and cut wild vegetables to feed the hens. Meow. Little Lihua looked at Yi Qian, who took off his clothes and stood by the well to rinse himself and rubbed against his feet. Finally, I can take a break. Give you a bath too. It's going to rain soon, so we have to stay home and eat steamed buns and pickles. Yi Qian fetched another bucket of water, held the little Lihua in one hand, and used the other hand to give it a bath. This little guy must be too hot to handle the heat after following me out to dig ditches. Next, you can rest. If all goes well, they might take a day or 2 off. Meow meow. The little tabby cat was taken for a bath. Its fur was soaked and it looked small and stupid. It cried pitifully twice, and after realizing that Yi Qian had not made it clean, it could only shake itself, trying to get rid of all the water on its body. Why are you so anxious? Yi Qian fetched another bucket of water and poured it over himself again, then held up the little tabby cat and sucked the moisture out of its fur. He placed the fluffy little ball on the window and let the little guy go into the house by himself. He picked up the clothes placed aside, soaked them in water, and made sure that there was no sweat smell on the clothes. Then he took them out, removed the moisture, and put them on. After he finished cleaning up, he stood by the thatch wall and communicated with the snake grass for a while. He only returned to the house when raindrops began to fall. It's starting to rain. Standing at the door, little Lihua jumped onto Yi Qian's shoulder and lay down. He looked at the raindrops outside and the increasingly loud thunder. The uninterrupted heat of the past 2 days was rapidly fading away. Meow. After taking a bath, the little tabby cat feels very comfortable now, especially since Yi Qian no longer has to work so hard. Its mood also relaxes. Lying on Yi Qian's shoulder, the little tabby cat meowed a few times, and then quietly accompanied him, listening to the rolling thunder and falling into silence. 0102. Su Yan, it's starting to rain. How are you all preparing? If you're not fully prepared, you'd better hurry up and clean it up. The rain is only going to get heavier. 0600. Lu Tingfan, it's too late now. If it's not absolutely necessary, try not to go out. If there's a lightning strike outside, you could lose your life if you're hit. 0012. Zhang Wei, have you noticed that there seems to be something in these clouds? The appearance of a name and what he said allowed Yi Qian to clearly capture it in an instant among the jumping chat content. Zhang Wei, this is Zhang Wei number 1. In this world, the number of people named Zhang Wei seems to be over 100, right? However, there is something in the clouds. Yi Qian was under the eaves, looking up at the clouds in the sky. What could be in there? 0039. Zhang Wei too. What kind of thing is that? The one with the same name as me. You've read too many mythological novels. What else could be in these clouds? Could it be a thunder god or a lightning goddess? When number 2 Zhang Wei saw number 1 Zhang Wei appear, he immediately set his eyes on the other party. After he came out, not long after, number 4 Zhang Wei, number 9 Zhongwei, number 10, number 10. In short, a series of Zhongweis popped up, and the topic instantly went in strange directions. The original topic turned into a reunion meeting, and other players with the same name suddenly appeared, looking for players with the same name to add as friends. Occasionally, there are also messages about people looking for their children, parents, relatives, classmates, and boyfriends or girlfriends. Lihua, the rabbit's ear grass is ripe. Let's go harvest it. Yiqian had seen it before, and it would take several hours for the grass to mature, but after the light rain fell, the rabbit ear grass actually matured faster. Green quality items will have a prompt when they are mature, so when the drizzle was getting more and more frequent, Yiqian still went out. Wearing a bamboo hat, he came to the rabbit ear grass field and picked all the ripe rabbit ear grass. This time the harvest was more than last time, with a total of 168 pieces picked. Nice catch, go home. Yiqian held Xiao Lihua in his arms, picked the leaves of rabbit ear grass, walked to the door of his house, opened the gate, and walked in. Meow. The moment Yiqian closed the gate, little Lihua suddenly let out a shrill cat meow. While it was having such an extreme reaction, Yiqian had already jumped up quickly and jumped directly into the well next to it. Just as he was leaving, a vine branch came out from outside the fence and stabbed towards the place where Yiqian had been standing before like a spear. It's that blood soul vine again. Moreover, this time he chased directly to Yiqian's doorstep. Stay! Yiqian looked at the vines coming from the rain and fog. Although he couldn't see clearly where the source was, since the vines had reached his house, he might as well cut them off here. I have been too busy these days and have no time to study how to deal with this potential threat, but I didn't expect that I would be knocked on my door now. At this time, he only needs to think about one thing: how to solve this thing. Chapter 48 Rainy Night Attack. Blood Soul Vine is afraid of thunder. Blood Soul, Vine Branch +1. Blood Soul, Vine Branch +1. Blood Soul, Vine Branch +1. Thunder rumbled and the raindrops as big as beans became more and more frequent. Yiqian cut off the vines close to him, picked up the 3 broken branches of the Blood Soul Vine, and threw these materials into his backpack. After a roll, Yiqian left the well platform and looked at the vines coming towards him again. His brain had quickly spread out all the locations in his front yard like a floor plan. He now knew exactly where he was and where the vines were coming from. Time and time again, after dodging 5 times in a row, the Blood Soul Vine seemed to be angry. A new vine came along the ground and directly poked a hole in the fence gate of Yiqian's house. The part of the vine that entered the yard was more than 3 meters long. After entering, the vine directly wrapped around Yiqian's ankle, and the sharp thorns were about to pierce into the flesh. However, the spikes pierced into a sticky substance, and at the same time, the vine broke off at the point under the fence. After extracting this small area of moisture, even if the Blood Soul Vine went crazy, it would not be able to repair the lost moisture area. Blood Soul, Vine Branch +1. Regardless of the size of the branch, as long as it is not the main rhizome, the tips are the same. Yiqian didn't care about that. He picked them up and put them directly into his backpack. This way he could make sure that these broken branches would not jump up and bite people again. Meow. Woo woo. The little tabby cat held Yiqian's clothes tightly with its 4 paws and did not make any sound when Yiqian dodged. Until the kitten smelled a different scent in the rain, it growled in one direction. The sneak-attacking creature is hiding in that place. How annoying. Yiqian stepped on the fence wall. He stepped on the trunks of small trees as thick as his wrists that he had buried at intervals to ensure stability when building the fence, and ran quickly. The place that Xiao Lihua was staring at just now was behind his house. One of the ditches we dug today is behind the house. The horizontal ditches can allow the water coming down from the mountain to flow through the ditches, preventing the yard from being flooded. At that time, there was no trace of the Blood Soul Vine, and little Lihua didn't smell anything different. Apparently, when the rain started falling, the Blood Soul Vine came up from the bottom of the mountain. The main body went to the back of his house, and then used the vines to circle around and attack from the front door. This is a fence made of vines surrounding his house. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded. When Yiqian jumped, he saw a vine that was about to attack him from the outside, and he was slightly slowed down for a moment. This Blood Soul Vine seems to be affected by lightning. But the lightning appeared in completely irregular patterns, and he had no ability to make it strike down and kill the mutant vine. Meow. When the little tabby cat found a water drop hanging in front of its eyes and swaying from side to side, it blinked and quickly realized that this was the one Yiqian usually played with. Its eyes moved with the water droplets, and it let out a cry when it was facing the vine. It's hidden in the ditch. Yiqian quickly analyzed the hiding place of the Blood Soul Vine from Xiao Lihua's perspective. While dodging, another flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The sudden brightness allowed him to see clearly what was happening at that location. The piles of gravel of various sizes were the stones he had dug out before. Because some of them might be kept for other uses, they were not thrown too loosely. Behind the pile of rocks, one can see a mass of twisted plants that appear to be black and red. The branches that are currently attacking Yi Qian are coming around from both ends of the ditch, and this black and red mess of plants should be the main body of the blood soul vine. However, the main body should be in the center of the wrapped area. He currently does not have enough mental strength to drain the moisture from this mess. Rumble. There was another thunder explosion, and the muffled thunder rolled. The black and red plant group that Yi Qian was staring at was shivering in the thunder. Could it be that this is a demon that has become a spirit and is afraid of thunder? Yi Qian thought of what number 1 Zhang Wei had said before, that there seemed to be something in the clouds. Maybe that didn't refer to any living creature, but rather to the lightning fluctuating in the clouds. Plants have consciousness and are afraid of thunder. He remembered his master once saying that it was normal for ancient animals and plants to be struck by lightning during thunderstorms. When the thunder faded away and the vines attacked again, Yi Qian looked at the vines that were not wet with water. While dodging, he suddenly had an idea and realized it. This may not be the so-called tribulation that one must overcome to become a spirit, but rather that when animals and plants reach a certain strength, they will have some special magnetic fields. So, the blood soul vine is afraid that rainwater will conduct electricity? The rain was getting heavier, and it ran to the upper slope where the vegetation was sparse. This was because there were too many plants on the lower slope. The grass, shrubs, trees and large trees were all soaked by the rain. And on the top of the mountain, the best place to hide from rain and lightning is his home. There were only a few flattened blades of grass in his house, and no trees, so the house was completely sheltered from the rain. Meow. When Yi Qian dodged several times, the little tabby kept his eyes on that position. Suddenly, its eyes moved and stared at the area next to the pile of stones. The grass ball that looked unchanged had actually moved in the ditch. It's okay, it can't hide. Yi Qian heard the rumbling thunder coming again. He took off the hat on his head and threw it back into the yard, then jumped outside. He suddenly left the fence and ran towards the location of the blood soul vine. At this time, his whole body was soaked with rain and sweat. He ran forward, and the branches of the blood soul vine appeared from the side, blocking him from passing. After breaking several vines in succession, Yi Qian stood on top of the highest pile of rubble. Lightning flashed again and again. Under the pale light, water dripped from Yi Qian's hair. He stood there and looked down at the 2 plant balls in the ditch. One is a large black and red vine ball that can block the ditch that is more than 1 meter wide. The vines that have been attacking Yi Qian are all spread out from here. There is also a small one, with only white roots tangled together, about the size of a basketball. The 2 clusters of plants, one large and one small, were connected by a vine with a blood-red base and covered with black lines. Boom. Amidst the roar of thunder, 8 vines attacked from all directions at the same time, blocking Yi Qian's entire body in 8 directions, including up and down, front and back. This time, Yi Qian didn't hide. He just stood there, holding the little tabby cat in his arms, and the moisture around his body was gathering. When the rain fell on him, it seemed to splash a few drops of water. 8 vines were wrapped around his wrists, ankles, legs, and arms. When he was tied up, he bent down, put his arms and legs together, fell down with his back on the ground, and spun twice like a top. A water ring that looked like 2 hands tightly clasped together locked all 8 vines together. As for those vines that were previously wrapped around him, when Yi Qian locked these 8 vines, he had already extracted the moisture from the 8 middle connection points at the same time, and cut off all the vines whose sharp thorns had pierced his flesh. Although his blood would no longer be sucked away, the wound was still very painful, but the pain made Yi Qian more sober. He knew that this was his only chance. Chapter 49. Thunder strikes the blood soul vine, and the snake bewitching grass evolves. Boom, 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 boom. The water ring pulled 8 vines and swung them into the air. The rain was attracted by the water ring and slid down along the outer skin of the vines. As the lightning in the clouds was running wildly, 8 vines dozens of meters high were thrown up and came into contact with the lightning in the air. All Yi Qian could do so far was to control the water ring, keep it from breaking free for a few seconds, and let the lightning follow the vines and quickly connect to the vine ball on the ground. Meow. Little Lihua huddled in Yi Qian's arms, looking out with his little head. When he saw the vine ball connected to the ground by lightning and spreading along the ground, he screamed in fright. However, the lightning that spread around did not touch Yi Qian, but only broke some of the surrounding rocks. Water from which impurities have been removed does not conduct electricity. Yiqian looked at the blood soul vine that was struck by lightning and said in a low voice. Little Lihua didn't understand, but he knew exactly how it all happened. This is thanks to the practical courses that those schools spent a lot of money to provide when I was in school. His family was a bit wealthy at the time, but because he wasn't a good student and didn't try to fit in, he could only watch from the audience. Although it's just viewing, you can still learn some information about certain natural disaster experiments. Achievement Hunting 2. You successfully killed a level 2 or higher mutant wild creature, survival points plus 500. Achievement Hunting 3. You successfully killed a level 3 mutant wild creature, survival points plus 3,000. 2 consecutive achievements finally appeared after being struck by lightning several times. Is it actually considered hunting in the wild to kill this blood soul vine by attracting lightning? He thought it was counted as part of the collection. Take it home. I can't bear it if I don't go home. Yiqian was sure that there would be no more lightning strikes, so he finally put his feet on the ground with peace of mind, grabbed the vines one by one, and threw them home. His current backpack can't hold so many materials struck by lightning, so he can only throw them back into the yard and divide them up, or directly put them up for auction. Synthesis could indeed reduce the storage space of these items, but his mental strength had been almost exhausted, and it was impossible to synthesize these materials anymore. Meow. Seeing that Yiqian was having a hard time moving the things, little Lihua wanted to go down to help, but Yiqian grabbed her in his arms. At this time, it is better not to go down. Snake grass, come and help, pull it back. Yiqian's physical strength dropped rapidly after the danger was eliminated. When he saw the snake grass growing new vines and leaves again, and finally growing over the side wall of the courtyard, he reached out and touched the snake-like leaves, causing it to grow faster several times. Now he came, but failed to catch up with the help of the dangerous domestic plants before. Meow. The little tabby cat looked at the snake-shaped leaves that it had rolled up to play with before, and when they came over, wrapped a few leaves around a dead vine and dragged it into the fence wall. Its cat eyes widened in shock. Snake grass is very powerful. Yiqian touched the little Lihua's head and leaned on 2 leaves of the snake grass to rest for a while. The ditch behind the house was not far from the courtyard wall. After taking a breath and regaining some strength, Yiqian held onto the pile of rubble, went down into the ditch where some rainwater was already flowing, and picked up his harvest. Achievement, Collection 3. You successfully collected level 3 mutant plant material, survival points, plus 3,000. From a pile of ashes, Yiqian found a palm-sized tuberous rhizome. After picking it up, he received another achievement prompt. The roots of a level 3 mutant plant, purple quality, really good. But it's time to go home. Holding on to the leaves of snake grass, Yiqian came out of the ditch, climbed over the fence, and entered the yard. Yiqian didn't have the energy to pick up the broken vines outside, so he left them all to the snake grass. At this time, the snake grass had accelerated its growth due to the previous special events and had become severely malnourished. Yiqian looked at the piles of plant materials beside the courtyard wall, raised his hand, and grabbed a snake-shaped leaf. After communicating, he made the snake grass understand that these could actually be eaten. The plants in your own home are also part of your home. Only when your home is strong enough can you make your home and the outside world safer. After getting the information that it was edible, snake grass picked up the broken materials outside and started eating them directly without having to carry them back. Pick up a piece and eat it, because the lowest quality material dropped is blue. Although some materials are very small and broken, they can still allow the snake grass to quickly replenish the nutrients that were consumed just now. Not only that, when Yiqian leaned against the fence, drank some water and ate some steamed buns, and finally took a breath and stood up to prepare to pack up the materials in the rain, the snake grass had already grown another 4 or 5 meters forward. Snake grass is really hard-working. Yiqian looked at the snake grass that was still rapidly spitting out branches and leaves and growing forward bit by bit. He sighed and stood up, manually dividing the materials into sections. Blood soul vine branches, blue quality, material, can be crafted or extracted. Thunderstruck vine branches, blue quality, material, can be crafted or extracted. This time, after Yiqian manually segmented all the branches, there were only these 2 types. However, he also has a purple grade 1. Plant roots left after being struck by lightning. Purple quality, material, can be crafted or extracted, can be cultivated. Purple quality, no indication of reproduction, so the concept of being culturable seemed to be something he had not yet encountered. There's no rush anyway, so just put it aside for now. For the time being, he needs a rest. After packing up the stock in his backpack, Yi Qian left behind 12 branches of the blood soul vine and 18 broken branches of vines that had been struck by lightning, all of which were straight branches cut into 1-meter lengths. The other broken pieces, small pieces, or twisted shapes were generously left by Yi Qian to the snake grass. What was left was probably more than what he collected. After tidying himself up, Yi Qian found the bamboo hat he had thrown back in the yard, then carried the cat to the well, fetched water, and took a bath. After taking a bath, the excess water was drained away, and then the man and the cat returned to the house, lay down, and fell asleep. Yi Qian's mental and physical strength were greatly depleted, and so was Xiao Lihua. It had been on constant alert all day, and just now it had to accurately locate the attacker's position, which was a high-intensity effort. Thunder rumbled outside. It started with a thunderstorm that was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, but soon it turned into heavy rain, and after midnight it turned into a rainstorm. Amid the mixed sounds of wind, thunder, and rain, the snake-shaped grass leaves on Yi Qian's courtyard wall moved along the vines and quietly climbed up the entire circle of the fence in the rain. Even the gate that had a hole in it was entangled by snake-like vines, and then it opened and closed the gate several times, imitating the way Yi Qian opened and closed the door. After confirming that the operation was smooth, the snake grass started from the root system and gradually hardened a circle of vines. Small buds slowly sprouted from the hardened vines. This time, instead of climbing along the fence, they used their own vines and leaves to grow a new layer of wall, making it taller and thicker. It hadn't been able to help before, but it knew that the vines attacking Yi Qian started from above the fence wall. So, the wall needs to be higher, stronger, and tighter. In the heavy rain in the middle of the night, the snake grass grows according to its own understanding, and occasionally flashes of light appear as it grows. These faint lights, from deep green to dark green, transformed into a light blue glimmer by the time the sky began to light up. Chapter 50. The heavy rain kept falling, and there was too much water in the ground. It's raining so hard. After waking up, Yi Qian looked at the little light coming through the gap in the window and listened to the sound of rain falling on the roof. He rarely wanted to take another nap. This rainy day is really suitable for sleeping. But it's just a thought. Given his current physical and mental state, even though he had exerted a lot of energy last night, he only needed to sleep for half a night to get a good rest. Moreover, he didn't dare to fall asleep again. Were his fields flooded? Were the ditches dug around them blocked? Could they safely carry away the rainwater? After a brief thought, Yi Qian could no longer lie down. Meow. When the little tabby cat saw Yi Qian suddenly turn over and get out of bed, it also jumped onto his shoulder. Let's go out and take a look. I hope I can spend it peacefully. Yi Qian raised his hand and touched Xiao Lihua's head. After going out, he took down his hat from the wall, put it on, and walked into the heavy rain. The heavy rain started in the early morning, and it was only a little after 6 in the morning, but the water flowing in his yard had already reached above his ankles. Day 15. 6 hours 18 minutes and 19 seconds. Heavy rain, 21 degrees Celsius 24 degrees Celsius. Southeast wind force 6. Heavy rainfall. Pay attention to flood hazards. Tasks. 1. Reclaim land and cultivate fields. 2. Patrol. 3. Field inspection. Heavy rain hit, but it still did not change this fixed task. This mission is definitely impossible to complete today, but the 2 tasks of patrolling and field inspection are completely sending us to the survival point. After all, he might not just have to patrol once or twice today, but would have to go out and check every few hours. Snake Lovegrass, you advanced? Yi Qian looked at the courtyard wall that was 2.5 meters high, and then at the gate that opened automatically when he approached, and was sure that he had slept too deeply before. His snake grass taught itself to work after it was promoted. Level 2 mutation snake grass seeds, blue quality, a mutant plant that likes to climb and can grow. Planted around courtyard walls or houses, the climbing snake grass can confuse, drive away, and capture level 2 wild creatures. The level has changed from 1 to 2. Creatures that can be confused and captured have also been upgraded to level 2, but these are the only 2 changes. Everything else remains the same as before. Meow. The little tabby cat jumped over and was caught by several leaves of the snake grass. It happily rolled twice on the leaves that were pieced together to form a flat surface. Even the rain that soaked its fur couldn't stop it from being close to its playmates. Let's go, snake grass is guarding the house. Let's go check the situation in the field first. Yi Qian hooked his fingers with the snake grass leaf that came over, and after some brief communication, he picked up the little raccoon and placed it on his shoulder. After going out, Yi Qian first checked the part that could reproduce. The fragrant bamboo has already broken through the soil. It was only 3 or 4 centimeters high yesterday, but the heavy rain tonight has made it grow rapidly to about 10 centimeters high. Around it, the coriander plant grew 3 leaves. Although the leaves were spread on the ground, it was still relatively healthy. The chives have also grown 2 chive leaves, about 2 centimeters high, and a bit purple in color. The one that seems to be growing the best at the moment is the sweet potato. In just over 2 days, 5 sprouts have already emerged from the soil, and there are suspected to be more new sprouts stirring beneath the soil. After making sure that there was no problem here, Yiqian took Xiao Lihua with him to check the other fields that had been planted before. Plot of land planted with cabbage. 4x4 area, 20 cabbages, harvesting in 2 days. Too much water in the soil can easily cause root rot. The 20 cabbages planted at the beginning are now mature. Because it has been extremely hot in the past few days, and there is no lack of water, the growth rate has accelerated a lot and can be harvested in 2 days. But this excessive water is a problem. After looking around the small field, Yiqian could only use an iron pickaxe to dig a few small ditches between the cabbages. After watching the rain water flowing down the small ditches, the reminder of the excessive moisture is slowly disappearing. It seems that next time I plant, I have to adopt a soil ridge planting pattern. Yiqian checked the moisture content in the soil and was sure that this situation was his own fault. The soil ridge planting pattern is more suitable for the growth of vegetables such as cabbage and potatoes. A small plot of land planted with peppers, area 2x1, 2 plants, 2 days to harvest. Next to them, 2 pepper plants about 70 to 80 centimeters tall are about to enter the harvest period. The peppers are growing well, and most importantly, they don't show any signs of being overwatered. The peppers are very small, and there are hundreds of them on a pepper plant. Some have begun to turn red, while others have just begun to bloom. These peppers obviously can't be harvested all at once. The harvesting period should last for several days. A small plot of land planted with cherry tomatoes, area 4x2, 2 trees, 8 days into the harvest period. The branches are heavily burdened during the fruiting period, so be careful about the load-bearing capacity of the branches. Cherry tomatoes are similar to peppers, except that the branches of these cherry tomatoes need to be adjusted. Because the branches had not yet borne fruit, Yiqian had not tied them up, and now they looked very fragile in the wind and rain. I always keep straw ropes in my bag. Now I take them out and tie them up in small pieces. With the support of the wooden frame, the cherry tomatoes can finally grow stably and healthily. A small plot of land planted with tomatoes, area 5x2, 6 trees, harvest period in 9 days. The dwarf tomatoes are just beginning to bear fruit. Because the plants are relatively short and the main branches are relatively thick, they are not in any bad condition for the time being. A small plot of land planted with potatoes, area 5x2, 21 plants, reaching maturity in 1 day. Excessive moisture in the soil can easily cause rot and reduce yield. The potatoes are also waterlogged, so they should be treated the same way as the cabbage. When digging ditches in the ground, you must first keep them free of water. Other aspects can be dealt with after the heavy rain. Plot of land planted with Chinese cabbage, 5x2, 10 cabbages, reaching maturity in 5 days. Soil is too wet. Plot of land planted with Chinese cabbage, 5x2, 10 cabbages, reaching maturity in 6 days. Soil is too wet. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, growth range 10x10, 1 tree, matures in 10 days. He checked 1 by 1 and dealt with any problems immediately. After more than an hour, Yiqian finally confirmed that his fields could continue to grow normally. The current vegetable plot is only 166 square meters, of which 100 square meters are rabbit ear grass, which does not require any worry. There is also 20 square meters of cultivated but unplanted land next to it. Now that the heavy rain is still falling, I will just ignore it for now. The task of inspecting the farmland has also been completed, and 50 survival points were awarded. This reward is considered to be a relatively high level among daily tasks. Next, we have to patrol and check whether the drainage of the ditches is normal. If there is a blockage somewhere, it must be cleared quickly, otherwise the water flow will be blocked and your fields may suffer. Planting is really hard work. Chapter 51, Friend List Expansion, 721 Unprocessed Friend Requests. Meow. Xiao Lihua followed Yiqian out on patrol. They hadn't had breakfast yet, and neither the man nor the cat thought about it for the time being. Walking along the ditch on the mountain and looking at the water flowing in the ditch, the little tabby cat's claws gripped Yiqian's clothes a little tighter. This current is very dangerous. If you fall into it, it can be washed away. It's okay, there's no problem here. Let's go check out the other ones. Seeing that the little Lihua seemed to be afraid of water, Yiqian took 2 steps back and walked to the other side. While checking the various environmental changes on the hillside, he also looked at the chat channel. Today's chat channel is even more lively than before. 0012. Zhongwei. Does having eyes mean you only see the upsides? and not the downsides? It was clearly written back then. There are both upsides and downsides, and the choice depends on your ability and the terrain. After looking through it for a while, I saw that some people's homes had been flooded, and then they started complaining, saying that they had seen the messages sent by some people and then moved to the foot of the mountain to settle near the river. Number 1 Zhang Wei's message was about those players who cursed. But at this time, most players just need to vent their emotions, and definitely not to admit that their original choice was wrong. Some said they lived at the foot of the mountain and were flooded, others said they settled on the mountain and were buried by the softening and collapsing mountain, and still others said they were attacked by wild animals or mutated plants. There were all kinds of rumors. Yi Qian looked at the information sent out, compared it with the soil and rocks on his own mountain, and wondered if there would be any other dangers. Received a private message from friend 0032, Qinjian. 0032, Qinjian. Brother Yi, how's things going at your house? Is there any danger? Qinjian sent a private message, asking how Yi Qian was doing now. 0997, Yi Qian, nothing happened. The ditch I dug earlier was quite useful. Yi Qian simply replied and continued working. He was moving out some large rocks that had been washed down the hill and rolled into the ditch. Although it won't block the flow of water, a large rock blocking the ditch could become very dangerous if a few more rocks happen to roll down and get stuck next to the rock. 0032, Qinjian, I'm glad you're okay. You still need to be more careful. Mutated beasts have attacked my home 3 times already. Now that the rain is incessant, many plants and animals' original habitats have been destroyed. There's a high chance that the player-built homes will become their safe havens. Qinjian gave Yi Qian a reminder based on his own situation. Although the hunting system is different from the farming system, no one can tell how many dangerous creatures are hiding near the player's home. 0997, Yi Qian, Brother Qin, thank you for the reminder. I will pay more attention here. You should also be careful. This flash flood itself is quite troublesome. Yi Qian thanked him sincerely and continued to move some nearby rubble and throw it in a direction where it would not be washed into the ditch again. He only added 2 friends. He didn't want to deal with these things at the beginning, so he turned off the notification for adding friends. At present, both of these 2 friends care about him very much, but relatively speaking, he can chat with number 2 Zhang Wei better. Number 2 Zhang Wei, besides being a chatterbox, is more natural and relaxed. But Qinjian. Maybe the first impression is always more profound. Yi Qian still feels that this person tends to be dreamy when thinking about certain things. Even if Qinjian didn't mention it later, some impressions are really hard to change. So many plus mine. Yi Qian cleaned up the small pile of rubble and came out to continue checking along the ditch. He opened the friend message that he had not looked at since he closed it. This glance revealed that he had not fully understood the concept of the auxiliary system. 721 unprocessed friend requests. Meow. Little Lihua tilted his head, looked at Yi Qian, then at the rain falling outside the hat, and continued to play on his shoulder. Its relaxation indicated that there was no danger around, so Yi Qian just looked at these friend requests one by one. Of course, the focus was still on observing the situation in the ditch. 0999. Li Lily sent 7 friend requests. Yi Qian had some impression of player number 999, who had just entered the game when he drew the auxiliary skill book. It seems that this person drew a lot of food at that time. Looking at these 7 friend requests, 3 were sent on the first day, the next 4 were sent a few days later, and the most recent one was sent half an hour ago. You can also send a short message with your friend request. This cannot add. He seems to have a bad temper and doesn't want to have any contact with anyone, whether it's a man or a woman. Even if it's just texting and chatting, it's absolutely not allowed. He doesn't want his good mood to be disturbed by the friends he added. Rejected. The way to handle this information is to add or reject it. Yi Qian clicks reject and moves on to the next one. 0001. Luo Shan sent 15 friend requests. This person posts 1 message every day, and the last one was 52 minutes ago. Every time you add a friend, the accompanying information is different. At the beginning, it was also a dream department, saying that they hope to have more information exchange and development. Later, information was exchanged. Since there were few players with auxiliary skills, he could provide help within a certain range. The past few days have felt like I've been completing my daily tasks. No more unnecessary words, only. 0001. Luo Shan sent a friend request. The friend added a note. It's the 15th day, so it probably hasn't been checked yet. Today's, yesterday's, the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday. For 4 consecutive days, it's the day? Originally, Yi Qian didn't want to have any contact with someone like Luo Shan who had a big dream, but the check-in mode in recent days suddenly made him interested. Successfully added 0001, Luo Shan as a friend. The friend was added successfully, but Yi Qian did not greet the other party. Instead, he continued to check for more friend addition information. Some people added him several times in a row and asked him what auxiliary skills he had, but Yi Qian rejected them all. Occasionally, when I see something interesting, I click to agree. After reading all the more than 700 friend requests, Yi Qian's friend list expanded from 2 to 10 people. Chapter 52 Luo Shan. Who is he? Friends, 0001. Luo Shan, 0011. Su Lu, 0012. Zhang Wei, 0032. Qin Jian, 0039. Zhang Wei, 2, 0600. Lu Tingfan, 0606. Luo Fei, 0888. Qi Qi, 0987. Yun Fenglei, 0996. Mu Mui. There are 10 people in Yi Qian's friend list, and their numbers are older than his. The reasons why Yi Qian chose these people as friends are also different. Luo Shan is because Yi Qian found the daily check-ins in recent days quite interesting. Qin Jian and number 2 Zhang Wei were added earlier. Then, the other 7. The accompanying message sent by Su Lu said that he was an expert in handcrafts and that if necessary, they could discuss the price privately and that he could also customize the items. The message from number 1 Zhang Wei is that he knows a lot about plants, and we can talk about this when we have the chance. Lu Tingfan said that he also opened a skill book of the auxiliary system and wanted to talk to him about some auxiliary system topics. Luo Fei said that she had skills in making medicine, and that if she added her as a friend, she could send a group message to ask if anyone wanted new medicine when it became available. Qi Qi said he could break steel bars with his bare hands. This guy has a good number. Yun Fenglei said he could weave baskets and asked Yi Qian if he wanted to buy the basket he wove. Mu Mui just posted one, saying that 996 is 100 times happier than 997, and then Yi Qian accepted it. When it comes to friends, what we want is to be able to do whatever we want. So after adding friends, Yi Qian sent a private message to Mu Mui. 0997. Yi Qian, you forgot 007. Yi Qian sent a message, turned around with the cat, and continued checking another ditch. 0996. Mu Mui. 007 is gone from the start. Mu Mui replied in less than a minute. And number 0007 was indeed gone before he arrived. 0997. Yi Qian. For a moment, Yi Qian didn't know what else to say. He didn't want to admit that he was now the most dangerous. 0996. Mu Mui. My bad. I won't scare you anymore. Brother Yi, do you only check friend requests once every 10 days? You're really patient. Since I got here, I've had to talk to a lot of people every day to prevent myself from suffocating in this desolate mountain. Mu Mui is a very talkative person. As she herself said, she might feel suffocated if she doesn't talk. During the chat where Yi Qian occasionally responded with a sentence or two, she had almost revealed all of her family's assets. Mu Mui, who claims to be a 22-year-old young, beautiful, and pretty girl, has been a good student since childhood with excellent grades and was recommended for university admission. Nunga, fighting, Shanwu, ancient martial arts, blowing arrows, pulling, drawing bows, shooting, flicking fingers and flying needles, singing, lion roar kung fu. In short, he is a talent. After Yi Qian walked around and cleared out some troublesome stones that had washed into the ditch and made sure there was no problem for the time being, he could finally go home. During this period, in addition to Mu Mu's casual chat, several other newly added friends also sent a simple greeting. Only Luo Shan didn't send a message, and Yi Qian didn't bother him. After all, they all had their own things to do, and it would be bad to disturb them. After returning home, Yi Qian went to consignment and spent 300 survival points to buy 10 kilograms of lamb chops, chopped them into small pieces, and stewed them in a pot. Although the kitchen was very simple and the floor was originally washed by water, Yi Qian was able to control the water, clean off the moisture on the stove and the ground, and light it on the dry firewood pile. To maintain a small water barrier under the stove, for Yi Qian, it is just a small water circle to isolate consumption. Whether it's for battle, home, or play, as long as you practice regularly, you will naturally become more and more familiar with it. Meow. Little Lihua looked at Yi Qian as he grabbed some grass leaves, roots, and some tree bark and threw them into the pot, his eyes somewhat dull. However, it remembers the smell of these things, and if it smells them when it goes out, it will remind you. Go and have a rest. The rain won't stop all day. The firewood in the stove was burning brightly. Yi Qian added more water to the pot, then carried the cat back into the house. After making sure that little Lihua didn't follow him out, Yi Qian took off his clothes and hung them on the wall. He went to the yard and stood in the water to practice. As for water control, the only thing he can use now is to extract moisture from objects and create a little water himself for attack or defense. But if he wants to have greater attack power, the amount of water he needs to control is definitely not just this. Now, he felt the raindrops falling on his body, and his mental strength adjusted again and again. Received a private message from friend 0001, Luo Shan. A notification sounded, but Yi Qian was busy sensing it and ignored it for the time being. However, he did not reply to the message, but the other party sent him several messages in succession more than a minute later. 0001, Luo Shan. Hello, may I ask how old brother Yi Qian is? This is the first greeting message. 0001, Luo Shan. Are you busy? I don't mean anything special. It's just that there was a teacher who said he accepted a student. My junior brother is also called Yi Qian. 0001, Luo Shan. I'll reply when I'm done. It doesn't matter if it's not you. There are too many people with the same name. I understand. 0001, Luo Shan. It seems my question was too presumptuous. If you don't want to talk about it, just pretend you didn't see it. Luo Shan sent several messages, but Yi Qian didn't reply, so he stopped for a while. When Yi Qian was finally able to attract the surrounding rain and control the movement of these dozen or so raindrops around him, he relaxed in a good mood and prepared to take a rest and eat. Teacher? Junior brother? Yi Qian looked at the private message, shook his head, and his eyes turned cold. The title of teacher is obviously wrong. According to the old liar, only those who conduct unified teaching in certain places are called teachers. Moreover, his master didn't know how to teach apprentices at all. When he got close to him, he said that he had never thought in his life that he would have a disciple one day. But who could this Luo Shan be? In terms of strength, he must be very strong. If he is not strong, he cannot become player number 0001. Is he a friend or foe? Does he really know the old liar? What is his purpose in looking for me? It's really troublesome, and now that I have seen this information, I can't completely ignore it. What if the other party is the old liar's enemy? As the only disciple, he always needs to do something for his master at some point. Chapter 53. Luo Shan equals old liar? He is really good at cheating. 0997. Yi Qian. He has no students. After thinking for a while, Yi Qian sent a message back to Luo Shan. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, you need to throw out some bait first. Just like the messages Luo Shan sent before, they were bait thrown to him by the other party, and he couldn't ignore them. 0001, Luo Shan, Jagged. After Yi Qian replied to the message, the other party directly sent him the name of a place. 0997, Yi Qian, Phoenixwell. Just like a secret code, Yi Qian was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally twice, but he still replied quickly. Jagged is neither a village nor a ravine, but a tree, representing an empty village that was abandoned because the population was too small. Phoenix well is not a well, but an old grave under a tree. 0001, Luo Shan, toad in the well. Occasionally, the croaking of toads could be heard from the old grave. 0997, Yi Qian, no daylight. But I have never seen a toad running out, probably because the tomb is relatively solid and intact. 0001, Luo Shan, 5-year-old broken car. That day, his parents drove the car to pick him up from the village. 0997, Yi Qian, peach blossom spring brewing. That jar of fine wine that I bought specially, with added ingredients. 0001, Luo Shan, thriller on a rainy night. He quietly ran back to the village, and the old swindler drank the spiked wine and was besieged. 0997, Yi Qian, 18 males and 13 females. The number of people who tried to surround and kill the old liar that time. 0001, Luo Shan, little bastard, eat less meat. This is a sentence Yi Qian often heard when eating barbecue in the mountains. After all, no matter whether it is rabbit or fish, there is not much meat, and each person will eat a few bites and it will be gone. 0997, Yi Qian, drink more soup, old man. Drinking the soup is not important. The main thing is that Yi Qian was fooled by the old liar when he was a child. He wanted to curse but couldn't because of the master-disciple relationship, but if he didn't curse, it would be too infuriating. 0001, Luo Shan, why am I still keeping you? He killed an entire family but left a child alive, so he was bound to be suspected. 0997, Yi Qian, I am a waste. When he was in technical school, he had many physical examinations, which were all unified examinations of the school. Now that I think about it, such a detailed examination might be because someone was watching him, But no matter how they checked, he had no special abilities. In addition to his own weak physical condition, it was also because at that time, the last and most important inheritance left to him by the old swindler was a sealed state, which he had just learned about in his dream a few days ago. 0001. Luo Shan. Indeed, you are nothing. I taught you so much, but you didn't learn it. 0997. Yi Qian. Better than you. Everything is you. I am just me, and I am also trash. And you, everything is you. You are the old liar. You are the master, and you are the one who killed the whole family. You are selfish and only care about yourself. You are benevolent and righteous in teaching players, and you are pretentious and everything. It was you who died. It was you who lived. And now it is you who comes here to lower yourself to a lower generation and call yourself your senior brother. Sure enough, he is just an old liar. Yi Qian stood in the flowing water, raised his head, and let the heavy rain pour on his face. After a while, he let out a roar in dissatisfaction. Old liar, old bastard. He has been deceiving his tears for several years. As a result, he didn't die. Moreover, he acted quite realistically. For the sake of the player's survival, he doesn't mind being scolded, and doesn't mind enduring so much malice from so many people. How can he hold up such a character? 0001. Luo Shan. Stay in the water and don't get involved in other things. Although the players in this world are far apart and scattered, it's not difficult to kill a few people if you're calculating. Don't be so foolish as to trust everyone you see. Otherwise, if you get tricked and killed one day, I won't know who to avenge. After a while, Luo Shan sent another message to Yi Qian. The content this time is a bit heavy. 0997. Yi Qian, I know, but there is one thing I can ask you now. Yi Qian looked at the message and inexplicably thought that this person was mourning for number 3 and number 7, saying that they died too quickly. It is inevitable that the deaths of those two people are related to Luo Shan. 0001. Luo Shan, ask me. Whether I tell you or not depends on my mood. A message that is replied immediately, but no one said that they would definitely reply. However, Yi Qian's problem. 0997. Yi Qian, I suggest you explain yourself clearly. My question is, what is true about you? I know 5 of your names, but none of them are surnamed Luo. Yi Qian's message was full of obvious anger. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Wang, Yi, these were used by Luo Shan before. But now I tell him that this guy's surname is actually Luo. 0001. Luo Shan. This matter? Well, this matter, I'm quite busy right now, so I'll give you some meat first. I'll talk to you next time when I have time. Luo Shan sent the message and directly opened an exchange, then put 50 kilograms of meat on it. After Yi Qian accepted it, neither the master nor the disciple sent messages to each other again. They are master and disciple, but there are many things between them. During those years when Luo Shan was poisoned, used as an experimental subject and a prisoner. Those were Yi Qian's parents and grandparents, who exchanged Luo Shan for a lot of money to enjoy life. After escaping, Luo Shan destroyed the entire family. Even if Yi Qian had never felt resentment, even if Luo Shan had not hurt Yi Qian at that time, and even left him the method of cultivation. But some things will never disappear once they exist. At least for now, they are not suitable to be approached. As long as I know that the other person is still alive and well, that's enough. As expected, they're still quite impressive even here. 50 kilograms of blue quality meat. I don't know how this old liar faked his death back then. I mourn for them every year. Yi Qian complained that the old liar was really good at cheating. The meat is good though. I picked up the meat and looked at it. It was the meat from a whole beef leg, the beef shank after the bones and skin were removed. The food made from blue quality meat should be very good. But he can't eat it today. He just bought some ordinary lamb chops, and they are already stewed. Let's eat them first. This meat, of blue quality, is also a material, then. Can it be synthesized? Chapter 54 Beef can also be synthesized. Strengthening liquid is a good thing. 9 mutated beef leg meat. Synthesizable, 100 success rate for this synthesis. After Yi Qian cut the beef into 9 pieces of similar size, which added up to just 10 kilograms, he finally achieved a 100 success rate. Although this meat is good, it is rare for Yi Qian to have so many good ingredients now, so he couldn't help but want to try it. Then, in a flash of blue light, 9 pieces of meat disappeared in the light, and a drop of liquid fell. Fortunately, Yi Qian was able to control water, including this liquid, so the synthetic liquid did not fall to the ground and disappear. Level 2 Strengthening Fluid, blue quality. This product strengthens the body after consumption. The degree of strengthening varies, depending on the body's absorption capacity. Note, For strengthening drugs of the same grade, their effects will gradually weaken with frequency of use. He synthesized 9 pieces of meat into a drop of strengthening liquid. Without thinking too much, he had no container to put it in, so he just threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. And then, meow. Little Lihua was lying on the windowsill and only saw Yi Qian grab his pants and put them on, then ran to the door. Without waiting for snake-loving grass to open the door for him, he manually opened the yard door and ran out. When little Lihua ran out in a hurry, he could only stand helplessly on the courtyard wall made of snake grass, watching Yi Qian running around the courtyard in circles. This strengthening liquid is several times more effective and faster than the strengthening mushroom soup. All the muscles and bones in the body, including the internal organs, seem to be surrounded by energy. Only by moving quickly can this feeling of heat be relieved. In the heavy rain, Yi Qian ran round and round. After he felt a little better, he returned to the yard. Without taking the time to comfort the frightened little Lihua and snake grass, he stood in the yard and practiced a set of boxing and kicking skills. Over and over again, from around 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. After Yi Qian was sure the drug had lost its effect, he lay down on the spot and didn't want to move. This strengthening is so tiring. However, if he cannot move, given his previous condition, this overly concentrated strengthening liquid will cause him physical damage and then repair, which will be another form of strengthening until the drug's effect is exhausted. Player, Area 8181, No. 0997, Yi Qian. Career Direction, Planting Department, Level 1720/10-000/Basic All-Round Survivor. Special Ability, Water Element Control. Skills, Synthesis, Level 1/Assistance. Plant Communication, Level 19 out of 100. Combat Strength, 25, plus 36/Special Ability Bonus. Survival Points, 14,036.4. Equipment, Linen Clothes without Attributes, Novice Protection Set. Coarse Cloth Backpack. Drinking Water, 1 caddies, X7. Plant Root Left After Lightning Strike, X1. Blood Soul Vine Branches, X12. Vine Branches Struck by Lightning, X18. Mutated Beef Leg, 40 caddies. Iron Pickaxe, 31. Scythe, 20. Assets, Simple Wooden and Bamboo House, 317.5 square meters of fenced yard. Well, 186 square meters of cultivated land, and 166 square meters of planted land. Domesticated War Beast. Cat, Cub, Level 1 Mutation, Alert, Speed, Sharp Claws. Mutated Plants, Level 2 Snake Grass, Growable, Level 2 Fragrant Bamboo, Seedling. Breeding Plants, 1 Coriander, 1 Leek, 1 Sweet Potato. After 1 enhancement, the physical combat power increased from 15 to 25, and the increase in special strength also increased by 10 points to 36. Adding the two together, his combat power has now reached 60. This doesn't feel right. How can I think I'm so strong? This strength is only compared to ordinary people. If I encounter that kind of... Moreover, players in this world have a chance to gain skills. Combat skill books, after learning and mastering them, are also a form of personal strength. Now I need to calm down. Yi Qian's excitement caused by the increase in fighting power finally calmed down after a handful of cold water was splashed on his face. He could only control the little water he needed to shower himself, and thought about the fire the old liar had set the whole village on during the rainstorm. What is there to be proud of? Just stay where you are. However, the usage of fortified foods and medicines will decrease with the number of times, but it is true that they can be used many times. So should he. The mental strength has been improved due to the strengthening. So let's synthesize a few more. Lihua, it's time to eat. Although he still wanted to continue synthesizing, Yi Qian did not forget that his cat was still hungry. He called little Lihua over, removed the rainwater from the cat's fur, carried the cat to get the rice, and then returned to the house to eat. After the man and the cat quickly ate their fill, Yi Qian took out a piece of beef. Lihua, come, have some of this raw beef. Yi Qian tore off a little bit of raw beef and placed it in front of Xiao Lihua. Meow. The little tabby came over, opened his mouth, took it in, and chewed it slowly. It is still very small now, but it is not completely unable to eat raw meat. It finished it in no time. When Yi Qian tore off a little more meat to feed it, the little tabby took 2 steps back, indicating that it had no interest in the meat. It's edible, but not tasty. Okay then, let's save some for stewing and combine the rest. Seeing that little Lihua was really not interested, Yi Qian stopped urging it to eat. A large piece of beef was placed on the floor, 4 or 5 pounds were cut off and placed aside, and the remaining pieces were cut into different sizes and then put together. Synthesis successful. Level 2 Enhancement Liquid, Blue Quality. After taking it, the body will be enhanced. The degree of enhancement is not fixed and depends on the body's absorption capacity. Still the same item, blue quality, level 2 strengthening liquid. In terms of quantity, it is about 4 times as much as before. This time, Yi Qian didn't drink it in a hurry, but carefully controlled himself and took out a little bit. A little bit of strengthening liquid the size of a pinhole, plus a drop of water flying out of the bottle, merged together. Level 2 strengthening potion, blue quality. After taking it, you can gain physical strengthening. Seeing this new information, Yi Qian understood. Strengthening liquid is an extracted energy body belonging to energy objects. The potion is the essence after extraction and then added with other objects, and after fusion, it becomes potion or food. You should be able to drink this drop with water, right? Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat that came over curiously and placed the drop of strengthening potion in front of the kitten. This amount is about 1/20th of the 1 drop he took before and is divided according to the ratio of Xiao Lihua and his meal. Meow. Little Lihua came over, opened her mouth and swallowed the drop of tempting potion. After drinking it, Yi Qian stopped worrying about it. He carried the kitten out of the room and swallowed all the medicine in one gulp in the heavy rain. In the heavy rain, a running figure appeared again outside the courtyard wall on the hillside. But this time, above the snake grass wall, a kitten was running around in circles under the protection of the snake-shaped leaves. Strengthening is a very hard thing, but only by working hard to improve and become stronger can you live a stable life. Strength is always the most important. When your own strength cannot solve all the problems, it is only because you are not strong enough. Chapter 55. A person protected by mutant plants. Combat power, 36, plus 49/special ability bonus. It was dark, and Yi Qian's absorption of the strengthening liquid finally ended. The effectiveness of this strengthening liquid will become less and less useful as the amount absorbed increases. Previously, 10 kilograms of meat could increase combat power by 10 points. Now, this is about 35 kilograms of meat, and after all the liquid is absorbed after synthesis, it only increases combat power by 11 points. Moreover, Yi Qian could feel that the blue quality medicine might have no effect on him at all. Maybe it's because the strengthening liquid is of high purity, so it was raised these 2 times. But no matter whether he can use it later, his pure physical combat power has now reached 36 points. When he first came here, his combat power was only 5 points, but now it has increased 7 times. Meow. Little tabby flower jumped down from the snake grass wall, ran on the rain-covered ground, and rubbed its head against Yi Qian's face. It has become stronger, much more powerful than before. Lihua, you must be hungry. Let's take a break and eat. Yi Qian held the kitten in his arms, using his hands to block the rain from falling on the kitten. He himself continued to lie there, letting the rain wash over him. With his current physical condition, he wouldn't be hurt even if he was soaked in heavy rain for 2 days. Meow. The little tabby rubbed its wet head in Yi Qian's palm, then lay down obediently and stopped moving. They have become stronger, but now they are all very tired, so they should take a rest. After lying down for half an hour, Yi Qian got up and took the kitten to a clean shower, washed the clothes to extract the moisture, and then sat in the house to eat dinner in a dry place. After eating, he went to feed the chickens and gourd bees, and also went to check on the growth of vegetables in the fields. During this day, Yi Qian was physically tired, but very happy. I woke up early and saw that the snake grass had advanced, and it was also very obedient and smart, and built a safer protective wall. He received some good news in the morning, which he had always thought would never come again. Although we may not have much contact in the future, it is good enough to know that the other person is still there. Afterwards, he was given some materials that he couldn't get yet, and after synthesizing them, he strengthened his body. This strengthening process was indeed tiring, but his combat power was now more than double that of yesterday. If he didn't have enough materials, he wouldn't be able to achieve this even if he worked dozens of times harder. Although heavy rain continued throughout the day, there was no flash flooding near his home. For him, this was a really good day. 0600 Lu Tingfan. Brother Yi, are you asleep at this hour? Let's chat. I'm almost bored to death today. After Yi Qian had dinner, cleaned up, and lay on the bed, holding his cat and watching the chat channel, a private message appeared. It was Lu Tingfan, a person who got an auxiliary skill book as soon as he entered the game. 0997. Yi Qian, still awake, reading the chat. What happened to you? Did you really get buried by the flash flood? Yi Qian didn't want to complain about the other person because in the morning, the other person told him that he had encountered a flash flood and he might be buried. He wanted to wait until he escaped before talking to him again. 0600 Lu Tingfan. I'm buried. If I didn't have a few pretty impressive plants at home protecting me, I wouldn't be able to come out and chat with you now. I think you should be okay over there, as you can still watch and chat leisurely. It's really enjoyable. This person was able to escape the disaster because he was protected by plants. Of course, this is what he said himself. Yiqian didn't think that people who could be protected by plants would really be vulnerable themselves. 0997. Yiqian, your plants are pretty good. Of course, mine are pretty good too. I understand. When talking about plants, Yiqian also has a deep understanding of this. His snake grass works really hard. 0600. Lu Tingfan. It seems our skills are similar. Mine increases the growth rate of plants. If I use it more often, I'll probably get 1 or 2 mutations. What's yours? When this person heard Yiqian talking about the good plants at home, he immediately spoke in a relaxed manner about the ability direction of his skill. However, when people first added Yiqian as their friend, they said they could chat about auxiliary skills. Now, they just feel a little anxious. 0997. Yiqian, mine is for communication. I can't amplify it, but I can communicate emotionally. I can roughly understand what it needs, and it can also understand some basic meanings of what I express. The 2 auxiliary systems related to mutant plants were chatting, and Yiqian also talked about his own auxiliary skills. 0600. Lu Tingfan. Communicating with plants? What a fantastic skill. I don't even know what they like, so I can only use my skills over and over again. Sometimes they get annoyed by my skills, and when they get angry, they pick me up and swing me around. Luckily, they still know I'm their caregiver, so I guess they won't actually hurt me. Lu Tingfan felt envious because he often expressed his disdain for plants in that way when he encountered them through skill training without knowing their mood. However, if a plant curls up with its branches and leaves and shakes them a few times, it doesn't necessarily mean it's angry. 0997. Yiqian, I also have a cat at home. I have never been picked up, but my cat often gets rolled up and leaves to play with. They both have a lot of fun. Yiqian thought about his own family and felt that there might be other suspicions, so he explained the situation. The snake plant in his home plays games with the little tabby flower, and both of them are very happy. The little tabby flower will even come over and scratch the leaves of the snake plant with its claws to ask it to play with it. 0600. Lu Tingfan. Is this still possible? I get it. I'll try a little harder next time. They might really be playing tricks on me, and I've been misunderstanding them all along. Hearing that it might be a friendly play, Lu Tingfan excitedly talked about how his plants always play with him. The 2 people's chat status is similar, and they always find some cute things about the mutant plants during the chat. The private chat continued in a sporadic manner, and Yiqian was also watching the messages in the chat channel. It was not until the early morning when the new weather conditions were updated that Yiqian finally slept peacefully. Day 16, 51 seconds, heavy rain turning into light rain, 18 degrees Celsius to 20 degrees Celsius, southeast wind level 3. There is no indication of when the heavy rain will turn into light rain, but Yiqian now has experience and can guess a little just by looking at today's mission. Tasks. 1. Reclaim wasteland and cultivate land. 2. Repair the fields. 3. Gather. According to today's task, we must wait until it turns to light rain before we can cultivate the fields. Moreover, once the collection is done, there is a high probability that it will turn into light rain before noon, and it will be a very light rain. Go to sleep. When you wake up, it will be another busy day. After stroking the little tabby cat next to his head, Yiqian closed his eyes and fell asleep. After a heavy rain, it will still be very difficult to clean up. I hope to have a better harvest. Chapter 56. There are eggs to eat. Eggs, farming output, food. After dawn, the heavy rain continued. Yiqian got up and cleaned up. He picked up the first egg while feeding the chickens. The chicken he raised has finally reached adulthood. Hen, adult stage, satiety, 65, health, 95, egg production efficiency, 1. There are currently no roosters, so the eggs produced by the hens every day can only be used as food and have no hatching properties. Lihua, let's have pork and egg soup this morning. Yiqian looked back at the little tabby lying on the windowsill and talked about this morning's food choices. Meow. The little tabby just watched Yiqian talking to it and responded with a meow. As for what to eat, it can only roughly remember what the pronunciation of eat means. It was like it could remember that every time Yiqian said Lihua, he was calling it, and snake grass was the one that formed a circle. Slice the beef, add water and other ingredients, and cook together. After it is cooked, sprinkle a layer of egg liquid and add some chopped coriander. Yiqian was making breakfast seriously. In the past, he always stewed meat and vegetables, but now he suddenly started making soup, which made Yiqian realize that he was missing something. Oil. His family had no cooking oil, neither vegetable oil nor animal refined oil. The food I got from previous hunts did not contain any oil or fat. I opened the consignment and searched and found this type of material, but it is also quite expensive. The smallest bottle of peanut oil is 2 taels. Due to its scarcity, the lowest price is 500 survival points per bottle. There is some animal oil, but it is 3 or 4 times more expensive than vegetable oil. Although I want to eat something delicious, I can only be patient for now. Even if he has more than 10,000 survival points now, he can't spend them like this. Sure enough, drinking some soup is so relaxing. Yi Qian was eating breakfast, feeling the beauty of food diversity. Moreover, he is still thinking about future recipes, which will have many options even without using oil. The conditions were insufficient before. As long as we didn't starve, it was enough. Once you have a little money and materials, you have to eat meat and eat it comfortably. As for people, most of them are very passionate about food, and Yi Qian is particularly interested in eating. Eating delicious food can make people feel better, and when you are in a good mood, you will be full of energy. Meow Wu. Little Lihua no longer needs Yi Qian to crush it before eating. It eats the meat slices on the plate, and when it feels full, it jumps onto Yi Qian's shoulder and lies there obediently. Eat and drink enough. Let's get to work. Yi Qian carried his newly bought pickaxe, put on a bamboo hat, and walked out of the house in the heavy rain. Standing outside the yard, Yi Qian stopped and reached out to greet Snake Grass, who opened the door for him. Snake Grass was in a good mood. After having an emotional exchange with Yi Qian, it took the initiative to stretch out its leaves, approached Yi Qian's shoulders, and rubbed little Lihua's head. After playing with them for a while in a good mood, Yi Qian went to check the land in the east. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, range 10 by 10, seedling stage 25 days growth stage, can increase planting output by 10, yield boosting mutant plant, 10 increase in seedling stage, 20 increase in growth stage, 30 increase in adult stage. 4 days have passed, but the growth time shown has been reduced to 5 days. It seems that there were some brief accelerations during this period, but they were not very obvious, and Yi Qian was too busy these days, so he didn't see it. Level 1 coriander, green quality, can be bred, enters flowering stage after 1 day. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, can be bred, enters the seedling stage after 1 day. Level 1 chives, green quality, can be bred, enters flowering stage after 1 day. Fragrant bamboo has a small shape, so even though it is only a dozen centimeters tall, it is not a fat bamboo shoot, but a slender gray strip. At first glance, it looks like a small wooden stick standing in the ground. The coriander has changed a lot. It has become a very big plant. I guess it will grow coriander stalks with flowers tomorrow. The same pattern applies to chives, which need to grow chive mosses, then bloom and produce seeds. But sweet potatoes are an exception. They have already grown more than a dozen 5 to 15 centimeters sweet potato vines. After tomorrow, we can pull out the taller sweet potato vines and plant them in the ground. After making sure that the seedlings were growing healthily, Yi Qian went to the other side in a good mood and began to check his own vegetables. The first 20 cabbages planted showed that they would be ready for harvest in more than 3 hours. Each cabbage was growing well and was estimated to weigh 5 to 8 kilograms. In addition to the cabbage, the 2 peppers are also about to enter the harvest period. There are a few red ones at the moment, but the pepper harvest will continue for many days. The tomato fruits have become more and the potatoes have entered the mature stage, but the mature potatoes are still growing, so there is no need to rush before the harvest time. After all, Yi Qian was not so hungry that he needed to dig out the small potatoes and put them in the pot. The rain is getting lighter. Yi Qian checked around and readjusted the ditches in the fields. Then, looking at the rain which was slowing down, he continued searching near his home. Meow. When little Lihua saw Yi Qian suddenly stop, he curiously came out from under his hat to check. It's snakeberry, which should be considered a berry, but it has a name, perhaps because snakes can live near it. Yi Qian squatted down and picked all the ripe snakeberries that were still strong and alive after being washed by the heavy rain. There were only a dozen ordinary snakeberries and no green quality items, so the collection task was not completed. After walking around my house a few times, I found nothing else to collect except this snakeberry tree. Although Yi Qian couldn't help but complain about the cleanliness of his half of the hillside, it was understandable. As for the planting system, it is about reclaiming wasteland and cultivating crops, so the location where it is placed should naturally be more suitable for these conditions. Places with particularly high wild output are not places for reclamation and farming, but places where gathering is the norm. Received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. When he reached the ditch at the top of the mountain, Yi Qian received a prompt. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, the rainstorm is almost over. Are you all right over there? Number 2 Zhang Wei's greeting message. This information is quite normal and has always been like this. But after seeing this information, Yi Qian suddenly felt conflicted. There was nothing wrong with the content of the private chat. He was thinking about something else. Luo Shan. Whether it was Qin Jian, number 2 Zhang Wei, or number 1 Zhang Wei, they were all very familiar with Luo Shan before. To be precise, we worked together for certain ideals. They would search for some information, organize it, and have Luo Shan publish it so that more players could see it. All of this was very clear in the past, but when the person behind the identity of Luo Shan turned out to be his fraudulent master, it was inevitable that Yi Qian would think a little more. For example, is the old liar targeting these people? Are there any grudges between them? Although I always try not to put too much thought into it, I'm still somewhat affected. What a nasty old liar. Li Hua, if we ever meet again in the future, please help me tickle him a few more times. After a moment of silence, Yi Qian sighed, then smiled and shook his head. Shake off those messy thoughts that suddenly pop up along with the rainwater on your hat. The old liar told him to keep hiding, so what was he worried about? He is just him, a young farming player who is still very weak and just wants to live a stable life. Chapter 57. There is a spring on the top of the mountain. No need to buy water to drink. 0997. Yi Qian. Good morning, Brother Zhang. Everything's fine here. The plants in the fields are still healthy. It's just that after the heavy rain on the mountain, it's so clean that there's not even a single plant left to harvest. Yi Qian sent a message back, touched Xiao Lihua's head, and continued walking forward. The mountain wasn't completely clean, but from a glance he could tell the area was truly poor. Perhaps there will be good things in the back mountain after we go over the hill, but the rain has been falling for a long time, and there may be many unknown dangers in the back mountain. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. The plants in the field are fine, which is good. The entire mountain here collapsed. The landslide occurred around 4 a.m. this morning. The landslide also brought out some hidden wild animals. My bear cub was also washed away. Number 2 Zhang Wei sent another message, saying how miserable the situation was over there. At around 4 in the morning, a mountain collapsed. If you didn't have some skills, you would be buried underground. 0997. Yi Qian. As long as everyone is alright, it's fine. Let's find a new place to build a house and live there. Fortunately, Brother Zhang, you're a hunter. Hunter-type players can always be more free and easy. After replying the message, Yi Qian looked at the relatively solid hill near his home. He was not sure whether the stability of his home was due to the digging of ditches and canals that unblocked the water flow, or because the planting areas of the players were relatively stable. But the situation on number 2 Zhang Wei's side is not an exception. Since the heavy rain began, many players have said that they have encountered this type of disaster. Some are on the mountain where the player lives, and some are near the house where the mountain collapsed in the blink of an eye. Some players in the plains also reported encountering sudden ground collapses, deep pits, and the like. 2 or 3 days of high temperature and more than 1 day of heavy rain can cause many disasters. Survival is not easy. However, hunting and gathering players have more freedom. As long as they have a backpack big enough, they can carry all their belongings and move to a place they like or a safer place to resettle. However, players who specialize in farming cannot move the cultivated land unless they are willing to abandon the previously cultivated land and find a new place to start from scratch. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. That's true, but finding a safe place to settle down is really hard. The mountains around here are a bit unstable, so I guess I'll have to sleep outdoors for the next few days. Brother Yi, you keep busy. I'll go take a look around. Number 2 Zhang Wei expressed his feelings for a few moments and then stopped talking. People who have lost their homes have to look for a safe place to live. Yi Qian's home is still stable, but he discovered an abnormal situation at the top of the hillside where his home is. Meow. The little tabby cat made a warning cry towards the front, but the sound was not anxious, just a warning that something was there. What is this, an ant nest or a rat nest? Yi Qian stared at the front. It was an irregular round mound of earth with a diameter of about 1 meter, which was shaking constantly. On the surface, it looks like mud softened by water, but under normal circumstances, when groundwater rises to this state, it will directly wash away the soil layer, right? If it doesn't break through directly, it means that there are other things hidden in this layer of soil. Li Hua, you can't go there. Reaching out to hold the eager little tabby cat in his arms, Yi Qian helplessly raised his hand to control a small amount of rain. The rain condensed into a water column and hit the bulge vertically. He had wanted to wait a little longer, but he had previously ignored the curiosity of creatures like cats. Meow. The little tabby cat clung to Yi Qian's arm with its front paws, its round eyes fixed on the still-moving bulge in the dirt, and its wagging tail showed its still vigorous curiosity. Bang! As the water column hit, the bulge that had been shaking but still relatively stable exploded in an instant. The water splashing around was a mixture of gray and black. Yi Qian was still 20 or 30 meters away, and the corrosive or toxic water sprayed out was only within 10 meters and did not affect his location. But these were just the surface layer. The next moment, a stream of water with a hint of coolness flowed out from the broken pit. It's mountain spring water, and the quality is pretty good. After naturally breaking through the soil, the water flowed into the ditch that Yi Qian had dug earlier. Yi Qian still did not go over to disturb him, but just controlled some spring water from a distance and flew in front of him to check. Mountain spring water, water resources, meets basic dietary standards. A very simple label. This is drinkable water. Yi Qian, who had been spending survival points to buy water, looked at the mountain spring water logo and smiled relaxedly. Although the price of drinking water is already very low and you can buy a small bottle for 1 survival point, it still costs money. Now, this spring water is cool and delicious, and most importantly, it's free. Although the rain is still falling, it does not prevent Yi Qian from doing what he wants to do now. He quickly ran back home and put all the bottles of drinking water into his backpack. Yi Qian returned to the top of the mountain again and filled more than 100 bottles of mountain spring water. Mountain spring water, 1 caddies, meets basic dietary standards, shelf life, 3 days. The bottled mineral water actually has a shelf life. Sure enough, the items produced by players cannot guarantee quality and quantity forever. But even if there was an expiration date, Yi Qian only hesitated for a moment, and then went home with a backpack full of bottled spring water. Snake grass, come and taste this water. When he returned to the doorstep, Yi Qian opened a bottle of water and placed it in front of the snake grass. He hooked the leaves with his fingers and asked it to drink some. A leaf of the snake plant cracked open, and a small leaf emerged, drinking the spring water in the bottle like a straw. After drinking it, I felt that it was a little better than usual, but there was not much difference. It is troublesome to bring water back separately, so there is no need to bring it separately. It's not a big deal. When the weather clears up, I'll get some bamboo poles, dig a hole, and bring the spring water down from the top of the mountain. Yi Qian was considerate of the snake grass, so he hooked his finger and conveyed the message that it could be processed a little and would not be too troublesome. He only had a plan for this matter and told Snake Goddess to wait for a few days, and then there would be better drinking water resources, which would flow into his home through some simple tools. Chapter 58. After the rainstorm, everyone started doing business. Cabbage, vegetable, 5.3 caddies. Under the increasingly smaller rain curtain, Yi Qian was finally able to harvest his own vegetables. The first cabbage weighed more than 5 pounds, which was the weight after it was dug out of the ground, and a few leaves on the outside that were obviously not tasty were removed. Every time you pull a cabbage, your experience in the planting system increases by 1 point. As expected, experience points are hard to earn. Last time, 168 pieces of rabbit ear grass were collected, but it still only gave 100 experience points, which made Yi Qian certain that rabbit ear grass gave experience points based on each harvest. However, the previous level 2 enhanced mushroom also had 100 points. This empirical calculation model does not have specific data. It is impossible that all mutated plants will gain 100 points after being harvested once, right? But he currently doesn't have any blue quality seeds to plant, so he's not sure if it's a problem with the mushrooms. There were a total of 20 cabbages. After harvesting, Yi Qian packed them in a bag, took them home, and placed them under the eaves. In addition to cabbage, the pointed red peppers can also be harvested. However, the experience value for harvesting these peppers will only increase by 1 point after picking a whole plant of harvestable red peppers. 2 trees, harvest once and gain 2 experience points. The 2 peppers also showed signs of maturity again after being harvested, and it would take another 2 days before they could be harvested for the second time. 0997. Yi Qian, I grew the cabbage. Do you want to eat it? After collecting the peppers and cabbages, Yi Qian sat under the eaves holding the cat and sent a private message to Luo Shan. The old liar has given him meat, so he should order some dishes, a combination of meat and vegetables. 0001. Luo Shan. Eat. Have you eaten the beef? Does it have any amplifying effect? I'll get you some more after you finish eating. Luo Shan was quite happy that Yi Qian grew vegetables and remembered to honor him. 0997. Yi Qian, I ate it. I almost burst from the enhanced energy. Blue is useless to me. Do you have any green quality ones? 30 to 40 kilograms of meat will almost reach the upper limit. Yi Qian was not polite at all. He currently doesn't expect purple quality items, so you should first fill in the missing first level of enhancement. Luo Shan, okay, you're eating too fast. How can you possibly finish 50 kilograms of meat? How long has it been since you last had meat? How did you manage to not die of overeating, you little brat? Wait a minute, I'll find you some green quality meat. Luo Shan expressed his incomprehension and disgust at the fact that Yi Qianning's meat consumption had reached the upper limit of blue quality. However, he didn't want to ask too much, and he went out helplessly to find some green quality meat that was delicious to feed his only apprentice. He went to work, and Yi Qian also took a break. By the way, I sold 150 pieces of rabbit ear grass that had not been sold before. It's not that he was too busy to remember, but the living conditions in the past 2 days were too bad, and not many people were in the mood to go to the auction and spend money to buy feed. Now the heavy rain has turned into light rain. The disaster is over, and those who engage in animal husbandry at home have to pay more attention. 0001. Luo Shan, I just slaughtered a mutant sheep. Do you want any others? We can save some fees by exchanging them together. Luo Shan sent a message to Yi Qian half an hour later. During the rainstorm, one of the mutant sheep that were hiding was targeted. 0997. Yi Qian, since you're so generous, why don't you give me some more of your wealth? Moreover, in exchange for 3 survival points each time, you're a big boss, and you're short of this little bit? Looking at Luo Shan's generosity and stinginess, Yi Qian complained sadly. But he didn't want anything else. He asked the old liar to prepare some green quality meat for him because Luo Shan mentioned it first, and there were really no mutant animals that produced a lot of meat near Yi Qian's home. 0001. Luo Shan, stop the nonsense. Eat a good meal. Save money on the trip. You little brat. You really don't know how to live. If you don't need anything, hurry up and exchange it. I can still go out for a walk after that. Luo Shan has a clear understanding of his old age. He stews some cabbage and then takes a walk to digest the food. This is all very reasonable. After Yi Qian started the exchange, the other side put down 39 kilograms of mutton in exchange for his 10 cabbages. This completely unequal exchange was completed. Luo Shan sent a message saying that he wanted to stew pork belly with cabbage, and then ignored everyone. After receiving the mutton, Yi Qian divided it into 9 pieces and synthesized them. Why is it the same meat, but cut into 9 pieces? There's always a sense of ceremony. Yi Qian looked at the drop of green liquid that was synthesized, sighed, and then swallowed the drop of liquid. After the blue quality enhancements were used up to the limit, the green quality enhancement liquid was still useful, but it was easily absorbed by just standing in the yard and practicing boxing and kicking for a while. The green quality strengthening liquid has reached its absorption limit, increasing Yi Qian's physical combat power by 4 points and special ability bonus by 2 points. Meow. This time, the little tabby cat was watching from the side. After Yi Qian came back, he continued to jump onto his shoulder and play. It's already noon. Let's have beef stewed with cabbage. You probably don't like spicy food, so we won't add chili. The whole morning passed like this. Yi Qian held the cat and went to make lunch. He added some chopped chili peppers to his bowl while eating. Although it's not as fragrant as the one stewed in a pot, it still feels pretty good. After eating and drinking, you still have to continue working. Today's field collection has to continue, and there are also fields where cabbage has been harvested. Although there is still a lot of water, it is time to trim them. Meow meow. After going out in the afternoon, the little raccoon played on Yi Qian's shoulders, rolling and running, jumping a few times. Because the rain had gradually turned into a drizzle, Yi Qian stopped wearing his hat, allowing little Li Hua to finally have some fun. 0606. Luo Fei, Level 1 Strengthening Potion, Green Quality. Initial use can increase combat power by more than 1 point. Later use will weaken it. The upper limit will be reached after 8 to 10 bottles. 1 bottle sells for 1,000 survival points. Guaranteed fresh. Message me if you need it. 0606. Luo Fei, Level 1 Stamina Recovery Potion, Green Quality. Increases stamina recovery by 10. 1 bottle lasts for 3 hours. Sells for 800 survival points. Quantity limited. Private message if you need it. 0606. Luo Fei, Level 1 Qi and Blood Recovery Potion, Green Quality. Increases Qi and Blood Recovery by 10. 1 bottle lasts for 1 hour. 500 survival points. Limited quantity. Private message if needed. Yi Qian opened 3 private messages in a row and saw that this person had actually made a potion and sent it to the group. However, Yi Qian cannot use any of these 3 medicines. 0987. Yun Fenglei, Brother Yi, do you need a basket? I have various storage baskets that can be used to store things at home or carried on the go. Just after closing the private chat with the medicine seller, Yi Qian saw a new private chat prompt. This guy actually came to sell the baskets he wove. Chapter 59. The Basket Weaving Master. He is really good at weaving. 0997. Yi Qian. What kind of basket is it? How much can it hold? What's the price? Yi Qian is quite interested in this kind of basket because it can be used to store things at home and can also be carried outside. So he sent a message back, but the other party seemed very busy and didn't reply to him until more than 10 minutes later. 0987. Yun Fenglei. It can be customized. I can weave whatever you want. Don't worry about me not being able to make it. My family has been weaving baskets for dozens of generations. The message from this basket weaving expert, whose name refers to 3 different celestial phenomena, made Yi Qian feel a little embarrassed. Because Yi Qian himself didn't know how many types of baskets there were. He always thought it was just an ordinary basket, with some straps for carrying it, or handles for lifting it, or maybe a few more lids. But what this person meant was that he could make whatever requests he wanted, as long as the money was in place. 0997. Yi Qian. For use outside, the interior space is larger. Yi Qian thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what this basket looked like. Therefore, in this situation where he had no idea what was going on, he could only put forward his own needs, and the rest depended on what the other party said. The main thing is that the durability of his backpack is less than half left. 0987. Yun Fenglei. This requirement is too brief. It seems you don't quite understand this. Let me briefly explain the specifications. The appearance can include size, placement, internal space division, special effects. Probably a little speechless at Yi Qian's simple request, this person directly sent Yi Qian several long pages of specification options. There are also subcategories in the big categories, as well as various detailed introductions. 0997. Yi Qian, I want something I can carry outside, right? It should be no larger than 1 meter in size, with 2 sides, and a ½ meter high, long strip layout. The size of the interior should be related to the price, right? Yi Qian stared at the detailed information, read it over and over again, and finally found some directions that he thought were possible. But, is this thing still a basket? This guy doesn't just make baskets to sell, he can make anything. 0987. Yun Fenglei. It's rare to see a customer as simple as you. This model isn't too demanding. According to these specifications, the minimum is 50 cubic meters of internal usable space, requiring 5,000 survival points. This can be increased to 100 cubic meters, and the larger model requires 7,000 survival points. Which one would you like, brother Yi? This person also guessed that Yi Qian really didn't have any requirements, so he simply quoted 2 sizes and prices. 0997. Yi Qian, I want a 100 cubic meter unit. How long does it take to complete the transaction and how much deposit is required? Yi Qian looked at his survival points. He currently had more than 14,000. It would not be a problem to buy a larger backpack with 7,000 survival points. After all, a 16 cubic meter cloth backpack costs 3,000 survival points. Moreover, this woven basket wears out slowly, but there is a prerequisite. You cannot carry the basket into the dense forest, otherwise it will get stuck or collide and cause severe wear and tear. But Yi Qian had no intention of diving into the woods, nor did he intend to engage in close combat with the beasts. 0987. Yun Fenglei. This ordinary size doesn't require a deposit. Brother Yi, please wait a moment. Because it was a relatively basic model, the other party asked Yi Qian to wait for a while. Only half an hour later, he sent a private message again, asking Yi Qian to apply for an exchange. 0987. Yun Fenglei. It's a pleasure working with you. Brother Yi, if you need anything next time, you can come to me again. I can also make furniture. As long as you can think of it, I can make it. A few days ago, I just made a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment with most of the furniture for someone. So brother Yi, you can feel free to make your requests next time. After the exchange was completed, Yun Fenglei told Yi Qian about his latest and biggest deal. The purpose was not to show off, but he was looking forward to Yi Qian asking him to weave something expensive. Nowadays, this simple backpack can be made in less than 5 minutes if you don't have to look for materials. 0997. Yi Qian, I don't have enough knowledge. I'll talk to you next time when I have more money. Yi Qian looked at his survival points, which had been reduced by half in an instant. He had no intention of knowing what the house he had made looked like, and he did not want to know what price this person had sold the finished product, which had taken a few days to make. However, this new backpack is really good. Wrought tan backpack, equipment/backpack, blue quality, door style, 100 cubic meters of storage space, durability 1,000 per 1,000. The appearance of this backpack is not as square as Yi Qian thought. It's shaped like a mountaineering bag, with curved edges that fit snugly on the back. The vines are green, each with a uniform diameter of 0.6 centimeters. On the outward side of the backpack, there is a small woven door that can be opened, and a woven flower-shaped lock that can be unlocked by turning it, allowing you to open the door to put things in or take things out. Compared with the backpacks currently on sale, this backpack is really cheap. The most important thing is that this basket is not hand-woven. Don't think that you can't tell just because he doesn't know how to weave baskets. This person is a person with special abilities, and his control is extremely strong. Perhaps, this person is practicing control by weaving baskets and earning some survival points at the same time. Meow. The little tabby dog lay on Yi Qian's shoulder and put its little paws on the wide shoulder strap on Yi Qian's shoulder. After Yi Qian grabbed its paw and moved it away, it knew that it was not allowed to grab it. But it doesn't stop it from playing, since it doesn't usually stretch its nails anyway. The backpack is so big, we should collect more things, otherwise it would be a waste of such a large internal space. Yi Qian touched Xiao Lihua's head and continued searching around. It started to drizzle around 10 o'clock in the morning. Now it is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The moisture in the soil has decreased a little, so the ground is not muddy everywhere when you walk. When Yi Qian went a little further away from home and came to some slightly higher weeds, he could finally see traces of mushrooms on the ground. There are still all kinds of small straw mushrooms. Yi Qian picks up one as soon as he sees one. Now Yi Qian has space in his backpack and he takes whatever he sees. Unidentified plants collected. After picking dozens of mushrooms, Yi Qian finally saw an unidentified plant. Today's collection task is finally completed. But this is just the beginning. His goal this afternoon is to pick up everything that can be collected on the hillside. Chapter 60 Number 2 Zhang Wei's request for help, 3,000 medical expenses. Rot tan backpack. Mountain spring water, 1 caddies. X5. Plant root remaining after lightning strike X1. Blood soul vine branches X12. Vine branches struck by lightning X18. Unidentified plants X17. Rabbit eargrass leaves X17. Straw mushrooms 37.3 caddies. Wild vegetables 6.1 caddies. Wolf skin X1. Rabbit skin X1. When Yi Qian returned home in the evening, his new backpack contained 17 unidentified plants, a large pile of straw mushrooms, and a small pile of wild vegetables. The wolf skin and rabbit skin were kept in the backpack after they were made. Now, because the backpack has been replaced, the previous one shows that it cannot store items after the replacement, so these things have all been transferred to the new wicker backpack. Lihua, go home. Yi Qian walked around and returned to his home. Looking at the little tabby cat jumping on the ground to play, he called out to it to go home first before playing. However, the little tabby didn't jump to the ground to play. He dug a few times in the still wet ground and hooked out a big earthworm with his claws. Meow. The little tabby cat felt that it had not hunted for the past few days, so after discovering the earthworm, it jumped down anxiously. Okay, Lihua is very powerful. Let's go home and chop it up and feed it to the hens so that they can lay more eggs. Yi Qian squatted down with a smile, picked up Xiao Lihua with one hand, and went home with the earthworm in the other hand. Meow meow. Because the little tabby cat had successfully hunted today, when it arrived at the doorstep, it jumped onto the leaves of the snake grass and played happily. Yi Qian said hello to the snake grass, and after entering the house, he chopped up the earthworms and wild vegetables, mixed them with the chopped rabbit eargrass, and fed them to the hens at home that were already showing signs of being a little hungry. After feeding the chickens, he went back into the house and fed the small gourd bees that were kept at home under the window. The honey is here, but the little gourd bee is not yet ready to leave the gourd, so naturally it cannot come out to eat. Received a private message from 0039, Zhang Wei 2. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. Brother Yi, my little bear cub is back. I dug it out. Half a day later, number 2 Zhang Wei sent Yi Qian a particularly happy piece of good news. The bear cub had been buried by the collapsed mountain for more than 12 hours. Although he was on the edge, I never thought he could be dug out again. For such a thing, not only was number 2 Zhang Wei excited, even Yi Qian felt that it was a miracle. 0997. Yi Qian, congratulations, brother Zhang. Your bear cub is very resilient. You must take good care of it from now on. Yi Qian sent a message back, expressing his sympathy for the difficulties faced by the black bear cub. However, the next message from Zhang Wei number 2 left him dumbfounded. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. Its vitality is almost gone. I gave it a lot of medicine, but it didn't replenish it. Brother Yi, can you treat it? I won't let you work in vain. The treatment fee is 3,000 survival points. Please pay more attention. If it really can't be saved, it's okay. I thought it was dead, but it was alive until I dug it out. I can't bear to see it die in front of me. Number 2 Zhang Wei just wanted to find Yi Qian to save his bear cub's life. Lihua, 3,000 survival points. It's a waste not to make money, right? Yi Qian thought about it, looked at his little tabby cat who was still playing with snake grass, and directly sent an exchange application to number 2 Zhang Wei. A dying little black bear and 3,000 survival points were placed in the exchange column. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, thank you for your hard work. After the exchange was confirmed, Zhang Wei number 2 sent another message to Yi Qian. This time, Yi Qian didn't reply to him for the time being. At this moment, he was busy controlling the small water ball he created, wrapping the black bear cub's body inside, trying little by little to nourish the black bear cub's damaged internal organs. I don't know if it will work, but since there is money to be made and the other party can't find any other way, then he might as well give it a try. Lihua, dinner will have to be postponed for a while. Treating this little bear cub is a hassle. Yi Qian called Xiao Lihua into the house, then held the cat in one hand and dragged the little black kid, whose body was wrapped in a water ball, to the bed with the other hand, adjusted himself to a comfortable position before continuing. Meow. Little Lihua lay beside Yi Qian, looking at the black creature that was several times bigger than him, and curiously went over to smell it. The taste is weird, I don't like it. This belongs to someone else. They paid us to treat it. When it's almost healed, we'll return it to them. Yi Qian looked at the disgusted look in little Lihua's eyes, picked up the kitten directly in his arms, rubbed it twice, and pressed it in his arms, and continued to treat the little black bear quietly. The process was very slow because the little black bear's internal organs were severely injured. The chest cavity is compressed, causing damage to the internal organs, long-term breathing difficulties, and some fluid accumulation that cannot be discharged. However, as long as you are not dead, just repair it slowly. It is hard work, but it is also a rare way of practice. Time passed little by little, and when Yi Qian was sure that the black bear cub's internal organs had been sorted out and would no longer deteriorate, he sent a private message to Zhang Wei number 2, simply saying that it should not die. It was dark, so we heated up some food, ate our fill, and went back to the house to continue. At this moment, Yi Qian couldn't do two things at once, so he just checked the chat channel twice occasionally and found that someone was counting the death toll of the disaster. After a rough look, he basically understood it. There are still 34,993 people in this 8,181 district. The player who has been seen so far is said to have entered the game at noon today with the number 36012. It has been 16 days since the survival game was launched, and including this disaster, the current death toll has exceeded 1,000. Overall, the player survival rate is still quite high. Before going to bed at night, the handsome sister number 996 came to chat with Yi Qian again. Yi Qian is currently busy researching treatment and has no time to chat with the older sister, so he says that he is practicing his skills, and the other party stops sending messages. Ahaha. It was almost dawn when the little black bear finally opened his eyes and called out weakly twice. Hungry. Yi Qian reached out and poked the little black bear's head. The little guy had 3 limbs injured, and only one forelimb was intact, but it was not yet time for him to get treatment for his limbs. However, this little head is quite good. It must have been in some environment where one of its front paws and head got in to avoid the damage from falling rocks. Now it can't move. It just whimpers a few times. I don't know if it's because of pain or hunger. Probably. He would be hungry too. But Yi Qian really didn't know what it would eat when it was hungry, and he couldn't just feed it casually. So he decided to ask the owner of the little bear cub. I took action as soon as I thought of it. I opened the friend interface and sent a message to Zhang Wei number 2, asking him what food he wanted to feed the bear cub. Chapter 61 The Thank You Gift from Brother Zhang is a Rooster. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Eat meat. Eat honey. Brother Yi, please wait a moment. I'll go get it something to eat. After receiving Yi Qian's private message, number 2 Zhang Wei excitedly began to prepare food for the little black bear cub. About 5 minutes later, Yi Qian received an exchange request. 0997. Yi Qian, it eats really well. Yi Qian took the food brought by number 2 Zhang Wei, and then looked at the little tabby cat sleeping next to his head, and realized how big the gap in treatment was among domesticated cubs. When he was poor, little Lihua had to eat steamed buns soaked in water. Now that I have some money, I can eat meat, blue quality beef, which was given to me by the old liar. And this person prepared food for the little bear cub. Honey purple ginseng sauce. Food, purple quality. After consumption can obtain a level 3 nourishing effect, increasing vitality recovery by 30. The effect lasts for 5 hours. Fish roe and minced meat paste. Purple quality food. Consuming it grants a level 3 recovery effect, increasing recovery by 30 for 5 hours. 1 box of vegetarian sauce, made with honey and purple ginseng, and 1 box of meat sauce, made with minced fish roe. While feeding the little black bear cub little by little, Yiqian searched for several purple quality ingredients, and then became even more silent. Any of the ingredients here starts at 5 figures. The higher the number, the stronger you are, and the more money you will earn. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother, I'm too soft-hearted. The little bear is badly injured. I have to sell all my belongings to get it better. Number 2 Zhang Wei started his performance again. 0997. Yiqian, I understand, Brother Zhang. You're just too soft-hearted. You can't bear to see these weak and pitiful creatures die before your eyes. Feed it little by little now, and it'll probably eat. We'll see how it goes tomorrow morning. I can't hold on any longer, so I'm going to sleep. Yiqian was quite aware of this person's soft heart. After all, he was a hunting player. But he was really sleepy. After slowly feeding the 2 boxes of food to the little bear cub, Yiqian continued to wrap the little bear cub with a water ball and put it aside. He took a nap first and replenished his energy before continuing. Yiqian slept soundly this time. Although, after getting a house, he always slept well. Yiqian slept until 6 in the morning. He woke up from his sleep and practiced only after the kitten stepped on him a few times with its claws. Lihua, are you hungry? Yiqian looked at the time. It was just past 6 in the morning, so the little tabby cat wasn't so hungry that it would wake him up. Meow. Little Lihua tilted his head, and after Yiqian woke up, he jumped to the windowsill and patted the gourd with his little paws. The little gourd bee has grown up. Yiqian jumped off the bed, came over, and picked up the colorful treasure light gourd bee that had grown up overnight. Yesterday, it was still a small gourd that could only be held in the palm of his hand. He just took a nap, and the big belly under the small gourd was almost as big as a household bucket. The gourd belly is also more than 20 centimeters in diameter. It grows like a balloon that suddenly blows up. Level 1 colorful treasure light gourd bee. Green grade/farmed animal. Adult. Can reproduce. Gathers pollen and makes honey. Has a chance of producing higher level bees. Current honey storage. 0. The calabash bees have grown up and are ready to work. After Yiqian rubbed the gourd shell with his hand, he saw a small bee flying out. It was a small, golden creature, a little smaller than the bees he knew, with a slender body and a faint light flickering on its wings. The queen bee and the hive are a whole entity. This little guy just said hello to Yiqian after coming out. Then it circled around the half-filled jar of honey next to it twice, grabbed some honey with its little claws, and flew back into the gourd. I'll give you this half jar of honey as food. Yiqian kept staring at the little gourd bee. Seeing that it had brought some honey back, he put all the remaining honey into the gourd. At least, only when the queen bee can reproduce normally will there be worker bees to collect pollen and make honey. The honey was put into the gourd in clumps. The smell probably spread, and the little bear cub smelled it and let out a faint cry. This recovery ability is pretty good. I'll clean up your legs and claws, and then I can send it over to you. Yiqian put food on the gourd bee and then came back to check on the little bear cub. The internal organs are still very fragile, but they are no longer in the dying state they were in before. Their self-recovery ability will be very strong, and they will be able to heal naturally in a few days. The water ball that had been protecting the little bear cub's body disappeared, and the newly condensed water ball circled around the 3 bare legs whose bones, tendons, and skin were damaged to a certain extent, repairing the internal blood stasis and damage bit by bit. More than an hour later. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, are you up yet? Take your bear cub in, and don't let it get hurt again for now. It should be fine. Yiqian sent a message to the bear cub's owner, asking him to initiate an exchange so that he could take the cub back. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Thank you, Brother Yi. You're amazing. I just caught a chicken. Please stew it for a good nourishment. When number 2 Zhang Wei saw that he could take the bear cub home, he excitedly gave Yiqian another gift. The medical expenses are just medical expenses, and the thank you gift is absolutely necessary. Auxiliary system, a skill that can heal so quickly. He knew that his decision to invest in building good relationships in advance was the right one. 0997. Yiqian. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Yiqian didn't hesitate to return the chicken to the owner and accepted it. That's right, this chicken. Level 1 mutated colored chicken. Green grade/animal, rooster, petable. This chicken is very beautiful, with shiny feathers, and weighs about 10 pounds. The point is, it's a living, survivable rooster. Lihua, why do I feel like he deliberately went to find a rooster? After all, he knew we had a hen at home. Yiqian looked at the mutant colorful chicken holding its wings in his hand. This time he was really not sure whether Brother Zhang did it on purpose. But no matter what the reason, he has a rooster at home. As long as the rooster doesn't bite the hen to death, there's a chance that chicks will hatch, and then there will be a lot of eggs and chickens. Chapter 62, 100 Mutation, synthesized into a top. Achievement, Farming 1. You successfully raised a pair of breeding poultry and livestock, survival points, plus 100. When Yi Qian put this level 1 mutant colorful chicken into the cage with hens, and they started whispering to each other, a new achievement was completed. There were no achievements related to farming before, because laying eggs doesn't count as reproduction. Meow. Little Lihua looked at the two chickens in the chicken coop, tilted his little head, meowed twice, and then stopped looking. It's locked up, so as long as it doesn't run in, it has nothing to do with it. Okay, now it's time for us to have breakfast, and then do our own things. Yi Qian took out the eggs that the hen laid this morning, touched little Lihua's head, and went to the kitchen to start washing the pot and cooking. Day 17, 7 hours 52 minutes and 50 seconds, sunny, 20 degrees Celsius 24 degrees Celsius, northwest wind level 1. It's a nice day today, with almost no breeze. The weather was sunny and the land was much drier. Although the soil was not yet loose, it was no longer clumping into mud. Overall, it is good weather for planting. Tasks. 1. Reclaim wasteland and cultivate land. 2. Repair the fields. 3. Repair the home. Today's task is to carry out various repairs after the heavy rain. The fields need to be plowed, and the homes need to be repaired. Although Yi Qian felt that there was nothing wrong with his house, after all, the slight rainwater leakage that had occurred before would be controlled and diverted away by him. But he had a mission to do, so he went up to the roof and rearranged some of the tile structures. Random mission. Home repair. You cleaned up your home after the rainstorm, survival points plus 50. After tidying up the roof, I swept the yard, and then moved the wooden sticks of the fence a little bit, and the task was completed. Meow. Little tabby caterpillar is playing on the leaves of snake grass. It really dotes on you. Yi Qian communicated with snake grass for a while. He was curious about why snake grass always coaxed little Lihua to play, so he tried to ask. Then, the emotion given by the snake grass is that the little one needs to be coaxed. Little one. Compared to the snake grass that has already wrapped around the fence of an entire yard, the little tabby flower is indeed very small. Meow. The little tabby catkin didn't know, but that didn't stop it from rolling happily on the surface made up of leaves. After finishing the house cleaning, Yi Qian pinched Xiao Lihua's ears and let him continue playing on the leaves of snake grass. He went to the breeding field to check how many sweet potato vines he could pull out today. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, fertile, seedling stage. Sweet potato seedlings can be collected, but currently, only 6 meet the standards for healthy planting. Level 1 coriander, green quality, can be bred, enter seed growth stage after 3 days. Level 1 chives, green quality, can be bred, enter seed growth stage after 3 days. Both the coriander and the chives have grown flower mosses. Although only a small half has grown out yet, according to this time, a few small flowers should be seen in the evening. There is no need to rush the sweet potato seedlings for the time being. Yi Qian just makes sure that they are growing healthily and then goes to the front of the yard to tidy up the fields over there. Level 1 rabbit eargrass, growth range 10 by 10, 1 tree, matures in 5 days. The rabbit eargrass is still a large patch of lush greenery. There is still some plant nutrient solution in the accelerator, so there is no rush to add more. Moreover, due to the previous heavy rain, the growth rate of the rabbit eargrass has occasionally accelerated once or twice. Looking at the rabbit eargrass, Yi Qian remembered the 150 rabbit eargrass leaves he had sold before, which he had sold last night. It's just that I was exhausted at that time and didn't go for a checkup. The most expensive one was worth 15 survival points, and the cheapest was 11 survival points. It can be seen that the players are richer than before. 150 rabbit eargrass leaves gave Yi Qian a total of 1,938 survival points. Yesterday, I made 3,000 from Zhangwei, number 2. Add to that the quest bonus, and I still have the remaining 7,000. Survival points, 12,000 and 3.4. There are more than 10,000 survival points. For other vegetables, we are currently just loosening the surface soil to allow them to grow better. The next batch of harvest period for peppers is shown to be in 1 day. For cherry tomatoes, it will take 6 days. For large tomatoes, it will take 7 days. For potatoes, it will take 9 days. And for the remaining 2 small cabbage plots, it will take 9 and 10 days respectively. These are the crops that Yi Qian currently has planted, and the quantity is still very small. To repair the fields, he only needed to plow the land where he had pulled out the cabbages and the part that had not been planted after the land was reclaimed. It was a little easier than reclaiming the land. This process will be completed quickly. Yiqian looked at the small piece of flat land and thought about how much land he needed to reclaim today and what he needed to plant. Meow. Little Tabby Flower ran around the snake grass fence for a few laps, then lay down to bask in the sun for a while. Now that Yiqian had stopped, he jumped onto his shoulders again. Lihua, be good and let me hold you. Cats bring wealth. Petting cats brings good luck. Yiqian held the little tabby cat in his arms, muttered a few words in a very ritualistic manner, and then took out a bunch of items from the package. 1 plant root left after a lightning strike, 1 wolf hide, 1 rabbit hide, 9 blood soul vine branches, 9 lightning struck vine branches. Can be synthesized. 100 success rate for this synthesis, 100 mutation chance, 50 for equipment, 30 for weapons, 10 for plants, 5 for animals, 5 for unknown items. Yiqian took a little bit of each material in his hand, and after piecing together the materials with a 100 chance of mutation, he carried out this luxurious synthesis. The roots of that plant are purple, the branches and stumps are blue, and the wolf skin and rabbit skin are green. They were put together in a mess, and Yiqian couldn't guess what direction the mutation would take. Purple, blue, and green. The 3 colors flickered and merged together, and Yiqian's mental power was also highly consumed. Synthesis successful. Half of Yiqian's mental power was drained away, and the sudden high consumption made him feel a little uncomfortable. This rapid extraction is a completely different feeling from the slow consumption when treating the black bear cub last night. A piece of clothing emitting a faint purple light fell into Yiqian's hands. Synthesize and get the equipment. The original probability of getting equipment is 50, but the equipment is divided into purple quality, blue quality, or green quality. Although the purple light is very faint now, it has indeed reached purple quality. Wrought tan leather armor, equipment/top, purple quality, defense 88, durability 100, reparable equipment. A special soft leather blend of wrought tan and leather, breathable and sweat resistant. This is a thin white top. Long sleeves with 10 centimeters cuffs and cinching straps at the wrists. The vertical collar can protect the neck. The length of the dress reaches below the hips and has a loose, overlapping front. Yiqian picked it up and took a look. This piece of clothing should be very good for working and practicing. Chapter 63. I put on new equipment, but my pants are gone. Achievement Equipment 1. You wear a piece of green grade or higher equipment, survival points plus 100. Achievement Equipment 2. You wear a piece of blue grade or higher equipment, survival points plus 500. Achievement Equipment 3. You wear a piece of purple grade equipment, survival points plus 3000. After Yiqian took off his previous attributeless top and put on this one, in addition to the comfort of the clothes, he also achieved 3 achievements at the same time. The novice protection set will disappear. Yiqian had originally taken off the shirt in his hand and stood up with the cat in his arms, wanting to take the shirt back into the house, but he found that the shirt was disappearing quickly and his pants and shoes. The novice protection set has 4 pieces, and the other 3 pieces also have a countdown to disappearance. Player 8181-0997. Yiqian has successfully put on a piece of equipment. The countdown for the novice protection set to disappear has begun. Novice protection set, pants. Remaining time 11 hours 59 minutes and 51 seconds. The countdown is changing every second. Pants, shoes, and underwear can still last for about 12 hours. Why hasn't anyone mentioned such an important matter in the chat channel? It can't be that they are deliberately not talking about it, right? Meow. Little Lihua tilted his head, curious about why Yiqian stood up and then stopped moving, lowering his head to look down. It also looked down a few times, but didn't see anything strange. It's okay, I just need to go buy something now. Yiqian was no longer in the mood to think about anything else. He needed to put on his clothes now. I opened the auction and looked for it, but there was no equipment, because the lowest price offered for the equipment in the auction was too much lower than the consignment price. There was no equipment or cloth, but there were some animal skins. Hunting players makes money the fastest. Yiqian looked at the animal skins on the auction block. A blue rabbit skin had a starting price of over 2,000 survival points. The starting price for green quality is 100 survival points. The starting price for the most common, ungraded linen cloth is only 5 survival points. A 20-fold jump. Considering the difference between mutant animals and ordinary animals, this price is actually normal. Looking at the various auctions of rabbit skins, wolf skins, deer skins, fox skins, cow skins, sheep skins. After looking around, Yiqian closed the auction helplessly and opened the consignment. He actually wanted to buy animal skins and then come back to synthesize equipment himself. But the key now is that he needs equipment for specific parts of his body. And his synthesis is really completely random. I opened the consignment search and it was easy to find pants, but shoes were a bit more difficult. Different models, different styles. I almost forgot. You can ask among your friends. When Yi Qian was about to buy some coarse cloth to make pants, he suddenly remembered that there was a handicraft expert among his friends. This person who claims to be a handicraftsman can do all this, so can he also make shoes? 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Su, are you busy? Does your craftsmanship include equipment? Yi Qian sent a message to 0011, Su Lu, and then prepared to pack up and continue to open up the wasteland and wait for someone to reply. 0011, Su Lu, no hurry, no hurry. Whatever equipment does brother you want. We can provide any equipment you want. We guarantee you'll be satisfied with the custom-made equipment. The price will just be a little bit higher. Su Lu replied very quickly, and the content. Yi Qian felt that his 10 friends were either not short of money or specialized in business. 0997. Yi Qian, a pair of shoes and a pair of pants. Yi Qian only said 2 things and decided to make the underwear himself. Su Lu, I understand. Brother Yi got a top earlier, so now he needs a 3-piece suit, right? Don't be shy, we're all grown men. What quality do you want? If it's just a regular item, there are 3,000 for coarse cloth, 6,000 for coarse cotton, 10,000 for cotton or leather armor, and 50 or 100,000 for blue quality. Su Lu's reply has fully demonstrated that Yi Qian is not the first player who has to put on a set of equipment because of wearing a piece of equipment. For such a situation, he directly made a more detailed quotation according to the specifications. 3,000 for a 3-piece suit of coarse cloth, 6,000 for a 3-piece suit of coarse cotton, and 10,000 for a 3-piece suit of either pure cotton or leather armor. As for 50,000 or 100,000, he only mentioned it roughly. If you want something at this price, he will give you a detailed introduction. 0997. Yi Qian, the cotton version costs 10,000 yuan. I can't afford anything higher. Yi Qian looked at these items. The cotton model was priced at 10,000, which was not too outrageous. It was even 1,000 or 2,000 cheaper than the lowest consignment price. As for the fact that I only have a little over 10,000 yuan now, is it too extravagant to spend 10,000 yuan on clothes at once? This is not the world of the past, where clothes just had to be wearable. The materials and quality of today's clothing represent protection and speed, as well as comfort in one's life. Su Lu, okay, it will be finished by noon. Brother Yi, you need to prepare some things first. It's best to use clay or wood to make a model that fits your feet and ankles perfectly. You should also provide the data for your waist, legs, and hips. A model of the same scale would be best. Su Lu is a craftsman. Since he sells custom-made products, he has to achieve a level of perfection. The pants were not such a problem, but for the shoes, he required a model. Only by making shoes according to your feet can you wear them more comfortably and for a longer time. 0997. Yi Qian, I'm going to make a model of a pair of feet now. Please give me a number for waist circumference and other things. I really don't know how to make this model. Yi Qian looked down at his legs. He was sure he couldn't give a scale model of this type. He took a lump of mud from the spot, wrapped his feet in a layer of water to shape them, then put on the mud and drained away the water, and the foot model was ready. Yi Qian also measured the required data for the pants himself, marked it with a few pieces of straw rope, and then sent a message to Su Lu. After paying a deposit of 1,000 survival points and providing the foot model and leg data, Yi Qian once again started to open up the land. 0011. Su Lu, Brother Yi, are you around 1.8 meters tall or 1.9 meters tall? While Su Lu was making equipment, he also sent a private message to Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian, 1.85. When asked about his height by the craftsman who made the clothes, Yi Qian naturally replied with a number. 0011. Su Lu, Brother Yi's height and proportions, if it were in the past, I would have dragged him to be a fashion model. Is the crop system a paddy field or a dry field? As for Su Lu, making clothes did not stop him from chatting. While chatting about many issues, just as noon came, he had already prepared the equipment that Yi Qian needed. Chapter 64. The equipment was comfortable to wear, but he was poor again. 0011. Su Lu, it's done. Since surviving in the wild is difficult, I'll give you 2 pairs of underwear. Brother Yi, you don't have to pay extra. Su Lu sent a message, and after Yi Qian replied, he started the exchange, traded the equipment for the remaining 9,000 yuan. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Su, thank you. Yi Qian looked at the equipment he had obtained and thanked him in a good mood. Pure cotton thick sole shoes, equipment/shoes, green quality, speed +10, defense 8, Durability 100. The pure cotton upper will make your feet more comfortable and your journey faster. Pure cotton rattan pants. Equipment/pants. Green quality. Defense 13. Durability 100. Pure cotton fabric with rattan pattern, moisture-proof and breathable. Pure cotton underwear. Equipment/underwear. Green quality. 100 durable. Pure cotton fabric. Comfort first. The shoes are very comfortable to wear. In addition to the upper made of several layers of cotton and some kind of glue, there is also a sole made of a fusion of plants and coarse cloth, as well as a layer of soft cotton insole. The pants have been processed twice. The gray-white pants are moisture-proof and breathable, which is very similar to the top he made himself. As for the underwear, wear one and put the other away. It is exactly as the introduction says, it is comfortable. It's different if you spend money on it. Yi Qian changed into new clothes and stretched his arms and legs on the spot. He felt really comfortable. Meow. Seeing that Yi Qian seemed to be playing, the little tabby cat also ran over and circled around Yi Qian happily. Let's go eat. After eating this beef at noon, we have to reconsider what to eat. Yi Qian made beef stewed with cabbage for lunch. After discovering that Xiao Lihua was not completely intolerant of spicy food, he added 2 small chili peppers. It has a slightly spicy aroma, but not choking. The consequence of adding chili peppers was that Yi Qian ate all the dishes at noon. Meow meow. Little Lihua also likes the new taste. Even though the beef was of blue quality, the slight spiciness made it a little intoxicating. When Yi Qian cleaned up and continued to work, Xiao Lihua was already running in circles near the snake grass. Running laps is the best way to strengthen your body until there are no other ways to exercise. The little tabby cat ran off to play, and Yi Qian also went to the seed cultivation field in the east and pulled out 6 sweet potato seedlings. Sweet potato seedlings, young plants, transplantable. The sprouted sweet potato is of green quality, but this sweet potato seedling is just an ordinary item and does not have any special information. Having known this for a long time, Yi Qian didn't worry about it and brought the sweet potato seedlings to a field. The soil was dug up into a high ridge, and the distance between each plant was more than 60 centimeters. What we want is enough living space. Plant 6 seedlings, pour a bucket of water on them, and after the water has penetrated, bury the roots of the plants. Sweet potato plot, 4 by 2.5, 6 sweet potatoes, 3 days to go. After finishing this part of the planting, Yi Qian continued to tidy up the fields that had been cleared at noon, furrow by ridge. This morning, including the previous ones, Yi Qian had cleaned up a total of more than 200 square meters. The seeds are not completely unaffordable, and with the rainstorm disaster just over, there should be no major natural disasters in the short term. 40 potato seeds cost Yi Qian 2,000 survival points, which made him a complete poor man. But these 40 potatoes produced 225 potato sprouts, which were planted in spacious rows, barely filling up the 200 square meter open space. Potato land, 10 by 20 square meters, 225 potatoes, budding in 3 days. Spacing is somewhat sparse, making it prone to weeds. In this large piece of land, rows of potatoes were planted sparsely, which gave Yi Qian a direct hint. Yi Qian didn't worry about this. As long as the land was planted, he could just weed it every morning and evening. If this doesn't work, then hoe it every morning, noon and evening. Player, Area 8181, No. 0997, Yi Qian. Career Direction, Planting Department, Level 1748/10,000/Basic All-Round Survivor. Special Ability, Water Element Control. Skills, Synthesis, Level 1/Assistance. Plant Communication, Level 115 out of 100. Combat Power, 40, plus 52/Special Ability Bonus. Survival Points, 63.4. Equipment, rattan leather armor, purple, cotton rattan pants, green, cotton underwear, green, cotton thick-soled shoes, green, rattan backpack, mountain spring water, 1 caddies, times 3, blood soul vine branches times 3, lightning struck vine branches times 9, unidentified plants times 17, straw mushrooms, 37 caddies, wild vegetables, 5.1 caddies. Assets, simple wooden and bamboo house, 317.5 square meters of fenced yard, well, 100 square meters of breeding land, 380 square meters of cultivated land, and 360 square meters of planted land. Domesticated war beast, cat, cub, level 1 mutation, alert, speed, sharp claws. Mutated plants, level 2 snake grass, growable, level 2 fragrant bamboo, seedling. Breeding plants, 1 coriander, 1 leek, 1 sweet potato. Animals, chicken coop, 1 rooster, 1 hen, colorful Beogwang gourd bee, 1 queen bee. My planting experience increased by 6 points, which was gained when I went to the breeding field and pulled out those 6 sweet potato seedlings. The additional combat power of the water control was improved after the treatment of the black bear cub, and it showed an increase of 2 points. The equipment has been displayed, but the equipment enhancement is only for the equipment and is not displayed in the personal combat power. Another change is the number of fields. The total area reclaimed was 380 square meters, and the remaining 20 square meters remained idle because he had no money to buy seeds. Breeding areas are also divided separately and are not classified in the same category as planting fields. As for why there is no rabbit ear grass among the mutant plants. Rabbit ear grass is a mutation, but it can only be planted in fields and is a harvestable plant. Another difference from the past is that after achieving the achievement in the breeding system, a category for breeding animals will appear in the personal information list. Lihua, our family is too poor to eat meat. Why don't we go out and have a look before it gets dark? Maybe we can find a wild rabbit or a pheasant. Yi Qian looked at his remaining 2-digit survival points, hugged the little tabby cat, rubbed his face against the cat's fur, and went out with a wicker basket on his back. The fields have been expanded a lot, and a potato patch and a few sweet potato seedlings have been planted. It's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon now, so there's still time for him to look for some meat ingredients so that they can have a snack tonight. Chapter 65 Blue Quality Wild Treasure Chest. Meow. Little Lihua was taken out by Yi Qian. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, which was the area attacked by the blood soul vine, it bared its teeth and screamed at the grass where it was before. There's something else in there. Yi Qian took a few steps back, extracted water from the ground in front of him, twisted it into a thin water whip, and swung it from a distance, cutting off the grass that had grown to more than 2 meters high, layer by layer, close to the ground. Cut off a thickness of more than 10 centimeters at a time, and the grass leaves fall down and spread on the ground. These lush green grasses would be a good choice if used to feed cattle and sheep. But now is not the time to think about these things. Yi Qian harvested layer by layer, carefully observing the surroundings to prevent the things inside from suddenly attacking from somewhere. Layer after layer, Yi Qian's mental power was strengthened many times. He practiced every day, but when they finally saw different objects, Yi Qian still felt a little tired. These grasses grow so fast. Meow. Little Lihua watched Yi Qian stop and then look ahead. What was that glowing thing? It's in a wild treasure chest, and it's a blue quality one. Yi Qian stopped to watch because he saw this wild treasure chest. He didn't see any other creatures now, but he wasn't sure whether they had hidden themselves or whether the creature had heard the noise and escaped when he was mowing the lawn. To be safe, Yi Qian did not walk over, but approached with a water whip used as a sickle, rolled up the treasure chest that was flashing blue light, and dragged it out. Meow. When the little tabby saw the water rope in front of it dragging the box, it wanted to help. But just as it was about to go, Yi Qian reached out and pressed it in his arms. The situation ahead was still very strange. He himself didn't dare to get close, let alone let the kitten take the risk. While dragging the treasure chest, nothing unexpected happened. Not even a blade of grass moved. Until the treasure chest arrived in front of Yi Qian, he squatted down and reached out to open the treasure chest with blue light. But there was still no movement in front. Open a blue quality wild treasure chest. Gain. Unidentified wood, blue, times 3, cotton gloves, green, times 2, hunting skill book times 1, celery seeds times 10. A blue quality wild treasure chest, with quite a few items in it. The most important thing is, the skill book is out. However, this skill book, hunting skill book, after opening this, hunter class players will randomly gain 1 skill within their class. Non-hunting class players cannot use this skill. A good skill book, but it has to be classified into restricted professions. This is really too bullying. Meow. The little tabby cat watched Yi Qian's expression change from time to time, and curiously stretched out its little paw and touched Yi Qian's face. Lihua, I think that next time I open a treasure chest, I must rub against you first, and then open it. Yi Qian was very sad, but there was nothing he could do because this skill book could not be turned into a planting system. But he can sell it for money. Someone has discussed this before. Even if you are unlucky, you can get at least 3 kinds of items from a colored treasure chest in the wild, which are 3 types of survival-oriented items. I'm not sure which one counts as a gathering skill, wood or gloves, but the skill book clearly states it's a hunting skill. And when it comes to planting skills, it's just 10 celery seeds. And it's just regular celery seeds. Although celery seeds are not among the seeds available for sale in the survival mall, they can currently be sold on consignment for 100 survival points per seed, but compared to the other items, the gap is still too big. Helplessly putting all the items into the backpack, Yiqian watched the treasure chest in front of him, whose material could not be identified, disappear. He stood up and continued to look at the grass in front of him. The grass was so tall, it was obviously abnormal, but his mental energy had been consumed a lot. Instead of continuing to mow the grass, it is better to collect the ones you just cut and hang them up to sell. You can always make some money from them. Green grass that is more than 2 meters high and can grow this high without any color grade is definitely very rare. Meow. Yiqian held the little raccoon in one hand and raised the other hand to control the water rope and went out again, rolling up small bundles of green grass and bringing them back in front of him. After more than half an hour, a tall pile of green grass was piled up next to Yiqian. Because I can also practice my control at the same time. The grass is arranged neatly, and it looks more and more beautiful the more I look at it. Green grass. Materials, 520 caddies. Consignment price, 1040 survival points. Green grass. Materials, 615 caddies. Consignment price, 1230 survival points. Green grass. Materials, 623 caddies. Consignment price, 1246 survival points. 3 portions of green grass were hung up, and the weight of each portion depended on how much green grass Yiqian currently had tied up and held in his hand. This is a set restriction. Items that can be sold must currently belong to the player. To determine whether an item belongs to a player, the player can take the item home or put it in a backpack. Also, you must hold the object completely in your hand and disconnect it from other objects, even if you place it on the ground outside. One's own land can be considered an exception, but there are some restrictions on own fields. That is, the crops must be planted and harvested in one's own fields. If a rabbit from outside runs into your own field, you definitely cannot sell it directly. You have to catch it first. So under these set restrictions, Yiqian needs to bundle up the green grass and lift it up. The amount lifted is the amount sold in the consignment column. But no matter whether it is more or less, it is 2 survival points per kilogram. This is a high price among ordinary forages, but few of the same type can meet this standard. 0012. Zhongwei. Who is this? What normal person would plant grass in the field and grow it into neat, low-quality grass over 2 meters tall? Even if you can't afford the seeds, can you really say you've successfully grown this grass? After Yiqian put the item up for sale and was walking home, he opened the chat channel and took a few glances before seeing this person's complaints. The green grass that was complained about must be the ones he put up for sale. 0987. Yin Fenglei. Is there a possibility that this grass was cut outside? Has anyone seen low-quality grass with seeds? After passing through a dozen or so people who were watching or complaining, Yiqian saw another familiar person. 0012. Zhongwei. Can you find such neatly cut grass outside? Foragers, come out and talk. Do you really come across this kind of grass when you're out foraging? 29,006 Lin Xiang, 13. As a collector, I've never seen anything like this. 30,000 Wei Wei, 2. I'm also a gatherer, and I've never seen anything so neat. Chapter 66 Hunting Exclusive Skill Book, no reference price. 0102. Suyen, please focus on the main point. What normal gathering player can lift a haystack weighing over 600 kilograms with their bare hands? When the collection department was flooding the screen with comments saying they had never seen this kind of grass, some people couldn't stand it anymore. This person posted several identical messages in a row, asking everyone to pay attention to the weight issue. 0012. Zhongwei. I said this is the planting system. Only the planting system can collect in the fields, then pile up in piles and sell directly. You can sell it without picking it up by hand. Number 1 Zhongwei appeared again. 0039. Zhongwei 2. I still think it's a gatherer. I've seen similar grass by the river before. And who says gatherers can't be strong? Maybe they took some strengthening potion, or they're just naturally strong. Is that weird? Number 2 Zhongwei also came out. 1033. Su Wei. 2. I'm a hunter. I've cut grass this tall before, but never in such large quantities. All in all, it's only about 200 pounds, which I save for my deer and cattle. 1971 Wang Wei. 3. I'm from the planting department. When I went to fetch water from the river during the heat, I saw a neat, half-acre patch of grass about 1.5 meters high. It was pure wild green grass, about 10 meters away from the river. The soil in that small patch was so black it was shiny. 0091. Family Yao, what's going on today? All of you people with the same name, and some with different names, are here to join in the fun, right? This flooding of the screen is really causing visual fatigue. 0091. Family Yao, it's just mowing grass, no big deal. As long as the land is fertile enough, This kind of grass is normal, isn't it? Another early-stage player came out and said some information that Yi Qian felt was valuable. It's just that there's usually a reason why the land is fertile. After Fan Liao finished speaking, someone asked how such fertile land is usually formed. 0091. Fan Liao, there are special minerals underground, or special amplifying plants, or perhaps the corpses of high-level beasts are buried there. These are basically the possibilities. But no matter which one it is, if you are not strong enough, try not to try it, because fertile soil will attract mutant plants and animals. After seeing the information this person said, Yi Qian agreed with it very much. Because before, the blood soul vine did run into the grass and live there. Besides, there are still things in that place now, but they are just hiding there, or maybe they were disturbed by me mowing the grass, so they ran away and hid. It's hard to say. Lihua, let's continue mowing the lawn tomorrow. When Yi Qian returned home, he also received a notification that the grass had been sold. While most players were curious about who harvested the grass and how it grew so tall, someone had already bought it all in a package. Standing in his own field, he dug up the little bit of land that was still idle and planted these 10 celery seeds on a small ridge of land. Meow. The little tabby stood on the wall, and when it heard Yi Qian calling it, it turned around and meowed. We didn't catch any prey just now, but we've earned over 3,000 now, so we can buy more meat to stew. Yi Qian watered the newly planted land, then returned to the yard, put down the bucket, rummaged around, and went to buy a pheasant. Ordinary pheasants are not expensive, only costing 200 or 300 survival points. Of course, there is a big price difference compared to staple foods such as steamed buns and bread. After stewing the pheasant, wash the straw mushrooms in a winnowing basket and cut them into pieces. Add them when the chicken is almost done stewing. After everything was packed up, Yi Qian came to the well, sat on the well platform, raised his hand and hooked the snake grass leaves that came over. Little Lihua also pulled the leaves of the snake grass like swinging on a swing, swung it twice, and then fell into Yi Qian's arms. It's getting late now. Let's buy some big bamboo tubes tomorrow and build a spring pipe. Yi Qian held the cat in one hand and played with the snake grass with the other and thought of the spring on the top of the mountain again. There is no spring water now, but he still has well water. Beside him, a line of water emerged from the well and was reflected in rainbow colors in the setting sun. The water flowed up and spread like mist, sprinkling on the wall of snake grass. Leaves that looked like little green snakes swayed in the colorful mist. Although communication is not possible at the moment, the fragrant bamboo on the east side of the yard is still covered by a wave of mist. Meow. Little Lihua looked at the artificial rainbow in the sky, scratched at it with his little paws, and wanted to play with it. Play, but you certainly won't catch. Yi Qian let go and let the little Lihua play freely. However, the little tabby cat is not trying to catch the rainbow. It is trying to jump over the rainbow. The meowing kitten was jumping back and forth, getting farther and farther from the ground. It was the snake plant that spread its leaves on both sides to catch it. Yi Qian saw how happy they were and did not disturb them, but just kept the mist falling. The two of them were playing, and the pheasant stewed in the pot would have to wait a while, so Yi Qian began to check the items he had. Put the unidentified wood aside for now, as well as the vines and broken branches. Wait until your spirit state is full, or when you have other items, and then synthesize them. Cotton gloves. This is really a collection type. Pure cotton gloves. Equipment/gathering gloves. Green quality. Increases gathering speed by 8, durability by 100. Gathering gloves. The amplification effect is limited to gathering players. Yi Qian felt that he was quite lucky as he got 2 exclusive items from one treasure chest. But the problem is that he can't use these 2 exclusives. If you can't use it yourself, you must sell it. I did a consignment search and found quite a few pure cotton gloves, as well as some collection exclusive ones. The green quality increase can reach up to 10, so his 8 is pretty good. So, Yi Qian went to the auction house and put up an auction for 12 hours. Pure cotton gloves. Equipment/gathering gloves. Green quality. Starting price. 500 survival points. The starting price was 500 survival points. Less than half a minute after it was posted, someone started raising the price. It rose to more than 3,000 in a few minutes, and then it slowly increased every once in a while. For this one, he just had to wait until the time came to collect the money, but the next one made Yi Qian a little conflicted. The hunting department's exclusive skill book. This kind of thing is not sold at consignment, and it is completely unavailable at the auction house. Of course, he also knew that just because there were no items for sale, it didn't mean no one would open them. It just meant that when they appeared, they would be bought by someone. Chapter 67 Planting System Exclusive Skill, Scarecrow. 0997. Yi Qian, this is a hunting-specific skill book. I can't open it with the planting skill book. Do you want it? Yi Qian hesitated for a while, but still didn't put the skill book up for sale. He sent a private message to the old liar, intending to honor his master. 0001, Luo Shan, you little bastard, what luck do you have? Just wait. Luo Shan replied after a while, without saying whether he wanted it or not, and asked Yi Qian to wait. They waited, and finally Yi Qian and Xiao Lihua were sitting under the eaves to have dinner. 0001, Luo Shan, let's exchange. How could I accept a disciple like you? You're such a pity. The message sent again was just to ask Yi Qian to exchange it. By the way, I have to complain that being a master is really troublesome. Yi Qian just smiled and happily sent out a friend exchange request. Then, after sending out a hunting exclusive skill book, he received a planting exclusive skill book. 0997. Yi Qian, you're quite capable, you old liar. Don't tell me you went out specifically to find a treasure chest and got this skill book for me. I don't think you could be that lucky. Yi Qian held the skill book and smiled so hard that his eyes felt a little sore. This old liar. I guess he asked someone among his friends, and then used something to exchange it with that person, right? 0001. Luo Shan. Do you think I, an old man, am capable of such diligent work? I have a wealthy family. I was just hesitating about which one to choose. Luo Shan would never admit it. He actually didn't want this stupid disciple to suffer any loss. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes. You are a wealthy man, while I, your disciple, am poor and weak. Would you mind giving me 10 or 8 more books on planting skills? You have plenty of these anyway. Yi Qian took the skill book and complained rudely about the old liar's hypocrisy, then opened the big wheel for random skill selection. The turntable started spinning rapidly as soon as it was turned on. This time, Yi Qian held the cat in his arms and let the turntable spin for a while longer before calling for a stop. Obtain exclusive planting skill, Scarecrow. Scarecrow, level 10/100, exclusive to the planting department, can use materials to make scarecrows. Current skill level 1, can make a level 1 scarecrow. The scarecrow's working time varies according to the materials and the player's mental strength. The ability of a level 1 scarecrow is randomly generated during fertilizing/watering/catching insects. After the skill book was used, a new skill appeared in Yi Qian's personal information. After checking the production materials, I found that low-grade grass can also be used as a material, but its lifespan will be very short. All the grass cut today has been sold. Yi Qian is not in a hurry now. He puts down little Lihua and continues to eat. He begins to look forward to making a scarecrow to work tomorrow. 0001, Luo Shan. Brat, what kind of skill book did you get? If it's terrible, then forget it. I've made a killing this time. Target marking. As long as my mental strength holds up, even if the marked prey runs 10 mountains away, I can still find it based on the location. Luo Shan was so happy about his skill that he ran over to show off to Yi Qian. As for the previous message from Yi Qian that he should give more to his apprentice since his family was wealthy, he could automatically ignore that kind of information. Although there is some money and materials, skill books are even rarer than high-level equipment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked all his friends and searched for so long before finding a player with the exclusive planting skill. He said there was a player with the farming system who wanted to exchange his hunting system for him. Really, he was telling the truth. Why don't you want to believe it? 0997. Yi Qian, positioning. Be careful. Your prey might be deliberately waiting for you in a trap. My skill. Wait until tomorrow I find some grass, make a scarecrow, and stick it in the field. It should scare away any birds that might try to steal your food. Yi Qian was also quite impressed by the old liar's luck. As for the old liar's mental strength and control, he couldn't guess the upper limit at the moment. However, this skill still needs to be used with caution, as traps may be set for any prey. I hope this old liar will learn his lesson. Hidden arrows usually hurt more. 0001, Luo Shan. Scarecrow? What the hell is a scarecrow? Xiao Qianzi, what bad luck do you have? Can't you just tie a scarecrow with your hands? You actually need skills to make it. You really disgrace your ancestors who have been farming for 18 generations. The message sent by Luo Shan was full of ridicule. However, it was just a joke. They all knew that a scarecrow, as a skill, could never just be the kind that stood in the field. The two of them complained to each other for a few more words, and Yi Qian finished his meal. He said hello and lay down to rest. This day was quite tiring. Meow. Little Lihua is not sleepy now. She runs around on the floor at home, sometimes going to see the gourd bee, and sometimes coming to Yi Qian to rub against and play with him. Received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei, too. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Qian was looking at the messages in the chat channel and was starting to feel sleepy when he suddenly received a private message. 0039. Zhongwei 2. Brother Yi, my little bear cub can now stand up, and I've found a new place to live. Thank you so much for this. Number 2 Zhang Wei first told about his situation, and then sent a new message. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. Well, I let something slip when I was chatting with someone earlier. Someone just asked me if I could help with a connection, and I suddenly thought of a business idea. Brother Yi, would you like to listen? Don't worry, I just said that I know a healing expert who cured my bear cub. I didn't say who it was, nor did I say that the healing expert was a player before the number 1000. Worried that Yi Qian might misunderstand, number 2 Zhang Wei sent a message to explain. He was sad that the bear cub was buried, and he cried and told several of his friends that his bear cub was gone. Then, the bear cub was dug out again and healed. He just mentioned it casually, but it was discovered that he knew a big-name therapist. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, are you planning to act as a middleman and help me get some treatment work? Yi Qian originally did not admit that he was a healing assistant because he really didn't know how to do it at that time. Now he can perform treatment and adjustments for some minor injuries. If someone pays for it, he will not refuse it as it is a way to make money and practice at the same time. Of course, money is important. After all, he has more than one way of practicing. Chapter 68 Falcon Cubs earn their hard work. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. That depends on what brother you wants. I'm fine with whatever you do, and I promise I won't profit from the price difference. Number 2 Zhang Wei wanted to be the middleman because this would make him and Yi Qian more familiar with each other, and it would be more convenient to ask Yi Qian for help in the future. But if Yi Qian is willing to add the person seeking help as a friend and chat privately, he can also directly act as a matchmaker and put them in touch. 0997. Yi Qian, I have a bit of a social anxiety disorder, so I'll have to trouble Brother Zhang with this matter. It's normal for middlemen to make a profit from the price difference. As long as Brother Zhang doesn't deduct my share, I don't need to care about other people's. Yi Qian thought about it. He wanted to make money, but he didn't want to put too much effort into it. Communication between people is a troublesome thing, and the few friends he added now are all of the more interesting types. So having a middleman is a good thing for him. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. No, the most I do is accept small gifts from ordinary people. I wouldn't do anything like profiting from the difference. Brother Yi, the person who just contacted me can offer 5,000 survival points to extend the life of his identified bird, which has a very low chance of survival. Just enough to keep it alive in the short term. Do you have time now? The reason why number 2 Zhang Wei was being chased and urged, and then he came to talk to Yi Qian about this matter, was that someone came to him for help. Since Yi Qian is willing to take on the treatment business, we have to hurry up and get this order. Otherwise, the other person's bird will die. 0997. Yi Qian, let's try. Brother Zhang, please tell them first. I can't guarantee a 100 chance of survival. If they die, I won't compensate them. The most I can do is not charge for their medical expenses. After the identification, the probability of survival is very small, but Yi Qian is still quite interested in this. However, the fact that someone is willing to spend 5,000 survival points to find someone to treat it means that the value of this little bird is not lower than this number. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. There's no such thing as a 100 guarantee of survival when it comes to curing illnesses and saving lives. We can't accept anyone who wants compensation. I'm going to find him and get both the money and the bird. Number 2 Zhang Wei had automatically defined the scope of us. After talking to Yi Qian, he went to tell his friend to hurry up. Less than a minute later, a redemption request appeared, and Yi Qian received 5,000 survival points and a dying little bird. Falcon Cub, Blue Quality, Animal Cub, already owned, Hunger 51, Health 6. The Blue Quality Falcon's health is almost at the bottom. Meow. Little Lihua lay beside Yi Qian's head, looking at a featherless little bird that suddenly appeared, tilting his head curiously, but this time he didn't even need to stretch out his claws to try. It's so fragile, it can barely even make a sound. It's obvious that it will die if it's not touched. This one clearly hasn't hatched yet, and is underdeveloped and malnourished. Yi Qian looked at the falcon cub that had few feathers left on it. He wrapped the tiny creature in a ball of water, trying to simulate the state of an eggshell so that the little thing wouldn't burst in the next moment. However, animals need nutrient solution to grow. This water can heal wounds, clean internal organ deposits, and keep animals alive, but it is not the nutrient component required for normal animal growth. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, this cub is underdeveloped. Its health value is not declining at the moment, but it will take time to recover. He plans to wait a few more days for the cub to grow slowly until it hatches, or use some nutrient solution to supplement and catalyze it. He is only responsible for treatment, but for other needs, he has to find the owner of the falcon cub. Just like the little black bear cub before, number 2 Zhang Wei has to decide what to eat. 0039 Zhang Wei 2. How much nutrient solution is needed? 0997 Yi Qian 1 tail, blue quality required. If it's lower than this level, it may lead to a growth downgrade. At this time, saving money will be a big loss. After sending the message, I waited. 2 or 3 minutes later, Zhang Wei number 2 sent an exchange application. 1 tail of blue quality animal nutrient solution, packed in a glass bottle, was traded. I can see that your owner is also rich. This is normal. People without money can't find it. Yi Qian controlled the blue nutrient solution and merged it into the water ball that wrapped the falcon cub, seeping into the body of the little cub bit by bit. The process was not very quick. By the time the little bird had grown down and was ready to break out of the shell, it was already past 4 in the morning. 00997 Yi Qian, done. Brother Zhang, are you asleep? If not, take me away. I'm too tired to open my eyes. After the treatment was completed, Yi Qian directly sent a private message to Zhang Wei number 2. The other party was also not asleep. He opened the exchange box and Yi Qian put the falcon cub, which looked completely changed, and the empty glass bottle on it. After the transaction was completed, Yi Qian turned over, held his little tabby cat in his arms, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Using condensed water elements for treatment is time-consuming and laborious, but it is indeed more effective than ordinary practice. Just in the past few hours, he simulated an eggshell and controlled the absorption of the nutrient solution, which increased his special combat power a little bit more. You should know that during normal training, it would take him 4 or 5 days to naturally increase his combat power by 1 point. At least that was the progress in the first few days. 0039 Zhang Wei 2. Brother Yi, you've worked hard. Go to sleep first. I'll see you tomorrow morning. That guy gave me this extra thank you gift. I'll give it to you when you wake up. More than 10 minutes later, number 2 Zhang Wei sent another private message to Yi Qian. But Yi Qian was asleep now, and it was impossible for him to wake up and reply to his message. This time it was very tiring again, and Yi Qian slept soundly. When it was just getting light in the morning, there was a noise outside. Little Lihua jumped out of the half-open window, came back after a while, and continued to sleep beside Yi Qian. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, a small red bee flew out of the gourd under the window. After coming out, the little bee first approached Yi Qian, flew around him twice, and then observed the little tabby cat that was staring at it for a while, and then flew out from the half-open window. Chapter 69. The fertile wheat seeds are finally ready to be planted. Day 18, 11 hours 50 minutes and 55 seconds, sunny, 23 degrees C, 26 degrees C, north wind level 3. It was still a good day today. After Yi Qian woke up, he looked at the sunlight coming through the window, yawned, and slowly sat up. Lihua, did you go out to play at night? Yi Qian picked up the little tabby cat that came up to him, pinched its paws, and saw 2 white hairs on the little guy's paws that did not belong to his cat. This is rabbit hair, right? Can his kitten actually go out hunting at night? Meow meow. When Yi Qian pinched its paws, the little tabby cat's paws opened, and it rubbed its head against Yi Qian's legs happily. Let's go out and take a look. Something must have happened last night. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head, got out of bed with the cat in his arms, opened the door, and walked out. Standing in the yard, Yi Qian looked at the 2 dead fat rabbits tied up by snake grass on the east wall and understood. These 2 fat rabbits wanted to steal food from his seedling field, but they were caught by the snake grass. As for the white hair on the little tabby cat's paws, it was probably because it came out to join in the fun, scratched it a few times out of curiosity, and then stuck to it. Thank you for your hard work. This rabbit is quite fat. Leave one for me and Lihua as a snack. The other one is yours. Yi Qian stretched out his hand and greeted the snake grass to communicate with it, allowing it to choose one to eat. Although it is a plant, the snake grass and his family actually likes to eat meat. Meow. Little Lihua tilted its head and watched snake grass put one of the rabbits into Yi Qian's hand. It also came over and scratched the rabbit's fur with its claws. It seems to be saying that it also helps with hunting. The other rabbit's body was hung on the fence wall and was quickly eaten by snake grass, leaving only a complete rabbit skin that did not need to be trimmed again. When it comes to eating, snake grass has not learned to be polite. As long as it is allowed to eat, it will definitely not waste it. As for the rabbit fur, it knew Yi Qian had made and dried rabbit skins before, so it stayed. Of course, part of the reason might be that it didn't eat animal skins. Let's put ours aside first. There's still some vegetables in the pot. We can stew the rabbit meat after we finish eating. Yi Qian tore off the rabbit skin, chopped the rabbit meat into pieces, and put them aside first. He and the cat did not eat the internal organs, so he continued to throw them away to make compost. After finishing all this, the dishes in the pot were heated up and served out, which became his and Xialihua's breakfast and lunch. You must be starving. Watching the little tabby cat eating meat in big mouthfuls, Yi Qian looked at the time and realized that he had slept too long and made the cat hungry. Sure enough, after a lot of mental exhaustion, the sleep recovery time will naturally be extended. While eating breakfast and lunch, Yi Qian opened the chat channel and saw several unread private messages. 0997. Yi Qian, slept till now, just woke up and made something to eat. Yi Qian first replied to number 2 Zhang Wei. He was still very interested in the thank you gift this person mentioned. After replying to Zhang Wei number 2, Yi Qian opened the private message sent by Zhang Wei number 1. 0012. Zhang Wei, Brother Yi, would you like some mutant seeds? They're super cheap, 10,000 each. The message was sent at around 9 in the morning, and it is now past 12 o'clock. 0997. Yi Qian, I just woke up. What kind of mutant seeds does Brother Zhang have? My current survival points are less than 10,000. How many blue quality vine materials do I have left? He can't afford it, but he can ask the other party if he wants to exchange it. However, more than 3 hours have passed, and it is hard to say whether the other party has sold it. 0012. Zhang Wei. These are 3 level 1 mutant wheat seeds, capable of reproduction. If Brother Yi wants to exchange them for materials, he should first check the quality of the materials. Even if they are both blue grade, the price difference can be more than tenfold. Number 1 Zhang Wei directly skipped the survival point and thought about the materials Yi Qian mentioned. It can be seen that he is very interested in vine materials. 0997. Yi Qian, open an exchange and put it up for review. The materials are pretty good. Yi Qian is very interested in wheat seeds that can reproduce. After greeting the other party, he submitted an exchange request, then took out a piece of vine branch struck by lightning and placed it in the exchange column. This method of inspecting goods is very safe. As long as you do not click to confirm the exchange, the other party can see the item information without it being taken away. 0012. Zhang Wei. This section of vine and the 3 seeds are all yours. Let's exchange them. I need this lightning-struck property. When number 1 Zhang Wei saw this piece of vine material, he was instantly attracted by the prefix. The branches that remain after being struck by lightning are a rare treasure that is hard to find on the market. 0997. Yi Qian, then switch. Yi Qian looked at the 8 remaining branches. Could it be that these things were so valuable? Or does it just happen to match the other person's attributes? No matter what he wants now are seeds, and the other party wants vine stumps, so let's exchange them. This type of vine branches, unless they have special uses, will only sell for around 10,000 yuan, and should not exceed 20,000 yuan. As for the price of mutant seeds, no one is selling that one. The price of 10,000 yuan per piece is quite high, but when the goods are in short supply, it is normal to raise the price. Level 1 wheat seeds, green quality, can be planted and reproduced. After getting the 3 wheat seeds, Yi Qian carefully put them away, fearing that they would be damaged. 0012. Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, if you have any good stuff in the future, remember to look for me, especially something with special attributes like this. Number 1 Zhang Wei is very satisfied with this harvest. Anyone can plant mutant seeds in the soil, but for the type that can reproduce, if you are not a planting type player, you will not be able to produce new seeds even if you plant them. Therefore, he felt that he had made a great profit by being able to exchange for such a fresh branch that had survived the lightning strike. Yi Qian also felt that it was good that he got what he wanted. The private chat with this person ended with both parties being satisfied, and Yi Qian looked at the remaining person. Qingjian. 0032. Qingjian. Brother Yi, are you up yet? This was sent around 6 in the morning. 0032. Qingjian. Brother Yi, are you okay? Did you not get up yet? Or were you too busy to check your private messages? This was sent around 8 in the morning. 0032. Qingjian. Brother Yi, are you okay? I saw this and just wanted to ask you if you want any seeds. Someone opened a box and got a batch of grain seeds. This third message was sent at around 10 o'clock, and then there was no more. I guess, or perhaps I guess, Yi Qian didn't get enough rest last night, or he was particularly busy today. After reading his 3 messages, Yi Qian sent one back. 0997. Yi Qian, I just woke up at noon. I didn't sleep at all last night. Do you still have the grain seeds that Brother Qin mentioned? What's the price? Seeds? and they are grain seeds, so Yi Qian naturally wanted them very much. In the survival mall, there are only some simple ones, such as cabbage, radish, potato, tomato, coriander, and green onion, nothing more. Now, that is grain seeds. He is finally going to get serious about growing some crops. However, when he finished his meal, packed up and prepared to go to work, and had already received a reply from Zhang Wei number 2, he still hadn't seen Qin Jian's reply. Maybe he was busy. After all, once a hunting player encounters prey, he will probably have no time to be distracted. Chapter 70 Synthesis, Coxcomb Seeds. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, that guy's thank you gift is quite generous. Please accept it. By the way, I, your elder brother, have started going out hunting again after settling down. I just caught a nest of chicks. Our small business needs to continue. I am such a soft-hearted old man that I really can't bear to see such chicks die in front of me. Number 2 Zhang Wei was very happy today, and he continued his daily routine of going out to pick up a litter of puppies. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, thank you for your hard work. I understand your kindness. Leave this poor little cub to me. Yi Qian was already accustomed to this person's kindness, and after he finished speaking, he sent him an exchange application. Then, he received the thank you gift from the Falcon Cub's host. Also, 50 survival points, and 7 chicks bought. Rattan flower basket, decorative ornaments, green quality, has the functions of keeping warm / keeping cold / repelling insects, and is 100 durable. One is woven with rattan and has small dried flowers of various colors on the edge. This flower basket has no handles and is more like a large oval plate filled with dried flowers. The bottom of the plate is about 5 centimeters deep. It looks nice and has a light floral scent, but the effects are not obvious. It can only slightly reduce the temperature when it is hot and warm you up when it is cold. I am not sure about its insect repellent effect. This thing is a very nice decoration in the house, and it can also be. Although the flower basket is a little bigger, it's better than just leaving it on the floor. Yi Qian walked into the house and looked around, then saw the colorful treasure light gourd bee under the window. He reached out and touched the belly of the gourd twice, and the colorful little gourd bee inside flew out and circled around Yi Qian's hand. When he put the gourd in the flower basket, the little gourd wasp circled its new home twice, stayed on the dried flowers for a while, and then flew back to the gourd. The size is not exactly right, but as they are assembled together, Yi Qian becomes more and more satisfied. Only a wicker flower basket. Although it didn't seem like such a coincidence, he still thought of a basket weaver among his friends. Level 1 Colorful Treasure Light, Gourd Bee. Green grade / breeding animal, adult stage, can reproduce, collect pollen, and make honey, has a chance to reproduce higher level bees. Queen bee, 1. Worker bee, red bee, 1. Honey storage capacity, 0.2. In this gourd, in addition to the colorful gourd queen bee, the first worker bee has also appeared. But the current amount of honey stored is the food Yi Qian put in them, not newly brewed honey. The flower basket was put down and used. Yi Qian began to look at the little chick that he had placed aside. Although it was not dead yet, it was also listless. If they can be raised after identification, they will be 7 chicks, which can be raised to lay eggs. If you are lucky, you can even identify one that can reproduce and lay eggs and hatch them. But his family has already confirmed that they have roosters and hens that can lay eggs and reproduce. So now he would like to try some synthesis instead of buying identification equipment and then focusing all his attention on treating the chicks. Unidentified animal baby X7. Unidentified plant X7. Synthesizable, 100 synthesis success rate, 10 mutation chance. Successful synthesis means choosing one of the 2 materials. This mutation is an unknown direction or a strange fusion method, such as rabbit ear grass and snake grass, which are both considered mutations. Synthesis successful. In the flashing light, these items merged together, and the green light enveloped them. After a small amount of mental power was consumed, a seed flashing with a faint green light fell into the palm of his hand. Level 1 Coxcomb Seeds. Green quality, plantable, 1 by 1 planting range. Increases poultry growth by 5. Yield-enhancing mutant plant, reproduces naturally after planting. There are the same number of cubs as plants, which is indeed the result of a mutation. Moreover, it is Yi Qian's favorite auxiliary type for increasing production. Although the range is a bit small, this seed can reproduce naturally. In other words, if you plant this seed, you will have a field of coxcombs in the future. Now that he has this, he needs to arrange the breeding area properly. Meow. Little Lihua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder, and when he went out, he stretched out his little paws to greet the snake grass. It was just past noon, and Yi Qian went to check on the fields. There was no sign of water shortage or weeds, so he just left them alone for the time being. Let's go chop some wood, and then cut some grass to sell. Yi Qian said hello to snake grass, then set off with the kitten towards the tall green grass halfway up the mountain. I didn't encounter anything new along the way. I just cut down some small trees and placed them on the hillside, preparing to take them home after I finished cutting grass for the day and selling them for money. Coming to this place again, Yi Qian stood on the protruding stone and stared at the grass for a while. After making sure that neither he nor Xiao Lihuan noticed anything unusual, he controlled the water whip to move closer and continued to harvest layer by layer. The cutting speed is very fast, faster than Yi Qian's previous harvesting with a sickle, and it is also safer. After cutting for a while, Yi Qian tied the fruits with ropes and brought them back to him. He sorted them out and put them up for consignment. The price is not that high, 2 survival points per kilogram, and the piles of grass are more than 2 meters high. People are talking about this in the chat channel, and whether the players selling the grass is a farming type. I was lucky enough to find this kind of grass once, so I can understand why I cut it and sell it for money. But yesterday we sold nearly 2,000 kilograms, and today, at noon, we've already sold over 1,000 kilograms. As to whether it was hung there by one person, no one has raised this possibility yet. After all, the amount of each portion is almost the same, and the quality of the grass is exactly the same. What kind of abnormal planting system can make the grass planted in the fields grow more than 2 meters high every day? Yi Qian would only glance at the chat channel occasionally, and then continue to stay close to the ground, cutting and cutting. The ones I cut yesterday have already grown over 20 centimeters. It's just like cutting leeks. Yi Qian also put up a pile of green grass weighing more than 500 kilograms for consignment. Judging from the area cleared in front, it was about 1 acre of land. However, there is not much grass left, and I guess I can still cut 2 more small piles. But these green grasses will grow back if you cut them. When the blood soul vine was here before, the ones he cut had already grown back. He was not sure if it was because they were growing too fast or because of the heavy rain. But from yesterday's newly cut stubble, you can still clearly see how much it has grown. We harvested about 1,800 kilograms yesterday and have already put up nearly 4,000 kilograms today, leaving us with about 1,000 kilograms to harvest. The output of this green grassland should be around 7,000 kilograms. Chapter 71 Number 1 Zhongwei. I have so much free time that I came here to act like a fool. Zhongwei, who is it? Who is growing grass and selling it for money? Excuse me, you have such a good piece of land. Why don't you grow anything else? Why do you choose to grow grass? Do you think your grass seeds are free because they were blown by the wind? Number 1 Zhongwei was in the chat channel, shouting that he wanted to know who was growing and cutting grass to sell for money. Like him, I was full of curiosity and wanted to know who did this. On Yi Qian's side, after mowing the last round of the grass, he saw a grass seed fall. The seeds were at the other end of the black land of about 1 acre. Yi Qian controlled the water rope, wrapped up the seeds that were about to fall to the ground, and brought them back. Level 1 grass seeds, green quality, can be planted, can reproduce naturally after planting. It is another plant seed that can reproduce naturally. Natural reproduction means that there is no need to harvest the leaves. After these plants grow to a certain size, they will naturally grow from the roots or after the seeds fall to the ground. This type of seeds are good things. If there is enough time and nutrients, they may be able to grow all over an entire hillside. Collect it first, and then decide where to plant it after you get home. After collecting the seeds, Yi Qian dragged back the last bit of green grass and piled them together, leaving a small portion to take home to make a scarecrow, and hung the rest up for sale. Received a private message from friend 0012, Zhongwei. 0012, Zhongwei. Brother Yi, are you busy? Let's chat. Number 1 Zhongwei chatted with others in the chat channel for a while. Everyone had their own persistence and reasons. Zhongwei felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he planned to find a friend in the planting department to have a private chat. 0997, Yi Qian, not bad, going out to mow the lawn. Yi Qian was watching the chat channel, so he knew very well that this person was looking for him for something. Aren't they just a group of people who are really too idle and bored to discuss whether these green grasses are grown or collected from the wild? Sure enough, he didn't understand. The boss's focus was a bit strange. 0012, Zhongwei, mowing the grass. Is it weeds? This answer made Zhongwei a little curious. They were discussing the situation of the players selling grass, so they asked a farmer who seemed to have good luck, and then just happened to be mowing the lawn. I opened the consignment and took a look and saw that there was another new one added. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? 0997, Yi Qian, the grass in the wild is growing quite well. Yi Qian seemed to have not seen what was discussed in the chat channel at all, and replied to the message naturally. 0012. Zhangwei, how well can grass grow in the wild? Can it reach 2 meters high? During the discussion in the chat channel, number 1 Zhangwei always insisted that he was a planting player who planted crops in the fields and then cut them and hung them up to sell for money. He now feels a little guilty for some reason, as if he had guessed wrong. 0997. Yi Qian, a little over 2 meters tall. The tallest ones are nearly 2.5 meters tall, and the shorter ones are also just over 2 meters tall. You can see them at the consignment sale. All the grass I cut is hung up there. It seems easy to collect in the wild, but I chose the planting system. It's a pity that this grass can't be dug up and transplanted. Otherwise, I really want to take it all home and plant it in the fields. Yi Qian sighed, as if he believed that the gathering system only needed to go out, harvest, and then sell it for money. As for whether the other party might think he was a little stupid, that was not the issue for now. Who made this person keep saying in the chat channel that some farming player was so stupid as to plant grass in the ground? He didn't have any seeds before, but if the coriander seeds he was given at the beginning could be replaced with this kind of grass seeds, he would definitely plant a piece of it, drive the car at high speed and water it every day, and then harvest and sell it for money. What do you mean? The farming players who can grow these grasses are too stupid. Do you know how planting players can level up? This kind of grass that can be harvested multiple times, even if it is sold cheaply, is a treasure for gaining experience. Leeks, grasses, and other things that grow quickly and can be harvested multiple times. He is thinking about this type of seeds every day now. 0012. Zhangwei. Actually, gathering isn't that easy either. Besides, it's a waste to plant this kind of grass on the land I worked so hard to clear. It would be better to plant some food. Number 1 Zhangwei took a while to reply. Moreover, he seemed to still be confused about why the planting department would want to plant grass. 0997. Yi Qian. It's because grain seeds are too expensive. Brother Zhang, you just sold me 3 wheat seeds, and you can sell them for 11,000. As long as the roots of this grass are still there, I can cut it, and it will grow again. There is nothing more economical and perfect than it. As for the hard work of clearing the land, Brother Zhang, your place is quite barren, don't you believe it? If I had seeds, I could clear several acres of land in a day. Yi Qian rarely complained to this person. It's so easy to clear the land, with only shallow weeds and relatively fertile land. Of course, it is more because his physical condition has been strengthened many times now. He would not dare to say such things at the beginning. 0012. Zhangwei. Well, that's quite special, isn't it? Let me ask, Brother Yi, you're clearing land so easily. How much land have you cleared? Feeling a bit embarrassed by what he said, and thinking about the seeds he had sold before, number 1 Zhangwei decided to change the subject. 0997. Yi Qian. Less than 1 acre. Yi Qian didn't say too much in detail, but it was just a very small piece of land. 0012. Zhangwei. This is too little. You can open up several acres of land in a day. Even if there are no seeds now, you can open up the wasteland and leave it there. When there are seeds, you can just plant them directly. Young people need to work harder and develop the fields. Seeing that it was only this little, number 1 Zhangwei felt a little bit of face was restored. Although he ignored the price of seeds, it was a bit strange that Yi Qian said he could open up the wasteland but didn't. So, when everyone is embarrassed, you are not the most embarrassed one. 0997. Yi Qian. Brother Zhang, are you stupid? It's easy for me to dig out the plants on the ground, but I don't have seeds to plant them. After a heavy rain, the soft soil will be washed away by the water. If it rains a few more times, how will I be able to farm in the future? Complaining about this kind of thing is addictive, especially when the other party always asks questions that make Yi Qian feel particularly stupid. 0012. Zhangwei. I've farmed before, Brother Yi. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Next time you have seeds, good or bad, I'll keep them for you. If you have any more materials for mutant plants, please leave some for me. I have some tasks to complete this afternoon, so let's not talk for now. Number 1 Zhangwei had to admit that he really didn't understand these things. But he also gained a better understanding of the needs of planting players for cultivable crops. I once again emphasized that we could cooperate more in the future, and then he didn't want to talk anymore. If they chatted for a while longer, he was worried he would ask questions that would be met with harsh criticism, but that he wouldn't be able to refute. Chapter 72. Snake Grass's efforts to quickly build a chicken coop. Lihua, we're not bullying anyone, are we? Yi Qian smiled and tilted his head, looking at the little tabby cat lying on his shoulder. Meow. The little tabby cat didn't care what Yi Qian said. It just came up to him happily and rubbed its little head against Yi Qian's face. The tall grass over there is gone. Is it time to go home? Let's go. Now we'll take the little trees on the road home. and then we'll continue farming. Yi Qian walked up the mountain, holding little Lihua. One person and one cat, one talking and the other meowing. Arriving at the place where a pile of saplings had been cut down before, Yi Qian rolled up the pile of saplings with a water rope and walked towards the door of his house. Meow. When little Lihua was almost at the door of his home, he suddenly turned around and looked at the location at the foot of the mountain with confusion in his eyes. Down the mountain, it seemed like something was happening, yet it also seemed like nothing was happening. What's wrong? Is this where we were mowing the lawn before? Yi Qian dropped the small tree he was dragging, held the kitten in his arms, and turned to look at the area where they had stopped to mow the grass before. On the top of the mountain, you could only see the big rock where he once stood. Anything further away was blocked by trees or grass of varying heights. Maybe the creature that used to live in that grass has returned. Or perhaps there was something moving in the other bushes or vines nearby. It's even possible that some creature is passing through the river at the foot of the mountain, dozens of meters away from the grassland. Yi Qian didn't know what dangerous creatures were nearby, nor did he find any traces, but he knew one very important thing. That is, the further away from the home where you were originally dropped, the more dangerous it is. Meow. Little Lihua stared at the direction of the mountain for a few more times, but still found nothing. It's okay. Without a special reason, I wouldn't go up the mountain even if there was something. That grassland isn't anyone's home. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head, walked to the outside of the courtyard wall, and put the kitten on the snake-loving grass. Looking at the little raccoon flower that was rolled up by the snake grass and soon started playing and was no longer sad, Yi Qian went to the west side of his courtyard wall and started building a new fence. The wall of his house was not very neat, but it could barely be considered a square yard. Now the east side is the breeding and seedling field, and the front side, which is the south side, is where the fields will be further expanded for planting. He used small trees and branches to quickly enclose a relatively square area of 100 square meters on the west side. We need to make a circle around this side too, the animals on the ground, the birds in the sky. After forming a circle, Yi Qian hooked his fingers on the leaves of the snake grass and emphasized the safety protection here during the communication. He only has one rooster and one hen at home. If these two are eaten by wild animals, he will never be able to get another pair for breeding. The most important thing is that it takes a long time to raise a chick before it grows up to the point where it can lay eggs. Meow. Little Lihua lay on the leaves of the snake grass, watching Yi Qian and the snake grass playing with each other, and then when the leaves of the snake grass were retracted, he came over and circled around Yi Qian. This one can't be moved either. It will probably grow freely here for a long time. Yi Qian squatted on the ground, dug a hole, and planted the mutated coxcomb seeds. Touching the little tabby flower's head, Yi Qian picked up the kitten and gathered a ball of water in his palm. The ball of water fell to the ground and seeped into the area around the coxcomb flower. Next, I need to move the two chickens over, along with the simple bowls for them to eat in, and a layer of hay leaves on the ground. Chuckle. Yi Qian released two chickens from the cage, and they ran around in the spacious area. Meow. Little Lihua jumped off Yi Qian's shoulder and ran around the colorful rooster. Soon, the rooster and the hen were chasing it together. Why are you bullying them? If these two chickens could fly, they would be at least 2 or 3 meters high. Yi Qian could see that the two chickens were chasing the little tabby because they were annoyed by it. I reached out and hugged the kitten that seemed to be unable to escape and rushed into my arms. I bent down and pinched its little ears, not sure if the days ahead would be full of chaos. Fortunately, there was snake grass. In the short time he was cleaning up the chicken area, the snake grass had quickly circled the chicken coop twice, and its snake-like leaves were also relatively slender. It will probably grow to a height of 3 or 4 meters. The light will be fine, but these two chickens won't be able to escape. Just like that, growing, hardening, and growing again, circle after circle. When Yi Qian went to the east, he first planted 3 level 1 wheat seeds, and then pulled out 3 sweet potato seedlings. Then I went to the area near the 6 sweet potato seedlings I had planted before, dug up a ridge of soft soil, and carefully planted them and watered them. The chicken coop over there has been turned into a chicken cage by the rapid growth of snake grass, covering an area of 100 square meters, with a height of nearly 5 meters and an edge height of more than 3.5 meters. The only remaining door was in the fence between the yard and the chicken coop. The snakeweed had pulled out the sticks that were in the way and had woven a door of its own. Thanks for your hard work. Yi Qian stood at the door of the chicken coop, reached out and patted the open door, hooked his fingers on a leaf, and expressed his gratitude and hard work. Although it is a plant grown at home, it works really hard and seriously tries to do everything that is required of it as best as possible. Chapter 73. Scarecrow working. This is considered a trusteeship model. Level 1 Scarecrow, planting/assistance, fertilization, remaining labor time, 6 hours. After busying himself for half the afternoon, cleaning up the new chicken coop and planting wheat seeds, Yi Qian finally made a scarecrow. This scarecrow is naturally not made of straw, and he doesn't have that material now. I went to cut some grass to sell and set aside some of it. It took about 10 pounds of grass to make this functional scarecrow. This scarecrow was about 1.5 meters tall. After Yi Qian started it working, the stupid scarecrow swayed around the yard and turned around twice. Then, it went to the backyard. It really can fertilize. When Yi Qian watched one of the scarecrow's arms twist a few times and automatically transform into a small bucket of straw leaves, he felt that the next development would be a little beyond his initial expectations. There is a simple toilet behind his house. Next to the toilet, covered with branches and straw mats, is where the fertilizer is fermented. He had thrown in any animal offal or waste he had before. He himself didn't know if it could be used to make fertilizer, but he at least wanted to give it a try. Now, the scarecrow ran over with the bucket in hand. The blades of grass on its arms grew longer, and it rolled up the fertilizer bucket, threw it in, and pulled it out again. Then, it really ran away with the fertilizer in its hand. Fertilizer, ordinary fertilizer, which can increase the yield or growth rate of crops. When the scarecrow walked past, Yi Qian saw the information about fertilizer. Moreover, the fertilizer was not the farmyard manure that he had initially thought would have a very bad smell. The fertilizer that was taken out was in a state similar to black soil, with no smell and no ugly appearance. Meow. Little Lihua looked at a bunch of grass leaves. When Yi Qian tied them up with straw ropes a few times and then made them move, he stared at them curiously for a long time. Now, Yi Qian held it and followed the scarecrow to the edge of the breeding and seedling field in the east. It watched the clump of grass leaves actually walk in and move around the plants that it couldn't touch, and it anxiously wanted to jump in and drive the clump of grass leaves away. It's okay, it's fertilizing the plants. Yi Qian stood outside the fence, watching the careful application of fertilizer. He even added fertilizer around the 3 newly planted wheat seeds, and concluded that the scarecrow's unique skills were actually very good. Moreover, this skill is really a super benefit for players. The fertilization skill will automatically search for the fermented fertilizer at home, and then give the fertilizer needed by the current plant, so you don't have to worry about putting too much or too little. According to the abilities of this scarecrow, Yi Qian knows what watering and catching insects are like, as well as weeding, pruning, and even picking that may appear in the future. Player identity. In addition to the initial novice guidance stage, Yi Qian once again realized the concept of player identity in this survival world. Planting a dedicated scarecrow is like separating a certain type of work within the plantation and entrusting it with entrusted processing. Under the custody state, you don't need to do this work yourself, as Scarecrow will handle it perfectly. Lihua, let's go home, make dinner, and then rest. Yi Qian looked at a little red bee flying over and landing on the chive flower. He looked at it again, then walked to the door and returned to the yard with little Lihua in his arms. Meow. Little Lihua returned to the yard and jumped onto the ground to play while Yi Qian went to cook. After playing for a while, it saw that Yi Qian was a little busy, so it went back to look for snake-loving grass. After Yi Qian lamented the existence of the scarecrow, he took out the rabbit he had processed before, chopped it into pieces, blanched it with water, added the ingredients, and started stewing. The conditions are like this now. It's good enough to have meat and vegetables. When I can afford to buy a grill and some charcoal grilling materials, I will study barbecue. 0032. Qinjian. Brother Yi, I was in the mountains this afternoon and just got home to rest. Have you had dinner yet? I'll go ask that person if he still has the seeds. Qinjian sent Yi Qian a private message at around 7 o'clock in the evening when he was eating. In the morning, he sent several messages to Yi Qian, saying that someone had obtained a batch of grain seeds. He has been busy all afternoon, and everything may change. He needs to ask someone again. 0997. Yi Qian, I'm having dinner now. Brother Qin should have some dinner first. I'll have to take care of the seeds. Yi Qian replied the message, continued eating, and waited for a reply. I cut grass this afternoon and sold it for over 11,000 survival points. Last night, I earned 5,000 from healing the falcon. Yesterday afternoon, I cut grass and sold it for over 3,000. Add to that the daily tasks from the past 2 days. Now, he has 19,761 survival points. With less than 20,000 survival points, you can only buy 2 or 3 mutated and reproducible grain seeds. If it doesn't change, then it depends on what it is specifically. Among the common grain seeds currently on consignment, the cheapest is corn seeds, which cost 280 survival points per seed. Then there are rice seeds. The lowest price is 335, wheat seeds 380, sweet potato seedlings 520, peanuts 550, soybeans 565. Although these prices seem a bit outrageous, they are set by the players themselves, and this is the current lowest price. The mall only sells a few kinds of vegetable seeds. If players want to grow other kinds, they can only find ways on their own. 0032. Qinjian. I drank some water and was cooking. I just asked, but the seeds haven't been sold yet. She opened a treasure chest in the wild. There are 70 corn seeds. If you can take them all, they're 250 each. It's corn seeds, 30 cheaper than the lowest consignment price, but they have to be packaged at one time. 0997. Yi Qian. 250. This number. Although Yi Qian was not very obsessed with numbers, his first reaction to this number was still a little embarrassing. Qinjian. She said it can't be any lower. If you think this number isn't good, you can add 1 point. I don't think she would mind. Qinjian didn't expect that Yi Qian would be so concerned about this number. He was just negotiating the price with that guy, from 265 to 250, and he kept saying that he wanted to round it up to make the bill easier. 0997. Yi Qian. No need to add more. I only have 17,500 survival points left. I can't get 70 more. Since he could save money, Yi Qian would definitely not want to pay more. So that's it. Chapter 74. Bringing spring water home. How big can snake grass grow? Corn seeds times 70. After determining the price and transaction intention, Qinjian first gave the other party survival points, got the seeds, and then exchanged with Yi Qian. 70 corn seeds were obtained and traded for 17,500 survival points. Yi Qian looked at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. Even though it's dark, you can still work at night, right, Li Hua? Yi Qian got the seeds, and even if the sun set, he would go out with a torch to open up some wasteland and plant them. After all, if you plant seeds one night earlier, you may harvest them one day earlier. There is a scarecrow working now, so you can take this opportunity to plant some seeds and let the scarecrow fertilize the newly planted land. This scarecrow cannot pause once it starts working, and it will continue until the time runs out. Meow. The little tabby cat was playing after eating. Seeing Yi Qian stand up and about to go out, it quickly stood on Yi Qian's shoulder. After going out, Yi Qian lit a fire in an open space for lighting. He swung a pickaxe and busied himself with clearing the land in the night. 70 trees, not too much land. Yi Qian dug the ground and created a 5x4 piece of land. He planted seeds in the soft soil row by row and planted the 70 corns in a relatively loose manner. If there were more spacing, more land could be reclaimed. But after Yi Qian discovered that there was no significant gain from reclaiming the land, he now just had to keep it in a comfortable state for plant growth. Corn plot. 5x4, 70 corn plants. Germination in 5 days. The growth process of planted corn is obviously slower than that of vegetable crops. But this was food after all. After planting it, Yi Qian cleaned the fire in a good mood, and then went home with the little tabby cat who was just playing quietly. After returning home, taking a shower in the yard, and then lying down, Yi Qian suddenly remembered something. I forgot to buy a bamboo tube to carry the spring water home. I was planning to do this today, but I woke up at noon and was busy mowing and selling grass in the afternoon. Tomorrow, get up and do this tomorrow. First, bring the spring water back home, and then it will be more convenient to use water at home. That night, no one sent Yi Qian any more messages, and he slept peacefully until morning. Day 19, 5 hours 11 minutes and 54 seconds, sunny, 21 degrees C, 28 degrees C, north wind level 5. The weather is still good today. Although there is a little wind, it will not have any impact on Yi Qian. Moreover, today's task is also very simple. Tasks. 1. Reclamation and farming. 2. Irrigation. 3. Gathering. Irrigation means that there is a shortage of water in his fields. Yi Qian got up, picked up the sleeping tabby cat, put it in his arms, walked out of the room, and stood in the yard. Meow. Little Li Hua didn't want to get up at first, but when she heard a sound that sounded like rain, she immediately shook her ears and crawled out of Yi Qian's clothes. This top has an overlapping front and a straw rope as a belt, so the little tabby cat can be held in the arms and move around easily. Why? You want to go play with the rainbow again? Yi Qian was controlling the water in the well, which flew out and fell on the fields like rain. I looked down and saw that the little tabby cat had just woken up and seemed to want to go out and play again. I touched its little head and let it go to play. However, there was no rainbow for it to play with this morning. Meow. Little Li Hua jumped onto the leaves of the snake grass and ran back and forth in the area where the water curtain was sprinkled. After running a few laps, he was covered in water. Then he ran back and asked Yi Qian to clean up his cat hair for him. You're treating me like a dryer. Seeing that little Li Hua was having fun, Yi Qian did not stop him. He just extracted the excess moisture from the cat's fur again and again, allowing the little guy to play happily for a while early in the morning. Today's mission, irrigation, completed, survival points, plus 20. The rewards for daily tasks are not fixed. When Yi Qian did morning exercises early in the morning and completed the irrigation task, 20 survival points were credited to his account. Li Hua, let's have breakfast later today. I'll buy some bamboo first. After Yi Qian finished watering the fields remotely, he saw that little Li Hua was still playing, so he went to the yard to buy some large bamboo tubes. Bamboo collected. Ordinary bamboo is very cheap and is not as valuable as the grass he cut yesterday, at least when calculated by kilogram. But a bamboo is very heavy, especially a large bamboo tube. After looking around at the consignment store, Yi Qian bought some large bamboo tubes that were about 10 centimeters in diameter and more than 10 meters long. He carried them and went out. Why, you want to help? As soon as Yi Qian went out, the leaves of the snake grass got caught on his clothes. Turning around and stretching out his hand, Yi Qian tried to ask the snake grass what else it wanted to do. Then, with some anticipation, he placed the bamboo tube, whose joints had been pierced by water balls, on the increasingly stable wall of the snake-loving grass courtyard. The leaves of the snake grass wrapped around the bamboo tube and then grew outward along the bamboo tube. When one section of growth is completed, a downward-pointing leaf also grows out, takes root when it touches the ground, and supports the weight of the bamboo tube and the connection point. Give you a few fulcrums, and you can climb the whole hill. Yi Qian understood everything after seeing the performance of the snake-loving grass. Snake grass can entangle and climb, and its range is not limited to the courtyard wall. As long as it is allowed to grow close to something, it can grow to a wider and farther range. Originally, he wanted to start from the top of the mountain and go down along the bamboo tubes, but now with the snake grass as a bridge to lay the pipes, he just needs to adjust the direction and put a new bamboo tube on when the snake grass grows to the next interface. After more than an hour, Yi Qian's family finally connected the bamboo tube pipe to the spring on the top of the mountain. Because of the entanglement of snake grass, the joints along the way no longer need to be adjusted or bundled individually, and the spring water is perfectly delivered to Yi Qian's home. After finding the spring, the front part of this branch of the snake grass quickly formed a circle around the spring, took root, and spread in the ditch below the spring. There are not many newly grown leaves, and they are all relatively slender in shape, and occasionally they move in the water. Its leaves already resemble snakes, and now that they're submerged in water, it looks like a nest of emerald green snakes has taken up residence in the ditch beneath a mountain spring. Meow. The little tabby stared at the snake grass in the water, stretched out its claws curiously, and greeted from a distance. This ditch is still very deep for it. Even though the flood has receded after the heavy rain, only mountain spring water is flowing along the ditch, and a small layer of water is flowing downwards, but it still doesn't dare to go down. I let you be curious. Now you're being dragged down. Yi Qian squatted by the ditch, watching the snake grass under the water stretch out its leaves, rush out, and roll up the little tabby flower into the ditch, smiling with a bit of gloating. The little tabby cat was a little panicked when it landed at the bottom of the ditch. However, after it stood firm, it saw that the water was only as deep as its legs, and immediately stretched out its claws towards the snake grass, and started playing in the slightly cool spring water. Chapter 75. Today is a good day for increased production and harvest. Let's go home, cook and have breakfast. Yi Qian sat by the ditch, watching the little tabby flower play with the snake grass for a while, then reached out and picked it up and took it home. Breakfast is still simple. I have the rabbit meat stewed last night. After breakfast, I can have another meal at noon. After eating and drinking, Yi Qian came to the breeding and seedling area in the east to check the results of the scarecrow's hard work. The scarecrow only existed for 6 hours. During this time, apart from applying fertilizer, the rest of its work was to patrol around the fields to prevent certain herbivores from approaching. After 6 hours, the scarecrow fell apart and turned into broken dry grass leaves, piled up on the edge of the field outside the fence. The fertilizing effect of this scarecrow is quite obvious. Yi Qian squatted next to the fragrant bamboo that was already half a meter tall, checking the information of these plants. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, range 10 by 10, seedling stage 21 days growing stage, currently increases planting output by 10, yield increasing auxiliary mutant plant, 10 in seedling stage, 20 in growing stage, 30 in adult stage. The growth of the fragrant bamboo was slightly accelerated due to fertilization. However, its growth cycle itself is very long, so it still takes many days. Level 1 coriander, green quality, can be bred, enters seed maturity after 3 days. Level 1 chives, green quality, can be bred, chives 1, enters seed maturity after 3 days, chives 2, enters flowering after 1 day. The cilantro matured normally, but grew a little faster. The small flowers that were originally in full bloom have now withered and are waiting for the seeds to mature. However, after one night, the chives grew a second shoot, which was thicker than the first one. As expected, the high price of these fertile seeds is normal, but it is undeniable that Scarecrow has contributed to this. Yiqian looked at the newly grown chive sprout. Although it was not yet harvest time, he still felt happy as if he had found a treasure. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, can be bred, 8 seedlings available. Many new sprouts have also grown on the sweet potato side. Currently, there are 8 seedlings that have reached the planting standard. We will go to clear the land later and then pull them out and plant them. After checking the 3 plants, Yiqian turned to look at the wheat that had been planted yesterday and had now grown into very tall clumps. Level 1 wheat, green quality, fertile, 7 buds, enters the heading stage in 3 days. Level 1 wheat, green quality, fertile, 5 buds, enters the heading stage in 3 days. Level 1 wheat, green quality, fertile, 8 buds, enters the heading stage in 3 days. The leaves of the 3 wheat seedlings are now more than 10 centimeters tall. When the wheat seedlings branched out, they grew different numbers of new shoots, but they are all very healthy. Each of these buds can produce ears of wheat as they grow. Lihua, our family will soon have grain seeds. Yiqian held the little tabby cat in his arms and rubbed it against his face. Our own plantings will definitely become more and more abundant and better and better. Meow. The little tabby raised its paw and placed the center of its paw against Yiqian's face. It didn't understand, but it felt happy along with him. Let's go and see the others. Today is a good day. After leaving the breeding field with the cat in his arms, Yiqian came to the field area in front of his house and inspected it one by one. Plot of land planted with peppers. Area 2 by 1, 2 trees, second harvest period, ready for picking. A small plot of land planted with cherry tomatoes. Area 4 by 2, 2 trees, 1 harvest period, can be picked. Tomato plot. 5 by 2, 6 trees, 1 harvest period, ready for picking. Small peppers, small tomatoes, and large tomatoes can all be picked multiple times. Yiqian found out the detailed information of these fields and took a look. They were due to mature at around 3 o'clock this morning, when he was still asleep. Now it's time to harvest. I've picked 25 small red peppers. The cherry tomatoes are as small as the tip of a finger. You can pick them and take 1 bite at a time. They are less sour and more sweet, so you can eat them directly as fruit. It was the first time to pick the fruits, so there were not many ripe ones. I picked all the ones that could be harvested from 2 trees, but there were only more than 30 fruits. The big tomatoes have much bigger heads. The bigger ones weigh half a pound, and the smaller ones weigh more than 3 ounces. There were 6 large tomatoes, with varying numbers of ripe tomatoes, so I picked 15 in total. Yiqian doesn't plan to sell these fruits that can be used as both vegetables and fruits. After all, he still likes to eat them. The only thing that made Yiqian feel regretful was that when he picked these, there were no extra seeds, not a single one. Potato plot. 5 by 2, 21 potatoes, harvest time, ready to harvest. The 21 potatoes planted at the beginning have now reached the harvest period, and the seedlings and leaves are already in a state of decay. Yiqian dug up the soil and found a dozen large potatoes of irregular round or oval shapes under a potato seedling. One of these potatoes can make a whole plate of fried potatoes. Yiqian dug up a tree and put it in his backpack. Looking at the weight displayed, he couldn't help but smile. Potatoes, 15.6 caddies. So much can be dug out from 1 potato. Yiqian recalled that the potato yield he saw in the countryside in the past seemed to be slightly different from his current harvest. However, in the place where he lived as a child, any potatoes planted in the vegetable garden would be dug up and eaten near the roots while they were growing. Moreover, if you dig 1 or 2 plants from a tree, the rest will continue to grow, so the yield during the later harvest is not particularly accurate. As for some families, they don't dig up and eat the seeds before they plant them. At least in his memory, if someone didn't dig the potatoes themselves, there would always be some curious and diligent people who would find the opportunity to loosen the soil for them and measure the size of the potatoes. All 21 potatoes were dug out, and the field was confirmed to be hollowed out. Yiqian then put them all into his backpack. Potatoes, 265.5 caddies. Yiqian liked the more than 200 kilograms of potatoes more and more the more he looked at them, and then he sent a message to the old liar. 0997. Yiqian, are you busy now? Fresh potatoes, just unearthed. Yi Qian harvested a pile of potatoes and wanted to send some to his old liar master. Although buying some potatoes to cook doesn't cost much, as an apprentice, he gave some of the vegetables he grew to honor his master. Isn't this as it should be? It's basic operation. Chapter 76. Hatched eggs appear. Luo Shan, what you said is so awkward. I definitely need some potatoes. If you have anything else to eat, bring some over. I've been too greasy on meat lately, so I'd love to have some vegetables to take a break. Luo Shan replied to Yi Qian's message a minute later. He not only wanted to accept the vegetables grown by his apprentice, but also wanted more. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, some I grow and some I gather. I'll share some with you if we open an exchange. I just planted some sweet potatoes recently. Do you really like eating sweet potato leaves? If you do, I'll pick some for you in a few days. If not, I'm too lazy to bother. I don't like eating that anyway. Yi Qian opened the exchange application and told Luo Shan in private that there were edible materials that could not be collected at the moment, but could be collected tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. However, he had to ask clearly. After all, he was not sure whether some of the things the old liar said were true or false. 0001. Luo Shan. You're lucky, little brat. Give me some more sweet potato leaves. I really like them. Ordinary sweet potato vines can't bear fruit anyway, so you can pick more. Luo Shan also started the exchange, and when the private message came, he also gave Yi Qian a large piece of meat. It is normal for the disciple to respect his master. Similarly, it is normal for the master to take care of his disciple. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, I'll pick some whenever I can. Sweet potato leaves need to be tender, right? Picking them separately won't yield much. If you have pork, give me some fat. The fat can be used to make oil for cooking. Yi Qian was talking about the sweet potato leaves when he saw a piece of pork leg placed in the exchange pen and immediately thought of what he had been thinking about before. 0001. Luo Shan. This is a wild boar from the mountains. There's not a lot of fat meat, so I'm glad I can share some with you. In a few days, someone, I don't know if they're reliable, said they got some piglets and are raising them. These piglets should be fatter. Not only Yi Qian was thinking about it, Luo Shan also wanted to get some fatter pork. But now it doesn't exist. Moreover, Luo Shan had already set his sights on the piglets that had just been raised in other people's homes. 0997. Yi Qian. Not bad. At least there's still some fat. I can make a few stir-fries with some oil. I'll come back to you next time I pick something edible. You can go and get busy, old man. I still have to clean up the fields and continue farming. Yi Qian put nearly 100 kilograms of potatoes, 20 small peppers, 6 large tomatoes, and a dozen small tomatoes. He also packed up the straw mushrooms and wild vegetables he had saved and gave them to Luo Shan. After the exchange was completed, his backpack was a little empty, but the more than 30 kilograms of pork in his hand could last him several days. Wild boar leg, 33.8 caddies. The wild boar meat was of green quality, and there was only a small layer of fat. Yi Qian put it away as soon as he got it. This backpack is divided into several parts. One side can hold larger items without restrictions, and the other side has horizontal compartments like a bookshelf. He spread clean grass leaves in a grid and put the pork on it. Then he closed the private chat and continued to check the situation of the other plots of land. Land planted with cabbage. Area 5 by 2, 10 cabbages, harvest time in 4 days. Land planted with cabbage. Area 5 by 2, 10 cabbages, harvest time in 4 days. Because of repeated acceleration, the time difference between these two portions of cabbage has changed from 1 day to only half a day. It is estimated that we may reap the rewards together later. A small plot of land planted with sweet potatoes. Area 4 by 2.5, 6 trees, reaching maturity in 7 days. A small plot of land planted with sweet potatoes. Area 3 by 2, 3 plants, entering the growing season in 1 day. There are 2 parts of sweet potatoes, the first 6 seedlings and the 3 seedlings from yesterday. 8 more will be planted soon. Plot of potato planting. Area 10 by 20, 225 plants, entering the growing season in 3 days. Planting spacing is somewhat sparse, so be careful to remove weeds. This potato patch has already sprouted and is currently slowly taking root and becoming firm. It will only grow rapidly during the growing season. Corn plot. 5 by 4, 70 corn plants. Germination in 4 days. The corn is still in the seed adaptation period and will not germinate until more than 4 days later. Moreover, after planting it last night, the scarecrow did not fertilize the cornfield. Not only are there no crops in the cornfield, but there are also no crops in the potatoes field. This is probably due to insufficient fertilizer. Level 1 rabbit ear grass. Growth range 10 by 10, 1 tree, harvest period after 1 day. In this field of rabbit ear grass, White fluff has grown on the large leaves and can be harvested tomorrow. However, the plant nutrient solution in the accelerator has been used up. Since he doesn't have much money, he will not turn on the accelerator for the time being. Meow. When little Lihua was digging potatoes for Yi Qian, she felt that she could not help and it was not fun, so she ran to play with the snake grass. Now, watching Yi Qian walk around every piece of land and return to the outside of the courtyard wall, it jumped over and stuck to Yi Qian's shoulder to say hello. I'm done here. Now I'm going to go check out the eggs and coxcombs. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head, took it into the yard, and then walked into the chicken coop in the west. There is plenty of sunlight in the chicken coop, except for some small mesh shadows made up of snakeweed leaves. Pour the prepared wild vegetable, straw mushroom, and rabbit ear grass mixture into the feeding bowl, and the hens and roosters run over to eat. Eggs, green quality, can be used as food, can be hatched. In appearance, the egg seems to have not changed much, but when the hatchable label appears, it has changed from an ordinary egg to green quality. Perhaps, this can be regarded as an increase in value with vitality? Of course, this egg cannot be taken away. Yi Qian is still preparing to hatch the chicks and let them lay eggs to hatch after they continue to grow. In addition to the eggs, 2 small purple leaves have grown on the ground inside the chicken coop, where the seeds were previously planted. It is the mutated coxcomb that was planted before. Just come and feed them water and feed them regularly from now on, and you don't have to worry about anything else for now. Yi Qian emerged from the chicken coop, staring at the closed door. He hooked his fingers around the snake grass, praising its efforts and encouraging it to rest properly. Although the snake plant is a plant, it cares very much about its home and has considered it its responsibility to protect the safety of the home and prevent damage to important assets of the home. Yi Qian did not deny its self-awareness, because when he went out, he really needed the protection of snake grass. Chapter 77. Seeds purchased from the mall will not drop extra items. Grass field. Grass seeds planted in the field can reproduce naturally. The current number is 1 and will germinate in 1 day. Yi Qian dug out a small piece of land on the hillside behind his house and planted the grass seed. As long as the seeds that can be planted are not snake grass or coxcomb, all other seeds must be planted in the fields. Now that the seeds have been planted, Yi Qian can also see what this green grass, which is not yet sprouted, will grow into. It should be that 1 tree sprouts, then turns into several trees, and then several trees develop into a small area. This grass mainly reproduces through its roots, so the probability of producing seeds is even lower. Seeds are so hard to come by. How can players upgrade them? Even if they spend money, they can't buy much. Yi Qian planted the grass, returned to the breeding field, pulled out the 8 sweet potato seedlings, and looked at his current experience points. He still felt that upgrading was too difficult. Career direction, planting department, level 1787/10,000/basic all-round survivor. He has gained quite a lot of experience points today. The 8 sweet potato seedlings that I have in my hand and have not yet planted have been harvested, so they have increased by 8 points. Small peppers. This is to calculate the pepper plants. 2 plants. Each harvest is plus 2 points. 2 small tomatoes also have 2 points, and 6 large tomatoes have 6 points. There are 21 more potatoes, which adds 21 points. The day was a good one, with a total of 39 experience points added to his score. As expected, I still need a yield-producing mutant plant to increase my planting experience faster. However, I have synthesized it many times, and only one has appeared. Yi Qian lay on the grass, stroking the little tabby cat's body with his fingers, thinking about how to gain this planting experience. Grass leeks. Although a normal tree only gives 1 experience point, this type of crop can be harvested within a few days after planting, and there is no need to buy seeds every time you plant. The same is true for rabbit ears grass, which can be harvested multiple times every few days. And because the rabbit ear grass has mutated, you will get 100 experience points every time you collect it, and you can collect another wave when you wake up tomorrow. As for cabbage and potatoes, Yi Qian was certain he wouldn't need to plant any more in the short term. Seeds purchased from the mall won't drop any extra seeds. Yi Qian lay down to rest for a while, and when he saw other players chatting and discussing the seeds needed for the planting system, the more he watched, the more he felt that there were indeed some problems. Although he was just looking at it, there were also many players who liked to chat, ask questions, or do some data statistics. At present, the source of seeds has basically been locked down to several aspects. I bought some very basic vegetable seeds from the mall. When you open a wild treasure chest, there is a high probability of getting seeds, but the quantity will not be large, and wild treasure chests themselves are extremely rare. Obtained by collecting in the wild, this does not limit the player's survival direction, and whether it can be dropped depends on luck. The last type is the additional drops that may appear when harvesting in the fields. Also, the extra seeds dropped when harvesting this type of field are the best. It has been confirmed at present that as long as seeds appear during harvest in the field, they are definitely viable. And in the current statistical information, there is one piece of information that is almost certain. As long as you buy seeds from the mall, no matter how many or how few you plant, there will be no extra drops when you harvest them, not a single one. Meow. The little tabby felt Yi Qian stop stroking its fur with his fingers and raised its head curiously to see what was happening. It's okay, just keep basking in the sun. I think I understand. Yi Qian continued to stroke the little tabby cat's fur and watched the ongoing discussion in the chat channel. He felt that this information matched up with his own harvests from the past few days. Although the mall also sells coriander seeds, the coriander he initially planted appeared from a box at the beginning of the game and was not purchased from the mall. When a planting player starts the game, he will definitely get a set of seeds. There are various varieties, and even the quantity and weight are very random. Someone said that he only got 10 peanuts at the beginning and almost ate them all. Others said they got a potato, which they might have roasted if they hadn't been able to start a fire at first. Some people said they got 500 cabbage seeds, and some even said they got 2,000 rice seeds at the beginning. Some received more, some received less, some were lucky, some were sadder, and what Yi Qian got at that time was one tail of coriander seeds. Apart from his personal preference for taste, in terms of gaining experience points, the number of seeds he obtained at that time was still very good. Seeing that they were still talking about this topic, Yi Qian lay down to rest for a while, then put Xiao Lihua in his arms and went to tidy up the field where he had harvested potatoes before and planted the 8 sweet potato seedlings sparsely. Received a private message from my friend 0996, Moon Moon. Just when Yi Qian was about to take the cat to the back mountain to complete the collection task, a private chat prompt appeared. 0996, Moon Mui. Brother Yi, you're a planter, right? Could you do me a favor? I'll provide the seeds and 10,000 yuan as a reward, and then you can help me plant a flower. Is that okay? The private chat of this 996 sister made Yi Qian unable to help but take a few more glances at the chat channel. Now, we're talking about the topic that the planting department spends money to buy seeds in exchange for experience, but it is difficult to make a profit, right? In this chat atmosphere, the 996 girl said that she would give seeds and hard work fees and plant flowers for her. It's not that he wants to think badly of people, but it's all too coincidental. 0997. Yi Qian, what kind of flower? Do flowers eat people? Yi Qian was very sure that there was something wrong here. So, if you have any questions, just ask. 0996. Mu Mui. I knew it. 997 is the one who can best understand 996. That flower really might eat people. I asked several planting experts, but they refused to help me plant it. I wouldn't even pay them for the experience. Just help me plant it. As long as you can control it and don't let it touch you, there will be no problem. Miss 996 is very sad. She got such a seed, but she has to plant it. Moreover, the name of this flower tells you it's a scam. If she hadn't seen someone in the chat channel saying that planting players were worried about getting a seed, she wouldn't have thought of finding someone to plant it. However, she found a few people, and they were all very happy at first, but when they put it up for redemption, they rejected it very straightforwardly. Now when she comes to see Yi Qian, she is very conscious and proactive in giving money, and then talks about the possible troubles that may arise from this flower. Chapter 78. Soul Eating Rose. It's actually very well behaved. 0997. Yi Qian, I think we should first see what it is and whether we can grow it. The top-ranked bosses have all rejected it, so I don't dare to take it on just like that. Yi Qian needs planting experience, but he also needs to understand what it is first. After he finished speaking, Sister 996 directly applied for redemption. Yi Qian agreed, and then saw the flower seed that was as big as a fist. Level 2 mutation. Soul Eating Rose. Blue quality. Can be planted. Uses spring water for watering. Uses flesh and blood as fertilizer. Grows for 3 days. Requires constant attention to emotional control. If you become irritable for more than 15 minutes, you will wither and die or launch indiscriminate attacks. From the information of this soul-eating rose, it can be seen that it is definitely difficult to get along with. Moreover, when it gets angry, it won't just attack, it might even die. No wonder those big guys with higher numbers don't feed it. Even if they are not afraid of its attacks, if they feed it to death. The big guys in the front row should have enough money to buy seeds, but most of them think that reputation is quite important. If you could raise such a ferocious flower and then fail to keep it alive, it would be a disgrace to the big growers. 0996. Mui. It's so cruel. In 3 days, I only want the flower that blooms. If there are any seeds left, they will be yours. I can also provide the meat it needs to eat during this period, but I really can't help with anything else. Sister 996 said sadly that she only needed someone who could take care of the seeds and grow the flowers for her. If she hadn't needed the flower, she would have put the troublesome seeds up for auction long ago. 0997. Yi Qian, do you want to sign the supplementary exchange agreement? Yi Qian wants to plant this flower. At most, I would stay at home for 3 days, just farm, practice, and coax this flower. The 10,000 survival points are a small matter. The key point is this flower. It gives you at least 100 points of planting experience, and there is a high probability that seeds will be left behind. The growth cycle was 3 days. If it was as he suspected, then after 3 days, in addition to giving the flower to Mu Mui, he would also receive another seed of the same type. 0996. Mu Mui. That agreement is unnecessary. Brother Yi, please be careful. I don't have any good meat to feed it, just ordinary rabbits and pheasants. If it has any specific needs, I'll catch some or buy some more. Mu Mui put 10,000 survival points, 3 pheasants and 2 rabbits into the trading column. These were all just bought by her. Actually, there are no small animals near her home now. It was this mutant rose that had eaten all the living things around her house before she tore off its branches and turned it into seeds. If he hadn't been unable to find food and gone to her house to steal sheep to eat, he wouldn't have been caught by her. I wouldn't be bitten twice when I killed it, and I can only wait for it to grow flowers again to detoxify and save my life. But there were certain things she couldn't say, because once people knew why she needed the flowers so much, they might be threatened. 0997. Yi Qian, okay, I'll go home and plant it now. I'll chat with you privately if I need anything. Yi Qian put away the chicken and rabbit that appeared in his hands, and held the mutant rose, which was both a seed and a root system, in his palm, pinching the bud that was more than 10 centimeters long with his fingers. Are you still feeling wrong? When Yi Qian tried to coax the little thing, he found that not only was it able to communicate with him, but it also showed signs of grievance as soon as it came into contact with him. After replying to 996, Yi Qian returned to the yard and planted the big seed next to the pipe that brought in the mountain spring water. Meow. Little Lihua watched the new seeds being planted, tilted his head to look at them, then ran to the side to find snake grass, hooked the snake grass with his claws, and came over here. Are you going to introduce them to each other? Yi Qian looked at the mutant rose that was wrapped around his finger, then looked at the snake grass and small tabby flower that were coming over, and simply put the leaves of the snake grass and the buds of the mutant rose together. Meow. The little tabby flower stared at it curiously from the side, but after the two plants came into contact, the mutant rose's competitive spirit was directly aroused. The original small bud let go of Yi Qian's fingers and instantly grew from a small bud of more than 10 centimeters to more than 2 meters high. The leaves on the vine were like serrated blades, and there were sharp thorns hidden under the leaves. However, it was quite careful and deliberately moved away, not letting the twisted branches get close to Yi Qian. Level 2 mutation soul-eating rose, blue quality, mutant plant, anesthesia, hunting, notes, requires mountain spring water for watering, flesh and blood for fertilizer, blooms once every 3 days, requires constant emotional protection. If you become irritable for more than 15 minutes, you will wither and die or launch indiscriminate attacks. The mutant rose that was planted also showed its attack method, anesthesia and hunting. Yi Qian looked at the name and then at the anesthesia label and felt that something was wrong. Perhaps this is not physical anesthesia, but mental. After all, it is a name like Soul Eater. Floral fragrance? Anesthesia? Not sure, but now he had to calm down the mutant rose that had directly entered a period of irritability. He took out a few rabbits and placed them on the ground, then touched the rose leaves with his fingers, letting them eat something first. The mutant rose turned its head, revealing a few small leaves on its head before the buds even grew. It carefully moved in front of Yi Qian's fingers and touched the leaves to Yi Qian's fingers. It didn't want to scare this person, but the guy next to it was too much, actually calling it an intruder. It was obviously brought home. It is not an invader. If you grow up suddenly, don't worry about not getting enough nutrition. Eat something first and don't fight with the snake grass. It has a lot of work to do every day, and it's very hard. Yi Qian touched the leaves of the mutant rose, trying to communicate with it. While coaxing it, he also had to let it know that the status of the snake grass was unshakable. You can also look after the house. Then you have to grow up first. When you grow up, you can pick a flower and give it to someone, and then I will consider you as my stay-at-home. Feeling the mutant rose's competitive spirit, Yi Qian continued to coax it in a good mood. When it was announced that it would pick a flower next, the soul-eating rose was stunned for a moment. After some of its roots emerged from the ground and ate the rabbit that Yi Qian had placed on the ground, it reluctantly agreed to this. Moreover, you can only take one flower, and you cannot take the rest. Flowers are the second thing that cannot be lost. The first is the root system, which is the previous seed. Every time it encounters danger, it recycles its energy and escapes by leaving only a solid seed. And the flowers it blooms are like repeated cultivation. It gives out a portion of its energy, uses this energy to attract external energy, and finally recycles it all together. After recycling, it begins a new growth. If you lose a flower, it may take more than a dozen blooms and recycling before you can get it back. Chapter 79, Snake Grass and Soul-Eating Rose, Friendly Coexistence. Even the snake-loving grass can't bully the soul-eating rose. It's new here and doesn't know what it can't touch. You should remind it more often. It's actually quite well behaved. Yi Qian hooked the leaves of the snake grass with one hand and touched the leaves of the soul-devouring rose with the other, coaxing one and then the other. Meow. Seeing Yi Qian holding one in each hand, the little tabby cat jumped onto Yi Qian's shoulder, tilted its head, and rubbed it. Although it didn't understand what was happening, it wanted to show its presence. This is a tabby cat. It likes to play, but it's very fragile. Yi Qian raised his hand and touched the little tabby cat, then placed his hand on the leaves of the soul-eating rose and introduced the kitten at home to it. But there's more to the house than just the little tabby cat. There are also chickens in the coop, bees that come out to collect pollen, and the fragrant bamboo in the fields to the east, along with the plants growing near them. Although the communication is not completely clear, the general direction, emotion, and importance can still be expressed clearly. Meow. Little Lihua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder, shaking his tail and head, staring at the newcomer in the family again and again. After knowing that the little tabby flower was fragile and very important, the thorns of the soul-eating rose softened, and it swayed along with the leaves. Then the vines turned twice and rolled up the little tabby flower. Meow meow. The little tabby cat was suddenly rolled up, and its first reaction was fright. After all, I could see it before. The thorns on the vine were really scary for cats. But after it rolled up, when a leaf rubbed against its head, the little tabby cat felt that it was not hurt, so it immediately turned around and started playing with the leaf in front of it. Lihua's personality is definitely that of an extrovert and cheerful person. Yi Qian looked at the cat and Rose, who started playing together right away, smiled and sat on the ground, watching them play. After watching for a while, the snake grass also stretched out a leaf and moved over to poke the leaves of the soul-eating rose. For the time being, they already know each other, and the two level 2 mutant plants can communicate gently with each other. It was no surprise that the little tabby cat was once again the one being coaxed and played with by these two. After all, the little tabby is very fragile. Since I'm not hungry for the time being, I still have to take little Lihua out to work. You two have to look after the house well. If I come across anything delicious or fun, I'll bring it back. Yi Qian touched the leaves of the two plants, picked up Xiao Lihua again, and prepared to go to the back mountain to take a look. His collecting mission was still waiting to be completed. Meow. Little Lihua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder and looked back at his new playmate when he walked out the door. After Yi Qian left home, there was suddenly a little movement in the quiet yard. Several slender vines of the snake grass sprang out and surrounded the soul-devouring rose. The soul-eating rose ignored it. It just came out to eat the rabbit's roots and then came out from the ground again. Then, all its roots slowly moved out. Surrounded by the leaves of the snake grass, the entire plant quickly shrank, shrinking to a small branch half a meter high, and then ran away. I left from the west side of the yard, near the chicken coop and the spring puddle, and went to the east side of the planting area by the fence. The yard is not big, and the roots move very fast. When they reach the east fence, they stop and quickly grow a pole more than 5 meters high. At this height, I finally got past the snake grass wall that had been quietly increasing in height in the past few days, and saw the fragrant bamboo in the field to the east, as well as the seedlings and breeding plants. Snake grass, go back. Soul-eating rose, what do you care about me? Snake grass, I will eat you if you dare to run out. Soul-eating rose, I eat meat just because I like it, but that doesn't mean I can only eat meat. Snake grass, I prefer to eat vegetarian food. Soul-eating rose, you dare not. Snake grass, if you dare to go out, I will eat you. Soul-eating rose, you're overthinking. I was curious about the guy outside, but he turned out to be a fool. Snake grass, if you go back now, you will scare them. Soul-eating rose, you really think too much. The 5-meter-tall rose quickly shrank and returned to the state it was in when Yi Qian left. A large group of roots slowly walked back to their previous position and drilled their roots back again. It didn't think it was possible to be scared, but it was too lazy to say too much to the self-righteous snake-loving grass. Instead of taking care of it, it would be better to drink some spring water and let the roots run free to catch some insects from the ground to eat. Yi Qian, who had already reached the top of the mountain, had no idea what had happened at home. He stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the denser woods on the back mountain and the bushes that separated the woods, and began to think about the route to go down and collect. Meow. When they arrived at the back mountain, little Lihua remembered that they had dug out some tree roots before. It waved its little paws and wanted to go down to the ground to look for it again. Let's go to a different place today. There should be something different in the bushes over there. Yi Qian did not go into the woods, but took Xiao Lihua and walked along the edge of the ridge and directly into the bushes. These bushes are between 1 and 1.5 meters tall, and each one is spaced apart from the surroundings, though the distances vary. Occasionally, there are some berry bushes mixed in the bushes. I picked berries one by one, and occasionally threw some into my mouth. They tasted sour and sweet and were very delicious. Unidentified plant fruit. If you pick more, you will always get a few different ones. It was almost noon, and Yi Qian was ready to go home. Meow. However, just as he was about to walk out of the bushes, the little tabby cat on his shoulders suddenly bared its teeth, turned its head, and stared at a bush they had just picked, issuing a warning. It's the snake again. Yi Qian raised his hand and moved his fingers. Under the bush, a black snake more than 2 meters long was tied with a water rope and pulled out. Meow. When the little tabby saw that the snake was caught, although it had not been killed yet, he was very happy and rubbed Yi Qian's cheek with his little head. Let's go. Let's just take them home and see if they're interested in eating something alive. Yi Qian thought of the 2 people at home who liked to eat meat. He put a water ball on the black snake's head to make sure it would not be bitten, and then carried the living snake home. On the way back, the little tabby cat looked into Yi Qian's hand again and again, probably because he was curious why he didn't kill it. Yi Qian didn't encounter any trouble along the way. When he returned home, he stood in the yard and looked around. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell the details. Maybe it's because there's suddenly a new plant, so it looks a little different visually. Chapter 80. What you grab tastes better. Do you want to eat it alive? Yi Qian threw the trapped snake to the ground and looked at the swaying leaves of the snake-loving grass and the soul-devouring rose. This mutated rose has a stronger ability to express itself. It even tilts its head to observe. He raised his hands and patted them, telling them to start eating directly. Then Yi Qian held the cat and waited and watched from the side. The originally quiet snake grass suddenly sprouted a few leaves close to the ground and pounced on the black snake. But it was still a step slow in hunting. When the snake-like leaves rolled up the snake and tried to pull it back to eat, it only brought back the head and a small part close to the head. At the snake's location, a row of white thorns emerged from the ground. The roots transformed into sharp thorns that pierced the snake's scales and quickly ate most of the snake. In this food grab, the soul-eating rose had a slight advantage because the snake-loved grass did not make early preparations. How about I give it to you guys separately next time? Seeing how fast they were snatching, Yi Qian helplessly reached out and touched the leaves of the 2, asking if they wanted to try a more stable method. For example, divide it in half to prevent them from destroying their friendly relationship by fighting over it. However, the 2 responses to it were remarkably consistent. The more you grab, the better. After Yi Qian confirmed that he had not misunderstood their straightforward emotional responses, he became a little worried about whether his family's future would be stable. He could also guess that when he took little Lihua to the mountains to collect, the 2 at home must have had a quarrel. Maybe I even fought in some way that I couldn't understand. Perhaps this is a normal development. We are all of the same class, and since we will be living in the same area, we should get to know each other better. Meow. Little Lihua doesn't care about these things and doesn't think about this aspect. After seeing that the snake had been eaten up, including its skin, it jumped off Yi Qian's shoulder, lay on a leaf of snake grass, and swung on it. Seeing the snake grass deliberately swaying around to tease the cat, the soul-eating rose also stretched out a branch and went over to join in the fun. Moreover, a group of white roots quietly emerged from the ground, forming a network of interlaced layers that covered the puddle used to collect spring water. How thoughtful. Yi Qian had a brief exchange and communication with them again, and then went to the kitchen to cook. Although they are of different species, Yi Qian is very happy to see that they can play together. I cut up some pork for lunch and fried the fat in the pan until it released oil. I added the shredded pork, then shredded potatoes, and a small chili pepper. The spicy stir-fried potato shreds with meat, which I haven't eaten for a long time, is ready. I haven't eaten this in a long time. It's so delicious. Yi Qian was holding a bowl of shredded potatoes and eating steamed buns, feeling very satisfied. Next to him, Little Lihua was eating cooled shredded potatoes and pork from a plate. Although spicy food was not suitable for small animals, it was a mutated and enhanced animal after all. Its sense of taste had basically reached a synchronization with Yi Qian's after eating and drinking together for these days. Meow. After eating its fill, the little tabby cat rolled twice on the floor under the eaves, then climbed onto Yi Qian's legs, yawned, and curled up to take a nap. Go to sleep. I won't go out this afternoon. I want to try some water control changes this afternoon. Yi Qian touched Xiao Lihua's head. After he finished eating the remaining dishes and steamed buns in the bowl, a ball of water flew over from the pipe where the mountain spring water came down and circled around the plates and bowls twice. After washing the dishes, the water ball flew into the water basin in the chicken coop with some oil and food crumbs. 2 chickens came over to drink water following the faint fragrance. Although it had no special effect, it made them a little more active. After eating and drinking, Yi Qian had completed all his tasks for the day. There should be many good things at the foot of the mountain and in the back mountain, but Yi Qian thought in the morning that collecting is important, but one's own cultivation cannot be neglected. Some time ago, due to various things, I rarely had the chance to keep my mental strength in a full state for cultivation. Let's try it at home this afternoon. Meow. When Yi Qian put the little tabby cat down, it tilted its head and looked over curiously. Go play with them. You may not be able to fully control them after practicing for a while. If they get close, they might hurt you. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head, took it to the door, and placed it on the snake-loving grass. Of course, you also have to say hello to the snake plant and let it fold down the branches on the fence first. The courtyard wall is 4 or 5 meters high, so there might be some accidental injuries when he is practicing. Meow? Little Lihua lay on the leaves of the snake grass, and before he could figure out how to play for a while, his eyes became confused. It looked at Yi Qian and the leaves of the snake grass and hooked its fingers, and then the leaves on the entire courtyard wall actually shrank back. When it grows out, it grows snake-like leaves, and after hardening, it spits out a few new leaves. Now, the leaves that had grown up have shrunk back, and the leaves that had hardened before have turned back to fresh green and are once again shrinking. Layer after layer, it grows up the same way it did before, and now it shrinks back the same way it did before. After more than 10 minutes, the 4 or 5 meter high courtyard wall retracted to about 1.5 meters, the same height as the fence. Even the chicken coop on the west side has had the tops of the cages removed, leaving only the same fence height. Thanks for your hard work. Yi Qian patted the leaves of the snake grass, looked at the stunned look in little Lihua's eyes, smiled, and walked to the well. Forget about the mountain spring water. The quantity is relatively small, and it is needed to supply the family's current food and drink. Although he and little Lihua didn't need much water to eat and drink, the snake grass itself needed a lot of water. Starting today, there was also a soul-devouring rose. Squatting by the well, Yi Qian reached out his hand and touched the cool well water at the same height as the ground. They're right to complain. Whose normal well water level would overflow above the ground? Yi Qian's fingers stirred the water surface, watching the water flowing out into the ditch, and suddenly thought of a topic he had seen before. Digging wells for irrigation is a compulsory course for planting players. Of course, not everyone has to do this. There are actually quite a lot of players who move their homes to the riverside, or choose to fetch water from the river and go up the mountain to irrigate the fields. But as long as conditions permit, people will try to dig a well. After all, farmland irrigation is a necessary project for planting. If the number of fields increases, carrying water will become tiring. The digging of wells is also a frequent topic of discussion in the chat channel. There are questions about how deep to dig the wells and how to make simple tools to more efficiently deliver water to the fields. Like his family, the water level of the well reaches the ground level, and a few ditches can be dug to drain the water into the fields. It cannot be said that there are no such families, but they are still a minority. Their flooding wells have been criticized by most players, who say they can't be called wells, they should be called fountains. Chapter 81 Practice, Water Control. Water form. Yi Qian's mental power was being output into the water in the well, and the original water channel no longer overflowed. Under his control, more water flow turned into a slowly rising water column, moving like a snake around his arm. So far, the amount of water controlled by Yi Qian has not been too large. What he wants to test now is his current strength and the upper limit of the amount of water he can control. Circles of water flowed up along the arm, around the body, and then extended along the other arm. The water level in the well is dropping rapidly. The water flow rate in those underground water wells is completely different from the amount of traction that Yi Qian is currently controlling. That's it. When Yi Qian felt that he had reached the upper limit, the water in the well was almost gone. Around him was a twisted water column half a meter in diameter and about 15 meters long. It was really just water in the form of a column, because he didn't give it any shape. It can attack, but when the amount reaches the upper limit, the control is reduced to the bottom, and it can only be swung up and smashed down. Yi Qian left the well platform, stood up, straightened the water column, and controlled its swing. He swung it back and forth several times, and his accuracy was like a drunk man playing with a stick. Being able to control it so that it didn't hit the house or the fence was the only thing Yi Qian could guarantee at this moment. But even with such rough control, Yi Qian could only maintain it for more than 10 minutes before he had to erect the water column in the yard, releasing the control layer by layer and scattering it on the ground. The yard is not completely flat. The front is a little lower, and now the water flows directly under the fence. Take a break, rest for a while, and then study again. Yi Qian felt a little dizzy now. The mental burden was too heavy, so he just lay down and rested. Meow meow. Seeing Yi Qian lying down, the little tabby flower jumped off the leaves of the snake grass, ran to Yi Qian's head, and carefully approached to observe him. It's okay, just a little tired. Yi Qian tilted his head, looked at the little tabby cat who was worried about him, and laughed. Little guy, so cute. Meow. Seeing that Yi Qian could still speak, the little tabby rubbed his face, and then lay down next to Yi Qian's head. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. Yi Qian closed his eyes and felt the warmth of the sun falling on his body. As his breathing gradually became steady and regular, the sounds around him became clearer and clearer. The sound of the little tabby caterpillar breathing, the sound of spring water falling into the puddle, the gurgling sound of the well water rising, the snake grass stretching its leaves, the two chickens strolling slowly in the chicken coop, and there was a sound in the soil, as if something was slowly emerging from the surface soil. It's Little Rose. Yi Qian was curious, so he turned his head and took a look over there. The soul-eating rose, which had just emerged from the ground with a few roots, froze instantly when it was seen. Then, under Yi Qian's gaze, the roots that had emerged were drilled back into the soil. It's not the first time I know you'll move. Yi Qian smiled, closed his eyes, turned back and continued to lie flat in the sun. Before, the soul-eating rose had even stretched out its roots to block the puddle, fearing that little manhwa would fall in. By then, he already knew that the new rose he brought home could be moved. However, in a non-touched state, his emotions and thoughts will not be received by the plants. Moreover, plants can only communicate through skills, and most of the time, what they say can only be understood by themselves. But even if he was the only one who could understand him, it didn't stop him from talking to himself occasionally. He just didn't want to lose the ability to speak one day because he didn't speak for too long. The sun is warm, and there is an occasional breeze. Where Yi Qian was lying, when his consciousness fell into a light sleep, drops of water emerged from the soil and surrounded him. Little manhwa suddenly woke up, raised his head to look at the water droplets around him, turned back to look at the sleeping Yi Qian, and slowly raised his little paw, trying to touch the nearest water droplet. However, when its claws approached and touched the water droplets, they shattered into tiny floating mists. The shattering of this water droplet seemed to turn on some special switch, and the surrounding water droplets also shattered like mist, and a layer of mist slowly enveloped Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was in a light sleep, continued to control the water mist unconsciously, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing, and occasionally piecing together simple pictures like sand paintings. Received a private message from friend 0606, Luo Fei. The reminder sound of a friend's private chat rang, and Yi Qian woke up from his light sleep, and the mist around him fell to the ground in an instant. Yi Qian, whose face was drenched by the drizzle, looked at the setting sun in a daze. It took him a while to realize that he had splashed water on himself. Manhwa, you are unlucky too. Yi Qian sat up, looked at the wet kitten lying beside him, and smiled as he picked up the little guy. The excess moisture in the cat's fur is cleaned, restoring the kitten to a dry and fluffy state. Meow. The little tabby cat rolled around in Yi Qian's hands. A kind of unconscious control, you don't even know how to hide. Yi Qian put the little tabby cat on his lap and smoothed its fur with his fingers. He was quite satisfied with his subconscious control during light sleep. Although it is just some simple control, this control does not consume any energy and does not delay the recovery of mental power. You can try more in the future. Meow. The little tabby cat turned over on Yi Qian's legs, stretched out its little paws, opened them, and pulled Yi Qian's hand to play with it. It didn't know what the mist was like, nor whether it was dangerous. It just knew it had to sleep close to the water. Yi Qian looked at the kitten, who completely trusted him, and pinched its paw pads with his fingers, playing a childish game of grabbing fingers and pinching paws with the kitten. While playing with the kitten, Yiqian also opened a private chat to see if this person had developed any new potion. Chapter 82 Brother Yi. Someone is scolding you in the chat channel. 0606. Luo Fei. Mass interruption, blue quality strengthening potion. Does anyone need it? This is not for sale, only for blue quality materials. If you have any, please PM me. As expected, the message Luo Fei sent to Yiqian was about selling medicine again. Looking at the few blue quality materials he had left, Yiqian did not touch them for the time being. After sleeping for half the afternoon, it is now past 5 o'clock. He is in good spirits and ready to continue making some attempts. After his mental power extended into the well, and a ball of well water flew out and surrounded him, Yiqian began to carefully carve the well water. The more refined the condensation, shaping, and form carving, the greater his subtle control over water will be. But this improvement was very slow. When Yiqian was heating up the food in the evening, he had only managed to carve a very vague dragon head out of a water rope. It is called a dragon head because there are 2 lumps on the irregular head of the dragon that look like dragon horns. I have a vague outline. I will practice it whenever I have time. It will become clearer and more realistic. Dinner was still shredded potatoes, and Yiqian ate it happily. Little Lihua also filled his stomach quickly and lay down beside Yiqian to play. Before going to bed, Yiqian went to the fields to check them one by one, and then expended some of his mental energy to create a scarecrow with the ability to catch insects that could last for 9 hours. Go to sleep. I can harvest rabbit eargrass leaves again tomorrow. Lying on the bed, Yiqian watched the chat channel for a while, and then fell asleep while holding little Lihua. Although the consumption of mental energy does not cause any harm to the body, it is still necessary to relax well. Yiqian slept well that night, and some changes were quietly taking place at home. Under the cover of night, the soul-eating rose pulled its roots out of the ground, and the balls of roots slowly moved around the yard, quietly patrolling several times. While Yiqian was sleeping, the snake grass grew 2 layers of leaves, raising the courtyard wall to more than 2 meters. Also, next to the window, the gourd in the flower basket shook, and 2 little red bees flew out, looked around, and then flew back in. After a while, 4 little bees flew out of the gourd. 2 red ones, 1 orange one, and 1 purple one circled the room a few times, and then flew out through the window that had never been completely sealed. The little bees didn't rest at night, and they flew back and forth several times, which made little Lihua unable to sleep. She stared at the window, watching these little bees running back and forth. Received a private message from friend 0032, Qingjian. Early in the morning, Yiqian was awakened by a private message notification. Opening his still sleepy eyes, Yiqian reached out and held the kitten next to him in his arms, rubbed it a few times to satisfy his urge, and then opened the private chat message to check. 0032. Qingjian. Brother Yi, are you awake yet? Don't overthink it. Some people don't need to be bothered with if you don't want. Yiqian found the message from Qingjian a little strange. Without rushing to reply him, he first opened the chat channel to see if there was anything. Without even looking for it, he saw the message with the number and name saying that he was too much. 0999. Li Lily. 0997. Yiqian, what do you mean? I sent you so many messages, and you didn't even read them. What's with all that arrogance? I added you because I have something to say, not because of your auxiliary skill. The message from player number 999 has been repeated more than a dozen times in the chat channel. Yiqian flipped through the posts and saw that the first one was from more than half an hour ago. Back to the private chat, Yiqian sent a message to Qingjian, saying that he would first take a look at the situation. Then, he opened another friend request message that he hadn't paid attention to for a long time. There are a total of 465 unprocessed messages, and player number 999 alone sent 155 friend requests. Then, Yiqian opened it and saw a dense string of messages. The first accompanying message I found was sent a few hours after he rejected me last time. The content is, asking him why he refused. Yiqian hadn't checked her messages since he added a few friends last time, so naturally he wouldn't reply to her. Then, she would ask several times a day why she rejected her friend request and asked Yiqian to give a reason. Since yesterday at noon, this person, for some unknown reason, sent a message to Yiqian every once in a while. Some asked him why he rejected her, some scolded him for being such a grown man and rejecting a girl, and some even said something rather strange. As if she were hallucinating, she questioned Yiqian if he was her ex-boyfriend who had used a pseudonym. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Qin, ignore her. She probably has paranoid delusions. Yiqian sent a message back to Qingjian, then read all of it patiently and chose to refuse. Unfortunately, There is no option to block, so it is very likely that he will be harassed by this number 999 again. 0032. Qin Jian. I see. Brother Yi, you've been targeted by her. That's unfortunate. But you should also be careful. With her publicity, those who often read the chat should know that you have auxiliary skills. Qin Jian looked at the message sent in the chat channel again, and reminded Yi Qian in private chat to be more careful. Although there are many players who have found skill books in the wild now, auxiliary skill books are still relatively scarce. No matter what type of auxiliary system it is, there will always be many people who want to add friends and care about whether they can use it. 0997. Yi Qian, it's okay, she said it, so go ahead. I don't usually check friend requests anyway, so I can just turn off the notification and pretend it doesn't exist. Yi Qian was too lazy to pay attention to number 999. Say whatever you want. Even if all players know that he has auxiliary skills, so what? Instead of worrying about this person, he might as well get up quickly and check on his own fields. Today, I can harvest the rabbit's ear grass again, and I can pull out a few more sweet potato vines over there. And today's weather. Is it going to rain again? Yi Qian looked at the time and weather, then got out of bed with the cat in his arms. It would be better to go out and work early. Chapter 83. Scarecrow can also be lazy? Day 20, 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 12 seconds. Cloudy to moderate rain. 20 degrees Celsius, 23 degrees Celsius. South wind level 5. Thunderstorm in 2 hours. It will rain today and in 2 hours. Tasks. 1. Reclaim land and farm. 2. Clean the house. 3. Gather. Today's mission is simple. When Yi Qian arrived at the rabbit eargrass field and picked up the fluffy rabbit eargrass leaves, the collection task was completed. This time's random task does not limit collection in the wild or in the fields, as long as the collection is of green quality or above. But relatively speaking, the requirements are few and the mission rewards are also small, only 20 survival points. Those that must be collected in the wild are basically 50 points. There was no rush to clean the house. After picking 188 rabbit eargrass leaves, Yi Qian went to the east to check the situation in the seedling field. Last night's Scarecrow's ability was to catch insects. When the time ran out, the broken grass leaves were scattered outside the field in the east. In the nursery field, for more sweet potato seedlings can be pulled out and planted today. For the other few, the normal time was just reduced by 1 day, and then there were no more changes. That's not true. It's not that there are no changes, but that the changes are not in these bred and planted crops. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, blue quality, range 10 by 10, seedling stage 18 days growing stage, currently increases planting output by 10, yield increasing auxiliary mutant plant, 10 in seedling stage, 20 in growing stage, 30 in adult stage. The fragrant bamboo is still about 1 meter tall, a gray pole. Yesterday, it looked like it would take 21 days, but now it has become 18 days. Open the information details to check and confirm that it is the accelerated growth of rewards after the Scarecrow has caught the insects and handled the special event. Catching insects once increases the growth time by 2 days. All I can say is that the higher the mutation level of the mutant plant, the better the various effects after event handling will be. The chives and coriander are still showing that they can only be harvested in 2 days, and the wheat has not even reached the heading stage, so there is no time to rush. Yi Qian pulled out 4 sweet potato seedlings that could be planted, continued to turn the soil a little, and planted the sweet potatoes next to the previous plots of land. Gathering rabbit eargrass leaves once increases planting experience by 100 points, and collecting 4 sweet potato seedlings increases planting experience by 4 points. Current planting experience, 891/10,000. Although it is still less than 1/10 of what is needed for upgrading, you will see results after all if you work hard. After checking the fields, I confirmed that everything was changing at the normal rate of time. Yi Qian turned around and walked to the slope behind his home to look at the grass he had planted yesterday. Green grass field, a 100 square meter field was dug up and a green grass seed was planted in the middle. It only takes 1 day for grass seeds to germinate. Grass field, grass seeds planted in the field will reproduce naturally. The current number is 9 and can be harvested in 6 days. The grass sprouted and 9 blades of grass appeared in the center of the field. There are growing buds rolled up in every blade of grass. Upon inspection, in addition to the natural reproduction of the root system, there is also an increase in production after the Scarecrow caught insects yesterday. This Scarecrow is so useful. Yi Qian, who was more interested in the Scarecrow, took out some green grass and quickly wrapped it into limbs and a head. After injecting his mental power, it became a new Scarecrow. However, this time, after being awakened, the Scarecrow stood stiffly and motionless beside the green grass field. Level 1 Scarecrow, planting/assistance, fertilization, remaining work time, 5 hours, current fertilizer reserve, 0. There is no fertilizer, so the Scarecrow can't start working. Fertilizer. Yi Qian opened the consignment helplessly and searched for fertilizers. There are quite a few places selling this, and there are many varieties. There are common farmyard manures, high-efficiency fertilizers made with animal or plant debris, special soil fertilizers, and even a blend of dead grass and rotten leaves that Yi Qian could try. There were no such things on the hillside near his house, but once he got over the top of the mountain, the woods and bushes on the back mountain were full of dry grass leaves, and so on. Although the consignment shows that the fertilizer made from dead grass and rotten leaves is very weak, as long as it is fertilizer, it is enough as long as his Scarecrow can work. Meow. Little Lihua watched Yi Qian come home with 2 bamboo baskets that had never been used and curiously wanted to jump into the baskets to play. Be good, go home and play. Let's go get some fertilizer before it rains. Yi Qian held the little tabby cat in his arms and couldn't play with it for the time being. He put the 2 baskets into the backpack, ran to the top of the mountain at an extremely fast pace, looked over the top of the mountain, and then began to collect the rotten leaves, dead grass, and some rotten debris on the ground under the tree into the baskets. Basket after basket, when full, they poured the food into the large grid of the bamboo backpack and then collected it again. Meow. The little tabby dog scratched at the clean ground that Yi Qian had cleaned, then stopped and meowed at Yi Qian. Beaver is amazing. Yi Qian stopped, turned around and patted Xiao Lihua's head, then took out an iron pickaxe and dug up the place, and got an unidentified plant root. Meow meow. Seeing Yi Qian was very happy to have dug up this tree root. Xiao Lihua continued to search, and when he found one, he called Yi Qian to come and dig it up. One of them was cleaning the ground under the tree in front, while the other followed to smell and search. When Yi Qian filled the 50 cubic meters of backpack space, he once again harvested more than 10 unidentified plant roots in the multiple small spaces on the bookshelf on the other side. Although there was still some space in those small separate spaces to store things, Yi Qian had no intention of adding more. I wanted a backpack that could store things separately because I didn't want to mix everything up. These small spaces are now separated by some for meat, some for vegetables, some for ingredients, and some for tools. Only this half of the undivided space can be used to store whatever you have. Lihua, let's go home. Yi Qian picked up the little raccoon who was still waiting for him to clean the ground so that he could look for it, and put it on his shoulder as he walked out of the woods. Meow. The little tabby looked back and realized that there was no need to continue searching, so he rolled happily on Yi Qian's shoulder. I've gained a lot recently. Thank you for your hard work, Lihua. Yi Qian walked home talking to himself, occasionally holding up little Lihua with his hand when she seemed to be about to fall. Little Tabby is a little bigger now than when I first picked him up. Back then he was a full month-old kitten, now he is a little over a month and a half old. When he arrived at the door of his house, the little tabby cat was already curled up on his shoulder, about to fall asleep in a daze. Searching will still make it very tired. Yi Qian held the little tabby cat in his arms, smoothed its fur, and took a look at it, then handed it to the snake-loving grass that came over. It was going to rain in less than half an hour, so he had to find a place to put the fertilizer before it rained. The Scarecrow won't move at all without any fertilizer. Chapter 84 Scarecrow's abilities are not just the skills he displays. Soil fertilizer. Fertilizer formed by the decay of plant stems and leaves. After Yi Qian quickly dug a big hole and poured all the fertilizer into it, he saw the Scarecrow coming over and carrying out a bucket of fertilizer. When these things were in his backpack, all they showed was dead leaves, rotten leaves, and mud. Thinking back to the time when the Scarecrow brought out the farmyard manure, there was no indication that the manure had been fermented. Then can he confirm that this Scarecrow has some functions that are not displayed? For example, finding fertilizers and processing unfinished fertilizers. And yesterday's Scarecrow, which detected possible pests and dealt with them in advance. After all, in the farmland information display on his side, the Scarecrow catching insects can only be seen in the details of a single plant, but there is no prompt for insect pests in his own planting system emergencies. Just try it and you'll know. Not sure if his guess was correct. Yi Qian took out a bamboo basket, filled it with some rotten leaves and mud, and went to the vegetable garden to try it out. Follow the Scarecrow's example of fertilizing. Dig a small hole around the plant and put the fertilizer in. Small pile of rotten leaves. In the cultivated fields, the rotten leaves are visible. However, this wasn't the soil and fertilizer that the Scarecrow had buried on the other side, but rather simply rotten leaves that had no effect at all. Sure enough, fertilizers also need to be processed before they can be used. No wonder these consignment fertilizers are not cheap. Yi Qian helplessly put the rotten leaves back into the bamboo basket. In fact, this fertilizer is not expensive. The consignment price is only slightly more expensive than the plant nutrient solution. It's not that fertilizer is more effective than nutrient solution, it's just that the amount of fertilizer is smaller. Moreover, in the daily tasks of planting players, there will be a random item called fertilizing crops. Looking at the consignment again, Yi Qian shook his head and complained a few words, then began to look for materials to build a shed. Although it is not completely waterproof, you should still try to avoid direct rain. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and raindrops fell. The weather forecast here is very accurate. Once the countdown to rain is over, the raindrops will definitely fall. Yi Qian's shed had not been set up yet, so he could only fetch a bunch of mountain spring water, control it to form an umbrella shape, and scatter the raindrops that were about to fall to the side. Done. This scarecrow is really hardworking. He works hard, even when it rains. Yi Qian worked in the rain and finally erected this simple shed. The branches and straw curtains were able to divert the rainwater to the side. After a bucket of fertilizer was used up, the little scarecrow came over with another bucket of straw leaves and continued on his way with another bucket of fertilizer. Moreover, probably because of the rain, the scarecrow's arms have also pulled out a few umbrella-shaped leaves, which can block the rain when carrying the bucket on the road. Meow. Little Lihua was waiting for Yi Qian at the door. It lay in a small nest made of snake grass, with a simple umbrella made of snake grass leaves above its head. The rain had soaked Yi Qian's clothes, but thanks to the care of the snake grass, the little tabby cat's fur was still dry. You are treated so well. Seeing that the little raccoon was well taken care of, Yi Qian hugged him and rubbed him a few times. Meow. The little tabby cat was held in Yi Qian's arms. He rubbed his body happily twice, then touched his stomach with his little paws. He was hungry. I went out as soon as I got up in the morning and searched for many unidentified plant roots in the woods. Little Lihua is actually sleepy and hungry now. Let's go cook and eat. Yi Qian touched the little Lihua's belly. This morning, he was anxious to make preparations before the rain, which made the little guy hungry. I quickly cut some potatoes and meat into shreds, and it was ready in just over 10 minutes. Eating breakfast with little beaver under the eaves, watching the rain that wasn't too strong but never stopped. Received a private message from friend 0001, Luo Shan. Yi Qian had just finished breakfast, washed the dishes, and was playing a game with soul-eating Rose in the yard when he received a private message from Luo Shan. 0001. Luo Shan. I heard you were scolded all morning, and you didn't even reply in the chat. Luo Shan went out hunting before daybreak. He had just returned home after finishing his work. While eating breakfast and watching people chatting, he discovered that his silly apprentice had been bullied. Moreover, he didn't say a word even after being scolded, which made him very curious. He wondered if this brat didn't see it at all. 0997. Yi Qian, don't worry so much, old man. I saw it, but I'm too lazy to care. Yi Qian sent a message back and continued to create hollow water balls for the thorns of the soul-eating rose to pierce. Little Lihua fell asleep in the house. He cleared some grass leaves in the yard while the rain washed away, and then came to play with his 2 mutant plants for a while. As for adding friends, scolding him if he doesn't add. That player number 999, whose number is within 1,000, shouldn't be just a person with abnormal brain circuits, right? Moreover, at the beginning, he was scolded for rejecting the friend request without reason. But then, they just started complaining about how he, who got the auxiliary skill book right after entering the game, was different from normal people, and they speculated that he had special abilities and was afraid of being discovered. He is not the only auxiliary player, and now skill books can be found in wild treasure chests. Another very important point is that so far, I have not heard of any player being able to find other players. So even if the skills are really extraordinary, you can't just come here and snatch them away. There was too much abnormal information, and Yi Qian couldn't help but think more about it. Even the old scammers can appear in the same zone as him, and some players can find relatives, classmates, and colleagues in the game. So, if some people knew him in the past, it is not completely impossible to find him now based on his name. Although in the past, because he was a waste, he had always been safe, or maybe someone had done something to him, but he was unaware of it. But no matter which one it is, since he was able to chase the old liar and want to catch and kill him in that world, there is a slight possibility that he wants to catch me in this world now. Just like what happened this morning, they suddenly called him out and cursed him and posted his name and number in the chat channel so that it looked familiar. This operation, no matter how you look at it, feels abnormal. Chapter 85 Luo Shan. My silly apprentice is a helper. 0001. Luo Shan. Then ignore it and live your life well. I've taught you everything I can in the past. Now, just follow your heart and grow as you wish. Even if you want to go the support route, it's best not to choose someone as your teammate. Luo Shan chatted with a few people for a while, and after more than half an hour, he sent a private message to Yi Qian. Although some people spoke vaguely, he had grasped some of the key points before. Now, by piecing the information together, he could know some of Yi Qian's skill information. All of his skills were auxiliary, which made him basically certain that this kid's own power had indeed awakened. However, the direction of the awakened abilities can be judged to be auxiliary, or even purely auxiliary. Because from the information he had learned so far, when players possess special abilities, the skill books they opened were all in the same direction as their own abilities. Assistance, it's so annoying. Now he just hopes that the silly boy will not commit suicide on his own initiative and have less contact with others. As for some people who think that this little thing can provoke the fool, they are still thinking too simply. That kid's subconscious avoidance of danger is better than those old guys. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident to leave it alone at that time. It was only yesterday that he thought about settling down here and living there for a while. Now, let's pack up, continue carrying our family on our backs, and travel around the world. The scenery of this world is still very beautiful, and some people in this world still have a strong sense of existence. Those little guys that were just put into the water last night have to be brought back and kept in the water tank again. 0997. Yi Qian, I just want to farm peacefully. I've been wanting to ask before, is it possible for players to have some positioning abilities? Yi Qian didn't want to say much about his own cultivation, because he had indeed been taught everything. He was now looking at thousands of friend requests and asking some questions that he had suspected before. 0001. Luo Shan. I don't have direct positioning abilities, as no map of this world has appeared yet. However, I have some abilities related to destiny. Even if I were to move to a new world, I could calculate the front, back, left, right, east, west, south, and north based on the other party's basic identity information. This should still be possible. Amidst the pouring rain, Luo Shan stood on the water. He grabbed a few struggling aquatic cubs and threw them into the large water tank he was carrying, then put the water tank back into the house-shaped backpack he was carrying. After sending a message back to Yi Qian, he stood on the calm water and pulled off several transparent crystals attached to his belt. The crystals floated on the water, forming a special symbol. With the transmission of some kind of power, a flame pattern appeared under his feet. The pattern pointed in one direction, and in his private chat interface, a private message window from more than 10 days ago was open, but no message was sent to the other party. 00997. Yi Qian, I understand. I'll continue diving. Please be careful. It's raining today, so I won't pick any sweet potato leaves. I'll pick more for you tomorrow. Yi Qian understood. I replied to the message, saying that there were no sweet potato leaves to eat today, then closed the chat and continued to play with the soul-eating rose. The ability to tell fortunes is really annoying. However, the old liar must also know something. This is all a sneak attack. Yi Qian looked at the snake grass that came around from behind him, then looked at the soul-eating rose that was covered in thorns because its water ball was punctured by the snake grass. He smiled and patted the leaves of the snake grass, then had to go and coax another one. Most of their communication with Yi Qian is about emotions and some simple information transmission. The species is different, and Yi Qian's skills are only level 1. But there should be no obstacles for communication between the snake grass and the soul-eating rose, which are of the same species. You guys go play, I need to practice. Only when I become stronger can I avoid being bullied. Yi Qian played with them for a while, especially the soul-devouring rose, who was a proud and arrogant creature who loved to get angry. After coaxing the soul-eating rose, which had been angered several times by the snake grass, Yi Qian sat down in the yard and practiced quietly in the rain. While he was practicing, the rain continued to fall, but all the raindrops would deviate in a small arc when they approached Yi Qian. The time spent in cultivation always passed quickly. When Yi Qian gathered the mist around him and stood up to look at the little raccoon lying on the window and observing him, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Meow. Little Lihua jumped down from the window and threw himself onto Yi Qian's arm. It had been awake for a while, but because of the mist around Yi Qian, it had been waiting. I learned my lesson this time. Yi Qian held the cat, smoothed its fur, and put it on his shoulder. After the moisture on his clothes dissipated, he picked up the hat hanging on the wall and put it on his head. Although he was getting closer and closer to water, he still felt uncomfortable with his wet clothes sticking to his body. Holding the kitten in his arms, Yi Qian said hello to the snake grass and did not disturb the soul-eating rose which was resting by retracting its leaves. He walked out the door and went to check the condition of the ditches again. Meow. The little tabby flower lay on Yi Qian's shoulder and looked around. When Yi Qian walked to the edge of the ditch, It looked at the rushing water, holding Yi Qian's clothes and not daring to let go of its claws. The water is so rushing, you will definitely be washed away if you fall in. It's okay, I won't let you fall. Look over there, the snake grass is catching food. Yi Qian pointed to the location of the mountain spring above. The branches of the snake grass nearby had grown quite a lot at this time, forming a lush and green patch. And on those leaves, there were several animal skins hanging. 1 wolf skin, 2 rabbit skins, 3 snake skins. It must have rained for half a day, and these animals ran out from the low places. When they reached the top of the mountain, they were caught and eaten by the snake grass. Meow. The little tabby flower watched snake grass hand the animal skin to Yi Qian to put away, and it also excitedly wagged its tail. Although it didn't participate, it knew that the snake grass had eaten a lot of meat. It's okay, there's still some meat at home. Eat your fill first. I'll let you know when there's no more meat. Yi Qian touched the snake-shaped leaves that came closer. He was happy and joyful about the message conveyed by the snake grass, and told it that it would not have to worry so much in the future. Because the prey would be washed away by the water, they had to be eaten all at once, so these animal skins had to be rolled up a few more times to prevent them from being washed away. Snake grass was a little unhappy because it failed to save any prey and didn't give Yi Qian and Li Hua a snack. Chapter 86. Fusion Reinforced Cloth, Late Night Battle on the Mountaintop. Level 1 Scarecrow, Planting/Assistance, Catching Insects, Remaining Labor Time, 8 hours. After dinner, Yi Qian made another scarecrow. The scarecrow's existence time is related to the mental energy he consumes, but he still hasn't figured out how to control it. Fortunately, there are only so many plants in his house now, so he doesn't have to be too busy with the time. After the scarecrow began its patrol and searched for pests to deal with, Yi Qian looked at the rain that was still falling, said hello to the snake grass and soul-eating rose in the yard, and then carried the cat back to the house. You go to sleep first. I'll sort out these materials. Maybe I can combine them into a piece of equipment. Yi Qian sat cross-legged on the floor, touched little Li Hua's head, and put it on the bed, then opened the wicker basket beside him and took out the unidentified materials collected in the past 2 days, as well as various animal skins from today and before. Unidentified plants X9, unidentified roots X9, unidentified fruits X9, rabbit skin X5, snake skin X3, wolf skin X1, synthesizable, 100 synthesis success rate, unknown mutation 50, materials 20, equipment 20, accessories 10. These 3 kinds of unidentified items, plus 3 kinds of animal skins, are all green quality items. However, Yi Qian had no idea what this could be synthesized into. He was just very interested in this 50 unknown direction. Meow. Little Li Hua looked at the pile of things in front of Yi Qian, came over and lay on his legs, looking at them again and again with eager eyes. Come, let me get some good luck first. Yi Qian held the little tabby cat in his hands, rubbed its fur for a while, then put the dizzy kitten on his lap and used his skills on the items. Synthesis. Light green or emerald green lights flew up and merged together under Yi Qian's gaze. The mental power was quickly extracted, and after a few minutes, the fused light finally showed color fluctuations. The green deepened, and after reaching a certain level, it suddenly turned into a blue light. A light blue light flashed, and a 4x4 piece of soft plush cloth fell in front of him. Fusion Reinforced Cloth, blue quality, made of special materials, has the special effects of improving defense and increasing resistance. Can be used when crafting equipment or in the later processing of equipment. This special cloth was produced by consuming so many materials, and the consumption that Yi Qian felt was comparable to that of purple equipment. Fusion Reinforced Cloth, this thing is not available on consignment, and I haven't found it at auction. Knowing that he didn't know the value of this thing, Yi Qian didn't bother about it. He took off his shirt and checked how to strengthen it. Vine leather armor, purple, fusion reinforced cloth, blue, synthetable, synthesis success rate 100, reinforcement 80, mutation 10, advanced 5, unknown 5. These 2 can be synthesized together, and the probability of strengthening is 80. The remaining 20 is also better than strengthening. However, Yi Qian cannot be synthesized now. More than 80 of his mental strength has been consumed. If we were to perform another synthesis at this time, when extracting his mental power, he might be directly destroyed. Li Hua, let's get some sleep first. I'll continue tomorrow morning. Yi Qian held the little tabby lying on his legs, put the clothes and cloth on the head of the bed, lay down, and prepared to sleep. The high consumption of mental energy is much more uncomfortable than physical fatigue. So go to sleep. Meow. Little Li Hua blinked, tilted his head to look at Yi Qian, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, rubbed his head on his arm, and then fell asleep next to him. After Yi Qian fell asleep, the rain suddenly intensified around 1 o'clock in the morning. The sudden rainstorm washed the ground, flowed into the ditches, and then poured into the river at the foot of the mountain. During the rainstorm, the wall of Yi Qian's house grew rapidly, and in just half a minute it rose to more than 5 meters in height. The gaps between the leaves were so dense that any creature with a diameter of more than 1 centimeter could not get out. Soul-eating rose. Snake grass, a snake that comes up with the water. Soul-eating rose, need help? Snake grass, you eat it first. Soul-eating rose, I eat from the inside. Snake grass, the snake skin is left behind and is useful. Soul-eating rose. The communication between the two mutant plants was completed quickly. When the branches of the soul-eating rose converged and quickly retracted a seed, the leaves of the snake grass placed the large seed on the leaves and pushed it to the edge of the spring on the top of the mountain. In the ditch below the spring, a black-skinned, gray-scaled snake, thicker than a bowl, was trying to climb up and get into the spring. Hiss! A few green snake-shaped leaves hit the big snake's head, making the snake angry. It turned around and opened its mouth to swallow these little snakes. At the same time, its gray snake scales became hard and convex in an instant, and sharp spikes grew on the edges of the scales. The big snake started a fight with a group of small snakes. The small snakes rolled up the surrounding stones and smashed them again and again, which aroused the anger of the big snake. It opened its mouth and swallowed the stones as big as an adult's fist. While swallowing these stones, it also swallowed dozens of small snakes. Until in the chaos, a round stone was thrown into the snake's mouth and swallowed down its esophagus. Hiss! Hiss! The big snake was still thinking about how to swallow more small snakes, but the sudden tearing pain in its abdomen made it stand up several meters high in an instant and fall into the ditch beside it. The pain and powerlessness coming from within made the big snake unable to care about the small snakes harassing it around. It rolled and smashed around again, and the gravel and mud on the edge of the ditch were washed away by the heavy rain. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and broken gray snake scales were carried away in the water. Until the big snake's movements became slower and slower, another piece of scale on the snake's head broke open, and a thin vine covered with sharp thorns drilled out from inside. Soul-eating rose, it tastes good. Snake grass, the snake skin is broken. Soul-eating rose. Snake grass, be careful next time. Soul-eating rose. The communication between plants is very simple. The leaves of the snake grass grew quickly, rolled up half of the snake, and started to drag it back. It was not until the snake, about 20 meters long, was dragged out of the ditch that the leaves of the snake grass drilled into the damaged areas and ate up the entire snake's internal structure, including its bones. A snake skin with several holes and many scales missing was rolled up and pushed by the leaves of snake grass and was soon pushed into the yard. The soul-eating rose, which had once again shrunk into a seed, was rolled up by the snake grass, shaken, and thrown into the yard with a little temper. The fallen soul-eating rose turned twice, stopped, stretched out small buds, and then grew dense roots. It moved to the vicinity of the spring water inlet, took root in the soil, and then sprouted branches. When the branches and leaves grew to a satisfactory height, a flower bud emerged and quickly bloomed in the heavy rain. Chapter 87, Chapter 996, A Different World. Day 21, 5 hours 36 minutes and 11 seconds. Heavy rain turned cloudy. 18 degrees Celsius, 19 degrees Celsius. North wind level 1. Rain stopped after 7 hours. Yi Qian woke up and opened his eyes to check the weather. It's raining heavily. The rain outside is pouring down, and it will continue for another 7 hours. Probably, it may gradually get smaller in the last hour or two until the rain stops. Meow. Little Lihua was lying on the windowsill. When he saw Yi Qian waking up, he meowed to attract his attention. Lihua, are you going to watch the rain? Yi Qian stood up. His shirt was still on the bedside, but he was in no hurry to put it on. He walked over, opened the half-closed window, and looked at the heavy rain outside. Meow. The little tabby was held by Yi Qian. He wagged his tail and headed towards the west side of the yard, meowing and wanting to go over. Let's go and take a look. It seems there is something extra. Yi Qian opened the door, grabbed a hat, and put it on his head, put Xiao Lihua on his shoulders to prevent her from getting wet, and then walked into the heavy rain. Blue-quality snake skin. What were you two doing last night? Why did you eat the snake? Yi Qian came to the west side of the yard and picked up the thick snake skin on the ground. Looking at the soul-eating rose that has already bloomed, and the snake grass that has once again raised and thickened the courtyard wall, it is certain that this night will be truly restless. Stretching out his hand, Yi Qian had one arm entangled by the snake grass, and the other hand was placed on the leaves of the soul-devouring rose. The emotions conveyed to him by both sides were basically the same. Both of them had eaten very full last night. Then, they sue each other. Yi Qian couldn't understand what was wrong with the other party specifically, but the feeling of dislike for each other was too obvious. Judging from the overall situation, there is still a high level of tacit understanding between them in some aspects. Yi Qian pretended not to understand their dislike for each other, and only focused on praising them for their hard work last night. He was very happy, very relieved, and very grateful for their protection. After Yi Qian's series of emotions of happiness, joy, gratitude, etc. passed by, they finally stopped entangled and stopped disliking and being dissatisfied with each other. The snake plant said that this was what it should do, and then it retracted its leaves, lowered the height of the courtyard wall, and the density between the leaves became much looser. As for the soul-eating rose, it placed the blooming purple rose in Yi Qian's hand so that he could take it away. I had a full meal last night, so the loss of this flower feels totally fine now. Then I'll pick it. Yi Qian pinched the flower stalk with his fingers, and he didn't need to use any force to pick it. The soul-eating rose had already severed the connection between the flower stalk and the branch by itself. Tranquil rose, blue quality, material, has the effect of calming the mind and soothing the body. The flowers of the soul-eating rose can cure the soul-eating poison caused by the same plant's vines. Yi Qian looked at the soul-eating rose, which shook off the water on its leaves and then grew a new bud. He reached out and poked it, and the unopened bud swayed along with his fingers. It was a deal in the beginning, and now that Yi Qian has got the roses, he naturally won't refuse to give them back. I opened private chat, found Mu Mui who worked 996, and sent her a message. 0997. Yi Qian, Kathy Wood, have you had breakfast? The roses have bloomed early, I picked them. Yi Qian sent a message, but not sure if the other party had woken up yet, so he closed the chat and played a childish game of hide and seek with soul-eating rose. Only mutant plants of the output type or seedling cultivation type will provide planting experience. Now I have this rose in my hand, but the experience points don't increase at all, because they are not cultivated crops themselves. 0996. Mu Mui, Brother Yi, Brother Yi, Brother Yi. You are such a kind person. Give it to me, give it to me. I can suffer one less day. Mu Mui didn't reply until 10 minutes later. The excitement revealed in the message was so intense that it gave people a headache. In order to calm this person down, Yi Qian sent an exchange request and put the purple rose on it. 0996. Mu Mui, Brother Yi, you're so kind. Well, I don't have anything nice to give you as a thank you. It's raining heavily, so I'll just give you an umbrella. Don't look down on my poor craftsmanship. It took me a whole day to make this. They arrived one day earlier than the agreed time and did not ask for extra money. Mu Mui said she felt a little embarrassed, so she gave Yi Qian a piece of equipment. 0997. Yi Qian, this umbrella is pretty good. Yi Qian took the green umbrella he got in the trade, opened it, and shook it. This was really a good piece of equipment. However, isn't this girl a bit too enthusiastic? She gave me green equipment and handheld equipment just by saying so. 0996. Mu Mui. Of course, I'm all around beautiful and handsome, and the recognized #1 beauty in Nebula Academy. Brother Yi, you might not be from our place. I'm not bragging, but where I am, I'm a national idol, and I'm full of little fans everywhere. After getting the antidote, the 996 sister returned to her chatterbox state. From being at the top of his aptitude test at the age of 3, he had a smooth journey to the pinnacle of his life. At the age of 18, just after becoming an adult, he dared to challenge the world's strongest person. Although she failed that time, she persevered in pursuing the challenge for 4 years. If she hadn't been dragged into this world, she would have already taken the top spot. 0997. Yi Qian. So, were you recommended for admission to university because you were so outstanding? Yi Qian took the equipment given by someone, asked a question, and praised the person for being very capable. Of course, he wouldn't mind praising anyone who gave him equipment outside of a trade. 0996. Mu Mui. That's not the case. I failed my first challenge, but other schools didn't dare let me go, so they recommended me to Xingyun Academy. Because the bastard who stood in my way for 4 years is the honorary dean of Xingyun Academy. That guy is taking revenge on me. 0996. Mu Mui. I'm telling you, if he wasn't my biological brother from the same father and mother, and he forced me to cook before agreeing to the next challenge, I would really tear him apart. This person's chatterbox nature was activated, and he soon revealed a lot of information again. 0997. Yi Qian. I can only say that your family has good genes. Yi Qian no longer knew whether this person simply wanted to complain or to compliment her family's strong genes. However, in the world that Mu Muyi once lived in, the cultivation of special abilities was a universal practice. Although she said that only about 10 of people can awaken their own abilities, and then they need to study for more than 10 years, that is, elementary school, middle school, high school, and college. What a magical world it is, a world that people with free abilities would yearn for. Chapter 88 Equipment Enhancement, Fresh, Upgrade to Dark Style. Cloud Pattern Umbrella, Equipment/Handheld, Green Quality, Umbrella Defense 33, Umbrella Tip Penetration 31, can block wind and rain, Durability 100. Handheld equipment is generally a weapon or a shield, and this umbrella is a fusion of weapon and shield. When opened, the umbrella with a diameter of 1.2 meters acts as a shield, and the 20-centimeter long protruding umbrella tip has strong penetrating power. I folded the umbrella, held it in my hand, and waved it to try it out. The striking power was quite good. This is the material. Yiqian held it in his hand and observed it for a while. He could only confirm that the ribs and the tip of the umbrella should be made of a special fused metal. The material of this umbrella looks like brocade with a green background and white patterns. This material looks light and silky, but it is waterproof and can resist minor damage. This material is probably about the same. Yiqian carried the cat back to the house, put the umbrella on the floor, and went over to pick up the fusion-reinforced cloth he had synthesized last night. The piece I synthesized myself should be somewhat similar to the cloud pattern fusion cloth on the umbrella surface. Holding the cloth, Yiqian picked up the shirt he took off last night and placed on the bedside, and decided to combine it first. Vine leather armor, purple, fusion-reinforced cloth, blue. Synthetable, synthesis success rate 100, reinforcement 80, mutation 10, advanced 5, unknown 5. Synthesis successful. A purple ball of light flashed, and a shirt fell off and landed in Yiqian's hands. Reinforced vine leather armor, equipment/top, purple quality, defense 88 plus 31, fire resistance 2, durability 130, reparable equipment, specially crafted soft leather blended with vines and leather, breathable and sweat resistant. After the enhancement is completed, the appearance of this clothing looks the same, except that the defense is increased by 31, the fire resistance is increased by 2, and the durability is increased by 30. This fire resistance made Yiqian a little curious. Could it be that if the fire resistance reached 100, one would be completely immune to fire damage? However, the blue quality reinforcement material only adds 2, and the equipment attributes only calculate the position covered by the clothes. If you want to get 100, it is probably more realistic than dreaming. This time, the strengthening did not draw much mental power, barely 10, so when he had enough mental power, Yiqian wanted to do some new synthesis. Lihua, let's combine it again and see the effect. Because he couldn't figure out whether it was an exclusive change for the enhanced equipment, Yiqian held the cat in his arms, then took out a bunch of materials and synthesized them together with the snake skin he had just obtained. Blood Soul Vine Branch X1, Lightning Struck Vine Branch X1, Mutated Snake Skin X1, Unidentified Plant Roots X9, Unidentified Plants X8, Unidentified Plant Fruits X6. Synthesizable, 100 success rate, 50 mutant materials, 20 equipment, 15 plants, 10 accessories, 5 unknown. Perhaps because there were mutated materials in the previous synthesis, the synthesis percentage this time directly showed this direction. 3 different blue quality materials and unidentified green materials. Since I can't get all 9, I just put in as many as I can. The mental power consumption of this synthesis was several times more than the previous enhancement. The mental power stopped being extracted, a ball of blue light dissipated, and a long strip of material fell into Yiqian's hand. Snake pattern reinforced leather, blue quality, made from special materials, has the special effects of improving defense, increasing destructive power, and increasing agility. Can be used when crafting equipment or during equipment post-processing. Another reinforcement material. But this time it's not fabric, but leather, with a snakeskin pattern. Not bad. Let's combine it and see what effect it can enhance. Yiqian is now addicted to this enhancement. He puts on his shirt and picks up the green umbrella placed aside. Moire pattern melting umbrella, green. Snake pattern reinforced leather, blue. Craftable, 100 crafting success rate, 60 enhancement, 25 enhancement, 10 mutation, 5 unknown. There have been some changes in the probability of synthesizing 2 items. If the reinforcement material is higher than the equipment level, there is a high probability of upgrading. Lihua, let me have some luck so we can advance as well. Yiqian rubbed the little tabby cat's body with both hands, and then started the synthesis. Meow. Little Lihua felt dizzy from being rubbed. She looked up at the green light and seemed to smell a very strange smell. Synthesis successful. Synthesis promotion. Two prompt sounds appeared at the same time. Yiqian stretched out his hand expectantly and caught the umbrella that fell in his hand. It's still equipment, and it's still an umbrella that's 1.5 meters long when folded. But now the umbrella was shimmering with a blue light, and the original light green cloud brocade appearance had turned into a dark green base with a purple-gray snake pattern. When I touch it with my fingers, there is no change. It is still as smooth as brocade. Enhanced snake pattern melted umbrella. Equipment/handheld. Blue quality. Umbrella defense 51+26. Umbrella tip penetration 41+19. Dexterity 13. Durability 110. New equipment in hand. Even if the repeated synthesis just now consumed more than half of his mental power, it could not weaken Yiqian's current good mood. Grabbing the umbrella handle, Yiqian opened the umbrella, which had evolved from a fresh style to a dark style. He tried to wave it, looking for the change in feeling brought by the dexterity bonus. Meow. Little Tabby came over curiously. It raised its little paw, jumped onto Yiqian's arm, walked along the arm to the hand, and then he opened his mouth towards the umbrella handle and took a bite. This isn't a snake. No, you're not biting a snake. You're smelling the blood soul vine, right? Yiqian took a bite but failed, then tilted his head to look at his little tabby cat with grievance. He threw down the umbrella, hugged the kitten, stroked its head, stroked its fur, and pinched its paws. It took him a lot of effort to coax the kitten into submission. Although he was injured and almost died, the kitten still remembers the taste of the blood soul vine. Meow. Little Lihua turned over and acted coquettishly, rubbing Yiqian's fingers, then curled up into a ball and snuggled in his arms. Without asking, I took a bite and ended up hurting my teeth. It now realized what was happening and felt a little awkward. Take a break. I'll go make breakfast. After breakfast, I'll go out and take a look. Yiqian touched Xiao Lihua, held him in his arms, and walked out of the room with an umbrella. He opened the umbrella outside the door, and a circle of water rope appeared, fixing the umbrella handle, allowing Yiqian to let go of his hands. Controlling this water rope consumes mental energy, but as long as it is fixed to your side, the consumed mental energy can be balanced with natural recovery. Breakfast is very simple. Just cut some meat, add some water, put some cabbage, and cook some soup. A hot breakfast is ready quickly. Chapter 89. Someone is fighting a monster on the lake. Thankfully, the rain stopped after noon, otherwise the yield of this seed would be in jeopardy. After breakfast, Yiqian made another scarecrow. The new scarecrow's skill is watering. It was already raining heavily, and there was even a scarecrow watering the place. Yiqian even wondered if he had used up all his luck when synthesizing the equipment before. But when he followed the scarecrow out and watched the scarecrow draining excess water from the breeding and seedling fields, he felt that he was actually quite lucky. Scarecrow, this is really a precious skill. They always handle various crop incidents one step ahead of us. In the small ditch dug to drain water, Yiqian saw many small grass sprouts that had not yet emerged. He had to deal with them himself. After all, he can only create a scarecrow now, and among the 3 random skills that the scarecrow may have, weeding is not one of them. Meow. Little Lihua ran along the leaves of the snake grass for a few laps, returned to Yiqian, shook his fur, and then jumped onto his shoulder. Crouching on his shoulder, the kitten stared with wide eyes as Yiqian used tiny water spikes to draw out tiny grass sprouts from the ground, which he had clearly not noticed. Meow. From curiosity, to interest, and then to the desire to try. The little tabby cat jumped to the ground, stretched out its claws, and tried to scratch the empty ground. Then, it carefully picked out a grass sprout. That's amazing. Let's keep going and find all the buds and roots hidden in here. Yiqian touched Xiao Lihua's head, and the man and the cat slowly searched in this small piece of land. The kitten uses its claws to smell the young weed shoots, and then hooks them out with its little claws. Yiqian, on the other hand, would practice this kind of detailed control when his mental energy was exhausted and he was temporarily unable to perform large-scale control. A man and a cat, under the shelter of a large umbrella, slowly picked for a long time before they finally picked out all the grass sprouts that had not yet sprouted in the field. Hidden weeds have been successfully removed, with a growth rate of 2 times within 1 day. After clearing the weeds that had not yet broken through the soil, Yiqian received a prompt. The plants in this seedling breeding field all have a new amplification effect. The increase is a good thing, but if it happens, the seeds of leeks and coriander may not mature until tomorrow. Meow. Seeing Yiqian staring at the strong-smelling plant, the little tabby cat curiously moved closer, barking twice to attract Yiqian's attention, then stretched out its little paw, wanting to put it on the plant. That won't work. Yi Qian reached out and picked up the little thing, telling it not to destroy the unripe coriander. Meow. Unable to be touched, the little tabby cat huddled in Yi Qian's arms, retracted the nails of its little paws, stepped on Yi Qian's arm with its paw pads, and then lay down obediently. That's fine. The sun should be out tomorrow, so even if it's harvest time, we can still dry the fruits before harvesting. Yi Qian came out of the field holding little Lihua. He didn't need to worry about the few sweet potato seedlings that could be picked for the time being. After all, there was no way to dig the ground and plant them while the rain didn't stop. The scarecrow is still working. It used to be a breeding and seedling field, but now it has been moved to the vegetable field. Excess water is released after being dredged, and then the plants in the field are given a 5 to 20 yield increase. After checking around, Yi Qian went home and played with the snake grass and soul-eating rose for a while, then went to feed the chickens. Looking at 2 hatchable eggs together, they are waiting for the hen and the rooster. No matter which one goes to incubate the eggs, as long as chicks can be hatched, it's fine. After returning home and lying down to rest, Yi Qian's hands unconsciously played with the cat. While recovering his mental strength, he opened the chat channel and continued to observe the chat messages of other players. 10,593 Ming Zhao. Is it possible that players can leave their living area? Players who gather or hunt can get a larger backpack, put their belongings in it, and rest wherever they go, then set off again after resting. 0002. Hui Yin. You can walk, but where can you go? How many people are willing to wander around without knowing their safety? 0102. Su Yen. I also think it's unlikely. Players can indeed leave the initial range, but the further away from the initial drop point, the more dangerous it becomes. Putting aside the dangers of leaving, just leaving, what's the purpose of leaving? Where is he going? If he's looking for someone, does he know where they are? The topic was still going on. Yi Qian flipped through the pages and saw something strange that someone had said more than half an hour ago. The man sent a long message in several parts, describing in detail the strange things he encountered. The mountain where he lives is quite high. Standing on the top of the mountain, he can see a nearby lake. Then at around 4 o'clock this morning, he heard a strange sound, so he bravely ran to the top of the mountain. Then, when lightning occasionally flashed, he saw an incomprehensible scene in the light. There is a huge monster on the surface of that lake. And yes, someone is fighting monsters. So he guessed that there was a very powerful player hunting. This information quickly led to speculation among many players, especially those with higher numbers. They are all ranked at the top, and many hunting players get attack-type skill books. But even if they have skills, or even more than one skill, they basically cannot leave their current place of residence. Because the farther you go, the more dangerous it is. These dangers are basically distributed layer by layer according to the player's own strength. With the home as the center, surrounding it in layers according to strength. Yi Qian watched the players' discussion and began to think about the situation on his side. So far, the only threat to him was the blood soul vine he had encountered halfway up the mountain. The previous snake skins were brought home by Snake Charmer and Soul-Eating Rose when they went out hunting. The snake was trying to go upstream and live at the mountain spring. If we follow what they say and only place players based on their strength when they enter this world, the small boss near his house must be the previous level 1 mutant, or the level 1 mutant wolf that sneaked into his house. Blood Soul Vine. Perhaps, the Blood Soul Vine was also a level 1 mutant plant at the beginning. But later it ran to the middle of the mountain and evolved there. After the rain stops, we should be able to harvest that green meadow again. I just don't know if there will be any new creatures living there. Chapter 90. Grass begins to grow in the field. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, are you busy? Do you raise fish? Number 2 Zhang Wei sent a private message to Yi Qian at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Fish culture? 0997. Yi Qian. What kind of fish? Freshwater or seawater? After replying the message, Yi Qian began to think about where he could raise fish at home. Maybe dig a fish pond next to the green grass and draw mountain spring water to raise fish? Or maybe we should tear down the edge of the well in the yard, widen it, and make a small fish pond. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Small fry. Just ordinary fish, the kind that don't need identification. They look pretty healthy now, but my black bear cub eats fish, big and small. I'll give it to you to raise for fun. Maybe you can cook it when it grows up. Number 2 Zhang Wei took the bear cub out this morning and went fishing in the river. There was a nest of green quality fish fry, but before he could collect them, the bear cub drank them like water. So he looked around and found some ordinary small fish fry, intending to give them to Yi Qian if he wanted to raise fish. After all, after the little eagle was cured, his status in his small circle of friends skyrocketed instantly. because he knew a young man who could treat it, but that young man refused to reveal his identity. Now everyone admits it. The skill book given in the initial welfare lottery is definitely different from the skills obtained by opening boxes later. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, then I'll go dig a pond and raise them there. Yi Qian did not refuse the free gift. After receiving it, he looked at the wooden bowl he had exchanged for and the dozens of tiny fish fry in the bowl, and suddenly understood what Zhang Wei No. 2 said about the black bear cub drinking a whole nest of fish fry in one gulp. This is too small. Probably, they are all newly hatched, right? How did Brother Zhang catch such small fish fry from the river? It must have been quite difficult to catch them. It was raining quite heavily, and it was impossible to dig a fish pond. So Yi Qian took a bucket and filled it with half-spring water, brought it back to the eaves, and poured the fish fry in the bowl into it. The mountain spring water is relatively mild. After the fish fry enter, they shuttle back and forth in the water, and the swimming speed of the small fish fry is not slow. But when can we eat fish with such small fry? Lihua, we have fish at home, but it will take at least a month before we can eat them. Yi Qian held the cat and let Xiao Lihua look at the fish fry in the bucket, then pinched its paws and pulled them back to prevent the fish fry from entering Xiao Lihua's stomach when he woke up from a sleep. Meow. Little Lihua looked at the bucket and realized that what had just been poured in could not be touched, so she turned around and pulled at the clothes that had no buttons or zippers and got into the clothes that could only be tied with a rope around the waist. There are about 2 more hours left. During this time, I'll make something to eat, and then I'll go out and continue working. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat curled up in his clothes. He had no other thoughts except laughing at the fact that his clothes had been worn like a cat bag. The material and durability of this clothes are good. I wore it for several days before, and the durability only dropped by 1 point. Because of the subsequent reinforcement, it was repaired and the durability was increased even higher. Of all the equipment he currently has, the rattan backpack has the highest durability, with 994 per thousand remaining. I don't know if this backpack is made by a skilled craftsman, or if the materials used are high quality, or if the backpack equipment is durable. In short, this is based on a drop of 1 per thousand per day. Of course, it may also be because there is no bump or damage, so only 1/1000 is dropped every day. In addition to his shirt and the weapon he just got, his other 3 cotton clothes will lose 1 of durability after wearing them for a day, and if they are worn, they should lose more. Practice for a while, then cook and eat. After lunch, the heavy rain gradually subsided and finally stopped. It's not raining anymore. Time to go and plant those sweet potato seedlings. After dinner, Yi Qian put on his backpack, folded his umbrella, put Xiao Lihua on his shoulder, and walked out. After going out, there was still too much moisture in the soil. Yi Qian drained away some of the surface moisture, then simply turned the soil over and planted 6 new sweet potato seedlings on the ridge. Currently, a total of 27 sweet potato vines have been planted in the field, 17 of which are in the growth stage, and 10 are in the seedling stage. Land planted with cabbage. Area 5 by 2, 10 cabbages, harvesting in 1 day. Land planted with cabbage. Area 5 by 2, 10 cabbages, harvesting in 1 day. There are 20 cabbages, and they only have 1 day left to grow before they can be harvested. Potato land. Area 10 by 20, 225 plants, reaching maturity in 3 days. Planting spacing is somewhat sparse, so weeds need to be removed. There were still weeds in the potato field. Yi Qian squatted on the ground and quickly pulled out all the sprouted grass. Because the area is quite large and he has other things to do, those that have not sprouted cannot be dealt with for the time being. It had been fertilized by the scarecrow and then treated with drainage. After several special effects were superimposed, it would take another 3 days to mature. The acceleration effect is quite good. Yi Qian is now looking forward to whether the effect will be better after his skills are upgraded, or whether the scarecrow's skills will be improved. After leaving the potato field, I went to look at the peppers and tomatoes that could only be harvested tomorrow. The rabbit ear grass was not accelerated, but yesterday's heavy rain and fertilization had some effect. It currently shows that it will take 9 days for the next harvest. Yi Qian looked at his existing 14,000 survival points. 12 kilograms are needed a day, and on average 1 kilogram of plant nutrient solution is 20 survival points. I spent 4,800 survival points to buy 240 kilograms of plant nutrient solution and put it in the accelerator. In 20 days, you can start growing at double speed. Corn plot, 5 by 4 acres, 70 plants, reaching maturity in 9 days. Excessive weeds, requiring weeding to ensure proper growth and yield. The corn has sprouted, and each corn seedling is now 15 to 20 centimeters tall. It shows that there are too many weeds, and Yi Qian continues to pull out the weeds. Sure enough, The growth time of these crops is indeed longer than that of vegetables. Squatting on the ground pulling weeds, Yiqian looked at the time displayed on the cornfield and remembered some information someone had said in the chat channel. Vegetables, if not accelerated at all, will take 25 to 30 days to harvest. Without acceleration, it takes 40 to 60 days for grain to enter the harvest stage. Even without any acceleration, it only takes 15 to 20 days to breed mutant plants. The fastest ones are those mutant plants that produce products, which are basically the same as Yiqian's rabbit ear grass, and can be harvested in just 15 days. These mutant plants occasionally experience unexpected situations and can directly pass through a growth stage at super speed. Chapter 91. Little Lihua's efforts are not your ability. Lihua, let's go pick mushrooms. After Yiqian cleared the weeds in the cornfield, he carried little Lihua out and went straight to the top of the mountain, then crossed the hill to the back mountain to pick mushrooms. Meow. Lihua lay on my shoulder for a while, then landed on the ground and started scratching the ground. In the grove, because the weeds and dead leaves had been cleared before, the mushrooms were now very obvious, and Yiqian was very happy to pick them up. Little Lihua also searched on the ground, and then meowed to ask Yiqian to come and dig. Unidentified plant roots. Yiqian didn't need any tools. He just wrapped a water rope around the small section of plant roots underground and pulled it out directly. Seeing that he dug it out and put it away, little Lihua continued to run around on the still not-so-dry ground, sniffing here and looking there. When he found the same smell, he called Yiqian to come over and dig it out. Your skills don't include finding mutant plants, so normally you shouldn't be doing this. When Yiqian picked up an unidentified mutant plant on the road where little Lihua was running, he once again confirmed that little Lihua was looking for plant roots for him to dig up because the little guy just wanted to make him happy. Its information tags include alert, speed, and claws. There is no searching, no treasure hunting, etc. But that time, when it saw that it had obtained the mutant plant roots, it smelled the scent and kept looking for items of the same type. The unidentified mutant plants are no different from various straw mushrooms before being picked up, so little tabby flower cannot distinguish them. Meow. When little Lihua heard Yiqian talking, he looked back, then continued to sniff around on the ground, found the new roots of the mutant plants, and turned back again to call Yiqian over. Good boy, take a rest when you're tired. Although these are all good things, this is really not your job. Yiqian came over and dug out a piece of grass roots, put it into the backpack together with the mushrooms, picked up the little tabby cat, and rubbed it in his arms. A layer of mist enveloped the little tabby cat's body, especially its face, which was covered in mud again and again because it had to sniff around everywhere. The gentle mist washed away the dirt, even cleaning its paws, and the little mud cat turned back into a cute little tabby cat. Meow. The little tabby cat, who was held in Yiqian's arms, tilted its head and scratched at Yiqian's collar with its little paws, curious as to why he stopped. Is it time to go home? Just stay here, we'll go pick some berries, and then we'll go home. Yiqian looked down and saw that little Lihua didn't know why he was not allowed to continue working. He also walked out of the woods and went to the bushy area slightly below the top of the mountain. Change places and start picking berries and various mushrooms from the bushes. Meow. Little Lihua saw that they had changed places and understood. The little head rubbed against Yiqian, then it ran to Yiqian's shoulder and lay down, searching the surroundings with its eyes to prevent any snakes or rats from appearing. This is still close to the top of the mountain. So far, there aren't any wild animals here. The straw mushrooms here are quite large. Yiqian picked berries whenever he saw one, gathered mushrooms whenever he saw one, and even collected all the wild vegetables he saw. Moving slowly in this small patch of bushes, the wild vegetables, straw mushrooms, and berries in the backpack were slowly accumulating. In the separated backpack space, unidentified plants, unidentified plant fruits, and unidentified plant roots are also continuing to increase. The physical strength is good enough and the speed is relatively fast. An afternoon passed, and when Yiqian returned home in the evening, the number of green unidentified items in his backpack, which originally only had 3, had increased to 23, 19, and 24. There are also 28.6 kilograms of wild vegetables, 13 kilograms of berries, and 73.8 kilograms of straw mushrooms. When he arrived at his doorstep, Yiqian went to the sweet potato field and picked 1.3 kilograms of sweet potato leaves. I love eating sweet potato leaves. 0997. Yiqian, I only picked a little over a pound of sweet potato leaves, barely enough for a cold meal. Yiqian sent a message to Luo Shan, then went home, said hello to the snake grass and the soul-eating rose, and then went back to the house to put down the wicker basket. Stand in the yard, Draw spring water to take a bath, and then remove all the moisture from your body and clothes. Shaking his dry hair, Yiqian looked up and saw that the hair on his forehead had grown to the level of his eyebrows. In just 1 month, the short hair has grown so long. Do you want a haircut? But I don't know how to cut hair, and no one is here, otherwise. Let's not cut it. The little tabby stood on his shoulder, its little paws hooked into his not-so-long hair, having fun. Meow. Little Lihua ruffled Yiqian's hair and rubbed his head against it. Although Yiqian's hair is much harder than its cat's hair, the little tabby is very happy just rubbing it a few times. Have fun with me, just don't pull my hair out. Yiqian raised his hand, touched Xiao Lihua's head, and went to cook in a good mood. Luo Shan didn't reply to his message for the time being. It was not until Yiqian picked up an unhatched egg, made an egg, shredded pork and cabbage soup in the evening, and ate it with Xiao Lihua that he finally received a reply. 0001. Luo Shan. Over a pound is a lot. I haven't figured out what to eat tonight yet. Give me some more peppers. I'll make half a cold salad and cook the other half with noodles. I'm already hungry before I even start cooking. Luo Shan replied to the message, found a good place to put the house down, and the house became bigger when it landed. He walked into the house to check the situation. Sure enough, those guys in the water tank ran out and made trouble again. Fortunately, most of the furniture in the house was fixed, otherwise it would have been dismantled by these little brats. But even so, it will take some time to clean up the mess at home. The kitchen door was locked, and the food inside was not damaged. It can be said that these kids are a bit sensible. While kneading the dough and rolling out the noodles, Luo Shan thought about how those little brats had slipped out of the door and ran around along the river, disappearing without a trace and almost being eaten. He shook his head and laughed out loud. His apprentice is still the best. He has been well behaved since childhood. Now what delicious food is prepared for him. He is such a good kid, much better than these little brats at home, and those who were raised but turned against him. It's a pity that he actually awakened the auxiliary system. If the little apprentice could be a pure combat system, he would have to find someone first and bring him out to gain some experience in battle. Assistive. It's too dangerous. Let him grow up slowly in a relatively safe place. The outside world is not suitable for quiet and stable children. 0997. Yiqian noodles? Do you have any extra? Give me some noodles. I only eat steamed buns every day now. I haven't had hand-rolled noodles in a while. When Yiqian saw that the old liar was actually preparing to eat noodles, he was stunned for a moment, and then he asked for it directly without any courtesy. 0001. Luo Shan. Wait, I'll make it for you in a bit. You should learn something from time to time, little brat. Cooking your favorite meals is a basic skill. We can't have takeout delivered to your door right now. Luo Shan smiled when he saw the message, then added some noodles, water, and eggs. His stupid apprentice is really not very good at cooking. It took me years to learn how to cook a dish that was barely edible, but even the more delicate ones were useless. When I was making a bun, the bottom would burst when I pinched the edge. 0997. Yiqian. I'll wait. I'll go wash the sweet potato leaves and wild vegetables. You can just put them in the pot later. He was happy to have noodles to eat. Even though he had already eaten, he could cook them tomorrow morning. When he was very young, his grandmother liked to cook a small pot of noodles in the morning, which was breakfast for the whole family. I'd heard by chance that his grandmother was taught little by little by his great-uncle, Luo Shan, who called himself Yimo at the time, when she was only 5 or 6 years old. Chapter 92. Mowing the grass again. He said it was a waste. Day 22, 5 hours 23 minutes and 15 seconds. Sunny, 19 to 26 degrees Celsius, northeast wind level 3. It was a new day again. Yiqian got up and looked at the weather. I went to the simple kitchen and took out the hand-rolled egg noodles that the old liar had cut last night. I boiled some water and added some cabbage and shredded pork, sprinkled some chopped cilantro, and chopped fresh chili peppers. Meow. The noodles that Xia Lihua eats do not have chili powder added. This was the first time for little Lihua to eat noodles. She tasted it carefully at first, and when she liked it, she started to eat it in big mouthfuls. When I was little, I heard people say that if you feed a cat noodles, it will bring a snake home. But we don't have to worry about that at home. You're already very interested in snakes. Yiqian looked at the way little tabby cat ate, and was very sure that his little tabby cat's love for snakes had absolutely nothing to do with noodles. In fact, the reason why I enjoy eating noodles now is largely because noodles are a kind of noodle-shaped food. Meow meow. Little Lihua raised his head to look at Yiqian and found that Yiqian was already eating, so he continued to lower his head and eat, eating the noodles and shredded meat on the plate in big mouthfuls. Big mouth. Only the cat's mouth is a little bigger, but cats are too small after all, so they don't eat much. The weather is clear now. It's time to harvest the seeds at noon. Let's go to the halfway point of the mountain this morning to check it out. After dinner, Yi Qian looked at today's tasks, which were collecting and patrolling. Then you can go to the middle of the mountain and see if the grass can be harvested and sell it for money. The chive and coriander seeds are actually now entering the harvest period, but Yi Qian feels that it may not be good for the seeds to not see the sun during the mature period, so he plans to wait a little longer. Also, a scarecrow. He took out some grass and made a scarecrow. Scarecrow skills, fertilization. Maybe it can speed up the process a bit or increase production. Even if the crops have already entered the harvest period, there will be no changes, but other plants may mature early. Meow. Little Li Hua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder. When Yi Qian went to greet the snake grass and the soul-eating rose, it stretched out its front paws, touching the leaves here and the branches there. You just pamper it. Yi Qian watched the kitten playing, then looked at the soul-eating rose that had retracted its thorns, smiled, and shook his head. He was very happy to see the little tabby flower being favored. But the roses are gone again. In the case of the soul-eating rose, it can be recovered every 3 days, then sprout again and continue to grow and bloom. I picked one before, and I thought the newly opened flowers would stay for a while longer. Li Hua, now that we're gone, the house will be left to snake-love grass and soul-eating rose. Yi Qian watched them play for a while, then picked up the cat, said hello to the 2 flowers and plants in the house that looked cute, but were actually so ferocious that they could eat big snakes, and walked out of the house with the basket on his back. It rained moderately the day before yesterday, and it rained heavily yesterday. After being washed by too much rain, the low weeds on the hillside looked very clean, without even a speck of grass debris or dead leaves left. Only a few stalks of verdant green grass remained, their blades clinging to the ground, tenacious and resilient. The snakeberry tree had been washed away, leaving no trace. Walking down the hillside, the soil on the road was moist enough, and a layer of weeds on the surface could barely keep you from stepping into the slippery mud. Meow. Little Li Hua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder, looking curiously at the grass in front of him. In just a few days, the grass had grown to about 2 meters again. It seems the soil here is particularly good. Now that it's growing, let's cut it all. Yi Qian saw that Xiao Li Hua was relaxed and confirmed that there were no special creatures around. He flew a water rope into the grass and started harvesting again close to the surface. Layer after layer, the fresh green grass was cut and fell to the ground. When you feel you have enough, you can tie it up with straw ropes, bring it back, put it up for consignment, and start harvesting again. Under his feet was the same big rock as before. The rock had been washed by rain, and now there was not even a speck of dust on it. Meow. The little tabby raised his paw, patted the umbrella handle, tilted his head to look at the open umbrella above his head, a little curious. Before, when it rained, it held an umbrella, and it knew that it was the same as the one worn on the head, which could keep out the rain. You can't chew this, it will hurt your teeth. Yi Qian saw the little tabby cat sticking to the umbrella handle, patting it with its little paws for a while, then coming up to smell it, obviously wanting to take another bite. But this one really can't be chewed. Meow. The little tabby cat tilted its head, and when Yi Qian reached out to touch its head, it lay down obediently and observed its surroundings. I don't understand, but it doesn't matter. Received a private message from friend 0012, Zhang Wei. 0012, Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, it's you who's selling over 600 kilograms of grass again, isn't it? When number 1 Zhang Wei saw someone say that another pile of green grass was hung up, he no longer went to the chat channel to complain, but came directly to ask Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian, yeah, I just put it up. Brother Zhang, you found it so quickly. Yi Qian told this person last time that he was cutting grass outside and selling it for money. Now I come to ask. It can't be. I just want to confirm whether it is him. Zhang Wei, well, I'm just a little curious. Have you ever thought that if you just turn over that patch of grass and plant some seeds, it will grow quickly and yield a lot of rewards? It will definitely make more money than just the grass, and you can also earn a lot of professional experience. Looking at the pile of grass on consignment, number 1 Zhang Wei really felt that it was such a waste. If this is crops, you can earn a lot just by growing experience. There was a heavy rain yesterday, and many farming players were shouting that their experience points had been washed away. Some people, for the sake of experience points, tried to rescue the mountain even though it was clearly landslide. This shows how difficult it is to gain experience in the planting system. Chapter 93, Butterflies in the Bushes. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, tell me, is it possible that there is a land where grass grows so well, and there are many creatures in this place that can easily kill me? Seeing that the other party had talked about a bunch of plans and guesses, Yi Qian replied helplessly, asking the other party not to just think about gaining experience. At the very least, You have to survive to continue gaining experience. 0012. Zhongwei. That's right. You were secretly mowing the grass while the monsters were away. Be careful. I won't bother you for now. I got another seed while I was out collecting, and I wanted to ask if you wanted it. Let's talk when you get home. I'm not in a hurry. Number 1. Zhang Wei didn't know how much he was thinking about. After sending the message, he stopped bothering her and didn't go to the chat channel to discuss with anyone about this grass cutter and grass seller. I don't know if it's because someone bought it the last 2 times and thought it was useful as feed, and now after some discussion in the chat channel, the one Yiqian just posted was bought. 1 gene sells for 2 survival points, quickly harvested in Yiqian, dragged back to the shelves, and continued harvesting. In just one morning, he harvested more than 7,000 kilograms of grass, and nearly 15,000 survival points were quickly credited to his account. Lihua, let's go. The bushes over there are nice, but they're not suitable for us to go through yet. Yiqian held the little tabby cat with bared teeth and standing fur in his arms, shook the black umbrella with snake pattern in his hand, turned around, and walked towards the mountain. There are many small red or orange fruits in that bush. When he finished cutting the grass and was about to go over to take a look, the little tabby flower gave a warning, and he also discovered the lurker hidden among those bright red and orange little fruits. Rabbit butterfly. Level 2 mutant butterfly, highly poisonous, good at hiding, strong territorial awareness, non-aggressive wild creature. Combat power estimated to be between 100 and 200. This was the first time that Yiqian saw not only the health bar, but also the detailed information of a wild mutant creature. This is the basic skill for hunting players. You can see the level, ability label, and current combat power range of wild creatures. However, it is not clear at a glance. You need to stare for 3 seconds and naturally consume some mental energy before these prompt messages appear. In short, the skill consumption is different from the professional information prompts itself. In addition to this butterfly, Yiqian also saw the information about the bush where the rove butterfly was staying. Red honey fruit bush, level 1 mutant berry, shrub. Red fruit can refresh the mind, and orange fruit can detoxify. This belongs to the collection system, where you can see the level of the mutated plants and the efficacy of the fruits. Of course, ordinary, non-mutated plants also have names displayed. However, since ordinary creatures do not have special labels or other information, it is limited to the name and health bar of the combat creature. Without any further delay on the road, Yiqian went straight home with the cat in his arms. That kind of territorial mutant creature, when we are weak, we must stay away from it. It wasn't there before, but then it suddenly appeared. Yiqian sat under the eaves, holding the little tabby cat, smoothing its fur, and talking to himself. Through the training of his mental strength and control over the past 2 days, his strength has improved slightly. But it's just a little. Combat power, 41, plus 56 / special ability bonus. Physical fitness improved by 1 point, and water control increased by 3 points. The total combat power is less than 100 points. If it is just water control power, it is only more than 50 points. He didn't think he could control the huge moth whose combat power might be more than 100, or even up to 200, and which could fly, become invisible, and even carry poison. There is a high chance that you can't control it. If you provoke it, you may not be able to escape even if you want to. Moreover, Yiqian himself is not an adventurous person, otherwise he would not have chosen the planting system. Meow. Little Lihua knew that he was safe at home, and rubbed his little head against Yiqian's face, as if to comfort him. Don't worry, as long as we don't disturb it, it won't fly to the mountain. This part of the mountain is a relatively peaceful and safe area most of the time. Yiqian rubbed Xiao Lihua's body with his fingers, and put the backpack and umbrella against the wall. Take out some grass, wrap it around, and make a scarecrow. Level 1 scarecrow, planting / assistance, catching insects, remaining labor time, for hours. The scarecrow from before has been scattered all over the ground. Yiqian has also consumed a lot of mental energy this morning, and now he can barely make one that lasts for 4 hours. Seeing the scarecrow go to work, Yiqian drank some mountain spring water, then lay down and rested with the cat in his arms. Opening the private chat with friends, he replied a message to the previous person. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, I'm home. What kind of seeds are these? Are they mutant seeds? Yiqian looked at his survival points, a total of 23,620 points. If the seeds were not too special, he could afford them. 0012. Zhongwei, Brother Yi, do you have any more mutant plant materials? Anything of the same quality as last time will do. I got something good this time, so I'll show it to you first. Number 1 Zhongwei replied to the message very quickly. Just from the content of the message, even though no one could see what the other person looked like, one could feel that he was quite cocky. But good things are definitely what you want. Looking at the exchange request sent, Yi Qian clicked agree and saw the small piece of roots put up by the other party. Level 2 grape seedlings, blue quality, plantable, perennial, yielding mutant plant seedlings. This grape seedling is of the yielding type, with the same properties as rabbit ear grass. But it's blue quality, and it's fruit. Blue grapes should also have special effects when they are ripe, whether they are sold or eaten by yourself. 0997. Yi Qian. The only blue quality plant material is the same as last time. Yi Qian opened the backpack and checked. There were still 2 vines of the blood soul vine, and 6 that had been struck by lightning. Since the other party wanted vines with attributes, they could only be those that had been struck by lightning. So, can I exchange 6 blue quality plant materials for a blue quality yield type perennial mutant plant? This is a seedling. A search of the consignment showed that there were less than 100 seeds and seedlings of the same grade listed. And perennial, productive, fruit-bearing. A pomegranate sapling, a mango sapling, and a raspberry. There are only 3 numbers that share the same concept as grapevines. 6666666, 999999, and 11111111. After looking at the prices of these 3, Yi Qian had a feeling that all these seedlings were hung by one person. However, it has been hanging for a long time, and no one buys it at this price. Chapter 94. Can you weave a grape trellis? Zhang Wei. That's fine too, brother Yi. Look at these grape seedlings, don't they? 5 of them, of the same quality and size as last time. Let's exchange them for 5. How about that? Number 1. Zhang Wei thought about it, and didn't make any high demands. He wants materials now, and although the auction price of this kind of material with special properties is more than 20,000, the quantity is still relatively small. In particular, Yi Qian's family's products have some thunder attributes, which have strong destructive power, and the price will be a bit higher. If we calculate it as 30,000 each, the total for the 5 of them would be 150,000. The normal auction price of a mutant seedling would not exceed 200,000. So, when the price difference was not particularly large, he chose to exchange it with Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, when the grapes are ripe, I'll give 2 bunches to Brother Zhang to try. Yi Qian was very satisfied with the result of this exchange. Although there are only a few blue-quality mutant plant materials left, a grape plant is much more valuable to him than those materials. 0012. Zhang Wei. Thank you, Brother Yi. Number 1. Zhang Wei was also very satisfied. Especially, Yi Qian's attitude is good. Although when the grapes will ripen, or whether they will be given to you when they are ripe, are all matters of the future, the words have already been said. He also has many good friends with whom he can exchange things, but there are only a few with whom he can reach a deal amicably. Most of the time, it's just an annoying argument over trying to lower the price. So, if there are any good things that can be developed in the long term, just skip those people. Level 2 grape seedlings, blue quality, plantable, perennial, yield-type mutant plant seedlings, requires a grape rack for planting. After getting the grape seedlings, Yi Qian took the seedlings in his hand, looked at them, then sat up and went out. Meow. When Yi Qian stood up, the little tabby jumped onto his shoulders and followed him closely. If you want to plant grapes somewhere special, then you should go east. Yi Qian stood outside the yard and looked around. The fields to the east of his house were flatter than those to the west. On the north side of the breeding and seedling field, Yi Qian quickly started working with a pickaxe. Although a lot of mental energy has been consumed, physical strength is still relatively sufficient for the time being. Yi Qian cleared the land very quickly, and a square area of 100 square meters was cleared. Level 2 mutated grapes, blue quality, growth range 10 by 10, 1 tree, seedling adaptation period, enters growth phase after 1 day, requires grape rack support during growth period. After the grape seedlings were planted, Yi Qian looked at the instructions and began to think about how to make the grape rack. Bamboo, not so good, too slippery. It still needs wood, and it needs to be very strong wood. Sitting on the ground to rest, Yi Qian began to search to see if there was anyone buying this kind of thing on consignment. After searching around and not seeing anything he liked, he looked at his own survival point and decided to ask someone who might know better. 0997. Yi Qian, have you had lunch? Can you make a grape trellis? I need one that's 3 meters tall and covers 100 square meters. When Yi Qian sends messages to people, it's usually in the form of common greetings. 0987. Yun Fenglei, I'm eating. Brother Yi, you finally have a new idea. I'm going to think about how to weave this thing first. A green quality grape trellis, 10,000 survival points will be enough. I want to think about how to make it last longer. By the way, are your grape vines in the middle of the ground, or on the side? Yun Fenglei saw the message and was very interested in Yi Qian's request. They can weave baskets, equipment and houses, and even nets to catch fish in the water. Now, he can weave grape trellises, and by extension, he can also weave various flower trellises. 0997. Yi Qian, the middle one. Go up the middle, and then climb freely. Yi Qian no longer felt that the price of 10,000 was too expensive. After all, it was 100 square meters of land, and it would be relatively solid and durable. Lihua, I'm here to farm. Some people fight hard, but some people are just looking for fun. Sitting on the ground, Yi Qian held the little tabby cat and stroked its fur. When it raised its paw, he rubbed his face against its paw pad. Meow. The little tabby cat stepped lightly with its paw. Its round cat eyes widened, and it happily played with Yi Qian. As for you, you've been with me. From eating steamed buns to now finally having meat to eat. Yi Qian touched the kitten's head, holding the 2-month-old little tabby cat in his hands, and expressed feelings that only he could understand. However, it was because he didn't understand that he spoke a little and complained about the gap between himself and others. But he also knew very well that his current strength and living standards were actually upper middle class. He has little contact with most of the current players, but he has seen many of them in the chat channel. The combat power does not exceed 10 points. I do daily tasks every day, such as picking wild vegetables and mushrooms in the safe area near my home, chopping trees and vines, and knocking bricks. Although these things don't make much money, they can ensure that we have steamed buns, pickles, and drinking water every day. As long as you are willing to work, you will never starve to death. But if you want to earn survival points, buy seeds to plant crops, and then wait for the seeds to grow and harvest to gain experience, you have to save money by living frugally. In 3 or 4 days, you can collect 100 survival points and buy a bag of cabbage or radish seeds. There are 10 pills in a pack, and you can get 10 experience points when you harvest them. Every day, many people complain in the chat channel, complaining about how hard life is, how hard it is to earn experience points, and how even if they grow a cabbage that's ripe, they still can't count it as a finished crop if they just pick it and eat it. They just like eating the crisp, tender cabbage. Some people also came out to complain that after planting vegetables for a few days, a pheasant came and destroyed several of them. Someone else found an ordinary treasure chest nearby, opened it, and got 2 ordinary seeds, and happily told the chat channel about their good luck. Apart from some parts that were somewhat related to Yi Qian or some major events, 80 to 90% of the chats Yi Qian saw were about the living conditions of ordinary people. So Yi Qian knew very well that he had actually surpassed many people, and even the few friends he had chosen to add were all numbered within 1,000. Of course, this is not because he doesn't want to add more than 1,000, but the only people who can add him as a friend are after he arrived here and announced the opening of the skill book. For those who entered this world after that, it would be useless even if they knew his number and name, because the way to add friends in his world was to appear in the chat channel and search the records to apply. There is no way to add it by searching for the number or name. This may be a kind of protection for those who like quietness. Chapter 95, Seeds are ripe. Harvesting is a learning experience. Let's eat first, and then we can go harvest the seeds. Yi Qian sat on the ground, sighed for a while, comforted himself for a while, then carried little Lihua back home and started preparing lunch. At noon, I simply cut some meat and stewed some Chinese cabbage, adding some chopped chili and chopped coriander before serving. Although I haven't bought the oil yet, the edges of the pork are always a bit fat. Cut some and stir-fry them. It's much more fragrant than the previous stew. Meow. Little Lihua is not picky about food, and now there is meat in the dishes, so Yi Qian picks out more meat for little Lihua. Ever since the kitten was brought home, it has been able to eat even steamed buns soaked in water with big mouthfuls. It is still the same now. Only the first bite, it still has to taste it to see if it is hot. Every time he saw it eating with big mouthfuls, Yi Qian always felt that he was enjoying his meal more. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Brother Yi, the grape trellis is ready. See if there's anything else that needs to be modified. If not, we can trade directly. Yun Fenglei sent a private message to Yi Qian at around 1 p.m. The grape trellis is done. When the exchange was opened, Yi Qian looked at the grape rack and gave the other party 10,000 survival points without any objection. There is a hole with a diameter of half a meter in the middle of the rack for the vines to pass through, because no one knows how big the vines will grow if they stand. The horizontal and vertical grids on the flat surface of the rack are all twisted and intertwined with vines. A horizontal and vertical line is made up of 10 vines twisted together, and those 3.5-meter high pillars are also entangled with vines. There are a total of 16 pillars, and the half-meter length of each pillar that needs to be buried in the ground is scattered. Bury it and tamp down the soil, just like tree roots entwined beneath the ground. The 16 pillars are scattered around in 4 circles. The 4 outer corners are the thickest pillars. Further inwards, there is a 4-corner fixation for adjusting the direction, and further inwards there is another 4-corner support column with staggered positions. The 4 innermost pillars are about half a meter from the central circular hole, supporting and protecting the vines. Perhaps, the world he originally came from was very friendly to those with special powers, so they didn't think there was anything to hide. Yi Qian placed the grape rack next to the wall and asked the snake grass to help him take it outside the wall, because if he wanted to carry it out through the door, he would need the snake grass to fold up its leaves, which would be more troublesome. Walking out of the door and coming to the land where grapes were planted in the east, Yi Qian found the location and started digging a hole. He stared at the grape racks many times with a helpless smile on his face. In the past, he felt that he had special abilities that needed to be hidden, otherwise he might become someone's target one day. Muumuer had explained it to him before, and now when he looked at this vine grape trellis again, which obviously revealed a lot of information, he suddenly understood. They have never concealed their feelings, simply because the world they have been exposed to since childhood has always admired, worshipped, empowered, and honored these abilities. The world they once lived in might have been the same, with the same living environment, the same probability of awakening, and the same way of displaying abilities. But people in both worlds, especially some people, the decisions they made caused those who had awakened their special powers to think in 2 completely different directions. Meow. The little tabby cat felt that Yi Qian's mood was a little unstable, so it came over and rubbed its little head against his face, then raised its little paw and put it on Yi Qian's ear. It is too small now, and actually wants to pat its head, because Yi Qian likes to reach out and rub its head, especially when it finds danger and becomes irritable. Too bad, it's out of reach. I'm fine. I'm just wondering when we can become strong enough to no longer be bound by certain past ideas. Yi Qian turned around, rubbed his face against Xiao Lihua's body, and laughed. Although in this world, possessing certain powers no longer makes one a target of attack, he still does not intend to reveal any information. It's good like this now, a life of one person, with cats, grass, flowers, fields, springs, mountains, and water. Farming, raising chickens, and then building a fish pond when the fry grow up. He likes this kind of pastoral life very much. Meow. When the little tabby cat saw Yi Qian smiling, it blinked happily and rubbed its head against him. As for the cat, just stick to it, and you can make him happy. This is our grape. Once it grows taller and climbs up, it will spread outwards and produce bunches of grapes. Yi Qian buried the grape trellis, walked to the outside of the fence, reached out and hooked the leaves of the snake grass, passing some information about the grape seedlings and grape trellis to it. The snake plant was very interested in the small seedling outside. After confirming that it was its own, it moved its leaves over, observed it for a while, and then shrank back in disappointment. Without spiritual awareness, communication is impossible, and even basic information cannot be obtained. It's meant to grow, bloom, and bear fruit, and then be picked and eaten. It's different. Yi Qian sensed the emotions of the snake grass and communicated with it helplessly, asking it not to treat all the mutated plants as its own kind. For now, grapevines and rabbit ears are considered to be the same type of mutations. Snake grass and soul-eating rose are considered to be similar mutations. The fragrant bamboo and the coxcomb that has grown more than 10 centimeters high in the chicken coop are considered to be the same type of mutations. Meow. Seeing Yi Qian playing with the snake grass, the little tabby catfish also came over and played with the leaves of the snake grass while holding them. After little Lihua came over, the snake plant didn't bother with the newcomer in the house. It wrapped the kitten with its leaves and played with it. Sure enough, little Lihua really does need to be coaxed. Seeing that they were having fun, Yi Qian didn't disturb them. He sighed and walked to the breeding and seedling field next to him. Today, the seeds here can be harvested. Level 1 coriander, green quality, seeds are mature and can be harvested. Level 1 chives, green quality, chive sprout 1, seeds are mature and can be harvested. Chive sprout 2, enters flowering stage in 5 days. Coriander is harvested when the whole plant is mature and the whole plant must be pulled out. When you first enter the game, the bamboo winnowing basket that opens from the planting box comes in handy. Harvest level 1 mutated plants, planting experience, plus 100. Putting the winnowing basket aside, Yi Qian pulled out the coriander that had produced seeds at this moment and put it in the winnowing basket. It is quite normal that harvesting a whole mutant plant will increase your planting experience by 100. Now that the harvest has been completed, the seeds cannot be taken out directly, so Yi Qian reached out and picked the mature leek sprout. Harvest level 1 mutated plants, planting experience, plus 100. Yiqian was a little excited after receiving 2 consecutive 100 experience points. This was a great experience gain. However, this is only a small part. Yiqian looked at the coriander full of seeds and the chives in his hand. He was very sure that the next planting experience would increase many times more than before. Chapter 96. Finally, there is hope for upgrading. Coriander seeds 988. The coriander seeds were in a winnowing basket, and Yiqian placed them in the yard to dry for a while. Then he picked them one by one and cut these small round fruits into 2. In this way, one fruit contains 2 seeds. This coriander, which doesn't look very big, has a total of 988 seeds. Of course, this is the final result after some production increases. Yiqian collected the coriander seeds first, followed by the mature seeds on a leek stalk. This leek has 22 flowers, each of which is triangular in shape, and each of the 3 ridges contains 2 seeds. There are 6 seeds in one flower, 22 flowers, none of which are damaged, and 132 complete seeds. Because Scarecrow has always been handling various events and has activated the effect amplification several times, the harvest this time is really good. After collecting the seeds, Yiqian began to think about where to plant them next. Coriander is harvested all at once. Just clear a piece of wasteland there, and then you can plant it. As for leeks, as long as they are not dead, you can harvest them over and over again. Thinking that his experience would increase by more than 100 every time he cut a batch of leeks, Yiqian was very determined to plant leeks at his doorstep. The 2 cabbage plots in front of the door can be harvested. I'll harvest them later, tidy up the fields, and plant them there. There is no shortage of water, and it is relatively close to home. When Scarecrow processes plants of the same grade, priority is given gradually based on the distance from the doorstep. Lihua, go play with them. I'm right here. Yiqian collected the seeds and left the little raccoon flower next to the snake grass when he went out to harvest the cabbages. I pulled out 20 cabbages and put them in my backpack and got 20 experience points. However, still no seeds fell. This result is really not surprising at all. After harvesting the cabbages, Yiqian went to pick the small peppers that could be picked again, indicating that this was his 3rd harvest. I picked more than 60 small peppers, and there are nearly 100 green peppers left, but judging by the size of the remaining peppers, I feel that they will all be ripe next time. However, there is no different information displayed at the moment. No matter how many peppers you pick, you will only get 2 experience points because there are only 2 trees. The tomatoes were also harvested for the 2nd time. More than 60 tomatoes were picked from 2 small tomatoes, and more than 40 tomatoes were picked from 6 large tomatoes. There are also sweet potato seedlings. I pulled out 3 more today and will plant them later. Today's harvest gave Yiqian a total of 233 experience points. Take a break, drink some water, and continue. After harvesting the vegetables, Yiqian returned to the yard, washed his face with spring water, drank some mountain spring water, and sat on the ground to rest for a while. Next to him, a branch of the soul-eating rose came over, and the leaves with sharp edges and small thorns tried to curl up. After rolling all the thorns inside, it moved close to Yiqian and poked his hand. Since lunch, the soul-eating rose saw Yiqian only playing with the snake grass and ignoring it, so she became upset. It's not that I'm ignoring you. I'm working over there, so I didn't come over here. Yiqian raised his finger and touched it with the leaf that came closer, then spread out his hand to catch the leaf in his palm, coaxing the soul-eating rose that thought it was being ignored. After a short rest, the soul-eating rose contentedly straightened its branches, and the flowers bloomed to absorb the energy in the air. Standing up and going out again, Yiqian first planted the chives. They didn't need to be too loose, with 6 plants in a small clump, which was just enough for 22 clumps. However, regardless of how densely planted they are, the harvest is calculated based on the number of trees. Chives are easy to grow, and the coriander field is a newly reclaimed 20 square meter field where 988 seeds are sown. Player, Area 8181, No. 0997, Yiqian. Career Direction, Planting Department, Level 111-24/10-000/Basic All-Round Survivor. Special Ability, Water Element Control. Skills, Synthesis, Level 1/Assistance. Plant Communication, Level 178/100. Scarecrow, Level 17/100. Combat Power, 41, plus 56/Special Ability Bonus. Survival Points, 13620. Equipment, Strengthened Vine Leather Armor, Purple. Strengthened Snake Pattern Melted Umbrella, Blue. Pure Cotton Vine Pants, Green. Pure Cotton Underwear, Green. Pure Cotton Thick-Soled Shoes, Green. Wrought Tan Backpack, Blood Soul Vine Branch, Blue. X2, Lightning Struck Vine Branch, blue. X1, unidentified plant, green. X23, unidentified plant fruit, green. X19, unidentified plant root, green. X24, rabbit ear grass leaves, 234 caddies. Straw mushrooms, 65.8 caddies. Wild vegetables, 16.1 caddies. Berries, 6.2 caddies. Assets, simple wooden and bamboo house, 317.5 square meters of fenced yard, chicken coop, mountain spring water access, well. Field planting, level 2 mutant grapes, 1. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, 1. Corn, 70. Sweet potato, 30. Potato, 225. Coriander, 988. Leek, 132. Grass, 16. Pepper, 2. Cherry tomato, 2. Large tomato, 6. Domesticated war beast. Cat, cub, level 1 mutation, alert, speed, sharp claws. Mutated plants. Level 2 snake grass, growable. Level 2 soul-eating rose, growable. Level 2 fragrant bamboo, seedling. Level 1 coxcomb, seedling. Breeding plants. 1 leek, 1 sweet potato, 3 wheat. Animals. Chicken coop, 1 rooster, 1 hen, 3 unhatched eggs, colorful gourd bee, 1 queen bee, 17 worker bees. After planting everything, Yiqian made a scarecrow and then went home to rest for a while before making dinner. Sitting under the eaves, looking at his personal information panel, Yiqian began to calculate how long it would take him to be promoted to the next level. Forget it, I won't dwell on it anymore. There's no point in thinking too much. I should just keep working hard. At least I have to make sure these things survive, and Yiqian looked east of his house. There were only seeds from a leek moss and a coriander plant, but he had already obtained more than 1,100 seeds. Each seed represents 1 experience point. When it comes to planting, the focus is still on seed cultivation. This is also the reason why, currently, a single grain of wheat seed can be sold for nearly 10,000. Compared to wheat and rice, coriander, cabbage, and carrots are more valuable because as long as they bloom and produce seeds, one plant will produce a lot of seeds. Chapter 97 Chat Channel. Someone revealed the superpower information. Meow. While Yiqian was cooking dinner, little Lihua walked around the house twice and then stopped by the bucket under the eaves. It jumped to the edge of the bucket and stood there, shaking its tail and rubbing its face with its little paws. It was very interested in the little fish swimming back and forth in the water. Want some fish? Yiqian's dinner was cabbage stewed with meat. After it was stewed in the pot, he came over to see Xiao Lihua. It's normal to want to eat fish. However, the fish is a bit small. Even if the fry grows to the size of tadpoles after a day, it is still not ready to be eaten. Meow. Little Lihua jumped onto Yiqian's shoulder and lay down, no longer paying attention to the fish in the bucket. It's just that, when you're bored, you want to play it. We still need to dig a fish pond. To the east of our house are mutant plants and breeding fields, so the fish pond should be to the west. The vegetables in the pot can simmer slowly. Let's go dig a fish pond. Yiqian felt that he still had plenty of energy today, so he planned to dig a fish pond before dark. Meow. Little Lihua watched Yiqian working. As the pickaxe was swung, the little cat lying on his shoulder also swayed. Yiqian took turns using the pickaxe and shovel, working while watching the chat channel. The main topic this evening is whether players can run around and whether there will be conflicts between players. After searching for a while, Yiqian finally found the origin of this topic. Someone posted a message around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, saying that he saw a terrifying scene on the mountain near his home. The man claimed to be a collector and went to the highest mountain near his home to look for mutant plants, hoping to get some materials to exchange for money. Then when he reached the top of the mountain, he saw a mountain range in the distance that seemed to be on fire. The occurrence of wildfires is not surprising. He posted it to let other players pay more attention to it. After all, the threat of wildfires is no less than that of heavy rain. However, after a while, the player came out and said that the wildfire he had seen before might not be a forest fire at all, because he saw the confrontation between the fire dragon and the tornado. Although the distance was far, he was sure that he really saw it. 0002. Huiyin, it's just a supernatural battle. Why are you making such a fuss? I believe those players who are ranked lower and can't even catch a level 1 mutant beast probably don't understand, but you guys at the top are all pretending not to understand. Is that fun? After Yiqian flipped through the chat for a while and returned to the latest information, he saw this person's complaints. Maybe it's because of the discussions above. Many of the ones with higher numbers are discussing topics like what kind of mutant creatures in the wild might be. In short, no one has come out to say that the fire dragon and tornado might be human-controlled. 0987. Yin Fenlei. What rankings are you referring to? You really don't need to promote things like superpowers. Everyone else tacitly keeps it to themselves. Do you really have to make ordinary players realize the gap at this point? 0996. Mui. Exactly. That fire. What's wrong with being ranked low? 0088. Phone. Exactly. So what if I'm ranked low? Ranking low doesn't necessarily mean I'm weak. 36,021 Lin Xiao. Those of you above, do you have some unusual understanding of the numbering and number of players in our zone? 10,593 Ming Zhao. Perhaps the boss's understanding is different from ours. A group of people with 3-digit numbers actually have the nerve to say they are ranked at the bottom. It's unreasonable. 18,156 Zhang Wei. 109. Ming Zhao, you're just someone who casually goes out to pick up treasure chests. Please avoid me now. People with good luck are even more annoying. 0012. Zhang Wei. Yes. I hate people who are extremely lucky the most. If you could share some of your good luck with me, I wouldn't hate you anymore. Chi. So no one's talking about that supernatural power thing? I'm strong, does that count? After mentioning superpowers, the topic of the conversation was diverted several times by some players, but was pulled back again. 0002. Hoi Yin. Superpowers, special abilities that are different from those of ordinary people. Players can check their personal information. People with special abilities will have a special ability bonus, and strength is naturally one of them. If you have this ability, you can practice more in this area. 0002. Hoi Yin. Regarding the methods of practice, each one is different. You need to conduct research on your own or with your peers. Don't come to me unless you are a rule control department. 0996. Mui. The rule control system is amazing. 0002. Hoi Yin. Just average. That is, I can easily beat you. 0996. Mui. Get lost. I'd better not let me see you. 0002. Hoi Yin. You come. Looking at the messages in the chat channel that seemed like quarrels, Yi Qian felt that he could no longer control his smile. It's not like they would benefit from revealing their superpowers. But the names of these two players are too full of hostility. One is all fire, one is water and wood. But that wooden sister, is she really that bad-tempered? Or is she only targeting? Yi Qian watched the two people arguing and felt that there was something wrong. Although one has the surname Mu and the other has the surname Hua, these surnames don't mean anything. For example, his surname is Yi, his father's surname is Yi, but their family took their grandmother's surname. To be precise, it was the old liar who said his surname was Yi. Then Yi Qian's grandmother naturally took the surname Yi. His grandfather married into his wife's family, and the first child he had was also named Yi. When he was little, he heard his grandfather scold him a few times when he was drunk, saying that if he had had more children, his family lineage wouldn't have been cut off. Later, when Yi Qian grew up a bit and moved to the city, he also saw many cases of two children in a family with different surnames. Meow. Little Li Hua tilted her head and watched Yi Qian stop, not knowing whether he had finished his work or wanted to rest for a while. It's okay, just a little curious. Yi Qian tilted his head and rubbed the little cat, then continued to work with the pickaxe. Even though the fish fry are very small now, Yi Qian still carefully dug a pit that is 3 or 4 meters deep and more than 6 meters in diameter. We can't get a lot of fresh water right now. We can only connect a small pipe to achieve a balance between seepage from the bottom of the pit and the injection of new water. Otherwise, the fry will run away with the water flow. Yi Qian stood outside the fence, controlling the mountain spring water in the bamboo tube, drawing a flying arc, and flew into the pit outside the fence. After barely getting most of the water in the pit, he bought a small bamboo pole from a consignment store, drilled a hole inside it, and inserted it into the bamboo tube so that the water in the tube could be diverted. But the amount divided cannot be too much. When there is too much water, it will flow from the surface, but the small fish will not stay in the pit obediently. They will run freely with the water flow, and the water will seep into the ground as it flows, and the fry will turn into dried fish. Chapter 98. Personal Manor Model, Sudden Development of Enclosure. Basic configuration for a personal manor. House, courtyard wall, well, cultivation field, planting field, poultry farming, aquatic farming, bee and butterfly farming, combat beasts, and combat plants. If you have all 10 of these, you can activate the manor mode. Do you want to activate it? When Yi Qian put the small fish fry into this simple fish pond, a prompt suddenly appeared. It is an optional transformation direction. Manor mode. Yi Qian did not rush to make a choice, but took the cat home, served dinner, and placed it under the eaves, slowly examining the concept of this manor model. Personal manor mode. To activate the manor mode, you need to collect 10 basic life configurations. The manner mode is divided into individual and group modes. After activation, you can plan the scope of the manor. Special events within the manor will trigger an alarm. Note: once the manor mode is turned on, it cannot be turned off. The owner of the manor cannot leave for a long time. If no one takes care of it for a long time, it will decline and decay faster. After carefully reading it several times, Yi Qian determined that this manor model was actually a clear division of a safe area. In the past, it would be safer around where your home is, but there was no complete range limit, and it all depended on the player's own research. Now this manor has clarified the scope and provided more warnings. As for the manor being unable to move, I will have to live here from now on. This kind of thing has no effect on him. He had no intention of moving away, and as a farmer, how could he have the time to move? Lihua, we will be safer at home from now on. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat lying beside him and was very much looking forward to the upcoming manor mode. But we have to eat first. Meow. When Yi Qian pushed the plate a little closer so that the little tabby cat could eat, it raised its head and meowed twice, then lowered its head and took a bite of the meat. As for what Yi Qian said, it will only think that it is saying that it is time to eat. After eating and drinking, Yi Qian confirmed the transfer of his personal manor. Player 8181-0997. Yi Qian opens his personal manor. Manor mode is activated. The personal manor protection alarm system is activated, and the manor owner chat channel is opened. After Yi Qian confirmed it, a floating halo radiating outwards with his home as the center began to flash. This reminder also made Yi Qian confused for a moment. Why is there a chat channel for manor owners? Personal manor mode guide 1. Setting the manor range. I don't have time to take care of those things for now. With this new model transformation, Yi Qian still has to go through the novice guide again. On the display interface of Yi Qian Manor, there was only the environment around his house. From the top of the mountain, he could only reach halfway up the mountain. It was probably still dozens of meters away from the big rock where he stood when mowing the grass before. Moreover, this is not the scope of the manor, but a scope that he can set up based on his own home. Manors can come in a variety of shapes, but level 1 manors are usually quite small. It was so small that even if he stretched the range circle into a long and thin shape, he still couldn't reach the set edge position. After all, it was centered on his home. After adjusting several times, Yi Qian finally chose the spring on the top of the mountain. Starting from the spring, an arc triangle was drawn downwards, covering his existing fields and the surrounding planting and breeding areas. Personal Manor Mode Guide 2. Building Manor Protection Facilities. The first step was completed, and the terrain in front of Yi Qian became the area he had circled. However, there was no reward after completing this guidance mission. Snake grass, can you circle this area? Yi Qian looked at the sky, which was getting darker and darker, and had no choice but to look for the snake-loving grass to complete the guidance task as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to sleep. Snake grass cannot speak. After receiving the message from Yi Qian, it only understood that it was going to change places, so it shook its leaves reluctantly. Next, it quickly retracted all the leaves it had grown until it became a small seedling only half a meter tall. Let's go, let's move. Yi Qian quickly pulled out the fence wall, then held a small bunch of snake grass roots and seedlings and ran to the vicinity of the mountain spring, letting it take root there. The snake grass took root and began to grow new branches and leaves. Yi Qian was inserting wooden sticks and strips into the soil at the edge of the manor that he had drawn this time. There were limited sticks, and when he dropped one, the leaves of the snake grass would climb over. I'm not sure how far it will go yet, and the snake plant isn't in a hurry to let go of its branches and leaves. It just follows a section of leaves. Until, after more than an hour, Yi Qian finally circled the area. That's it for now. Everything in here belongs to our family. Yi Qian sat on the ground, holding several snake-shaped leaves in his arms, and explained to Snake Grass the reason for drawing this circle. It was a little tired at first, but after understanding the concept of its own territory, the leaves of the snake grass stood up. Previously, it was a long rope-like circular pattern, but now new leaves have grown and taken root in the original place, growing into a whole 2-meter-high protective wall. Personal Manor Mode Guide 3. View Manor Owner Chat Channel, Manor Information Template. The third step is simple, just check it out. District 8181 Manor Main Channel, 16. Yi Qian opened the new chat interface next to the chat channel. This was the place where only the manor owners in their area 8181 could chat. There are currently 16 manor owners. After opening it, he saw a series of messages flooding the screen. 16 people, so much to chat about. There were familiar people and unfamiliar ones. When he scrolled to the top of the chat, he saw the prompt message that he had entered this channel. Also, the numbers and names of some people who were also in his friend list greeted him warmly. Chapter 99. Manor Owner Channel. Who hasn't clicked on the superpower yet? 0996. Mui. Individual oh my. It's Brother Yi here. 0987. Yun Feng Lei. Personal would be more reserved. 0996. Mui. Individual ignore you. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group Brother Yi is in trouble now. He's been hiding for so long, and now he's been exposed to a small group by the system. 0002. Hui Yin. Individual you guys are too enthusiastic. However, this little Brother Yi is a man with a story. 0032. Qin Jian. Group, he might not have seen the chat message. Brother Yi must be quite busy. 0088. Feng. Group, you all know each other. Could it be another celebrity from Huamu's world? 0002. Hui Yin. Personal, I don't know. Since Xiaomu knows him, he should know something about him, right? 0996. Mui. Personal, he doesn't know me. He doesn't even know me, a national idol. There's a high probability that he's not from our side. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Individual, you're still a national idol. If we couldn't beat you, how many people would want to tear you apart, simmer you in a pot, and then stew you for Hua Lao to drink with? 0996. Mui. Individual, get lost. Don't mention him to me. 0002. Hui Yin. Individual, there's no point in running away. Little Wood, be good. You'll get tired of being angry for too long. I'll roast a chicken drumstick for you soon. You can only continue to be angry after you're full, right? 11,111 Qin Hong. Group, you three from the Element family, please be quiet. What's up with that new guy? Why hasn't he even come out to chat yet? Are you guys really not checking the chat? If you know him, go chat privately. There aren't many people here, so it's fine to chat. 1122. Lu Xiao. Team, I guess he's busy with construction. The manor needs to be planned for the site before it can open. I see his tag is individual, and individual construction is quite tiring. 0996. Mui. Individual, that's true. Building a project by yourself is really tiring, but living on your own land is comfortable. Don't bully Brother Yi. He's a nice guy. I feel like he's the kind of obedient younger brother. 0002. Hui Yin. Personal, be more restrained. Don't let yourself be mistaken for a female hooligan. 0032. Qin Jian. Group Brother, you should be relatively quiet, but he's not the younger brother type that Mumu thinks he is. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group what? You know a lot. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual, hi everyone. I just finished the second step of the beginner's guide, and am working on the third step. Yi Qian looked at their chat history and helplessly came out to say hello. I felt that if I kept silent any longer, people might not guess anything strange about me. 11,111 Qin Hong. Group, hello, Brother Yi Qian. If it's convenient, please tell us your age or ability. We can exchange things. If it's not convenient, that's fine. I understand. 0002. Hui Yin. Personal, you can also add friends and chat privately. For the strengthening department, you can go to Qin Heng and Qin Jian. For the spiritual department, you can go to Xiao. For the elemental department, you can go to Zhang Wei and Yun Fenglei. For the control department, you can go to me. Forget Mumu. She's still a child. Asking her to teach you will just throw you into the sea. 0996. Mui. Individual, what's wrong with me? At least I dare to challenge you. I'm already better than many people, okay? 0987. Yun Fenglei. Individual, of course Mu too, is awesome. You're the only one who managed to leave the challenge alive, so you're definitely better than the others. I'm so weak, I don't even dare to go. 0088. Feng. Group, you guys should just be quiet. You've scared people away again. 11,111 Qin Hong. Group, people say they're busy providing guidance for newbies. The chat channel of the manor owner is still refreshing information, and Yi Qian has now switched the interface information in front of him. However, these few conversations confirmed to him that his previous guess was correct. Fire and wood are from the same family. Moreover, the expert in basket weaving is also from their world, and they seem to have a pretty good relationship with him. As for the rest, he could wait until he got home. Right now, he still had to complete the last instruction of the manor. Individual manor owner, District 8181, number 0997, Yi Qian, Planning Department, Manor Area, 6,600 square meters. Personal manor amplification effect, none. The manor's information interface is very simple, with only a name and an area display. There is no amplification for now. I checked and found that there is a chance to obtain it only after handling the special events in the manor. Apart from this information, which could not be more concise, There is only a miniature topographic map of the manor area circled by snake grass. This should be a 100 replica of the miniature image. Wherever he stares at, an information prompt will appear. For example, when he looks at a house, it shows what the structure of the house is, how big it is, what is in the house, and even the number of Calabash Bee workers in the south window of the house are clearly displayed. Meow. When Xiao Lihua was brought home by Yi Qian, she looked around and was a little dazed. It found that the wall of its home was gone, and it could no longer play with the snake grass at home. Meow. Just when it was missing the snake grass, a grass sprout suddenly emerged from the ground under the eaves of the house. The emerald green leaves of snake grass emerged from the ground. This sudden surprise made the little tabby jump twice. It stopped and hid behind Yi Qian's neck, then looked back carefully. Are you scared? Even though they have to form a circle to guard the house, they can still go home. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head and put it on the wooden floor under the eaves. Watching the little tabby flower come over and stretch out its claws to greet the snake grass, Yi Qian reached out and touched the leaves of the soul-devouring rose next to him, then went into the house. Snake grass comes out from the ground and leaves a bunch of leaves at the door of your home, so you can greet and play with it at any time, but the main body must stay in that circle for protection. When Yi Qian took the snake-loving grass out, the soul-eating rose had quietly moved under the window. With the door open, Yi Qian returned to his room and lay on the bed. He opened the chat with the manor owner again and made up for the topic he had not participated in before. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual, I was busy preparing for the new environment at home and didn't have time to check the message. Seeing that they didn't talk much about the topic, Yi Qian started by explaining his own situation. Then he sent another one. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual personal information. Planting department, male, age 20, water department. If it were before, Yi Qian would not say what type of ability he had, and he might not even admit that he had special powers. But the dozen or so players who came out to chat now basically already have a vague direction of power. Moreover, the existence of superpowers has been made public, and this is no longer the world he once lived in. 0012 Zhongwei Group. What? Brother Yi, you're a water type, and I thought you were a wood type. I always thought you were a wood type. Number 1 Zhang Wei expressed his sadness that this little brother who was engaged in farming actually had water-related abilities. 0987. Yun Fenglei, personal Yi Qian. The word Qian clearly has something to do with water. 0012. Zhang Wei, group. You are still cloud, wind, and thunder. So how come you are a wood element? What does it have to do with your name? 0088. Feng, group. Your focus is a bit off. What's so strange about a water type? Shouldn't the main point be that Brother Yi Qian's profession is a plant type? 0002. Hui Yin. Individual indeed. With 16 of us now, I finally see a planter. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual manner? I thought only the planting department had manners. After all, we planting department members can't move. Yi Qian looked at the topics of these people, skipped over the relationship between ability categories and names, and then continued to talk about the topic of this particularly popular person. Planting system, is it strange? Are the 15 people before him all hunters or gatherers? Didn't you all say in the chat channel before that hunting and gathering means you can go at any time and don't have any attachment to your homeland? Chapter 100. What are the prerequisites for becoming a manor owner? 0088. Feng. Group. The conditions for opening a manor must involve 4 aspects: home infrastructure, planting, hunting, and gathering. Feng sent out a lot of information, all of which were prerequisites for becoming a manor owner. Taking their hunting department as an example, some essential items include a basic tool bench for making hunting tools, a prey decomposition and processing table, and other basic equipment. The collection system requires a processing table for collected items. Now, Yi Qian is the first one to enter the planting system, so they are a little curious about what the necessary conditions are for the planting system. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual wells, cultivated fields, planted fields, poultry, aquatic products, bees and butterflies, etc. I don't know which ones are essential. Yi Qian looked at the prompts he had received when he had met the conditions before, and found that these were the only ones related to planting. 1122. Lu Xiao. Team. These aren't difficult. I know a few players who specialize in planting, and these are all basic builds. But for bees and butterflies, maybe they don't have this? Brother Yi, I'll use this information to ask a few friends about it. Lu Xiao felt that it was not that simple. After greeting Yi Qian, she went straight to find someone without waiting for a reply. 0012. Zhang Wei, Group. Xiao. Don't say Brother Ye's number. Kids are shy. 1122. Lu Xiao. Team, I didn't give my name or number. What do you mean? Do you give our numbers when you share information? 0012. Zhang Wei. Group, of course not. After all, everyone is quite shy. The two continued to chat, while Yi Qian, who was lying at home, was observing the simulation map of the manor. The logo of the little scarecrow was swaying and moving slowly in the field to work. After the manor mode is turned on, he can lie on the bed and see what changes are happening in his manor, including the grass growing in the fields, the hens laying eggs, the coxcombs sprouting a new bud, and the soul-devouring rose pulling out its roots and strolling around. When Yi Qian saw the soul-eating rose quickly running to the spring on the top of the mountain, he suddenly sat up from the bed. Then he saw the leaves of the snake grass at the top of the mountain suddenly grow wildly and realized that something had happened. He got out of bed, picked up the kitten that had just come in, and ran towards the top of the mountain. Meow. The little tabby cat was carried and ran, and the cat's eyes looked around in confusion. Meow. When it was almost at the top of the mountain, its fur suddenly stood on end and its teeth bared, and its passive skill, alert, was activated. It's a snake. It should be heading towards the spring. Yi Qian saw what attacked the snake grass. A poisonous snake in the previously dug ditch sprayed venom several times in a row, but was blocked by the soul-eating rose every time. Because it was outside the designated area of the estate, there was no estate warning. Level 1 mutated viper, 4 meters long, poisonous mist. The mutated venomous snake only gained the ability to spit out poisonous mist. But no matter how Yi Qian looked at it, he felt that the venom sprayed out by the snake was like raindrops, which was a completely different concept from atomization. Perhaps wild creatures also lack skill proficiency? Hiss. A level 1 mutant snake is really no match for the snake-loving grass. The poisonous snake, which was tightly entangled by the snake-charming grass, finally opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue dryly, and was then eaten by the snake-charming grass and the soul-eating rose. Maybe the snake's skin was damaged last time, so this time they were much gentler. One used its thorn to pierce under the snake's scales and devour its flesh and blood, while the other drilled into the snake's head. After a short while, only a complete piece of snake skin was left. This saves us from having to deal with it. Yi Qian leaned against the courtyard wall of snake grass, took the snake skin handed to him by snake grass, touched the leaves, and praised them. Snake grass was very happy to be praised. As for the soul-eating rose, she was a little emotionally conflicted. It never wanted Yi Qian to find out that it could pull out its roots and run around. Because the snake plant can't run away, but it can, and it's worried about being disliked. It's normal for it to walk. I can walk, the tabby cat can walk, the scarecrow can walk, and the snake grass can walk too. It's just that it has to protect our home, and its range is too large, so it doesn't come out for a walk. Yi Qian thought about soul-eating Rose's mood and decided to try to comfort her. But he had never thought before that mutant plants could run around and still feel inferior. For players, raising a mutant plant that can walk is a great feeling and something to show off. The leaves of the soul-eating rose stood up, the rose swayed, and one of its branches was attached to the leaves of the snake grass. I don't know what they were talking about. At present, Yi Qian's ability to communicate with plants is limited to one-on-one emotional comfort and expression, and he cannot understand the communication between plants. Meow. Little Tabby tilted his head and stared at the two trees curiously. Are they fighting, pulling each other's leaves? It should be, it has been coaxed. Yi Qian looked at the soul-eating rose, whose leaves were swaying and which was obviously happy. He reached out and patted the leaves on both sides, then turned around and walked home. Meow. Little Lihua stood on Yi Qian's shoulder, looking back at the soul-eating rose. When he noticed that the soul-eating rose had shrunk its leaves, then pulled out its white roots and quickly caught up, it used its little paws to pull down Yi Qian's ears, asking him to look back. Running will make you tired, and your roots will wear out. I'll carry you back. Yi Qian turned around, looked at the frozen little rose, squatted down, reached out, and picked it up. The rose vine has shrunk to 1/2 meter high, and there is a small ball of white roots, which looks quite small in my arms. After returning home, Yi Qian squatted down and put down the soul-eating rose. The roots of the soul-eating rose dug into the soil, and the branches shook and quickly grew to 1.5 meters. Then the flowers emerged and swayed and opened. The leaves of the snake grass next to it also swayed along. Have a good rest. I'll pack up and go back to the house to sleep. Yi Qian greeted them, then took the kitten to a bath with clean water, drained away the excess water, and went back to the house to rest. The bamboo tube for collecting spring water was temporarily put aside because I had to move the snake grass. I will see tomorrow and try to find a different way to bring in the spring water. You can't let the snake grass do all the work. Just guarding the house is already very hard for it. Lying down, Yi Qian opened the chat channel, intending to take another look before going to bed. We had just chatted for a few minutes before he had no time to check the messages because of an invasion of poisonous snakes. Chapter 101 New Tasks. Random events occurred in the manor. 1122. Lu Xiaoxiao. Team, I just asked a few farming experts, and they all have these. Some have also tried diverting water from rivers into their fields, and they also have warped beasts and gathering pets at home. They've put together a dozen or so configurations, and none of them have seen any manor prompts. So this shouldn't just be a configuration issue. It might be related to skills. But what those skills are, I'll just let them research it on their own. 0002. Hui Yin. Individual, if it's skill-related, then that would explain why there are so few people. I have the War Beast Calming skill. Zhang Wei has the Mutant Plant Cultivation skill, and Xiao Xiao, you have the Range Shielding skill. These are all helpful for surviving the manor. 0032. Qinjian. Group, so what do I have? Self-combat amplification? Short-term petrification of certain areas? None of these have anything to do with the manor. This topic is still being discussed in the Manor Owner channel. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual, just now. A snake tried to get into the spring, so I went to deal with it. The prompts I gave earlier didn't mention anything skill-related. They were basically all about planting and breeding. The display item will be triggered once it meets the requirements. Yi Qian sent a message, explaining what he had been busy with. Although it doesn't matter if you don't explain, it feels weird when he just says one sentence and runs away every time. 0088. Flung. Group Mountain Springs? Mountain springs do attract a lot of wild animals. I used to draw water from a spring near my house, and it would keep sounding the alarm while I slept at night. Later, I had to leave it outside. If I don't turn on the alarm, I'm worried about dangerous wild animals appearing. If I turn it on, the alarm will sound as soon as it has even the slightest destructive power. Flung had a deep understanding of the spring that Yi Qian mentioned. Rivers and springs are very unfriendly to the manor's alarm system. 11,111 Qinhong. Group, the prompt for opening the manor wasn't based on how many items I already had. I was sleeping at the time, and then it told me I had enough items to open. This is really unreasonable. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Personal Qinhong. Go back to sleep. Your existence is to negate all our discussions and speculations. 11,111 Qinhong. Group, can you blame me? My existence at least proves that the manor owner's preconditions are completely unreasonable. I said before that it was randomly distributed. Some people met the requirements first and then accepted, while others accepted first and then gathered enough projects. Qinhong said he was quite sad. To tell you the truth, these people just don't believe it. Guess what? He wanted to see what weird directions these people could guess. Now, he should go and see if the little bastards at home are digging holes again. People say that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This little rabbit and his family digs dozens of holes a day. I don't know if he can dig out something good this time. That day, if there was any difference, it was probably that while he was asleep, the bastard was still digging holes in the rain and dug a few more channels for rainwater to flow out of the yard. But there wasn't even a hint about that kind of thing, let alone any connection with the manor. 0997. Yi Qian. Personal, it's hard to guess the specific reason. I'm quite tired today, so I'm going to sleep first. Before closing the chat bar this time, Yi Qian said hello first. Then, he switched to the chat channel and took a few more glances. Not finding any information that needed attention, he closed it, turned over, and went to sleep with the little tabby cat in his arms. After he fell asleep, the gourd in the flower basket shook and colorful little bees flew out. Start by flying around the room a few times, then fly out the window and around the house. The flight paths grew larger and larger, and when it touched the manor wall surrounded by snake grass, it flew a full circle along the edge before flying back to the house in a straight line. It returned to the gourd, and after a while, more than 20 small bees of different colors flew out of the gourd. Little bees of different colors flew out of the window and over the protective wall of snake grass. These little bees come back at different times, some early and some late. After sleeping for a while, the little bee opened its eyes and stared at the window, watching the little bees coming and going. Yi Qian slept soundly until dawn. He did not hear the alarm of the manor in his dream. After getting up, he found 2 level 1 rabbit skins placed in the open space in front of the house. It's not that there were no animals attacking, but they were not able to get past the protection of the snake grass and were eaten until only their skins were left. Really, they have worked so hard. Good morning. Thank you for your hard work watching the house last night. Yi Qian sat on the floor under the eaves, stretched out his hand, and patted the leaves of the snake grass and the soul-eating rose respectively. Meow. Little Li Hua stood nearby, also imitating Yi Qian's behavior of patting them, and came over and raised his front paws to be patted. Then, it was rolled up by the snake grass and swung wobbly on the swing. You guys take your time playing. I'm going to make breakfast. Yi Qian watched as the little tabby flower started struggling and then started having fun in a few seconds. He jumped onto the grass, picked up the rabbit skin, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast with a smile. Day 23, 6 hours 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Sunny, 23-28 degrees Celsius, south wind level 2. Today is another sunny day, and the temperature is a little higher than yesterday. Tasks: 1. Reclaim land and cultivate fields. 2. Build a manor. 3. Weeding. 4. Gathering. After opening the daily task check, Yi Qian discovered that the original 3 tasks had now become 4. Task number 2, building a manor, and task number 1, reclaiming wasteland and farming, are both fixed tasks. Furthermore, these 2 tasks can overlap. To reclaim land and cultivate farmland, the scope of this reclamation must be within the manor, which is considered as the construction of the manor. Manor random event. The fish pond is too barren. Make some adjustments. After all, fish need to eat. When Yi Qian opened the manor interface to check, there was a small question mark hanging over the location of the small fish pond. Stare at it, and the information about random events will be displayed. Fish pond, barren. Fish also need to eat, and this does need to be dealt with. But what to put in the fish pond? Yi Qian was full of questions. He had never raised fish before. Chapter 102 Manor Random Event Reward, Sunflower Seeds. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, I have a question for you. What do these little fish eat? I made a pond, and it reminds me that fish need to eat too. Yi Qian really didn't understand, so he asked someone. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, you only just remembered to ask what they eat. Is there a river near your home? Go dig up some mud and sand from the riverbed and plant some aquatic plants on top. Number 2 Zhang Wei got up early and felt a little helpless when he saw Yi Qian's message. These fry have never been fed and have been kept like this until now. It is not easy for them to survive. 0997. Yi Qian, there is a river, but I can't get down there. I'd like to give them some wild vegetables or chopped straw mushrooms. Would that work? Yi Qian thought about the situation below the halfway point of the mountain. The simplest method was to remove it directly. He couldn't do it. Even if the fish fry starved to death, he would not send them to the pile of mutated plants or animals. While asking, he opened the consignment and searched. River sand was for sale, but algae and water plants were out of stock. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. If you can't get down, don't go. Wait a little longer. I'll go out to the river to find some prey and get some original fish from their hometown for your fish. Seeing Yi Qian say that he couldn't go down, Number 2 Zhang Wei immediately thought of a lot of things. Support players should just take a break. He was going out anyway, so he could just get some. If you're lucky, you might be able to catch some cubs. Searching for cubs once a day, I hope to have good luck. 0997. Yi Qian, then I won't be polite to Brother Zhang. Yi Qian waited for a while. He had some fried shredded pork and potatoes for breakfast. While he was eating, a private message from Zhang Wei number 2 came in. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, let's start an exchange. I'm lucky today. I got a brood of chicks. Whether you can raise them alive depends on you. Number 2 Zhang Wei caught another nest of chicks and went to the river to dig some mud and sand in a good mood. When digging mud and sand, he deliberately found a place with fish, shrimps, and crabs. As for whether there were fish roe and shrimp eggs there, he really didn't know. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, thank you. This is enough for me to cover the fish pond with a thick layer. Yi Qian started the exchange, and after seeing the pile of mud and sand at the bottom of the river, he put down the bowl and ran to the fish pond with a shovel. With just this pile of mud and sand, he could fill up the small pit in his fish pond and still have some left over. Perhaps he didn't explain it clearly, so Mr. Zhang didn't understand how small his small fish pond was. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. No need to be polite, old brother. You go and clean up first. I'll take the bear cub out for a walk. I've finally gained some experience. This bear cub won't be bored sitting around idle. You go ahead and get busy. Number 2 Zhang Wei accepted 50 survival points and gave the mud and chicks at the bottom of the river to Yi Qian. Then they didn't continue chatting, as they both had things to do. After Yi Qian got these things, he didn't rush to put mud and sand into the fish pond. Instead, he first synthesized the 7 dying chicks. This time I didn't add anything else, just a normal synthesis, and I got a green quality, healthy little hen. The chicks were placed in the chicken coop. After being surrounded by 2 adult chickens for a few circles, the chicks settled down in the chicken coop. The chicks would take a few days to grow up, so Yiqian took out the mixed ingredients and put some on the chicks before going to dig the fish pond. The fish pond couldn't stay that small forever, so he started digging from the side. When he was almost at the edge of the pond, he controlled the water and then dug away the soil in the middle. After digging, the edges were sprinkled with mud from the riverbed, which was still full of water, and then the controlled water wall was slowly lowered. After putting down the mud on this side, he controlled the water on the other side and continued to spread mud and sand on the other side. The water was still the same water, and the fish fry in the water didn't feel any change, but there was mud and various river microorganisms at the bottom of the water, completing this random event. Manor random event. Completed. Manor random reward treasure chest. The task was submitted, and a wooden box fell into Yiqian's hands. Open the Manor's random reward treasure chest. Sunflower seeds, X10. Yiqian looked down with a puzzled look at the sunflower seeds he had received. 10 seeds. These sunflower seeds are smaller than the eye of a pinhole. Now, if I give you 10 pills, I'm afraid they will be blown away by the wind in my hand. Level 1 sunflower seeds. Green quality, ornamental plant, no special effects. Watch. Plant. Taranthus, do we need to plant ornamental plants with no other uses in our home? Yiqian felt a little sad. He opened the reward chest with great anticipation, and this was the result? That's too much. Meow. Little Lihua stared at Yiqian's palm, curious about what was in it. Forget it. I'd better try synthesizing it. Yiqian raised his hand and reluctantly synthesized the 10 sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds, green. X9, rabbit eargrass leaves, green. X9, snake skin, green. X1, synthesizable, 100 synthesis success rate, 50 for mutation, 25 for plants, 10 for equipment, 10 for accessories, 5 for unknown items. However, the sunflower seeds did not produce any mutation effects, so Yiqian added 9 rabbit eargrass leaves. He had collected them before, but had never put them up for sale, so now they can be used. In order to increase the probability of mutation, he also put the snake skin from last night on it. Later he tried it and found that the probability was exactly the same whether the rabbit skin was there or not, so he put the 2 rabbit skins away first. A green light flickered, and a seed with a small sprout fell from the light. Level 1 mutated sunflower seeds, green quality, can be planted and reproduced. Another one, a fertile and reproducible seed. But sunflowers. As long as you work hard to cultivate it, you will soon be able to sit under the eaves, hug the cat, coax the grass, play with the flowers, and eat sunflower seeds. Chapter 103, Output Type Mutant Plant, Green Pearl Fruit. Level 1 sunflower, green quality, can be bred, enters the seedling stage after 1 day. Sunflower seeds were planted by Yiqian in the seedling breeding field. Level 1 chives, green quality, can be bred, harvest period begins after 4 days. Level 1 sweet potato, green quality, can be bred, 2 seedlings available. Level 1 wheat, green quality, fertile, 7 buds, matures in 3 days. Level 1 wheat, green quality, can be bred, 5 buds, matures in 3 days. Level 1 wheat, green quality, can be bred, 8 buds, matures in 3 days. In addition to the newly planted sunflowers, several other trees have also grown. The wheat has even headed out, and the ears are large and have many grains, so there should be quite a few seeds. These sweet potato seedlings are almost used up. After pulling out the 2 that could be harvested today, Yiqian looked at the others and made sure there were no other problems before going to the field to plant the 2 sweet potato seedlings. After planting the sweet potato seedlings, the peppers and tomatoes can be picked. Yiqian went over and picked them one by one. Plot of land with peppers. Area 2 by 1, 2 plants, in decline. After Yiqian picked all the peppers, the 2 small peppers went from the harvest period to the decay period. Harvested for times. The small and large tomatoes on the other side are now being harvested for the 3rd time, and the remaining small and large tomatoes will all be picked in 2 days. The potatoes are still in the growing season and will soon enter the flowering stage. The corn is only half a meter tall. On the other hand, there were 9 grasses that could be cut, and the remaining 20 or so were seedlings of different heights. It's okay, at least I got some experience points. Sitting next to the green grass, Yiqian took out the grass leaves he had cut before from his bag and tied them together with the 9 new ones to form a brand new scarecrow. During this time, he pulled up sweet potato seedlings, picked peppers and tomatoes, and cut some grass, which earned him a total of 21 experience points. This green grass is grown in my own field, and each one is worth 1 experience point. There are now 21 grasses, and 4 or 5 more will expand every day. The grass I planted myself, with the help of the scarecrow and the changing weather, can be cut every 4 or 5 days. The frequency of harvesting leeks is still unknown, but if it is the same as grass, it would be a very happy thing. Experience. This is all experience. Meow. Little Tabby tilted its head and watched the scarecrow land and walk out. It was still very curious. A bunch of lifeless things gathered together. How can they move? This time we're applying fertilizer. Let's go to the cornfield and pull weeds. Yiqian was busy with the harvest just now, and now he is holding the cat and starting to do today's task. The reason why there is a weeding task is definitely because there are weeds in his field. But I still have 1 seed left. It would be a waste if I don't synthesize it. Yiqian took out the remaining sunflower seed, synthesized it first, and then weeded it. Sunflower seed, green, X1, rabbit ear grass leaves, green, X9, unidentified plant fruit, green, X9, rabbit hide, green, X2, synthesizable, 100 synthesis success rate, 50 for mutation, 25 for plant, 10 for equipment, 10 for accessories, 5 for unknown. Seeds, feed ingredients, unidentified but apparently berry fruit, and 2 rabbit skins. Yiqian felt that he had really tried his best to achieve a mutation. The probability is the same as the previous sunflower, but Yiqian feels that there will be no seeds this time because there is only 1 seed. There is a high probability that some fruits or equipment will appear. However, when a green light flashed and a seed fell into his hand, Yiqian had to admit that he should not make blind guesses in the future. Level 1 green pearl fruit seeds, green quality, berry type, perennial shrub, yield-producing mutant plant. A perennial mutant plant that produces products is definitely no less valuable to Yiqian than a plant that is bred and grown as a seedling. He quickly dug a piece of land and planted the green pearl fruit, whose appearance he was not sure. Level 1 green pearl fruit, green quality, growth range 2 by 2, 1 tree, enters seedling stage after 1 day. Perennial shrub berry, insect and bird prevention and other yield-reducing disasters are required during the flowering and fruiting period. The growth range is not large, but this note. Yiqian thought about it and could only think that his future scarecrow must be stable and present 24 hours a day. Bugs take time. A scarecrow that can catch bugs is fine within a day or 2, but birds, once the fruits reach maturity, a bird might eat all the fruits on a bush if it stays there for just 1 minute. Although scarecrows cannot catch all insects, they can drive away birds, which is a scarecrow's basic instinct. Meow. Little Lihua planted green pearl fruits in Yiqian, and when he finally came to the cornfield, he jumped down and used his little claws to hook out the newly sprouted grass. Dig one, dig another, dig another. The kitten was happily scratching the weeds with its claws, which made the boring farm work of weeding more fun. After all the grass in the cornfield was cleared, Yiqian brought the little tabby cat back and held it in his arms. Just play for a bit, stop if it hurts. Your claws are good for hunting, but they're too naive for farming. Pinching its paws that were slightly red from being worn by dirt and gravel, Yiqian gathered a ball of water and soaked and washed all 4 of the little raccoon's paws. It can dig soil or sand, no problem. But pulling weeds is not as easy as the little tabby cat does when playing, just digging a few times. However, the little tabby cat was having a lot of fun. Now its 4 paws were wrapped in the small water ball. It rubbed it happily and even opened its paws to let the water play with it for a while longer. Meow meow. After the wear and tear on the claws returned to normal, the 4 small balls of water disappeared. The little tabby licked its 4 paws and rolled happily twice in Yiqian's arms. Are you happy already? It's only a little after 9 o'clock. Let's go out and complete the collection mission. Yiqian put on his backpack, put the little cat in his arms, and went out with a shovel. This time, the gate of the manor was a little farther away from the front door of the house. The gate still opened to the south. When he walked out, he said hello to the snake grass. Then the door, which was completely woven with snake grass, closed behind him. Standing outside the yard and looking back at the fenced-in land, Yiqian suddenly felt that it was actually not that big. More than 6,000 square meters, if calculated according to the method he used when he was a child in the countryside. This is actually less than 10 acres of land. Meow. The little tabby cat scratched at the collar with its paws, shook its little head, and looked back and forth at the surrounding environment. It used to go out often, but it just feels like things are a little different now. Maybe it's because the house behind them has become much bigger. Chapter 104. Players passing by, 0091, Fan Liao. Mushroom picking. Yiqian, holding the cat in his arms, was searching for various mushrooms, wild vegetables, and berries in the bushes behind the mountaintop. He is not a person who would take risks on his own initiative, so when danger is not near him, He will only find a safe place to collect. However, as he was picking, his gaze turned towards the foot of the mountain. Just one glance, and he stiffened. His hair stood on end, and cold sweat broke out. Meow. Little Lihua felt Yi Qian's change, and popped its little head out of his arms, looked at Yi Qian, and then looked in the direction where Yi Qian was staring. What is that? Is it a player? Yi Qian raised his hand and held down Xiao Lihua's head, his expression gradually relaxing. That's a person. A man carrying an oversized bamboo basket, wearing leather armor, leather pants, leather boots, and a tiger skin skirt tied around his waist, with messy hair scattered on his face and a thick stubble all over his face. It's a player. It's a player. I'm scared to death. I'm glad it's a player. Buddy, I don't mean anything else. I didn't know there were people here. If you mind, I'll go around now. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to find a safer place to live. The bearded man raised his hand and waved, then stood there to greet Yi Qian. He had walked for so many days and had seen too many wild beasts. It could be said that he had finally escaped from the dangerous area by crawling and rolling. Rest for a while before going around again. The wound on your leg is still bleeding. Yi Qian didn't intend to let anyone get close to his home, but he didn't say to chase them away now. First, he didn't know the other person's strength. Seeing that this person could walk around carrying a basket, it was obvious that he could not be a weak person. Furthermore, although he doesn't like to get along with people, he is not to the point where he feels uncomfortable when he sees people. He was frightened just now because he had never thought that there might be other players near his home. Thank you. Buddy, be careful too. Don't go over there if you don't have anything to do. When I came over there, I saw a lot of mutant beasts, even a dragon that could breathe fire. Luckily, I was far away and pretended to be dead, so I could dive underwater for a while before I escaped. This guy was really rude. After thanking him, he sat on the ground, picked some fruits from the small bushes beside him, and stuffed them into his mouth. While eating, he told Yi Qian that there were some strange creatures in the direction he came from. Flying cats, fire-breathing dragons, large, dark, unknown creatures hidden at the bottom of the lake, giant vines disguised as towering trees. He said a lot, so much that Yi Qian felt like he was listening to a fantasy story. He had never been in any danger here, but this person said that there were so many amazing species in the area that could be reached within 3 days. But no matter how fantastic it is, Yi Qian is willing to believe it, because there have been a lot of mutant creatures in this world from the beginning, so many that it is outrageous. However, can he think that this person is too strong to escape from such an environment? After a few bites, I finally quenched my thirst. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Fan Liao, my ID number is 0091, and I'm 19 years old. No, don't laugh, I really am 19. I haven't shaved this beard in many days. I was busy running for my life, and didn't have time to worry about this. Just wait. Fan Liao, the bearded old man who claimed to be 19, took out a small knife from his backpack helplessly after Yi Qian couldn't help laughing when he said he was 19, turned around and started shaving. He shaved, tied his hair, and tidied up his torn clothes. Then he turned around, raised his hand arrogantly, and rubbed his chin, so that the person who thought he was not 19 years old could see clearly. Really, although Yi Qian is tall, he has a gentle look and seems harmless on the surface. Opposite him, after shaving his beard and tying up his half-long hair, it looked like he had become a different person in an instant. He was about 1.80 meters tall, and through his torn clothes one could see the well-proportioned muscles on his arms and legs. However, this one has a baby face. If you just look at this face, let alone claiming to be 19, even if he said he was 15 or 16, Yi Qian would not doubt it. That's what I said. This young master's face can intimidate people wherever I go. But unfortunately, in this world, having a good face is useless. Those creatures in the wild don't care about appearance at all. It's a waste, such a waste of this young master's face. I don't know if this guy was acting on purpose, but after Yi Qian believed his age, he touched his face in a particularly arrogant manner, and it seemed that he had an extreme obsession with himself. Ahem. Well, I haven't seen you in a while, so I'm a little confused. Do you live on this mountain? Forget it, don't tell me. I plan to find a mountain over there to stay. If it's not inconvenient, I'll go over now. After feeling proud for a moment, Fan Liao suddenly scratched his still messy hair with some sadness, said a few words to Yi Qian, and prepared to leave. Players should keep their distance from each other. Moreover, considering his miserable state and the information he had mentioned before, the fact that he didn't scare people directly was already a sign that they were relatively calm. Be careful on the road and stay safe. Yi Qian didn't say much, but just stood there, gave a polite reminder, and then watched the other party limp away. After a short rest, the man's wound stopped bleeding. That's the east. After Fan Liao walked away, Yi Qian raised his head and looked in the direction that had just been pointed out. It is in the east direction, a distance of 3 days' journey, but it is really difficult to calculate exactly how far it takes 3 days. The opponent's strength seems to be very strong, but whether the previous injury will affect the journey is hard to say. The feeling now is just like what someone said in the chat channel before, that they saw someone fighting a huge monster on the sea late at night. Although he believed it was true, it felt very far away, not in terms of distance, but in terms of strength gap. Meow. The little tabby cat was held in Yi Qian's arms and stayed there obediently until Yi Qian let go of his hand. Then it shook its head and came out again. It's okay. I'll go home and make lunch. The gathering mission is also completed. I can practice at home peacefully today. Yi Qian put the little tabby cat on his shoulder and turned to walk home with it. One thing was just confirmed. Players will not be considered dangerous in Xylihua's alert skills. However, the other party did not seem to have any hostility. When I think about the comparison of strength, I feel that this is quite normal. You can't see the other party's strength, but that doesn't mean the other party can't see your strength. Received a private message from friend 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Just when Yi Qian arrived home, brother Zhang, who had sent him the chicks and river sand this morning, sent him a message. Entering the gate of his own manor, Yi Qian paused to open a private chat, and once again felt that things in this world are really, always coincidental. Chapter 105 Uncle and Nephew, Sealed Wound. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, did you just run into a particularly shameless young man? I don't think it's such a coincidence, but the guy said he met someone holding a cat, and he was protecting the kitten like a treasure in his arms. I can't help but overthink it. Number 2 Zhang Wei seemed a little embarrassed, but if he didn't confirm this kind of thing, he would feel uncomfortable. 0997, Yi Qian, a 1.8-meter tall baby face. Yi Qian was probably certain that the Fan Liao he met was the person that Zhang Lao Go was talking about. All I can say is, coincidences happen a lot. But it's not too strange for players to meet each other. Although no one has admitted it in the chat channel, the owner of the manor in the group mode cannot be labeled as such by just one person. There must be at least 2 people to enable the team manor owner mode. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. Yes. Yao Yao is my nephew, my own nephew. He was given to me to raise since he was born. Brother Yi, don't be fooled by his seemingly arrogant temper. He's actually just a silly and innocent child. Speaking of his nephew, number 2 Zhang Wei has even more to talk about. What a stupid kid. His brain sometimes doesn't work very well. He was even rebellious a while ago and got beaten up by him. But before he could calm him down, he was dragged into this world. In short, the point is, that kid is a little stupid. Brother Yi, if you meet him again, please help take care of him when he needs care. He will pay for anything he needs, and the thank you gift will definitely not be small. 0997, Yi Qian, brother Zhang, you might be overthinking it. I'm just barely managing to plant some crops and grow flowers. Your nephew is quite capable. Yi Qian felt that he couldn't do it, so he didn't agree directly. He didn't want someone to suddenly say one day that someone nearby had encountered something and came to him for help. As for the mountain he was on, he only dared to move around in the upper part and couldn't even go down the mountain. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. That's right, brother Yi, you can heal him, right? If that silly boy Yao Yao gets hurt and runs to you, you can help him with some treatment. He's been reckless since he was a kid. I used to be able to protect him, but now I can't. Seeing that Yi Qian said so, number 2 Zhang Wei had no choice but to state his needs. That's right, treatment. He never expected to go out and save people. He knew that this person couldn't even reach the river at the foot of the mountain. So, you don't need to go out to rescue them. Just keep an eye on them and save their lives when they run to your house injured. 0997, Yi Qian, well, that's certainly no problem. I won't leave it alone if I can help, but I'm not omnipotent. The key is to make sure he doesn't take too many risks. Since it was explained so clearly, Yi Qian had no reason to refuse. Well, when it comes to saving your life, the most important thing is not to commit suicide. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Thank you, brother Yi. Alas, if he could just be obedient and not take risks, I'd be relieved. He's a rebellious teenager, and the more I talk him down, the more he rebels. When raising a child, it is normal for him to go through a rebellious phase. But what worries Zhang Wei number 2 is that this rebellious phase is too dangerous in today's environment. After confirming that Yi Qian agreed to help, he sent a private message to the naughty kid who didn't want to pay attention to him. Then, just half an hour later, when I was at home sorting out the leaves I had harvested today, I received a reminder. Manor reminder. A player appears outside your manor gate. This guy is quite good at finding the location of the gate from the circle of snake grass walls. Lihua, you stay home and play with soul-eating Rose. I'll go and take a look. I hope she's not too rebellious. Yi Qian put all the items in his backpack and placed the little tabby cat that was playing on his lap next to the soul-eating Rose. Meow. Little Lihua poked his little head out from under the leaves of the soul-eating Rose and looked curiously at Yi Qian, who had already walked out. After the snake grass rolled it up with a few leaves and swung it, little Lihua just looked to the south twice more and did not chase after it. At the gate over there, Yi Qian walked over and snake grass opened the door on its own initiative. Then, he saw the rebellious kid sitting on the grass outside, head bowed and looking a little aggrieved. My uncle said that you can heal wounds, so he asked me to come to you to get my wound healed first and then find a place to stay. Fan Liao feels very embarrassed now. He had acted so. Anyway, he's quite cocky. As a result, his uncle turned around and said, "This is someone I know. The healing ability isn't particularly good, it just cleans wounds, increases cell activity, and speeds up recovery." Yi Qian talked about his own treatment method. Before he could finish his words, he put the basket aside and took off his tattered shirt. "Then take a look at this, can it be cleaned?" After taking off his shirt, Fan Liao pointed at his back and asked Yi Qian to see if he could handle it. "You can call this a wound?" Yi Qian originally thought that the wound was the same as the one he had seen on the man's leg before, with injuries such as abrasion, broken skin, or cuts. But seeing the back exposed in front of him, he really didn't know where to start. From the cervical vertebrae to the lumbar vertebrae, there is a huge wound with pointed ends at the top and bottom, 4 or 5 centimeters wide in the middle, and it is cracked like a vertical eye. And, in the middle, there is an eyeball. It was an octopus that burrowed beneath the skin, its 8 tentacles burrowing into the flesh, its head attached to the center of Fan Liao's spine. I almost died. I had no choice but to seal my entire back. Fan Liao lowered his head. He didn't know whether he could survive or how long he could live. Your uncle doesn't know yet. Yi Qian's eyes were fixed on this octopus, which was not big but obviously very dangerous, and he observed it carefully. If I knew, I would be heartbroken. I didn't tell him that he had such a bad temper. If he ran out to find me with his backpack, who knows what dangerous place he would go to. If he died first, I would have to search everywhere. At least I would have to collect his body and avenge him. Fan Liao turned his back to Yi Qian, hugged his legs with his hands, and rested his face on his knees. He didn't dare to say it because he knew his uncle would be worried. Chapter 106 Purple Quality Venison. This is really a silly child. I can't control it now. Do you have any purple material? After observing for a while, Yi Qian was sure that he could not pull out the octopus yet without ensuring that its back would not be damaged. But just because he can't do it now doesn't mean he can't find ways to improve himself. He can no longer use green and blue quality strengthening liquids. Currently, purple quality strengthening liquid is needed. If the water control power exceeds 100 points, the back can be kept intact for a short period of time. As for how to deal with this octopus, that is Fan Liao's business. I asked a lot of questions just now, and I can confirm that this thing can be sealed again. The most I can do is let him tear it off and seal it again. Which type do you want? Plant-based, animal-based, or crafted? Fan Liao didn't even look at his backpack, just waiting for Yi Qian to tell him which one it was. It's best to have meat, good quality meat. 180 kilograms should be enough. Yi Qian thought about it, the previous synthesis ratio, and the output. This value is almost okay. I told my uncle he's out looking for a level 3 mutant beast, so he might not be home for a while. Yi, brother Yi, you're not going to let me wait outside the door forever, are you? After sending a message to his uncle who was not clear about the situation, but said he would go find him when needed, Fan Liao turned around to look at the door behind him and began to wonder if he could be treated a little better. At least, let me in. Well, go in, take a shower, and rest for a while. Then get refreshed before starting. Yi Qian looked at Fan Liao's back, turned around, asked Shimikeo to open the door, and walked in first. Brother Yi, please don't tell my uncle yet. He'll be upset if you tell him too much, and I won't be able to help you. Well, I'll pay for the treatment myself. There's no need for him to know everything. Fan Liao carried the basket and the torn shirt and walked into the gate. After entering the room, he spoke to Yi Qian with some hesitation, hoping to keep it a secret from his uncle. I can't hide it. You even asked him for purple quality meat. He must have realized that he was seriously injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a high request. Yi Qian led his men into the yard and had them stop on a flat piece of grass. Looking at this person who still doesn't quite understand the situation, I have to remind him that some things can no longer be concealed. But he didn't ask me. Looking at the private message, he said he wanted purple meat, at least 100 kilograms. The only thing they did was wait. They didn't say anything else, not even asking why there was so much meat. Just because he didn't ask, it means he knows. You're in a very troublesome situation now. Did you bring a tent? Are you staying here or in my room? Yi Qian looked at the private message, then looked at the still silly Fan Liao, and suddenly understood what Brother Zhang meant by the silly child. Perhaps, in some aspects it is indeed not spiritual. It's fine for me to live here. I just can't do much for the time being, but I'm not completely useless. Brother Yi, tell me, did your uncle say anything to you? He took out a simple wicker tent from the basket, opened it, and took out a quilt to spread it out. This was his temporary nest. He went in and sat in the tent, just like a little kid, eagerly waiting for Yi Qian to talk to him more. She told me to keep an eye on you and not die too quickly, or he wouldn't have enough time to find the materials. You should get some sleep first. I'll wake you up when it's almost time. Don't come out when I don't call you. I'm worried you might get scared and cause something else to happen. After checking the private chat, Yi Qian pulled the curtain of the tent to let this silly kid, who was obviously not a child, rest first. Oh, I pulled the basket in, took out the pillow and lay down. Fan Liao was very obedient and didn't come out. Seeing that he was staying quietly, Yi Qian replied to the private message and went back to the room to meditate and adjust his spirit. 0039, Zhangwei, 2. Brother Yi, thank goodness you were there. Otherwise I wouldn't have known about this silly boy. He actually hid it from me. 0039, Zhangwei, 2. Over 100 pounds of meat. Are you sure you can handle it? Brother Yi, you don't have to be polite with me. Just tell me what you need. If I can't get it myself, I can borrow some from others. Safety is the top priority right now. 0039, Zhangwei, 2. I found a level 3 mutant deer. I'm going to deal with it first. Should I take it whole or cut it into pieces? 0997, Yi Qian, a big piece is fine. Just the meat. You can keep the other ingredients for yourself. Yi Qian replied and waited for the other party to process the meat and send it over. If it was a normal transaction, he really didn't know what he could use to exchange for meat of this quality. But in the current situation, if he doesn't use the strengthening fluid to improve himself, he won't be able to treat the boys back. And I can't find anyone else to solve it. So Yi Qian was very rude and waited for the meat to be obtained and then synthesized it. 0039, Zhangwei 2. Brother Yi, I got it. Keep it. 10 minutes later, number 2 Zhang Wei sent a message to Yi Qian. 0997, Yi Qian, I will do my best. Yi Qian accepted the 4 large pieces of venison leg meat, replied to Brother Zhang's message, and then he began to cut the meat into pieces. Level 3 spotted deer leg meat, purple, X9, can be synthesized, synthesis success rate 100. Leaving 1 piece, the remaining 3 pieces were cut into 9 pieces, and Yi Qian directly synthesized them. When synthesizing purple quality items, his mental power was quickly drained, and one synthesis almost drained him of energy. Synthesis successful. Level 3 strengthening liquid. A ball of liquid flashing with a rich purple light fell into Yi Qian's palm and was controlled by him to form a water ball. Meow. Little Lihua was lying on the bed looking at Yi Qian. Now he noticed that his face was pale, so he came over and carefully raised his paw and touched Yi Qian's hand. It knows it's tired. It's okay. I'll make something to eat first, then have a good sleep, and then. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head, put it in his arms, and then went to the kitchen with another piece of meat. Although he was extremely exhausted mentally, he still had some physical strength. He placed the more than 20 kilograms of meat on a clean wooden chopping board and slowly chopped it up with a kitchen knife. After everything is minced into minced meat, light a fire and boil water. Add some salt and chopped green onion and ginger to the meat. Mix well and wait for the water to boil. Then, the most high-quality ingredients he has ever seen are put into the pot and become a big pot of meatballs. This pot is not only for him to eat for a few meals, but also for the person sleeping in the tent. He also needs to eat a few meals first to adjust his body. Only when his body is stable can he start. Chapter 107 Fan Liao. Be obedient and sensible so as not to be disliked. Get up and eat something first. Only when you are full can you maintain your body's energy consumption. When the venison meatballs were cooked, Yi Qian walked to the tent and knocked on the corner of the tent. Brother Yi, you look a little weak. Fan Liao came out of the tent and looked at Yi Qian, who was pale and looked even more fragile than him. For a moment, he was a little confused as to who was the one whose life was hanging by a thread. I'm 1 year older than you, but why are you still stumbling when calling me brother? Why? You've never called me that before. Yi Qian stared at the boy for a few more seconds and suddenly realized that when the boy called him Brother Yi before, there was also a lag. I've been trying so hard, thinking about how to save his life. I'm older than him, So is it unfair to him to call me brother? No, my uncle's messages are always, your Uncle Yi or something like that. I think just calling him brother is fine. I can't call you old. Fan Liao was originally a little shorter than Yi Qian. Now he lowered his head and spoke awkwardly about what his uncle had said, which was something he didn't want to hear. If the age difference is a little bigger, more than 10 years older, he will also listen to his uncle calling him uncle. But, at about the same age, it was really difficult for him. Especially, before that, he acted so cocky. Really, I even embarrassed myself at my uncle's friend's house. Brother Zhang, you are so polite. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head. He could probably understand what Brother Zhang, who knows how far away, was thinking. Isn't it just to make this child behave himself? Since he considers himself the younger generation, he won't bother with a child if he occasionally has a bit of a childish temper. I can only say that Brother Zhang is really worried about this silly child in every aspect. Let's go eat first. After dinner, I need to take a nap and then check the situation after waking up. Your seal shouldn't have any problems before noon tomorrow, right? Yi Qian brought his people back to his own house. He had just bought a new set of bowls and chopsticks, and the 2 bowls of meatball soup were placed here. On a plate next to it was a crushed meatball. Spotted deer leg meatball soup. Food, purple quality. After consumption, it can gain a level 3 speed-up effect, speeding up movement/recovery/training. The effect lasts for 5 hours. Level 3 speed-up, action, recovery, practice speed increased by 30. This was not the first time Yi Qian had seen purple food, but the 2 he had seen before were both restorative and nourishing foods, and they were not for him to eat, but were bought by number 2 Zhang Wei for his bear cub. This pot of purple quality meatball soup should be enough for the 2 of them and the cat to eat until tomorrow night. As long as there are no major problems with the operation, it should be finished tomorrow night. Brother Yi, your cat is so small. Fan Liao sat down, picked up the still hot bowl, took a bite slowly, and then stared at the little tabby cat next to Yi Qian. By the way, find some topics. Otherwise, the food was hot and he couldn't eat it quickly, and before he could even start a conversation, he'd always be thinking about his embarrassing behavior before. Well, it's probably been about 2 months. I got injured at first, and it's only grown a little bit since I recovered. When talking about his own cat, Yi Qian said a little more. Moreover, the little tabby cat was indeed very small. Yi Qian sometimes wondered whether it was the kind of tabby cat he knew. But the breed is not important. If it has fighting ability, he will help. If it has no fighting ability, he will hold it in his arms and protect it. This is a cub raised by his own family. To use Brother Zhang's previous words, if you have raised a child in your hands since childhood, even if the child is stupid, you will never let him go. Can it catch mice? Fan Liao ate while listening. After Yi Qian talked a lot, he thought of some habits of cats. When he was young, he read some storybooks and saw information about cats catching mice. I don't know. We haven't seen any rats here yet. So far, it seems he likes to catch snakes, earthworms, and even weed roots. While eating, Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat who was slowly eating meatballs and talked about its little hobby. So can it, and this, get along well? Staring at the snake-shaped grass with a strange look, Fan Liao felt that it was not easy for this grass to survive. There is a cat at home who loves to catch snakes. Here is a piece of grass in the shape of a snake. Is it a toy for the cat? Didn't you see it? That's the wall of my yard. Putting down the bowl, Yi Qian looked at the snake grass that moved on its own even without wind, and looked back at this silly boy with a strange look, suspecting that he had closed his eyes when he entered the room. That's not right. When this person came, he was waiting outside the gate of the courtyard. He should have seen it at that time. They are one. Fan Liao's chopsticks were shaking a little, as if he had been misled by his uncle. I've encountered many strange mutant plants before, but he didn't expect that there would be such a huge mutant plant here, and it could also play the clone mode. He had seen the plants on the courtyard wall before, and the roots were relatively dense, so he thought there were many trees. It will grow as long as it grows. After you finish eating, if you're still not full, go get another bowl from the pot. The meat that Brother Zhang gave you is not small, so there will be enough for tomorrow. Yi Qian looked at Fan Liao, who took a few quick bites and then emptied his bowl, and told him not to be polite. As long as there is a little left, we can just add some vegetables and stew it again tomorrow. After all, it was given by his uncle, and we can't let this silly child go hungry. I'm full. I can't eat too much. Fan Liao shook his head repeatedly and quickly put the dishes and chopsticks aside. It's good enough that he has a stutter. He can't lower his impression score any further. My uncle specifically told me several times not to destroy the food here, not to eat too much, not to say anything weird, and not to be annoying. Are you sure you're 19? Yi Qian looked at the reaction of this silly boy and suddenly doubted whether the age he had said before was true. From the moment I saw him on the mountain, he seemed to be childish. Or rather, silly. I'm 19 years old. When questioned about his age, Fan Liao felt it necessary to emphasize it again. He had already celebrated his 19th birthday before he came into this world. Well, go back and rest after you're full. Is there still some water to drink? Yi Qian still felt strange, but did not continue to ask questions about this topic. After making sure there was water to drink, he asked Fan Liao to go back to the tent to continue resting. A man and a cat sat on the wooden board under the eaves. After eating and drinking, he washed the dishes and put them aside, then carried the cat back to the house to sleep. I originally wanted to bring down some spring water from the mountain, but something unexpected happened and things changed, so I'll have to wait and see. Chapter 108. He is more nervous than the patient and the therapist. Meow. In the middle of the night, little Lihua opened his eyes and found that there was no one in the bed. It quickly jumped out of bed and ran out the door. It looked at Yi Qian, who was kicking and punching in the moonlight, without a shirt or shoes on. It tilted its head curiously and stood on the wooden board, staring at him. The leaves of the soul-eating rose came over and rubbed against little Tabby Flower's head. Meow. The little tabby tilted its head, rubbed it on the leaves, then lay down and continued to look. The snake grass next to it also came over. A leaf was placed on the little tabby cat's back to smooth its fur, and then it calmed down. At this time, Yi Qian had just woken up not long ago and felt in very good physical condition, so he drank the level 3 strengthening liquid. After drinking it, the strengthening liquid was quickly absorbed. His skin quickly turned red, and his whole body was emitting heat. Standing in the yard, Yi Qian was still conscious. He stretched his body first, and then ran along the snake-loving grass wall at an increasingly faster speed. Fan Liao in the tent had woken up a long time ago, but he remembered what Yi Qian said, that he could not come out unless he was called. He continued to lie down obediently, listening to the footsteps that were sometimes far away and sometimes near, and he couldn't guess what was happening. It was not until dawn that Yi Qian returned to his doorstep, panting. He was too lazy to move his fingers. The water from the well flew out, swirled around him a few times, and washed away the sweat and dirt on his body. Tired, too tired, let's sleep a little longer. Yi Qian opened the door and walked in with uncertain steps. When he lay down, little Lihua jumped over. He reached out and hugged her, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Use strengthening fluid to strengthen yourself, the sooner the better. But I'm really tired. Player, Area 8181, No, 0997, Yi Qian. Career Direction, Planting Department, Level 11145/10,000/Basic All-Round Survivor. Special Ability, Water Element Control. Skills, Synthesis, Level 1/Assistance. Plant Communication, Level 189 out of 100. Scarecrow, Level 19 out of 100. Combat Power, 77, plus 102/Special Ability Bonus. Survival Points, 13995. Compared to before he used the strengthening liquid, his physical combat power increased by 35 points, and his elemental control power increased by 46 points. After waking up from a sleep, Yi Qian looked at his attributes and was quite satisfied. Day 24, 10 hours 5 minutes and 15 seconds, cloudy to showers, 21 degrees Celsius 24 degrees Celsius, southwest wind level 5, short and frequent showers will occur in 7 hours. Looking at the time and weather, Yi Qian didn't feel relieved at all about the rain shower warning. Showers, intermittent rain, but the showers that occurred before would turn into heavy rain or rainstorms after midnight. Meow. When the little tabby cat saw Yi Qian wake up, it stepped on his shoulder with its paw, leaned its little head over, and stared at him face to face. It's okay. I need to strengthen myself before I can treat people. Let's go get breakfast first. The guests are probably hungry. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head, got up with the cat in his arms, went out to get some water to wash his face, and then put on his clothes. Anyway, I will need water soon, so I can't hide the fact that I have water-related abilities. Yao Yao, get up, go out and do some simple exercises, and then we'll eat. Yi Qian put the cat on the wooden board, said hello to the snake grass and the soul-eating rose, and then went to call the guest to get up. Brother Yi, good morning. Fan Liao didn't think there was anything wrong with calling her Yao Yao. He quickly came out of the tent and greeted Yi Qian, who had already gone to the simple kitchen. Don't go too far. Move around a bit. We'll start after dinner soon. Be mentally and physically prepared. Yi Qian just got angry and turned around to tell Fan Liao about the situation. Nowadays, there is no need to drill two sticks together to make fire. Some players have already invented things like fire starters. Just open the lid, blow on it, use it after it is on fire, and then close the lid again after use. It's not expensive either. Currently, it's on consignment for 20 survival points, which can be used for many days. I can do it now. I better move around. Fan Liao said he didn't need to wait, but then he changed his mind and decided to let him move slowly, and he would be obedient. Yi Qian, who was cooking, greeted Brother Zhang, who had been worried about him, and told him that he would start after dinner. Breakfast was still meatball soup with steamed buns, with a little bit of cabbage heart added to the soup for flavoring. The two people and the cat sat under the eaves and ate this late breakfast. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, is there really no need to prepare anything else? Number 2 Zhang Wei was very nervous, even more nervous than Yi Qian and Fan Liao. But he didn't have another friend who could treat him now, and even if he was anxious and scratching his head, he didn't know what else he could prepare. 0997, Yi Qian, there's nothing I need right now. The problem isn't too serious. I just need to protect his blood vessels, nerves, spine, bone marrow, and other parts of his body while I tear the parasitic octopus off. Yi Qian asked Fan Liao to go to an open space, turned around and took off the torn shirt, and while checking it, he reported the information to Brother Zhang at the same time. After all, it is someone else's child. As parents, they always have the right to know what the injury is like and how to treat it. As for whether they will be scared, probably not, as they have all seen strong winds and heavy rains. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. My unfortunate child has always been so miserable since he was little. Brother Yi, thank you for your concern. Think about whether there is anything else you can use. Be prepared. It is always better to be prepared. Seeing how much protection was needed to remove the parasitic octopus, number 2 Zhang Wei felt even more upset. For his unfortunate child who has suffered so much, he must prepare something. Even if he doesn't need it, he should prepare it well. In case he needs it, he will be too late to find it when he needs it. 0997, Yi Qian, how about you prepare a tank of nutrient solution for him? Yi Qian felt a little helpless after being asked this question again and again, but he really didn't think that there was anything he needed to prepare. But if we don't prepare anything, Brother Zhang will be worried, so we can only make something that won't cause any problems. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Okay, it'll be ready soon. Do we need to prepare a tank for the person and nutrient solution? 0997, Yi Qian, prepare one. I don't have a water tank here. Yi Qian saw the message and replied directly. This time, less than 10 minutes later, Brother Zhang's exchange application was sent. After Yi Qian agreed and made the exchange, a large straight copper vat with a diameter of 1.5 meters and a height of 1.5 meters, filled with nutrient solution, fell to the ground. Brother Yi, you're not going to let me drink this, are you? Fan Liao looked at the large copper vat that appeared next to him, and his baby face was distorted with fear. This big tank of water will make him die? Chapter 109. It's not easy for Yao Yao to survive till now. Brother Zhang said that you almost died several times when you were a child. Yi Qian raised his hand and patted the stunned Fan Liao on the head, and asked about some information that number 2 Zhang Wei had just sent. At 3, he was struck by lightning and passed out instantly, but was later rescued. At 9, he fell into the sea and drifted for 2 days holding onto a piece of driftwood before being found. At 15, he became possessed by spiritual practice and spent 7 days submerged in lava. Now 19 years old, after going through many dangers, he was also parasitized by a mutant octopus's spine. This kid's luck is really bad, but he can always survive. If this was deliberately designed by someone, it's probably just a complaint. This guy is quite difficult to kill. However, according to Zhang Wei number 2, this kid's mind might have been damaged by being soaked in the magma. Sometimes it's like 15, sometimes it suddenly jumps to 9, and occasionally there's a 3-year-old. The silly child I kept talking about is really a little silly. But, rebellious period? I mean the 15-year-old stage. He seems okay. Apart from being a little bit immature when we first met and said hello, he was quite honest otherwise. I'm not stupid. Fan Liao's expression froze. After a moment of silence, he protested in a low voice. He is not a fool, but his uncle always thinks that he is. They think he knows nothing and always wants everyone around him to treat him like a child. He didn't say you were stupid. He was just worried that you might have some emotional outbursts during the treatment, so he asked me to prepare a little to prevent any accidents due to lack of understanding. I'm also just starting to learn how to use it, so my control isn't particularly precise. Yi Qian patted the boy on the shoulder and told him that since he was not stupid, he should understand it carefully and not jump to the 3-year-old stage. He didn't want to coax other people's children. I haven't had any problems since I got here, but my uncle always thinks I'm hiding something from him. With a sad sigh, Fan Liao explained helplessly and then didn't want to say anything more. His condition really worries his uncle. You can start now. When I tell you to, reach out and grab the octopus and tear it off. I want to make sure you don't die from its destruction. Yi Qian looked back at the little tabby cat lying quietly under the eaves with the snake grass and the soul-eating rose, then took 2 steps back, keeping a distance of about 1 meter from Fan Liao's back. I'm fine, Brother Yi. Thank you for your hard work. Fan Liao sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees, his clenched fingers revealing his true mood at the moment. At this time, Yi Qian didn't say much to him. A mist condensed in front of him, covering the hideous and terrifying body in front of him. The water mist penetrates through the pores, slowly seeping into the skin and condensing into a protective layer at the blood vessels, nerves, bones, and other locations. This process requires very delicate control. If there is any failure in control and the octopus causes damage before being pulled out, it may cause serious injuries to Fan Liao. The infiltration process was very difficult, but it was not the first time he tried it. After more than half an hour, Yi Qian finally managed to stabilize and protect it. Okay, unseal it and tear it off. Yi Qian looked at the entire piece of skin and flesh on his back that had been separated and finally spoke, allowing Fan Liao to take action. Fan Liao didn't hesitate at all. After Yi Qian finished speaking, he reached behind him, grabbed the octopus's head, unsealed it, and pulled it off. Not only the octopus, but also the skin and flesh on his back. With a painful roar, the level 3 mutated bone-attached ghost seal that had finally revealed its label after breaking away from his back had its head crushed by the hand. Can you stand up? Yi Qian looked at the bloody back and breathed a sigh of relief. However, follow-up treatment is still necessary. Now the entire back area, from the spine to the lumbar spine, almost to the armpits on both sides, is completely skinless. The gaps in the flesh were all caused by the octopus's previous destruction. After Fan Liao broke the seal and tore off the octopus, he was able to continue using his originally sealed abilities. But now he can only obey obediently. When Yi Qian asked him to walk into the big copper vat and sit down to soak in it, he finally understood what it was used for. Not letting him drink, but letting him go in and keep it to himself. Adjust your breathing. Just soak in there until I let you out. Seeing that he was doing what he was told, but his eyes were glaring, Yi Qian smiled and pushed him down. This is really not his problem. If the tank were higher, he could stand in it. If it were lower, his head would be exposed. But Brother Zhang happened to get such a big vat. And it's so full. My uncle, Gulula, Fan Liao, who was trapped in a tank of blue nutrient solution, wanted to remind Yi Qian not to forget to say hello to his uncle. As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth, he drank a mouthful of wine, but he couldn't even stand up. Got it. Tell your uncle that your life is temporarily saved. Yi Qian's hands were soaked in nutrient solution, and he still had to continue controlling the recovery of Fan Liao's back flesh and blood. This process would not be too fast, but this did not prevent him from sending a message to Brother Zhang, telling him that his child was no longer in danger of life and would not become disabled. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Whatever you need now, as long as I can find it outside or I can afford it, I can do it. If I can't get it now, I'll owe it to you while I look for it. Number 2 Zhang Wei relaxed when he saw that the child was no longer in danger. This thank you gift must be given. So now, let Yi Qian ask for whatever thank you gift he wants, and give it to him now if he can get it. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, you're too polite. You've already taken a lot of meat. I can't be too greedy. Yi Qian didn't plan to ask for any more gifts of thanks. Although the meat he had received before was used to improve himself and ensure the safety of treatment, he had indeed received the benefits first. He won't work for nothing, but he won't be too greedy either. As long as he feels that he hasn't lost out, that's enough. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. That won't work. The previous one is the previous one. Brother Yi, if you don't have anything you want, I'll go research it myself. Please wait a moment, I'll come back to you later. Looking at the message, number 2 Zhang Wei quickly replied to Yi Qian and then began to search through his friends to find the person. His silly child is too reckless and may ask Yi Qian for help again at any time in the future. At this time, he must give him enough benefits. Although I know that Yi Qian should be relatively peaceful and not very greedy, the more I face such a person, the more I cannot do without material things and my own attitude. As long as you give enough, they will be easier to talk to when they ask you for help in the future. Although it was a coincidence that I was able to save Yao Yao's life this time, it was also related to our long-standing contact. He could guess what the meat was used for. Just take the meat and ask someone to help extract the strengthening potion, and also leave some to make food so that they can replenish their physical strength and recover. In order to save the life of his silly child, he had to rely on strengthening potions to improve his condition. This was enough to show that Brother Yi was really trying his best to save people. Even if one is lacking strength, they can use this extremely unstable method to improve their strength before continuing. Those who practice cultivation basically knew that strengthening potions were not so easy to fully absorb. Drinking advanced potions to strengthen one's strength is a torture. Chapter 110 Treatment completed. This guy's speed is ridiculously fast. Brother Yi, I think I should be able to go out. Fan Liao felt like he had been stuck in the water for a very long time, so long that he could no longer feel the pain in his back. Then he carefully tried to raise his face from the water. Although it is a bit uncomfortable to do horse stance in the water, it is better than being stuffy like this all the time. Do you think it's okay? Yi Qian no longer needed to control himself and stood beside the copper vat, chatting with him with a smile. When he brought the boy up to 15 years old, he immediately felt that he was actually quite good. He is just a child, and a relatively innocent and happy boy at that. I think, it doesn't matter what I think. What do you think, Brother Yi? Fan Liao turned his head and looked at Yi Qian eagerly, asking him to make the decision. He is a patient now, and patients should listen to their therapists. Come out, I'll use the unabsorbed ones to water the flowers. Seeing that the boy really didn't want to stay in there, Yi Qian nodded and let him out. It's good to water the flowers. All flowers and plants need watering. Hearing that he could get out, Fan Liao immediately stood up and jumped out of the large copper vat. Moreover, looking at his searching eyes, he seemed to be waiting for Yi Qian to tell him to water the flower, and he would immediately pick up the big vat and water it. Are you sure your back is okay? Yi Qian asked the boy to turn around. Looking at the back where skin and flesh have grown back, but the skin is thin and tender, it will be damaged again if you just grab it a few times. I'll be fully recovered in 3 to 5 days. I have a pretty good recovery ability. Fan Liao shook his shoulders, but he didn't dare pull too hard on the flesh on his back. However, he himself felt that being able to recover to this state within 1 day was a perfect result that completely exceeded expectations. There will be showers this afternoon. Do you plan to stay another night, or should we leave now and find a place to stay nearby? Seeing his condition, Yi Qian no longer worried. But the treatment has been satisfactory, so it's time to release the person. As for safety issues, a level 3 mutant beast, even in that severely injured state, could crush its head with a single hand. With this kind of combat power, if something happens around here, his family will probably be destroyed soon. It's not too late now. I'll leave first. Brother Yi, please calculate the medical expenses. Fan Liao, who was originally quite happy, was stunned and suddenly realized that this was not his home. But he didn't worry about it because he was going to find a place to stay nearby anyway. Before leaving, I didn't forget that you have to pay for medical treatment. Your uncle gave it to you. After you find a place to stay, take a good rest first. You can go out again after you recover. Yi Qian pushed the issue of medical expenses to number 2 Zhang Wei. He also reminded people that during the recovery period from injuries, one should have some self-awareness and not take risks right after settling down. He didn't want to be a full-time therapist for this kid in the future, even if Brother Zhang could afford it. Then remember to ask my uncle for more. This is life-saving in critical moments, and it's different from normal treatment. That octopus, Brother Yi, you can take care of the extra meal. I'll be leaving first. Fan Liao looked back and saw that Yi Qian's house was made of a mixture of bamboo and wood. In front of the house, there are flowers, grass, fields, water, and a cat. It's a pretty good place. Although he can't do all these things, the calmer environment looks pretty good. After folding up the tent, Yi Qian sent Fan Liao to the gate, who waved goodbye and ran away with the basket on his back. The direction he ran. What's going on? Why don't you just go down the mountain? Why do you have to go along the ridge? Yi Qian reached out and patted the leaves of the snake grass, watching the young man running happily down the ridge, and then, without crossing the river, he jumped from halfway up the mountain to the other side. It's true, he can jump dozens of meters with one jump, and his movements are so light that he seems to be able to fly away at any time. After sighing, the young man disappeared from sight. However, just as he turned around to go home, he heard a roar. Fan Liao, who had just run away, jumped over from the opposite mountain and came to his door again after skipping and jumping. Brother Yi, that is, well, add me as a friend. Fan Liao scratched her tied hair, and her face turned a little red. If his uncle hadn't asked him, he would have forgotten about adding the friend. I forgot. Yi Qian didn't think about this matter either. It is relatively simple to add each other as friends face to face. After sending the message and agreeing, it will appear in the other party's friend list. After adding the friend, Fan Liao took a few steps back, waved his hand, and ran away again. This speed. Perhaps, The 3-day journey he mentioned should be based on his speed. Yi Qian thought about what Fan Liao had said before. He would escape from there and reach him in 3 days. At this speed, even if we run for 3 days, we still can't be sure how far we can go. Even though it's someone else's bathwater, we can't waste it. Let the roots absorb it slowly. It might be of some use. And this headless octopus. Yi Qian returned to the door, took out the nutrient solution from the large copper vat, and slowly sprinkled it around the flowers and plants under the eaves. It's actually not very useful, because it was originally made for players. It can only be considered to have slightly more nutrients than ordinary water. But this octopus can be useful to them if they eat it. Level 3 mutant beasts. Although these two are plants, they also like to eat meat. After the octopus corpse was put down, the soul-eating rose stretched out its branches and touched it. Then all the thorns on its body stood up, and it stretched out its branches shakily, using its leaves to touch Yi Qian's hand. This thing suddenly appeared, and it had no idea what it meant. I'm giving you some food. Divide it among yourselves. Yi Qian sat on the wooden board, holding a rose leaf in one hand and a snake grass leaf in the other, letting them solve the problem themselves. After the snake grass and the soul-eating rose understood that this was food for them, they put their leaves together, and no one knew how they negotiated. Then Yi Qian saw that the snake grass spit out a new leaf, opened a big mouth on the leaf, and ate an octopus tentacle. One by one, the snake grass is not eaten quickly because it needs to be decomposed inside the leaves with a mouth and then transferred to the main root through the root system. The mutant octopus had 8 claws. Snake grass ate 6 of them and then stopped. There were also 2 claws and the middle part without a head, which were drilled out of the soil by the roots of the soul-eating rose, rolled up and dragged directly into the ground. Flower fertilizer. After the snake grass has eaten its fill, the rest belongs to it. Want to advance a thank you gift? Yi Qian was stretching out his hand to communicate with the snake-loving grass, but a private chat appeared at this time. It was Brother Zhang. He said he found a job that suits him very well. As a thank you gift. Chapter 111 Exclusive Skills. Farmland Output Crop Processing. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, you'll definitely like this gift. Number 2 Zhang Wei got this thank you gift after consulting many friends. Moreover, he was sure that Yi Qian would not refuse this gift. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang is so polite. I really like this. Yi Qian opened the exchange box, and when he saw the items placed opposite, he suddenly had a strange idea. Should he call Yao Yao back to live with him? But this thought only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Planting Skill Book. After opening this skill, players with the planting skill will randomly gain 1 skill within their profession. Non-planting players cannot use this skill. Currently, no one is selling this skill book, so it is still impossible to come up with a reference value. But just because no one is selling it, it can be considered a priceless treasure. I just don't know how Brother Zhang found someone to exchange for this skill book. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. I'm glad you like it. My silly child will have to be taken care of by Brother Yi from now on. Number 2 Zhang Wei has never concealed his purpose. He made it clear from the beginning that because Yi Qian was a support type, the prices of the items were directly halved. The key point was to enable more cooperation in the future. Later, it was confirmed that Yi Qianing could undergo some treatment, and he also found him a temporary business. Through repeated transactions and conversations, he could understand what kind of person Yi Qian was, so while sending a thank you gift, he didn't mind mentioning some things he hoped Yi Qian could help with. As for whether it will be useful or not, who can say for sure? Anyway, I needed someone's help to save my life before. 0997. Yi Qian, I will definitely take care of him when he comes over, but I don't think I'll be needed in the short term. I told him to rest at home for a few days. Although his wound has healed temporarily, recuperation is still the key to full recovery. Yi Qian confirmed the exchange and accepted the gift. With this skill book, he didn't bother to express his joy in a subtle way, but just spoke his mind freely. Especially in the subsequent repair process, when Yi Qian roughly knew that this silly child was only rebellious towards his uncle, he also gave Brother Zhang some suggestions. At the very least, don't put too much pressure on others. Don't keep asking how your day went, whether you gained anything or were injured, and don't ask how your wounds are healed. Asking that kind of question would only annoy people, and after all, it wouldn't help much. It would be better to ask what he wants to eat and then provide him with food while he can't go out hunting. Regarding Yi Qian's suggestion, number 2 Zhang Wei thought about it and actually did it. His sudden change of mode made Fan Liao a little uncomfortable. But when it really became like when he was a child, with everything he liked to eat and drink given to him, and he was also given a little black bear that he could hug and stroke its fur, Yao Yao, who had a young mind, gradually became keen on sharing his daily life. At this time, he chatted with Brother Zhang about how to coax Yao Yao. After the chat, he closed this interface. Yi Qian held the skill book that had not been opened in one hand, and held the little Lihua next to him in his arms with the other hand. Meow. The little tabby raised its front paws and scratched Yi Qian's chin a few times. It's time to try my luck again. Lihua, give me some luck. Yi Qian held the cat in his arms, placed the skill book on his knees, and rubbed the little cat softly with both hands. The little tabby boy felt dizzy from rubbing his hands, and he opened this book of planting specific skills in a good mood. Gain exclusive planting skills, processing crops produced by farmland. Crop processing. You can process the harvested crops from the farmland. This consumes mental energy and can be processed even without experience. Yi Qian is not sure whether this skill is good or bad. It is mainly produced from farmland, so it can be processed, but what does he want to process? Lihua, let's try it first. Yi Qian held the little tabby cat that was pulling at his clothes and took out 3 rabbit ear grass leaves. These were all produced from farmland, so they should be able to be processed, right? Rabbit ear grass leaves, green quantity 3, weight 3.2. Select processing direction. By using the skill, very detailed information and many optional processing directions will appear directly. Nutrient solution can be used for plants or animals, and is for breeding and planting. Players cannot use it. Feed. In the feed options, there are also large pieces, small pieces, crushed, pellets, juice. It can also be used to make fertilizers and plant fertilizers for use in fields. There is even ornament making. It seems that this skill is still very powerful. He doesn't know whether the processing results are good or bad, but if he hadn't turned on this skill, he wouldn't have known that there are so many ways to process rabbit eargrass leaves. Selected feed, then pellets. As a trace of mental power was extracted, a handful of green particles appeared in Yi Qian's palm. Feed pellets, green speed increasing feed. Every 1 liang of feed consumed can double the growth rate of farmed animals for 1 hour. The quantity and effect have not changed. The only difference is that the previous large rabbit grass leaves have been replaced with the current small green particles. The particles are small, about the same size as sesame seeds. The snake-love grass cannot be disturbed during its promotion. The soul-eating rose is also absorbing. Lihua, let's go feed the fish. Yi Qian moved his shoulders, and after little Lihua jumped on, he took the cat and the feed pellets and walked to the fish pond not far from the house. When they were put in before, the fry were only as big as tadpoles. Now they have grown a lot bigger. The big ones are 3 or 4 centimeters long, and the small ones are more than 2 centimeters long. There were also a few that swam quickly in the water, and they turned out to be small river shrimps. There are indeed some tiny creatures hidden in the mud at the bottom of the river. I sprinkled a little green particles as big as sesame seeds into the water. The little fish quickly swam to the surface of the water, opened their mouths, and swallowed one. After eating one, there was a second one. After scattering dozens of pellets, Yi Qian stopped feeding them. You can come and feed the fish every morning and evening, but don't feed too much at once or the fish will die of overeating. The rest were carried to the chicken coop. The chicken coop now only had a small circle of fence and was no longer surrounded by snake grass, but the rooster, hens, and chick did not jump out. The pellets were sprinkled in directly on the ground, and the 3 chickens lowered their heads and started eating. It wouldn't go bad for the time being, so Yi Qian added some chopped wild vegetables, fruits, and straw mushrooms to the feed and poured it in. In the corner of the chicken coop, on the soft hay leaves, 5 eggs are gathered together, each showing a paused countdown. Yi Qian stood aside and watched for a while. After the hen had eaten, she went to the eggs and started to incubate them in the nest. Also, since the eggs have started incubating, the hens are now showing the incubation period and will not lay eggs until they are fully hatched. Lihua, in 3 days, we will have 5 new chicks in our chicken coop. Yi Qian looked at the countdown which showed there were more than 2 days left and calculated how long the hen would need to eat. He thought that she would be able to hatch in about 3 days. Meow. Little Lihua stood on his shoulder and rubbed his little head against Yi Qian's face. Every time Yi Qian calls out to Lihua, it responds. Chapter 1:12 Lily was killed. We pulled out these 3 seedlings today. The remaining 5 will be the final harvest tomorrow. Yi Qian came to the nursery field and pulled out the sweet potato seedlings that could be harvested today. Seeing that there were only 5 sweet potato seedlings of the same height left, he knew that the sweet potatoes had been used up. 1 sweet potato can produce 40 seedlings. He doesn't know whether it is a lot or a little, but the yield of sweet potatoes is still quite high. After going to the field and planting the sweet potatoes, Yi Qian also picked a lot of tender leaves from the sweet potato vines and put them away. There was no need to deal with the other crops, so Yi Qian made a scarecrow to catch insects and left them alone for the time being. 0001. Luo Shan. We harvested quite a lot this time. I'll give you some pork. It's quite fat this time, right? I asked someone to swap it with me. Farmed pigs are fat. When Luo Shan received the message from Yi Qian that he had picked some sweet potato leaves, he cut a large piece of pork that he had just received and put it up. After the exchange was completed, Yi Qian held the 10 pounds of meat and looked at the half-fat and half-lean piece of meat with a smile on his face. When cooking recently, you can add more lard. The master and the disciple chatted for a few words and then went to pack up. After all, it was about to rain. Even a shower cannot be ignored. Meow. Little Lihua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder. When they reached the gate, he looked at a leaf in front of him, which was emerald green with some purple patterns, and raised his paw to slap it. Snake-loving grass, it's advanced. Yi Qian raised his hand and touched a few leaves that came over, communicating a little emotionally with the snake grass. He just said hello and asked if he was suffering from any nutritional deficiencies. In just 1 minute, Yi Qian felt that his mental strength had been drained more than 10 times of what it was before. Even if Yi Qian's strength wasn't such that this little communication would drain his mental energy, it was still not a normal communication state. Fortunately, his plant communication skill has almost accumulated enough experience to be promoted. After the promotion, the gap will be smaller and things should be better. Meow. Little Lihua jumped onto the courtyard wall and played with the snake grass for a while, then followed the wall to catch up with Yi Qian, who was inspecting the situation in the manor, and jumped onto his shoulder again. Don't want to play anymore? Then let's go home. We still need to take care of the chicken coop and fish pond. Yi Qian returned home with the cat in his arms, put little Lihua down, and let it play on the wooden board under the eaves. He then went to the chicken coop with some materials. Without shelter above the chicken coop, rain will have some impact on them. Yi Qian bought some wooden sticks and built a shed with one side higher than the other and covered it with straw mats. Tie it up and secure it to ensure that rainwater does not fall directly into it. The chicken coop will remain like this for the time being. There are plenty of gaps around, but the chicken house cannot be completely sealed, otherwise the chickens will get sick. After the chicken coop was adjusted, a small shed was built over the fish pond, covering the top. A little soil was buried around the pond to create a raised area around it. At least, when the rainwater flows downstream, it will not rush directly into the fish pond and wash out all the small fish fry inside. After completing the simple protective measures, Yi Qian came back to heat up the dishes and had an early dinner under the eaves while holding the cat. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, light rain began to fall. The raindrops were getting bigger and bigger, and some small bees of different colors flew back from the surrounding area, went in through the window, and all got into the gourd. The rain is getting heavier. Yi Qian lay on the bed, listening to the sound of raindrops falling, holding the cat in his arms. He opened the chat channel in a good mood, ready to see if there was any new information today. I first took a look at the manor main channel. There were still 16 people, and after looking through the chat records, they were basically talking about hunting skill information and complaints about certain manor settings. Hunting department, their estates are mostly filled with farmed animals. As Lu Xiaoxiao had mentioned several times, her family's farm had cattle, horses, sheep, pigs, rabbits, wolves, chickens, ducks, and fish ponds. From the information she revealed, there should be 5 players in the manor, but only the owner of the manor can receive reminders and view information about special events, so she can only call people to work again and again. Although she does what she's told, there are so many animals to raise that one gets hungry, another gets hurt from a fight, or one even runs out of the enclosure. In short, it's hard to sleep peacefully, but I can't turn off the notifications because other people won't receive them. In addition to her complaints, there is also Mui. This wood sister said that the mutated plants around her home are becoming more and more excessive. She, a hunter, has to hunt a bunch of plant materials all day long and can't even see any meat. There's nothing I can do. All my meat has been eaten by those mutant plants. But Yi Qian flipped through the manor owner channels of these 16 people one by one and found that these were the only ones he saw after he entered the channel. As for the others, I never saw them speak out. After making sure that there was nothing related to him, Yi Qian looked at it without saying anything and switched to the chat channel of Area 8181. The topics here were constantly being refreshed. As soon as he switched over, he saw a somewhat brutal one. 0102. Suyin, can you guys be more careful with your words? Do you think the death of one player, especially one attacked by another, is a joke? Can you all guarantee that you won't be the next victim? Player dead? Moreover, he was killed by a player, and this information was sent to the chat channel? Yi Qian was a little curious, so he flipped forward and found that some people were indeed saying that the man deserved to die. Then, he found out the information provided by the whistleblower. The player who was killed was 0999, Li Lily. He couldn't help but think too much about this number and name. It can't be such a coincidence that the old liar told him not to get involved in these things anymore. And then just a few days later, Li Lily died? It has been confirmed that he died at the hands of players. The whistleblower claimed that he had recently moved to the mountains near Li Lily and saw Li Lily being killed with his own eyes. Then, there is no other information. Continuing to read the message, someone said to add the whistleblower and Li Lily as friends, but the result was a feedback that the person no longer existed. It doesn't exist, which means they are all dead. Chapter 113 Luo Shan. My disciple is too naive. 0997. Yi Qian. It was you who did this, wasn't it? Yi Qian thought it should be, so he sent a private message to Luo Shan. 0001. Luo Shan. Children should not ask about matters between adults. Luo Shan replied quickly, but the content of the message. Lihua. I suddenly realized that their age classification is a bit unclear. Yi Qian touched Xiao Lihua's head, looked at the brief reply, and then thought about Brother Zhang's various descriptions and attitudes towards Fan Liao. It seems that they are using some strange templates to divide the concepts between adults and children. He personally feels that after the age of 18, one is an adult and should be mature in terms of thinking. But they. 0997. Yi Qian, what adult matters are there? I'm an adult now. Don't always treat me like a child. Anyway, he is not an outsider, so Yi Qian felt it necessary to correct him and treat him as an adult. 0001. Luo Shan. Oh, you're an adult now. Have you ever raised a child? Have you ever raised a family? Have you ever done anything remarkable? Luo Shan was in a good mood today. He was frying egg and vegetable pancakes in the kitchen and teasing his apprentice while chatting. For him, the concept of adulthood is never just about age. Besides, with this child's temper, it's better for him to just be a good child. The happiest thing is not to touch the things of adults. 0997. Yi Qian. I currently have a civet cat cub. I have a manor at home and 2 cute little cats, Grass and Flower, that I can communicate with. Does this count as raising a cub and supporting a family? Although he knew that there was no point in emphasizing this, Yi Qian just wanted to tell the old liar that he had really grown a lot. Of course, it is limited to the current small scope and stable growth in a small environment. 0001. Luo Shan. You feed them, or they feed you. Let's figure this out first. The manor is nice, but I need to go around and see what's going on. I can't manage the manor, so I can't give you any advice. Luo Shan had also received a tip that he could become a manor owner. But he could carry the house around, but he couldn't carry the manor with him. Having a manor means restricting the player's range of activities. It's okay if he doesn't want to move, but it's absolutely not possible for him. 0001. Luo Shan. With a manor, it's easy for other players to find me. I've been out doing activities lately, and I've seen some players stay, only to leave later. I still need to be more vigilant. By the way, I've never asked you what kind of support you have. Is it really just healing? Although it would be very frustrating to ask about the treatment results. But even if he is just a healing assistant, he is still his own apprentice, so he should still pay more attention to him, just in case he can develop a fighting ability. But there has never been any auxiliary type in my family since our ancestors. It is impossible that among my descendants after 4 or 5 generations, there will be someone who has no fighting talent at all. 0997. Yi Qian. When did I ever say I was just a healing support? Yi Qian thought that Luo Shan was deliberately avoiding this topic. Now he understands. This old liar just dislikes the auxiliary system. 0001. Luo Shan. Not a healing aid? What is it then? When Luo Shan saw Yi Qian's reply, he instantly perked up. The omelet was still hot, so he picked it up and took a bite. It's good that he's not a support type. As long as he is a type that can fight, he can give this kid some guidance. 0997. Yi Qian. Water system, but don't get too excited. Besides pumping water and watering the fields, it can also help people with minor injuries and illnesses. Yi Qian himself didn't quite understand what his own abilities were, but they were definitely water-based. 0001. Luo Shan. Have you ever helped someone with minor injuries or illnesses? Have you ever met someone like that? Luo Shan roughly understood, but as a water element, he still needed to find someone to talk to. His current focus was on the information about Yi Qian, who had treated people. He had already guessed from some friends' chats that the player who could treat animals was Yi Qian. But animals and humans are different. 0997. Yi Qian. The guy who showed up here yesterday was pretty badly injured. He's quite an interesting guy. The medical expenses his uncle paid for were really high. Yi Qian couldn't help but show off to Luo Shan because he could make a lot of money. However, he was in a good mood, but Luo Shan was troubled. Just now, an old guy in the friend list was bragging about his child being lucky. As a result, this good luck was given by his own child, but unfortunately, he didn't want to make the relationship public yet. Some enemies were hiding somewhere, and making it public would bring trouble to Yi Qian. 0001. Luo Shan. Next time you save someone, ask for more medical expenses. Anyone with the ability to travel around can afford that little bit of money. Now Luo Shan has labeled Yi Qian as an honest child. Therefore, we have to teach our children to be more careful. For example, when treating a life-threatening injury, don't just consider how much you've consumed, but also think about the value of the injury. Just do the treatment first, and teach the others after you find some information. But for treatment, you also need to save more money, make more money, and improve yourself. 0997. Yi Qian. Well, I got quite a few, including skill books. Yi Qian would never admit that he had suffered a loss. Just the skill book itself is of extremely high value. 0001. Luo Shan. That old guy, he even gave me the skill book and still told me to just find something the kids like. You should get some rest. I'll go talk to that old guy. Stimulated by a skill book, Luo Shan decided not to chat with Yi Qian for the time being. He wanted to go find number 2 Zhang Wei to talk for a while. It seems that he still hasn't admitted it, but this can be considered as a tacit agreement. Yi Qian lay on the bed, closed the private chat interface, and laughed. Although there is a high probability that it is the master's enemy, the feeling of being protected is still very happy. Meow. The little tabby rubbed its head against Yi Qian's hand, turned over and hugged it with its 4 little paws, closed its eyes, and continued to purr. Go to sleep. I'll take a nap too. I hope there won't be another heavy rainstorm tomorrow. Yi Qian smoothed the little tabby cat's fur with his fingers, hugged the cat, closed his eyes, and had a good sleep. After the mental energy is consumed, the recovery is not too slow, but the control of oneself is also very exhausting. Chapter 114. In the rainstorm, they caught some fish and asked Yi Qian to take them home. Day 25, 5 hours 16 minutes and 50 seconds, heavy rain turning into showers, 18 degrees Celsius 20 degrees Celsius, north wind force 6. Rain gradually subsided after 5 hours. When Yi Qian woke up, the rain outside had indeed turned from last night's showers into today's heavy rain. And it will take another 5 hours before the rain gradually subsides and turns into showers again. Tasks. 1. Reclaim land and cultivate fields. 2. Build a manor. 3. Drainage. 4. Gather. Today's daily task showed drainage, so Yi Qian got out of bed and prepared to go and take a look. It is basically certain that this task was possible because rainwater accumulated in certain places. Meow. Little Li Hua tilted his head, saw Yi Qian was about to go out, and jumped onto his shoulder. Let's go and see what's blocked. Yi Qian touched Xiao Li Hua's head, opened an umbrella at the door, and walked in the heavy rain with Xiao Li Hua. Soul Eating Rose is not at home. Something happened again last night. After leaving the room, Yi Qian only saw a small clump of sleeping snake grass. He opened the manor simulation map and looked for it. The soul-eating rose had gone to the mountain spring again. There should be another attacker, but because the snake-charming grass doesn't let those things in, it's not considered an event within the manor, so he won't be given a hint. Meow. Little Li Hua turned over and lay on Yi Qian's shoulder, looking at the dark snake-patterned umbrella above his head. He stretched out his little paws several times but couldn't touch it. Also, because Yi Qian was going uphill, it had to turn over and lie down again after lying down for a while. Otherwise, you will fall. We caught a big fish this time. Walking to the mountain spring, Yi Qian looked at the pile of fish that were tied up by snake grass, but not eaten. He was not sure whether they didn't like them or if they were left for him. They were not mutated animals, but just ordinary fish, including carp and grass carp, about a dozen in total. The water flow in the ditch must be too strong, so the fish in the river below swam up. The soul-eating rose stretched out a branch and touched Yi Qian's hand. Bigger than my home. Yi Qian touched the leaves of the soul-eating rose. The reason they kept these fish was because they thought they were the same species as the ones in the pond, but these ones were bigger and fatter than the ones in the pond. The snake grass also stretched out a few leaves, hooked Yi Qian's hand, and asked him to take them home. Take it home, dig a separate pit to raise it, and you can give it a meal at noon. Yi Qian was urged by them to laugh all the time, and a ball of water surrounded the fish. But these fish definitely cannot be put together with the previous ones. They must weigh at least 7 or 8 kilograms, and the largest are 14 or 15 kilograms. If you just open your mouth, the small ones will go into your stomach. Let's go. I'll carry you back. After bringing the fish, Yi Qian touched the leaves of the snake grass, then squatted down and looked at the soul-eating rose that was shrinking. Although it was not difficult for it to get back home by itself, it was still less troublesome and labor-saving than Yi Qian carrying it back. Meow. After Yi Qian picked up the shrunken rose, the little tabby flower stretched out its claws and scratched the rose leaf closest to it. It's really blocked. Yi Qian walked slowly along the previous ditches and soon found the location where the water was flooding wildly due to being blocked by gravel and weeds. Meow. The little tabby cat was originally playing with the soul-eating rose, but suddenly it lowered its head to look into the water. The water that was originally washing the edge of the ditch now condensed into the shape of a hand, grabbed some gravel and weeds, pulled them out, and placed them outside the ditch. This big hand condensed from water only grabbed a few times and cleared away all the troublesome gravel and weeds. Not bad. Controlling existing water is much easier than creating it yourself. Yi Qian completed the ditch dredging, completed the manor drainage task, and received 50 survival points. After the upgrade yesterday, he only produced enough water and then controlled it to treat Fan Liao. He had no chance to try to control the existing water source. Now, he is very satisfied with the control. Manor random event. Heavy rain is coming, and many insect eggs have appeared in your fields. Once they hatch, they will cause great damage to your crops. Find and destroy them as soon as possible. Number of insect eggs, 60, hatching countdown, 5 hours. When Yi Qian arrived at his doorstep and was about to dig a new fish pond, he suddenly received a hint. Manor, random events. Insect eggs, with digital instructions. Yi Qian put down the soul-eating rose and the little lihua under the eaves, then sat down and made a scarecrow. The existence time of the scarecrow is related to the mental power he invests. Yi Qian can now control it a little so that the skill can draw less mental power. Scarecrow, planting/assistance, watering, remaining labor time, 2 hours. Creates a scarecrow that lasts for 2 hours and has the ability to water. There is too much water in the fields now, and what this scarecrow will do is to clear the water in the fields. Let's continue in 2 hours. Yi Qian was not in a hurry to look for insect eggs. If the scarecrow he made in 2 hours was not the one he wanted to catch insects, it would still be in time for him to go there later. Now, let's dig a fish pond and put these larger fish in to keep them temporarily. Received a private message from friend 0012, Zhang Wei. Just when Yi Qian was digging the fish pond, a private message came from a friend. I opened it and took a look. 0012, Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, those guys are looking for you in the Manor main channel. Number 1 Zhang Wei's private chat was because he couldn't find anyone, so he came to talk to Yi Qian alone. However, those fire. Indeed, it is quite popular. 0002, Hui Yin. Personal Yi Qian, are you awake yet? Please approve my friend request. 0002, Hui Yin. Personal, he hasn't gotten up yet, has he? There's nothing wrong with his manner during this heavy rain. 0996, Mui. Personal, is it possible that he doesn't normally check chat channels or friend requests? 0002, Hui Yin. Individual okay. If anyone is his friend, please help me chat privately. I want to talk to him alone. 0996, Mui. Individual, why do we need to chat alone? Can't we watch it? 0002, Hui Yin. Individual, well, you can't watch. 0996, Mui. Individual, I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to continue digging ditches. I'm such a lovely girl, but I have to dig ditches in the heavy rain. How miserable. Yi Qian opened the manor owner's channel and saw this string of chats. The relationship between these two siblings is pretty good. Chapter 115 Luo Shan, Controller? This is a normal development. 0002, Hui Yinyan's friend request has been approved. Yi Qian opened the friend request and saw Hui Yinyan's friend request in the latest added information. After adding, he soon received a message from the other party. 0002, Hui Yinyan. Brother Yi really doesn't usually check chats or friend requests. I came to you to ask, are you sure your water-based ability is just a supernatural ability? Hui Yinyan's purpose in looking for Yi Qian was to confirm whether he was a player with superpowers. Although Yi Qian had previously said it was a water-based ability. At first, the skills Yi Qian obtained were auxiliary skills, which was announced by the system. According to his previous statistics, there has never been a pure elemental mutant who has acquired auxiliary skills. 0997. Yi Qian. I feel like it should be, but the information you provided makes me a little uncertain. Yi Qian opened his personal information and took a look. It was very likely not the case. But no one said it made any difference. 0002. Hui Yanyan. It's easy to tell. If you can control the water elements around you, you're a water-based esper. If you can create water yourself, you're a controller. The key is to create it yourself, not extract it from the elements. Hui Yanyan himself is an elemental controller, and the only people of his kind he can find so far, including Mu Mu, are only 5. So in the face of Yi Qian's uncertainty, he was really looking forward to the emergence of another of his kind. 0997. Yi Qian, then I should be the controller. Yi Qian raised his hand, and the water ball that appeared out of thin air in his palm was twisting and deforming under his control. His special ability, the control of water elements, was clearly shown to him from the beginning. However, as for the controller, with his current strength, it would be a bit embarrassing if he admitted it. 0002. Hui Yin, waiting for your ability to be introduced. When you transform from a water-based ability to an elemental mastery, we'll celebrate for you. Mumu also just completed the transformation a few days ago. Don't worry about this kind of thing, just practice more. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I can tell you everything I know. Hui Yin was in a good mood because he was about to have another member of his kind. However, this step of transformation can be fast or slow. He was a controller when he first awakened, but Mumu worked hard for more than 10 years, and only after entering this world did he have the opportunity to successfully complete the transformation. But as long as you have the ability, there is hope. 0997. Yi Qian, I work hard. Yi Qian closed his personal information, replied to this enthusiastic fellow, and then opened Luo Shan's private chat. 0997. Yi Qian, someone told me that superpowers and the controllers are not the same. You old liar, do you want to explain this to me? Compared to this angry man, Yi Qian chose to have a good talk with his master. He remembered clearly that Luo Shan was able to control the fire that spread across an entire village on a rainstorm night, and the fire had no effect on the rain. This should not be as simple as activating elemental power. 0001. Luo Shan, what's there to explain? You can even heal wounds, so why are you still asking such a stupid question? Luo Shan's reply revealed disdain. The child is a good child and his growth is satisfactory, but his IQ is a little stupid. I don't know who he got it from, but Luo Shan would never admit it. This kid got his IQ from him. 0997. Yi Qian, aren't you worried that I'll be tricked? Yi Qian really didn't understand this time. His master was sometimes very caring, but sometimes he let him do whatever he wanted. Is it what they call exercise? 0001. Luo Shan, if you fall into a pit, just know how to climb out. Who doesn't have some bumps in the road to growth? Who is that person looking for you, Six Fires? Luo Shan, who was traveling in the heavy rain, smiled, looked at the surrounding environment, and continued on his way. His silly apprentice, he didn't even think about how others could find him. So how could he be left behind the number 1? 0997. Yi Qian, it's that fire I feel like you've been led astray to. I have a name, but everyone calls me Fire. Six Fires. You'll be sad if people find out. Yi Qian knew what he wanted to know, so he just chatted and continued to dig a new pond. 0001. Luo Shan, you don't understand this, do you? Don't mention the full name of someone who's so capable of charging ahead. You might have special abilities that can sense it, so just in case. Luo Shan closed the other chat box and came back to talk to his little disciple again. There are some things that should be avoided and are very necessary. Although the direction of the fire was not of this type, he was just too lazy to call out the full name. As for when they met, I added him as a friend and started chatting with him on the day the server was launched. He also knew that there were many people and things in this world that were not from his original world. Some abilities that were once hidden, with the threat of extermination for those who refused to submit, are now considered a blessing in some worlds. When a child from an ordinary family awakens a superpower, the entire village celebrates. Let's not dwell on that. Back then, the whole family died, leaving only a little granddaughter, who turned out to be crooked. Fortunately, it wasn't a waste, and they still had this silly boy. I can finally feel a little comforted. A fire dragon flew out from beside him, and a white crane that was about to launch a sneak attack on a tree in front of him was killed. Luo Shan walked forward with emotion, picked up the corpse, and quickly decomposed it. This world is actually quite good. At least strength is useful, and hard work is linked to the harvest. It's that silly boy who's actually farming. I don't know what interesting things he can grow. 0997. Yi Qian, do you want to eat fish? Ordinary carp and grass carp. They were caught by the flowers and plants at home. They left them specially for me. If you want to eat them, I'll give you 2. Yi Qian dug a puddle, put a dozen fish in it, and began to wonder whether he should stew one for breakfast. Of course, when you eat, you can't forget the old man. Luo Shan, 2 of the same kind. I told you, you're not the type to take care of them. It's clear they're taking care of you. You should at least improve your abilities. Luo Shan still kept complaining, but he was determined to get the fish. Even if the ingredients are of low quality, they are donated by the apprentice, so the taste is different. 0997. Yi Qian, I think I'm okay. I'll go out and find some good food for them later. Yi Qian caught 4 larger fish and traded them to Luo Shan. Then, he really began to reflect on whether he was not working hard enough. Since he had to go out to collect things later anyway, he might as well go down the mountain and take a look. If the rove butterfly was still there, he could give it a try now. Even if I can't beat. By holding up the water cover to prevent infection by toxins, we can lead the rove butterfly back home to be dealt with by the snake grass. This is still very reliable. Chapter 116. Going out. The tree roots are chasing the snake. Meow. The little tabby cat ate the stewed fish and was very happy with just a few pieces of fish meat. After we're full, we'll make another scarecrow and see how it goes. If it still doesn't catch bugs, we'll have to go find the eggs ourselves. Yi Qian was eating breakfast and looking at the scarecrow's countdown. There were still more than 10 minutes left. Next, I hope to catch bugs. After breakfast, Yi Qian made a new scarecrow after the previous one disappeared. Scarecrow, planting/assistance, catching insects, remaining labor time, 8 hours. Because it was just a gamble, and if it didn't work, he would do it himself, so Yi Qian didn't control the output of his mental power. After the scarecrow moved its arms and legs, a few leaves stretched out from its arms wrapped in grass, and it turned around the yard a few times. Probably because there were too many insect eggs, it took a few seconds for it to determine the direction and run out. Really running. The scarecrow looks silly and cute when it runs, but it's a pity that scarecrows are only limited in time. Meow. It wasn't the first time that little Lihua saw a scarecrow, but it was the first time that he ran. Curiously, it raised its head and stared at the direction the scarecrow was going. It looked at it a few more times and found that it was the same as before, going to the field, so it lost interest. Let's go out and take a look. Although it's not suitable to go out during a rainstorm, we won't go far. We'll just take a walk around the house. Yi Qian was still thinking about the rove butterfly, but after leaving the snake grass wall of the manor and walking out to see the rain washing away, he inexplicably felt a little worried. When it's not raining, there are rove butterflies. Who knows what strange things will appear after the heavy rain. But soon there will be no need to worry. He picked up a few straw mushrooms nearby, and while doing so, he was complaining about how there were still straw mushrooms under the trees during this heavy rain. After picking up these straw mushrooms and completing the collection task with an unidentified one, the friction sound of scales nearby attracted the attention of the little tabby cat. Meow. The little tabby cat bared its teeth and made a warning cry towards the inside of the grove. There's prey. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head. It was just alert but not angry, which meant that the problem was not serious. But just as he thought that there was no problem, he felt the cat hair in his hand suddenly stiffen. Meow. This time, the little tabby cat's cry was not only a little shrill, but also his whole body was trembling. Yi Qian didn't bother to check. He just held the little Lihua in his arms, and at the same time created a layer of water mist around himself. Wrapped in the oval-shaped water mist like an eggshell, Yi Qian and Xiao Lihua's breath was hidden, and they retreated carefully. There is flowing water on the hillside, and Yi Qian's attribute is water, so walking will not cause any fluctuations. But in the grove in front of him, the small trees seemed to have been harvested and fell down in one direction. Just when he finally retreated to the doorstep of his home, he finally saw what kind of creature was in the grove. A snake with a diameter of about half a meter is running for its life. It is unknown how big the snake behind it is. At present, only a few roots that are no smaller than the snake can be seen chasing it. White-scaled python. Level 1 mutant python. Swallows, squeezes, has no fixed abode, hunts on the move, actively attacks in the wild. Combat power estimated between 60 and 100. This is the message of the snake. Red-scale pine. Level 3 mutant plant. Entangled roots, piercing pine needles, high defense, strong territorial awareness, immobile wild creature. Combat power estimated between 300 to 400. Those roots are the roots of this red-scaled pine tree, and they are trying to catch the escaped white-scaled python. After these days of diving observation, the power division of mutated animals and plants can basically be understood. Level 1 mutant plants and animals, as long as they are capable of fighting, have a combat power between 1 and 100. Level 2 mutant plants and animals, with combat power between 100 and 300. Level 3 mutant plants and animals, with combat power between 300 and 600. With each higher level, the strength span doubles that of the previous level. Of course, it's not that there are no accidents at all, but the probability of an accident happening is very small. The combat power value you see when using the basic skills of the gathering and hunting secondary classes depends solely on the creature's inherent strength range. Currently, the range never exceeds 100. Meow. Little Lihua poked his little head out of Yi Qian's arms and looked at the tree roots and snakes that were still chasing him outside. He was a little confused about whether there was still any danger. The surrounding mist not only blocked their breath, but also made little Lihua lose her sense of the outside world. It's okay, I'll ask the snake grass if I want to eat it. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat's head, stretched out his hand, and put it close to the leaves of the snake grass. The key point now is whether the snake grass can be eaten. There is definitely no problem with the snake, but the main body of the red-scaled pine tree is a bit far away, and we can't chase it down the mountain to find it at the moment, so we can only cut off a few roots. I'll lure them over here. Yi Qian handed the little lycanthus to the snake-bewitching grass and removed the mist around himself. Sure enough, the next moment, he led the white-scaled python over. This snake is quite fat. It's time for an extra meal. When Yi Qian saw the white-scaled python coming over, the heavy rain around him turned into a net, tied up the white-scaled python, and threw it into the yard. The white-scaled python that had been chasing for so long suddenly disappeared, and the roots of the red-scaled pine began to attack Yi Qian. However, before its attack could even reach Yi Qian, it was swept up by the leaves of the snakeweed. Multiple leaves wrapped around a root system, and it attacked the tree roots directly. I'm now very sure that I'm not the one supporting you. Yi Qian stood at the door, holding the little tabby flower that had jumped back into his arms again, watching the snake grass eating the grass ferociously, and suddenly thought of a sentence the old liar had said. First, you need to figure out, are you raising them, or are they raising you? It turns out that the old man is knowledgeable. The soul eater is here too. Go ahead and eat as much as you can. Just make sure you get home safely. Yi Qian watched the door open and the soul-eating rose seeds rolling out from inside, and guessed what kind of eating method this was. When they think it is feasible, Yi Qian will not stop them because he doesn't think he understands it better than them. Meow. Little Lihua looked at the seeds of the soul-eating rose, which were eaten by one of the tree roots. She pulled Yi Qian's hand uncertainly, waiting anxiously for the soul-eating rose to come back. But this time, the tree roots had withered, the leaves of the snake grass had retracted, and it did not see the soul-eating rose coming back. Chapter 117, Fang Rabbit Ear Hat? Manor Random Event. Completed. Manor Random Reward Treasure Chest. Yi Qian was standing outside the gate, holding the cat and waiting for the soul-eating rose to come back, when he suddenly received a reward prompt for completing a random event. The treasure chest fell into his hands, and Yi Qian chose to open it directly. Open the Manor's Random Reward Treasure Chest. Cherry Blossom Saplings X10. Level 1 Cherry Blossom Sapling. Green quality, ornamental plant, no special effects. Are you here for viewing? Yi Qian looked at the 10-20 centimeter tall saplings in his hand and wondered if the random rewards from this manor would only be this kind of decorations. However, if you synthesize green quality seeds, you should be able to get some good harvest. 9 cherry blossom saplings, green. 9 rabbit ear grass leaves, green. 1 coarse cloth, green. Craftable, 100 crafting success rate, 50 mutation, 25 plant, 10 equipment, 10 accessory, 5 unknown. In order to increase the mutation rate to 50, Yi Qian spent 95 survival points on consignment and bought a piece of coarse cloth to put on it. With the infusion of mental power, a small sapling was synthesized and fell into Yi Qian's palm with a flash of green light. It looks no different from a cherry blossom sapling. Level 1 cherry sapling, green quality, growth range 5 by 5, plantable, yield-bearing, perennial mutant plant. A small cherry tree sapling. The fruits of production-type mutant plants will have certain special effects, which are definitely not inferior to those of reproduction-type plants. After all, the reproductive plants he had obtained so far only produced seeds of ordinary species. Not bad. Let's try another one and see what comes out. Yi Qian put the sapling away, leaving behind a cherry blossom sapling, 9 pieces of rabbit ear grass leaves, and then went to buy a piece of coarse cloth. Sakura rabbit ear hat, equipment/hat, green quality, defense 18, agility +10, durability 100, pink rabbit ears for more agility. This is a synthetic direction that Yi Qian had never thought of. Even if I thought there was a chance of getting equipment, but why is it such a strange direction? Bunny ears, pink, with white fur, and a bunny ear hat. If he could have thought of this possibility, he would never have put rabbit ear grass in it. Originally, rabbit ear grass was used as a supplementary material to stack the percentages. Lihua, look at this, let's sell it. Yi Qian took the equipment, which was called a hat, but actually consisted of only rabbit ears and a headband, and moved closer to show it to Xiao Lihua. Meow. Little Lihua looked at the rabbit ears in front of him, scratched them with his little paws, and raised his head to look at Yi Qian curiously. It recognizes this thing, It has a large collection of them at home, but this one is different from the others. If you don't like playing, then I'll just sell it. Seeing that little Lihua was not interested, Yi Qian rubbed the kitten's head, then opened the auction and hung up the pair of rabbit ear hats. Although he doesn't have a hat to wear at the moment, he still can't accept such cute items. However, he found the equipment a bit annoying, but some people were very interested in it. 0996. Mu Muyi. Individual rabbit ear hat. Is Xiao Xiao busy? Go check it out. Someone has put up a rabbit ear over at the auction. It's a crimson, fluffy rabbit ear with special attributes. After Yi Qian put on the Fang rabbit ear hat, he first looked at the chat channel. When someone mentioned this peculiarly shaped hat, he went to look at the manor owner channel. Maybe that girl Lu Xiao Xiao is a fan of the cute style? 0012. Zhang Wei, group of bunny ear hat, crimson cherry blossom color. Who made this equipment? Regardless of its attributes, I just want to know how this thing was made. It's outrageous. 0996. Mu Muyi. Individual, maybe they have a special manufacturing method. Look how beautiful it is. It's a pity that I'm grown up now. If I were a teenager, I would have spent any money to get it back. 0002. Hui Yin Yin. Individual, it's possible now. I'll go take a picture and give it to you to wear for fun. 0996. Mu Muyi. Individual, hey. Who told you to go take the photo? I just asked Xiao Xiao to go take the photo, and you went again? You're deliberately causing trouble. 0002. Hui Yin Yin. Individual, then I won't shoot. In the manor owner's chat channel, several messages popped up. After Yi Qian saw them, he couldn't help but switch to the auction interface and take a look at the current bid. The starting price is 500 survival points, and it has now been auctioned to 4,500. I don't know if it is the price that was raised by this person, or if there are really many people who like this equipment. The price continued to rise, and it only slowed down after reaching 5,200. Only about 10 minutes had passed since Yi Qian put it up for auction. 0012. Zhang Wei, group I wonder if Brother Yi has read the chat. He's so busy every day. After the topic of rabbit ears was temporarily over, number 1 Zhang Wei suddenly appeared and started thinking about Yi Qian. 11,111 Xinhong. Group the planning department should be quite busy. It's raining heavily, so there's more water here, and there might be water rushing there. It's obvious it won't be easy. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Individual, he has a water-based ability, so he can just control the water and throw it out. My family has woven an upside-down funnel out of vines, and all the rainwater flows out of the manor. 0002. Hui Yin Yin. Individual, you have decades of experience. How shameless of you to let a newly awakened learn your operation methods. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual, I just went out and caught a snake. Things are okay at home. The ditch I dug earlier can still be used. Yi Qian sent a message, stood at the door holding the cat, waiting for the soul-eating rose to come back. 11,111 Xinhong. Group snakes do come out and run around on rainy days. I caught 2 here too. Let me tell you, my little rabbit eats snakes raw. I'm starting to suspect there's something wrong with the rabbit ear grass I bought before. Now that I can't buy that, it actually started eating the meat when I wasn't paying attention. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual rabbit ear grass leaves. Yi Qian didn't want to say what he had at home, but since this person said there was something wrong with the rabbit ear grass leaves, he had to ask. What's so strange about rabbits eating meat? They are mutant rabbits, so it's normal for them to eat humans. His rabbit ear grass is not to blame. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group I have reason to suspect that the rabbit ear grass leaves were sold by Brother Yi. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual, well, I have a rabbit ear grass plant at home. Recently, I have some feed-eating animals at home, so I haven't put it up for sale. 11,111 Xinhong. Group sell me some. My little rabbit is always interested in those rabbit ears. He used to enjoy eating them. Now that there's nothing else to eat, he'll just gnaw on anything he sees. He's even started eating snake meat. I'm worried that next time he gets bored, he'll take a few bites of me to try it out. Xinhong said he was very sad, and after sending the message, he directly sent a friend request to Yi Qian. However, there was no response after he sent the message. After a while, he remembered that this person did not read the friend request and did not seem to have turned on the reminder. But when he tried to look for Yi Qian again on the manor owner's channel, he found that Yi Qian was silent again. At this time, Yi Qian was squatting at the gate of his house, holding the soul-eating rose, which had had a full meal, evolved a bit, and then quietly slipped back through the hollowed-out tree roots. Chapter 118. The soul-eating rose is full. I'm so full. Yi Qian held the dizzy rose root in his arms and looked at the wilted branch. Although he knew it was inappropriate, he couldn't help laughing out loud. I ate quite a lot, and I was stuffed. It's true, I'm overwhelmed by too much energy. Level 3 mutation soul-eating rose. Purple quality, mutant plant, anesthesia, hunting, flying thorns, abnormal promotion. Excess energy cannot be fully digested, can be slowly restored after dormancy, and can be combed and adjusted to promote digestion. The rose roots cannot germinate normally, but it can still sense the emotions conveyed by Yiqian. The wilted leaves stood up twice, but because their condition was really not good, they lay down again weakly. Meow. Little tabby cat also joined in the fun, and tentatively touched it with its little paws, but was hit by the soft branch as soon as it touched it. There was no strength, so the beating didn't hurt, and it made the little tabby cat even more interested. Fortunately, Yiqian was still here. He grabbed little Lihua and put her back in his arms, preventing Rose from being angered by the cat's claws. Snake-loving grass, I'll leave the housekeeping to you. I'll go back and see how I can help the soul-eating rose solve its overeating problem. Yiqian touched the leaves of the snake grass, said hello, and went into the house, holding the soul-eating rose, which had tried to stand up several times but failed each time, and went under the eaves. The heavy rain continued. Yiqian sat under the eaves with his open umbrella tied to a water rope and floating above the house. He also let the little tabby cat into the house to play with it. You're already full. Will drinking this water make you even fuller? In his hand, a ball of water was wrapped around the roots of the rose. Yiqian was not sure if it would work, but he had no other choice. This is the same method used to treat sick cubs, allowing the water to penetrate into the roots of the roses little by little. The branch was wilted and unresponsive until the misted water had absorbed about half the size of the root system, and it was finally able to stand up. Not only did the branch stand up, but the roots that had been curled up and unable to stretch also suddenly erupted. Soul Eater, I know you like me, but it's better not to be tied up like this. Yiqian helplessly poked the white roots that were wrapped around him with his fingers. The roots that suddenly grew out were like a net, entangling his arms and legs. The ones I grow at home have no ill intentions, and the roots are soft and docile, but the feeling of being entangled is still quite strange. Meow. Little Tabby jumped down from the windowsill, scratching at the roots with its little paws and slapping them as if to make them let go. The soul-eating rose, which was blocked by energy, now feels relieved and is in a playful mood. Several roots were twisted and woven into a slide. The kitten was put on it after being pulled, and it floated and could slide back and forth. Before, the little tabby often played like this on the leaves of the snake grass. At that time, its root system was not so developed, and the leaves and thorns on the branches could not be learned to play. Now it's finally possible. Meow, meow, meow. The little tabby cat was frightened at first, but then realized that it was being asked to play, and immediately started to play happily. You guys really know how to have fun. Yiqian smiled and patted the rose roots on his body. After he had collected most of the roots, leaving only the few that were playing with little Lihua, he quietly separated a thin one and came over to hook his finger. I'm not scared. I just didn't expect your evolution to have such a developed root system. Feeling the slight apology conveyed by the soul-eating rose, Yiqian shook his fingers and conveyed a gentle and happy response. I'm a little surprised, but not really, really not. Received a private message from friend 0012, Zhang Wei. Just when Yiqian was coaxing the arrogant little Rose and was about to watch Rose play with the cat, another private message came. 0012, Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, Qin Heng is going crazy. If you have time, come to the Manor Master channel and take a look. Number 1 Zhang Wei's private message was to tell Yiqian to leave a definite message for a guy who went crazy for a few blades of grass. That guy is really going crazy for his bastard. 0997. Yiqian, I'll go take a look. Yiqian didn't expect that after he said something, he became busy again and ignored the rabbit ear grass leaves that the person mentioned. 11,111 Qin Heng. Group he ignores me. He ignores me. He ignores me. 11,111 Qin Heng. Group, I know you guys are friends with him. Please help me find him. My rabbits have started eating meat, and I want to buy some rabbit ears from him. 11,111 Qin Heng. Group Mumu, Huahua, Lele, Xiao Xiao Wei Wei. 11,111 Qin Heng. Group, you guys are ignoring me. Please pay attention to me. Please pay attention to me. Please don't ignore me. Help me find him. 555, 5555. 11,111 Qin Heng. Group bad people. You are all bad people. You don't help me. You all bully my rabbit. Yiqian opened the main channel of the manor, and when he saw the jumping message, his first feeling was to turn it off. Qin Heng, as for his personality, is quite cheerful. But this is indeed his problem. If he doesn't take care of it, the others will come and complain. 0997. Yi Qian, individual, I'm coming. I just had a small problem at home, and I just finished it. I accepted your friend request. You should take a break. Yi Qian replied with a message, then opened the friend request and quickly approved it. In addition to Qin Hangs, there are also Lu Xiaoxiao and Feng Feng's. At least this situation won't happen again. He never thought that this old man. Maybe he was right. Anyway, the message he sent made people feel a little uncomfortable. 11,111 Qin Hong. Yi Qian, do you have any rabbit ear grass leaves at home? Give me a few, and I'll find something else of the same quality to exchange with you. Okay. After his friend approved it, Qin Hong didn't delay at all and quickly sent a private message to Yi Qian. The key point is the leaves of rabbit ear grass. 0997. Yi Qian, there are about 100 left. How many do you want? It's not that I don't want to sell Yi Qian at all, but I've recently gotten used to using rabbit ear grass leaves as a synthetic auxiliary material, so I've put them aside. Now that someone wants to exchange it for one of the same quality, let's do it. Moreover, those in my own fields are about to mature, so it's no problem to replace the remaining 100 or so. 11,111 Qin Hong. Can you exchange them for 60? My little bastard can choose several every day. I have 20 lantern flowers, 20 red heart fruits, and 20 jade beads. Is that okay with you? Qin Hong didn't plan to use survival points to buy it, because Yi Qian didn't put it up for sale, which meant that he didn't lack the money. But when it comes to materials, no one will complain about having too much. As a collector, he actually has quite a lot of green quality materials. Chapter 119 Skill Upgrading Costs Money. Lantern flower, green plant-based, flower, can be extracted, crafted, and processed. Red heart fruit, green plant fruit. Dexterity +3, lasts 30 minutes. Edible, craftable, processable, and extractable. Emerald bead, green plant fruit. Speed +4.5, lasts 30 minutes. Edible, craftable, processable, and extractable. 3 materials, 20 of each. After the exchange, Yi Qian took these materials and thought about how to synthesize them better. Meow. After playing for a while, the little tabby cat jumped to Yi Qian's side, meowed, and climbed onto his legs. Not playing anymore. Yi Qian smoothed the fur of the little tabby cat, then looked at the soul-eating rose, which had untied its roots and taken root, and started to grow, and stretched out his hand in front of him. The branches of the soul-eating rose stretched out, and soon it grew to more than 1 meter high again, with a flower bud swaying. The snake plant that had been watching nearby came over, stretched out a leaf, and suddenly hit the rose branch. The beaten soul-eating rose turned its branches in confusion, and several sharp thorns fell off. It locked onto the leaves of the snake grass that were about to hit it, as if it would fight back if it was hit again. Okay, snake love grass is worried about you. Yi Qian looked at the two who were about to fight, and helplessly grabbed one of them with one hand to mediate between them to prevent them from really fighting. Skill, plant communication, upgradable. Do you want to consume 10,000 survival points to upgrade? Yi Qian was still coaxing the two when he suddenly received a warning. Is this experience full? To upgrade, besides experience points, you also need survival points? However, even if it costs money, it is necessary to upgrade. Skill, plant communication, level up, current level 2. Skill, plant communication, can communicate with mutant plants. Current level is 2. Skill consumption is reduced by 90. There are no other changes to the skills, except that the consumption has been reduced to only 1/10 of the original amount. This consumption really needs to be reduced. When Yi Qian reached the 3rd level of snake grass, he felt a little uncomfortable with the consumption problem. I was originally worried that I would have to wait until my mental strength became many times stronger before I could stop worrying about the consumption of these skills. Now, there is no need to worry at all. When Yi Qian stretched out his hand, snake grass came over, exchanged some emotions, and then went away happily to play by itself. The soul-eating rose touched the leaves of the snake grass, and after confirming that the snake grass's consciousness was not there, the leaves immediately stood up. 2 thorns protruded from under the leaves, and the branch was tilted, as if it was thinking about whether to prick the snake grass twice now. How about you go find it, and play with it alone for a while? Yi Qian poked the leaves of the soul-eating rose, telling it that if it wanted to play, it could go find some snake-loving grass by the courtyard wall to play with. When he wasn't looking, the two of them probably fought a lot. Anyway, if he can't see it, just pretend it doesn't exist. At least he won't hurt the other person. Meow. Little Lihua lay on Yi Qian's legs, watching the soul-eating rose running away. His cat eyes widened. Even though he could understand, he still couldn't help feeling a little confused. It went to play with the snake grass. Let's take a break. We still have some things to do in the afternoon. Yi Qian held the cat, smoothed its fur, and rubbed its head twice, then sat under the eaves and began to meditate and practice. During the practice, there was a little mist around. As the mental power fluctuated, the surrounding raindrops also became slightly distorted. Meow. The little tabby boy lay on Yi Qian's legs, turning over and over to look at it. When the rain stopped falling and turned into small ropes of water, it widened its eyes and raised its little paw several times, then suppressed its curiosity and used the other paw to push itself back. Phew, this feels so comfortable. Yi Qian practiced for half the morning. When he woke up, he felt relaxed physically and mentally. He smiled and lowered his head to look at the sleeping little Lihua. This time of training, he gained some insights, and the numerical display showed that his special ability increased by another 2 points. From 102 to 104. In comparison, these 2 points are not much, but most of the time before, I relied on strengthening liquid, which is different from practicing by myself. There was a limit to how much strengthening fluid could be used, and his cultivation was a matter of adjusting his own time. As long as the fields at home were not in trouble, he could spend the entire day improving himself. Meow. Little Lihua woke up when Yi Qian held it up and stood up. It tilted its head, raised its little paw and scratched Yi Qian's chin, then rubbed its ears in some confusion, and finally crawled into Yi Qian's clothes. It was almost led away by the strange thing in the rain, but it still controlled itself, so it is actually very powerful. I'm having braised carp for lunch. I haven't had it in ages, so I'm not sure if I can cook it properly. But you're not picky, are you? Yi Qian patted little Lihua's head, then, carrying the cat and holding an umbrella, went to the newly dug fish pond and took out a large carp. He scaled and gutted it, cleaned it, and then heated the pan and added the pork. There wasn't a lot of seasoning, but it was just enough. Onions, ginger, and garlic are also sold by players. Compared with vegetables and grains, they are a little more expensive, but they are only used as seasonings. A cleaned carp, cut into pieces, heated oil, and added ingredients into the pan. Along with the sizzling sound, the heat of oil smoke and the smell of fireworks drifted away. The lighter rain could not stop the transmission of these smells. When Yi Qian finished cooking and was about to start eating, a system prompt message appeared again. Manor reminder. A friend appears outside your manor gate. The same prompt came last time, but the player who gave the prompt that time was a friend this time. But there was no need to think too much about this. Yi Qian could be sure that it was that silly kid who came. You came here at dinner time. Aren't you just here to eat for free? Yi Qian walked to the gate with curiosity to see what this person was doing there. However, when he opened the door and saw this silly child holding a 2-meter-long fish in his hand and looking at him with an aggrieved expression, he understood. This guy, I told him last time that there would be no such thing as mental changes. How long has it been now? You jumped directly from the 15-year-old stage to the 3-year-old stage, right? However, this silly kid is not stupid. He knows that if he wants to eat for free, he should grab some food on the way and bring it back. Chapter 120 Number 2 Zhang Wei. I am really wronged. Brother Yi, I can't cook. Suddenly, the little friend, Yao's mind jumped back to the state of 3 years old. In the drizzle, he stared at the gate of Yi Qian's house. Now that the door was open and the person was in front of him, he began to feel a little scared. Come in, lunch is almost ready. Is this the fish you caught on the way? Yi Qian turned around and walked inside, calling the silly child to come in. However, the blue-quality carp, plus the fact that the boy's clothes were tattered and there were some damages that seemed to have appeared recently. He had reason to guess that the child took a bath in the river before going up the mountain and was hit by the fish. The house collapsed, the clothes my uncle gave me were torn, and I had nowhere to go. Fan Liao held the fish in one hand and dragged it into the gate. Although his mind has degenerated, his memory has not disappeared and his strength has not decreased. There are just some differences in verbal expression and thinking patterns, and the use of one's own strengths may not be as flexible. The house was buried by a landslide, and the basket, which didn't contain many good things to begin with, was also lost. The new equipment his uncle had bought a few days ago was damaged and covered in mud when he ran out of the unstable mountains. So when he got to the river at the foot of the mountain, he thought about washing it clean so as not to be disliked, and then he caught a fish that should be delicious. You're unlucky too. Have you told your uncle? Yi Qian led his men into the yard and looked at the white snake that was still left at home and had not been dealt with. Now he had gotten another fish, so there would be plenty of meat to eat in the short term. However, the other child came to their home, and this child's parents didn't say anything. Could it be that they didn't know anything at all? I didn't dare to say it. My uncle told me to find a place that wouldn't collapse, but I didn't. Stopping, Fan Liao lowered his head and explained in a low voice. Even though I couldn't see his expression, I could hear the sadness and worry in his voice. No one can guarantee this kind of thing. You didn't build that mountain, so how could he be angry with you for this? Don't worry, go sit down and rest for a while. I'll pack these things and talk to your uncle. How can you raise a child like this? You obviously don't know how to be a parent. Yi Qian, who had never been a parent, skillfully reached out and rubbed the silly child's head twice, and the shoulder-length black hair became dry in an instant. Then I patted his shoulder. His shirt was dry, and his pants. Forget about the pants. After all, this person's physique is not that of a real child. I'd better wait and ask Brother Zhang to buy some clothes for him to change into. My uncle is very good. Fan Liao obediently walked to the eaves, sat down, and didn't dare to move, but he still emphasized seriously that his uncle was not a bad person. Be nice to him, better than anyone else. I see. Your uncle is a very good man, but being a good person doesn't necessarily mean he behaves better. It can also cause psychological burdens. This is something we adults need to consider. What you need to do now is rest. After you've rested, we'll eat. For lunch, we'll have braised carp. Yi Qian is quite confident in his ability to coax a well-behaved child. After arranging the people and taking a rest, he took the time to chat with Brother Zhang while dealing with the corpses of snakes and fish. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. That child. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. Brother Yi, I really didn't put any pressure on him. After the accident when he was 3 years old, he finally survived. How could I dare to set any goals for him? I just told him before that the mountain he lived on had to be solid and wouldn't collapse, so that he could live there safely and for a long time. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. I'll buy some pure cotton clothes first. The house will have to wait. Until his mind recovers. I'd like to trouble you, Brother Yi, to help take care of him. I'll take care of his food and accommodation, and we must also pay for his daily care. 0039, Zhang Wei 2. It's Yao Yao, that kid. He's really a bit sensitive. Brother Yi, please bear with me. If you feel down, tell me. I'm working hard on hunting. Oh, and take the bear cub first. Yao Yao said he and the cub can play together. Number 2 Zhang Wei moves very quickly. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian was given an application for exchange, which included clothes, some simple daily necessities, and some food and ingredients. By the way, a silly black bear cub was also placed there. Yao Yao, go change your clothes first, then we'll have dinner. And this little black guy will play with you. Yi Qian returned to the eaves, put the large bag of items he had received downstairs, and threw the little black bear cub directly into Fan Liao's arms. This wasn't the first time he'd seen this little thing. After the exchange, it must have been familiar with his scent, as it actually grabbed his collar and tried to get into his arms. Can this be easily put into your arms? With Xiao Lihua's sense of smell, if he smells the scent of the black bear cub in his arms, he might mistakenly think that the bear cub is his own. Brother Yi, it eats more than me. Fan Liao held the little black bear cub in his arms, and they looked at each other with similar dull expressions in their eyes. When he confirmed that the little black bear was really going to live with him, his first reaction was that he was in trouble. If you eat too much, you will be hated. He himself is not hungry, but the little black bear cub has no control over his eating. It's okay. Eat as much as you can. Your uncle provided meat and snacks, and I have some vegetables at home. It should last for a long time. Yi Qian felt a little sad, but still smiled gently and turned back to continue processing the ingredients. Thinking about Yao Yao's nervousness, he didn't know what kind of situation could make a child who should have been raised in a pampered environment have such worries and fears. Afraid of being disliked, afraid of being rejected. Chapter 121, The Greedy Black Bear Cub. Meow. Little Lihua lay on the windowsill, looking at the little black bear who was pretending to take a walk in the house, but his target was obviously the gourd. He was curious about what this guy was trying to do. Hey, don't touch that. Fan Liao just went in and found a sheltered place to change his clothes, and did not go further into the house. Now, as soon as he put on his clothes, he looked back and found that the little black bear cub was very close to the strange gourd. After he shouted, the little black bear cubs that were originally moving forward quietly suddenly huddled together on the spot and rolled back to Fan Liao's feet. This reaction, this speed, this way. Not only was the little tabby cat on the windowsill stunned, but Yi Qian, who heard the little tabby cat's cry and came over to take a look, was also dumbfounded. Meow. Little Lihua turned around and stared at Yi Qian again and again. It also wants to play this rolling game. Lihua, bear cubs have thick skin. Your fur is not suitable for playing like this. Yi Qian didn't want to know how Fan Liao trained the bear cub. He was just worried that his own cat cub would not learn bad things. Meow. Little Lihua didn't understand, but as long as Yi Qian played with it, it wouldn't worry about anything else. Brother Yi, the bear cub likes to eat honey. I shouldn't have brought it into the house. Fan Liao held the bear cub in his arms, bowed his head, and admitted his mistake honestly. When he walked out, he carefully closed the door, probably to prevent the black bear cub from sneaking in again. It's okay. It can't touch the honey. You don't have to be so careful. Although it's different here than at home. But you don't have to be afraid. If there's anything you can't do, I'll tell you in advance. For example, don't go down the well, don't go into the fields, and don't destroy the plants and animals that can move in my home. Yi Qian originally wanted to say, although it's different, you can also relax a little. But he found that when he said that this place was different from Fan Liao's own home, the boy's eyes actually lit up. So he changed the subject and simply talked about what should not be done. These few creatures in our family that have spiritual awareness, as well as those in the fields, cannot be destroyed by this kid in a moment of excitement. Okay, let's eat first. After dinner, it's time to prepare your new place. Your uncle said it will take a while to prepare the house. I don't know what kind of house he plans to prepare. If it uses very advanced parts, it would be best to assemble it. I'm not very good at building with building blocks. Seeing that Fan Liao's eyes just flashed, but there was no further expression, Yi Qian didn't continue to let him worry about it. He asked them to sit down and wait while he served the braised carp, which didn't look particularly good, but still tasted delicious. He also brought out some dried meat snacks and some pickles. Except for the fish, which he cooked, the rest were sent by Brother Zhang. The fish itself is ordinary, and the quality of the fish is only green, while the other snacks and pickles are basically blue quality. Of course, it's not so luxurious as to be of purple quality. The ones I prepared for the little bear were to save its life, and the meat I got a few days ago was also for life-saving purposes. Under normal circumstances, it is not possible to eat purple quality ingredients as ordinary meals. Tasty. Fan Liao held the chopsticks in one hand and the steamed bun and the bowl in the other hand, which felt a bit awkward at first. But after seeing Yi Qian eating like this, and quite easily, he slowly relaxed and found that it was actually not difficult. While eating the fish that Yi Qian directly picked up from his bowl, he already had a baby face, and now he smiled more like a child. In some ways, he is indeed a child now. Meow. Seeing that Yi Qian always paid attention to the one next to him, the little tabby girl tilted her head and barked twice to attract Yi Qian's attention. On the other side, the little black bear cub also got a small portion of the fish tail. He pressed the plate with his 2 paws, glanced at the little tabby cat from time to time, and then slowly took a bite, imitating the little cat. But it was not a kitten after all. Even if it tried to eat slowly, it still finished the entire fish tail with meat and bones in just a few bites. The little black bear cub lay on the floor, raised its head listlessly, looked at Yi Qian with its small eyes, and cried pitifully. It's not full, it's still hungry. Eat something else. How about steamed buns soaked in fish soup? Yi Qian picked up the dried meat and shook it. The little black bear cub had probably eaten these dried meat snacks before, so he had no interest in them at all. Seeing it staring at the big plate of fish, Yi Qian understood. This is why I want to eat fish, and it's the one he made freshly. But there was only one fish, and after the 2 people, the cat and the bear divided it. All that was left were the fish bones and the fish head, as well as a thin layer of oil on the plate. It's not picky about food, and my uncle can't cook. Fan Liao was eating happily. At this moment, he tilted his head and looked at Yi Qian, then told him a piece of information which he didn't know whether it was a secret or not. That old man Zhang couldn't even cook basic meals. It's true that he raised his child from a young age, but the food he ate was delivered to him on a regular basis, and the food had very healthy nutritional proportions. I think I understand. Yi Qian looked at the fish he had made, which was oily and salty, and probably understood. People who have grown up eating high-quality healthy food might find it completely unacceptable when they encounter ordinary people's food made by him, or they might find it very attractive even though his technique is not very good. After all, I've never eaten this before. These are all yours. After everyone had eaten their fill, Yi Qian opened 2 steamed buns, broke them into pieces, and placed them on the plate containing the fish. He then poured the fish, along with the fish head and bones, into the plate prepared for the little bear cub. The tableware used for serving food will also be used to serve food. Everyone has their own plates and bowls. Cats and pandas are treated the same and are cleaned by their respective owners. After the little black bear cubs finished eating, Yi Qian took his and Xiao Lihua's tableware and directly drew a ball of water from the drizzle. The ball of water circled the tableware twice and washed it clean. After finishing, he looked at Fan Liao, smiled, and looked at him, waiting for him to react as if asking for help or asking where to wash the dishes. However, what Yi Qian didn't expect was that this person also imitated him, and with his awkward movements, he attracted a large ball of water and almost sucked people into it while washing dishes. However, Fan Liao's attribute direction does not seem to be water-related at all. This operation method is more like a routine simulation, not a real water-related ability. But because he found out that it was not the case, Yi Qian was even more surprised. Chapter 122. Being a therapist is really hard, and it also involves mental healing. What kind of system are you? After Fan Liao dispersed the messy water, Yi Qian asked curiously. It's not water, but it can control water, so can other things do the same? Interesting, quite an amazing ability. My uncle said I can't tell anyone. When Fan Liao heard the question, his first reaction was to quickly stop and lower his head. His abilities cannot be discussed, as talking too much will cause trouble. Then don't tell me. It's okay. Everyone has some secrets. Seeing his reaction, Yi Qian sighed helplessly and stopped forcing the child to talk too much. But when Fan Liao heard his sigh, it was like a scene that was once so familiar that it was frightening that it resurfaced. Brother Yi, do you also think I'm annoying? 55555. I'm disobedient, ignorant, and naughty. Fan Liao lowered his head, tears first falling, and then he couldn't help but burst into tears. The crying scared both little Lihua and the bear cub. The soul-eating rose, which had just returned from playing around, had no idea what human crying meant. It staggered towards the door, dragging a few roots along. No, cry if you want to. I cried a lot when I was a kid, and I cried several times when I was 18. It's okay, cry. Your uncle is not here, and those people from the past are not here either. If Brother Zhang heard Yi Qian's way of coaxing people, he would probably have a heart attack out of anger. But his comfort was indeed very useful to Fan Liao. After holding the stunned black bear cub and crying for a long time, Fan Liao finally started to speak with a wronged look on his face. My uncle said that men shouldn't cry. Crying won't solve any problems, and you can't cry even if you're wronged. Fan Liao lowered his head and leaned on the little bear cub's head, talking about some things between him and his uncle. Not long after he was born, he was sent to his uncle. His earliest memories were of him and his uncle depending on each other for survival. Occasionally, someone would bring gifts to his uncle, and they would have lots of delicious food and the toys he wanted. Although there were some dangers, his uncle always protected him well, better than any other biological father he met later. However, when he was 9 years old, after an accident, his uncle took him back to a place where there were many people. After that, he began to come into contact with many people and heard many different things. After he returned, there were many people who were said to be protecting him, but those people only restricted his range of movement. When someone rushed in to beat him, those people did not stop them. The old woman stepped on his face and said that he was a monster who should have died from birth and should not have existed in the first place. Before that, he didn't even know to fight back when being hit. It was not until the old woman grabbed a knife and tried to kill him that he subconsciously threw her out. However, after my uncle returned home, everyone said that he was the one who wanted to kill my uncle's relatives. He didn't kill anyone, and he didn't hurt anyone, but everyone started saying it was his fault. Even his uncle did not refute him, but just moved him to another place to live. After a few more years, he learned a lot of knowledge and also knew who the old woman was. That was my uncle's mother, his biological grandmother. So, at that time, my uncle chose to ignore the matter and divert it, only planning to take more precautions in the future. After learning part of the story, he began to block out all the malicious words around him and practiced diligently every day, until later, he became possessed. He jumped into the volcano's roiling lava while he was conscious. He knew that his uncle was not far away and would catch up with him in a while, but he just wanted to jump at that moment. He wanted to let his uncle see clearly how those so-called relatives who needed his tolerance to appease him were driving him to death step by step. Sadly, he didn't die, he came back to life. Actually, I've always known that everyone hates me. My uncle gave up the position of head of the family he had fought for decades to save my life. I'm just an annoying bad kid. Fan Liao's consciousness gradually blurred as she cried. Sometimes she seemed like the innocent and naive 3-year-old, sometimes like the proud and arrogant 9-year-old, and sometimes like the despair of 15-year-old. Everyone has people and things they care about the most. Since he can give up so much for you, in his heart, you are his child. Have a good cry. Cry out your grievances, vent your anger, sadness, despair, pain, madness. Yi Qian felt that he was becoming more and more adept at fooling people. A gentle mist emerged and surrounded Fan Liao, comforting the young man who was struggling in pain in a safer way. Under the cover of mist, Fan Liao's arms slowly relaxed, and the little black bear cub, who had just been held tightly and dared not move, was finally able to run out temporarily to catch his breath. They are nominally nephew and uncle, but in reality they are more like foster father and son, who ignores whose feelings, And who doesn't understand whose grievances? Yiqian didn't want to make any comments on this matter. All I can say is that sometimes there is no perfect solution. Previously, it was just said that Fan Liao disappeared in the sea at the age of 9 and was later found. But how could such a healthy child disappear? This is the key point. Giving up power and status to save the child's life, but the loss of power and status gives people the opportunity to kill the child again. But no matter how difficult it was for this old father, as a child, Fan Liao was brought into an environment full of hostility and hatred without knowing anything about the inside story. It was inevitable that he would have an emotional breakdown. So what can we do? Just coax him. After all, Brother Zhang is quite wealthy and well off in this world. He's now working hard to earn money and acquire resources for his child. As a medical doctor, I only need to treat and comfort the child. Of course, this child is emotionally agitated, but in Yiqian's opinion, he is really well behaved. If Yiqian had been left in his rural hometown, his self-awareness and his familiarity would have. I guess, it won't be about going back to be bullied, but the two of them will fight back together. Brother Yi, I'm not a water type. I'm a copy. Fan Liao's voice sounded a little confused. After crying and making a fuss, he just wanted to relax and have a good sleep. But before falling asleep, he remembered the question he had said he couldn't answer. Copying, it's a very powerful ability, but it's this ability that will be very hard. Yiqian's voice passed through the mist and reached the ears of the person who was about to fall asleep. It's not hard for me. It's my uncle who's hardworking. He wants to protect me from any special people. He's afraid that I'll become a replacement for someone else by cloning before I even have a true self. Fan Liao's voice was very low. He was just responding subconsciously. He had already fallen asleep leaning against the wall under the eaves. The mist was still enveloping him, and the gentle breath of water isolated him from all external elements, allowing him to have a moment of respite and peace. Being able to copy all abilities also means having to bear the side effects of all abilities. Fire is flammable, water is cold, and metal is too sharp. While various elements can provide support, we must also pay attention to a balance. If we don't control them well, we will hurt ourselves. This is something that Lu Liuhua has talked about before. This kid, I know it's not easy for you all. It's not easy for me either. I'm going to complain to Brother Zhang again. The consumption this time is no less than the last time. As a therapist, it's really too difficult for me. Yiqian sat on the floor under the eaves and had to continue to keep the water mist stable. He stretched out his hands and hugged the cat and the panda that came over, then opened a private chat to talk to Brother Zhang, who had already sent him more than a dozen messages about the issue of medical expenses. So leading rose. It came back to take a look, observed for a while, and then ran to the top of the mountain to find snake grass and pay attention to the safety around the courtyard wall. Chapter 123 Yao Yao's Life Experience. Love Brain Hurts People. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, the house is ready. Please take it away. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Is there anything wrong again? Brother Yi, if you have something to say, just speak up. Don't scare an old man like me. 0039. Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi. A message came every once in a while. After he sent more than 10 messages, Yiqian finally replied. 0997. Yiqian, your Yao Yao is fine. He had a fit of rage, and I almost died of exhaustion. Yiqian leaned against the wall of the house, looking at the private chat interface. After sending the message, he was thinking about whether it would be profitable or lossful if he picked up a child and brought him home to raise. If you want to talk about trouble, it is definitely more troublesome, and it is not as good as the freedom of being alone. But the person is here with him, and he is obedient, well-behaved, and strong. There are also parents who give whatever they want and don't chase after the gifts. It's not that he suddenly changed his mind, it's really, their family gave too much. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. That child. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. Brother Yi, thank you for your hard work. How is he now? I'll go get some supplements. You should eat more later to nourish yourself. Number 2. Zhang Wei did not suspect that Yiqian was lying to him, because he knew very well what the situation was with his child. It was better when I was little, but later. In short, he did not take good care of the child, and he always admitted it. After the two chatted for a while, Yiqian simply explained the situation. Regarding the source of Fan Liao's mental trauma, some information was also supplemented after communicating with the patient's family. On the eve of her wedding, Brother Zhang's sister ran away with the young master of her archenemy's family. A year later, several families received the news and went to arrest people. They ran into each other and fought each other, causing many casualties. Then, When this couple who were crazy about love saw the blood spilled, they suddenly seemed to realize their own identity and responsibilities. She did something that shocked the Zhang family, the Fan family, and her ex-fiancé's family. The child was delivered on the spot by cesarean section, named, and then put aside. The couple announced together that they would end the hatred with their lives and died in each other's arms. This operation shocked not only the three families involved, but also Yi Qian. He saw the message sent by Brother Zhang and read it over and over again. After making sure that he had not misunderstood, he didn't know what to reply for a while. What a weird brain circuit. Anyway, the poor child was born prematurely, and his parents thought they were great because they died, but the resentment of these families towards his parents was transferred to the child. There's no such thing as harming babies, only eradicating those who hate you. Yet, the heir to the Zhang family, who should have shared the same hatred as the family, snatched up the child and ran away. This is how the subsequent events happened, which the young boy knew. People. Yi Qian sighed and looked at Fan Liao, who was leaning against the other side of the door and was already asleep. Family mode, school mode, sect mode, and the world he lived in the past. Of course, Yi Qian also admitted that he himself was abnormal in the eyes of many people. Meow. The little tabby felt that Yi Qian was unhappy, so he leaned over and rubbed his face. It's okay, I was just thinking, humans are very complex and difficult to understand. Yi Qian lowered his head, touched his forehead against Xiao Lihua's head, rubbed it, and laughed. He just listened to a story and expressed his feelings, and he wouldn't let it make him sad. The bear cub didn't understand, but he learned from the little tabby cat. However, the bear cub's fur is not soft at all and is a bit prickly. Okay, you're acting like I'm sad. Now you stay with Yao Yao. I'll take Lihua to look around and find a place for Yao Yao to settle down temporarily. Yi Qian patted the bear cub's head and placed it next to Fan Liao. Seeing that the bear cub was staying there obediently, Yi Qian took the cat out and looked around for a place to put the house. 0039. Zhangwei. 2. Brother Yi, keep the house and these supplements for now. If you need anything later, tell me. I don't even know how to send a message to Yao Yao right now. Please be more careful. Number 2 Zhang Wei soon sent another message to Yi Qian with an exchange request. After Yi Qian agreed, he put up the house that had been built for him, as well as some fruits and ingredients that he had just exchanged for. 0997. Yi Qian, brother, you are so polite. Yi Qian was being too polite, but he was not vague when he collected the things. There were more than a dozen purple-quality watermelons, large and small. It was a really large quantity, but Yi Qian believed that he should accept them. The exchange was completed, and a wooden house appeared in front of him. Yi Qian had to place the house in place. There was a flat area on the hillside behind his house. After some preparation, the foundation of the house was dug out, and then the whole house was placed down. The house is only about 40 square meters, half of which is a bedroom for rest with a comfortable soft and large bed, and the other half is a bathroom and shower room. There are windows on the front, back, left and right sides, and the house also has some cute decorations that children may like. Overall, it's quite cozy. After the house was put down and adjusted, Yi Qian returned to his door and woke up the sleeping Fan Liao. The house is ready for him, so he can go home and sleep if he wants. Brother Yi, I can learn to work. When Fan Liao woke up and saw his new residence, he felt happy for a moment, but then he became nervous again. It can be useful. Even if you didn't know it before, you can just learn it. We'll learn later. Go to bed first. I'll clean up. We'll have hot pot tonight. Let's try the fish you caught tonight. Yi Qian nodded, but did not let this person who had been crying and making a fuss and was in a very bad condition run around. Fan Liao, still as innocent as a child, obediently went into the new house, hugged his black bear cub, and continued to sleep. Yi Qian was still busy packing up. No matter if there was a temporary guest staying at his house or not, he had to do all the necessary things. In the seedling and breeding fields, the wheat is only a few hours away from entering the seed harvest period, but because of the rain, it cannot be touched today and will have to wait until tomorrow to be collected. But that sweet potato could not be kept, so the last 5 seedlings were pulled out and placed outside before the sweet potato completely rotted. This is all due to the setting. Yi Qian looked at the sweet potatoes placed on the ground, which were rotting rapidly in front of the naked eye. Although he knew the reason very well, he still felt that there were many complaints. Aside from the players themselves, all other animals and plants seemed to be under the spell of accelerated time. There are also combat pets raised by players, which seem to be exceptions, such as his little tabby cat and Brother Zhang's bear cub. Chapter 124. There is something delicious. I want to send one to the elderly at home. Brother Yi, I can make a fire. In the evening, Fan Liao took a nap and ran out to find Yi Qian. Seeing that he was preparing to cook, he ran over to help. Although he was a little clumsy, he squatted down, put the firewood in, and then made the flames ignite with a touch of his finger. It looked quite realistic. These are fish bones. Let's make some soup first, and then use the soup to dip the fish slices and vegetables. Yi Qian spoke naturally about what to do next. Although Brother Zhang gave a lot of things, the child was having a lot of fun. Well, it's delicious. I'll go catch some more. Brother Yi, I haven't copied your previous ability. It's just, I can't copy it. Squatting aside and slowly adding firewood, Fan Liao hesitated for a while, then looked up at Yi Qian and took the initiative to talk about his ability problem. His copy can copy many things, such as water, fire, earth, wood, or strengthen the burst. But some of them are not possible, as he can only copy a small part of his uncle's ability. As for Yi Qian's abilities, the one that could cause rainwater to wash dishes was fine, but the others could not be copied. It doesn't matter if we can't copy it. All we have to do here is live happily and peacefully. Yi Qian didn't think it was strange that his abilities couldn't be copied, because he was still in the learning and experimenting stage. Moreover, he really thought that it didn't matter even if it was copied, as long as it didn't make him lose his ability. But now it seems that I am overthinking it. I will have to continue thinking about it in the future. I told my uncle that I wanted to learn farming. He said I could learn if I wanted to, but I couldn't cause trouble for Brother Yi. Fan Liao, whose mind has returned to that of a child, can't stop talking, and he started talking from the moment he started stewing the soup. Even when they were eating, he was eating a large piece of fish and feeding the little furry boy beside him, but he didn't miss the opportunity to ask about the plant species in the manor. He had a good memory. After Yi Qian told him everything once, he could remember it, and could clearly identify the location of that piece of land. Make some hot pot for your uncle, some vegetables, and some soup, and then open an exchange application for him. Yi Qian tasted it and confirmed that it tasted good. When he prepared a portion for his old liar, he also taught Fan Liao to do the same. Uncle likes spicy food. Fan Liao started to learn how to cook it obediently, but he put a little more chopped chili into the big bowl. His uncle likes to eat this, so he remembers it. Well, pick something he likes to eat. Yi Qian felt in a good mood, so he prepared some more wild vegetables for his master, and also put in a watermelon that he had just bought today. It's a watermelon, but it's not just a watermelon. Purple striped sand heart fruit, purple plant-based, fruit, mental power restores plus 30, lasts 6 hours, edible, craftable, processable, and extractable. Brown skin, purple patterns, it looks like a watermelon when cut open, and it has a sandy flesh. However, it is the fruit of a mutated plant with special effects, so the name is completely different. 0001. Luo Shan. Good boy, I just sold a melon today, and you turned around and gave it back to me. How much money have you stolen from me? Luo Shan accepted the melon without hesitation, then ate his meal while holding the bowl, and complained that his apprentice was becoming more and more black-hearted. However, both the master and the apprentice profited. This feeling is really, inexplicably refreshing. 0997. Yi Qian, aren't you hunting? Why are you picking watermelons? Whose melon field did you steal from? Yi Qian was getting ready to eat again when he saw this private message. I can only say, what a coincidence. 0001. Luo Shan, what's wrong with me hunting? I saw some watermelons and wanted to pick a few to eat. Who knew they would be purple quality? I originally saved a few for you and planned to ask you about them tonight. It seems you don't need them anymore, so I'll give you something else. You can grow them for fun. They're a bit low level, but they can evolve if you take good care of them. Luo Shan looked at the little guys who were chewing melons in his yard, shook his head, and went back into the house. He found a few seeds he had just picked up this morning and gave them to Yi Qian. As for the melon that was originally prepared, he just left it there for him to eat. Pay attention, everyone. This is blue quality food after all. If you keep wasting it, I'll just throw it into the sea and let you hunt on your own. Thinking about his good disciple and looking at the melon he gave him, Luo Shan ate a bowl of fish meat, and then returned to the yard and threw all the little brats into the water tank. While sweeping the yard with a broom, he scolded these little guys for being ignorant. In response to his sudden temper, the little dragon cubs huddled together in the 10-meter diameter vat and shrank to the bottom of the water, not daring to show their heads for the time being. How boring. When you come of age, the first thing I'll do is go hunting for money. Once I have enough, I'll find a place to buy you some elixirs. Luo Shan raised the broom in his hand and knocked on the edge of the water tank so that those who were pretending to be dead could hear it clearly. If these little things don't behave and be more sensible, don't blame him for changing his mind. The only ones he could take the trouble to raise were some of his descendants. Other creatures are not treated much better. Either it can earn high returns, or it is food ingredients, It depends on which one these little guys will choose. 0997. Yi Qian. Oh, master, you have such a wonderful thing, but you didn't plan to leave it to me before. I'm so sad. Yi Qian received 3 blue quality mutant seeds, put them away happily, and then went to complain about his master not caring for his apprentice. 0001. Luo Shan. I'm old now, and my memory is easily failing. If my disciple doesn't come to me often and show some filial piety, I'll forget about it sometimes. Alas, I'm old and useless. Luo Shan looked at the cabinet he still had full of items in, and continued to send private messages to Yi Qian. He still has some good things, so if his apprentice wants them, he can make more delicious food, find more of his favorite foods, and show his filial piety. Of course, not all of them were kept for Yi Qian. He still had to keep some things in reserve so that he could trade them with others when needed. 0997. Yi Qian, it was my oversight. Master, don't worry. I will pay my respects to you every day at the appointed time. Yi Qian sent the message and received a reply 3 seconds later. 0001. Luo Shan. That's not necessary. Paying respects on time was a threat to Luo Shan, as he still wanted to have a good sleep. Yi Qian naturally knew that all they had to do was make each other laugh. Chapter 125. This strange copy, 3-year-old kid. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, you are such a good person. After Yi Qian had dinner and watched Fan Liao go back to the house to rest, he sat at the door of his house looking at the drizzle when he received a private message from an elderly man. Good person? This is really a surprising and somewhat awkward statement. 0997. Yi Qian, it's okay, I don't think I'm bad. Yi Qian thought about it, then replied sincerely. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Of course, Brother Yi is an absolutely great man. I'll leave Yao Yao in your care. There is only one key point about number 2 Zhang Wei. He has a stupid child who needs Yi Qian to take care of him. Right now, after eating a bowl of delicious and spicy fish soup, he is even more looking forward to his child's future growth. In response to his repeated emphasis, Yi Qian continued without hesitation, chatted briefly for a few words, and then continued to practice quietly. Tonight is very peaceful. The rain will stop at midnight, and the new day will be sunny. However, the next morning, when Yi Qian made breakfast and called Fan Liao to go out for dinner, he called him several times, but no one came out. Yao Yao, it's time to get up. Yi Qian stood at the door and knocked on the arched wooden door, asking the child inside to come out quickly. There was suddenly no movement, and no one even shouted. Did he really have to kick the door open and carry it out? The soul-eating rose rolled twice beside the house, and its large root ball, with a new sprout on top, came to Yi Qian. What happened? What happened last night? Yi Qian squatted down, picked up his soul-eating rose, looked at the tender new buds, and tried to ask it what happened. Fun. The soul-eating rose was quite happy to try to communicate. Just for fun, it dug several times on the mountain last night. Although he didn't understand what was so funny about this, Yi Qian still had the illusion that his rose was being led astray. Ouch! In the house, the cry of the little black bear cub was heard, which made Yi Qian put little Rose down temporarily. He stood up and walked over, and pushed the closed door open with his arm. In the room, on the bed that he had just adjusted yesterday, there was a person curled up in the cotton quilt. A small group. Distant. Yi Qian looked at the little bear cub standing on the floor, howling at him, walked forward and reached out to pull the quilt away. Then he saw a 3-year-old child lying on the bed shivering. Fan Liao, you copied this ability? He reached out and picked up the clothes on the hanger beside the bed, wrapped the child in a shirt, picked him up with one hand, and walked out of the room. Not far from the door, the soul-eating rose was still staggering towards home. It stopped and swayed when it felt Yi Qian was looking at it. You two are just trying to learn from each other, right? Yi Qian walked over, picked up the soul-eating roses, and returned to the door of his house with one in each hand. Putting the two on the ground and asking them to stand still and not move, Yi Qian prepared to ask them some questions. The soul-eating rose is very cunning. Yesterday, when he was comforting Fan Liao, he must have observed something. So he grew up and then shrank in the middle of the night and reincarnated several times. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. The silly boy turned into a real child. The tiny 3-year-old Yao Yao stood there with tears in his eyes, but he didn't dare to cry out loud. He had to try hard to apologize without sounding choked. He just watched it secretly and thought that this ability to grow and shrink was really amazing. Then I thought about copying it last night, but ended up copying half of it. He can become smaller, but he can't change back. Yesterday you said you wanted to learn how to farm, but now you can't learn anymore. Sit down, and I'll ask your uncle to buy you some new clothes. Seeing that the child looked aggrieved but sincerely apologized and admitted his mistake, Yi Qian could not continue to scold him. It's just a child. He told himself not to discriminate, not to have opinions about them. He treated children of all ages the same, and he didn't expect them to do any work anyway. After sending a message to Brother Zhang, Yi Qian went to serve the meal, put little Black Bear and little Li Hua in place, and sat in a row waiting for the meal to start. It was the soul-eating rose, however, that was pulling the leaves of the snake grass and playing with them, forcing the snake grass to divert its attention and hit it a few times to make this guy behave himself. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. It's a shame players can't trade him. Otherwise, I could definitely raise him again. After receiving the news that his nephew had grown from 1.8 meters tall to a 3-year-old boy, number 2 Zhang Wei took a while to adjust his mood and sent a message back to Yi Qian. Let him get smaller. He is now mentally stable. 0997. Yi Qian. Clothes. Find someone to make new ones. The shirt I wore yesterday was so messy that it could be dragged on the floor. Yi Qian looked at the quiet child, then at the obedient little bear cub next to him, and urged Brother Zhang to hurry up and deliver the clothes and shoes. However, this child and the little bear do look a bit alike when they are quiet. But his little tabby cat tilted its head to look at people, then turned back to look at the flowers and grass playing around, and was obviously more lively. Eat first. After dinner, you should be able to wear new clothes. Your uncle's mood should have calmed down a lot. Yi Qian saw that he didn't eat, and also looked at the child who didn't move his chopsticks, and told him to eat his meal first. My uncle asked me if he hadn't woken up yet. Fan Liao nodded, picked up the bowl, and picked up the chopsticks. Then, he received a private message from his uncle. When he was talking to Yi Qian, he was still able to remain calm, but even if he had seen many abnormal phenomena, it was still impossible for him to remain calm in this kind of situation. If he hasn't woken up yet, just keep sleeping for a while. Bring him his clothes first, and don't worry about anything else. Yi Qian no longer cares about it. It just becomes smaller, no big deal. He had watched his master being burned to ashes bit by bit right in front of him, but he is still alive and well. So, it's not a problem, no big deal. He's just a child. Even if he can't suddenly change back, he can just grow up again. Even if there is a possibility that he will not grow up, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it seems that as long as the strength is still there, he will not be really fragile. Chapter 126. Harvesting potatoes and planting 3 melons. Day 26, 7 hours 2 minutes and 55 seconds, sunny, 19 to 25 degrees Celsius, south wind level 2. It was a nice day today. After having breakfast, Yi Qian started to pack up and do his daily routine. Tasks. 1. Reclaim wasteland and cultivate land. 2. Build a manor. 3. Repair houses. 4. Harvest. Today's task is not bad. Just deal with the accumulated water on the house, and you will get 10 survival points. The harvesting task is a very happy thing. In addition to the wheat seeds in the fish fry breeding field, there is also a field of potatoes. The wheat seeds have entered the harvest period, but Yi Qian feels that they need to be exposed to the sun for a while, so he puts them aside for the time being and goes to harvest potatoes first. Meow. Little Li Hua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder, and when Yi Qian reached the field, it also jumped down. Can you do it? Yi Qian picked up the pickaxe and dug twice, then bent down and pulled out a potato vine, bringing out a dozen potatoes of various sizes. Seeing the little tabby flower stretching out its claws to scratch, he smiled and touched the little guy's head, intending to let the little tabby flower just play with the potatoes here. As for helping, that's definitely not possible. Brother Yi, I can. The child, wearing long pants and long sleeves, with his hair tied up with a headband, ran out barefoot. He was sure that he could really help with the potato peeling job, although his current appearance made him look more like a troublemaker. I'll handle the harvest myself. This is all my experience. If you want to help, just separate the potatoes into 2 piles, keeping the big and small ones separate. Yi Qian didn't refuse, but he didn't want help with everything. Planting experience. It would be heartbreaking if the experience was lost during harvest time because someone helped dig the potatoes. Then I'll just move the potatoes. I won't touch those. Fan Liao lowered her head and scratched her hair with her little hands. However, Brother Yi directly stated the reason. This way of communication is really good. Take your time, I'll dig out all the potatoes first. Yi Qian doesn't like children and small animals very much, but he really has no way to deal with such honest, well-behaved, and obedient ones. The little tabby cat was so well-behaved before, so he doted on it more and more. Meow. After being stared at for a few more times, the little tabby stopped playing with a small potato with his paws and looked up at Yi Qian. It's okay, just take your time and have fun. There are a lot of potatoes. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head, turned around, swung the pickaxe, and dug out a tree in a few strokes. I took it out and shook off the dirt. After making sure I had gained 1 point of experience, I moved on to the next one. Occasionally, when pulling them out, 1 or 2 small potatoes will be left in the field. These need to be found and dug out to complete the harvest. Meow. The little tabby cat jumped around on the piles of potatoes. When it saw the last potato pulled out, it meowed to attract Yi Qian's attention. What's wrong? Are you happy to see the piles of harvest? Yi Qian also picked up the potato and put it down. Looking at the little tabby cat that was acting coquettishly and stretching out its paws, he touched its head and held it in his arms. Meow. Little Lihua just felt happy. She rubbed her face in Yi Qian's arms, then pulled at her collar, snuggled into his arms to adjust it, and poked her little head out to look outside. There are so many foods in their house. Thank you for your hard work. Let me see how much I have gained this time. Yi Qian put his cat in his pocket, talked to Yao Yao, and then started putting potatoes into the basket on his back. He didn't have a scale himself, but as long as he put these ordinary grade materials into his backpack, the weight would be directly displayed. The larger and smaller ones were placed on both sides separately, with a wooden board in the middle to separate them. Potatoes, 2,841.8 caddies. After putting all 225 potatoes into the basket, he harvested this much potatoes in total. Even though the repeated incidents involving the scarecrow only occasionally resulted in a certain percentage increase in output, they still increased the output of potatoes by about 20 on the original basis. Brother Yi, are we going out hunting? Seeing that the potatoes had been put away, Fan Liao couldn't help but ask about going out. He can't help much with farming and harvesting, but he can help when going out. So get out there and hunt. Don't worry, it's only a little after 8 o'clock. Go take a shower first. You're all covered in dirt. Then go out at 9 o'clock. Yi Qian looked at the child who was covered in mud just by moving potatoes and asked him to pack up and take a rest before setting off again. And he also had to deal with this piece of land that had just been harvested. Planting Department, Level 1, 1370/10,000. Even if more than 200 points of experience in planting were added, it was still pitifully small. But the coriander growing several centimeters high in the field next to it, the leeks that can be harvested multiple times, and the green grass on the hillside can all give Yi Qian more expectations for upgrading his experience. Level 2 Mutated Purple Striped Vine, Blue Quality, Growth Range 10 by 10, 1 tree, sprouts after 1 day, perennial, yield-producing mutant plant, with a chance of quality improvement when bearing fruit. Yi Qian quickly turned over the field, followed the length and width standards, and planted a melon seed. The edges of the fields are separated by ridges of earth, and 1 seed is planted in each 10 by 10 piece of land. There are 3 mutated purple striped vines, and the fruits they bear are the purple striped watermelons that Yi Qian cut one of last night. He currently has 10 left. But the mutation properties of this vine are quite good, and there is a chance that the fruit it bears will be upgraded. Melons were planted in 3 plots of land. Yi Qian looked at the time and decided to start clearing the rest in the afternoon. I made a scarecrow and controlled the extraction of mental power. I can make it again after 3 hours. After the fertilizer spreading scarecrow was completed, it carried its own small bucket of grass leaves and went to fetch fertilizer to fertilize the 3 newly planted melon fields. Is that how? Can a scarecrow work? Fan Liao stared at the scarecrow with eager eyes. He was still shocked by the operation of wrapping a small bundle of grass leaves twice, tying up the arms and legs, shaking the head twice, and then running to work. Normal skill operation, nothing strange. Let's go hunting. Yi Qian put the potatoes in the house, put the basket on his back again, and called the children to set off together. There was also a little black bear cub lying on the wooden board under the eaves, basking in the sun comfortably, and they were also taken along. Chapter 127 Mowing the Grass. Black soil is fertilizer. Keep an eye on the house. We're out hunting. Standing at the gate, Yi Qian hooked the leaves of the snake grass with one hand and touched the leaves of the soul-devouring rose with the other hand, telling them where to go. In front of the 2 plants that didn't fight but kept their distance from each other for unknown reasons, Yi Qian held the cat, and the child walked down the mountain with the black bear cub. The hillside still looks the same as before, with weeds with well-developed roots but short leaves preventing the soil on the hillside from being washed away by heavy rain. Yesterday at noon the heavy rain turned into a drizzle, and now after half a morning of sunshine, the ground is no longer so muddy when walking. However, when Yi Qian once again came to the big rock halfway up the mountain and looked down the mountain again, he saw a scenery that he had not seen before. Before, there were bushes, weeds, and random piles of rocks. Now, the bushes and weeds had been crushed by something unknown, and one could see the rising river, with fish and snakes jumping in it. A 2-meter-long fish is not rare in the wide river at the foot of the mountain, and the black-scaled snake is much larger than the white-scaled python that was chased in the mountain before. Brother Yi, I'll go catch those. We can take them home to make materials and sell them for money. When little Fan Liao noticed Yi Qian staring at the river at the foot of the mountain, he thought he could show off. However, Yi Qian did not let him go. There are other things in the river, otherwise they wouldn't be running around like this, unable to escape. You keep an eye on them here while I go mow the grass. After I'm done, I can get some soil to take home. Yi Qian looked at the changes on the hillside, then looked at the fish and snakes that were jumping in the water for a while, but couldn't find their direction, so he didn't let Fan Liao go down. Originally, he just came down to cut the grass, but now that there was no danger around the grass, he would hurry up and get some black soil home to use as fertilizer to spread on his own land after he finished cleaning up. As for the things in the water, even if he wants to check them, he has to wait until he finishes what he wants to do. Well, I'm responsible for safety. Come on, Brother Yi. The child raised his hand and shouted, "Come on," then carefully looked around to prevent any wild creatures from suddenly appearing. Okay, keep going. Yi Qian smiled and nodded, then walked into the black soil area where he was almost in danger at first. He swung the iron sickle and quickly harvested the green grass that had grown to more than 2 meters high again. Get a grass seed. When Yi Qian had cut about half of the grass, a seed suddenly fell to him. Just like before, you can continue planting when you get home. Yi Qian, in a good mood, continued to cut grass. He would hang up the grass for sale after cutting a pile. He still sold it at the price of 2 survival points per kilogram of grass, and soon someone would buy it. The price of this kind of common feed material does not fluctuate much. Only those that look good can be sold quickly, while those that look poorly may sell slower, and those with extremely poor quality may not even be sold. After all, there is no shortage of green grass in the wild. 0012. Zhongwei. Brother Yi, you're mowing the lawn again. Seeing the familiar piles of 2-meter-high green grass hanging up, Number 1 Zhongwei was very sure that this was done by Yi Qian again. After all, I haven't seen another one so far that doesn't hide the fact that every time they hang a piece of it, it weighs over 600 to 700 kilograms. 0997. Yi Qian, yeah, the rain has stopped. I'm out cutting some grass and selling it. We're poor, so we definitely need to make some money. Yi Qian replied and continued to cut the remaining grass. I kept a small portion for myself and put the rest up for sale. After selling more than 5,000 kilograms of grass, you can get more than 10,000 survival points. 0012. Zhongwei, everyone is poor. I just bought some equipment today. I'm so poor that I've emptied my family's savings. Brother Yi, keep going. I'll also go out and get some more materials to continue making money. Number 1 Zhongwei seemed to be inspired by Yi Qian's diligence. He quickly packed up and went out to collect. Yi Qian agreed with this, and after chatting for a while, he squatted in the harvested black land to check the condition of the soil. Black mulch, blue level 2 fertilizer, 2.3 caddies, has the magical effects of increasing growth, production, and efficiency, consumable. Yi Qian picked up the black soil in his hand, and only then did the item information appear. Meow. Little Lihua felt that Yi Qian was in a good mood, and the reason for his happiness was the pile of soil in his hand. He came over and smelled it, but could not smell anything different. It's dog. Yi Qian saw that little Lihua had to smell everything to confirm the smell and search for it. He smiled and touched its head, and really told his cat not to make things difficult for him. The smell of this soil is the same as the ordinary soil on the mountain. It's not just the smell, the feel is the same when you rub it in your hands. The only difference is the color. However, the set value of this is fertilizer. Brother Yi, do you want to dig the soil? Fan Liao watched Yi Qian take out the shovel, and his eyes lit up. If you need a shovel for digging, ask him. I want to dig a layer and take it home. Do you want to try it? Yi Qian looked at the shovel in his hand, then looked at the little guy beside him. The psychological pressure was a little too much. Brother Yi, you go out first. I'll do it. How thick should the layer be? Fan Liao said happily that this matter was left to him. Finally, there is a job he can do. This feeling is super happy. It's about this thick. Yi Qian raised his hand and gestured. It was about 2 centimeters thick, which would not affect the continued growth of the original grass roots. If you dig too much at one time, it will be difficult to bring home, and it may also easily cause certain special reactions, such as some kind of creature that may occasionally appear in this place. Watch me. Fan Liao nodded, and when Yi Qian walked out of the field, he jumped a few times on the spot. The bare little feet stepped on the ground, and the mental power spread outward. The black soil in this area was floating up layer by layer. Chapter 128. Rolling back home. There are level 4 mutant plants in the river. Brother Yi, is this enough? The child raised his head and looked at Yi Qian expectantly. That's enough. Yao Yao is amazing. Are you tired now? Just move it out, and I'll put it in my backpack. If it doesn't fit, just roll it into a ball and roll it back home. Yi Qian looked at the child with shining eyes and inexplicably thought of his own childhood, when he also tried hard to help his family and then waited for praise. At that time, only the old liar would occasionally see me and praise me. It's not tiring. Just put it in the backpack. The backpack still needs to be washed. Let's just roll these back home. When Fan Liao heard the praise for his ability, he laughed very happily. Then, he didn't even need Yi Qian to use his backpack to carry it. He simply rolled up the flat layer of soil and formed it into a ball. The spherical volume is easier and more convenient than spreading out on an entire plane. As for pushing the dirt ball up the hill, this is not a problem for them. Let's go home. Yi Qian looked at the ball of earth that was already rolling up the mountain, squatted down, picked up the child and the black bear cub in his arms, and ran home following the rolling ball of earth. As for those things in the river, I'm busy right now, so I'll go home and farm first. There are so many living creatures around. I'll come out and take a look when I have time. Brother Yi, I'm actually quite useful, right? Yao Yao was also very happy to be held in his arms. He seemed to be loved by someone other than his uncle, but he was a little unsure and wanted to confirm it again. Well, Yao Yao's ability is very powerful and useful. Yi Qian continued speaking along with what the child said, and seeing the child laugh even more happily, he couldn't laugh at all. He had already stopped doing such foolish things as relying on his usefulness to gain the attention of others when he was 4 or 5 years old. But what Fan Liao needs now is recognition. Having been through that phase himself, Yi Qian understood that although he still worried about losing the affirmation he received at this time, it was the only warmth he wanted to hold on to. The child laughed happily. Being needed can make him feel at ease. Meow. Because Yi Qian wanted to hug both the man and the bear, the little tabby cat lay on Yi Qian's shoulder. Now it also joined in the fun, stretching out its claws to pull Yi Qian's hair. We'll be home soon, dear. Yi Qian's hands were busy. He tilted his head and touched it with Xiao Lihua, then continued walking towards his front door. When he walked near the door of his house, a loud noise suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. How terrifying! When Yi Qian heard the sound, he turned around and saw a vine about 40 or 50 meters long emerging from the river amidst the splashing water. On the vines that are pointing straight up, there are 2 clumps of twisting and entwined vines, and you can see snakes and fish with many holes pierced through them. Level 4 mutant plant. A bit troublesome, but not impossible to defeat. Although he looks and has the mind of a child, Fan Liao's strength and his understanding of strength comparison remain the same as before. The last time he attacked the level 3 mutant octopus, it was a sneak attack when he was exhausted. It doesn't mean that he can't deal with level 3 wild creatures. No need. As long as we don't move it, it won't go up the mountain for the time being. Yi Qian stared at the upright vine, shook his head, turned around, and continued walking forward. It's a level 4 mutant plant, and it's an aquatic plant. It'll be fine if you don't provoke it. If I live here, will the safety level of this mountain be changed? When Fan Liao arrived at the door of his house, he suddenly thought that he might have caused trouble for Yi Qian again. A hunting player moved into the safe area for planting players, which should have destroyed the original environment. No, within the manor, you are a temporary guest. Your strength and status will not have any impact on the host. However, there is no bonus for you either. Wild prey will not spawn on this mountain just because you stay here. Yi Qian reached out and hooked the leaves of the snake grass, asking it to open the door and roll the dirt ball into the yard. After entering the yard and putting the man and the bear cub down, he squatted down and looked at the sad Fan Liao, touched the child's head, and told him not to think too much. If it is a group estate, the owner of the estate is the main factor, and other members of the estate will also have a small impact on the surrounding environment. But this is his personal estate. In a personal manner, no matter how many people are temporarily staying in the house, it will not be counted, because up to now, Fan Liao is just an icon of a friend temporarily staying in his manor information. When Yi Qian was not with him, his identity would be revealed whenever he went out or came in, or even went to the farmland. I'd better try to go out less. Although I want to help, I don't want to cause you trouble when I go out. I attract wild creatures, snake grass and roses, and I can't defeat them. Fan Liao lowered his head and thought about it, and finally came to a conclusion that he believed in with certainty. The grass and flowers are all very nice and will greet him, so they cannot bear the trouble he brings. It's okay. Your current physical condition means you're considered a cub. Players in the cub stage have some extra protection. Yi Qian looked at the information about his manor and told Fan Liao with certainty that there was really no need to think so much. Manor/number of temporary guests. 1. 8181-0091. Fan Liao, friend of the manor owner, male, cub, hunter type. Combat power between 800 and 1000. A player cannot see another player's combat power information, but in his manor, he can see it. Even combat power will be given a range mark. Chapter 129 Luo Shan. My disciple is really growing up. Will this world protect children? Fan Liao felt a little surprised. No, because the youngest player in this world is currently 10 years old. After that, they have to complete the novice guidance on their own before they can enter the game. As for whether the children were not dragged over or the children were arranged elsewhere, this is not something we can know now. Yi Qian analyzed the information he had obtained so far and was very sure that the little guy in front of him might be the only player in their area who was judged to be a cub. After all, I have never heard of any other player creating a special reincarnation mode for himself. It's a good thing that the soul-devouring rose's reincarnation ability is to transform back into a root-bound seedling, not a normal seed, otherwise. If he gave birth to a baby who needed to be fed and cried frequently, even if he had patience, it might not last for more than a few days. Brother Yi, you didn't lie to me? Being told that it had special protection and might be the only one, Fan Liao lowered his head, feeling a little awkward. I'm not kidding. Go clean up and take a break. I need to store this fertilizer. Scarecrow is more precise than I am when using it. There were still things that needed to be dealt with urgently, so Yi Qian patted the child's shoulder and asked him to take the little bear cub to rest. Then he had to continue working. Dig the hole, put fertilizer in it, and then it's the Scarecrow's job. Well, I'm going to take a shower first, and then I'll go back and lie down. Nodding obediently, the child picked up the bear cub, ran quickly to the well, drew some water to wash both him and the bear cub, and then ran back to his little house like the wind. Meow. The little tabby blinked, as if it understood, but not quite. Is something going to happen? That speed is so fast. He's worried about disturbing us. Go play with the snakeweed. I need to dig the hole before noon. A ball of water appeared in Yi Qian's hand. He gave the little tabby cat a bath, then let the cat's fur dry and soft, and then put the kitten down. It was time for them to take a break, and those who wanted to play could go ahead. Yi Qian started digging in the previous soil and fertilizer pit with a shovel, digging a little wider area, and then shoveled new soil and fertilizer in. He gained a lot in the morning. After finishing his work at around 11 o'clock, Yi Qian took a shower and went to cook. At noon, let's have snake meatball soup. Cut a piece of snake meat, mince it into minced meat, and add the meatballs to the boiling soup. After it was cooked, he took out a larger bowl, filled it with some chopped coriander, and sent it to Luo Shan, whom he had greeted before cooking. 0001. Luo Shan, you've been so filial lately. Tell me, are you thinking about my little bit of wealth? It's okay if you ask for less, but if you want to take it all, that's not allowed. Luo Shan received the food and told Yi Qian in a good mood that he could take the opportunity to make some requests. He now eats the food cooked by his apprentice and agrees to any request that is not too unreasonable, including these delicious things from his family. 0997. Yi Qian, I don't have any requests. I just suddenly felt that I didn't become autistic when I was a child, and I didn't have any other problems. I should thank you for your protection. Yi Qian was amused by Luo Shan's generosity, but he really didn't care about his master's things. The stronger you are, the more you need. When exchanging with others, you may need all kinds of good things. He is temporarily safe here, with relatively few demands, and he is living a good life. 0001. Luo Shan, you're really raising someone else's child. You might not even be able to raise your own child well, so you can't trust someone else's child. You better be careful. That number 2 Zhang Wei isn't a good person either. Luo Shan felt that his apprentice's mentality was not right. He drank some soup and took a break, thinking about where to start in the current situation. That number 2 Zhang Wei, he had chatted a lot before. From the very beginning, when he stood up to create some kind of identity, this number 2 Zhang Wei said that they were together, but in fact, not even a bit of information was true, and he was basically just a scoundrel. At that time, the only ones who really had that idea were Qin Jian and the 6 Huas. It's just that those 6 fires may not be interested in the survival of ordinary players due to the difference in status. But they are all more enthusiastic than number 2 Zhang Wei, who is better at weighing the pros and cons. 0997. Yi Qian, could it be someone who has some grudge against you again? Yi Qian was a little confused by Luo Shan's reminder. But when he thought about the situation when Luo Shan was there, and there were enemies everywhere, he couldn't help but think about it more. 0001. Luo Shan, what are you thinking? We're not from the same world, So where's the grudge? It's just that old guy is as slippery as a loach, and it's hard to fool him. Luo Shan discovered that his apprentice had misunderstood and immediately explained. If there really was any grudge, he would at most just miss the topic and would not tell Yi Qian false information. But this number 2 Zhang Wei, those few Huas, and also number 1 Zhang Wei, they were not from the same world in the past. All we can say is that they are all human beings, but people in each world are also different. 0997. Yi Qian, that's fine. It's okay to be a little slippery. As long as I can get along with this kid, he won't become my enemy. Yi Qian felt relieved after confirming that it was not an enemy. As for whether it is good or not, who would cheat others when he has nothing to do? He is not as boring as the old liar. 0001. Luo Shan. Do you like children? Seeing that Yi Qian thought it was okay, Luo Shan didn't say anything more. But why did his apprentice suddenly like to raise cubs? Otherwise, if I find a partner for my apprentice, they should be able to get married and have children in this world, right? 0997. Yi Qian, I don't like him. I just feel that he has a lot of similarities with my childhood self, and at that time, I had you. After sending the message, Yi Qian smiled silently. He washed the newly bought wooden basin, filled it with a large bowl of meatballs and soup, and brought it to the dining table that he had bought for 100 survival points when it was cooked. 0001. Luo Shan. As long as you're happy, go eat. Don't let your kids starve. How come I didn't realize before? You're such a good person. Luo Shan felt that he should be angry, but he couldn't help laughing. His apprentice seems to be growing up indeed. I hope he succeeds and doesn't get betrayed again and again like I did in the past. Fortunately, this last time, he finally got his wish. Chapter 130 Wheat Seeds, Another Great Harvest. 0001. Luo Shan. You bastard, you're trying to trick an old man like me. That guy has his uncle. After finishing his meal, Luo Shan saw a private message from a certain old loach and instantly realized that he had been led astray by his apprentice. That little bastard. He has an uncle who is willing to risk his life for his child and give up his status and position. How can he be the same as you? 0997. Yi Qian. His uncle tried very hard to be nice to him, but he didn't understand the inner world of a child. Yi Qian was eating and asked Fan Liao, who was sitting on the high chair opposite him, to eat more. Then he sent a message to Luo Shan. When he was young, although the old liar was always fooling people, his way of education was to tell stories, have fun with them, and then let the children relax and grow on their own. Of course, Yi Qian also admitted that he was actually quite strong inside. Luo Shan. Yeah, that old loach doesn't understand anything at all. He even boasted to me about how well his child is doing now, knowing when it's mealtime and bringing him food. But he doesn't even know how to cook for his child at his age. How stupid. Luo Shan just replied to someone's message, and then switched back to message Yi Qian. Go ask that guy who's so cocky. Isn't it shameful that he can't even take care of a child? 0997. Yi Qian. Yao Yao said his uncle can't cook. Yi Qian smiled and shook his head, then told Luo Shan not to always criticize others. It's not that I don't want to work hard, it's that I just can't. People come to you to buy melons as gifts, so don't insult them. 0001. Luo Shan. Is cooking difficult? Can't even cook? Luo Shan felt that he disliked that old loach even more. Even so, they still say they raised a child for more than 10 years. Brother Yi, my uncle said he wants to send you a piece of equipment as a thank you, but he doesn't know if you need it and what kind of equipment you need. Let me observe. Fan Liao was eating when he suddenly raised his head and slowly began to talk about what message his uncle had sent him. He observed, but he couldn't tell what Yi Qian liked, so he asked Yi Qian what he thought. Let your uncle save some money. If you need anything, come back to him. For now, don't bother. Just eat your meal. Yi Qian felt a little awkward when asked this question. It was really hard for him to answer this question. After all, he didn't know what equipment he wanted. If he couldn't figure it out, he would stop worrying about it and let the child concentrate on eating. He would feed the cat while filling his own stomach. Well, I told my uncle not to think about it anymore. Just tell him directly what you want. Fan Liao thinks he is just a messenger. Then he continued to eat with his head down. On Yi Qian's side, he chatted with his master for a while, and then talked for a while with number 2 Zhang Wei, who still felt embarrassed and kept thinking about giving him something else. When you're full, go get some sun. When you're tired, take a nap or practice for a while. I'm going to harvest wheat seeds. After eating, Yi Qian put the cat in his arms, said hello to Fan Liao, and walked to the planting field east of the house with the winnowing basket. The wheat in the field is golden yellow, and each ear of wheat has slender and sharp thorns. Level 1 wheat. Green quality. Fertile. 7 buds. Harvest period. Level 1 wheat. Green quality. Fertile. 5 buds, harvest period. Level 1 wheat, green quality, fertile, 8 buds, harvest period. There were 20 ears of wheat in total. Yi Qian broke off these plump and slightly sharp ears of wheat and placed them in a winnowing basket. Then he pulled out the wheat seedlings that showed signs of decay after picking the ears of wheat. Wheat has a nice aroma, but it's just seeds. We have to wait until it's planted and harvested before we can eat the new wheat. Yi Qian brought the wheat ears to the eaves, carefully removed the awns, and took out each seed. 1 ear of wheat can produce more than 50 seeds. When all 20 ears of wheat are taken out and all are plantable wheat seeds, a total of 1,025 seeds are displayed. This number is much more than Yi Qian expected. Meow. Little Lihua stood next to the winnowing basket, raised his little paws, and stretched them out, waiting to see Yi Qian's reaction. Come and smell it. You probably won't find this in the wild. Yi Qian held little Lihua on his lap, picked up a handful of wheat grains, and placed them in front of little Lihua for it to smell. Sneeze. Meow. The little tabby leaned over and sniffed it, then stepped back, shook his head, and sneezed. Yi Qian smelled the fragrance of wheat grains dried in the sun, but when Xiao Lihua smelled it, it was actually a bit pungent. Does this smell pungent? In Yi Qian's other hand, he condensed a ball of water and washed Xiao Lihua's face, especially her delicate nose. He really thought it tasted good and didn't expect such a reaction. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future and not let the kitten try everything. Brother Yi, are you going to plant wheat this afternoon? Family Yao didn't go to sleep. He just lay aside to bask in the sun. Now that he saw that the wheat seeds were ready, it must be time to plant the fields. He also wants to learn farming. First, clear the land, then plant it. This is my experience. Yi Qian described the plants in the fields in a very clear manner. I'll watch. I won't make any trouble. The child held the bear cub and raised his hand obediently to indicate that he wanted to take a look. Make a scarecrow, and then go clear the land and plant some crops. Yi Qian took out some green grass and made another one when the previous scarecrow disappeared. This time it was a 2-hour scarecrow catching insects. Seeing the scarecrow running directly to the breeding field, Yi Qian was in a good mood and took the cat to the uncultivated area. Isn't this the only way to clear land? Can't we collect water and then spread it through the soil to loosen it? Sitting on the open space nearby, Fan Liao watched Yi Qian laboriously clearing the land bit by bit. He then drew a ball of water from the side, condensed it into a claw-like shape, and scratched the ground. This can also turn the soil, so why does Brother Yi use such a tiring method? Like this? That doesn't count. Yi Qian created a column of water, which fell to the ground and merged into the ground. He then controlled the water to form a hole more than 20 centimeters below the ground. He picked up this small piece of soil and turned it over. The soil on the ground had already loosened. It looked even softer than the fields he had cleared but not yet cultivated, but this small portion was not counted in his reclamation range. For the planting system, using special abilities to speed up the progress is not allowed, at least not at this stage. Chapter 131. Clearing the wasteland to plant wheat, mutant birds attack. Farming is really hard work. Fan Liao, who was unable to help, sat aside, resting his head on the little bear cub, watching Yi Qian continue to open up the wasteland. The little hand touched the bear cub's paw. He couldn't disturb Yi Qian, so he could only chat with his uncle. On Yi Qian's side, he was also clearing the land while chatting with people on the Manor Owners channel. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual. A personal manor belongs only to the individual, so it's normal to have restrictions. If there were no restrictions, and anyone else could freely enter the manor, that would be truly terrifying. Yi Qian saw that the argument between Mu Muer and Yun Fenglei was a bit too boring, so he popped in to join in. It wasn't a big deal. There was just a player passing by Yun Fenglei's place. After paying, he said he would stay for one night and leave tomorrow. As a result, just as he had put together the wooden house and moved in, Yun Fenglei received a series of messages. The guest has returned to the house. The guest has left. The guest has walked into the safe area of the breeding area. In short, as long as the guest is moving, remind her of her location once a minute. So Yun Fenglei complained about this matter on the Manor Owners channel. Because of his curiosity, Mu Mui asked in detail, and one of them became more and more angry as he talked, while the other found it amusing and they started arguing. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group, but with so many clues. Won't they drive me crazy? 1122. Lu Xiaoxiao. Team, shouldn't the main point be that he left a danger in the manor? 0996. Mu Mui. Individual. It's not dangerous. That person is much weaker than him. It's just that the manor has a self-protection mechanism and monitors outsiders at all times. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Personal, you can change it in the manners prompt settings, but I chose not to. The prompt tone keeps refreshing, so I just treat it as a concentration exercise. 1122, Lu Xiaoxiao, team, have you encountered other players over there, brother Yi? During the chat, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked Yi Qian a question. They were originally talking about Yun Fenglei. Then several people changed their target and stared at Yi Qian and asked him. 0997. Yi Qian, if I met him, he would live in my manor. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about the hint. Yi Qian sent a message, stopped to look at the cultivated land, and calculated whether it was enough. Although the wheat he had seen before was planted in rows, he now had no shortage of land but seeds, so he had to give these seeds more space to grow. 0996. Mu Mui, individual brother Yi, there are people living in your manor now. There are men and women, young and old. How much have you paid for the accommodation? Mu Mui's personality is cheerful and he's a chatterbox. When he suddenly heard the gossip, he immediately abandoned Yun Fenglei, who was the center of the previous topic, and wanted to hear something different from Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian, male, a child, very well behaved and quiet. Yi Qian raised his eyes and looked at the child who was quietly watching him work. The little guest in his house really didn't cause him much trouble. If you say you won't go out at night, then you won't go out, and there won't be any special reminder. During the day, he tried to stay as close to himself as possible, so that no alarms would be triggered within his sight. That is, reminders will appear when you are cooking or out of sight. 0002. Hui Yin, individual, be careful. A normal child can't move around everywhere. Players are quite far apart in their starting locations. If the strengths don't match, be extra careful. Although Hui Yin's manor is a personal one, it has attracted many players because of its high ranking and its desire to see the abilities of other worlds. There are good and bad ones. If they are friendly, you will just say hello, have a meal or a drink, and say goodbye. If they are unfriendly, you will be directly invited into the manor and never be able to leave. Because of this understanding, he knew even more that some players' disguises were really hard to tell. Yi Qian gave them the impression of being a relatively simple young man. 0997. Yi Qian, something happened here, let's talk later. Yi Qian had the experience from the previous few times, so even if he discovered the attacker from the air, he would still send a simple message before closing the chat interface. Of course, the main reason is that the current situation is not tense. Just now he took out the wheat seeds and was about to even them out, adjust the spacing and plant them when a group of blackbirds flew in from the direction of the back mountain. You can only see them when they fly closer. They are 33 magpies. Magpies eat grain seeds, crop seedlings, and ripe or unripe fruits. Except for the fact that the name may be a bit good, this is absolutely insidious and harmful in the eyes of planting players. Now, they are coming for the wheat seeds they have just planted. Manor random event. A flock of level 1 mutant birds is attacking. Before they eat the seeds you've painstakingly planted, clear out these damaging birds. Otherwise, you'll lose the fruits of your labor. They were keeping an eye on his seeds, but if they couldn't clean them up here, as long as one went back, it would bring back another group. After all, the crops grown nearby were inside his manor. Brother Yi, can I fight this? Fan Liao saw the bird appear, got up from the ground, and wanted to take action. However, when he saw Yi Qian smile, he hesitated again. If it is related to farmland, he cannot interfere, for fear of losing some of the original benefits. It's a special event at the manor. It's a level 1 mutant bird. It's not difficult to deal with. Yi Qian shook his head and didn't ask Fan Liao for help. These events are all related to rewards. If you can do something by yourself under very dangerous circumstances, then do it by yourself. Moreover, it's not just him. There's also snake grass and soul-eating rose. I don't know what these two are trying to play, but a small clump of snake grass is lurking beneath the surface. The soul-eating rose, on the other hand, had taken root beside the well, its branches and leaves lush, still growing upwards, almost reaching over 2 meters. Chapter 132. The chirping magpie can only add a meal after all. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Flocks of magpies flew over, and when they found people on the ground, they flew around, circling high and low. There was also a hint of mental attack in the chirping sounds. Meow. As the one with the weakest mental power at the moment, when facing the invasion of these mental attacks, Xiao Lihua's cat eyes widened, and he had the urge to tear these birds apart. But it can't fly, so when it looks at the birds flying in the sky, the little tabby cat can only stare at them, but it can't catch them and tear them apart. Bang! A bird suddenly fell from the sky, and 2 sharp spikes with a dark green glow were stuck under its useless wings. This is the thorn of the soul-eating rose. Chirp, chirp. The calls of the mutant birds were even more shrill, and when one bird was shot down, The others tried to lower their altitude, ready to swoop down at any time. It's so noisy. Yi Qian was annoyed by the noise and put the angry little tabby cat in his arms to the ground. He stretched out his hand toward the well, stirring the water in the well, which turned into a water snake and flew into the air. He had tried to condense a blurry water dragon before. Although his control was much stronger now, Yi Qian found that precise control still needed to be carefully refined. Now he just had to take down the incoming flock of birds first. The water snake flew into the sky, and after the magpie dodged it, the water snake that flew into the air dispersed. Apart from a slowly descending mist, there were hundreds of water droplets floating in the air. Many. Fan Liao looked up at the water droplets in the air, then looked at the 32 locked birds, and was sure that he was really not needed. Without any help, he looked down at the bird that was still trying to stand up and stepped directly on the magpie's head with his little feet. Meow, it can't hurt you now. Yao Yao, the little guy squatting on the ground, looked at the little tabby cat in front of him who was tentatively extending its claws and decided to play with the kitten. He couldn't just step on the mutant bird to death, but the kitten belonged to Brother Yi, so he could just do whatever he wanted to cause trouble. Meow. The little tabby raised its paw and shook it, then raised its head and looked at Yi Qian, waiting to see Yi Qian's reaction. Plucking the hair and skin, I'll give you a snack tonight. Yi Qian bent his fingers into claws and shook them at the restrained bird on the ground. Meow. Knowing that it could pounce on it, little Lihua showed its sharp claws and in a few strokes skinned and plucked the feathers of the level 1 mutant bird whose head could not move and both wings were broken. Cats and birds seemed to have a natural hostility. Snake-loving grass, prepare to weave a net to catch birds. Soul-eating, your thorns can't be retrieved once they fly, so keep some for backup. Yi Qian looked up at the flock of birds that continued to circle but could no longer make shrill screams in the fog. He stretched out his hand and greeted the flowers and plants in his garden. Snake grass was happy to be assigned to catch birds, especially when the thorns of the soul-eating rose were rejected. The soul-eating rose angrily shook off the snake grass that was approaching it. After its leaves shrank and became shorter, its huge roots emerged from the ground. Although it cannot communicate with Yi Qian directly, it can tell snake-love grass not to think that it cannot weave a web. When Yi Qian informed them to make a net to catch birds, the dense water droplets in the air had already divided into 32 parts, locking onto the 32 magpie-shaped mutant birds. Chirp chirp. The call of the magpie was heard again, and Yi Qian released his control over the water mist. However, just as he released the suppression, the water droplets that had locked onto the mutant birds from above also fell down, and each bird was hit by a dozen water droplets. The force was not strong enough to kill the mutant birds directly, but it was enough to make the birds lose their balance and temporarily unable to maintain a stable flying state. The mutant birds that fell downwards were caught in a net that emerged from the ground. 12 of them were trapped in the dense, emerald green net, but they were not killed. The mutant birds caught in the densely packed white net, which looked like thorns and spikes, were either pierced or stabbed to death. Yi Qian controlled the water mist to fall, turned around and looked, and suspected that the previous information was transmitted incorrectly. The two people's understanding of catching birds with nets is really different. One is to catch the fish in the net and prevent them from flying out, so they are kept alive. The other is to penetrate while using the bird as an intersection, shuttle, and weave a web. Meow. The little tabby raised its head and looked at Yi Qian. Under its claws was clean bird meat with the hair and skin torn off. Okay, let's do these tonight. Yi Qian shook his head, smiled, squatted down, and put away the peeled and processed ingredients first. Then, he patted the roots of the soul-eating rose to make it shrink a little, and took out the pierced ones and put them aside. Finally, there are the 12 mutant birds that are still alive and trapped in the net by the snake-loving grass. Gray magpie, a level 1 mutant bird that enjoys feeding on seeds and fruits. It attacks with a mental attack and has a swarm attack mode. It is extremely destructive to crops. Its combat power is estimated to be between 40 and 100. There is no label for domestication and no possibility of breeding them. So even if Yi Qian specifically asked snake-love grass to keep these few for observation, they can only be hunted and used as ingredients for tonight's meal. Brother Yi, do you want to raise a bird? Although Fan Liao had become smaller, he could still see what some of the expressions that were not concealed meant. I'm not raising them. I just want to see if I can catch them alive and sell them for money. Your uncle often catches litters of cubs, but I've never caught one myself. Yi Qian found an excuse somewhat awkwardly. After all, he couldn't say it directly. He just wanted to see if he could synthesize a living bird after catching it. As it turns out, no, because although these birds were trapped, they were untamable and were not considered his property until they died. and only that which belongs to him, the unconscious and the intelligent, can be synthesized. Those like the 1 rooster, 2 hens, and 5 chicks that his family currently has that were hatched this afternoon are already beyond the range of synthesis. Manor random event. Completed. Manor random reward treasure chest. During the chat, Snake Grass had already killed all the mutant birds, and Yiqian also received the reward for this random event. The same random treasure chest fell into his hand again, and Yiqian couldn't help but wonder if it would give him another 10 ornamental plant seeds. Chapter 133. Continuous synthesis. Strange things started to appear again. Open the Manor random event treasure chest. Dogtail grass, seeds, x10. Yiqian looked at the 10 grass seeds in his hand, sighed, sat on the ground, and stared at his palm. He was too lazy to adjust his sad mood. Pintail grass seeds. Green quality, ornamental plant seeds. No special effects. Before, at least it was a flower seed, but now it's completely gone. The dogtail grass that grows from such a small grass seed doesn't have any other uses. Yiqian held the kitten that came over and moved his open palm to the side to let the curious child Fan Liao take a look. It's not that bad to say that the stuff is good. After all, it is green quality seeds. But to be honest, this is not a good thing, because he did not see any hint of such a project in terms of green plants. Or maybe it's because the manor level is not high enough, or it's not time to open it yet. Brother Yi, do we have to plant these too? Fan Liao looked at these 10 small seeds and couldn't guess whether to plant this foxtail grass. All he knew at the moment was that Yiqian disliked these seeds. Don't plant these yet. When you have time, renovate them and then plant them. I'll water this wheat field first. You can walk around the manor for a while. We'll have braised magpies tonight. Yiqian looked at the pile of bird carcasses on the ground. He would deal with them later. After marinating them, they should be delicious if braised. After all, it is a mutated bird, and its size is much larger than the magpie in my memory. Now after removing the fur, head and internal organs, one still weighs about 1 kilogram. Can I take the kitten with me? Fan Liao stared at the kitten in Yiqian's arms. He wanted to get familiar with this little one, and then he could take care of the kitten when Brother Yi was busy. Lihua is in this state and doesn't want to go out. Yiqian lowered his head and looked at the little tabby cat that grabbed his clothes and crawled into his clothes as soon as he let go of his hand. He spread his hands helplessly to Fan Liao. It's not about whether he agreed or not, but this little thing, it snuggled into his arms. Then I won't disturb it. Brother Yi, you go ahead and do your work. I'll take Xiaohei out to play. I won't make any trouble. The child seemed to be in a good mood, and the little tabby cat snuggled in his arms and acted coquettishly, so he no longer forced it. When the child ran to the top of the mountain carrying the bear cub, which was almost the same size as the other, Yiqian looked down at the little tabby cat in his arms and smiled silently. Little Beaver did it on purpose. Someone helped it before, but after it dealt with the bird, it ignored them. Meow. The little tabby cat, scratching its collar with its little paws and yawning, continued to act coquettishly and prepared to take a nap. Go to sleep. I have a lot to do. Yiqian touched the little Lihua's head and controlled the well water to fly out. It turned into drizzle above the wheat field and slowly fell into the field. Over and over again, until the field showed that there was enough water, then they stopped. After taking a shower and returning to the house, Yiqian began to organize his existing inventory. Lantern flower, green, times 20, red heart fruit, green, times 20, jade bead, green, times 20, dogtail grass seed, green, times 10, unidentified plant, green, times 42, unidentified fruit, green, times 16, unidentified plant root, green, times 5, rabbit ear grass leaves, green, times 47, level 1 mutated snake meat, green, 109 caddies, level 2 mutated fish meat, blue, 281 caddies. These are the green quality items that Yiqian currently owns. In addition to these, there are also 33 clean bird ingredients, which have been pickled and are not counted. Sitting on his bed at home, Yiqian looked at the materials he had taken out and prepared to synthesize them a few more times. This synthesis skill cannot be seen by Fan Liao for the time being, so it can only be used at home. At present, the child was lying in the sun with the little black bear cub next to the spring on the top of the mountain. Lantern flower times 9, dogtail grass, seed times 1, unidentified plant times 9, unidentified plant root times 1, level 1 mutated snake, meat times 1, synthesizable, 100 synthesis success rate, 50 mutant, 20 plant, 15 animal, 10 equipment, 5 unknown. Yiqian used snake meat as one of the ingredients and cut it into pieces weighing slightly more than 1 gene. He added it during synthesis to increase the chance of mutation. As the green light flashed, a small portion of the mental power was extracted, and a small seedling flashing with green light fell into his hand. Level 1 Mutated Cape Fruit Seedling. Green quality, planting range 1 by 1, 1 tree, perennial, output type mutant plant. After obtaining a production type mutant plant seedling, Yi Qian continued to synthesize it. After trying the lantern flower, he took out 9 jade beads, which were the fruits of shrub-type plants. By putting them in similar proportions, he got another seedling after synthesis. Level 1 Mutated Jade Bead Seedling. Green quality, planting range 3 by 3, 1 tree, perennial, yield type mutant plant. Yi Qian, in a good mood, continued to synthesize the next part. Level 1 Mutated Red Heart Fruit Seedling. Green quality, planting range 1 by 1, 1 tree, perennial, yield type mutant plant. Another seedling. 3 seedlings in a row. Yi Qian couldn't stop smiling. However, this is only the beginning, and he has to continue. But his good luck seemed to have run out at the beginning. He then synthesized 5 times in a row, but only produced a seed. The rest were equipment or mutation materials. Level 1 Mutated Dogtail Grass Seeds. Green quality, self-reproducing, multiple harvesting mutant weeds. Seeing another self-reproducing seed, and it was a weed, Yi Qian was in a good mood and put this seed together with the grass seeds that had fallen at the foot of the mountain before. In addition, he was able to combine some items that seemed strange but were somewhat useful. For example, skirts. He also didn't know how this lantern flower, combined with some unidentified plant materials and a piece of snake meat, could become a strange red lantern skirt. Also, there are 2 round boots, 1 red and 1 green. The red and green combination can increase the speed by 8. For level 1 equipment, the additional percentage is currently capped at 10, so 8 is considered high quality. But just like the red rabbit ear hat before, Yi Qian himself refused to wear it. Perhaps, there are lovers of strange costumes who can offer a good price. Chapter 134 Today's second random event finally yielded something good. 0012 Zhongwei. Who is it? Who is it? Which craftsman is it that can always create so many bizarre equipment? May I ask this master craftsman, what kind of mental state do you have when you create these equipment? In the chat channel of Area 8181, number 1 Zhongwei was complaining again. As for equipment, who would make it look so weird? 0012 Zhongwei, Group Xiao Xiao, please try harder. If you don't raise the price, the pervert in my neighborhood will buy all these things back. I don't want that guy hanging around in front of me in weird clothes. Number 1 Zhongwei's complaints were not only heard in the entire district channel, but also in the Manor Owner channel. Moreover, in the chat on the Manor Master channel, he revealed a little more information. There are many players living in his manor, and one of them is a fan of strange costumes. 1122, Lu Xiao Xiao, Team, I'm out of money. I recently got some gear, but now I don't have the money to compete with others for this kind of cosmetic gear. 0088, Feng Feng, Group, Poor Zhongwei, but why do I feel so happy? 0032, Qinjian, Group, is there a possibility that Zhongwei made it and put it up for sale? Every time a special item is put up for auction, he is always the first to discover it. Even Qinjian couldn't help but come out and complain about Zhongwei, the number 1, who is always the first to watch the show. 0012, Zhongwei, Group, since I have nothing to do, I just keep an eye on auctions and consignment sales. If I stumble upon something good, then I'll be making money. Number 1 Zhongwei saw that the rhythm was not right and hurried to explain that he was just too idle. However, now everyone is just teasing him, complaining and laughing. 0997, Yi Qian, personal random events in the manor occurred twice in one day. Is this normal or abnormal? After several consecutive synthesizers, Yi Qian left the seeds behind, put the equipment up for auction, and then continued to explore the new land. He was originally watching the conversation between the two sides, enjoying the fun, but when he suddenly received a prompt, he asked sadly in the Manor Owner channel. It was only a little after 4 in the afternoon, and a random incident occurred again within his manor. Previously, it was a group of level 1 mutant birds that looked like magpies, trying to steal his food and seeds. Now, a black hawk has come and set its sights on his newly hatched chicks. Manor random event. A black-feathered eagle flies over your manor and sees the chicks in the chicken coop. It's hungry. Today, I have a conflict with birds. Yi Qian looked at the black hawk circling in the sky and wanted to get a bow and arrow to learn the bow and arrow shooting skills of the hunting department. However, it was just a thought. After all, he had both water arrows and water swords. Black feather eagle, level 2 mutant bird, extremely fast, with sharp claws and the ability to slash with wings. Has high altitude advantage and is good at sneak attacks. Combat power is estimated to be between 100 and 200. A level 2 mutant bird with fast speed, sharp claws, and wings that have close-range slashing power. However, Yiqian himself was not worried about these things. It was impossible for him to engage in a head-on confrontation with a bird without any defense. And because we already have experience, we currently have no intention of catching prey and then studying whether it can be tamed. When the black-winged eagle circled in the air for a long time and found an opportunity to suddenly dive down, a layer of mist emerged from the bottom up above the chicken coop. The advantage of fast speed is that when the black-winged eagle finds the mist and wants to move away, it has already been entangled by the sticky, glue-like mist. The surrounding water mist dissipated, leaving only the part that wrapped around the invader. The water on the outer shell began to connect, gradually forming a large water ball. The air inside the water ball was squeezed out. The eagle, more than half a meter long, struggled repeatedly inside the water ball, trying to tear it apart with its claws. When that failed, it tried to cut it with the cold feathers on its wings. But the density and pressure of the water are increasing, and the air is disappearing. Even if the bird cannot be suffocated to death in a minute or two, it can gradually weaken it. It's a shame. Animals with resistance can't be penetrated by the mist, and there's no way to extract moisture. Yiqian tried to infiltrate water mist, hoping to block Black Hawk's blood vessels, or directly draw blood from certain parts of his body. But unfortunately, he was not strong enough to that extent, and the Black Hawk was not weak enough for him to control. When he felt that his mental energy had been depleted too much, Yiqian gave up the water attack, and picked up the umbrella that he usually carried with him or hung on his back. Grabbing the umbrella with his hands, the folded umbrella was like a spear thrust out, and the sharp tip of the umbrella pierced through the water and directly broke the black-feathered eagle's head. The eagle's defense was not strong. After this attack, its wings, which had been struggling, lost their strength. A kill prompt appeared, confirming that the mutated black eagle was dead. Manner random event. Completed. Manner random reward treasure chest. The kill was completed, and the rewards for the manner random events have been distributed. Yiqian looked at the treasure chest he had obtained for the second time in one day, and now he no longer felt much anticipation. Basically, it seeds again. Open the Manner's random reward treasure chest. Hexagonal exquisite storage, X1. Yiqian just opened it casually and was ready to catch the seeds of ornamental plants. As a result, hexagonal Linglongku. Along with the hint, there appeared a small tower in the open space behind Yiqian. It's over 6 meters high, and if you turn around you can see that it does have 6 corners. This is a 2-story warehouse. The dead body of the black-winged eagle was thrown aside, and Yiqian's attention was now all on the reward that was offered. Warehouse, this is a burst of luck. After watching the seeds several times, I finally got enough good stuff. Chapter 135 Hexagonal Delicate Storehouse, Purple Quality Manor Warehouse. Hexagonal Exquisite Warehouse. Purple Quality, Manor Building/Warehouse, 50 cabinets stored. Each cabinet is 100 cubic meters. The adjustable time ratio limit is 10 times. It doesn't look big from the outside, with 6 sides, and each side appears to be only 2 meters long. But when Yiqian moved the warehouse next to the house, opened the door, and walked in, the space inside was much larger. There are 25 cabinets on the first floor, all of which are uniform wooden cabinets that are 1.5 meters high, 1 meter wide, and half a meter thick. There is a circle around the edge, with flowers blooming in an alternating pattern in the middle, surrounding the central pillar. There is still a lot of vacant space, so it would be fine if Yiqian placed lockers in it. But these are enough for the time being, and Yiqian does not need to worry about the storage of items in the short term. Go up the stairs along the edge, and you will find that the layout of the second floor is the same as that of the first floor. Yiqian opened the time ratio and took a look. The time multiplier was adjusted according to the range of one floor. He directly adjusted the first floor to the upper limit, 10 outside and 1 inside. This time ratio allows him to better store vegetables and food. The second floor has not been adjusted for the time being. If there is anything that requires normal time flow, it can still be placed on the second floor. Brother Yi, we're back. Did you buy this? It looks like it should be very valuable. Fan Liao ran back from the top of the mountain, holding a cute little stone and the little black bear cub beside him. After coming back and looking at the new tower-style building, he held the little black bear cub and sat on the stone waiting for Yiqian to come out. I got it from a manor chest. Maybe I wasn't very lucky before, so I saved up a lot and finally got something good. This is a warehouse, a manor warehouse. Yiqian walked out and looked at the child who was sitting on a rock not far away, holding the little black bear cub and grinning foolishly, and he also started laughing. Thinking about the last time when even foxtail grass bloomed, Yiqian now looks back at this warehouse and feels quite satisfied with the way of accumulating a few times and then bursting out in one wave. At least, you can see good things. If you can open a good thing by accumulating a few, can you open more at once? Fan Liao grabbed the two front paws of the little black bear cub and patted its paws to express his gratitude. However, he thought he could save up some bonus treasure chests and open a bunch of them, which would yield a lot of good stuff. Random event rewards are all about randomness, and once I get the box, how can I resist? Yiqian thought about it carefully and was sure that he couldn't do it. Are there treasure chests that can be left there and piled up? What kind of patience does this take? 0012. Zhang Wei, Group Brother Yi. You're showing off, aren't you? I have several people here, and it takes 2 or 3 days for a random event to happen. Occasionally, if we're lucky, we can get one a day. And you actually got 2 in one day. 0032. Qinjian. Group working too hard isn't always a good thing. It was raining the day before yesterday, and 2 random incidents occurred here that nearly tore down the courtyard wall. Several of us braved the rain to repair the wall, and we were exhausted. In the end, we harvested 1 ornamental seed and 1 ornamental fish fry. 11,111 Qinhong. Group. So, those ornamental plants and animals are really just for viewing. I've also built an ornamental fountain here, which needs to be installed on a well with sufficient water. It might have a cooling effect on hot days, but it really doesn't do anything else. 0996. Mu. Individual, I have to brag a little bit about this. I've developed a courtyard wall protection net. You can add a protection net to the original courtyard wall, and the defense effect will increase dramatically. 0997. Yiqian. It should be triggered by the existing conditions. I planted some wheat today, and then it attracted a group of mutated magpies, who came to eat the seeds I just planted and the unripe grains. Yiqian cleared a few more plots of land in the afternoon, and then hunted the black-feathered eagle. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, and now he just wanted to lie down and rest. Lying under the eaves, holding the cat in one hand, and eating the watermelon cut by the child, Yiqian relaxed his tired body and went to chat with someone in a very good mood. 0996. Mu. Individual, I suddenly don't envy you anymore. It's really not easy for Brother Yi to grow some food. What about the second time? Did he kill off a group of magpies and then attract another group? 0997. Yiqian. Individual, that's not the case. My hen was incubating eggs, and a few chicks hatched at noon, which attracted an eagle that wanted to eat the chickens. 0088. Flung. Group Eagle catches chicken. 11,111 Qinhong. Group Eagles don't just catch chickens. I have a little rabbit at home, and it's been targeted by an eagle several times. It was very weak at first, but now it's been fed all kinds of delicious food, and it's finally become more powerful. When I noticed it 2 days ago, the eagle had already swooped down. As a result, I witnessed a rabbit kicking an eagle. It directly kicked the level 1 mutant eagle to death. 0012. Zhang Wei, Group Awesome Bunny. 1122. Lu Xiao, Team Awesome Bunny. 0996. Mu. Individual awesome, you bastard. 0088. Flung. Group is expected of a 5-bar family brat. Awesome. 0997. Yiqian, Personal Awesome Bunny. Several people who seemed to be very idle at the moment filled their screens with comments about the bastard from Qinheng's family. It was very impressive that the baby rabbit kicked an eagle to death, even if it was just a level 1 mutant eagle. 11,111 Qinhong. Group, but it's strange. There have always been many eagles and wild mutant creatures like snakes that target my little bastard, but they are never considered random events in the manner. Qinheng said that he had made the bastard feel more present, and now it was time to talk about business. Regarding this random event, how can we create the conditions to get more rewards? Although most of the time they are just for viewing, occasionally a good thing will appear, which is a top-notch item that players cannot make. Even wild treasure chests cannot be opened, and can only appear from random event rewards in the manner. 00997. Yiqian. Individual, I think it's necessary to cultivate and plant these types of animals to count as achievements. My own battle pets grow so slowly. It's a completely different concept from farmed animals. Yiqian was in a good mood and talked more. The eggs laid by his hens have hatched into chicks, but his little tabby cat is still very small and has not grown much. Not only his cat, but also the bear cub that is currently munching on a watermelon is growing very slowly. So, combat pets and farmed animals are really completely different. Chapter 136 Purple Quality Watermelon can also be used as cold drink. Meow. Little Lihua took 2 small bites of the watermelon, then slid into Yiqian's arms and lay down next to him. This melon has good recovery properties. Eat a couple more bites, and I'll go plant the remaining seeds. This is all based on my experience. Yi Qian chatted with others for a while in the main channel of the manor, complaining about how bad some settings were. Then, after recovering a little, he stood up, ate a piece of watermelon, and continued. By the time night fell, Yi Qian had planted all the seeds. He came back and lit a small fire in the yard, and steamed more than 30 mutant birds in a pot. Field planting, mutation level 2 mutated grapes, 1. Level 2 mutated purple vines, 3. Level 1 rabbit ear grass, 1. Level 1 green pearl fruit, 1. Level 1 mutated cherry tree, 1. Level 1 mutated lantern fruit, 1. Level 1 mutated jade bead, 1. Level 1 mutated red heart fruit, 1. Level 1 mutated dogtail grass, 1. Field planting, normal grass, 53. Corn, 70. Sweet potato, 40. Coriander, 988. Leek, 226. Wheat, 1025. Field planting, breeding sunflower 1. Currently, Yi Qian's family has a total of 9 types of mutant plants. Some are tree-shaped, some are shrubs, some are vines, and even weeds. However, although this mutant foxtail grass belongs to the weed series, its output is a feed type, and its self-reproduction is a very satisfactory attribute. On the other hand, the grass seeds obtained from the foot of the mountain, although also the type that can reproduce on its own for a long time, are just ordinary grass. Even though they grow particularly well, they are still not mutated high-grade varieties. In the breeding and seedling field, apart from the fragrant bamboo, there is only a small sunflower left. The direction of variation in breeding is really difficult to deal with. At present, the closest to harvest time is rabbit ear grass, which can be harvested in 2 days. Then there's the cornfield. It hasn't reached maturity yet, but based on the various bonuses from my scarecrow, it should be ready for harvest within 7 days. Brother Yi, my uncle, did it. He did it. After Yi Qian cooked, Fan Liao went to take a shower, chatted with his uncle for a while, and then exchanged a bunch of furniture with him. The dining table and chairs had already been there, but there was only one bed in Yi Qian's house, so some small furniture was made now. The wardrobe, bedside table, and clothes hanger at the foot of the bed that I probably won't use. We made a set of lounge chairs, parasols, stands, cat climbing frames, and slides in the yard. This complete range of products made Yi Qian feel that he had broadened his horizons. He didn't expect that there were so many things. Your uncle is so thoughtful. Yi Qian looked at these things, and for a moment he was not sure what Brother Zhang was worried about. My uncle said that once the gift arrives, the favor is established. Brother Yi, does my uncle's behavior count as favor kidnapping? As Fan Liao was speaking, he suddenly thought of a word he had heard before, but he forgot where. It's the kind where you have to give gifts, but you feel embarrassed to give them to others. Okay, but I'd be in trouble if I didn't take it. This can be put in here for little Lihua and your bear cub to play with. The recliner can also be put in here, and I'll see where to put this. Yi Qian had no intention of refusing these gifts. The patterns and cat paw designs on them showed that Brother Zhang really put a lot of thought into them. Besides, he has already left the other person's child at his home, so what is there to be embarrassed about? He should just take the child in. The clothes hangers are put away, and the wardrobe is placed in the room even though it is not used. The bedside table can hold some things, and there is also a shelf against the wall, which is also good. By the time Yi Qian had finished cleaning up, the braised mutant bird in the pot was also done, and it was time to eat. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, thank you. My little tabby has a lot of fun playing on that cat climbing frame. After dinner, Yi Qian lay on the lounge chair in the yard, looking at the faint stars in the sky and the slowly rising moon, and sent a private message to Zhang Wei number 2. 0039, Zhang Wei, 2. Brother Yi, if you think it's good, that's fine. I don't have any other skills, and I'm not very financially stable lately, so I don't know what to get you. 0997, Yi Qian, the craftsmanship is really good. It's just that the psychological burden on you, Brother Zhang, is a bit heavy. Yao Yao is actually quite well behaved. Just don't think I'm bullying a child. Yi Qian sent the message, turned around to look at the child standing next to him, and reached out to rub the little head twice. This child is really well behaved. Want something different? Yi Qian looked at the watermelon cut into pieces and placed on the small table next to him, and suddenly he had an idea. They ate the purple watermelons as fruit, and they also had a watermelon smoothie. When he opened the consignment, he saw someone selling ice cubes. Yi Qian spent 20 survival points and bought a small piece the size of a palm. Place ice cubes on a plate, and the cool air will spread instantly. Ice type, I can also. The child looks at the ice and his first thought is that he can do it too. We'll talk about that later. Now let's grind this small piece into a smoothie. Yi Qian looked at the child with expectant eyes and didn't want to worry about whether his 20 survival points were wasted. Since water couldn't be used to make smoothies, he simply handed this job over to the child, who seemed to be omnipotent. Anyway, let's eat together. Is that so? Fan Liao drew the water from the cup and turned it into an ice wheel, which rotated rapidly on the surface of the ice. The cut smoothie was piled on the plate, white and soft. Yes, that's it, and then smashed the watermelon. Yi Qian had never done this before, but the process of trying it now was not only delicious but also fun. After the two of them worked together, a few minutes later, one of them was happily enjoying a cup of watermelon smoothie, and also gave a portion to each of the two elderly people. Good things should naturally be given to the elderly in each family. Chapter 137. Can animals and plants turn into humans? The most terrifying thing is that they really turn into humans. Snake-loving grass, come and play for a while, and try this melon. Where did the soul-eating rose go? It took root on the top of the mountain today. When the leaves of the snake grass emerged from the ground, Yi Qian reached out and touched the leaves, then wrapped a ball of watermelon with smoothie in a water ball and fed it to the snake grass to taste. The smoothie was very cold. After the snake plant opened its mouth and swallowed it, its entire leaf remained stiff for half a minute. Then it knocked Yi Qian's hand with its leaves in a wronged manner. I don't like it, it's so cold. Yi Qian spread out his hands and let the snake grass hit him a few more times. He didn't expect that the snake grass would freeze him after swallowing it in one gulp. Maybe not cold resistant? Now it rains frequently, with heavy rain and hot weather. But you never know when it might suddenly turn into winter, so maybe I should give these aspects more consideration. Try it again? Just when Yi Qian was thinking that plants would be afraid of the cold, the leaves of the snake grass suddenly conveyed an emotion, and it wanted to try again. If you want to try it, just give it a try. Yi Qian used less this time and placed it in front of the snake grass with a small layer of water. This time, snake grass ate slowly. Although he was not very happy after eating it, at least he was not suddenly cold. When the snake grass had eaten a little more, the soul-eating rose on the top of the mountain received the message from the snake grass, pulled out its roots, wrapped them around its body, and then rolled down. Moreover, it bypassed the house very accurately and rolled directly to Yi Qian's feet. It wants delicious food too. Don't worry, you won't break it. Yi Qian was amused by the soul-eating rose, who was anxiously pulling his hand away, and laughed out loud. He put a spoonful of smoothie watermelon in a small bowl made of water and handed it to the soul-eating rose to taste first. Then, the soul-eating rose was very rude. It rolled its roots into a ball and ate a small bowl of the icy rose. After eating, it continued to use leaves to pick up leaves and asked for more. Snake fan grass originally wanted to trap the soul-devouring rose and let it be left alone like it. As a result, this guy didn't care about the coldness at all and was eating very happily. They should be plant-based monsters. If their level is high enough in the future, will they be able to cultivate into human form? Fan Liao half lay on the table, tilted his head, and looked at Yi Qian and the two plants beside Yi Qian, and suddenly thought of some stories he had heard. What kind of monster has successfully cultivated and transformed into a human form to repay a favor? Probably not. For them, their current state is probably the best. Transforming into a human form doesn't make any sense to them. Some stories are just human self-indulgence, believing that the human form is the best. Yi Qian shook his head. He didn't know whether other things would change, but his family definitely wouldn't. Moreover, those so-called stories about monsters turning into humans are all made up by humans. In fact, if you think about it, you will understand that a person's shape is so small, but when these plant creatures grow to a certain strength, their roots can extend to the surrounding mountains. Such a large body size makes it convenient for both absorbing nutrients and fighting. Even if you want to escape, you must go a little further. If you scatter and flee, your chances of survival will be higher. Well, it's written by humans, so humans have a higher status in the world. Fan Liao lay on the table, holding a spoon in his little hand, and slowly scooped a spoonful and ate it. No one had ever told him that writers are defined by their own wishes. On the contrary, many people would let him know that the writer is the recorder, and that once something happens, it exists and will be recorded and passed down. Although his age was far from being able to inherit the so-called records, the education those people gave him was of the long-term type. Can you communicate with Xiaohe? Seeing that Fan Liao was a little confused, Yi Qian tried to talk to him in a different way. It's just some simple, emotional communication that I learned a long time ago in the mountains. The child raised his head, reached out, picked up the little black bear cub beside him, and held it in his arms. He can communicate with intelligent animals in a simple way. This ability is not copied, nor is it a skill. He learned it when he was a child, and his uncle took him to play in the mountains. If you come across an adult animal, you could ask them if, in their eyes, a beautiful human being is just a piece of delicate meat. Yiqian has always found it outrageous that the legend about mountain spirits and monsters being interested in human men and women is outrageous. They are not the same species, so where does the love, hate, and vengeance come from? Just like when people see a cow or a sheep, normal people wouldn't have any such thoughts, right? It's not exquisite, but it's easy to eat. When I talked to them before, they said, children have memories of these things, and there is no need to ask them again. They can already tell us some information from a long time ago. However, he felt that he needed to explain, otherwise he would be misunderstood. It's quite normal. When the soul-eating rose was living outside, it hunted a lot. It doesn't distinguish between humans and animals. As long as it's edible, it will not let go of any plant or animal. Seeing that Fan Liao was nervous, Yiqian smiled, lowered his head to look at the soul-eating rose that was fighting with the snake grass with its leaves, and poked his finger on the leaf that was approaching it. He was able to obtain the soul-eating rose because of this rose. When he was hungry, he ran to Kathy Wood's house to find food, and then was torn to pieces by the angry Kathy Wood. If it weren't for the poison, I would have had to save the last bit of seeds and plant them to get the flowers to detoxify. Given Wood's hot temper, if the soul-devouring rose had been poisoned a little later, it would have been gone by then. Meow. The little tabby cat was sleeping in Yiqian's arms. When it woke up from a nap, it saw the soul-eating rose and snake-loving grass playing. It also jumped onto Yiqian's legs and stretched out its little paws to play with the two. Don't think too much. Just listen to the stories and don't bring them into reality. The reality is that everyone in your family is pretty well behaved, and everyone outside is the enemy, no matter what form they take. Living well is the foundation of everything. Yiqian looked at the child with a dazed look in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about, and called his attention back to his senses. There is no need to worry so much about many things. In everything, you have to survive first. As for the possibility of plants and animals transforming into humans, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. Even if they do, it only means that the other party's intentions are more dangerous. Chapter 138 Qin Jian's Private Chat. High temperature again on the 27th day. 0032. Qin Jian. Brother Yi, are you busy? In the evening, when Yiqian was packing up and getting ready for bed, Qin Jian suddenly sent him a private message. 0997. Yiqian, not busy, just finished patrolling around the house, and was about to take a shower and lie down. Brother Qin wanted to see me. What's up? Other people who send private messages may just be chatting, but Yiqian's impression of this person is that he doesn't seem like someone who would be so idle. Especially, he won't come to me when he has nothing to do. 0032. Qin Jian, Brother Yi, if you're not tired yet, come chat with me. As you can see, this is a team-based manner. Although the previous plan didn't work out, I still went out for a while and found a few players nearby. I brought them back to live with us. Qin Jian also knew that Yiqian probably didn't want to chat with him alone, but now he had something to say, and he could only talk to Yiqian. If he brings up certain things with those who can talk to him and have the same goals as him, it will inevitably lead to some bad developments. Yiqian is an outsider and does not participate in this matter, but he can give him some advice. 0997. Yiqian, where there are people, there must be rules and regulations. Brother Qin, you can definitely talk to those team members. They haven't gotten into trouble yet, which shows that their management methods are quite effective. And that Mr. Hua, he must have been of high status in the past. Yiqian looked at the pile of messages sent by Qin Jian and did not want to provide any opinions at all. Instead, he directly pointed out a direction for study. What a mess this is. There are only a dozen people, but some are already slacking off, some are trying to steal others' achievements, and some are even trying to move out and start their own estate. It seems like anyone can build a manor, and these manor owners haven't yet fully discovered the conditions for opening it. However, he could see that Qin Jian just felt tired and did not want to break up. But Yiqian was not interested in whether he was tired or not. He now keeps cats and plants, and also takes care of someone else's obedient baby. He has such a comfortable life and doesn't want to worry about others. 0032. Qin Jian. Mr. Manhwa, it's personal mode. Qin Jian looked at the friends in his friend list who had manners, and none of them wanted to talk about this topic. As for that one who is very popular, there is a certain degree of equality between his strength and number. He probably doesn't want to engage in team mode, so he opened a personal manner. 0997. Yiqian, building a team is a very tiring job, but that doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't understand. Brother Qin, why don't you ask more? He'll probably have some experience to teach you. Yiqian was the one being targeted, so he pulled that person down as well. Anyway, He has said several times that he is very bored on weekdays. Apart from entertaining his sister, he has nothing else to do but practice. Qin Jian, forget it. I'll go ask Boss Luo. Although he's heartbroken, he still really wants the players to be better. Qin Jian was sure that Yi Qian really didn't want to talk to him, so he changed his target. Yi Qian was also in a good mood and asked him to go find Boss Luo and sympathize with him for the miserable situation he had been targeted by the players before. Li Hua, why do you think he doesn't dare to talk to Lijiao about these topics? Is it because he's talked about it before and got scolded by them? Yi Qian closed the chat, turned over while holding the cat, and rested his head on the pillow that Brother Zhang had given him today, while chatting unilaterally with Xiao Lihua with a smile. If a person wants to work hard for his dream, he has to bear all the troubles that come along with it. Someone like him who is only satisfied with having enough to eat is not suitable to discuss this type of topic with others. He still smoothed the little tabby's fur, then washed its paws and ears with a water ball. Meow. The little tabby turned over, opened its little paws, and let Yi Qian pinch its paws and play with it. Go to sleep, eat well, sleep well, and grow up well. Meow. One person and one cat played for a while, then closed their eyes and fell asleep. Other people's troubles had nothing to do with them, but the next morning, when Yi Qian woke up and saw the temperature change, he had his own troubles. Day 27, 5 hours 4 minutes and 55 seconds, sunny, 25 degrees Celsius 35 degrees Celsius, south wind level 6. On the 27th day, the temperature rose directly to 35 degrees, which made Yi Qian think of the previous time when the temperature gradually escalated to more than 40 degrees. Too high a temperature will have some impact on crops. Fortunately, there is no shortage of water in the farmland at home, and occasionally some growth may be accelerated due to the high temperature. But the situation of his fish pond and chicken coop is a bit bad now. Tasks: 1. Reclaim wasteland and cultivate land. 2. Build a manor. 3. Prevent foul plague. 4. Oxygenate the fish pond. For today's daily tasks, except for 2 that will not change, the last 2 will directly display the current troubles. If there is insufficient oxygen in the fish pond, there may be trouble with foul plague in the chicken coop. Meow. The little tabby cat watched Yi Qian get up, then lay down beside the bed and waved its paws. It waited until Yi Qian put on his clothes before jumping onto his shoulder and lying down. Let's check the gourd bee first. I haven't taken care of it these past few days. I don't know if it has eaten all the honey. Yi Qian touched the little tabby cat, then walked to the window, squatted down, and picked up the gourd with flowing colors. Level 1 Colorful Treasure Light Gourd Bee. Green grade / domesticated animal. Adult. Can reproduce, gathers pollen and makes honey, has a chance of producing higher level bees. Worker bee. 61. Honey storage. 0.18. The queen bee of the colorful treasure gourd bee is still the same, but the number of worker bees has grown to 61. This honey has finally changed from the 2 tails of red honey that was previously put in for feeding to the newly brewed colorful honey. Yi Qian did not take out the more than 1 or 2 ounces of colorful honey. He just observed it and put the gourd back in its place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A tiny bee flew out of the gourd with a small ball of crystal clear honey on its claws and landed on Yi Qian's hand. The little bee moved its claws a few times, and a ball of honey about the size of a small green bean was placed on Yi Qian's fingers. For me to taste? Yi Qian watched the little bee drop the honey and then circle around him, and he understood. He didn't take the honey himself, but this colorful little gourd bee insisted on letting him see and taste it. Chapter 139. The master rolls noodles while the apprentice picks sweet potato leaves. Colorful gourd honey, green quality, food material, can be eaten directly, crafted, and processed. Enhancement. Every 0.01 caddies of colorful gourd honey consumed will increase your all-around power by 10 for 1 hour. This small ball on the finger is about the amount of 1 penny. This honey is really a good thing. It smells light and fragrant. Put it in your mouth. Instantly refresh your mind, and your spirit and body will be awakened instantly. It's a good thing. I have to take this opportunity to practice. Yi Qian stretched out his empty fingers and slowly touched the small gourd bee that was standing in front of him. After seeing the small gourd bee return to the nest happily, he went out and stood in the yard, drawing the well water to carry out a new round of polishing and tempering on the water dragon. An hour passed quickly. Surrounded by the water dragon, whose horns were still blurry but finally had some shape, Yi Qian felt relaxed and happy. In just a short while, the combat effectiveness of the special ability increased by 2 points. Even the combat effectiveness of the body increased by 1 point. The increase in the first point of water control may be due to accumulation, but the second point is definitely the new achievement of his meticulous carving. Player, Area 8181. No. 0997. Yiqian. Career direction. Planting department. Level 11373/10 000/basic all-round survivor. Special ability. Water element control. Skills. Synthesis. Level 1/assistance. Plant communication. Level 2 8/1000. Scarecrow. Level 115/100. Crop processing. Level 11/100. Combat power. 78. Plus 106/special ability bonus. Survival points. 54195. In addition to improving his strength, Yiqian looked at the number of survival points in his information, opened the detailed information, and took a few more glances. Yesterday's two-tone clown boots were sold, and someone offered over 30,000 for them. That big lantern skirt that looked like a ball sold for over 10,000. And the previous bunny ear hat is also more than 10,000. As for money, he felt that he could still make some more, but he had to complete the mission first. When you get up, make a scarecrow first. It's a watering can. It will disappear in 2 hours. This experience is so hard to gain. Yiqian is not in a hurry to be a scarecrow for a long time now, because he needs to gain experience to upgrade. Therefore, the scarecrow's existence time is short, and making another one after it disappears is equivalent to gaining experience points. But the minimum time is 2 hours, and he can't keep an eye on the scarecrow all the time. It's already a lot if he can brush it 4 or 5 times a day. Brother Yi, good morning. After Fan Liao got up, he leaned out the window to take a look. When he saw Yiqian moving around, he opened the door and ran out to say hello. Yao Yao, good morning. Go wash up and get ready. We're having noodles for breakfast. My old lady made them for us. We just need to cook them and add some meat and vegetables. Yiqian just opened the private message, looked back at the energetic child, said hello, and let the child go play by himself. He also had to go to the fields first to pick some sweet potato leaves for the old man. Well, I'll go to the mountain to wash my face first. Brother Yi, you're busy. If you need me to do anything, remember to let me do it. Fan Liao waved his hands happily, then ran up the mountain holding his bear cub. It seems like I can actually do something. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Kid, as long as you don't make trouble, you're a good kid. Yiqian looked at the child running to the top of the mountain, smiled, and shook his head, not intending to let the child do any work. However, where did his soul-eating rose go to play that night? Still pretending to sleep, the new pattern on the leaves is very obvious. Meow. Yiqian put the little tabby flower down and let it play by itself. It looked at Yiqian, who was picking leaves in the field, turned around, and ran to the door of its home, leaving only the half-meter-high vine of the soul-eating rose. Then, its little claws rudely slapped the leaves with red stripes. Soul-eating rose originally sneaked out in the middle of the night and had a big meal outside her home, but because she enjoyed the meal so much, she forgot to leave some for home. Now, it was struggling over whether to tell Yiqian, but it was a little scared after being hit by the little Lihua's claw. Even though they know it is not the case, flowers and plants will still feel guilty. Just before dawn, it was beaten several times by the snake grass, and the guy didn't care about eating it. Meow. The little tabby cat felt that the leaves were dodging, so it jumped around in a playful mood, and just wanted to stretch out its claws towards those leaves that were a little different. A flower and a cat. It hides and he chases. It is guilty and it is enthusiastic. The leaves of the snake plant lay lazily on the ground, a small clump of leaves pretending that it was not there. Looking at the flowers being bullied by the cat, it shook its leaves outside the gate in a good mood to prevent the soul-eating rose from noticing that it was watching the fun. I tell you to eat everything, so don't hide it now. However, that little mushroom that came here yesterday was quite strange. I need to talk about it later. 0997. Yiqian, you old liar. When you deceive people, do you really not feel guilty? Yiqian was chatting with Luo Shan. Originally, he wanted to say hello this morning, saying that the disciple wanted to wish his master good morning. Then, Luo Shan told him to get some noodles later and cook them for breakfast. He also asked about the sweet potato leaves and made sure to pick some more after they were finished. Now there are two of them, a master and an apprentice. One is kneading dough and rolling noodles, while the other is picking sweet potato leaves in the field. They also chat about a person with great ambitions last night. It's not that Qin Jian is bad, it's just that his ideals are a bit too idealistic. After not receiving any advice or guidance from Yiqian last night, he went to find Luo Shan, whose character remained stable. So, Luo Shan, who was practicing at home, gave them a good lesson. If people are all growing in a positive direction, then they naturally don't need to spend too much time and effort. But if someone doesn't work hard themselves and just wants to nibble on the fruits of others' labor, this is called a pest in the group. This kind of people need to be managed and managed strictly, so that others can also maintain a correct living atmosphere. In short, under Luo Shan's guidance, Qin Jian has clearly realized that his previous inability to do anything was actually hurting good people in the true sense. If nothing unexpected happens, Luo Shan will receive a response from Qin Jian this afternoon or evening. Chapter 140 Luo Shan's Bad Taste. If you don't like food, you don't need to get used to it. 0001. Luo Shan. Does the brat know how to speak? Was that what I called deceiving? I was just guiding him, helping him get out of his misunderstanding. Luo Shan expressed his frustration and disgust at his apprentice's complaints. He spent more than an hour of his sleep last night just to give that idealist a good talk. However, that guy didn't say that he came to him because he was rejected by his apprentice. As expected, his apprentice was smart. He could sleep an extra hour or two by not participating in those topics. However, since his character had already been established, he had to maintain it. Currently, no targets have been found in Area 8181, but no one can predict the future. If a passage to other areas appears one day, the personality and identity he originally established may still be useful. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, yes, yes. You've worked so hard, old man. To find direction for that idealistic person, you've even lost sleep and neglected your cultivation. You're truly great. So, this morning, would you like some sweet potato leaves? Also, some leeks that aren't ripe yet but can be harvested. Would you like a little? Yi Qian took a look at the field next to him. The sweet potato vines were of different sizes and were planted in batches at different times of the day. But in the field next door, the leek seeds that were planted for the first time have now grown to about 10 centimeters. He didn't know if the experience would be useful before the harvest, but it wasn't impossible to try. 0001. Luo Shan. Please spare those leeks. I've asked someone before, and for cultivated crops, picking them before the indicated harvest period only gives a small amount of experience points, and the unripe ones aren't very tasty. Luo Shan was angered by Yi Qian's sudden stupidity. It is already difficult to gain experience in the planting department, and you are even thinking about harvesting early. This is absolutely not allowed. Even if he likes eating leeks, he can wait a few days until the harvest season comes and cut them, then give him some leeks, and he can make some leek dumplings for the kid. When he raised that little girl decades ago, he didn't have to worry so much. All he had to do was teach her and wait for dinner. But when it came to Yi Qian, even though he was an old man, he still had to take the trouble to cook for him. Day after day, I am so worried. But this feeling is actually not bad. There is a child waiting for him to cook and feed him, so he has something to do every day. 0997. Yi Qian, let's put the leeks aside for now. This morning, we only have sweet potato leaves. I've had to clean up the house these past few days, so I haven't been to the back mountain to pick wild vegetables. Yi Qian was very obedient. If he was not allowed to cut the leeks, then he would not cut them. Besides, he just wanted to give it a try. Now that he knew what the result would be, there was no need to worry about it. I picked a basket of sweet potato leaves, washed them with water, shook off the moisture, and put them away, ready to wait for the noodles on Luo Shan to be rolled out, and the exchange would be completed. When players start exchanging, both sides have to spend 3 survival points. Although these 3 survival points are really nothing to them now, they still have to save them. Brother Yi, is the old man who cooks for us your relative? Fan Liao ran to the top of the mountain, washed his face in the stream under the mountain spring, and also gave the little black bear cub a bath. Then he went down the mountain to wait for dinner. Now seeing Yi Qian shredding cabbage and potatoes, he couldn't help but wonder what that old man looked like. Could it be that he is the same as his uncle? Or maybe it's different. Brother Yi was talking about an old man. Although his uncle is not young anymore, he still looks quite young. In their world, the stronger you are, the more likely you are to stay young and healthy. Well, my only relative. Yi Qian suddenly sighed with a sad expression. After opening the exchange request sent by the other party, Yi Qian put the washed sweet potato leaves on it, then took the hand-rolled noodles, opened the lid of the pot, and put them in the boiling water. In addition to noodles, there are also shredded potatoes, which also need to be cooked. As for the shredded cabbage and chopped coriander, just wait until they are boiled and then add them. Brother Yi, are you unhappy? My uncle is my only relative. The child sitting at the table lowered his head and quietly observed Yi Qian, who was cooking. He didn't know if it was his fault that Yi Qian recalled some sad emotions. Now he wanted to try to comfort her, but he was worried that his next words would make her even sadder. Sure enough, he was just as his uncle had said, very stupid. Don't worry about it. Try some cold dishes. The old man in my family has developed some new pickles, but I feel like he's targeting me. Yi Qian moved the noodles in the pot to prevent them from sticking, then brought over another small plate of pickles and placed it on the table. Huh? What is this? Fan Liao blinked, and when he confirmed that Yi Qian's sadness was actually caused by a plate of pickles, He felt that his ability to understand was too weak. His eyes followed the movement blankly, focusing his attention on the pickles. Try some bitter melon slices soaked in vinegar. I only ate one bite because I didn't want to make that old man sad. Yi Qian picked up a small piece, prepared himself mentally, and then opened his mouth and ate it. Even though he knew what would happen, he still couldn't help but taste a piece. However, personal taste preferences are difficult to change. Now, after taking a bite, my expression twisted into a hideous expression for a moment. Why would that old bastard create such outrageous food in another world? Crispy. The child was a little scared, but still plucked up the courage to try it. It's crunchy, sour, and a great appetizer. You actually like to eat this. Yi Qian turned around to open the lid of the pot, stirred the noodles in the pot, and looked back at the child who was eating piece after piece. The taste that made him collapse still did not dissipate in his mouth. This is horrible. Why would anyone like to eat sour and bitter food? However, it's okay if he likes to eat it. Next time the old bastard prepares this type of cold dish for him, there will be someone to help him solve the problem. It's okay. My uncle said I can't be picky about food. I eat whatever is available. I'm used to it. The child was eating the bitter melon on the plate. There were only a few pieces, and he finished them all in no time. Now, there was nothing Yi Qian didn't like. The child put down his chopsticks, supported his chin with his hands, and continued waiting for the meal to start. As for his taste preferences, he didn't know because he had no choice in the past. You can choose in the future. Eat what you like, and say no if you don't like it. We don't have so many rules in our house. This old bastard is just teasing me. He won't mind if I can't finish it. Yi Qian served the noodles in a large bowl and placed it in the middle of the table. Each person had a small bowl to eat from. Seeing that the child clearly didn't like the small dish of pickles but still finished it, Yi Qian felt it necessary to explain the rules here. There is no such thing as not being picky about food. You are not incapable of taking care of yourself. You like to eat what you like and don't like what you don't like. There is no need to force yourself for any reason. Of course, this only applies to ordinary food. If it is some kind of amplification, when needed, it is better to treat it as taking medicine to improve it. It is not the same as eating. Chapter 141. Children are more anxious when working. Brother Yi, I want to help. After breakfast, Fan Liao saw Yi Qian carrying a pickaxe to the top of the mountain, preparing to dig a ditch to let the spring water flow down. He couldn't help but come over and put forward his own idea. He didn't want to just watch, but he wasn't sure what he could do. He was also worried that doing anything extra would interfere with Yi Qian's mission and experience. Or you dig ditches? Yi Qian looked back at the child who was looking expectant. This ditch was not within the scope of the mission. He dug the ditch because he needed to divert water for his own use in fish pond, and those would be adjusted later. Okay, Brother Yi, tell me how big an area you want to dig. I promise I can finish it in just one morning. The child's expectation was met, and his eyes lit up when he heard that he could help. It's just half a meter wide and about 20 centimeters deep, extending all the way to the grassy area. The rest can be adjusted later. Yi Qian stood on the top of the mountain and gestured in the direction, then left the task of digging the ditch to little Yao Yao. Although it is a bit uncomfortable to let the child work, but since the child is so happy, just let him play. Brother Yi, don't worry, I will definitely do it well. Fan Liao raised his hand and clenched his fist. Children's reactions always have a cute feel. Then, just as Yi Qian was about to go down the mountain to increase the height of the chicken coop's roof and set up a water cooling system. This speed. Watching the child running past him and down the mountain, Yi Qian looked back at the roll of mud rolling down the mountain, his eyes dull for a moment. He forgot that although the child looked small, when he worked, he could complete the work in an instant. This roll of mud, half a meter wide and 20 centimeters thick, rolled from the top of the mountain all the way to the side of the green meadow, and then spread out a little below the green meadow, creating a small piece of land as flat as the green meadow. Brother Yi, it's done. Fan Liao stood beside the green grass and waved at Yi Qian. He's done it, so what's next? Dig a hole under the green grass to store water. It should be more than 1 meter deep and 3 or 4 meters in diameter. I just released the water here. Yi Qian didn't hesitate any longer. After talking to Fan Liao, he dug up the location connecting to the upper canal, and the mountain spring water flowed down along the ditch. The amount of spring water is not particularly large. Apart from the part that seeps out in the middle, the water level is only 4 or 5 centimeters, which washes all the soil fragments into the dug pit along the way. Yao Yao is amazing. If I were to do these tasks myself, it would take me at least half a day to finish them. Now it's so easy. Yi Qian looked at the child standing on the green grass, smiling and waiting to be praised, and praised him generously for how great he was and how much time and energy he had saved him. In response to his praise, The child smiled with his eyes narrowed, holding the little bear cub in both hands, blushing and rubbing his head against the bear cub again and again. Let's take a break for now. I'll check if there are any unstable places. I'll also check how much water flow the fish pond needs. Yi Qian touched the child's head, arranged a follow-up task for him, and then went to the fish pond by himself. There are 2 fish ponds. One is filled with big fish, and there are 8 fish that cannot be eaten for the time being. On the other side, the smaller fish, the larger ones have grown to nearly 10 centimeters, and the smaller ones are probably some of the newly emerged fish and shrimp fry. I can't use gauze to filter it, forget about gauze, but it seems like water plants can. After squatting by the fish pond and watching for a while, Yi Qian was sure that he had come up with a solution. It is impossible to completely prevent any fish from getting out, but he can leave a small water flow area nearby and plant some aquatic plants to intercept the small fish and shrimp fry swimming out of the pond. Moreover, he does not seek to leave any fish or shrimp uneaten. This type of fish fry farming does not involve their growth experience. It is just for the convenience of eating. If some of them really run away, it can be regarded as a meal for the chickens in the chicken coop when the fish die. Therefore, half of the water flow line out of the fish pond needs to be added into the chicken coop. A thin layer of water flow can also cool the chicken coop. In his chicken coop, there are only 8 chickens of different sizes. I opened the consignment and looked around and found someone selling aquatic plants, the kind with ordinary aquatic plants and shallow mud and sand. This kind of thing can be dug casually by the river, and the consignment price is not expensive. It does not require much technical skills, and players can dig it out and sell it as long as they spend some time. The basic price is in the range of 1 survival point per square meter. Of course, no one will list 1 point at a time. After all, 1 consignment column on the consignment side costs 1 survival point. The minimum quantity currently available is 1 basket, which can be spread over an area of more than 10 square meters. The size of this basket should be a common style for players. It is given as a novice gift package. Yi Qian's family has always had 2 of them, which are currently kept in his warehouse. I bought a slightly larger portion and spent 50 survival points. Then we dug up the area where the water would flow outward, making it slightly lower than the surrounding area, and then buried the aquatic plants in mud. It passed through a corner of the chicken coop and then spread outwards for 20 to 30 meters. Brother Yi, the puddle over there is full and the water is overflowing. Fan Liao kept his eyes on the puddle, occasionally running up the mountain to check whether the sewer would be washed away by the water flow. Now that the dug water pit is full, he ran to call Yi Qian to take a look, worried that the water will overflow to the surrounding area and cause more damage. It's okay, we can bring the water here. Yi Qian has also finished planting, but these ordinary aquatic plants have not yielded any results. Just like the snakeberries that were dug up but couldn't be planted in the fields, they can exist and be picked, but there is no other benefit. Coming to the vicinity of the water pit again, Yi Qian first controlled the excess water and built a water bridge, allowing the water in the pit to slide along the bridge into the pond dozens of meters away. The big fish's pond touched the water first, and when the water went over the edge of the pond, it flowed into the small fish's pond. Then, it flows from the other side of the pond where the small fish are, along the water plants that don't look very healthy, and flows outwards. During this process, Yi Qian had dug a shallow ditch along the edge of the puddle, leading to the fish pond where the big fish was. However, the name fish pond was determined by the manner system. In reality, it was just 2 puddles with fish in them. When the water started flowing, except for the task of reclaiming land and farming, which was not completed, the other 3 daily tasks all gave rewards at the same time. The 3 tasks add up to 120 survival points, which is not a lot, but it also shows that these tasks are considered to be of high difficulty. Chapter 142. Going out to gather. The child takes the bear cub to practice hunting. Achievement. Water is the source of life 3. You have a fully flowing active water source. Survival points, plus 1,000. Just when Yi Qian made another adjustment to allow the flowing water to flow out of the manor along the courtyard wall surrounded by snake grass, a new achievement appeared. I haven't seen any achievements in a long time. Yi Qian stood by the courtyard wall, reached out and patted the leaves of the snake grass, and played with it for a while. This achievement reward is easy to get in the early stages, but becomes increasingly difficult later on. Moreover, there are no hints, so you can only explore these achievements on your own. Meow. Little Lihua ran back and forth on the snake grass wall for a long time. When he had enough fun, he came back and jumped onto Yi Qian's shoulder. You really treat the snake grass as a training ground, don't you? Yi Qian tilted his head to look at the coquettish little tabby cat. This little thing played the game with snake grass several times a day without getting tired of it, and snake grass always coaxed it to play. Mushrooms? Jumping mushrooms. Originally, Yiqian was paying attention to the little tabby flower playing, but suddenly he received a message from the snake grass. Last night, some little mushrooms that could jump and walk came outside. However, the mushrooms were unable to enter the door and were eaten by the soul-eating rose outside the yard. A poisonous little mushroom that jumps towards the player's door. Perhaps it is a mutated plant monster that invades the player's manor? I often saw chats on the Manor Owner channel before, saying that the manor invasion prompts, and then they had to get up to deal with it, even when they were asleep. So far, his family has not seen this type of prompt except for the 2 bird attacks yesterday, because they were blocked outside the manor by the snake grass and soul-eating rose. It's okay, just eat what you can eat. What's there to save from the mushrooms? Don't save that. The animal fur can be used to make equipment, but the rest is useless. Yiqian felt the message conveyed by the snake grass, and when asked whether he should keep some of the mushrooms next time he encountered them, he thought about it for a while with some confusion. He really didn't know what part of this mushroom could be preserved. After chatting with Snake Goddess for a while, Yiqian carried the cat back to the doorstep and checked his fish pond and chicken coop again. The chicken coop actually doesn't have very dense protection, and the chicks that just hatched yesterday can easily walk out of the fence. Maybe because they were being taken care of by the hen, the chicks never left the enclosure and just moved around within it. Now, 2 adult hens, a rooster, and 5 chicks are all in the aquatic and weedy areas, drinking water and looking for food. 2 or 3 small fish and shrimps float out with the water. After being eaten, the chickens discovered new food in the water plants. However, this kind of different food depends on luck. See if there are any small fish or shrimps that are unlucky and run out early to die. Yao Yao, I'm going to the back mountain to collect. Do you want to go with me? Yiqian made sure that there was no problem at home for the time being, so he made a scarecrow, then put on the backpack, hung the umbrella on his back, and called Yao Yao to go out together. It's not fun to stay at home all the time, so take your kids out for a walk. Here it comes. The child came out of the house, wearing the gray boots that Brother Zhang probably just bought for him, carrying a crossbody bag that must be made of high-quality material, and holding his little bear cub in his hand. If the little bear wasn't swaying around with a sullen look, it would actually look like a child playing with a doll. Brother Yi, let's go. My uncle just bought me a bag and shoes. Going out barefoot will hurt your feet because of the stones. The young boy raised one foot to let Yiqian see his little boots, and jumped up and down as he told Yiqian what his uncle had told him. Basically, it's the mode of coaxing children. And judging from the child's condition, he probably didn't experience this pattern when he was young. Let's go to the back mountain and collect wild vegetables, berries, mushrooms, and other materials we can find. Yiqian took the child out and walked towards the top of the mountain first. Occasionally, we saw a few berry bushes along the way and picked those before continuing. Brother Yi, look at this. This snake actually hides in the bushes, but it can't hide from me. Just as they reached the top of the hill and crossed the hill to let the children move freely, he caught a snake of ordinary grade. The snake was very small, about half a meter long, and it didn't even have any venom. It was just a delivery boy. Whether your bear cub eats it or not, if so, give it to him. Animals always prefer to eat meat. Let him learn to hunt and eat outside. Just make sure he doesn't eat anything too toxic. Yiqian was picking up dead grass and rotten leaves in the grove. These could be used as fertilizer. He could take them home and have the scarecrow process them before putting them into the fields. Yiqian actually didn't know much about combat pets, but hunting was definitely something that he couldn't do without. Although his little tabby cat is still quite weak, it has been practicing its hunting instinct and is not really unable to hunt. But so far, his family has snake grass and soul-eating rose, and there is also leaf potential to fight, so it is not yet the turn of little manhwa to clash with those invasive creatures. It eats this, even the skin. Fan Liao obediently handed the snake to the little black bear cub, and then saw the little bear cub sit on the ground, holding the snake with its 2 front paws, and chewing it. This eating pattern makes me wonder if I should buy some sugar cane to chew on. Take your time and have fun. Pay attention to your surroundings, and don't stray too far. I'll dig up some more tree roots. Yiqian stood up and looked at the child. Not finding any danger, he continued to clean up the soil and fertilizer, picking up some straw mushrooms and pulling some wild vegetables. And when the little tabby cat sniffs the ground, he will occasionally find a piece of special tree roots. In half a morning, Yiqian packed up half a backpack of soil and fertilizer, picked up a dozen unidentified plant roots, and about 20 unidentified plants. Fan Liao's harvest was a bit skewed. Besides a lot of berries and unidentified fruits, there were also 3 snakes eaten by the bear cubs and 2 voles. When the field mouse was dug out of the ground by the bear cub, Yiqian came over to take a look. They all weigh about half a pound, are plump, and not much different from mice. The boy wanted to invite the kitten to eat some too, but the kitten was too busy searching for plant roots to pay attention to the child, who was once again trying to establish a friendly relationship with it. Chapter 143, Yi Qian takes care of the baby, just spoil him. Brother Yi, does Li Huan not like me? When I got home to prepare lunch, little Yao Yao was standing outside the simple kitchen. He tugged at the corner of his clothes with his little hands and asked about the thing that had been bothering him for half the morning. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to ask this. But after spending these 2 days together, he remembered a lot of what Brother Yi said. He would speak up when he had something to say and ask when he didn't understand. It's not that it doesn't like you. It's just that it's a little wary of you, and you picked it at the wrong time. Li Huo was busy helping me find unidentified plant roots. Even if you had more delicious food at that time, it wouldn't have paid attention to you. Yi Qian looked at the little tabby cat playing with the soul-eating rose, then looked at the child who tried to get in touch with it, but failed again. He smiled and shook his head, and told him to pick some little tabby cat to play with next time, or continue when he was bored. Well, next time I find a chance, I will definitely make it pay attention to me. The young man nodded, turned around to look at the little tabby cat playing happily, wrote down what Yi Qian said, and planned to continue working hard next time. He will definitely be friends with the kitten, for sure. Go play, take a break, and then we'll eat. I fried fish fillets for lunch, and I plan to make it slightly spicy. If you don't like spicy food, just tell me. Yi Qian turned back to continue cutting fish fillets, and also mentioned the taste of lunch. Brother Yi, I actually like spicy food. Can you make it a little spicier? Staring at the sliced fish, the child blinked and thought for a moment, then decided to speak out. He likes it not slightly spicy, but a little spicier. After saying it, he couldn't help but start to get nervous. Will making such a request make Brother Yi think that he has too many ideas and is too troublesome? If you had told me earlier that you liked spicier food, I would have made it less spicy. I'll make more spicy food for lunch and give less non-spicy food to Xiao Lihua and Xiao He. Yi Qian was very happy with the child's suggestion because he also liked to add a little more spiciness. Then can I make some smoothies now and make some watermelon juice later? The child's eyes were shining, and he was so excited that his smile was a little exaggerated. His proposal happened to be liked, and now he wants to do something else. Go ahead, just take your time. The fish fillets won't be ready for the pot for more than 10 minutes, and we won't be eating until about half an hour later. Seeing the child so happy, Yi Qian definitely had no objection, and that watermelon. Anyway, it's for them to eat, so they can eat it as they like or make it into a processed cold drink. It's a very nice thing for the children to make some desserts and cold drinks for everyone on such a hot day. Well, Brother Yi, you cook, I'll go get the watermelon. All his requests were granted, and Fan Liao tried hard not to appear too proud. He said hello to Yi Qian and ran out, jumping around at an angle where Yi Qian couldn't see him. After he calmed down, he took out the watermelon, got some mountain spring water to make ice, and then ground it into smoothies bit by bit. When Yi Qian's fried fish fillets are served, they are arranged in different styles: non-spicy, slightly spicy, and medium spicy. Just take whichever one you want. The young man Yao Yao had already prepared a large portion of smoothie, and the crispy watermelon juice was placed aside. Send a cup to my old bastard too. He only eats watermelon by holding it and chewing it, or at most using a spoon. He definitely won't do it on his own initiative. Yi Qian sat down, looked at the child sitting obediently, and gave a portion of the cold drink made by the child to his master. By the way, 2 slices of fried fish were added. This fish is the one that Fan Liao brought. The fish fillets are very big and crispy. It is also good as a snack. Will he like it? Fan Liao was a little worried. He actually wanted to give one to his uncle, but he was afraid his uncle would accuse him of wasting ingredients after receiving it. My old bastard said it was delicious, but he complained about my poor parenting skills. He said he never let me do these things when I was a kid. He often took me out to play when I was little, and that a large part of my personality was shaped by him. Yi Qian looked at the private chat and saw that his master did say it tasted good, but he was mostly complaining. Complaining about some people who think they are elders but don't even know the little hobbies of their children. They are so stupid. Of course, he also complained about Yi Qian asking children to do work. Then I'll give one to my uncle too. If he says it's not good, I won't give it to him next time. So he'd better praise me. Otherwise, he won't get any in the future. The child who was praised instantly found confidence, and at the same time became a little more arrogant. He made something delicious, so he gave a portion to his uncle. It was his token of appreciation. As Brother Yi said, you must first become strong in your heart. 0039, Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, Yao Yao made this cold drink. Number 2 Zhang Wei received a watermelon smoothie from his nephew. His first reaction was that the child was too noisy. The melon given to Brother Yi was used by the child to make juice. Fortunately, he also knows that when his child makes delicious food, he is thinking of him, and it is the child's intention. But he was worried that if he did this, Yiqian would feel that the child was difficult to manage, which would be bad. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, the cold drink is delicious, right? Yao Yao said I worked hard cooking, so she made some cold drinks for me to quench my thirst. I'll also give you a cup to taste. Brother Zhang, are you moved to tears by such a well-behaved child? Yiqian looked at the child who was a little nervous and was eating fish fillets and steamed buns obediently with his head down, and quickly replied to number 2 Zhang Wei. This old man has always been quite normal, but when it comes to his children, he becomes so upset. At least you should praise the food your children make. Learn more from this old liar. Even if it's just a few pounds of wild vegetables, as long as it's given by the apprentice. Even if there are complaints, it means that the apprentice is finally filial to him, which gives happiness and affirmation first, which can make people feel happy immediately. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi is right. I'm just so happy. Let's not talk about it anymore. I need to praise my kids. Number 2 Zhang Wei immediately understood what Yiqian meant, said hello, and switched to another private chat. After the private message was sent, the uncle and nephew chatted, and the child's originally worried expression immediately turned into happiness. I was praised, told that I was in a great mood after receiving a gift, so good that I went out for a run or something. Although the uncle's statement was a bit exaggerated, the child felt that he was really happy after seeing it. Chapter 144 Yao Yao is a good child, Brother Yi is a good man. Hey. After lunch, the child curled up in the chair, holding a smoothie and watermelon juice, smiling foolishly. So happy. Yiqian pulled over a recliner and lay down beside it, drinking the watermelon juice that had not yet completely melted in the smoothie. He tilted his head and looked at the giggling child, feeling very good. That old man Zhang finally got it, and it was worth all his hard work in teaching him over and over again. Seriously, raise a baby. It is better to praise and coax your child early on, even if you quarrel or scold him when he does something wrong, than to make him feel fear from the beginning. Well, Brother Yi, thank you. You are really a good person, a very good person. The child raised his smiling face, looked at Yiqian, and suddenly thanked him very seriously. He is not stupid. He can actually think of the reason why his uncle has become like this. Brother Yi thought he was quietly teaching his uncle how to speak, but he knew very well what kind of personality his uncle had and how he thought about certain things. But no matter what the reason is, he is very happy now that his uncle has tried to make changes. Yeah, I think I'm a good person. Yiqian also laughed. He now feels that he is a good person, at least when facing children. Don't go out this afternoon. Practice at home. If you feel too good to practice peacefully, you can go to the back mountain to play for a while. But don't go too far. The snake charming grass will open the door for you. After dinner, Yiqian rested for a while, made another scarecrow, and then prepared to continue practicing. Planting experience needs to be acquired and materials need to be collected, but personal ability cultivation is equally important. I'm practicing too, Brother Yi. I won't run around. When Fan Liao heard that he could go out and play by himself, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. He didn't want to go out alone. Although he knew that Brother Yi had no other intentions, when he told him to go out on his own, he couldn't help but worry that he would be driven away because he was capable of taking care of himself. He will be very good, so please don't chase him away. He must work harder. Then practice hard. Only when your own strength is strong enough can you survive better. Yiqian reached out and touched the child's head, telling him not to think too much. If they want to practice, they can practice. If they want to go out, they can go out. Although his family has told the children many things they cannot do, they have not restricted their freedom. But, forget it, I won't worry about it anymore. A child's self-doubt and denial, as well as his or her fear of self in interpersonal relationships, cannot be repaired in a day or two. Just raise the child slowly. As long as the child doesn't cause any trouble, it's not a bad thing to have a diligent, capable, obedient, and cute child in the family. Seeing that Yiqian didn't let him go out anymore, the child happily spun around with the bear cub in his arms twice, then went back to the house to pack up and practice with peace of mind. Yiqian didn't go to see what the child's cultivation method was like, because Yiqian's own cultivation method was rather exaggerated. This time he didn't even stand up, but just lay down on the recliner. After drawing out the well water, he began to carve slowly again. A water dragon coiled around, maintaining a concentrated state, still carving the dragon's horns. Yiqian had actually never seen a dragon, but precisely because he had never seen one, he was more free to do as he pleased when carving it, creating it entirely on his own. In the whole afternoon, His mental energy was greatly consumed, and the pair of dragon horns only looked more refined, with no other changes. The efforts of this afternoon did have some effect, and the value of the special ability increased by 1 point. After reaching more than 100 points, he himself did not feel much of this 1 point increase. If it were not for the display of this value, Yi Qian himself might have ignored this growth. 0987. Yun Fenglei, individual my guest left, and I was given a random event to clean up the traces they left behind. In the Manor Owner's channel, Yun Fenglei came out and sent a message in the evening. 0012. Zhongwei, group, why does this feel like something bad is going on? Did that guest leave some hidden trouble in your home? 11,111 Xinhong, group, they must have left behind some trouble. Thinking about the worst, they might have left behind some potential threat, waiting to detonate it at night so they can rob the manor. 0996. Mu Muyi, individual, how pitiful. I let someone stay at my house temporarily, and they ended up causing such trouble. I should be more careful. 0987. Yun Fenglei, personal, is it possible that this is a gift left by a guest? 0997. Yi Qian, personal, will there be a manor hint for gifts? Yi Qian joined in the fun and tried to guess some information the guests might have left. So far, he has not found any prompts in the manor system's judgment because the guests have done anything good. This morning, Fan Liao helped him dig a ditch and a reservoir. At that time, there was no information at all. Although he saw it because he saw the child taking out the watermelon at noon, the manor reminder still appeared. This manor system will most likely issue reminders for all information judged as negative and will not issue reminders for positive information if possible. 0987. Yun Fenglei, individual, found it. He left me a bunch of delayed release poison. He actually left me poison. You guys chat first. I'm going to kill that bastard who's probably still here. After more than 2 minutes, Yun Fenglei found the things left by the man, told him about it in the Manor Owner's channel, and then went after him. 0997. Yi Qian, personal, it's true. The manor system is quite responsible to the Manor Owner himself. Yi Qian looked at the message sent by Yun Fenglei, sighed, then stood up and drank a glass of watermelon juice poured by the child, said thank you, and went to make dinner. This is human nature. Brother Yi, is something wrong? Fan Liao felt that Yi Qian's smile was a little strange, so he went to the kitchen door and asked carefully. It has nothing to do with us. I saw someone on the Manor Owner's channel who took in a guest and got scammed. Don't worry, I believe Yaya won't hurt me because I'm a good person. Yi Qian walked to the door, squatted down, and looked at Fan Liao, rubbing the child's hair with his fingers. This kind of thing can be said to be telling children not to have any bad thoughts. As long as he is cute and well-behaved, I can always be a good person. He'll be very good to the kids, a very nice person. Chapter 145. Young and old, both need to be coaxed. I won't hurt Brother Yi. The child's eyes widened and his eye sockets gradually turned red. He will not hurt Brother Yi, absolutely not. Well, I believe Yaya wouldn't do anything to make you sad. Don't worry. I told you because I felt there was no need to hide such things. I didn't want you to learn from those bad people. Yi Qian touched the child's head and smiled gently and harmlessly. He just wanted to tell the kids that this kind of thing existed, but it just didn't happen to them. I don't want to learn. Fan Liao felt very wronged, but didn't know how to explain it. He really likes Brother Yi and doesn't want to be disliked or treated as a bad guy, but he can't find a way to prove that he won't betray. Just like what Brother Yi said before, people's inner thoughts cannot be seen through. There's so much data in this world, but there's no intimacy or loyalty. No matter how many words you say, they can't prove your true inner thoughts. I don't mean to doubt you, but there are some things I didn't intend to hide from you. Yi Qian reached out and held the child in his arms, touched his head, and patted his back. He was scared to tears, so he had to comfort the child no matter what. Whoa. Brother Yi, you scared me. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Oh. The more you coax children, the more they cry. After being held, Yao Yao could no longer control her tears and lay in Yi Qian's arms and cried loudly. Meow. Little Lihua ran over from the side and jumped onto Yi Qian's shoulder. He looked at the crying child with his big cat eyes, unable to understand what was going on. However, it can now be sure of one thing. This guy is indeed here to grab a position. Wow, hug me, wow. Before the little tabby cat could react, the child reached out and held the cat in his arms. Now it's an adult holding a child holding a cat, and flowers and grass watching the fun. There was also a little black bear cub lying on the wooden board under the eaves with confused eyes. Although he was not asleep, he definitely did not understand the current situation. Meow, meow, meow. After the little tabby cat was hugged, it flapped its 4 little paws and stomped on the child's face. But it only stepped on it, without showing its claws and scratching it. It ignored me. Fan Liao tried to communicate with Xiao Lihua, but unfortunately, he was rejected. Moreover, when he was trying to communicate, the little tabby cat's paw hit him directly on the forehead. Full of disgust. We'll talk about it later. Little Lihua is quite shy. Yi Qian let go of the child who had stopped crying, held his cat in his arms, lowered his head and rubbed his face against the fluffy little head, comforting and coaxing the cat, and finally coaxed the cat and continued to hold it in his arms. The child is easy to coax, but his tabby cat is a bit delicate and will feel wronged and sad if you can't coax him well. Brother Yi, aren't you hot? The child had cried and played around, but now, looking at Yi Qian holding the cat in his arms, he began to wonder if Yi Qian was overheated. It's so fluffy. Are you sure you want to hold it in your arms in this kind of weather? Water type, body temperature can be adjusted, so it won't get hot. Yi Qian rubbed the child's hair, told him not to worry so much, and then turned back to the kitchen to cook. His cat is so used to being held in his arms. How could he not make some adjustments? If people are really hot and cats are also hot, then that definitely won't work. Can adjust. The child blinked blankly, and seeing that Yi Qian was busy cooking, he turned and ran to the side to do his own research. Water system, adjusting body temperature, this is so convenient. But it's a bit difficult. 0001. Luo Shan. Brat, I heard someone was hosting guests at their manor, but ended up getting ripped off. During dinner, Luo Shan saw a message shared by someone, so he switched to the friend interface and talked to his apprentice about this topic. He had visited the player's manor before and stayed there for a night. However, at that time, no one thought that someone would be stupid enough to go to someone else's manor to commit suicide. 0997. Yi Qian, I've talked to them before. The manor owner can see a lot of information about the guests. They secretly planted some highly toxic substances, but as soon as the guests left, the manor system activated a prompt. The manor is set up to monitor any information that is unfavorable to the manor owner at all times. Yi Qian didn't expect that some people could transmit information so quickly. However, he had nothing to hide from his master. The identity of a manor owner came with many conveniences. Whether it is individual mode or team mode, all information within the manor will be fully open to the manor owner. Luo Shan, as long as there's no danger, it's fine. Just raise the child as long as you're happy with him. I've had some conversations with that old loach these days. He's really no good. He's not very smart. He's ruined a good child. Luo Shan just asked a question, and now that he knew Yi Qian understood, he changed the subject. Complaining about Zhang Wei number 2, he also praised himself. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, you are the best. Yi Qian just went along with Luo Shan's complaints and self-praise. A simple acknowledgement and a few words of praise can make an elderly person in another place feel better. Coax the young one, and then coax the old one. After dinner, Yi Qian asked the children to go back and have a good rest. When the moon rose, he carried the cat to the wall of his house. There is no rush to rest tonight. He wants to walk around the courtyard wall a few times to see what those poisonous mushrooms that can jump and run are like. Hopefully, those mushrooms will come back tonight. Chapter 146. Poisonous Mushrooms Attack. Poison Potion. Exploding Poisonous Mushroom. Level 2 Mutant Mushroom. Poisonous Mist. Explosive Throwing. Wandering late at night. Proactive Attacking Wild Creature. Combat Power estimated between 100 to 200. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian, who had been leaning against the courtyard wall and playing with snake grass for a while, turned around and looked through a gap in the courtyard wall opened by the snake grass, and saw the little mushrooms jumping outside. Red, blue, green, purple, white. There are all kinds of colors, and each small mushroom is only as big as a fist, jumping or rolling as you approach from a distance. These round little mushrooms have a very impressive name, and their abilities make them even more ferocious. Not only can they throw poisonous mist, they can also throw explosions. They are really like exploding mushrooms. Meow. Little Lihua could see the mushrooms and felt they were dangerous, but when Yi Qian just popped its head out to warn him, he pressed his fingers on its head and stuffed it back into his arms. It's okay. These little mushrooms can provide a meal for the snake grass and soul-devouring rose. Yi Qian hugged the little tabby cat, stretched out his hand and hooked the leaves of the snake grass, causing the snake grass to open a small window in front of him. The soul-eating rose, which had stayed beside him for a while, was picked up by Yi Qian and released out of the window. 2 water snakes also went out with the rose. The water snake is quite rough and has not been finely crafted, but it is mixed in with the rose vines and does not stand out too much under the moonlight. The soul-eating rose left the protection of the courtyard wall and attracted the attention of several small mushrooms around it as soon as it landed. In addition to a few that began to emit small spore poison mists, there were also a few that directly ejected and smashed towards the location of the soul-eating rose. The exploded mushroom fragments, with strong corrosive burning sensation, all fell into the suddenly appearing sticky water mist. Corrosive toxin, level 2 toxin, produced from explosive poisonous mushrooms, corrosive and burning toxin. Yi Qian gathered the toxins intercepted and wrapped in the water mist. After intercepting it several times, he finally gathered a bean-sized toxin bead. Curious about the value of this thing, Yi Qian opened the auction, scrolled up, and then saw the starting price determined by the auction system. Level 2 corrosive toxin condensate, 0.008 caddies. Starting price, 240 survival points. This small amount is less than 1 penny, but the starting price is more than 200 survival points. This shows the rarity of this item. Give me some more. This toxin should be able to be refined into something good. Yi Qian is now interested in this toxin. He uses the soul-eating rose to lure monsters, and uses the elusive water mist to collect the toxin. After a while, he has intercepted more than a dozen toxins produced by the explosion. When these toxin beads were put together, they were about the size of a peanut, but Yi Qian still divided them into 9 parts. Synthesis successful. As the mental power was drawn and released, a blue light flashed, and a pink drop of water that looked very clear fell on the palm of Yi Qian's hand. Regarding this highly toxic substance, Yi Qian did not directly catch it with his hands. Instead, he controlled the small ball to float on the palm of his hand and observed the new information of the synthetic item. Level 2 Poison Fusion Agent, blue quality, special effect fusion potion, can be used by mutant plants or animals above level 2. After fusion, there is a high probability of gaining a poisonous effect. Note, players cannot use it. This is a good thing, but Yi Qian looked at his curious little tabby cat and realized that this thing really cannot be used for kittens. Currently, the only plants his family can use this fusion agent for are snake grass or soul-eating rose. But the soul-eating rose itself had already swallowed up a part of it, and the poisonous effect had gradually become apparent. You don't like toxins? Yi Qian communicated with the snake-loving grass, but it turned out that the snake-loving grass was not interested in this additional effect. Toxins, it doesn't want. After the soul-eating rose continued to move outside, it used its roots to capture a dozen mushrooms that were attracted to it, ate them all, and then came back. Yi Qian asked, I don't want this either. If he doesn't want any of them, then his family won't be able to use them for the time being. The other mutant plants in the house are either production type or amplification type, and they cannot be fused. Looks like I can try to find someone to exchange some things for. Plant-based materials, these can also be considered plants. Yi Qian leaned against the courtyard wall, opened his friend list, and sent a private message to number 1 Zhang Wei. 0997. Yi Qian, is Brother Zhang asleep? I need a level 2 poison fusion agent. Do you want one? I need mutant seeds. After Yi Qian finished sending the message, he held the soul-eating rose next to him and played with it for a while, examining its leaves, which were now covered with patterns, and praising the rose for its beauty. Yi Qian has become more and more skilled at coaxing people, flowers, and plants, and can always give sincere compliments easily. Of course, it is also because the soul-eating rose is in its current state and looks really good. 0012. Zhang Wei. Yes, 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 yes. Number 1 Zhang Wei was originally patrolling his home and was about to lie down to sleep. At this time, I received a private message from Yi Qian. When I saw that it was a level 2 special item, I immediately perked up. He jumped out of bed and ran to the warehouse, rummaging through his existing seeds, hoping to find some that could reproduce in exchange. He now basically understands that mutant seeds that can reproduce are the true love of planting players. 0997. Yi Qian, don't get excited. You can first see what this thing is used for, and then decide what to exchange it for. Yi Qian asked the man to slowly find a suitable exchange item. He first said hello to the snake-loving grass, then returned home with the shrunken soul-eating rose and put it outside the door. After putting the rose down, he took a shower and returned to the house. I lay down, smoothed the fur of the little tabby caterpillar, looked at the colorful gourd bees that still flew out to work late at night, and continued to wait for the reply from this little Brother Zhang. As a collector, Brother Zhang should have collected quite a few mutant seeds. He hopes to exchange some good seeds, and he is looking forward to having more new seeds and crops for his family. 0012. Zhang Wei, I found some good seeds. Brother Yi, come on, let's trade them. Let me see what your poison potion looks like. Number 1 Zhang Wei first found the items that could be used for exchange, packed them up, and then planned to look at the goods and then estimate the price. Of course, he not only had to estimate the price himself, but also had to let Yi Qian see the seeds he gave him. Only when both parties were satisfied could the exchange be confirmed. Chapter 147. Crop processing. Skills can also be used this way. 0012. Zhongwei. This is a great item. It's not available on the market right now. I've asked 2 potion vendors before, and they can only make some strengthening or recovery potions. It's a bit hard to tell how much this one is worth. Brother Yi, wait for me to look for it. Number 1 Zhang Wei looked at the item information. Those without probability displayed were all certain to succeed. This potion with a 100 poisonous effect was much stronger than he expected, so he had to reconsider this exchange item. 0012. Zhang Wei, take a look at this. How about it? The exchange interface remained open, and after 2 or 3 minutes, Number 1 Zhang Wei put up a small packet of seeds. Originally, he didn't plan to take this out, but a level 1 mutant seed was not worth the value of this fusion potion. We are not weaklings who may die at any time. We may get some good things every once in a while, so we must be more careful when exchanging. It's not just Number 1 Zhang Wei who thinks this way. Most high-level players value win-win cooperation. No one would be stupid enough to do things all at once. The judgment of the items and the sincerity when exchanging. When everyone has many options, each person's attitude determines the decision they will make. 0997. Yi Qian, this is good stuff. Yi Qian looked at the small packet of seeds, and his fingers touching the little tabby cat's head paused for a moment because of excitement. Level 2 Tianxin grass seeds, blue quality, fodder, self-propagating, perennial herbaceous mutant plant. 13 blue quality grass seeds. Yi Qian couldn't see how strong the feed made from this grass was for the time being. But these seeds are self-reproducing. As long as there is enough space and enough time, they can produce many, many trees. The value of fodder can be ignored at this time, but these self-reproducing and perennial plants represent a lot of experience points waving at him. 0012. Zhang Wei, how about these seeds, brother? Are they good enough? When Number 1 Zhang Wei saw Yi Qian say it was a good thing, he felt heartbroken but also quite proud. This grass seed is not only for planting players. Although he won't gain any experience from planting it, if he grows a field of level 2 grass, it will be enough for his family to raise some herbivores. But that potion can make a mutant plant and his family acquire poisonous properties, and its value instantly changes. A domesticated mutant plant with a poisonous effect could bring him much more than simply raising some food. 0997. Yi Qian, that's quite impressive. I've never seen a level 2 mutant plant this scalable. Seeing that the other party was determined to make the exchange, Yi Qian praised the other party's generosity without hesitation. 0012. Zhang Wei, this potion, given to me by Brother Yi, is extremely important to me. I also have some mutant plants at home, and their growth is the foundation of my home's stability. I, brother, prefer transactions based on equal value. Next time you have something good, Brother Yi, please come back to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Number 1 Zhang Wei felt that he had made a profit. After completing the exchange, he did not even sleep. He went out and looked around at his doorstep, selected a plant that he thought was most suitable for attaching poison, and directly fused and cultivated it to see the effect. After receiving the seeds, Yi Qian was in a good mood. He turned over while hugging the cat, and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Tomorrow, I can plant a new seed. Day 28, 5 hours 41 minutes and 52 seconds, sunny, 34 degree C 39 degree C, south wind level 2. It was a new day. Yi Qian woke up and opened his eyes. Looking at the temperature today, he directly covered himself with a water ball to wash away the heat around him. Meow. Little Lihua woke up earlier than Yi Qian, but it lay there obediently until Yi Qian got up, then it stretched and rubbed its head. It's a hot day today. Let's clean up first and make some cold dishes in the morning. Yi Qian carried the cat out of the room, stood in the yard and stretched, then led the well water to surround the house, and controlled the water flow to fall slowly. Although this artificial drizzle cannot drive away the hot and dry atmosphere, it can at least provide some relief. Brother Yi, good morning. I can do that, too. Can I make it rain again? When Fan Liao heard the noise outside, he ran out of his cabin. Seeing that Yi Qian had created a little rain, he wanted to create a bigger one. The current temperature is really uncomfortable. Sure, don't drain the water from the fish pond. Everything else is fine. Go play. I'll make something to eat. Yi Qian looked around and let the children play freely. Anyway, the water sources at home are the well and the mountain spring water. It doesn't matter, just use artificial rainfall to sprinkle some water and the environment in the manor will be more comfortable. Ever since he asked the children to dig a canal yesterday, Yi Qian found that he felt less and less psychological pressure about watching the children work. Maybe it was because he was sure that this child could do certain things more simply and conveniently than he, an adult. I'm going to make it rain. The child carried the sleepy bear cub in his arms and ran to the top of the mountain. After a while, slightly cool water droplets slowly fell from the air. Sitting at the dining table, Yi Qian, who was holding cabbage and various ingredients and studying vegetable processing, felt a slight coolness. Crop processing. You can process the harvested crops from the farmland. This consumes mental energy and can be processed even without experience. When he got this skill, Yi Qian just studied the rabbit ear grass and made it directly into feed. Now he also had a sudden idea and wanted to see what could be made into cabbage. Then he was shown several directions. Cabbage processing direction, food, feed, fertilizer. Initially, there are 3 major directions. Even if it can be made into fertilizer, it is not too strange. But when Yi Qian opened the food, he saw the semi-finished products, dried vegetables, and cold dishes being made. Apart from the semi-finished product, the latter 2 were aspects he could not have thought of. Dried vegetables are dried vegetables that have had their water removed. They are easy to store and can be eaten again after being soaked. Semi-finished products include halving, dicing, slicing, shredding, and mincing. For this cold dish, you need to choose the processing direction first. You can add other crops produced by the farmland, such as onions, ginger, garlic, peppers, etc. Yi Qian has never grown onions, ginger, or garlic himself, but the ones he bought were all grown by other growers. At this time, he took some of the same things, including the salt that could be added according to the ingredient list, and placed a vegetable bowl on the table. A head of Chinese cabbage and the washed condiments were placed in place. After drawing on the mental energy consumed by approximately 1 green quality synthesis, these ingredients quickly merged together. The next moment, the mixed cold dish fell into the vegetable bowl, and a large portion of cold shredded cabbage was ready. Chapter 148. The rabbit ear grass leaves are growing bigger and bigger, picking grass leaves to exchange for materials. Brother Yi, this cabbage is cut so perfectly. Fan Liao went to divert water, froze it, and created a light rain before coming back to have breakfast. Sitting in the chair, looking at the big bowl full of salad, where every cabbage shred was the same size, he felt a little confused. Is this knife skill a sudden outbreak of some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder? I didn't cut it, my skills. Yi Qian picked up a bowl of cold dishes, brought it in front of him, and ate the steamed buns. Tasting the dishes that were indeed better than his own cooking, he felt that the previous mental energy consumption was worth it. At least, I don't have to worry about it, and it tastes better than what I make myself. This skill is really useful. While eating, he opened the consignment and took a look. He felt that many of the cold dishes on consignment might be made with skills. He used to think that the person who cooked the food had strong knife skills, but now, I have real experience, so it is not surprising that some people use this skill to cook and sell for money. What an amazing skill. Fan Liao scrolled through his skill bar, then helplessly closed his personal information. His skills are all related to hunting and are of no use at all in home life. I think it's pretty cool too. It saves a lot of time. I hadn't noticed it before. After you're done eating, go play. I still have to clear the land and farm today. While eating, Yi Qian told the children what he was going to do this morning. After eating and drinking, Yi Qian went to look at the rabbit ear grass. It would take another 2 hours before the harvest season, so he decided to start clearing the land first. He planned to clear more land and plant the 13 grass seeds in scattered locations, and then let the grasses grow and spread naturally. Just near the previous green grassland, small flat areas were dug out on the slope and planted in a terraced pattern. Plant a seed in a small piece of land of more than 10 square meters with different heights. You can only see the effect after it grows out. Yi Qian went to work with the kitten on his shoulders. Fan Liao climbed onto the recliner, hugged the little black bear cub, closed his eyes, and took a nap. When he woke up from his nap, Yi Qian was already in the field in front, picking the leaves of rabbit ear grass. Are you awake? Yi Qian raised his head to look at the child running towards him and waved to him to come over. Brother Yi, why do all these plants at home seem so cute? Fan Liao ran over and squatted beside the field, looking at the small tender leaves left after being picked. The small green leaves, which have not yet grown any fur, are also very interesting. Yi Qian was picking the ones that had grown up, still green inside, but because of the white fuzz covering them, they looked more like real white rabbit ears. They are quite cute. The soul-eating rose and the snake-bewitching grass are also very cute, right? Yi Qian raised his head and looked at the child sitting cross-legged on the ground with his hands supporting his little head. He nodded and admitted that all the children in his family were cute. But, are snake grass and soul-eating rose also cute? For now, it seems to be true, but they are not cute in nature. It's okay. Fan Liao raised his little head and scratched his face with his little hands, saying this very reluctantly. He remembered that when he brought the fish over a few days ago, the snake grass and the soul-eating rose seemed to be fighting. That scene is so brutal. It seems you have seen it. Yi Qian continued to pick rabbit ear grass leaves. He was very familiar with the flowers and plants in his own garden. Rabbit ear grass leaves, green, times 198. The vines of rabbit ear grass are growing more and more, and the number of leaves harvested each time is gradually increasing. This time I am only 2 pieces away from reaching 200, and next time I should exceed it. Moreover, the weight of rabbit ear grass leaves is also increasing. Initially, 1 leaf weighs about 1 kilogram. Each leaf now weighs about 1.5 kilograms, and some particularly thick ones can even reach 1.8 kilograms. 0997. Yi Qian, do you want more rabbit ear grass leaves? I just picked a batch. Yi Qian sent a private message to Qin Hong, saying that he had a little bastard at home, and if he still needed rabbit ear grass leaves, he could exchange some for them now. 11,111 Qin Hong. Yes, 60 more pieces, please. My little rabbit loves to eat this. I don't know what he's thinking, but these leaves look exactly like his ears. Qin Hong naturally needs this because his rabbit likes to eat it very much. But he didn't ask for too much. He just ordered a small amount and ate it slowly. He would buy more next time when Yi Qian picked the ones. There were 60 rabbit ear grass leaves, and Yi Qian picked out some large ones, making a total of 100 kilograms. Qin Hong also carefully selected various fruits and plant leaves picked from the wild. When the number was not enough, he found some more plant branches and leaves, and made up a total of 100 kilograms. They are all of green quality and can be used as food or feed, so there is no loss for either party. What is this, Peach? Fan Liao saw Yi Qian sitting outside the field, casually putting down the things he had started to organize. He came over to take a look out of curiosity. Level 1 peaches, good for replenishing energy and strength, a very normal green quality fruit. Yi Qian picked up a peach weighing about half a pound, swirled it with water to wash off the peach hairs, and then handed it to the child who was staring at him eagerly. It tastes okay. Did you trade these for rabbit ears? Holding peaches in both hands, Fan Liao sat aside, chewing them slowly, watching Yi Qian continue to organize the materials. The peaches were placed separately, along with some leaves he didn't recognize, some branches, and some slender needle-shaped leaves. There are over 20 kilograms of peaches. These are Chinese tune buds. They're delicious. These are for tea, and this branch is just the material. Yi Qian sorted all these into categories. Then looking at Fan Liao's curious eyes, he explained to him what these things were one by one. Level 1 peaches, Level 1 tune buds, Level 1 needle-shaped tea leaves, and Level 1 mulberry branches. Chapter 149. The boss-level creatures near the house cannot be killed casually. 0997. Yi Qian, Tuna sinensis buds and tea leaves. Would you like some? I just exchanged them for something. Both are green quality. Yi Qian knew what his master liked, so before starting to synthesize it, he asked him if he was interested. He might not be very interested in tea, but he knew that person would definitely like tune buds. 0001, Luo Shan, take it. It's a waste if you have it. I'll make it ready for you. Luo Shan looked at the message, put down the food he had been carrying for half the morning, and walked into the yard to find a container to process the food his apprentice had given him. To start the exchange, Yi Qian put a few pounds of peaches on the table and only kept the tune buds and tea leaves that could be combined into 2 or 3 portions and put the rest on. He can only eat these things, but he can't cook them. As for the mulberry branches, he wouldn't give them to me. I would try to synthesize some more and see if I could make a seedling to plant. As for tea leaves and tune buds, although he also hopes to produce seedlings from them, he does not think that he will be so lucky as to get whatever he wants. Luo Shan, did you rob someone's warehouse? How did you get so much? I need to buy another jar to pickle the Chinese tune buds. I'll fry the tea leaves when I have time. I have other things to do today, so I'll leave it alone for now. Luo Shan received dozens of kilograms of materials. He processed the easy-to-handle materials first and put them aside. Then he walked out, carried the shrunken house on his back, and continued walking towards his destination. He usually walked near water sources, where there were always some noisy splashes. Occasionally, if he annoyed me, he would pick up a small branch and throw it into the water. My old man seems to be very busy. Let's put these in the warehouse first. Let's go out and take a walk in the mountains. Seeing that his master said he was very busy, Yi Qian did not bother him anymore. After packing all the items into the warehouse, Yi Qian once again carried the cat and the child out the door. Brother Yi, are we still going to the back mountain today? Fan Liao walked beside Yi Qian. Originally, Yi Qian wanted to carry him while walking, but under the staring gaze of the little tabby cat, the child actively refused. While walking on the road, the child looked back in the direction of the mountain. Personally, he was more interested in the creatures in the river below the mountain. But he also knew that Yi Qian didn't want to go down the mountain, nor did he want him to go there. Well, let's go to the back mountain, down the mountain. We'll talk about it later. You might be able to deal with this level 4 creature now without any trouble, but if we deal with the level 4 wild creature, the next one to appear will be a level 5. If a level 5 creature wants to go up the mountain and take a walk, we won't be able to defend ourselves. Yi Qian looked at the child's dazed eyes, bent down to touch his little head, and picked him up with one hand. The level 4 monster at the foot of the mountain, according to the game mode, should be called a regional boss. The Blood Soul Vine was originally level 2, but it was upgraded to level 3 after it found that piece of land and settled there. Then, the Blood Soul Vine came up the mountain and was struck to death by lightning during a thunderstorm. It was probably after that another level 4 appeared in the river at the foot of the mountain. Although he doesn't speak in the chat channel of Area 8181, he still often reads other people's chats. The term area boss is no longer a new one. Especially some hunting players, they would rather go far away to hunt creatures outside, and rarely target the high-level monsters around them. After all, even the most belligerent people need to sleep peacefully at home. No one would like to live in fear every day, always on guard against attacks from increasingly powerful creatures. I have no idea. The child lowered his head. He almost got into trouble again. I was thinking before whether I should go out hunting and bring back some surprises for Brother Yi. Fortunately, he stayed at home honestly. He no longer wanted to think about surprises. He would just tell Brother Yi if he had anything to say. He would do what he was told to do and not touch what he was not allowed to do. It's okay. Yao Yao didn't cause any trouble. Yi Qian walked quickly to the top of the mountain and comforted the children on the way, who actually had not made any mistakes. It was the child's intention to want to help, and he didn't do anything. So how can it be said that the child made a mistake? I'm taking Xiao Hei to pick some fruit. Brother Yi, you go ahead and do your work. I won't go far. The child, who was comforted, still felt a little awkward. After reaching the top of the mountain, he hurried down and ran to the bushes with the little black bear cub in his arms. Lihua, let's continue looking for materials. Yi Qian watched the child run away without saying anything else. He continued to search the grove with the cat in his arms, looking for any useful items. Dead grass and rotten leaves were everywhere. I temporarily skipped the previously cleaned area and went to a new area to continue collecting. Piles of dead grass and leaves that can be made into fertilizer at home were collected, and the ground was cleaned by one person and one cat. It cannot be said that there is no grass left, but there is definitely nothing valuable left. Meow. Little Lihua stopped under a small tree that was only as thick as a thumb, meowing and calling Yi Qian to come over. This tree, Yi Qian came over and squatted, thinking it was the ground out of habit, but when he looked down, he saw that the little tabby cat's attention was on the trunk of this small tree. The tree looked no different, but Yi Qian believed that Xiao Lihua would not make a mistake. He reached out and grabbed the tree. The moisture in the surrounding soil flowed down along the roots of the tree, peeling off the surrounding soil. With the force of pulling up, Yi Qian pulled out the sapling. A small tree. A tree is just a tree. It is not broken, and it is not even wood. And the little tabby flower was still staring at the part above the roots of the small tree. Is there something hidden in here? Yi Qian himself couldn't see the message, so he could only start draining water from the top and roots of the tree, throwing away the dry parts, leaving only a small section about 20 centimeters long. As he peeled off this small piece of bark, bits of broken wood fell down, and finally left behind a translucent soft-bodied worm about 5 centimeters long. It was only at this point, after confirming that the bug had been caught, that the information was finally displayed. Chapter 150 Level 2 Spirit Heart Bug, Little Lihua Evolved. Spirit Heartworm, a Level 2 mutant tree heartworm. It's intelligent, good at hiding, and non-aggressive. Eating it will grant a random mutation effect. The direction of mutation is random after consumption, so it's not recommended for players to eat it directly. The insect wrapped in a ball of water in Yi Qian's palm is a very special existence. The Level 2 mutated bug has no attack power at all. I feel that the existence of this creature is to enhance the player or the player's war beast. Of course, it's not just players. If creatures outside catch this kind of insect and eat it, it will have the same magical effect. Meow. The little tabby stood on Yi Qian's arm, curiously stretched out its little paws, wanting to touch this thing. Wanna eat? Let's go home, and then we'll give it to you. Random mutation outside is not a good thing. Yi Qian held little Lihua in his arms, grabbed the insects trapped in the water with one hand, and walked out of the grove. I could have collected more for a while, but now I'm going to go home and let the little tabby cat eat this first, see the subsequent effects, and then decide whether to do anything else. Yao Yao, go home. After coming out of the grove, Yi Qian called the child who was catching snakes to feed the bear cubs and planned to go home together to rest. Here I come. Fan Liao ran over quickly, holding the little black bear cub. Let's go home. Yi Qian walked in front, and the child followed beside him holding the bear cub. The two men and two animals soon returned to the yard. After entering the house and walking to the front, Yi Qian sat on a chair and began to prepare for Xiao Lihua to eat the insect. Should he swallow it directly or eat it some other way? He tilted his head and looked at the little tabby cat in front of him and stretched out his palm to the little tabby cat's mouth. Meow. Little Lihua stood on the table, looking at the palm of her hand in front of her, lowered her head, and moved closer. The tempting fragrance was right in front of her. It didn't bite directly, but raised its head and looked at Yi Qian with some doubt. This, should it be eaten? Eat it. You worked so hard to find it, so it must be for you. Yi Qian rubbed the little Lihua's head with his other hand, then pointed at its mouth, and then at the spiritual heart bug in his palm. Meow. Little Lihua understood and let it eat it. It lowered its head and moved closer, then opened its little cat mouth and used its sharp teeth to bite through the skin of the spirit heartworm. There was originally a mass of liquid inside the body of this insect. Now that the skin has been broken, the fragrance of the liquid flowing out is even stronger. The little bear cub on the other side also smelled the fragrance and tried to struggle a few times, but was held tightly by Fan Liao's little hands and could not move. Meow. Wow. The little tabby cat first drank the juice, then opened its mouth wide and ate the shriveled skin. While chewing the insect's skin in its mouth, it made a strange humming sound. Meow. Finished eating, ate it all. Little Lihua drank all the water in Yi Qian's palm, then leaned on Yi Qian's arm with unsteady steps, tilted her head, and fell asleep. Is it all right? When little Lihua fell down, Fan Liao came over worriedly, wanting to see what was wrong with the little guy. But he couldn't see the information about the kitten, which was Yi Qian's domesticated war beast. Only Yi Qian himself could see the situation clearly at this moment. Domestic war beast. Cat. Cub. Level 1. Evolving due to special reasons. All the information labels that previously belonged to little Lihua have now disappeared, leaving only a hint of evolution. It fell asleep, and it will be fine once it wakes up. Yi Qian held the little Lihua in his arms and gently stroked the sleeping little head with his fingers. A light mist was wrapped around it, so if there was any discomfort, he could quickly respond. Isn't it really hard to encounter this kind of bug? Fan Liao looked at the sleeping tabby cat with a dazed look in his eyes. This kitten is being held in the palm of my hand and looks really well behaved and happy. It should be quite rare. This is the first time I've seen it. I've never seen it at auction or on consignment, and I haven't heard of it mentioned before. Yi Qian lowered his head, his eyes full of Xiao Lihua's situation, and he didn't notice whether there was any change in the eyes of the child opposite him. Holding the kitten in the palm of your hand, gently soothing it with your fingers, the gentle mist of water gives the little tabby cat a more comfortable sleeping environment. The little tabby cat slept for more than 2 hours. It was already lunchtime when it finally woke up slowly. It has mutated, but its appearance hasn't changed much. It's still a small tabby cat with mostly black stripes and fewer gray stripes. But when it opened its eyes, Yi Qian was stunned. One red and one black. The little tabby cat's 2 eyes are the result of its mutation. Domestic war beast. Cat. Cub. Level 2 mutation. Insight, alertness, speed, sharp claws, combat power 50 to 180. The level has been upgraded, and the little tabby cat has advanced to level 2. It's just that the gap in combat effectiveness is a bit too big. 50 should be the middle value for a level 1 mutant, and 180 is definitely the value that can enter level 2. Probably because little Lihua's mutation wasn't meant for direct combat, so it only reached over 100 in bursts, and usually maintained a strength of just over 50. It's awake. Fan Liao had been staring at the little tabby cat. Now that he saw the kitten wake up, his reaction was even more excited than Yi Qian's. Well, I finally woke up. Lihua, thank you for your hard work. Yi Qian reached out and rubbed Xiao Lihua's head, smiling and looking at Xiao Lihua with a dull expression. His kitten is really nice. Meow. The little tabby cat raised its front paw, stretched it forward, and touched Yi Qian's face as he approached. It saw it, and he was happy that it had woken up. Be good, lie down now. I'll go cook. We'll have fish meatball soup for lunch. Yi Qian was in a good mood and put the little cat in his arms. He turned around and went to the warehouse to take out a large piece of fish meat and quickly chopped it into meat paste. While Yi Qian was chopping the fish, Fan Liao had already skillfully brought firewood and lit the fire to cook the soup. When the water in the pot boiled, Yiqian had already chopped the meat and quickly put the fish balls into the boiling soup. The fish meat is delicate, the mountain spring water is slightly sweet, and with the addition of ingredients such as green onion, ginger, and salt, a pot of fragrant fish meatball soup is quickly cooked. Brother Yi, this afternoon, I want to go to the mountains to play. While eating lunch, Fan Liao suddenly made up his mind, looked up at Yiqian, and put forward his idea. He would not go down the mountain to look for those creatures, but he needed to go up the mountain to look for special items that might exist, but were not sure where they were. Chapter 151 Yao Yao's Identity. What's the big deal? You want to go play by yourself? Yiqian raised his head and looked at the child opposite him, wondering if it was because he was busy in the morning and ignored the child that made him upset. But after observing for a while, he realized the child really just wanted to play for a while, or maybe he wanted to take the little black bear cub out to find food. Well, I want to try and see if I can find some more delicious food. Xiaohei also needs to practice hunting. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I won't go far. I'll just go halfway up the mountain. Fan Liao pointed at the little black bear cub next to him. He was indeed going to take Xiaohei to training. He had trained in the morning, but Xiaohei was a little clumsy. As for other ideas, they are just incidental. It would be best if I can find them, but I won't be too bothered if I can't find them. Go if you want to, and go home early. If you encounter danger, run home. Although I may not be as strong as you, my home also has certain protection methods. If there is any problem, go home. You will be safe when you go home. Yiqian always felt that the child had some other ideas, but since the other party didn't say it, he didn't want to force the child to speak out without reason. The lunch was quite good. The little tabby cat had a big appetite and ate half a bowl of meat. I don't know how its little stomach could hold all that. After eating and drinking, Yiqian lay on the recliner and drank the watermelon juice made by the children. In this kind of weather, it's so comfortable to drink some iced juice. Brother Yi, I'm taking Xiaohei out to play. We'll be back before dusk. After drinking some juice at home and taking a bath to cool down, Fan Liao went out with Xiaohei in his arms at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After he walked out of the door and ran towards the top of the mountain, Yiqian lay at home, holding the cat in one hand and controlling the water dragon with the other to continue carving and tempering. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, did Yao Yao say anything to you? While Yiqian was carving the dragon horns, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. There was something wrong with the child's condition, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. I couldn't just run out and take the child home. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. I didn't say anything different. I just told me at noon that your kitten is very nice and cute. Number 2 Zhang Wei was also very confused when asked. He looked through the chat messages with his nephew back and forth to make sure there was nothing different. But he also felt that Yiqian couldn't possibly ask this for no reason. Now he was in a state of confusion. The little cub he had been trying to catch had died without him noticing. 0997. Yiqian. No, I'm still worried. I'll go check it out. Yao Yao never liked going out before, and he suddenly went out by himself like this. There must be something wrong. The more Yiqian thought about it, the more awkward he felt. He lifted the water dragon into the air, and it turned into raindrops that scattered down. He carried his bag, an umbrella, and the kitten in his arms, and went out. At the door, say hello to the snake grass, and then walk towards the top of the mountain. That kid, please don't do anything weird otherwise. Whoa. Yiqian had just turned from the side to the back mountain, and before he reached the top of the mountain, he heard a child crying. It's over there in the bushes. Distant. Yiqian put the cat in his arms and ran over at a quicker pace. However, as he searched among the bushes and pulled the child out from a gap, his arms froze in an instant. This feeling was even more shocking than when he first saw Fan Liao in this area. It could even be called thriller. The child was still so tiny, but the distorted colors that appeared on his face and body were like totems awakening in the child. Even the pair of big eyes that were originally pure and peaceful turned red. Fan Liao, wake up for me. After Yiqian was shocked, an incomplete water dragon sprang out from his hand and swept up the child whose consciousness had become blurred and who was left crying helplessly. The little black bear cub came out from the bushes nearby, holding a piece of wood in its mouth. When it got closer, it placed the wood in front of Yiqian. Is this from Yao Yao? Yiqian picked up the small piece of wooden stick, rubbed it with a small water ball in his hand, peeled off the stick layer by layer, revealing the insects hidden inside. It's another spirit heart bug, and this one is of a higher level. Looking at the faint purple traces, it has just entered level 3. Although he didn't know what this kid was going to do, he had asked the black bear cub to bring this back in advance, so Yiqian would not keep it privately. The insect was crushed in the water ball in Yiqian's palm. After the water neutralized it, The skin of the spiritual heart insect shattered into powder and fused together. Drink what you're looking for. It can't get any worse anyway. Yi Qian placed the liquid, whose energy had not yet dissipated, near the child's mouth and asked him to open his mouth and drink it. He didn't know what the mutation effect was, and he guessed that Fan Liao himself didn't know either. But it's better than these totems continuing to revive, or than this child being refined into some kind of puppet. Whoa, brother Yi, brother Wu. As he drank sip by sip, the child's crying gradually became filled with words. Brother Yi, brother, Yao Yao is in so much pain. They bullied Yao Yao. The bad guys threw Yao Yao into the stove. It hurts so much. My bones are burned. It hurts so much. The totem pattern on the child's body was still twisting, and the crying child was gradually able to speak some words. It was just the information in these words that made Yi Qian not only increase his recovery ability in the water, but also made him clench his fingers several times. What on earth has this kid been through? As the child's uncle, does he know that this child's ability is not as simple as copying? Perhaps he could really copy some abilities, but the totems that were currently being distorted were all manifestations of various elements and various enhanced abilities. This is the Goo King, which was smelted using some special method before birth or shortly after birth. 1. Perhaps a super powerful all-round weapon specially cultivated by someone. It seems to be a failure. After being taken away, he was separated from other people and could not access various abilities, which allowed Fan Liao's soul consciousness to gradually grow. Even if his mind occasionally jumps, at least his soul is strong enough to fight against these abilities. But now there is something that gives him a bigger headache, this kid. He has now started the second refining, and in a state of not very clear consciousness, he recognized his brother. To put it nicely, he thinks of himself as his brother and his relative. But to be frank, this is the puppet recognizing its master. The only difference is the name and the way they usually get along. What a mess this is. Chapter 152. Subordinate players. From now on they will all be his. Due to special reasons, you have been bound to a human player. Please set the identity for this player. Puppet, tool, pet, attachment. Yi Qian has already received a prompt that the 4 identity settings represent completely different permission settings. Without hesitation, he directly chose the attachment option. Newly added affiliated player, 8181-0091. Fan Liao, player, 8181-0091. Fan Liao loses independent player status. Subordinate player can retain the player interface, move within a 10 kilometers radius of the bound player, cannot attack the bound player, can communicate with the bound player without restrictions, and all gains of the subordinate player belong to the bound player. Some very long introductions explain what is lost after the identity transformation to become an affiliated player. In addition to this information, Yi Qian can also see Fan Liao's personal information. Affiliated player, District 8181-0091, Fan Liao. Career direction, Hunter, Level 2 1430/100, 000, /basic all-round survivor. Special abilities, multi-attribute copying, animal language. Skills, precision, level 2 153/1000. Burst, level 185 out of 100. Combat power, 813, plus 992/special ability bonus. Survival points, 327,860. Fan Liao's personal information is completely secret in front of Yi Qian. Not only this information, but also what was in the child's package. Yi Qian could see it all. Elder brother. The child's eyes were still a little dazed. He blinked in grievance as the water snake entangled him and stretched out his hands towards Yi Qian, wanting to be hugged. Yao Yao, do you know what the situation is now? Yi Qian brought the person in front of him, held him in one hand, and poked the child's forehead with the other hand. Yeah, brother is the best. Being hugged, the child hugged Yi Qian's neck with both hands, put his little face on his shoulder, and laughed secretly. He knew that he would lose his freedom, but he was happy now. That is, my uncle will be sad. Let's go home first. I need to think about this matter. How should I tell your uncle? I hope he doesn't get so angry that he just tears the house apart and comes to beat me up. Yi Qian held the child in one hand and the cat on his shoulder with the other, then picked up the little black bear cub that had been hugging his legs, and then walked towards home. He felt like he had been cheated, that the kid had done it on purpose. Deliberately exchanged freedom and future for an identity that sticks to him. But he had to admit that he made money. I earned a super strong thug, and except for this time, he has always been well-behaved and obedient. My uncle once said that it's heartbreaking to raise a child and then have him run away with someone else. But if he lives a happy life, it's not unacceptable. While walking on the road, Fan Liao talked about some words that he had forgotten exactly when he heard them. So, since my uncle thinks so, he shouldn't be completely unable to accept this result, right? Is there a possibility that what your uncle said at the time was about raising a child, and then the child would fall in love with someone, and the lovers would get married and have a new family, rather than the model of establishing a new family like you and me? Yi Qian shook his head, lamenting that the child's understanding of certain words seemed to have deviated from the original meaning. If this was a grown-up girl who stayed to live with him, Brother Zhang would only feel annoyed, but not angry. But the problem is, he directly tied the other person's child to. Things are very complicated, but there are some things that cannot be hidden and cannot be concealed. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, something happened. If you're not busy right now, go home and eat something. I'm worried you might get so angry after I tell you. Things have to be told sooner or later, so Yi Qian decided to take the initiative to tell them. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Wait a minute. Don't talk for now. I'm going home first. Number 2 Zhang Wei was originally waiting for news, but now he suddenly received the news. After seeing the content, he suddenly didn't want to know so much. The child must not be injured, otherwise Yi Qian would not have sent such a message. So, in his heart, he had a subconscious resistance to what was happening. Your uncle is busy. I'll talk to him when he's done. Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Qian looked at the reply and guessed what the other party might be thinking, so he decided not to send a message. He returned home with the child in his arms and placed him on a recliner. He also lay down beside him, thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. Meow. When Yi Qian lay down, the little tabby jumped into his arms and lay there. Suddenly it tilted its head and looked at the child next to it who was being held by Yi Qian with one hand. It sniffed, looked again, and tentatively moved over and stretched out its little paw. Is this confirmed? It's yours. Yi Qian watched as the little tabby came closer and touched Yao Yao's hand with its little paw, and was amused by its completely different transformation. When children are guests, it ignores them. Now that he's at home, he takes the initiative to come over and say hello. After being hugged, he acts like a spoiled child and rubs his head against hers, not being polite at all. Meow-woo. The little tabby rolled over and acted coquettishly in the arms of the new member of the family. After getting familiar with the smell, it ran back to Yi Qian's shoulder. Brother, Lihua doesn't hate me anymore. Fan Liao smiled foolishly and reached out to play with the little tabby cat. Because of this binding, he is now completely locked at the age of 3. Unless he mutates again, it will be difficult for him to grow up. Play with it. I'll go think about dinner. Yao Yao, do you have anything you particularly like to eat? Yi Qian waited for a while, but there was still no news from Brother Zhang. He stood up, put the cat in the child's arms, and prepared to go cook. The weather is already hot, and now something like this has happened. It's easy to get irritable. I want spicy. Because of their different identities, Yao Yao spoke a little louder. I'll ask the old bastard how to make boiled fish. I haven't eaten it for a long time. I hope it tastes better. Thinking about the ingredients he had at home, Yi Qian decided to make some dishes that he often ate before, but had never cooked himself. In order to make this dish, he even spent over 2,000 survival points to buy some peanut oil on consignment. Chapter 153, let me tell you the point. I'm not trying to scare you. 0001. Luo Shan. Silly boy, are you crazy? You dare to marry anyone? She's still a child. Luo Shan just told Yi Qian how to cut the boiled fish and how to make it step by step. When Yi Qian Anshin had just finished cleaning a grass carp and had just finished filleting the fish, Luo Shan sent him another private message. This time, I could feel that he was a little shocked by some information. 0997. Yi Qian, if you want it, just take it. There's no need to be crazy. This child is already mine. Yi Qian turned around to look at the child who was having fun playing with a cat with one hand and holding down a bear cub with the other. He was not surprised that his master knew the news. Maybe Brother Zhang was in a sad mood, so he told his friends who he often chatted with about his sad or irritable mood. 0001. Luo Shan. What do you mean it's already yours? You little bastard, be more careful. You're taking advantage of the child's mental limitations. Aren't you afraid he'll hate you when he recovers? Luo Shan was very sad, as his apprentice seemed to have grown up crooked. Besides, at least you have to find an adult. 0997. Yi Qian, I feel like we're not talking about the same topic. I'm just bound to a 3-year-old brother. You old bastard, that's not right. Yi Qian looked at the string of messages sent by Luo Shan. Although the words were rather obscure, he could still make out some strange information. Where did this misunderstanding come from? How could he not know that he had become some kind of pervert in the eyes of some people? 0001. Luo Shan. 3 years old? Younger brother? Luo Shan leaned against the rock, looking at the dragon cubs hunting in the river ahead, and a rare feeling of embarrassment emerged in his heart. He opened the message from a certain angry parent again and read it several times. It was indeed not very specific. However, the resentment is extremely heavy, and after more than 10 years of painstaking care to raise this child, shielding him from the covetous eyes and ears of the wolves around him, the child was taken away and suddenly became someone else's. Normally, everyone knows which way to understand this statement. 0997. Yi Qian, he is 3 years old, and he looks 3 years old too. Please stop thinking about those weird things. Feeling angry, Yi Qian sent a message to Luo Shan, took out some chili peppers, and chopped them into small pieces on the chopping board. Old bastard, what are you thinking? 0001. Luo Shan. After the child becomes smaller, he can't change back. Luo Shan didn't want to discuss the previous topic anymore. He couldn't reveal that Yi Qian was familiar with him, so he couldn't blame that old loach for misleading the information. So he changed the subject and talked about something else. Didn't they say they had raised that child for more than 10 years? It seems that I am still ignorant. 0997. Yi Qian. Unless he has some kind of fortuitous encounter, he won't even be able to grow naturally. He will most likely remain as small as he is now. But he's not really a child. His fighting ability is much stronger than mine. Yi Qian began to prepare various ingredients and talked a little about Yao Yao, but he didn't explain it too clearly. The child's body was like that of a child before. But after the second round of refining, that small body looked like a cute porcelain doll when it was quiet. But whether it was the bite force of its healthy teeth or the combat power contained in its limbs, level 4 mutants in the wild may not be physically stronger than this child. Luo Shan didn't say much, but just confirmed that his apprentice's hobby was not that strange and was not on the path to abnormality, so he didn't care. When Yi Qian carefully followed the steps and prepared a large pot of boiled fish and brought it to the table, the conflicted old man Zhang finally mustered up the courage to want to know the details. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, I'm home now. Tell me what you think. I think I'm still strong enough to handle this. Number 2 Zhang Wei had done a lot of psychological comfort before, complained to a friend who was also a parent, and then seriously recalled some of the past before sending this message. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, Yao Yao won't grow up anymore. From now on, he will be my younger brother, and my home will be his home. Yi Qian sorted out the current key information and sent it to number 2 Zhang Wei. After sending it, he looked at the message he had sent and felt that his tone was a bit too harsh, and he hadn't expressed it more tactfully. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. If he can't grow up, then so be it. Brother Yi, don't overthink it. I will definitely not let you down on the cost of raising the child. Number 2 Zhang Wei felt relieved. It turned out that the child would not grow up. This result is much better than the possibilities he had previously guessed. 0997. Yi Qian, Yao Yao belongs to me now. He belongs to my family and is my younger brother. Brother Zhang, you should know what I mean, right? Seeing that this person had overlooked the key point, Yi Qian had to send him another message to emphasize it. Now it's not about child support, it's about the child already being his, the kind of thing where they're forcibly tied together. Face the reality, there is no point in running away. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. How can you be sure that Yao Yao is already yours? A few minutes later, a message came from Zhang Wei number 2, in which he omitted the title Brother Yi. The thing he least wanted to happen still happened. 0997. Yi Qian. In my personal information, a separate display of the affiliated player appears. He can't get too far away from me. He picked up some fish meat with less bones for the child and let the child eat it first, while Yi Qian continued to send messages to Brother Zhang. He felt like he was being a bit aggressive, insisting on being so absolute, but some things couldn't be ignored by just glancing vaguely. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother Yi, Yao Yao is a miserable child. He's been plotted against since he was born. Please be kind to him. Considering that I still have some ability and resources, don't let that child suffer. After quickly going through emotions like anger, sadness, despair, pain, etc., number 2 Zhang Wei finally had no choice but to compromise. Moreover, his attitude was even lower than before, and he almost told Yi Qian to use the child to threaten him and plunder his family wealth and strength. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Zhang, don't overthink it. It just happened, and there's no way to change it. I need you, as a parent, to understand what happened. I will take good care of this child. Yi Qian looked through the messages he had sent before, and he didn't threaten anyone. As for resources and stuff, since they are my own children, I will definitely raise them myself. At worst, I'll be responsible for planting and breeding myself, and occasionally if there are invaders I can't deal with, I'll need to watch over them from afar. Chapter 154 Information revealed by special ornaments. Brother, Uncle seems to be frightened. After eating, Fan Liao sat on a chair and continued to feed the little black bear cub next to him. He also chatted with his uncle who came to ask him if he had been wronged. He's very happy now. He can act like a spoiled brat to his brother, play with little Lihua, and run around the house with little He. He is no longer a guest. Now he belongs to his brother. He must have been scared. He had carefully cared for it for so many years, but I still found it ready. Fortunately, he didn't know where I was. Otherwise, even if he was thousands of miles away, he would want to beat me up a few times. Yiqian had been chatting before and just started eating now. Carefully spitting out the fishbone, he looked at the child who had become much more lively and told him how dangerous he was now. Saying that I beat him up is already a very tactful way of putting it. The reason why I didn't have murderous thoughts in my heart dozens or hundreds of times was because I had become gentle at heart. But things have already happened, just like he told Brother Zhang. Many things cannot be changed. So, do your best to make everyone feel better. No, I will protect my brother. Fan Liao looked up, thought seriously for a moment, and then said that he could definitely protect Yiqian. Well, with Yao Yao's protection, the safety level has increased instantly. Yiqian originally liked to use the praise mode, and now that he was his own, he was even more pampered and coaxed, making the young man smile even more happily. After dinner, Yiqian washed the dishes and put them away, then took out the materials he had obtained today. I never showed it to my children before, but now I don't have to hide it anymore. Brother, is this also a skill? Fan Liao lay beside the table, watching Yiqian pick up a handful of tea leaves, then add some unidentified tree roots and some meat. He didn't understand it, but when a small ball fell into Yiqian's hand in the flash of light, he probably understood it a little bit. It's a skill that can fuse items. This is synthesis. It can create different effects by combining items. Our rabbit ear grass is made from seeds synthesized from rabbits and unidentified plants. Yiqian put the green quality tea fragrance beads in his hand aside, and while telling the child the general information about the skills, he went to organize the new round of synthesis materials. This tea flavor bead is a decorative ornament. It can give you a light tea fragrance when placed at home. However, it has a limited durability and probably won't last too long. Amazing. The child's eyes widened as he watched Yiqian once again take out tea leaves, branches, roots, and a small piece of meat, all of which were wrapped in a ball of emerald green light. Then, what fell this time was a piece of a branch. Another ornament. My luck is a bit off today. It seems I'm having trouble with ornaments. Yiqian held the piece of tea branch in his hand, and for a moment he didn't know whether he had made a profit or a loss. Not much material was consumed, and only 9 tea leaves were put in at a time. Ornaments, can they be sold for money? Fan Liao reached out and took the tea beads from before and looked at them for a while, but couldn't find any use for them. Maybe only rich people would buy it home to display it for beauty or to smell the fragrance of tea. It can be sold for money, and it shouldn't be cheap. Yiqian also handed the tea branch in his hand to the child, asking him to play with it for a while and then combine it with other things so that they could be put up for auction together. There are not many ornaments for sale, and the prices are not low. Even if they don't look very good, they can still be sold for several thousand survival points. Thinking that his own rabbit ear grass could also be used to make ornaments, Yiqian did not touch the remaining tea leaves for the time being. He took out a handful of rabbit ear grass, started processing it, and checked the materials needed to make the ornaments. Rabbit ear grass decorative ornament making, 1 piece of rabbit ear grass, 2 berries, 3 cabbage leaves. Yiqian saw that these things were not troublesome, so he took them out and put them together, and then started making them. Red-eyed white rabbit, decorative item, lasts 7 days. The cabbage leaves are wrapped together to form the shape of a fat rabbit. The 2 red berries are eyes, and the big rabbit ears are the only thing that looks relatively real. The rest, whether it's the rabbit's mouth, legs, or tail, all have the same pattern as cabbage. Overall, it is a relatively low-quality short-term ornament. What a silly rabbit. Fan Liao clapped his hands on the table and giggled at the cute rabbit figurine. Let me see. The starting price is 50. Whether it can be auctioned off depends on whether there is any interest. Yiqian shook the rabbit, opened the auction, and put it up for a 3-hour auction. It is already evening and most players are at home, so they have plenty of time to look at the auction items while eating. In addition to the vegetable rabbit, there are also the previous tea beads and tea branches. The starting price for both of these was 100. Yiqian put them up for auction and ignored them. He picked up the other materials he had and prepared to synthesize some more. Because the results of the synthesis are not of high value and do not consume much mental energy, Yi Qian feels that he can synthesize dozens more without any problem. While he continued to study the synthesis formula, and the child was eagerly watching and waiting, a familiar player in the chat channel came out and called out again. 0012 Zhongwei. Who is it? Who is it? What kind of weird thing is going on? What kind of magical operation is this vegetable rabbit? Are you using it as a decoration? Are you sure you won't just chew on it when you're hungry? Number 1 Zhang Wei always pays attention to auctions a little faster than others, and he especially likes to complain in the chat channel. His situation once again caused acquaintances in the Manor Owner channel to complain, saying that number 1 Zhang Wei might be the seller, and he deliberately made the complaints to encourage everyone to watch the auction and bid a higher price. But there is still no clue about the tea beads and tea branches, but the vegetable rabbit has given some people some new discoveries. After all, they currently only know of one person who has a home planted with a strange-looking mutant plant called rabbit ear grass. Yi Qian's private chat soon became lively. Chapter 155, Level 2 Burning Mulberry Saplings. Sure enough, more materials are needed. 0012. Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, what kind of thinking went into making that vegetable rabbit? Number 1 Zhang Wei complained in the chat channel, and then turned around and sent a private message to Yi Qian. Not only him, but also several others. 0987. Yun Fenglei. You greenhorn. Brother Yi, your idea is pretty good. 0996. Mu Mui. Ha. Brother Yi, you're so cute. And that rabbit, what were you thinking? How could you put all these things together and make it into a decorative ornament? 11,111 Qinhong. Awesome. Cabbage rabbit, cabbage, and rabbit ear grass leaves. Haha. The private messages between these people are all very happy. And they were all very sure that the vegetable rabbit was made by Yi Qian. 0997. Yi Qian, planting skills. Anything produced from farmland can be processed. One of the directions is to use it as an ornament. I don't know why this result occurred. Yi Qian replied to each of them with a message, and the general meaning was the same. He is also innocent in this matter. 0012. Zhang Wei. We don't understand the farming system anymore. But, as for the rabbits, Brother Yi, your skills are quite interesting. Number 1 Zhang Wei received the private message and replied to Yi Qian with a lot of complaints. First, I cut grass in the wild, then I made rabbit ears, and now I make rabbit ornaments. He even wondered if some of the strange equipment was related to this Brother Yi. After all, it's all quite abnormal. Brother, what happened? Fan Liao lay on the table, slowly stroking the little tabby cat's fur with his fingers. Seeing Yi Qian's strange expression, he couldn't help but ask something. Maybe something happened? It's okay. Some people just can't understand how the vegetable rabbit is formed. Ignore them. Let's make a few more and see the effect. As for the vegetable rabbit ornament, I'll make another one and hang it up after I sell it. Yi Qian watched as people continued to complain in private chats. Some were concerned about whether his skills were too strange, while others were concerned about his mental state. Anyway, everyone is pretty bored, so I took the opportunity to show some concern for his physical and mental well-being. Well, brother, ignore them. The child tilted his head and smiled foolishly, continuing to stare at Yi Qian's palm. In front of him, the little tabby turned over, hugged the little hand that was stroking his fur, opened his mouth and tentatively bit it. Meow. The little tabby cat originally wanted to play with the new member of the family, but after biting it a few times, it found that no matter how hard it bit, it couldn't hurt the little hand. Don't let it hurt you. Don't bite your own family too hard. Yi Qian reached out and tapped little Lihua on the head. Looking at the cute little cat looking back and the equally curious child, he reminded the boy not to let the cat develop strange hobbies. Everyone's skin has different toughness. If you grind your teeth on a child's skin a few times, when it opens its mouth to you, it will definitely have a hole in it. Well, you can't bite. The child nodded obediently, raised his hand, and poked the little tabby cat on the head to stop it from biting his palm. The little man and the little cat started playing again, and the little black bear cub on the chair next to them was already snoring in his sleep. Yi Qian synthesized 9 portions of mulberry leaves weighing 1 gene, 9 rabbit ear grass leaves, 9 unidentified fruits, and 9 pieces of green quality snake meat. This time, a different change occurred. The green light flickered, and gradually a trace of blue light emerged. Synthesis successful. Level 2 scorching mulberry sapling, blue quality, single plant growth range 10 by 10, perennial, yield type mutant plant, with a chance of quality improvement when bearing fruit. A few more materials were put in, and a level 2 sapling was synthesized. The level 2 mulberry seedling occupies a relatively large area, but it is still a small seedling of only more than 20 centimeters. Yeah, let's go plant some trees. It won't be too late to clear the land and plant crops at night. Yiqian had come up with a pleasing result. He put aside the other materials for the time being, and now he was going to plant the mulberry tree. Mulberry leaves may also be useful, but the key point is the fruit of this mulberry tree, which has a chance of improving quality. This is quite similar to the previous watermelon seedlings. Both are low-quality plants with a chance of upgrading the fruit. But Yiqian didn't know how high the probability of this increase was. The melon vines over there were still in the growth stage, and the only flower bud that had grown so far was estimated to bloom the day after tomorrow. Brother, can I help you now? Fan Liao carried the cat and the bear cub and followed Yiqian to the open space in the east. Looking at Yiqian, who was preparing to work under the dim starlight, he really wanted to help. We don't have such small farm tools at home now. Otherwise, could you help me light a torch? Seeing that the child really wanted to help, Yiqian asked him to do something else. For example, lighting a torch, taking care of a cat, watching a bear cub. Leave it to me. Having obtained the result that he could do something, Fan Liao happily put the cat and the bear cub down, raised his hand to draw the fire element, and ignited several flames. However, the flames he lit were not torches or fire piles, but small floating flames that moved slowly around Yiqian. In this era without lights, and when torches were rarely used, a gentle breeze drifted through the night, and flames in the air swirled around people. Yao Yao, do you want to hear some ghost stories? Yiqian felt that the current atmosphere was really suitable for telling stories to entertain children. No ghost stories. Fan Liao sat on the ground, picked up the cat and bear beside him, and quickly shook his head, rejecting this unpleasant thing. He had heard some ghost stories when he was a child, and he might have nightmares after hearing them. Okay, then, I won't tell you anymore. Yao Yao, tell me a story. Any story is fine. Yiqian stopped scaring the child and started digging the soil with a pickaxe, letting the child say something beside him so that he wouldn't be too bored. I can play the flute. I'll play it for my brother, okay? The child scratched his hair and thought about it in confusion, but still didn't know how to tell the story. But he didn't want to disappoint Yiqian, so he talked about what he was good at. Sure. Yiqian was working, looked back at the somewhat nervous child, and nodded to indicate that he was actually fine. But there is no flute in Yao Yao's backpack, right? Chapter 156. Fei Yuan, a somewhat irritable individual estate owner. The flute made by my uncle. A few minutes later, Fan Liao had a bamboo flute in his hand. The bamboo flute is very new. It should be made by number 2 Zhang Wei, who quickly found materials after receiving Yao Yao's message. After a quick test of the sound, the child placed the cat and the bear cub beside him, rubbed their heads, and then began to play the flute. The sound of the flute is relaxing, leisurely, and peaceful. The flute is great, but Yao Yao plays it even better. Amid the gentle sound of the flute, Yiqian quickly cultivated the field and planted the mulberry sapling. My uncle taught me. He said that peaceful music can calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Do you like it, brother? Fan Liao put away the flute and looked up at Yiqian, wanting to confirm whether the sound of the flute he played would really please his brother. At some point in his childhood, in order to learn some musical instruments, he practiced for several months except for eating and sleeping. I like it, but it's not a necessity. You can treat it as a game and play it when you want. You don't have to put too much energy into it. Yiqian can give compliments and coax children, but some things cannot be completely unlimited. Just because something sounds good doesn't mean you have to hear it often. It's better for children to be lively and play more. Play with cats, play with bear cubs. Otherwise, you can run around the house a few times, or go look at the fish, look at the flowers. These are all fun and games that children can play. Well, you can play it for your brother when you have nothing to do. Brother, I'm going back to sleep. See you tomorrow morning. Fan Liao looked at the time and waved to Yiqian, who was squatting down. He was going back to the house. My uncle said that children should go to bed early and not always cling to their brother. Have a good rest, and have wontons tomorrow morning. Someone said they made some early and gave us some. Yiqian touched the child's head, told him about tomorrow's breakfast, and then watched the child go back to the house to rest. The child carried the bear cub back with him. The little tabby cat then jumped onto Yiqian's shoulder and rubbed its little head against Yiqian's face. Meow meow. The little tabby rubbed against Yiqian for a while, and when Yiqian held it in his arms, it happily turned over and showed its belly. Today, it worked very hard to take care of the new member of the family. It's a hard-working meow. Lihua is so good. Seeing the little tabby cat revealing its weaknesses, Yiqian reached out and rubbed the kitten's belly, smoothed its fur, and played with it for a while. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Yiqian took a bath with mountain spring water to wash away the heat and sweat. Then he carried the cat and walked along the courtyard wall. I played with the snake grass and the soul-eating rose on the top of the mountain for a while before returning to the house to sleep. Items sold. Yi Qian lay down, unable to fall asleep for the time being, so he practiced quietly for a while. By the time the prompt sounded, the 3 ornaments he had hung up had already been sold. The green rabbit was sold for more than 1,000 survival points. Yi Qian looked at the price and didn't know why the other party bought it. Maybe he was someone who really had a lot of money. The tea beads and tea branches were sold for 3,500 and 3,700 respectively. 0997. Yi Qian, individual dew ornaments and green plants have any use? Yi Qian himself didn't know what the ornaments were used for, but since someone paid for them, he asked about the green plants in the manor owner's channel as well. His greenery seeds were all synthesized, so he might be able to buy some if they had no other value. 11,111 Xinhong. Group, there will definitely be some. The ornaments should be related to culture and collectibles. Greenery naturally corresponds to greening value. These things haven't appeared yet, but it's reasonable to assume that their existence must have value. Xinhong was playing with a rabbit at home when he saw the information on the manor owner's channel. He told Yi Qian about the meaning of those things. It doesn't matter if you don't have it now. Players with a lot of money will get some and keep them at home. Once you unlock the uses of these items, you can either resell them to make a profit or achieve some achievements yourself. 0002. Hui Yanyan. Personal, it's hard to say. It doesn't exist yet. Unless you have a lot of money and like it, don't worry about stocking it. 0987. Yun Fenglei. Individual right. Especially the rabbits. Don't save them. But brother Yi, you can make more and sell them. Some people just like these cute things. The topic was brought to the matter of the rookie rabbit, and a few people who came to watch the fun appeared in the manor owner's channel. It's so late. Most people are lying down and waiting to go to bed, and checking the chat channel before going to bed. This has become a lifestyle that everyone is accustomed to. 0019. Fei Yuan. Individual vegetable rabbit is good. You can make more. A player who had not appeared since Yi Qian entered the main channel of the manor suddenly came out and sent a message at this time. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group, it's a waste of money. What have you been doing these days? You haven't even replied to my private messages. Number 1 Zhang Wei seems to be quite familiar with this person. When I saw him speak out, I immediately started complaining about how worried, sad, and, to conclude, it would be unjustifiable not to have some compensation for this person's worries and troubles. 0019. Fei Yuan. Individual, please get out of here. I told you before that I'm going to be in seclusion for a while. If you're going crazy, go find someone else and stop bothering me. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group, too much. You actually despise me so much. You've truly forgotten the promise we made when we were 3 years old. Number 1 Zhang Wei is a big talker, always ready to poke fun at anyone he can. Now, regardless of whether others are just watching or not, he's using text to make a scene in the Manor Master channel about this returning friend. Seeing that they were chatting happily, Yi Qian did not disturb them. He just watched for a while and roughly understood the relationship between the two. They've lived in the same environment since birth, are somewhat related by blood, and even slept in the same bed until they were 10 years old. It seems that the boy who used to be sunny and cheerful has become irritable due to being tortured by his talkative friend. 0019. Fei Yuan. Individual, you can close the private chat interface now. I have something to talk to Yi Qian about. I saw that through the friend list. I want to make more of that rabbit. The auction price is $13.90. I want 20 of them, 1,000 survival points each. Sell them. Fei Yuan came to speak because of that newbie, but now that he was interrupted by Zhang Wei, he was so annoyed that he wanted to beat him up. Seeing that no one else spoke, he tried to add a friend, but Yi Qian didn't respond, so he could only come to the Manor Owner channel again to look for him. Chapter 157. Ornaments also have achievements, and wolves appear. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual approved. The friend adding prompt is turned off, so I can't see it normally. Yi Qian was originally planning to eat melons and watch the show, and then go to sleep. As a result, someone wanted to buy vegetable rabbit ornaments, and in bulk, 20 at a time, which cost 20,000 survival points. This instantly perked up the spirit. 0019. Fei Yuan. Individual, okay, let's talk privately. There's a guy here who's being too noisy. Fei Yuan expressed his dislike for someone clearly. After he sent this message, a private message was quickly sent to Yi Qian. 0019. Fei Yuan. Brother Yi, how long will it take to make 20 vegetable rabbits? Fei Yuan had a clear purpose. He came here just to find someone for the green rabbit. 0997. Yi Qian. 10 minutes. I'll go find some materials. Skill creation is pretty quick. Yi Qian got up, touched the little tabby cat's head, and let it continue sleeping on the bed. He got out of bed and went out to the warehouse to look for materials. a piece of rabbit's ear grass, 2 berries, and 3 cabbage leaves. It also consumes very little mental energy, and 20 rabbits can be made very quickly. Yi Qian brought these rabbits back to the bedroom, ready to initiate an exchange application with Fei Yuan. However, when Yi Qian entered the house and placed the 20 rabbits on the bedside table, an achievement prompt suddenly appeared. Achievement: Home Beautification 1. You have placed more than 20 decorations in your home. Your home's beautification value increases, and your survival points increase by 100. Yi Qian opened his personal information and didn't find any beautification value. But now the achievement has indeed been achieved, and the survival points have been credited. After achieving this achievement, Yi Qian submitted an exchange request to Fei Yuan, putting up 20 rabbits, and the other party also put up 20,000 survival points. 0019. Fei Yuan, thank you for your hard work. Home decorations, only 20 of each type will be counted. If you get more than that, you will get some achievement rewards, and occasionally some other effects will appear. Fei Yuan got the vegetable rabbit ornament and achieved what he wanted. In a good mood, he also told Yi Qian about the situation. Ornaments are indeed useful. However, these are all hidden achievements, and whether they can be obtained depends on whether the players want to stock up at home. 0012. Zhang Wei, Brother Yi, for the same price, give me 20 rabbits too. That bastard actually hid this information from me. That's too much. After number 1 Zhang Wei completed the transaction with Yi Qian, he also came to buy rabbits. He really didn't know before, but after asking again and again, he finally got the achievement of the ornament. Taking advantage of the fact that few people know about it, and the prices of ornaments have not gone up yet, he plans to get some cheap ones first. 0997. Yi Qian, okay, wait a moment. Yi Qian yawned and just lay down. Now he had to go to the warehouse again to find the ingredients to make 20 vegetable rabbits. After making the vegetable rabbit this time, he can't continue for the time being. His rabbit ear grass leaves have to be kept in the feed and can't all be used to make this kind of short-term ornaments. As for whether others will continue to resell it after completing the achievement after selling it, he has no control over it. He is only selling his own share. After making 20 rabbits, Yi Qian went to exchange them with Zhang Wei number 1 and received another 20,000 survival points. Survival points, 95,395. Now he has more than 90,000 survival points, which should be enough to buy some seeds or other items, but Yi Qian is a little sleepy now. Chatted with number 1 Zhang Wei for a while, then lay down. Lihua sleep. Smoothing the kitten's fur with his fingers, Yi Qian held the little one in his arms, turned over, and fell asleep with his arms around the cat. Although the skill is only used once, the consumption is not large. But when I synthesized it before, I extracted it several times and made it dozens of times. The small amount of consumption was still quite tiring after too many times. Meow meow. Yi Qian was awakened by the little tabby cat's paw stepping on his face while he was sleeping. Something must have happened. Yi Qian turned over and got out of bed, put the cat in his arms, and walked out of the room. It's still dark. Check the time. Day 29, 3 hours 45 minutes and 56 seconds. Sunny, 38 degrees Celsius, 43 degrees Celsius. South wind level 1. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. However, this temperature is really stuffy and dry, and a level 1 wind is almost non-existent. Manner random event. The hot and humid weather makes wild creatures even more irritable. Your manor has been targeted, so take precautions. Just when Yi Qian reached the top of the mountain, a prompt for a random event in the manor appeared. In fact, even without any hint, Yi Qian knew that something was going to happen. He was standing at the location of the mountain spring, outside the courtyard wall, surrounded by snake grass. A giant wolf about 2 meters tall was leading a dozen wolves of different sizes, baring their teeth at him. Yi Qian has now studied the prompt information of his own manor more clearly. Anyone who does not enter the manor will not be able to trigger random events and prompts. Now they saw Yi Qian and locked onto the target, so they were able to judge it as a manor incident even though there was a courtyard wall between them. Ouch! After staring at Yi Qian for a while, the giant wolf stood on the top of the mountain, raised its head, and let out a long howl. Oh! When the wolf's howling spread, the little bear cub, who was carried to the top of the mountain by a child, rushed towards the wolves rudely, waving his claws and howling. Brother, do you want to kill them outside or let them in? Fan Liao patted the wandering bear cub, walked to Yi Qian's side, jumped up and stood on the courtyard wall. His eyes began to glow red again. It is not difficult to deal with this group of wolves, but how to deal with them is the key. Let him in. Once he's inside the manor, we should be able to make another judgment. Yi Qian raised his hand and communicated with the snake-loving grass, asking it to open an entrance from the side. Giant wolves are level 3 wild creatures. Among the wolves in the pack, there are 3 level 2 and 11 level 1. If they are killed outside, the judgment method is the environment around them, which can easily kill a group of level 3 mutant creatures. Putting them in would probably mean that the wild creatures had successfully invaded the manor, and then being dealt with inside the manor. It was most likely a follow-up counterattack after the invasion. Most of these judgments come from the information shared by everyone in the manor channel during casual chats, as well as inferences and speculations. Now, we just need to see whether it is really calculated this way. Yao Yao, don't hurt them now, just let them run in through the gap next to them. Snake Fan Chow, keep an eye on the soul-eating rose and don't let it out. Yi Qian told the child about the arrangement, and then he had to hold the leaves of the snake grass to convey a separate message. The soul-eating rose burrowed back into the ground. Only the snake grass could find it and pass on the information. Otherwise, if the rose's roots suddenly explode, all the wolves except the level 3 wolf king will be pierced like a sieve. It's getting hot, and even Rose is getting a little irritable. Chapter 158 Kill the wolves and increase the area of the manor. Ouch! The wolf king watched Yi Qian turn around and run away. Then he barked and chased after Yi Qian along the courtyard wall in the direction he was running. Behind him, a dozen wild wolves of all sizes started running and soon came to a completely uncultivated slope on the side. Here, the branches and leaves of the snake grass are very short, so not only can the wolf king step in, but other wild wolves can also jump over and enter the manor. The wolves have entered the manor. The wolves have entered the threat area. A series of prompt sounds rang out, accompanied by the opening of a semi-virtual manor simulation image. The flashing red dots of varying sizes on the simulation map represent the locations of these wolves. Okay, Yi Qian asked the snake-loving grass to restore the courtyard wall. He controlled the well water in the distance, turning it into water snakes that swam along the ground. Ouch woo! The level 3 wolf king raised his head and howled. Wild creatures that have reached level 3 all know how to observe their surroundings. When they see the wall behind them rising, they realize that they have fallen into a trap. Yao Yao, keep an eye on this big one. I'll try to see if I can achieve anything by killing the wolf. Yi Qian planned to do it himself. After he finished speaking to the child, the water snake that was swimming close to the ground had already locked onto its target. Except for the wolf king, which was out of range, the other dozen or so were all attacked by the water snake in an instant. The snake-like water ropes penetrated the bellies of those level 1 wolves with protruding spikes, breaking open their bellies and damaging their internal organs. The 11 level 1 wolves had little resistance to the water thorn's attack, but the 3 level 2 wolves were only slightly injured and turned around to pounce on Yi Qian. The water from the failed attack spilled onto the ground, and when the 3 wolves moved, it had already wrapped around their claws. The surrounding water also gathered here, gathering more and more. Originally, it was just difficult to walk, but when enough water wrapped around the wolf, moved up along its legs, strangled its neck, and covered its head. The level 2 wolf had no ability to resist, and its facial features were eroded by water, which penetrated the protective layer and hit the brain directly. Brother, you're awesome. Yao Yao stood on the wolf king's head, clapping her 2 little hands. He likes this attack method very much and wants to learn it in the future. Yao Yao is really amazing. Yi Qian dealt with the wolves, then turned around to look at the wolf king who was being trampled to the ground and couldn't even howl, and praised the child for his strong strength. The level 3 wolf king, with a combat power of 350 to 450, was completely unable to withstand a kick from the child. Brother, you have to deal with it. I have no experience in killing it. Fan Liao pointed at the wolf king whose neck was broken and whose head was stepped on by him, and asked Yi Qian to take action. His hunting only targets wild creatures, so this one doesn't count. Moreover, he enjoyed watching Yi Qian hunting and was happier than when he himself got the prey. Well, I'll do it. Yi Qian did not approach the wolf king. The water that spread on the ground but had not yet flowed out approached the wolf king's head and quickly penetrated and destroyed the wolf king's eyes and ears. Water can be a gentle mist, a refreshing drizzle, or it can penetrate and destroy. When facing a herd of beasts, the manor owner successfully killed the invaders and protected the safety of the manor. The manor area is increased by 1,000 square meters. Manor random event. Completed. Manor random reward treasure chest. When the wolf king died, Yi Qian received 2 hints. One is the random event reward treasure chest, which is available every time a random event is handled. But that protects the estate and increases its area. This was the first time he received such a reminder. The original area of the family's manor was 6,600 square meters, about 10 acres of land. Now that he has added 1,000 square meters, he can expand the scope of the manor a little bit. Yao Yao, you take care of the wolf carcasses. I'll bring the snake bewitching grass to expand the perimeter of our courtyard wall. Yi Qian released the control of the water, touched the child's head, and left the subsequent handling to him. The hunting department has professional skills and professional bonuses for processing prey. Brother, go ahead and do your work. Leave all this to me. Fan Liao took out 2 short knives from his small backpack, one for skinning and the other for deboning. When Yi Qian walked out with the cat in his arms, he waved his little hands and started to work. The processing of prey will not cause any problems just because of its small size. Wolf skin, wolf bones, wolf claws, wolf teeth, meat, viscera. The usable and edible parts were placed aside, while some of the internal organs that none of their family liked to eat were piled aside. You want to eat? Yao Yao suddenly turned around and looked at the few white roots sticking out of the ground next to the pile of internal organs. She thought of the 2 people at home who could eat anything. Snake-loving grass is not paying attention to this side at the moment. It is busy replacing the position of the courtyard wall and expanding the scope of the manor. It's hot now, and the soul-eating rose is underground and doesn't want to come out. It's really troublesome when the weather is too hot. Snake grass, aren't you afraid of the heat? Yi Qian was holding a few leaves of snake-loving grass and planning the edge of the newly added area, allowing the snake-loving grass to expand and extend the previous courtyard wall and move it all to the new position. They can communicate after touching. When Yi Qian received the message from the snake grass, saying that the soul-eating rose was uncomfortable because the temperature was too high, he realized that plants are also afraid of heat. However, the leaves of the snake grass are lush, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Drink more water. Yi Qian received a somewhat awkward response from snake-loving grass and smiled helplessly. The mountain spring water is cool, so the snake grass drinks a lot of it, allowing the moisture to fill all its leaves. When the temperature is high, the leaves will become dehydrated, and drinking water here to replenish them can form a simple cycle. But the snake grass can do this, but the soul-eating rose cannot. The soul-eating rose has a limited number of branches. Even if it grows taller, it can't complete this cycle. Drinking too much water can easily cause damage. So, the soul-eating rose folded up its leaves and branches and went underground to cool off. Will this water be of any use to you? Yi Qian adjusted the position with the snake grass and expanded the original triangular manor horizontally above the mountain spring, turning it into an irregular shape. Creating a ball of water in his hand, Yi Qian handed the ball to the snake grass and asked it if it could absorb this different water. After the leaves of the snake grass touched and absorbed the different water balls, it comfortably performed a wild snake dance for Yi Qian. That is, all the snake-shaped leaves around it stand upright and sway, indicating its good mood. Chapter 159. Chatterbox is annoying. Even flowers and plants can't stand it. Soul Eater, if you are thirsty, just tell me. How can I know you are thirsty if you don't tell me? Look, you are hiding underground, and I don't know whether you are hot or thirsty. After Yi Qian confirmed that the water he made could not only heal the disease, but also dispel the negative effects of excessive heat in plants, he returned to his house, lay on the recliner, and pulled the vines of the soul-eating rose to communicate with it. It was this sudden chatterbox mode that made soul-eating rose want to slap him, even with the special water supply at the same time. After Yi Qian kept talking like a chatterbox and dragged the soul-eating rose to communicate, conveying a lot of meaningless information, the soul-eating rose finally couldn't stand it anymore. A newly grown vine retracted its thorns and carefully wrapped its leaves around it twice. Then, the vine slapped Yi Qian's arm several times in a row. Brother, are you bullying it? Fan Liao looked at the irritable rose, then at Yi Qian's smile, and seemed to understand. I just wanted to try and see how annoying it is to be a chatterbox. Yi Qian touched the child's head with his other hand and stopped talking. He had just received the reward and asked in the manor owner's channel about how to get rid of the invaders and expand the manor area. At this time, it was still dark and many people were still asleep. However, number 1 Zhang Wei was awake. Fei Yuan was there too, and with Sister Kathy also came to join in the fun. It was Yi Qian who asked the question first, and Fei Yuan answered it, saying that there would be a chance of getting the reward of area expansion only if one faced an attack from a group of beasts. Kathy would also said that she has only received this kind of reward once so far, and the probability of it happening is very low. And it was after this that number 1 Zhang Wei came out and said that he had won it twice, once for 1,000 and once for 600, and that the rewards were quite random. Everything was normal up to this point, but soon, I don't know what number 1 Zhang Wei said to Fei Yuan again, but Fei Yuan ignored him. So, number 1 Zhang Wei started his illogical, pure chattering and torturous mode in the manor owner channel, and within a few minutes Fei Yuan replied to his private message. I guess it was because the screen was flooded with comments so much that Fei Yuan had no choice but to ask that chatterbox to stop coming out and disturbing everyone. 0996. Mu Mui. Individual, I think it was Qin Hung who was so annoying last time. Can you all be a little more normal? I also like chatting, but I don't torture everyone like you do. After Zhang Wei was dragged away, Mu Mui popped up to complain about how there were always some unreliable players on the Manor Master channel. 11,111 Qin Hung. Group, who am I talking about? Who am I talking about? I couldn't find anyone at that time, and you guys didn't help me. I had no choice but to use this method. Mu too. Please don't say that to me. It will make me sad. If I'm sad, I will come to you and cry. Believe it or not, I can really talk to you privately. Qin Hung had also gotten up. Seeing Mu Mu's complaints, he came out to prove that he was indeed a chatterbox. Moreover, there is a bit of cheating in it. 0002. Hui Yin Yin. Individual, it's so early in the morning, you guys should take a break. I suggest the chatterbox chat alone so as not to disturb everyone's good mood after getting up early. Hui Yin Yin felt that he should not open the Manor Owner channel. The chat here was even noisier than that on the chat channel. The main thing is that I feel that these people are too boring and are making a lot of noise. 0997. Yi Qian. Individual, the lethality of chatterboxes is quite serious. I learned a little bit, and my flowers and plants at home are all irritated. It's really scary. Yi Qian played with the soul-eating rose for a while, and then coaxed it into submission. Only then did he pop up again in the Manor Master channel to say that chatterboxes can give all living beings a headache. 0002. Hui Yin Yin. Individual, didn't your flowers and plants hit you? Hui Yin Yin feels quite annoyed because he has a sister at home who is very talkative. Originally, in their impression, Yi Qian was a relatively calm person, young but not impetuous, quiet and relatively self-aware. But now, this image is a little broken. What kind of good person would try to destroy flowers and plants with his chatter? 0997. Yi Qian. Individual, yeah, I got whipped a few times. Yi Qian replied sincerely. Smiling, he touched the coaxed rose, and the water in his palms spread out, misting and enveloping the soul-eating rose. The mist will be absorbed by the roses and can soothe some of the vein damage caused by the high temperature. Meow. Little Li Hua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder, stretched out his little claws, and scratched the soul-eating rose vine that was approaching. Brother, the tabby cat has so much fur, doesn't it feel hot? Fan Liao stared at the little tabby cat. He had a feeling that this furry little thing must be the most afraid of heat. Beside him, although he kept using water to cool it down, the little black bear cub was still sleepy and tired. Even if it didn't move, it had no energy because of the temperature. As long as it doesn't leave my side for too long, it's fine. It probably has no intention of going out for activities right now. Yi Qian touched the little Li Hua, stretched out his arm, and let the child feel the temperature of his arm. Not only did his body adjust, but its overall temperature also dropped. You could also feel refreshed if you got closer to him. I can make a big ice cube. The child reached out his hand and tried it, and there was indeed no heat when he got close. But he couldn't do that, because the water droplets and mist would quickly heat up with the temperature, and it was impossible to maintain a constant temperature like this. After thinking about it, it seems that the only option is ice. He did it right away. He drew water from the well and quickly froze a large block of ice in front of the house. The ice started to form from the inside, layer by layer, and the cold air spread outwards in an instant, and the air temperature in front of the house dropped. The little black bear cub quickly climbed up from the chair because of the spread of cold air, widened its eyes, and came over to hug Fan Liao's legs with its front paws. This big ice block that suddenly appeared is a bit timid. This little guy doesn't even need to grow up to know he's a simpleton. Yi Qian looked at the timid bear cub, and then at the little tabby cat that was hugging his arm and rubbing its face against his, acting coquettishly. It seemed quite normal that these two couldn't play together. After a short rest, Fan Liao took this morning's harvest, the meat and ingredients, to the warehouse and found places to store them. Yao, let's go pick some sweet potato leaves and exchange them for wontons. After tidying up the warehouse, Yi Qian took the child to the field where sweet potatoes were planted and taught the child what kind of leaves to pick. His diligent chef had already gotten up early and planned to cook it all together and bring a pot to them. With such care from the master, the apprentice must prepare more of the old man's favorite foods. Although he doesn't know if the old man will get tired of eating like this all the time. Maybe he will tell her when he is fed up with her. After all, that person won't be polite to him. Chapter 160. The trouble caused by high temperature, how to cool down. My apprentice is so obedient. Luo Shan stood in the yard, looking at a basket of sweet potato leaves that his apprentice had already washed. He chopped some of them and mixed them with eggs, intending to make some omelets. The rest can be mixed with cold dishes, added to noodles or soup, or used in hot pot. There's no point in glaring at me. My child gave it to me, not to you. Looking at the little ones sticking their heads out of the big water tank and staring at his basket, Luo Shan snorted twice, picked up the basket, and went to the kitchen. A large bowl of wontons, along with pickled Chinese tune sprouts that tasted pretty good, had all been given to Yi Qian. He added some more firewood to the pot and cooked some for himself and the group of dragon cubs who were becoming increasingly lazy and were still waiting for him to cook. Luo Shan was in a good mood and planned to continue walking eastward after eating today. He should be close to the territory of a certain old loach. He wanted to go and see if the old loach was really old. Day by day, my brain seems to be not working as well as it used to. Even worse than this old man who is 150 or 160 years old. At this time, Yi Qian was sitting at the dining table, eating wontons and watching the chat channel. 10,593 Ming Zhao. Does anyone understand? My mutant plants are dying from the heat. This weather is too cruel. I spent over 30,000 yuan to buy these seedlings. I planted them last night when it felt cooler, but when I woke up this morning, they were already dying from the heat. 31,912 Wang Zihan. 68. The temperature is truly horrible. My dog, Rhubarb, was so hot he couldn't eat. I took him to the river for a bath, and then I saw fish dying by the riverbank. The water was scalding hot. 5515. Who -3 Sierra Leonean Leones. Several of my rabbits have died from the heat. They're all ordinary rabbits. I bought dozens of them for 300 yuan each. Now I think they're all doomed. 4,488 Mengqian. What can we do about the temperature continuing to rise? We can't do anything about it. Those ice sellers are making a lot of money, but I don't know how they make it. Does anyone know how to make ice? Let's all get some ice to save our lives. 0088. Feng. There is a way to make ice, using saltpeter. 29,006 Lin Ziang. 13. This method is indeed possible, but the problem is, I haven't seen anyone selling this material yet. In the chat channel, everyone was discussing how to cool down the situation. The model of using water to cool down is no longer effective. Flowing mountain spring water and rivers with large water flow can still be considered to be of some use. But the water from the rivers and streams, or the wells, could no longer completely relieve the heat at that time. Humans are slightly better off. If they are not exposed to direct sunlight and do not go out for strenuous activities, they will basically not die. However, the plants in the fields have been dying from heat, scalding, drying up, and withering since this morning. Brother, let me go and make it rain again. The plants in our fields are suffering from the heat. Fan Liao could also check the chat channel. He saw many people saying that the experience points of the planting system were being overheated. The more he watched, the more worried he became about the output of his own land. These are all his brother's experience points, and they cannot be lost just because the temperature rises. Come on, let's go together. I'll add some nutrient solution to the water. I hope it helps. Yi Qian looked at the complaints and cries in the chat channel, then stood up and looked at his own plants, which showed no abnormalities for the time being, but were obviously not in good spirits. He planned to use the same method he had used to feed the soul-eating rose before, and make some water that could nourish and relieve the pain and add it into the plants. Regardless of whether the effect is good or not, we must not let our plants be killed by the scorching sun. Even if they don't die, reducing production is still a big loss. Yeah, with my brother. The child's goal is simple, just to help his brother. Besides, being together made him even happier. The little black bear stayed at home and continued to sleep, while the little tabby cat curled up in Yi Qian's arms, scratching his collar with his little paws and looking around with his little head sticking out. Yi Qian held the child in one hand and went to the spring on the top of the mountain, where he led the gushing spring water into the air. Controlling the water is what Fan Liao is doing, and Yi Qian is creating water droplets in this process of convergence and accumulation, which merge into the water gathered above. As more and more water gathered above, Fan Liao controlled the water temperature to lower. When the temperature dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius, the water began to spread out, covering the sky above the manor. Brother, doesn't it all have to fall to the ground? When Fan Liao was about to control the rain, he suddenly thought, could he just make it rain locally? Just let it fall naturally in a dispersed manner. If it falls on the fields, the surrounding heat will still be quickly transferred to them, causing a slight drop in the overall temperature. This is better than pouring it in separately. Yi Qian's mental energy has now been consumed by more than 2/3. He looked at the water layer in the air and told the child not to worry too much. The current manor simulation map shows that the entire manor is reddish, which is a high fever warning. Only a little bit in front of his house was there a cold area surrounded by high temperature, which was ice that had not completely melted. But the surrounding red color has been squeezing out that small ball of light blue. If the fields are simply cooled down, the same effect will occur. Too large a temperature difference and too intense a collision will cause greater damage to crops. Well, then I'll just let it rain. Fan Liao nodded, and after he finished speaking, he controlled the layer of water in the sky to slowly fall down. The drizzling rain, as it fell, formed a rainbow above the manor. The rising sun is very gentle, but the heat in the air is more ferocious than the sun. As the raindrops fell, the surrounding temperature dropped slightly. Yi Qianning could see from the manor's simulation map that the red temperature was gradually becoming lighter. After this artificial rain ended, the air and surface temperatures within the manor were briefly relieved and remained calm for 2 or 3 hours. The snake grass has grown taller again. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Qian touched the leaves of the snake grass that came closer, looked at the snake grass that had grown rapidly and had grown to more than 4 meters high, patted its leaves, and gave it some gentle comfort. My brother is also working hard. Fan Liao himself was also exhausted, but when he saw Yi Qian gently praising the snake grass, he felt that his brother was the one who had worked the hardest and that it was his brother who needed a rest. Well, Yao Yao, you must be tired too. Don't go out to collect things today. Practice for a while. We can continue after your mental strength recovers. Yao Yao, do you want to recover by sleeping or meditating? Yi Qian communicated with the snake-loving grass and confirmed that the grass could be replenished with mountain spring water, so he carried the child home. Practice, recover, and ensure that what you have is not damaged. But he just needed to meditate and practice to recover, but the child's situation was a little different. Chapter 161. Cooling down, there's always a way. Brother is the best. Fan Liao was held in Yi Qian's arms. During Yi Qian's practice, the water elements lingering around him could cover the sleeping child. The sleeping child was very quiet, curled up in Yi Qian's arms without moving, his shallow breathing even lighter than that of the little tabby lying on Yi Qian's shoulder. 2 or 3 hours later, the sun had risen higher, and Yi Qian finally replenished the mental energy he had previously consumed more quickly through practice. When he stood up holding the child, the sleeping child opened his eyes drowsily, hugged Yi Qian's neck with both hands, and buried his little face in Yi Qian's shoulder and rubbed it. It feels so good to be pampered and protected by my brother. Want to sleep a little longer? Seeing that the child seemed shy, Yi Qian smiled and asked him if he wanted to come down and move around now. No need to sleep. I've rested enough. Brother, let's go to the rain again. Fan Liao shook his head. He had rested well now and could create some rain for his family to lower the temperature and maintain the survival rate of the plants in the fields. Don't worry. The previous cooling effect was somewhat effective. We'll continue later. Go wash and eat some peaches first. I'll make a scarecrow, and then I'll go water those mutant plants individually. After letting the children play, Yi Qian sat on a chair, took out some grass, and quickly made a scarecrow that caught insects in 2 hours. Watching the scarecrow run to the fields to work, Yi Qian ate the peaches washed by the child, carried the sleeping cat in his arms, and went to the fields east of the house to water the mutant plants individually. The fragrant bamboo is still a small piece. After various additions, it will take more than 5 days to reach the next stage. The mutant sunflower that can reproduce has now grown to almost 2 meters tall, and the flower disc is growing. It is expected that it will take 4 or 5 days before the seeds can be harvested. The level 2 mutant grapes have now climbed half of the vine trellis. There are several small bunches growing, and small flower buds can be seen. They will bloom tomorrow and then start to bear fruit. In the 3 adjacent plots of level 2 mutant purple striped vines, the vines are growing rapidly and have already occupied half of the land, but this purple striped vine seems to need all the vines to grow before it can bloom and bear fruit. There is also a level 2 burning mulberry tree. It was planted just last night and is just recovering now, with 2 small buds sprouting out. Normally, seedlings at this stage are most afraid of high temperatures and scorching sun, but this one is in the best condition among all the mutant plants. Because of its mutation direction, you can tell from the name, Burning Flame. It is not afraid of heat. The hotter it is, the better it grows. The same level 2 Tianxin grass is growing on a small terraced plot of land above the green grass behind the house. It's just sprouting and is wilting. The level 2 mutant plants were watered with small water balls, and then Yi Qian began to water the level 1 ones. Rabbit ear grass, green pearl fruit, cherry tree, mutant lantern fruit, mutant jade beads, mutant red heart fruit, mutant dogtail grass. There is only 1 tree of each kind, and each one occupies a piece of land. Walking through the fields, big and small, Yiqian's newly recovered mental strength had been used up by less than a third because of the need to water them. Even if it was just one small water ball, the consumption was a bit strenuous for him. I'll rest for a while. Yao Yao, you should lie down for a while too. You must be tired. Yiqian returned to the front of the house, lay down on the recliner, and didn't want to get up. He couldn't practice yet for the time being. He needed to slow down for a bit before continuing. I'll make something delicious for my brother. Seeing that Yiqian was working so hard, Fan Liao did not come over to rest. Instead, he made another ice cube and placed it next to him, then started to take some mountain spring water to make ice and smoothies. I cut the peaches into small pieces, bought a melon, and an orange. The chopped fruit pulp is mixed with icy smoothie, and a simple cold dessert is ready. He cut a lot, and also made a portion for his uncle and the old man Yiqian mentioned. Delicious, the old man said. I'll make dumplings tonight, and ask if you like meat or vegetarian fillings. Meat fillings include pork, beef, lamb, and fish, while vegetarian fillings include cabbage, leeks, potatoes, and tofu. Yiqian gave one to Luo Shan, saying that it was specially made by the child. Then Luo Shan said that he would make something delicious in the evening and even asked the child what flavor he liked. I like to eat meat. After the children's identity changes, they will no longer be restrained and will express their own ideas. Yiqian felt good about this change, and then told Luo Shan that the child liked to eat meat and spicy food. While taking a break from eating cold desserts, Yiqian continued to check the messages in the chat channel. After a while, he saw a suggestion made by someone. The man was also a farmer. After some experiments, he found that he could use a taller straw shed to block the scorching sun. But it has to be high so there is wind in the fields, otherwise you will suffocate. But in today's weather, the wind is level 1 and it only blows occasionally, which is completely useless. Then, someone figured out that they could pour water on the straw sheds and use the dripping water to relieve the stuffiness in the fields. There are always some methods. After someone experiments and feels that they are feasible, they post them for everyone to see, and gradually many players share their ideas. 0032. Qinjian, Group Brother Yi. Are the crops you grow all right? Qinjian called Yiqian out to chat in the main channel of the manor. 0997. Yiqian, personal, it's okay at the moment. Once my mental strength recovers, it rains. The rain will provide some relief for a few hours, which is just the right time to recover my mental strength. Yiqian's current method of removing heat is not suitable for recommendation to others. His own water-based abilities are special, and combined with the cooling water from the distant source, it will rain again after fusion. It requires the abilities of a water master, plus ice, and high-intensity water control abilities. 1122. Lu Xiaoxiao, Team Brother Qin. You're really overwhelmed by the heat. Brother Yi is a water element, and you're actually asking him how to cool down. 11,111 Qin Hong. Group The water system is not certain. I have a water controller in my manor, but the water system is not completely effective. If the water temperature is not high enough, the ground temperature may be too high after spraying the water, causing burns to the plants. 0012. Zhang Wei, Group It's okay. I dug a very deep well at home. The groundwater temperature is low, and the plants are still quite healthy. I'm actually curious about how Lu Hua's home is cool. 0002. Hui Yanyan. Personal, when did I ever say I was a fire element? Hui Yanyan was irritated by number 1 Zhang Wei. His name is Fire, but that doesn't mean his ability is fire. However, his family was indeed having a hard time. After chatting with them for a while, Hui Yanyan sent a private message to Yiqian. He should now be more concerned about whether this being of the same type can master this power. It's hard to find the same kind of person. I finally found one, so I have to pay more attention to it. Chapter 162. The concern from that fire. The strengthening liquid is a good thing. 0002. Hui Yanyan, Brother Yi, is your current water control power over 500? Hui Yanyan sent a private message to Yiqian, and with just a simple and casual question, Yiqian's heart suddenly stopped. I guess this person may think that his question is very conservative. 0997. Yiqian, just past 100. Yiqian drank the fruit pulp and melted ice water in the bowl in one gulp, and replied to the kind-hearted senior with a message feeling very upset. 500 or something. He's only just reached 111. 3 of these points were gained through some insights gained while killing the wolves today and feeding the mutant plants in the rain. It is growing after all. As long as you use it more, exercise more, and understand more, you can increase by at least 1 or 2 points every day. But this kind of consumption is really tiring. He consumed too much mental energy twice, so he still feels tired even when lying down to rest. 0002. Hui Yanyan, huh? just over 100, and it's raining in the manor. Brother Ye's strength is still very impressive. Looking at the message he received, Hui Yanyan felt a little embarrassed, but he still tried his best to find some topics to build up the newcomer's confidence. Moreover, he really didn't expect that the ability to make a manor rain and cool it down would only be a value just over 100. 0997. Yi Qian, it's okay. Mountain spring water is naturally cool, so it can barely sustain the crops in the fields and prevent them from being sunburned or scalded. Without mentioning the fact that he had a child at home, Yi Qian attributed the main reason for the temperature reduction to the mountain spring water. But he didn't quite understand what this person wanted to say. Is it just because we are both control type that I want to take care of you? 0002. Hui Yanyan, a mountain spring with plenty of water is also good. Don't consume too much energy when controlling it. The current hot weather is causing unrest in the wild creatures. Try to retain some self-preservation power. To improve this ability, in addition to more practice, you can also use some potions. Hui Yanyan gave some general information so that Yi Qian could understand more. Especially those strengthening potions. How should they be used to reduce waste and absorb more energy? You need to be in a state of full mental strength and train quickly. If you go too slowly, the effect of the medicine may disappear, and then you will suffer in vain. Yi Qian naturally thanked others sincerely for their kindness and said that he would work hard to improve himself. Since the other party cared about him, he also asked about the other party's use of strengthening potions. After chatting for a while, we finally came to the conclusion that this strengthening potion is really not very useful. Basically, you have to use dozens of copies before it completely loses its effect. Yao Yao, have you ever used strengthening potions? Yi Qian roughly understood the matter of the strengthening potion and ended the private chat. He looked at the child beside him and asked if the child still needed strengthening liquid. The strengthening potion and the strengthening liquid he synthesized have different effects. Strengthening medicine is a skill in making medicine. It uses various materials and refines them to prepare medicine. The strengthening liquid is a pure extract without any unnecessary substances, so it is easier to absorb. No, I got a green quality one before, but my uncle said it was too painful to use and there might be negative effects if no one was watching me, so I sold it. Do you want to use it, brother? Fan Liao lowered his head, feeling a little regretful about selling the potion for money. He can't use it, but if he keeps it, he can give it to his brother. I've already used everything below purple quality. The synthetic strengthening liquid is more effective than potions. Once the scorching heat drops, we can study those things again. Yi Qian lay down with the child in his arms. What they needed now was rest. Well, let my uncle buy the materials, he has the money. When it comes to spending money, the child's first thought is to spend his uncle's money. Because my brother has no money, and I don't have much money myself, and my uncle also said that when you need something, you must ask. Your uncle will cry if he knows you miss him so much. Yi Qian laughed grimly. He has already snatched someone else's child away, and now he wants them to spend money. It's a bit too much. However, he is responsible for the synthesis, and the two old men provide some materials and share a share of the finished product. It shouldn't be considered as cheating, right? Using this synthesis mode to make money will consume a lot of mental energy and affect cultivation. You can't make money and practice at the same time. Uncle won't cry. We can share a little with him, so he will laugh. The young man Yao Yao was already thinking about how to make his uncle happy after spending the money. The old man and the young boy were discussing how to get the old man to provide materials. In a forest somewhere, the two old men who did not look old at all met by chance. 0997. Yi Qian, Master, have you ever used strengthening potions? Yi Qian was holding the cat and the child, with a light mist lingering around them. During his break, he sent a message to his master. 0001. Luo Shan. I've used both the green and blue ones, and I don't want to buy the purple one yet. Would you like to give me a little as a gift? Luo Shan knew that Yi Qian could refine strengthening potions, but he didn't have much idea about that kind of thing. Purple quality ones may increase combat power by dozens of points, but this improvement in combat power requires subsequent repairs and removal of messy materials, which is too troublesome. When it came to the blue potion, it took him 2 days to remove it completely. Although he was a little anxious to swallow it all at once, he still solved it in one go by taking it step by step, which only consumed his time. However, he did not object to Yi Qian's use of it. For him, that little improvement was not worth the effort, but Yi Qian's strength was too low, so he really had to rely on this to improve. Yi Qian, you can bring me some meat, and I'll make you some strengthening fluid. Forget about today, as I still need to expend my mental energy on watering and cooling the manor. Old man, please prepare more meat. The strengthening fluid, which has few side effects, should fetch a high price if it can be successfully refined. Yi Qian briefly explained to Luo Shan the difference between strengthening liquid and strengthening potion. Now, he just has to wait for the temperature to drop a little so that he can be in the mood and have the mental energy to work on the strengthening liquid. We can talk about making money later. Now we have to keep up with the supply of our family. The old bastard might not look down on the dozens of points of purple quality, but since it can be increased, even if it is just 1 point, we have to take it. Chapter 163. Planting is indeed difficult, but there is still a way out. Yao, let's go see some rain, and then come back to make lunch. Yi Qian got down from the recliner holding the child in his arms, and with the lazy little tabby lying on his shoulder, they went to the top of the mountain together. It's past 10 in the morning now. Let's make some rain now, come back and rest for a while, and then it's time for lunch. After lunch, I practiced for a while, and the afternoon rain was about to continue. This hot weather is so unbearable. It's raining. Children are very interested in rain. After reaching the top of the mountain, the same pattern occurred. One was responsible for accumulating spring water, and the other was responsible for producing water to be mixed in, and soon a warm drizzle fell again. On the manner simulation map, the red temperature that had just risen was lowered again. After doing all this, Yi Qian took the child back home and continued to lie down to rest. Brother, Uncle said that he prepared lunch for us, and we just need to have a good rest. While taking a break, Fan Liao chatted with his uncle who was somewhere far away, and then he received this good news. At noon, all they have to do is wait for their meal. He didn't do it himself, did he? Yi Qian felt that today was pretty good. Breakfast was made by his master, dinner was also booked by his master, and now someone was delivering lunch. Well, I hope that Brother Zhang didn't have a sudden idea and suddenly decided to cook for them himself. He really didn't dare to count on the old man who had never cooked in his life. No, my uncle said that he met someone who seemed to be good at cooking, so he decided to eat with us and prepare some for us. Fan Liao basically repeated what his uncle said. I hope the person he meets can cook delicious food, but it doesn't matter if it's not delicious. At most, he can just eat less. We can have dumplings to eat in the evening. Yi Qian was coaxing the child and didn't have much expectation for the lunch. After all, he has a master who likes to cook, so grilling fish in the wild will be delicious just by sprinkling some salt on it. Wild random event. High temperatures pose a great threat to wild creatures. When the temperature is too high and some plants cannot survive, there is a chance that they will spread their seeds before dying. The probability of obtaining seeds increases and lasts for 6 hours. A sudden random event prompt disrupted the plans of many players. Should I continue to protect the existing field plants at home, or take this opportunity to go out and get more seeds? 0102. Su Yan. For players who specialize in planting, I think it will be cheaper to buy seeds later. 0606. Luo Fei. It won't be cheap. Due to the high temperatures this time, many farming players' fields have reduced yields, or even been directly sunburned. When the temperature drops later, a large number of players will definitely buy seeds and replant. 0600. Lu Tingfan. Farming players already have a hard time making money. The crops they work so hard to grow might even be sunburned to death. How can they buy seeds? They have no money at all. 10,593 Ming Zhao. Even if you don't have money, you have to make some. It's already been confirmed. Seeds purchased from the mall will only yield a single harvest after planting. There's no additional yield. If you're a farming player who wants experience, you still have to buy seeds harvested in the wild. A new prompt caused the chat channel to become noisy again. Everyone has their own opinions, and basically they all have their own reasons. Farming players have been labeled as having difficulty earning experience and surviving from the very beginning. With the current high temperature, the people who suffer the most are the farming players. As the topic was being discussed, some people started to discuss whether the world is targeting the farming players. Brother, is what they said true? Fan Liao was also watching the chat channel and saw that the players were talking about how miserable the farming players were. He looked up at Yi Qian, his eyes full of worry. My brother is from the planting department. Is it really like what those people say, that after a month of hard work, everything will be in vain? That's a bit extreme. Planting players at least have one advantage, a stable living environment. Those who claim their plants are dying from scalding or sunburn are basically planting in sandy areas, which is easy to cultivate, or they're planting on mountaintops with no water sources. Players who are close to rivers or have dug deep wells near their homes are only experiencing unhealthy plants, but they haven't yet died. Whenever Yi Qian has time today, he pays attention to the information in the chat channel. Now that I see that the child has been misled by those remarks, I explained in detail the extent of this disaster. Players who specialize in farming, even if they don't have special abilities, are now busy building huts, diverting water, and digging wells. Some even go to the river to fetch water. For this little bit of experience, everyone is trying to save as many people as possible, so who has the time to cry and curse in the chat channel? But they said that experience points from the farming system are hard to earn. Fan Liao felt that he understood, but there were still some things he didn't quite understand. Experience points seemed really difficult to come by. He had been here for several days and had only seen his brother harvest potatoes once. It's difficult now, but some plants are perennials. Once planted, as long as they stay alive, you can harvest them over and over again. Even if ordinary players can't get high-level seeds, they can still find ordinary treasure chests near their homes every few days, which will more or less contain some seeds. Yiqian touched the child's head and continued to tell him about some survival methods of the planting system. In this world, although it is a survival game world, as long as there are no unexpected events, everyone can survive. The one-day task, reclaiming wasteland and planting crops, cannot be completed without seeds, and Yiqian cannot complete this task every day. But daily tasks and random tasks are both set according to the player's home or field, or some surrounding environment. The difficulty level varies, but most of the time it involves repairing the home, weeding, watering, or going out to collect some produce. The level of safety around the players also matches their strength. So as long as you observe carefully, there is a safe collection area near your home, such as the small woods on the hilltop behind Yiqian's home. Safe, occasionally unidentified items of green quality appear. As long as the player can complete any task within a day, at least 10 survival points will be credited to his account. A large white flour steam bun weighing half a pound requires 5 survival points, and a bottle of water costs 3 survival points. If you have no money, these 8 survival points will not kill you. This is the fixed price of them all. The steamed buns and water sold by players have now been reduced to 1 per survival point. Of course, this kind of discount is only available for larger quantities. Those sold individually are put up for auction. After all, auctions charge a proportional fee, while consignment requires shelf space fees. Under such basic conditions, those who are able can eat better, drink better, and gain more experience. Those who don't have the ability can just rely on saving. If you hang around near your home more often and stay within a safe range, you will basically find a small box every few days. Everything in the box, except the seeds, can be sold for money, and the money can be used to buy more seeds. Everyone has their own way of living. It's up to you to decide. Some people say save up a few days' money and buy meat for a good meal. That's a personal choice. Chapter 164. The lunch sent by Brother Zhang was cooked by Luo Shan. Yao Yao, it's not just the farming system that's slow in gaining experience points. Some players may choose the hunting system, but that doesn't mean they can go hunting. Yiqian looked at the still-dazed kid and continued to tell him that the career directions chosen by players are actually similar. It is actually very difficult for ordinary people to gain experience no matter whether they choose the planting system, hunting system, or gathering system. For hunting players, without additional skill books, they actually just have to deal with the prey. As for how to hunt prey in the wild, it all depends on personal ability. At present, everyone says that the hunting system is strong because when they first choose it, most capable players actively choose the hunting system. Those who are not capable may not be able to hunt rabbits even with a simple bow and arrow. But, brother, you're already very powerful, but you still only have a small amount of experience points, and you haven't even picked up a wild treasure chest. The child still thinks that his brother can't earn experience points because it's difficult to make money from farming. If it was a hunting system, it would have been upgraded by now. As for the wild treasure chests, he hadn't seen his brother go out and pick up any during these days. As for you, I don't go out much, but planting is actually quite good. Once you get through this hot period, you can gain a lot of experience points. Each leek is 1 experience point. Each grass is also 1 experience point, and those mutant yield-type crops, each harvest gives at least 100 experience points. Yiqian rubbed the child's hair with his fingers. He didn't feel anything wrong, but the child felt sorry for him first. Experience points, he already has a lot. It's just that it's not harvest time yet. As long as my brother thinks it's good. Fan Liao put his little head on Yiqian's arm. He still felt that his brother deserved more, but he couldn't refute what his brother said. And he knew that once he chose his career direction, he couldn't change it. Therefore, he will continue to work hard and accompany his brother in farming. Let's take a break. Let's go out for a walk and take a look around our home. Yiqian held the child in his arms and coaxed him softly, saying that whether he was picking up boxes or looking for seeds, he should go out for a walk. There was a light mist surrounding them, and even though it was almost noon, they were not disturbed by the scorching sun. After resting for more than an hour, at around 11:30 in the morning, the two of them, the cat and the bear, had lunch together. Lunch was brought to Fan Liao by Zhang Wei, who was in exchange for it. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, spicy fried chicken, and steamed fish all used so much chili peppers. Yiqian looked at the dishes on the table and wondered if the cook couldn't cook without chili peppers. However, Yao Yao likes spicy food, so it is normal for the dishes prepared by Brother Zhang to be a little spicy. Delicious. Yiqian picked a piece of fish with few bones for the child and put it on a plate. Then he rinsed the little tabby cat with some water before feeding it. When he was eating it himself, he suddenly felt that under the cover of the spiciness, there was still some familiar feeling. The lunch that Brother Zhang sent. 0997. Yiqian, did you go to her house? Yiqian sent a message to Luo Shan and then continued eating. He was very sure that these dishes were made by the old liar. Even though he is such an old man, he is never idle for a moment. I don't know how many places he runs to every day. He could think that Li Lily and others had a grudge against each other before, and it was normal for them to travel thousands of miles to seek revenge. But this old man Zhang, the old liar himself, said that they were not originally from the same world. They even come to my house. Is it because they are old and need to find someone to talk to when they are bored? 0001, Luo Shan. Just passing by, really just passing by this time. Luo Shan was in a very good mood because his disciple could taste that the food was made by him. But he would never admit that he went out of his way to find number 2 Zhang Wei. 0997. Yiqian, if there's no grudge, don't bully me. I stole their child. Yiqian knew it was not a coincidence, but he was too lazy to talk about it. Now he even suspected that his master was going to keep an eye on them to prevent Brother Zhang from coming after him. 0001, Luo Shan. I bullied him? Do I seem so unreasonable? This is what we call a chance encounter. I intend to discuss the power of different worlds. Luo Shan looked at the pale, sickly, scheming young man opposite him, whose smile was somewhat unfathomable. He snorted in displeasure and continued to reply to his apprentice. He still bullies people? This guy looked like he was about to die since they met. He was really worried that he could kill him with a casual slap. 0997. Yiqian, Power Research. Looking at the message, Yiqian felt that he needed some quiet time. To put it simply, this power study is just a fight, right? Right. We are going to fight. 0001, Luo Shan. Go eat your meal. Kids, stay out of adult business. Take good care of your little brat. I'll take his parent out for a walk for now. I'll burn him with fire if I have time. Maybe all his problems will be burned away. Luo Shan sent a message back to Yiqian, mentioning some of the ideas, but not going into too much detail. I don't know what's going on in that world, the old and the young, nothing is normal. Yao Yao, I have washed the dishes. Let's go out and take a look. We will come back home in 2 hours to make it rain. Yiqian felt that Luo Shan was joking, but when he thought about it, he realized that his water could save people. As the master of the fire system, and an old man who had used it for decades, it was really possible for him to do it. No matter what happened to them, he was now full and satisfied. He put the cat on his shoulder, left the little black bear cub at home with soul-eating Rose to look after it, and then picked up the child and went out. I hope to gain something. Otherwise, the kid would be worried about not being able to earn experience points, pick up boxes, or get any good stuff. Chapter 165. Searching for seeds in the wild, all of which have never been seen before. There really is a box. When Fan Liao was carried out of the house by Yiqian and reached the halfway point of the back mountain, he saw the gray wooden box in front of him and his eyes widened. He thought his brother was just saying that to comfort him. It turns out that there really is one. The location is random, and you need to search carefully near your home. It's not available every day, so I used to just go there to collect treasure chests and never run around looking for them. Yiqian walked over, opened the green quality wild treasure chest, and explained to the child why he had never specifically looked for the treasure chest. Every time he went to the back mountain and rummaged around in the woods on the top of the mountain for a few hours, Xiao Lihua could help him find dozens of green, unidentified items, which was much higher than the output of an ordinary treasure chest. Moreover, treasure chests are random, their locations are random, and their appearance is also random. It is possible that he may run all over the mountain and still not find the treasure chest refreshed. If there are other benefits, he will definitely not run around just for the treasure chest. Open green quality wild treasure chest. Wild vegetables times 3, rabbit skin times 2, Sichuan pepper sapling times 1, drinking water times 3. The items produced by wild treasure chests are also very random. But no matter how random this is, it will be related to the 3 career directions, and anything more will be additional items. Wild vegetables belong to the gathering type, rabbit skins belong to the hunting type, and pepper seedlings belong to the planting type. However, the green quality wild treasure chest did not contain even a single green quality item. Yiqian could only think that his luck was not very good. Brother, are pepper seedlings valuable? Fan Liao stared at these items. The only one he thought had some value was this 20-centimeter tall sapling. The consignment price is a bit outrageous, but this low-quality pepper sapling can be sold for more than 500 survival points. Yiqian put all the items into his backpack, held the child and cat, and continued searching around. Perhaps because it is too hot, there are no animals on this mountain, not even ordinary snakes. The little tabby cat lay lazily on Yiqian's shoulder, observing the surroundings, but it had no chance to show its skills. More than 500 survival points. Fan Liao was held in arms, holding an umbrella in her little hands to shield them from the direct sunlight. He calculated the concept of more than 500 survival points, but still couldn't convert it clearly. For him personally, he could earn at least a few thousand points by catching any prey and selling the dismantled materials. Brother, if I catch a wild wolf, I can buy you a lot of saplings. The child calculated and finally came up with a concept of how many seeds or saplings he could get for his brother by hunting. You'd better stay home. If you go out hunting, you can clear all the beasts in the mountains near your home in 2 or 3 days. The previous ones were hunted by players, and stronger ones will appear later. If a beast tide comes one day, the crops at home will be really doomed. Yiqian touched the child's head and told him to stop thinking about those nonsense. Now that Fan Liao is bound, he doesn't need to upgrade his hunting experience. He just needs to accompany him obediently. After all, if he can't catch up with them due to his own strength, and if they get into trouble, he will most likely need the child to take him away. Well, I'm not going. I'll stay at home with my brother. Remembering that he couldn't hunt at will now, the child obediently put his head on Yiqian's shoulder and quietly reached out his little hand to pick up the little tabby cat on the other shoulder. There's a dead tree over there. Go check it out. There might be seeds there. Yiqian searched the surroundings and took a look when he found anything different. Dead jujube tree. Due to the high temperature, this jujube tree has dried up and died. The few jujubes that fell before the tree died may still retain a trace of life. It's a date tree. Moreover, Yiqian was very sure that there was no jujube tree in the past at this location that could be seen from the top of the mountain, otherwise he would definitely come down to take a look. There is no need to worry about these now. It is very likely a random event that is refreshed randomly. After putting the child down, Yiqian searched among the pile of dead leaves on the ground. After a while, he picked up more than a dozen shriveled red dates. Sour red dates, fruits, edible, can be made and processed. Ordinary red dates are just dried dates, and they are sour red dates. Red dates, green fruits of the date tree, edible, can be made and processed, and the seeds can be planted. Among a dozen red dates that look identical, only one can be planted. Yiqian collected these and placed the green and high-quality ones that could be planted separately, waiting for the hot weather to pass before planting them. Let's go, let's keep looking. These seeds dropped in the wild should be new ones. You were near here before, so I'm pretty sure there are no jujube trees here. Yiqian picked up the child, put the little tabby cat that was stretching its claws at him on his other shoulder, and continued walking. Brother, over there. Meow. The child and the kitten gave a hint together when Yiqian reached the ridge. Little Beaver can see it too. Fan Liao stared at the kitten that meowed twice in front of him, feeling a little surprised. It has the ability of insight. Since I was interested in the dead date tree just now, it will search for similar existences. Yiqian tilted his head and rubbed his face against little Lihua's head. His kitten, in addition to being alert, would also observe him, and when he was happy, he would try hard to find something that he liked. Before, the little tabby cat did not have the ability to see, so it used smell to search for unidentified plant roots. Now that we have the ability of insight, it should be more convenient. Amazing. The child looked at the kitten eagerly, who was happy when being rubbed. While he was looking at the little tabby flower in shock, Yiqian had already taken them and walked a few quick steps to a clump of dead vines. Dead strawberries. Due to the high temperature, this small patch of strawberries has dried up and died. Look carefully, you may find something surprising under the dead vines. Strawberries grow vines, and new buds appear on the vines, which take root when they fall to the ground. There are now nearly 30 dead strawberry trees, with tiny vines entwined and leaves densely packed. Yiqian dug up the dead leaves and pulled out all the dry and dead ones. Then, at the root of a dead strawberry plant, he saw a few tender white roots and buds. Level 1 mutated strawberry seedling, green plantable, perennial, productive, fruit has a chance of developing a mutation effect. Now is indeed a very good time to look for seeds and seedlings. Yi Qian grabbed a handful of soil, created a little water to mix it in, and then put the tiny seedling in, temporarily maintaining the vitality of the plant. After putting it away, he looked at the kitten acting coquettishly on his shoulder and the child standing beside him, holding an umbrella, and his mood became very good. Chapter 166. Good harvest, but no risk. Go home first and wait for the rain. Nothing at home can die. I'll continue searching after the temperature drops. After Yi Qian put away the strawberry seedlings, he looked at the time and picked up his child to go home. It is a happy thing to find seeds and seedlings, but the ones at home are the ones that you cannot give up. Rain, 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 and then continue. Fan Liao is very interested in the possibility of rain cooling down his home. Meow. Little Lihua also joined in the fun, standing on Yi Qian's shoulder and meowing twice. Can you two chat? Yi Qian was walking towards home. He really didn't understand the interaction between the child and the kitten. It seems that they can communicate with each other. But Yao does have a skill in animal language. I can only understand the general meaning of some of its calls, and I can't communicate normally. Speaking of this, Fan Liao felt a little depressed. Before, he thought that Xiao Lihua was his brother's cat and he was an outsider, so Xiao Lihua refused to communicate with him. But after the identity change, he was sure that the problem was not his identity, but the little tabby cat's meows, which were mostly meaningless pampering and playfulness. Not only does he not understand, even if you replace him with a cat of the same breed, he won't be able to hear anything either. Maybe it's because Lihua is still young. Yi Qian saw the child glaring at little Lihua, while little Lihua meowed happily on his shoulder, so he probably understood. The communication between the two depends on whether the little raccoon wants to pay attention to others and whether he wants to talk. Well, it's still small. The child could only comfort himself in this way. It was not that the cat disliked him, but that the kitten itself had not grown up. When they reached the top of the mountain, snake-loving grass opened the door for them, and Yi Qian took the child and the cat back to the manor. Looking at the situation in the manor, apart from the heat and redness, nothing else happened. Yi Qian had no plans to go back to the house to rest for the time being. Right at the top of the mountain, the previous pattern was still in place. One collected water and raised it into the air to cool it down, and the other created a special water fusion. After nearly half an hour, a light drizzle lowered the temperature again. The crops in the fields are still relatively healthy for the time being. The water produced by Yi Qian has strong restorative properties. As long as they can reach maturity, these crops can have a good harvest. Rest for a while before heading out again. We've worked hard today. Once the random seed events in the wild are over, we'll go home and have a good rest. Yi Qian held the child who was also very tired, and after eating a few pieces of watermelon to speed up the recovery of his mental strength, the two of them and the cat continued on their journey. When they went out, the snake-bewitching grass opened the door directly at the original place, and it returned to its original state again after people walked out. Meow meow. Little Lihua's current target is the dead plants. Standing on Yi Qian's shoulder, when it found something like this nearby, it would bark happily, and its little paws would be raised in a particularly cute way, pointing in the direction it observed. Lihua's insight is truly amazing. Fan Liao still felt magical when he saw that the place pointed out by Zai Lihua was a bush, and then when Yi Qian got a few spinach seeds. Hidden in the bushes, a dead spinach can actually be found. Is this insight? Is it directly positioned? Insight should be able to directly see through the location of certain locked objects. Lihua's current skill lock range should be 200 meters. Yi Qian put away the 3 spinach seeds, came out of the crowded bushes, picked up the child and the cat, and continued searching in a farther area. In the afternoon, Yi Qian walked around the back mountain and the small woods in front of the mountain and harvested a peach seedling, a hawthorn seedling, 3 carrot seeds, and 2 eggplant seeds. There are not many, but they are rare to see in normal times. The seeds auctioned, if they are of green quality or above, started at least 4 digits. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qian returned home with his children and cat and had no plans to go out for the time being. Their previous search range was only above halfway up the mountain and below halfway down the mountain. I just didn't go. At this time, you must pay more attention to safety. The river in front of the mountain is several meters wide, and the stream behind the mountain can be more than 1 meter wide. The depth is unknown for the time being, but Fan Liao did mention it when he was bathing and fishing in the river in front of the mountain. The water at that time was so deep that a 1.8 meter tall young man could not even get his head above the surface, nor his feet touch the bottom. Brother, drink juice. After returning home, Fan Liao made a smoothie with watermelon juice and placed a large, cool cup in Yi Qian's hand. He was carried the entire time, so he didn't feel tired, but but he felt his brother was very tired. You've worked hard, take a break. This is all we've harvested today. Any creatures that might have been on the mountain should have fled to the river below. The noises we heard earlier were probably some of the creatures near the river meeting and fighting. Yiqian lay on the recliner and talked about the chaos he had heard at the foot of the mountain when they were near the green grass at the foot of the mountain. I took the watermelon smoothie juice handed to me by the child and felt refreshed instantly after taking a sip. Beside him, the little tabby cat was yawning sleepily. The kitten was tired from being too perceptive and alert. A layer of mist enveloped the little tabby cat. The already sleepy kitten curled up in Yiqian's arms and slowly fell asleep. Well, I don't go to the water. Fan Liao knew that his brother was worried that he would not be able to resist his curiosity and would want to take risks down the mountain. What about the mountain? He has no interest at all now. He just wants to stay with his brother and farm with him. However, he couldn't open up the wasteland, but fortunately he could still water the land and bring rain to the house. It's not that we can't go at all, but it's not possible now. Let's wait and see tomorrow. I hope the temperature won't rise any further tomorrow, otherwise. Yiqian tilted his head and looked outside the parasol. The sky was really clear. In the chat channel, a player asked if anyone had seen the clouds today. However, throughout their entire 8,181 area, everyone saw the same sky. Even when it rained before, it followed the same pattern. Clouds appeared out of thin air, rolled and gathered. The sun rises every day at the same time and with the same light intensity in all players' areas. The only difference is that the homes are located in front of or behind the mountains, but overall they are the same. It is impossible to rely on the weather or certain astronomical phenomena to determine which players are in which direction. If there is one difference, it is the layout of the Earth's environment. Some people live in the mountains, and some live in the plains. Some people can see mountains when they go out, others can see the sea, rivers, lakes. Perhaps, one day, someone will be able to travel far enough and have a good enough memory to draw a topographic map, which will allow some players to know where their homes are. Chapter 167, He Wants to Make Money. 0002. Hui Yin Yin. Personal, I went out a few times during the day, and the chances of treasure chests appearing increased. You can indeed get seeds in the wild. Also, try to stay away from water sources and deep caves. You're not sure what level of items might be hidden inside. Hui Yin Yin talked about a series of information he discovered when he went out in the Manor Owner's channel. There are good things, and there are more of them, but they are also more dangerous. He also mentioned that a level 5 dragon cub appeared in a cave near his home. Of course, he didn't say that he couldn't win, but he was very familiar with the creatures around his home and usually didn't hunt near his home. I felt strange and observed it for a while. I found that the dragon cub appeared along the nearby river and then found a cool place to live nearby. 0996. Mu Mui. Individual, I won't go out in this kind of weather. Even if there are good things, the heat is too unfriendly for me. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group Mud Girl. You need to go out more often. Getting some sun will make you healthier. 0987. Yin Fenglei. Personal she? Forget it. She'll get sunburned if she goes out. She'd better stay home and rest. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group Melted by the sun? Could that wooden girl be an ice type? Number 1. Zhang Wei always speaks a lot. I originally wanted to make a joke about the little girl being afraid of the sun or something. But on second thought, this refers to sunburn, not tanning. 0996. Mu Mui. Individual, didn't I tell you before? I have a dual element, ice, and a bit of metal talent, but metal is considered secondary, so I'm not very good. 11,111 Qin Hong. Group, take a break. Even the polar ice can't handle this weather. It's too horrible. I'm staying home too. Another one who is afraid of heat emerges. 0012. Zhang Wei. Group, Qin Hong. Are you also an ice type? 11,111 Qin Hong. Group, I'm a wood type, leaning towards grass. I just built a grass shed for my house, and my mental energy recovery is lagging behind. 0088. Feng. Group, I think Brother Ye's ability is the best. The water element can even make it rain. But based on this method, can the ice element also make hail fall down at home to cool down the temperature? 0996. Mu Mui. Individual Yiqian. Brother Yi, come out and talk to this guy about the difference between rain and hail. I really don't want to bother with this idiot. 0997. Yiqian. Personal, on such a hot day, if hail falls, the rapid drop in temperature will cause serious damage to plants. Also, the energy consumption is too great, it's not worth it. Yiqian was originally watching the show, but when he saw Kathy Wood calling him, he came out to join in the fun. 11,111 Qin Hong. Group Feng. That guy? is trying to wipe out the entire family. 0012. Zhang Wei group. You can't get rid of the roots, unless it's a big icy block. Otherwise, the hail will melt as soon as it hits the ground, leaving some weed roots, but it definitely won't work for planted weeds, as planted roots are not as resilient as weeds. Number 1. Zhang Wei is also a botany student and has done some research in this area. However, Feng Feng's proposal received unanimous negative reviews from everyone. 0012. Zhang Wei group. Ignore that person who doesn't understand life. Brother Yi, do you want seeds? Do you want them? Do you want them? After everyone complained about Feng Feng, Number 1. Zhang Wei shifted his target and set his sights on Yiqian. As for seeds, in their current manor owner channel, there is only one planting system named Yiqian. The most abundant harvest from the wild this time was various kinds of seeds. At this time, you must first ask the familiar planting department whether you want to purchase the seeds from them. 0997. Yiqian, individual. I want it, but I don't have much money. I only have less than 100,000 yuan right now. How about you wait for 2 days and sell it to me when you make a profit? Yiqian wanted to buy some of all the types of seeds produced this time. But the problem is, we are poor. 0088. Feng Feng group. Someone with 100,000 in savings actually claims to be poor. How unjust. 11,111. Qin Hong group. Exactly 100,000. Even when I had the most money, it never reached 100,000. 0996. Mu Muyi, individual. It's okay. Only 100,000. Gatherers might have some in stock, but Feng Feng, you're a hunter, and you're saying you don't even have 100,000. 0088. Feng Feng group. I said that 100,000 yuan doesn't mean you're poor. I didn't say I didn't have it. It was the 5 bars that said he didn't have it. 0997. Yiqian, individual. I've cleaned out my warehouse and sold most of the stuff, but I still haven't raised 100,000. Poor farming people, I really don't want to see you showing off your wealth. While chatting, Yiqian complained helplessly about a group of rich people. However, capable hunters are naturally not short of money. We still have to think of ways to make more money. Then you can buy more seeds and develop the wasteland in the manor. More planting means more harvest. 0012. Zhang Wei group. Brother Yi, do you want to find some way to make money? Talk to the brothers and sisters, and we will give you some ideas. Number 1. Zhang Wei is very enthusiastic. But how to make money in the planting industry was discussed by several people who were chatting, and they were sure that there were no good suggestions. After all, the planting department can't think of anything else except planting. Even if Yiqian has the ability, he can't sell water. Water resources are really not in short supply in this world. 0997. Yiqian, individual. There's a way to get a strengthening solution. It has no side effects and is absorbed quite smoothly. I just don't know if it's profitable. Seeing that they had been discussing for a long time, Yiqian mentioned some of his plans. He had gotten some information from Hui Yanyan before, and he also talked to his master about it. He found that strengthening potions were relatively useless for high-level players. It is useful, but not very useful, and the side effects are too troublesome, so there is a high probability that they will give up using it. So he wanted to sell the strengthening liquid, and the buyers he faced were those players with high strength and no shortage of money. Chapter 168. The manor is about to be attacked again before the meal. 0002. Hui Yanyan, personal strengthening fluid? No side effects. High absorption rate. Hui Yanyan had just talked to Yiqian about some precautions he needed to take when using strengthening potions. Now he saw that Yiqian said he could get a strengthening liquid without side effects. Did he underestimate this newcomer of the same type? Or did this newcomer have special access and know someone who could come up with something like this? However, he personally felt that this newcomer was the one who could purify the enhanced potion, but such questions could not be asked in the channel. Watermaster, it seems possible to purify the liquid. 0997. Yiqian, individual. It also requires high-intensity training for rapid absorption, but without the hassle of post-processing. Yiqian couldn't say much now, as he had only used it himself. As for the effects on others, they would have to wait and see after trying it. 0002. Hui Yanyan, individual. What quality can you sell now? If you have any in stock, please give me a set first. I can try them out and give you my opinion. You decide on the price, as long as it's not too outrageous. Hui Yanyan decided to support the money-making plans of the newcomers. Moreover, he really didn't need this little money. He didn't use it before because the strengthening potion would cause too many subsequent troubles. Of course, the main reason is that the trouble and the rewards are not equal. If the benefits outweigh the trouble, even if it's a 1-point increase, they'll take it. 0997. Yiqian, Individual, we don't have it in stock yet. Let's wait until this difficult period is over before researching and producing it. It's just raining now, and we're already pushing our limits. Yiqian only mentioned it when asked, but the specific item and its price. We'll talk about it later. 11,111 Qinhong. Group, this is too much, too much. People put out bait before fishing, but you're just making empty promises and leaving us waiting. You're bullying us. Qinhong started his chatterbox and crying mode again. After his noisy speech, everyone tacitly kept silent for a while. It's such a hot day, I'm already quite irritable, and if I read too much of this guy's noisy messages, I'll get irritated. Brother, our family will be rich. Fan Liao held the cup in both hands and drank the cold watermelon juice. Suddenly, he told Yiqian with certainty that money would never be a problem for them. He can't run around and cause trouble at home, but his uncle doesn't need to have these troubles. We chatted for a while just now, and my uncle said that he was going to go out for a walk, and he could collect and sell any wild animals he encountered on the way. Are you thinking about your uncle's money again? Yiqian touched the child's head. He felt helpless that the child always wanted to take money from his uncle and give it to him to spend. I don't know if Brother Zhang will have a heart attack because of this childish behavior every day. I hope he can withstand the daily heartache caused by the child. I didn't ask my uncle for money. I just said that we could collaborate with my brother. He would provide the materials, and we could give him some of the products we make. Fan Liao lowered his head, tugged at his sleeves with his fingers, and refused to admit that he was trying to trick his uncle. He didn't say that he wanted his uncle to suffer a loss. He just wanted his uncle to earn less and his brother to earn more. Well, let's make more money. Yiqian smiled and nodded, agreeing with the child's statement. It is you who have to work hard and expend mental energy to make it, so it is only right that you earn more. As for Brother Zhang, all we can do is ask him to do more work. Judging from his personality and daily conversations, he should be a middle-aged man with a strong physique and strong fighting ability. After having a rough plan, Yiqian rested at home for a while, checked the information in the chat channel, and learned about the general situation of some players. In the afternoon, I took the children to the top of the mountain again. It rained a little, and then I practiced and recovered. In the evening, Yiqian received a private message from his master, saying that he was preparing to cook dumplings and asked him to clean up and wait for dinner. Manor random event. The high temperature makes wild creatures irritable. Your manor's lush vegetation has been spotted by birds flying overhead. They intend to explore your manor. You must strive to protect the safety of your manor from their attacks. It was evening and the sun was about to set when suddenly a random event appeared for Yiqian. 0997. Yiqian, Master, we can't have dinner. The manor is about to be attacked. It will be attacked randomly at any time within 3 hours. Yiqian sent a private message to Luo Shan. He had just told him to say that he was going to eat, and now he was reminded right after he had cleared the table. This was really bad. However, when a random event occurred in the manor, Yiqian suddenly remembered that he had left the reward treasure chest from the previous random event in the warehouse and forgot to open it. There were so many things to do that I accidentally forgot about the treasure chest. Before the monsters arrived, Yiqian went to the warehouse to take out the random event reward treasure chest, and then landscape, poppy seeds, tin seeds. He put the seeds he got directly into the warehouse as he didn't have the extra mental energy to synthesize them. 0001, Luo Shan, we're not constantly attacking. Time to eat. I won't bring you any dumpling soup. Eating too will increase your resistance. Just eat while you fight. Hunters often do this. Luo Shan looked at the dumplings that had already been put into the pot and knocked on the edge of the pot with a colander in dissatisfaction. His apprentice was really unlucky. However, dumplings are not like other things. They are not troublesome. Moreover, it seems to be quite common in this world to grab a few bites of food during breaks in battle. The food you cook has some auxiliary effects, and the duration varies. Some players like to hunt while the auxiliary effects are on. Chapter 169, Troublesome Random Events, Concerns from All Sides. Meow. Little Lihua slept for half the afternoon. After waking up, he stood on Yiqian's shoulder, staring at the top of the house, and let out a sharp cry. There's something on top of the house. House. Yiqian grabbed the pillar at the edge of the house and jumped onto the roof. He stretched out his hand as he saw the insects that had just appeared on the bamboo tiles and were about to bite them. Wood-eating insect. Level 1 mutant insect, feeds on wood, corrodes, targets wooden products, low-level invasive species, moderately destructive to houses. It is a wood-gnawing insect that has little attack power against humans. But if it is not watched, it can quickly drill into the wooden structure of the house, and when it drills out again, it is uncertain how much wood will be eaten away by it. Brother, I'm going to catch some bugs. When the kitten jumped onto the roof and scratched the bamboo tiles with its claws, trying to catch other insects, Fan Liao had already run out faster. The child was small and agile, jumping around on the roof. Soon he caught more than a dozen insects that suddenly appeared. It seems they're only targeting the manor owner's house. Now, these aren't drops, but directly refreshed. I don't know what the next wave will be. It can't be that they will appear from the ground, right? Yi Qian originally thought that this attack was the same as the previous bird attack. But now the appearance of this insect has definitely told him that sometimes he should not take things for granted. Certain patterns in this world are so abnormal that they appear out of nowhere, without any logic or reason. 0997. Yi Qian, personal the manor was attacked, and the attackers were able to spawn directly without having to enter from outside. Is the spawn frequency of this event high? Yi Qian complained about the current situation in the manor owner channel and asked if anyone could give him some advice. 0019. Fei Yuan. Individual, I was injured by this a while ago, and I was in seclusion for a long time to repair it. Within 3 hours, I was refreshed 30 times. Some were easy and some were difficult. It was completely random. You have to be careful. After defeating these attackers, the rewards are still quite good. Fei Yuan said he has experience. Moreover, the reason why I didn't speak out before was because of the same random incident. 0002. Hui Yanyan. Individual of the people who are currently chatting, Fei Yuan is probably the only one who has encountered this type of random event. Be careful and save your life. As the first person to become the manor owner, Hui Yanyan can know the information of every player who enters the manor owner channel. He knew who those people were who had remained silent the entire time, but they had never spoken out, and he had never called out their names. 0987. Yin Fenglei. Individual, an average of one wave appears every 6 minutes. What's going on with your family, Brother Yi? How could you attract such an extreme random event? This is too bad. 0019. Fei Yuan. Individual, based on my personal experience, the difference between the environment inside the manor and outside was too great. At the time, I had planted a mutant plant in the manor that could enhance cultivation speed, which led to this type of incident. I almost lost my life and couldn't even protect the flower, if it weren't for the special reward at the end. When Fei Yuan talked about this, he had a lot to say. Good stuff, just gone like that. The others were badly injured. However, the reward was really good, so good that he now felt that he had actually earned it. Some people discussed this matter in the manor owner channel, and some people directly sent private messages to Yi Qian. 0032. Qin Jian. Brother Yi, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll lend you 100,000 yuan first. Pay me back once you've gotten through this. 0012. Zhang Wei. Brother, let's open an exchange. I'll lend you some money first. You can pay me back if you don't need it. 0002. Hui Yanyan. Do you need any equipment? I have a set of purple gear here. I'll lend it to you. I heard this incident is quite troublesome. 0987. Yin Fenglei. One-time explosive plant. Let me know if you need it. I can't give it to you in advance. It explodes in 5 seconds and has a 10 by 10 radius. I can pay you after you're done. 0996. Mu Mui. If you need it, tell me. I don't have anything else, but I'll give you a solid 10 cubic meter ice block for free to smash monsters with. 6 private messages came almost at the same time. Yi Qian was sitting on the roof. After opening them and reading them, he couldn't help but smile. Whether it was to lend it to him or to give it to him as a gift, it made him feel that he was cared for. But at the same time, he also knew that this incident might be very, very troublesome. This time it really happened. He ran into the fields. Yi Qian didn't have time to reply to the private message, so he jumped down from the roof. A layer of water droplets appeared out of thin air and fell on the green grass. The water droplets melted into the soil, and the mutant earthworms that had just been refreshed in the soil quickly drilled out of the soil because of the attack of these water. Brother, I'll catch it. The child couldn't read the instructions on the manor simulation map. He held the little tabby in his arms and jumped a few big steps to the green grass. He caught the earthworms and crushed them to death, then drew out some well water, froze it, and threw it in the open space in front of Yi Qian's house. He had dealt with the bugs in the same way before, to prevent them from coming back to life or causing any other problems. Don't worry, although the refresh frequency is unstable, there are still prompts. Yi Qian stood in front of the house, touching the soul-eating rose and snake grass that emerged from the ground, trying to calm them down. After dealing with this wave, he replied to the people who had chatted with him privately. He said that there were no major problems for the time being, and that he would contact them if needed later, and then continued to stare at the simulated map of the manor, waiting for new invaders who might appear at any time. 0001, Luo Shan. Let's find some time to trade. Dumplings can increase your recovery. I also made some candy for you guys to quickly replenish your mental strength. The dumplings on Luoshan's side have been cooked. Take them out, rinse them with cold water, and put them on a plate. They can be brought over when Yi Qian finishes his work. As for the small candy cubes on the plate, he found some high-quality materials and asked this sickly guy, who just wanted to wait for his meal, to compress and make them using his spatial ability. Chapter 170 Orange Quality, Level for Instant Recovery Food. Level 3 Beef Dumplings, Purple Quality Food. Consuming these dumplings grants a Level 3 recovery effect, increasing recovery by 30 for 3 hours. Level 4 Ice Heart Lotus Candy, Food, Orange Quality, can instantly restore 80 mental strength after consumption. After Yi Qian started the exchange and got the beef dumplings and these peanut-sized candies, he felt for the first time how ignorant he had been before. He understands the beef dumplings. However, the orange quality one can instantly restore 80 mental strength. Isn't this the instant recovery potion in the game? Only 80 mental strength. How much is it? There is no numerical display of the player's mental strength. How is it calculated? 0997. Yi Qian, Master, what is 80 spiritual power? If you don't understand, then ask. 0001. Luo Shan. Your special ability bonus. That value. The mental power control is mental power. The strengthening system is physical strength. You don't even know this. Luo Shan didn't feel bad about giving the supplements to his apprentice, but he was a little upset because his apprentice could ask such a stupid question. This is all basic information. I don't even know this. 0997. Yi Qian. I've never seen this type of medicine before. How would I know where to get it? Yi Qian felt quite wronged. He had never seen anyone mention such a thing, let alone witnessed it. However, after sending the message, he stuffed a dumpling into his mouth, ate it, and continued to work. Fan Liao on the side also grabbed one, bit off half and ate it quickly, then stuffed the other half into his mouth and ran to deal with the intruder who was controlled by Yi Qian and could be accurately located by Xiao Lihua. Even plants. After the bugs, earthworms, cockroaches, snakes, and rabbits, Yi Qian looked at a vine that was locked and unhappily wrapped it with a water rope and pulled it out. It is a level 1 mutant plant with roots running everywhere. Looking at the vines waving their roots, Yi Qian directly handed it over to the soul-eating rose to deal with. The roots and body of the plant are a bit large, and freezing it would waste too much mental energy. It would be better to let the soul-eating rose or snake grass eat it directly. Brother, Xiao He can also catch. Fan Liao was holding little Lihua and feeding the cat a dumpling at the dining table. When he turned around, he saw the little black bear cub hugging his legs. Because it was too hot, Xiao He was sleeping all the time, which helped him maintain his strength and avoid the discomfort caused by the heat. There is trouble in the manor now, with people being caught and killed. The little black bear cub stared at it for a while and felt that it would be disliked if it continued to sleep. Let it play in those open spaces. If it finds something it can catch it. If it can't catch anything, that's fine. Just don't let it feed the invaders. Yi Qian didn't expect the little black bear cub to be able to work. It was a playmate prepared by Brother Zhang for Yao Yao. Its original value was to accompany the child to entertain him. But now the bear cub wanted to work, and he couldn't stop him. However, the fields, fish ponds, and chicken coops were not suitable, and he was afraid that the bear cubs would destroy all of his things. He clearly remembered what Brother Zhang had said. Bear cubs would destroy the house. Even Zhang Lao couldn't keep an eye on his family and let the bear cubs destroy their house. He wouldn't be so self-righteous as to believe that a bear cub in hunting mode could take good care of his family. Well, I'll let it wait in the wasteland over there. The child nodded, took a dumpling and fed it to the little black bear, then marked out an activity area for the little one. Ouch! Ouch! The little black bear cub nodded, turned around, and ran towards the place the child had circled for it. The chubby little black ball ran away, and Yi Qian was a little worried whether this little thing could protect itself. But after a while, after they dealt with the mutated hornets and some mutated mosquitoes, a new invader refreshed at the little black bear's location. They are level 1 mutant mantises. Each one is about 20 to 30 centimeters long, and they hold serrated sickle-like weapons that can instantly cut any plants they touch. However, it is only limited to level 1 and ordinary plants. The soul-eating rose cannot be cut by this level 1 mutant mantis. As soon as the 4 mantises appeared, Yi Qian and the child ran over quickly, but they were still a step too slow. The little black bear cub jumped up, pounced over, and smashed the 4 mutant mantises to pieces one by one with its claws. Its speed and accuracy are quite strong. Yi Qian was still at a distance, watching the speed of the little black bear cub and the mantis that was smashed to pieces without a second blow. He was sure that he had underestimated the bear cub's fighting ability. Only the owner of a beast can see its skill tags and combat power values. Therefore, Yiqian still doesn't know how strong the little black bear cub is. He just looks silly and seems to only be able to act cute. My uncle fed it a lot of high-quality food and strengthening potions before. Its defense, strength, and speed are all good. That thing just now was called gravity slap. Anyone who isn't a defensive or dodging type shouldn't be able to withstand it. The child recalled some of the information his uncle had told him. Xiaohei is a level 2 war beast and is more inclined towards this ability, but because he is still a cub, he can only kill level 1 animals instantly. Plants are also difficult to kill. The fatal flaws of many plants are in their roots underground. It's quite difficult for Xiaohei to dig out the grass and tree roots underground. It's quite good. Your uncle is very serious about raising cubs. Yiqian recalled the food that Brother Zhang had prepared for the little black bear cub and felt that the growth of the little black bear cub seemed to be normal. I feel like my brother is talking about more than just Xiaohei. Fan Liao widened his eyes and pointed at himself with his little finger. His uncle is indeed very serious in this regard. That seems to be true, but I still need to learn more about his way of raising cubs. Yiqian picked up the child, touched the child and the cat the child was holding, and returned to the open space in front of the house to rest again. When it comes to raising cubs, even human cubs are still cubs. However, Brother Zhang's way of raising cubs is really not good. Seeing Yao Yao always being cautious and frightened, I know that he has not raised her well. His old liar is different. He is more sunny and lively, and his inner endurance is still quite strong. Chapter 171. The candy given by the master is ridiculously expensive. Red Smoke Rabbit. Level 2 mutant rabbit, extremely fast, capable of gnawing, capable of poisonous gas attacks, manner-invading creature, combat power estimated to be between 100 and 200. After 2 hours had passed, and when we entered the 3rd hour of defense, level 2 mutant creatures began to appear. However, the ability of this red smoke rabbit, poison gas attack, is not what he instantly thought of, right? Regardless of whether it is true or not, the rabbit has appeared in his field, and he must not give it a chance to bite. As soon as the 2 rabbits were refreshed, 2 water balls appeared from the field and directly wrapped up the 2 rabbits. This water wasn't created by Yiqian. It was simply the result of the ground's water being drawn and gathered because the water resources had been plentiful today. The 2 rabbits wrapped in water used their ultimate moves in panic when they were pulled out of the ground. The originally transparent water ball, in the next moment, allowed Yiqian to see what red smoke was. It really was. A ball of red smoke directly dyed the water ball red. The rabbit actually released poison. Brother, this rabbit meat can't be eaten. The child looked at the water ball that turned red in an instant, shook his head, and took control of the water ball directly, controlling the squeezing of the water to crush the 2 dirty rabbits to death. Flowers and plants can absorb. Yiqian looked at the 2 lumps of flesh and blood that the children disliked, smiled and shook his head, patted the leaves of the snake grass next to him, and let them absorb it. Whether it is the flesh and blood that children think is dirty, or various internal organs, they can all be fertilizers. Yes, they are edible. Brother, do you want to give them all? Fan Liao watched the roots of the snake grass emerge from the other side and eat up all the flesh and blood, and suddenly thought of the previous treatment methods. There were plants and animals in that pile of ice, but most of them were bugs and stuff. These can be sold for money, but if they are edible at home, then they will definitely be used to supplement the nutrition of your own flowers and plants first. Keep it and try synthesizing it later. These are things you don't usually see. You can synthesize them. Maybe you can get something different. Yiqian shook his head and decided not to give the things sealed in the ice to the flowers and plants at home for the time being. This is a relatively rare item. After synthesizing it, you might even be able to give your flowers and plants at home a new friend. Oh yeah, they can be synthesized. Bro, you're amazing. The child's eyes were shining, making Yiqian feel a little guilty. He used to think that children could be happy for a long time if they were praised. But now, the child seems to think that this is how communication between people should be, so he seizes the opportunity to praise him with admiration in his eyes. I feel like I've raised my child the wrong way. 0012, Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, how is your family doing now? If you need help, please let me know. Don't be shy. Number 1 Zhang Wei chatted with someone in the Manor Owner channel for a while, and found that Yiqian did not ask anyone for help. He was a little worried and ran to ask in private. As Fei Yuan said before, these randomly refreshed invading creatures are not so easy to deal with. Even if the invaders are only of a strength that matches their own, This continuous battle would be extremely exhausting and difficult to sustain. 0997. Yi Qian, it's okay for now. It might be because of the planting system, so the invasive creatures that appear are a bit weak. They just reached level 2. Yi Qian saw the message and opened the manor owner's channel to take a look. The situation they described was indeed a bit exaggerated. However, it cannot be said that they are exaggerating the matter. It is just that the strength of himself and Fei Yuan is different, and Fei Yuan is a hunting type, while he is a planting type. In terms of the species and destructive power of invasive organisms, those that appear in the home are more likely to damage plants grown on the estate. 0012. Zhang Wei, I'm glad you're okay. The next invaders might be level 2 invaders. You need to be careful. If you can't get enough, buy some fast replenishing food. I just saw someone die. It's really expensive, but it can save your life in a critical moment. After number 1 Zhang Wei finished speaking, he stopped disturbing Yi Qian. He returned to the manor owner's channel and told those people about the situation, then continued to talk about consignment and a small amount of new instant recovery food that appeared at the auction house. I don't know who came up with this, but suddenly both sides were in trouble. The purple quality item instantly restores 40 points of mental power. It's really a good thing. But this price, 100,000 yuan per copy, they really dare to charge that much. They even began to suspect that it was done by one of the manor owners. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Yi Qian said that he didn't have enough 100,000 survival points, and the consignment points were 100,000. The price at the auction is low, with a starting price of only 1,000, but it requires bidding, and it will take 6 hours for someone to bid for it. 0997. Yi Qian, Master, you guys should put it up for consignment or auction. It's so expensive I can't bear to eat it. Yi Qian opened the consignment and searched. Seeing those instant recovery foods that looked like candies, he immediately guessed that this was done by his master. So, I made a lot of them. I took the orange ones for myself and put up the purple ones to exchange for money. The price is really expensive. But if someone is in a critical moment, taking a pill of instant food and replenishing their body may actually save their life. So, it is indeed ridiculously expensive, but because the item is rare, the current auction price has quickly soared to more than 20,000. 0001. Luo Shan. If it weren't for your special situation, would you have picked the flowers I worked so hard to grow and made them into food? You're not willing to eat them. You all should eat more. If you survive, then work hard on the land. In the future, please bring me more vegetables and fruits. This way, I won't waste my flowers. Luo Shan looked at Yi Qianfa's private message and became angrier and angrier. Can't bear to eat it because the price is high? What kind of logic is this? The key point is to protect yourself first. What a stupid apprentice. However, this sickly guy is really annoying. I told him he could wait until tomorrow to sell it, but he insisted that he could get more money by putting it up today. Although it is indeed true. I'm busy fighting the scorching heat now and don't have time to deal with these things. When I have some free time, anyone who has similar high-quality medicinal materials can research and produce them. By then, the prices of instant food or medicine will be pushed down. Chapter 172. The child got angry after swallowing 5 candies in one gulp. 18 candies can be exchanged for a lot of money. Yi Qian sat on the chair, looking at the orange-quality candy on the table, which could instantly restore 80 mental power. He felt quite conflicted. He definitely couldn't sell it. It was a gift his master had specially prepared for him, so he could survive this crisis. But now, this is really, really valuable. Brother, how about you synthesize this? Fan Liao looked at the candy on the plate on the table and felt the same as Yi Qian. So far, they haven't used any candy because the invaders that have been refreshed are really weak. Since we can't sell it for money and it seems we can't finish it at home for the time being, let's try synthesizing it. Anyway, they are all ours. If we combine them to create something magical, it should be okay to give it to the elder in my brother's family as a gift, right? Synthesis? I can't do it right now. After this matter is over and I don't have to go out, I can give it a try. Yi Qian picked up a peanut-sized candy and looked at it. He really couldn't bear to give it away unless it was absolutely necessary. Now his mental strength can barely maintain a balance, and the consumption and recovery can be stabilized. Of course, the reason for this is not only that the invaders in his house are not ridiculously strong, but also because of Yao Yao's super combat power. At present, he is basically responsible for finding them. Occasionally, if there are some that he fails to lock onto immediately, Xia Lihua can give the location, and then Yao Yao is responsible for dealing with them. The little black bear cub can handle the occasional appearance in that wasteland. So Leading Rose, on the other hand, had nothing to do. She was currently guarding the frozen corpses of her prey in the open space in front of the house. Meow. After a new round of invaders spawned, the little tabby stared at the bottom of their house, baring his teeth and fur. Under the floor of the house, there is a gap of more than 20 centimeters, where new invasive creatures are born. A dozen rats, larger than the little tabby cat, appeared and seemed a little confused about their surroundings, but their purpose was to gnaw on the structural parts of the house. After a moment's hesitation, they began to bite the wooden stakes. But their speed was still a little slow. White roots appeared underground, wrapped around the mice and dragged them directly under the ground. No more. Fan Liao lay on the ground, looking at the venue that was cleared in an instant, and was a little confused by the actions of the soul-eating rose. How could the soul-eating rose, which usually blooms quietly in front of the house, hides out of sight, or goes to quarrel and play with the snake grass, be so violent? Finally, we gave it a chance. It was afraid we would snatch it away. Yi Qian sighed, picked up the child who had rolled twice on the ground, and let him sit on the chair. Although the floor in front of the door is clean, you should not develop the habit of rolling around on the floor. If one day, the child's uncle passes by and sees the child sleeping on the ground or rolling around in the grass, he will be furious. Okay then, the rats are gone this time. Brother, how many times has it been refreshed? Sitting on the chair, the child held the washed peaches in both hands and ate them. Looking at the surroundings which were no longer clear due to darkness, he began to count on his fingers how many times were left. That was the 23rd time. If the normal refresh is 30 times, then there are still 7 more. Yi Qian looked at the record and determined an exact number. Although the refresh time is not that stable, on average, it is indeed refreshed 10 times an hour. 7 times. As long as the last one isn't too troublesome, then we don't have to eat candy. The child raised his head and looked at Yi Qian happily. He was very happy that he could save these valuable candies. How about trying one? Yi Qian looked at the child's conflicted expression, picked up a candy, and handed it to him. Children probably all like to eat candies. Moreover, when the random events occurred, it had just rained, and their mental strength had always been retained at 1/3. Although I can maintain a balance between recovery and output, it is always in this state, with no more recovery. No, I'll eat it if I get into trouble later. Shaking his head, the child looked at Yi Qian to make sure that he really didn't want to eat now. As for whether there will be any particularly troublesome invaders in the future, as far as the current situation is concerned, even if the level is upgraded, it will not be a problem. Time and time again, group after group, when the time came to the last few minutes of 3 hours, a ball of purple light gathered above Yi Qian's roof. It can fly, Yao Yao, eat one before you fight. Yi Qian felt the heat increasing again. Although the creatures in the air had not yet refreshed, he already had a guess. He put the dumplings and candies on the table into the basket, grabbed 6 Bing Xian Lianhua candies, fed 5 directly to the child, and threw the remaining 1 into his own mouth. At the same time as letting go of Fan Liao, Yi Qian was wrapped in a layer of water and jumped directly through the window into the house. Just as he entered the house, a ball of fire appeared in the flickering purple light in the air, and a fireball was spraying hot flames around. Get out of here. Fan Liao was stunned by the sudden candy just now, and the next moment he was angry at this sudden change. The child's mental strength recovered quickly after taking the 5 candies. He followed Yi Qian's habit and put the kitten with its fur standing on end in his arms. The small figure disappeared at the same time. The moment he disappeared, the fireball in the air suddenly flew higher, and a small figure appeared, falling towards the roof that was on fire because it was closest to it. When it touched the house, its bare little feet kicked the flaming roof, and the figure once again soared into the sky and rushed towards the fireball that had just started to fall. Yao Yao, be careful. Yi Qian was surrounded by mist, holding a flower basket in his arms, and most importantly, protecting the colorful gourd in the basket, and ran out of the burning house. Looking at the child kicking the fireball in the air again and again, I shouted to tell him that I had come out. Then he saw the child jump up again after landing on the roof. The fireball that fell naturally from the sky had stopped spraying flames, leaving only a dark red sphere emitting heat, which was stepped on by the child. With the help of gravity, he quickly passed through the burning house and stepped onto the ground. The fireball died down, the house collapsed, and the flames died away. The child in the ruins was still staring angrily at his feet. Something seemed to be struggling in the dark red fireball half buried in the ground. Chapter 173 Advanced Random Event Reward Chest. Manor Random Event has been completed, and the Advanced Random Event Reward Treasure Chest has been distributed. The light of the fireball was completely extinguished under Fan Liao's feet, leaving only a pitch-black sphere, and then the reward appeared. An ordinary treasure chest is the size that can be held in one hand, But now this high-end treasure chest appears directly in the open space in front of Yiqian. A large box, more than half a meter high, in a rectangular shape, emitting golden light. Brother, is there something good as a reward? Fan Liao's little feet were still stepping on the last invader, which was still warm. He looked back at the big box that suddenly appeared, and his eyes were shining. Just this box looks so valuable. Meow. Little Lihua jumped out of the child's arms and ran to Yiqian. When Yiqian stretched out his hand, the kitten jumped lightly and landed on his hand, rubbing its little head against the palm of his hand. It should be something good. Yao Yao, take a break first. I'll try my luck and then open the box. Yiqian looked at the scattered ruins of his burned house, said hello to the child, and then hugged the little Lihua in his arms and rubbed it. Petting cats brings good luck, cats bring wealth, and good things will come out. Open the advanced random event reward treasure chest. Manor range plus 5,000 square meters. Manor planting amplification item. Random, +1. His manor was originally only 6,600 square meters. He had just added 1,000 square meters when the wolves attacked, and now he has added another 5,000 square meters, which is already very good. But the reward that made Yiqian most satisfied was the planting enhancement item in this manor. From the opening of the manor to now, there has always been an increase in the display, but this part has always remained in the none state. Brother, did you get something good? The child looked at Yiqian and smiled a little foolishly, probably knowing that something good was coming. But he didn't receive any information about what was actually released. The scope of our home is going to be much larger. Moreover, with the enhancement items released, let's see what this planting enhancement can be. Yiqian grabbed the chair next to him, sat down, hugged the child who rushed over, and activated the unactivated amplification prop. Manor amplification effect enabled. Level 2 planting system quality amplification. Planting system quality enhancement. When harvesting in the fields, there is a chance to enhance the quality of the output items. Current enhancement level is 2, with an enhancement probability of 2. Quality increase is a good thing, it's this 2 ratio. Brother, is it true that only 2 out of 100 will improve? When Fan Liao heard Yiqian complain that there was only a 2 probability, he thought about it seriously and felt that this was not bad. I had over 200 potatoes before, and they produced so many potatoes, but not a single one turned out to be mutant. If there is this increase, then there will be at least 4 or 5 different trees. That's not the calculation. Each crop can increase the probability by 2. We'll know this after actual operation. Right now, we need to rest. Yiqian touched the little head in his arms. The child's eyes were full of confusion. But this kind of probability problem is really hard to explain because he himself doesn't particularly understand it. Currently, it is only confirmed, there is no guarantee. Well, brother, stay with me tonight, and I will build a house for you tomorrow. If the child can't figure it out, he or she will simply stop worrying about it. Although there are still many things that need to be dealt with, they all need to have a good rest so that they can have the energy to deal with the subsequent matters. Before going back to sleep, Yiqian held the cat, placed the gourd bean next to the warehouse, and then went to the top of the mountain to chat with Snake Grass and Soul-Eating Rose for a while. In front of the damaged house, Fan Liao froze the ice that seemed to be melting into a large ice block. The little black bear cub was also brought back by Yiqian when he came down from the top of the mountain and stayed overnight in Yao Yao's exquisite little house. Before falling asleep, Yiqian did not forget to say hello on the manor main channel, saying that he was safe for the time being, but he was tired and needed to rest first. I also contacted my master to talk about the current situation, and he also said that there are 12 ice heart lotus candies left. Luoshan thought it was okay. The fact that he could eat 6 pills showed that this kid already knew the importance of protecting his own safety. But he also roughly guessed the degree of danger Yiqian and the others faced this time. However, Yiqian didn't say it, and he would never have thought that he had actually fed 5 of the 6 candies to the child when the last invader spawned. 1 pill adds 80, 5 pills adds 400. The situation was urgent at that time, and he couldn't let the child deal with a boss-level final invader when his mental strength was less than 1/3. Go to sleep. We can deal with other things tomorrow morning. The crops won't die. Yiqian sat cross-legged on the floor, watching the child rolling around on the bed, occasionally getting up to look out the window, and just letting him lie down and sleep quietly. The temperature outside was a little lower than during the day, and he had just made a scarecrow whose skill was to water the crops so that they would not die of thirst. Brother, don't you want to sleep? The child sat up, supporting his cheek with his little hands, and looked at Yiqian with some confusion. Although the bed his uncle bought for him was not very big, he was a child, and it would definitely not be crowded if there was an adult on top of it. The energy consumption tonight was quite high. If I practice now, I should see some improvement. Yiqian looked at the bed filled with dolls and pillows. He had no intention of competing with the children for space. Moreover, his spirit really needs to recover as soon as possible. In about 3 hours, it will be a new day. Will the new day bring a further rise in temperature, a constant temperature, a drop in temperature, or a downpour? No matter which possibility it is, he must make sure he is in a state to deal with emergencies before the early morning. Then I also want to practice. The child sat cross-legged on the bed and didn't want to sleep either. Seeing the child's serious look, Yiqian stopped trying to persuade him to go to sleep. After all, in the current situation, cultivation and recovery were more important. Only the little tabby cat was lying on Yiqian's legs, snoring. The little black bear cub lay under the window, occasionally smelling the scent of honey, which made it unable to sleep, but it didn't dare to go out to look for it. A few hours were spent in cultivation. At the moment of midnight, the system notification sounded, and the explosion in the air sounded simultaneously. Chapter 174 Day 30, Luo Laoda's presence is once again felt. High temperatures trigger thunderstorms. Your estate may be hit by natural disasters at any time. Please pay attention to estate information prompts at all times. As the owner of the manor, Yiqian received a warning that the manor was about to face a disaster. But this is not a random event. It is a danger that all players in Area 8181 will face. However, he had no time to pay attention to the warning sound after hearing it. After holding the cat and looking at the child who was awakened at the same time, the two of them, one big and one small, climbed out of the windows on both sides. Grabbing the wall with their fingers, they took a deep breath and jumped lightly, and both of them stood on the roof. Brother, that creature in the sky, is it a dragon? The child looked up at the sky. Lightning flashed continuously through the dense purple-black clouds, and thunder and the roars of beasts continued to spread. Occasionally, in the gaps between lightning, you can see huge creatures rolling above the clouds. Even though they were far away, they could still see the huge scales on the body of the giant creature. It doesn't have to be a dragon. It could be some other scaly creature. Yiqian looked at the clouds in that direction and felt that it did not look like some legendary dragon. If it is a dragon, there should be some signs of movement during the rolling. As for this creature in the clouds, it's unknown what it's fighting against. It should be constantly moving, but at the moment, all we can confirm is that there are no signs of snaking. It could also be some kind of creature that was originally in the water. That direction should be where I passed by when I ran out. The child looked at the sky, and it didn't seem very far away, but it only seemed. But in fact, from that direction in the sky, their position may be just a tiny, invisible place among the vast mountains. You said before that it was a 3-day journey. How far can you go in one day? Yiqian sat down on the roof, listening to the roars and deafening thunder coming from the air, and suddenly remembered his previous doubts. Yao Yao ran for 3 days. How many mountains did he run across in those 3 days? Brother, I seem to have forgotten to mention that I can travel with the flow of water and with the help of the wind. I should be able to travel 1,000 miles a day. The child lowered his head, pinching the edge of his clothes with his fingers, and said this a little nervously. He really forgot to tell his brother what his abilities were. They're all powerful abilities, but it must have been very difficult for Yao Yao to escape in that state. Yiqian had never coaxed other children before. When he was a child, he saw the elderly people in the village coaxing children by holding them in their arms and patting their backs gently, so he often coaxed people in the same way. The child was held in his arms, and he put his little head against his arm, and sure enough, he stopped worrying. A big one and a small one sat on the roof, watching the aerial battle between what looked like magical creatures before the thunderstorm came. 0012, Zhang Wei. Which powerful figure is going through a tribulation in the middle of the night? In the chat channel, the appearance of number 1 Zhang Wei always brings a sense of difference. However, after seeing this message from him, Yiqian looked at the clouds in the distance again. The sound of thunder really sounded like the legendary tribulation. 0102, Su Yan. 0012. Your home isn't right under that area, is it? Then you're really lucky to be able to see this disaster up close. 0032, Xinjian. 3 different thunderstorm core areas have been identified. One is a dark red cloud layer with a giant winged creature inside. One is a deep purple layer with what looks like the legendary Qilin inside. And another is a dark blue cloud layer with what looks like a humanoid creature inside. If you find any other differences, please feel free to add them. In just over a minute, Qin Jian had sorted out 3 basically confirmed pieces of information. This person can't be hidden after all. When Yiqian saw the message Qin Jian sent in the chat channel, he could probably guess that this person might not have time or could not find someone to speak on his behalf. At the beginning, his master wanted to create a personal image, So he teamed up with several early players to organize an information integration and release. Later, after Luo Shan was targeted by players and left the stage due to heartache, some other players began to release some information, but it was not as stable and comprehensive as before. Qin Jian should have been one of the participants in organizing that information, but he didn't want to be the second person targeted, so he stayed behind the scenes most of the time. 2100 Meng Meng. Is this true? This is just the beginning. Can you really be sure that there are 3 different special beings? 0011. Su Lu. It should be true. At this time, we are sharing information. Who would come out and make such a joke for no reason? 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. It's true. This is the news from Boss Luo. It can't be fake. 38,898 Lin Chichi. 3. Who is Boss Luo? A message from Zhang Wei number 2, and the subsequent inquiry suddenly slowed down the chat. Most players know who Boss Luo is and what happened. I haven't seen this title for a long time, and there is no information about this person, so people have gradually forgotten him. Now, memories seem to be awakened, and the information benefits that Boss Luo had brought to the players through his previous disclosure were gradually being talked about. Su Lu, Boss Luo, when we first entered this world, we relied on the information you provided us and were able to avoid many dangers. 0012. Zhang Wei. Back then, we were all waiting for Boss Luo to share the latest news. Unfortunately, there were too many bad guys, and information sharing prevented some from making dirty money, so they started spreading rumors. Qin Jian. Yes, that's why Boss Luo has to step back temporarily. Let's split up and distribute the information to several players every day. Let them come out to chat during mealtimes and share some survival tips. This way, everyone can avoid becoming the next target of attack. 0606. Luo Fei. If you ask me, the ones who took the information for free and then turned around and bit back are the most despicable. Boss Luo didn't ask them for a penny, so their consciences are really gone. 31,912 Wang Zihan. 68. My dog said, "This is a rotten heart. Don't eat it. It's poisonous." Yiqian no longer watched the subsequent chat. He opened the friend interface and sent a message to the person who suddenly appeared to show his presence again, asking what he wanted to do. This time, it is definitely not a coincidence. Number 2 Zhang Wei, who brought up the topic, is currently a neighbor of the old liar in his family. They might even be partners who travel together without telling their families. At this time, if he still said that he didn't know, he would be lying to the child. Chapter 175 by a house, by a Rattan house. 0001. Luo Shan. How would I know what this sickly person is up to? After being asked by his apprentice, Luo Shan glared at the man on the roof next to him with disgust, and then replied to his apprentice. He lives right next to this sickly person, and they are indeed sorting out information in this regard. But he couldn't know in advance that the guy next to him would mention him in the chat channel. According to his original plan, he would have to wait until he had traveled around the world a bit more and sorted out more information about it before finding someone to help him gain more recognition and restore his previous persona. Now, the plan was disrupted, but he couldn't make certain things too clear. Who made him a good guy now? He is capable, has a relatively stable life, and also wants to give other players more chances to survive. 0997. Yiqian, sickly? Something happened to Yao Yao's uncle? Yiqian didn't know about his master's dilemma. His current focus was on the change of the title. You always said that he was an old loach, right? How come he has become a sickly person? It seems quite different from the image of Brother Zhang that he imagined. Luo Shan, who knows what's going on? I told you before, I suspect everyone in this family isn't normal. It might be the negative effects of their special abilities. Don't worry about it. He's a decent fighter, so I'm sure he won't die on the way. Luo Shan once again felt that his disciple was a little stupid. He had clearly mentioned it before, yet he still asked. However, thinking about what his apprentice had experienced throughout the day yesterday, he thought that he was probably too tired and a little exhausted, so he didn't complain about his silly apprentice. This weather and this environment are really not friendly to the planting system. But since I've chosen the planting department, I'll just work hard in that direction. At least for now, I haven't found any way to switch careers in this world. 0997. Yiqian. Okay, thank you for your hard work. This should be the area around the Qilin they mentioned, but the Qilin scales look a bit like snake scales. Since he was not allowed to intervene, Yiqian stopped asking. It shouldn't be a big problem anyway. Now he told his master the location and raised some confusing information. Luo Shan. They say it's a possible Qilin, but no one has seen its full form yet. It could be a dragon or snake, for sure. How could a plant-based person like you be in such a dangerous place? Are you sure it's safe near your home? Thinking about the situation of his silly apprentice, Luo Shan hesitated about whether to change his plan. I used to think that the planting system was safe, so I didn't want to increase the difficulty for my stupid apprentice. But if Yi Qian was already in the danger zone, he couldn't ignore the boy's safety just because of something that wasn't that important. 0997. Yi Qian, I'm fine here. It's at least 1,000 miles away. Right now, because the creature is in the air, so high up and so large, I can only occasionally see a little trace of it in the lightning. Yi Qian didn't want to make his master worry, so he quickly explained. He was just curious about what was inside that strange cloud in the sky. As for the danger, his home is relatively safe. 0001. Luo Shan, just make sure everything is alright. Don't leave your house today, even if there's a treasure chest outside. You'll encounter fewer problems with your farming system. In this world, whenever you can find an even number of days, there's always some random, unsafe things happening outside. Luo Shan temporarily told his little disciple about some things that they had not told anyone, but everyone had already suspected. It is the 30th day now, which is the end of the month if we count by month. The situation of this strange phenomenon in the sky is still uncertain, so try to avoid it if you can. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, master, please be careful too. I'll pack up here. I'm really tired. I'll rest after the fight. It will be hard to pack up if it rains later. Yi Qian replied a message to Luo Shan, then switched to another friend and sent a private message. 0997. Yi Qian, Brother Yun, can you weave a house? My house is gone, and I want to build a house to stay safe for the day before the storm comes. Yi Qian sent a private message to Yun Fenglei. He did not forget what this person told him. If he wanted something, he just had to ask. This person also deliberately showed off his ability to weave a house with rattan. 0987. Yun Fenglei, Brother Yi, please tell me in detail what kind of house you want. If you don't have any special requirements, just tell me the price range you want. 10 or 20,000 is fine, 100 or 80,000 is also fine, or 1 million or 800,000. You probably don't have that much money right now. Yun Fenglei didn't find it surprising that Yi Qian asked him to buy a house. It was great that I was able to complete the troublesome random incident yesterday, and it was normal that my house was demolished. 0997. Yi Qian, 80,000, right? No more, but if it's too little, I'm afraid I won't be able to get through today's storm. Yi Qian didn't know what to ask for, so he simply stated a price. The other person is a professional, and he believes that the other person knows more than him. 0987. Yun Fenglei, no problem. First, prepare a flat surface. It's best not to let the bottom of the house get wet. The foundation will grow downwards on its own after it's laid out, with a root system depth of about 80 centimeters. This will make it more stable. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, a rectangular 100 square meter building. I'll get back to you in half an hour. Yun Fenglei looked at the sky covered with thick clouds, thought for a while, and decided to make a practical one for Yi Qian. After deciding on the general pattern, he scattered some seeds on the ground. The seeds quickly took root, and only after the root system was sufficient did he begin to weave a solid floor for the house. He accepted the order and started working on it. Yi Qian also jumped down from the roof and began to clear enough space at the original site of the ruins. Previously, the house had a partition under the floor, so water flowed under the house, and the layout around the house was not adjusted. Now, for the sake of stability, this needs to be placed directly on the ground, with the roots taking root in the soil as a foundation. So after clearing the space, Yi Qian first leveled the ground, and then began to dig a ditch behind the house. The gutters had to be adjusted several times to allow the water to flow when it rains and not flood the house. Chapter 176. So far away, normally you shouldn't see it. Brother, look over there. It doesn't seem to be the Qilin they are talking about. After helping Yi Qian clean the ground and setting up drainage ditches around the area where the house would be placed, Fan Liao stood in the open space and continued to stare at the distant sky. After a while, he suddenly called Yi Qian and asked him to look quickly. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a purple cloud suddenly disappeared, and a lot of information was revealed on the exposed part of its body. That's... Yi Qian looked up, and even though it was very far away, he could still vaguely see something. Not only him, but other players in this direction also saw it. Several giant, gleaming chains were wrapped around the creature's body, and a portion of the creature's newly revealed body appeared to be a fish fin. Something's wrong. If it's 1,000 miles away, we shouldn't be able to see it. Yi Qian was sitting on the chair when he suddenly thought of something very strange. Before, he thought that it was because of his improved strength and enhanced mental power that he was able to see the traces of the strange phenomena in the sky. But now that I have calmed down and thought about it carefully, when I was standing on the top of the mountain during the day, the visibility was only a little farther, but it definitely could not be as outrageous as it is now. It seems like it shouldn't be seen, but that strange layer of clouds is really far away. Fan Liao also felt conflicted. Just by looking at the distance of the clouds, you can tell that they are very far away. But why can we see the information revealed in the clouds? Even if the creature was enormous, it should have been a blurry cloud, not something where even the edges of its scales could be seen. Don't worry, it just feels strange, but if it's for players within a certain range, bringing some visual details closer, it's not completely impossible. Yi Qian had played games before, and occasionally when he entered the plot, he would mark the key points clearly in some vague information. It was not surprising. Now that he couldn't find any common sense to explain it, he could only think that this was a plot hint for this incident. After all, this is a game world. Closer view details? The child didn't understand, but he was just confused and didn't ask too many questions. The distant clouds were still rolling, and occasionally part of them would appear as lightning and thunder flashed across them. As its position is revealed bit by bit, like a puzzle, people can basically know the appearance of this mysterious creature. It was a fish, a super big fish covered with scales. Except for the fish on their side, whose identities have been basically confirmed, the same development has occurred for the other two magical creatures in the range. The one that was said to be a bird was actually a winged man. Yi Qian had never seen this creature in his previous world, but this kind of creature existed in the world of some players. There's also a creature that looks like a humanoid, but it's actually a tree. Part of the tree's upper part does look like a humanoid with its hands raised. 0987. Yin Fenglei, Brother Yi, it's done. Have you finished cleaning up over there? Half an hour later, Yin Fenglei sent a private message to Yi Qian. He has already compiled the house, and it can be exchanged now. 0997. Yi Qian, that's enough. The raindrops have already started to fall. It's just the right time to put it down. Yi Qian replied with a message and then opened the exchange application. He only has a total of more than 90,000 survival points, and now he has spent 80,000 to open a house. But when the house adjusted its position, automatically took root in the ground and stood firmly on the ground, he was sure that the 80,000 yuan was worth it. This house looks very solid. Yi Qian looked at his new house and expressed satisfaction with the fact that it would last for a long time if nothing unexpected happened. On the east side is the bedroom, which is about 30 square meters and can accommodate a very large bed. On the vine-woven wall, there are some adjustable hooks and small partitions, which can be used to hang things or place some small ornaments. In the middle is the hall, which is spacious and bright, about 34 or 35 square meters. If conditions permit, it would be a good idea to buy some sofas, cat beds, and a dining table or coffee table. On the west side, there is a room about the same size as the hall, but it is separated in the middle. There is a space of 3 or 4 square meters in the middle, which can be used to place a storage cabinet or other things. The two sides are separated. The south side is the kitchen, which is more than 10 square meters in area. There is also a separate space for the chimney of the stove. The rest can be adjusted according to your own preferences. In the north area, there is a toilet and bathroom without too much detailed division. There are 2 places to put buckets. It seems that one can be used to store bath water and the other is used to connect to the toilet. However, you need to buy and configure these yourself. The house has many windows, but they all have rain protection layers, and there is also an adjustable window to prevent direct sunlight. The house has a high roof and wide eaves. The eaves are 3.5 meters high, and the highest center point in the room should be 4.5 meters, so the space is still very large. 0997. Yi Qian, the house is great. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Yun. Yi Qian was very satisfied with the house, so naturally he wanted to thank the builder for his hard work. 0987. Yin Fenglei, don't be so polite. I've already received payment. We're doing business, and we must satisfy our customers. The transaction has been completed, but the message sent by Yi Qian still makes people feel happy. This is a matter of attitude. It doesn't really matter whether you have it or not, but who can dislike nice-sounding words? Brother, are these all in the house? Fan Liao saw that the house was stable. The hall was so big that the frozen insects outside could be kept inside. Let's all move in. This ball will wait for a while. I'll see what to do with this one. Yi Qian looked around his empty house and asked the children to move all the things in. He picked up the carbon ball, which was about 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, and observed how to deal with it. Extinguished fireball, level 3 elemental condensate, can be used as a material. Usage unknown. Unknown. How to use it is unknown. This is the first time Yi Qian has seen this type of item. However, this thing can be synthesized. Chapter 177 Special Plant, 7-Colored Flower. The images are disappearing, and the rain is starting. Yi Qian raised his head and looked at the sky. The strange cloud phenomenon that was originally there was now completely blocked by the thick, gray-black clouds. Lightning was still flashing, but there was no trace of the giant fish. Big raindrops fell down with a crackling sound. The originally hot air was slightly relieved by the rain, but only slightly. Day 30, 38 minutes and 52 seconds. Thunderstorm/heavy rain. 42 degrees C, 35 degrees C, gusts 612. The temperature today won't drop too much, and the wind should be irregular. Tasks. 1. Reclaim land and cultivate farmland. 2. Build a manor. 3. Drainage and flood prevention. 4. Patrol. Today's task is still very suitable for today's weather. Reclaiming wasteland and cultivating crops is definitely impossible, and he is not interested in continuing to reclaim wasteland in the heavy rain. Building a manor is simple. I just need to pack up some things, dismantle the previous simple kitchen, and move the stove to the kitchen of the new house. This task is also displayed as completed. This task feels like giving away 10 survival points every day. Moving things, demolishing or building, or even pulling a few weeds in a field can all be considered construction. The patrol was completed after Yi Qian took the child and the kitten and walked around the edge of the manor, which had not been expanded, twice. Regarding drainage and flood prevention, during the patrol process, ditches have been dug and cleared in some places where water may accumulate. Drainage ditches of varying sizes run around the fields and open spaces to reduce unnecessary water accumulation within the estate. It's time to rest, Yao Yao. Are you tired? Yi Qian held the cat and sat under the eaves with the child, looking at the heavy rain outside, and suddenly laughed. Their home should be considered safe for the time being. I'm not tired. It's my brother who's working hard. Do you want to go to sleep for a while? The child sat on the chair, tilted his head, looked at Yi Qian's smile, and also showed a relaxed smile. I don't need to sleep. I can recover somewhat during training. I feel okay now. Let's synthesize all these things before it's too long. Yi Qian saw the child's eyes shining, but he didn't tell the child to go and rest. Taking out the extinguished fireball he had observed before, he began to look for a synthetic item that could work with it. Brother, do we need to be of the same grade to synthesize them? Fan Liao watched Yi Qian rummaging through various items and stared at him curiously. This extinguished fireball is a level 3 item, but the highest level of the corpse material from before is only level 2. It doesn't need to be the same grade. I'm looking for something that can increase the chance of mutation. Yi Qian shook his head. What he was looking for now was to adjust the probability of synthesis to the direction he expected. As for quality, now he was basically certain that the quality of the synthesized product would most likely be the highest quality among the raw materials. Occasionally, he might even get lucky and see a quality upgrade. Extinguished Fireball Purple X1, Wolf Pelt Purple X1, Poppy Seeds Green X9, Colorful Glowing Gourd Honey Green X1, Wasp Corpse Green X3, can be synthesized, 100 synthesis success rate 50 for mutations, 30 for plants, 10 for equipment, 5 for animals, 5 for unknown items. The wolf skin belonged to the previous Wolf King, and the honey was obtained by Yi Qian from the colorful gourd bee. In terms of the percentage of mutation probability, Yi Qian changed many items and finally came up with a 30 plant direction. Although this thing depends on luck, he still feels that the probability should be in the direction he wants. A purple light flashed and synthesis began. The mental power was rapidly drained, and it finally stopped when Yi Qian felt a little weak. There were no lights in the dark night, and the heavy rain was still falling outside, with rumbling thunder and pale white lightning. In such an atmosphere, this ball of purple light feels a little weird. After more than 10 seconds, the strange synthesis of materials was finally completed. The purple light dissipated, and a round object with a diameter of about 2 centimeters fell into Yi Qian's palm. Synthesis successful. Level 3 mutated 7-colored flower seeds. Purple quality, mutated plant seeds, mutation direction, unknown. Yi Qian felt that he had encountered a lot of confusing things in the past 2 days. The synthesized items can actually have an unknown. Even if the direction of growth is unknown, this is the first time I've seen it. Output type, amplification type, intelligent combat type. At the very least, there must be one. How is the unknown calculated? Yao Yao, do you know what the 7-colored flower is? Yi Qian created a ball of water in the palm of his hand, which wrapped around the seed, allowing the seed to absorb some nutrients first. Tilting his head, Yi Qian, who was somewhat weak due to the excessive drain of mental energy, looked at the child with a forced smile. I'm tired, really tired. This synthesis is much more difficult than the previous synthesis of strengthening liquid. 7-colored flower? The 7-colored flower you can make wishes for in fairy tales. The child looked at the seed in confusion. When he was very young, his uncle would take fairy tale books and tell him stories from the books. Fairy tale, make a wish. Yiqian looked at the seed in his palm that was trying hard to drink water and became even more curious about the future of this mutant seed. Probably, it shouldn't be that type of existence, right? Level 3 mutation, 7-colored flower, purple quality, seedling, growth rate, unknown. This special mutant plant requires high-grade soil and fertilizer to grow. After blooming, it can produce a random amount of energy daily. After absorbing dozens of times the special nutrient water, the seeds broke through the shell and drilled out several roots. The seeds have sprouted, and part of the information about this mutant plant has finally been revealed. It doesn't have the ability to make wishes, but it can generate energy every day after flowering. As for how much energy there is, whether it is good or bad, useful or not, we will have to wait until the flower grows up to find out. What Yiqian needs now is a flower pot, high-quality soil, and fertilizer. Chapter 178. The 7-colored flower requires at least level 3 soil. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Yun, you should be awake, right? Can you weave a flower pot? Yiqian looked at his existing more than 10,000 survival points and decided to find this master of vine weaving to customize a flower pot with 7-color flowers. This flower requires special soil and fertilizer. If you plant it alone in a pot, whether you move it indoors to protect it from the sun or move it outside to get some sunlight depends on the needs of the flower. 0987. Yin Fenglei, flower pots? What kind of flower pots? Let me first tell you the requirements. I've made flower baskets and baskets before, but never flower pots. Could you give me some advice to help me develop new ideas? Yin Fenglei couldn't sleep either. With the strong wind, heavy rain, and lightning, he had to keep an eye on the situation in the manor at all times. I just built a house for Yiqian and made some money. When I have nothing else to do, I look at auctions and consignment sales, looking for special seeds and materials, and buy some if I can to keep as a backup. Although it is a special ability of the wood element, it allows him to make money from the items created by his ability. But the cultivation of these vine seeds, as well as the consumption during the weaving process, are all the goods he has stockpiled after earning money through hard hunting and gathering. 0997. Yiqian, wait a moment. I need to figure out what size flower pot I need. I got the seeds last night. I hope the requirements aren't too much. Yiqian originally had an idea, but after he sent a message to Yin Fenglei, the child pointed to the palm of his hand and asked him to look at the small seedling that was quietly extending its roots. It is not a change in growth, but the roots are moving quietly, which shows that there is intelligence and it is free moving. Plants like this, even young seedlings, can communicate. Creating a ball of water in his palm again, Yiqian tried to talk to the small sprout and ask it what kind of environment it wanted to take root and survive in. In the beginning, I was confused, bewildered, and lost. After many emotional changes, the 7-colored flower finally realized that it was Yiqian who was conveying emotions and asking questions to it. It. Fan Liao looked at the small seedling with only roots, moving it back and forth in Yiqian's palm. It can use its roots to pull down seeds, and all its roots can stand up stiffly, and then surprisingly, its roots will relax limply and lie flat. This little seedling's ability to express itself through body language is quite obvious. It seems like it won't grow very big. It only needs a flower pot with a diameter of 0.5 meter and a depth of about 0.5 meter. It needs level 3 soil. I need to ask more people about this. After trying to communicate several times, Yiqian finally understood the needs of the 7-colored flower. I first sent a private message to Yin Fenglei, explained the situation, and asked for a flower pot with a better appearance. Then he went to the manor owner's channel to ask if anyone had level 3 or higher soil for sale. He really doesn't have much money now, but the 7-colored flower is waiting for him. If it doesn't work, he might as well borrow some from his master first. 0002. Hui Yin, individual level 3 colored ink soil. I still have some here. Tell me how much you want, or give me the flower pot, and I'll fill one for you. Hui Yin cares a lot about Yiqian. It's rare to see him asking for help now. He can handle this matter, so naturally he doesn't plan to let others interfere. 0987. Yin Fenglei, individual Brother Yi. I'll just give him the flower pot later. He'll fill it with soil and then give it to you. It's no big deal, no need to be polite with him. Yin Fenglei was weaving a flower pot. When he saw the message from the manor owner's channel, he came out and took the opportunity to settle the matter. 0997. Yiqian, individual, thank you both for your help. I'll go germinate the seeds first. Yi Qian didn't think there was anything wrong with these two people taking care of the matter. He could just wait for the delivery with peace of mind. As for the price, they can just make the decision. Anyway, these items cannot be found on the market, and there will be other transactions in the future. They will not be stupid enough to cheat him out of this small amount of money. Meow. Little Lihua was lying on Yi Qian's shoulder and yawning. Suddenly, he looked up and glared, and screamed in the direction of the breeding and nursery area, the point where the thunder will fall. Yi Qian ran out from under the eaves, holding the seeds that were still taking root and sprouting in one hand, and looked at the circle displayed on the manor simulation map. This was the point where lightning was about to strike. Moreover, as soon as this prompt appeared, the countdown was only 5 seconds. Brother, I'm here. Fan Liao looked at the not-so-tall bamboo, raised his hand to draw rainwater, and formed a water cover above the entire field. Be careful. Yi Qian originally wanted to use water to lure the thunder to the open space. Now he looked at the water shield controlled by Fan Liao, watched the countdown ticking, and waited to deal with it after the thunder fell. Boom. Pale white lightning streaked across the night sky, accompanied by a huge roar, and struck the propped-up water shield. The lightning spread along the water shield, and when it reached the ground, it spread outward along the rain to several meters away. Fortunately, this is a breeding field, and the surrounding mutant plant fields are kept at a certain distance from this side, and have not been affected for the time being. Yao Yao, are you okay? After seeing the signs of lightning strike disappear, Yi Qian turned around and found a child standing beside him with his head down. Worried, he squatted down and reached out to check on the child. Although the lightning didn't touch them, the rain was controlled by the child. He was a little unsure now. I'm not hurt, brother. Next time, I'll only leave water on one side, so that the lightning can follow the rain to the direction we control. Fan Liao lowered his head, looking at the lightning energy in the water on the ground that had not yet completely dissipated. The destructive power of this energy will destroy all the weeds outside the field along with their roots. So, next time I have to control myself well and not let my brother's experience points be destroyed. Well, don't worry, it's just that lightning strikes randomly. It won't always target our plants. Yi Qian picked up the child, and the moisture around them dissipated. They returned to the eaves feeling refreshed in the heavy rain. Sitting down to rest, Yi Qian continued to stare at the 7 color flower seeds in his hand and slowly fed them some water. The two, one big and one small, sat on chairs under the eaves, slowly recovering their mental strength, waiting for the next possible thunderstorm. But in this thunderstorm, the lightning strikes are really random and will not always target the player's manor. More than half an hour passed before Yi Qian got the flower pot filled with soil from Hui Yanyan, but he didn't see the second lightning strike point. Chapter 179. The Soul-Eating Rose's Grievances. This newcomer is too much. 0002. Hui Yanyan. The flower pot and soil are free for you. Take good care of the flowers and be careful. Once you're done and create the strengthening liquid, give us a chance to buy it first. When Hui Yanyan asked Yi Qian how much it cost, he gave him the soil and flower pot for free. They had discussed this matter. If you say it's valuable, it is worth some money, but not much. It's better to give it directly to the newcomer. 0997. Yi Qian, then I won't be polite to you too. Thank you Brother Hor for the soil, and I'll thank Brother Yun for the flower pot. Yi Qian accepted the money without hesitation since the other party said it was free. Strengthening fluid. Hopefully I'll get a chance to start making it tomorrow. After privately thanking the two, Yi Qian placed the flower pot filled with black soil under the eaves. I put the seed that had only grown roots in my hand on it, and a ball of water emerged from the palm of my hand and fell around the seed. With soil, it sprouts immediately. Yi Qian watched as the 7 colored flowers quickly buried their roots in the soil surrounded by water, and then gradually grew petals on top of the seed shell. He smiled and reached out to touch the tender bud with only 2 leaves. This flower is quite cute, but it's hard to communicate with it. But if you think about it, this is just a newborn baby, and you feel that this is all quite normal. The soul-eating rose ran around the mountain and came back after playing for a while. Before it could circle around the new house, it discovered this little plant that was kept in a pen. The branches stretched out, and a few leaves of the soul-eating rose came over and carefully stretched into the flower pot, wanting to say hello to this little thing. However, when the 7-colored flower was in Yi Qian's hands, it was just a cute little boy who was ignorant and confused. However, when the soul-eating rose approached, dozens of twisted roots suddenly emerged from the soil of the flower pot, issuing a warning to the soul-eating rose. It probably thought you were here to steal the nutrients from the soil. Yi Qian was a little dumbfounded, but he still wanted to communicate with his plants. At least, don't fight. Although Yi Qian touched the leaves of the soul-eating rose and gave it some comfort and explanation, it still felt dissatisfied. When this little one was not around, it could play anywhere except in the fields. Now there's this new kid, taking the spot in front of the door, and he's so irritable. It is unhappy. It wants to find the snake grass and ask it to take care of this newcomer. Brother, did the soul-devouring rose leave in anger? Fan Liao sat nearby, watching the soul-eating rose being despised. It angrily flung its branches, then retracted them and burrowed into the ground. It seems like they have never had a quarrel before. Maybe. He went to complain to the snake-loving grass. Yi Qian touched the roots of different colors that emerged from the flower pot. He just realized that this 7-colored flower was so violent. Moreover, he has a strong sense of territory. But this is definitely not the way to go. We need to find a way to make them live in harmony. As expected, new students require more care. When the soul-eating rose first came to our house, it naturally got along well with the snake grass. You can't go out hunting. Whether you can eat something good every day in the future depends on whether they take you to play. Although he was conflicted, Yi Qian still had to convey more information to this little one for the sake of family harmony. The 7-color flower is a special energy-producing mutant plant. It can grow violently in the flower pot, but cannot move freely outside the flower pot. So, why are you still angry in this situation? Be a good little brother. Act cute and coax those two. They will only remember to bring you some when they have something delicious. Brother, you are threatening it. Fan Liao muttered softly, then covered her mouth with her 2 little hands and blinked her big eyes innocently. Although he thought so, he seemed unable to say it. I was explaining a very realistic thing to it. As mutant plants, they understand each other's needs better. Although I can water it, that's all I can do. I don't really understand anything else. Shaking his head, Yi Qian said that this was definitely not a threat, but a practical problem that 7-colored flower could not ignore in the future. The environment is like this. I try my best to provide it with a good growth environment, but it is ultimately limited. So far, although he has stockpiled 200 or 300 kilograms of meat, he hasn't taken it out of the warehouse specifically to feed the flowers and plants. Well, my brother has worked so hard to water them. The kids are completely in the mode of thinking that their older brother is the best, their older brother is the nicest, and their older brother works the hardest. Come on, let's go inside and rest. We won't come out until we get the warning. The rain is getting heavier. Yi Qian dropped another water ball on 7-colored flower, then went to the warehouse, holding the gourd bee, and called the child to go back to the house to rest. It is convenient to deal with things under the eaves, but the rain outside is getting heavier and heavier, and the lightning, thunder and rain are so noisy that it is impossible to calm down. Well, brother, you practice first, I'll watch and chat, and if anything happens I'll call you to check it out. When Fan Liao saw Yi Qian put down the gourd bee and came back to sit down, he urged Yi Qian to seize the time to practice and recover. He knew that a lot of the information in the chat channel was quite important, but since there were 2 of them, he could also keep an eye on it. Well, call me when you're tired. You don't have to keep watching them. Just glance at them every once in a while. If something happens, they'll keep talking for a long time. Yi Qian touched the child's head, placed the little tabby cat on his lap, and quietly entered a state of cultivation. The current practice is mainly to restore mental strength. Too much mental energy was drained away during the previous synthesis, and it was quite difficult to replenish it after this consumption. The higher the level of the synthesized item, the more it consumes. And within the same level, the difference in mutation direction can be several times greater. The label unknown in the finished product information was the most advanced he had ever seen. Chapter 180 Number 2 Zhang Wei. I don't admit that it's bad luck. Yao Yao, have breakfast first. Don't worry about the wind. It won't hurt you. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian cooked half-shredded pork and half-shredded potatoes, added some chili peppers, and called Yao Yao to come over for dinner. The child was holding a cat and a bear cub, watching the rain under the eaves. After the past few hours from early morning to now, from heavy rain to rainstorm, the water on the ground outside the house has reached the calves. Because the rain was getting heavier, they went to widen and deepen the drainage ditches in the manner a few hours ago. Brother, eat. Fan Liao carried the 2 little ones into the house, put them at the dining table, then washed his hands and sat down to eat. Don't worry, I just checked. The situation outside is barely stable. I'll go out and take a look after I'm full. Yi Qian added some more meat to the little tabby cat's plate and mixed in some crushed steamed buns. Looking at the child opposite, who was mixing a big steamed bun and a large bowl of vegetables for the little black bear cub, he smiled and shook his head, letting the child take his time. Although bear cubs eat a lot, they don't need to eat all at once. Leave some space for the bear cub to put its mouth down, otherwise, if the food falls out, the child will say it's the bear cub and won't eat the food. Yeah, brother, you eat too. My uncle told me that another mountain collapsed over there. I told him that his house had chosen a bad location, but he still refused to admit it. The child was eating, and after chatting with his uncle for a few words, he complained that his uncle was just stubborn. A mountain collapsed before, burying all the houses, and now another mountain has collapsed. Come to think of it, Brother Zhang hasn't contacted me for a long time. I guess he's still angry. When Yiqian heard that another mountain had collapsed at Zhang Wei's number 2 place, he smiled without any sympathy. However, ever since the child became his own, Brother Zhang hardly ever chatted with him again. Otherwise, show some concern. Just do it when you want to. While eating, Yiqian opened his friend's list and sent a message to Zhang Wei number 2. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, are you okay over there? Yao Yao said the mountain collapsed again near your home. After the message was sent, Yiqian took a look at it and inexplicably had the illusion that he was watching other people having fun. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Brother, what brother? My child is already your younger brother. Why don't you call him that? Number 2 Zhang Wei saw the private chat, and then looked at the guy sitting on the roof not far from him, laughing so hard that he had convulsions. His temper, which was not very good to begin with, became even more irritable. They're all laughing at him because he doesn't know how to choose a place, right? We were looking for a new place to move before, and it rained heavily, so the house collapsed. Now we found a hilltop to live on, but not long after, it collapsed again. He now doubts whether it is his destiny that he can never live a peaceful life. 0997. Yiqian, uncle? Yiqian looked at the message, a little confused for a moment, then sent a child's name. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Good nephew, be good. I'll make you some candy when I have time. The irritable number 2 Zhang Wei felt relieved instantly when he saw these 2 words. His child was abducted, and although he had to accept the fact, it did not change his sadness. Now, Yi Xiaozi calls him uncle. What is this? This means there is a new child in our family. So I'm not sad. After all, Yao Yao's choice is a fact that has already been established and cannot be changed. 0997. Yiqian, I withdraw my previous message. Yiqian felt that he must have lost his mind because of the heavy rain. Otherwise, why would the previous message be sent? Uncle or something. He has had no uncle or uncle since he was a child. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Withdrawal failed. 0039. Zhang Wei 2. Little Leaf, what stage is Yao Yao's mental state at right now? Is he still at the age of 3? Number 2 Zhang Wei decided to quit while he was ahead and changed the subject to talk about something else. However, the title of Brother Yi is completely gone. 0997. Yiqian, at first, he was like 3 years old. Now, I don't know what his situation is like. He has no problem communicating, thinking, and understanding information most of the time. But if you say he's grown up, he doesn't seem like. Yiqian was eating and looking at the child who was feeding half a bowl of vegetables to the bear cub. He couldn't answer this question either. The need for company and comfort is often consistent with the appearance of a 3-year-old. I can look at the chat channel and analyze some information, and my thoughts become clearer at this time. However, he looks like a 3-year-old, but his strength is so strong that there is no need to worry about whether his mind is stuck at that stage. After all, he is a little kid who needs care and whose eyes are full of his brother. 0039. Zhang Wei. 2. Don't worry about it. As long as things are stable, that's all that matters. You should know about the child's situation. Taking care of him is a big deal. I've met a pretty good man here, and I plan to go out with him and see what the world is like. If possible, we old folks might be able to accomplish something great. You kids, just stay here and live safely. Number 2 Zhang Wei looked at the roof opposite. That guy, who had no idea how long he had lived and was suspected to be immortal, was fine in all aspects except that he was nosy. He didn't have much idea at first, but now that he had this opportunity, he wanted to go out and take a look. That guy wanted to draw a map for the players of this world, marking some dangerous areas and so on. He is really a good person, which makes people feel helpless, but we have to admit that he is a good person. He was different. He would go out with them for a walk and have a look around. He could usually get a free meal and also give some to the 2 kids. You can catch more prey on the way, whether you sell it for money or give it to your children. It's better than continuing to hide in the mountains. Of course, he would never admit it. Part of the reason was that he felt that wherever he settled, the place would collapse. This kind of bad luck can be ignored. Chapter 181 Similar Stones. Purple wild treasure chest on the stone. Brother, uncle seems very happy. After breakfast, when Yiqian was packing up to go out, Fan Liao chatted with his uncle for a while, and then he felt that something was wrong. He's probably found a new way to live. With his strength, he shouldn't be in any danger. Let's go out and check. If there's anything unsuitable, we can continue digging ditches. Yi Qian carried the backpack, put the little tabby cat on his shoulder, picked up the little black bear cub, and put it in the child's arms, then squatted down and picked up the child. Although the black bear cub should not be needed when going out, this little guy always covets the honey in his house. Even if he has never stretched out his claws before, he cannot leave it alone at home. Let's go. Dig the drainage ditch. I'll dig. The child was picked up, holding the little black bear cub in one hand, and waved the other hand to grab the umbrella hanging at the door. We'll go out and check it out. I'll leave the house to you guys. Yi Qian walked to the door, said hello to the snake grass, looked around but didn't find the soul-eating rose, so he didn't need to tell it for the time being. The snake grass opened the door, Yi Qian walked out, and the door closed behind him. It's not even 6 in the morning yet, and because of the heavy rain, the only clear sight is a few meters around. First, walk along the wall towards the top of the mountain. The water flow along the way is quite normal. There are no water accumulation areas, and no mutated animals or plants appear. When they were almost at the top of the mountain, they saw the wide ditch dug by Yi Qian. This wide ditch was not very deep at the beginning, but due to repeated dredging and several heavy rains, the ditch deepened and the water flow became more dangerous. Smaller fish and snakes really can't get out of this water. Yi Qian looked at the water rushing down and thought about the previous situation. The gap was quite large. In the past, ordinary snakes and fish could swim upstream and be caught by the snake grass and soul-eating rose, but now it is impossible. Anything that can swim out of this ditch now must be at least a level 2 wild creature. It was stable for the time being, and Yi Qian continued to walk up the mountain with the child in his arms. After reaching the top of the mountain, Yi Qian looked at the slope within his own manner. Most of the rainwater was diverted, and it looked very safe. Turning around, Yi Qian looked towards the back mountain. In the grove, some trees were leaning down, but most of them were still strong. Under the tree, the dead grass and rotten leaves that had been cleaned up by Yi Qian before, but accumulated every day have now been washed away by the rain, and only some tough weeds are still enduring the erosion of the water. The bushes a little below the top of the mountain didn't look unusual, except that there were no ripe berries. In the past, you could walk around the bushes twice and pick some ripe berries every day. Now, even the immature ones have been carried away by the storm. Brother, is there a treasure chest over there? Fan Liao was being held, searching everywhere with his eyes. When he was about to return to the front of the mountain, he suddenly found something with a flashing light. It was hard to see clearly due to the rain, but it seemed that the only thing that could flash in the wild was the treasure chest. It's a treasure chest, but that location should be okay. It's not even halfway up the mountain yet. Let's go down slowly. If there's any problem, we can run back home. Yi Qian walked in that direction for a while, and when he saw that it was indeed a wild treasure chest, and a purple quality treasure chest, he couldn't help but want to get it. They were now on the eastern ridge, with the treasure chest directly below. It was probably at a similar height to the stone that Yi Qian had used to cut the grass several times. Brother, there is a lot more water at the foot of the mountain. From a distance, Fan Liao heard the sound of water flowing at the foot of the mountain. In the past, although the rivers at the foot of the mountain were not very wide, they were very deep. Now, the water level may have risen by 3 or 4 meters compared to the previous level. Perhaps, after today, the water level will reach the treasure chest. Yi Qian walked forward, and after a while, he saw a big rock that looked very familiar. The flatness of the large rock was very similar to when he had stood at a safe distance before, cutting grass to sell for money. Moreover, they all have the same pattern, protruding outwards 1 or 2 meters wide, and the upper layer of stone is very flat, without soil or plants. At this moment, the wild treasure chest emitting a faint purple light was right on the edge of this stone. The rainwater coming down from the mountain flowed down the surface of the stone, almost completely submerging the treasure chest. It looks safe, but it's best not to get close. It stopped at a distance of about 30 meters. It is now past 6:30. The sky is much brighter than before. The rain is still heavy, but the view is a little further. Seeing that little Lihua didn't react, and then looking at the child's expectant eyes, Yi Qian still chose to maintain his usual way. Safety first, stand in a safer place as much as possible, and never take risks even if it takes a little effort. Brother, there's a problem over there. The water I'm controlling disperses when it hits the rocks. The child tried to control the water and tried to tie the box with a water rope and pull it over. But when the water rope followed the rain and reached the stone, his big eyes widened. Something is wrong. There must be something hidden over there. Let me try. It might be an elemental control barrier. Yi Qian held the child in one hand, and a ball of water appeared in the palm of his hand, which looked completely transparent. The waterline extended and landed on the ground, hidden in the rain, and approached the stone little by little. The process was very slow. When the waterline reached the stone, Yiqian controlled the waterline, swinging it a few times with the flow of rainwater, and then continued to move forward with satisfaction. The waterline is very thin, so you can't be anxious. When it touches the purple treasure chest, it begins to slowly entangle. Circle after circle, when he felt it was okay, Yiqian controlled the water line to move slowly. When you feel you have enough strength, throw this purple wild treasure chest from the edge of the big rock towards the mountain. Chapter 182 Purple Wild Treasure Chest, Purple Weapons. Run. When the child raised his hand and swung out a vine, which rolled up the wild treasure chest, Yiqian had already turned around and ran home with the child in his arms. Mist filled the air around him, concealing the aura of the two people and two beasts as much as possible. Brother, it's bugs, lots of bugs. Fan Liao pulled the treasure chest over, holding the little black bear cub in one hand and the vines wrapped around the purple treasure chest in the other. He turned his little head and looked at some wriggling white worms that were not far behind them. In the blink of an eye, the bugs scurried out from under the rock and landed where they had stood before. Now it was probably because it couldn't find the scent of the two people, so it had lost its direction and was just circling in that position. It's a level 3 powder moth larva. Yiqian made sure that the bugs were not chasing him, looked back, and then continued running towards home. There's nothing wrong with the rain in the mountains, but I don't know if these bugs were there before or if they were washed down the river. Now, it is very likely that it has made its home under that stone. It's a big fluttering moth. The child looked at it twice in confusion and suddenly shuddered. He seemed to see the phosphorus powder flying away, and the moth was flying at an extremely fast speed. It's okay. They've made their home under the rocks now. If the rain is heavy enough, they'll probably just be washed away by the current. Yiqian ran to the door of his house, stopped to let Snake Grass open the door, and then walked in to talk to the children about the question of whether the larvae of the large moths could continue to stay. Although he only looked at them a few times before leaving, he could see that the larvae were afraid of water. The water flow on the hillside can keep the larvae running so that they will not be washed away. Based on their inability to maintain stability in the water, it is speculated that these larvae survive under the rocks, away from the erosion of water. If the river water at the foot of the mountain could rise to the level of the rocks, washing away the larvae would not be a problem. However, it is still unclear whether this heavy rain can cause the river water to rise to the level of the stone. Brother, don't be afraid. If they come, I will burn them to death. Seeing that Yiqian was worried, Fan Liao let go of the black bear cub with his little hand and patted Yiqian on the shoulder, indicating that he could easily deal with those future troublemakers. Well, if the water level is really low, let them stay. We also have ways to deal with those things. Yiqian smiled and nodded, took the wild treasure box from the child, walked to the eaves at the door of his house, and then put the person down. The little black bear cub ran under the eaves, and its fur was soaked in water. The aggrieved little bear cub hugged Fan Liao's calf and rubbed its head pitifully, not understanding why it had to soak in the water. You should take a shower. The child bent down and touched the little black bear cub's head, then brought a ball of water and soaked the little black bear cub in it, and gave it a bath. Meow. Little Lihua lay on Yiqian's shoulder, watching the little black bear being soaked in water and being rubbed obediently, with his cat eyes staring straight ahead. This is what to do. Did that black guy do something wrong? Come on, Lihua, let me rub against you. We are going to open the treasure chest. Yiqian took the little tabby cat off his shoulder, held it in both hands, rubbed its head with his face, and then reached out to open the purple quality wild treasure chest. Open purple quality wild treasure chest. Lotus seed, blue, X2, gathering hoe, blue, X1, rapid fire bow, purple, X1, health recovery potion, blue, X8. A purple wild treasure chest contained a purple item and 3 blue items. Lotus seeds, blue quality, seeds, can be planted underwater. After growth, they will have lotus leaves, lotus flowers, lotus pods, and lotus roots. They can reproduce on their own and produce mutant plants. Lotus seeds. Yiqian took a look in his hand. These are 2 lotus seeds. Gathering hoe, blue quality, exclusive equipment for gathering, can increase the success rate of gathering. Gathering hoe, this Yiqian cannot use. It is an exclusive tool for the gathering system and has bonuses. Rapid shooting bow, purple quality, equipment/weapon, must be used with arrows, attack speed increased by 30, penetration increased by 21, durability 1000 per 1000, available for combat power above 80. For a purple quality weapon, this increase is something to look forward to. Moreover, the durability is in thousands, which is the same as his back basket, and the durability drops in thousands. Most importantly, there is no occupation restriction. As for the combat power requirement of 80 or above, combat power, 81, plus 115/special ability bonus. After 2 days of strengthening, Yiqian's physical combat power has exceeded 80. Special abilities also increased by 4 points. Qi and blood recovery potion, blue quality, medicine, after use. It can increase Qi and blood recovery speed by 20. The effect lasts for 2 hours. Qi and blood recovery potion. Although this is also a very valuable medicine, but it is really not very useful to Yiqian. It's not about how much instant recovery there is. It just increases the recovery speed. It's not as good as the water mist effect he creates. But it's good stuff after all. Yiqian watched the purple light flash and the box disappeared. He placed all these things on the top of the backpack and planned to figure out how to sell them. Brother, can you pull that bow? Fan Liao stared at the items, and when he found that Yiqian seemed to be very satisfied with the bow, he scratched the little black bear cub's ears in confusion and asked Yiqian a question first. Yiqian wanted to say, I think I can do it, but suddenly realized that he might not be able to do it. Picking up the longbow, Yiqian looked at the 1.5-meter long bow and tried to pull the bowstring. However, the first attempt failed. But it's not that he can't pull the bowstring open. It's just that with his current strength, his fingers are pinched and hurt when he pulls the bowstring. Yiqian picked up a small straight branch from the pile of firewood. There was a small layer of water on his fingers. He used the branch as an arrow and slowly pulled the bowstring. But he could only pull away and shoot. He really couldn't do more detailed operations. This 80 combat power requirement is actually just the ability to draw a bow, which is a prerequisite strength requirement. Chapter 183 Muyi. Brother Yi, you are so miserable. 0997. Yiqian, Brother Zhang, do you want the blue hoe from the gathering department? Yiqian handed the longbow to the child to play with. He opened his friends list and sent a private message to Zhang Wei, number 1 in the collection department. Although it would be easier to just put it up for auction, people would still come and ask him if they wanted the seeds when they had them. 0012. Zhang Wei, a blue quality exclusive gathering hoe. Yes, I absolutely must have it. Name your price, money or seeds, and we'll trade. Number 1 Zhang Wei would naturally not miss the exclusive collection tools. Moreover, he felt that Yiqian would not ask for money. Just as he needs these tools, the planting system needs seeds. And he just happened to have a lot of seeds. 0997. Yiqian, let's change the seeds. What I lack now is seeds. Yiqian naturally had no objection. After roughly converting the auction price, Yiqian used a gathering hoe to exchange for 35 ordinary peanut seeds, 6 ordinary cucumber seeds, and 5 green quality fertile soybean seeds. I got the seeds that can reproduce again, but unfortunately it is raining heavily today and I can't plant them. Fish pond, thunder. Yiqian sat on the chair, changed the seeds back, and rested for a while. Suddenly a prompt appeared. Yiqian had never closed the manner simulation map, so when the lightning prompt circle appeared, he could naturally see it at a glance. Fan Liao, who was sitting on the chair next to him, widened his eyes. The rainwater flowing on the ground quickly flew over the fish pond. Because the fish pond is connected to the chicken coop, in order to prevent lightning from running through the water and injuring the chickens in the coop, he also deliberately connected this layer of water cover to the ground, extending it to the open space like a slide. It's a little better than before. With the lightning and loud noise, the water layer protection held up by the child had sent the remaining destructive energy of the exploding lightning to the open space next to it. The electric light flickered and fluctuated in the water and was controlled by the isolation layer around it by Yiqian and finally disappeared after half a minute. Well, there wasn't such a strong residual destructive power before. Fortunately, it happened only a few times. Go home and wait. Come back when the prompt comes next time. I still left some reaction time. Yiqian looked at the simulated map of the manor. Now it was just a reminder of heavy rain and excessive water. I returned home with my child, and while looking at the messages in the chat channel, I quietly waited for the next lightning or strong wind that might come at any time. 29,006 Lin Xiang, 13. It's not bad. It's been windy and rainy here, but there haven't been any damage. 18,156 Zhang Wei, 109. Number 29006. What department are you from? Nothing's happening around here. I'm in the collection department, but I saw a lightning strike on the hill across from my house that killed a large tree. I went there before for collection work, and the tree was about 3 meters in diameter. 33303, Su Man, 2. I'm from the planting department. I've listened to the advice of several experts before and dug deeper ditches along the edges of the fields. So far, there haven't been any problems. The soil in the fields hasn't washed away with the rain. I haven't seen any strong winds or lightning around here either, but the constant flashes of lightning in the sky are really scary. 29,006 Lin Xiang, 13. I'm a planter. I'm not good at hunting, and I don't recognize everything I can gather. I failed many times in a row, so I had no choice but to choose the planter type. I completed the initial mission and entered this world. Yiqian had been following the chat channel and saw this player say that both hunting and gathering had failed. Initial mission, failure, then reselect? Yiqian really didn't know about this matter. Not only Yiqian didn't know, some of the players with higher numbers also basically didn't understand this kind of thing. 2,100 Ming Ming. You can actually restart the novice orientation mission after failing? So, did you get any food during the novice orientation phase? 10,593 Ming Zhao. No food. If you don't complete the novice guide mission within a day, you will fail. If you fail, you will have to start over from the first step. Even if you are exhausted from the previous day and can't move, you will be able to return to the state when you entered the game after restarting. 33303 Su Man. 2. With nothing to eat, I started hunting, but I couldn't outrun the rabbits. Later, I had no choice but to gather. I couldn't tell which was poisonous and which was not. 33939 Su Tiantian. 3. I didn't choose hunting, I always chose gathering. I always restarted because I sorted things incorrectly, and every time I got something different. Many 5-digit players have started to complain about the annoying energy they have to deal with during the novice guidance tasks. No one mentioned it before, and no one took the initiative to talk about how miserable they were at that time. Now, some people have said that there are so many miserable people, and they are all passionate about telling their stories. 0996 Mui. Brother Yi, have you checked the chat channel? At this time, Wood's sister probably thought it was quite interesting and sent a private message to Yiqian. 0997. Yiqian, I'm seeing that most of these late-stage players are farming types. Yiqian didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Players like those who entered this world 10 days ago, if they didn't restore to their original state time and time again, they would starve to death even if they were not injured during the mission. 0996. Mui. People had no choice but to choose agriculture. Brother Yi, why did you choose agriculture? I've been curious for a long time. Mui really didn't understand. With Yiqian's strength, even though he was a novice in cultivation, his physique was not bad. Why did he directly choose the planting system? For players with numbers less than 1,000, it is impossible to restart the novice guide and then make a second round of choices. There is not enough time. 0997. Yiqian, the planting system is good, safe, and relatively stable. I don't like taking risks. Yiqian thought it was quite normal, and the most important thing was, it was safe. In the world of survival games, there is food, shelter, and a home, so it is safer. 0996. Mui. That's true. It's safer, but the upgrade is very slow. Brother Yi, you should still be level 1 now. After reaching level 2, in addition to increasing your personal strength, you will also unlock some auxiliary abilities. Mui also agreed with what Yiqian said. However, in this world, their own strength is crucial, but their level is also important. She reached level 2 a few days ago. Not only did her strength increase by dozens of points, she also gained an additional professional auxiliary skill. The skill she activated was Burst, which could double her strength within 1 minute. Although it can only be used once a day, it is still a pretty good auxiliary ability. But she's not as lucky as her brother, who can't get a 10-fold crit in 10 seconds. As for her brother, she didn't say anything to discourage the newcomer from the control department. After all, newcomers are quite unlucky. They don't know when they can upgrade the planting system they choose. Chapter 184. Don't move casually. The first location is the safest. 0997. Yiqian, Kathy Wood. The experience of the planting system is gained by planting and waiting for it to mature. My family. If we can preserve all the crops at home, we can almost reach level 2 within 10 days. Yiqian didn't want to admit that he was very upset. Although the experience points he has earned so far are indeed very few, this does not mean that he has no future if he chooses the farming system. However, for now, we still need to protect the safe growth of various crops in the farmland. 0996. Mui. There are a large number of crops. Are they about to mature? Mui was originally quite worried about this, as Brother Yi seemed a little silly. Now I see Yiqian's reply, saying that within 10 days. She didn't think Yiqian would brag, so that meant that there was already hope for the plants in the farmland. 0997. Yiqian. Some crops can be harvested over a long period of time, once every 3 to 5 days. Yiqian looked at his own leeks, grass, pasture grass, and the strange weeds called foxtail grass. These can be harvested over and over again. They reproduce and grow rapidly, and may occasionally drop seeds. So he doesn't need sympathy. Really, he doesn't need it. 0996. Muyi. I suddenly feel that the planting department is also quite good. Brother Yi, you are busy. I should just be sad for myself. The mutant plants and animals near my house are running around like crazy today. Wood sister said that he is a little embarrassed and doesn't want to talk. Why should you care about a planting system with an estate? She herself is now in a very dangerous situation, as is the safety of her manor. It was all her brother's fault. He insisted on telling her that Brother Yi was miserable, and she foolishly believed him. She believed. Then, it would be so embarrassing. The more she thought about it, the more conflicted she became. The ice beauty standing on the cliff went straight to the person who made her irritable and had a quarrel with him in private chat. Yiqian didn't know about their affairs. It was after talking with Wood's sister that he suddenly felt that he was pretty good. But there is a prerequisite, which is that we must safely survive today's thunderstorm disaster. Brother, someone said that they have discovered the concept of a safe zone near home. Fan Liao was also watching the chat. When he saw someone raise a message and many people quickly followed up the discussion, he called Yiqian, who was obviously not watching the chat channel, to pay attention. Sure enough, a safety line. Yiqian had just replied to Mu2 Maisie's message, and then replied to the old man who asked them what they wanted to eat for lunch. Before he could switch, he was reminded by Yao Yao. Quickly switch to the chat channel and scroll up a little to see it. Someone mentioned that the river at the foot of the mountain where his house lived was blocked and the water level rose, and he thought that the place where his house was located would be washed away. As a result, it unexpectedly broke through a little below the blockage, and everything that was blocking the mountain below his home was carried away by the water. Because of what this person brought up, some players who had similar experiences began to talk about what they had encountered. This type of players all have one thing in common, which is that they have never moved since entering the game world. The initial simple residences and the new homes that were later replaced were basically all in the original place, or moved within 10 meters in the east, west, south, and north. Those who move from the front of the mountain to the back of the mountain, to the top of the mountain, or to the foot of the mountain are not within the scope of reconstruction on the original site. 0987. Yin Fenglei. Isn't this perfectly normal? The place where this world was initially released to players must have been within the safe zone of this area. I haven't moved a single gathering system. My house is now impenetrable to rivers and mountains. It's perfectly safe. 0888. Chi. I didn't move either. My house was almost flooded, but it's very sturdy and safe. 8888 Xiao. 3/8. You should take a rest. You're soaked in water and you don't clear the drain. What are you doing here to join in the fun? 0088. Feng. Take a break. Both of you take a break. These people. Yiqian looked at the numbers and names that suddenly appeared in the chat channel. 8888 Xiao. Group, I've been in seclusion, so this greeting is a little late, but I still want to say hello, everyone. In the Manor Owner channel, the 4/8 that Feng had asked about in private chat after adding him as a friend came out. Although no one believed the claim that he had been in seclusion, no one questioned it since he said so, and they all came out to greet him enthusiastically. 0997. Yiqian, individual welcome. Yiqian followed the example of the previous ones and also sent a welcome message. There were still 16 people in the Manor Owner channel. After Yiqian appeared, a total of 11 people came out to speak. Currently, there are still 5 people diving. Except Hui Yin, who knew who those players were. The others only knew those who joined later than them. As for Yiqian, he knew nothing because he was the last one to arrive. After a row of welcomes, Zhang Wei, number 1 who was the most talkative, enthusiastically started chatting with others. Occasionally someone would join in the fun, but in short, the conversation went pretty well. Yiqian would pop in occasionally, but most of the time, he would stare at the chat channel to see more information. The morning passed relatively smoothly. Apart from a few visits to deal with minor blockages in the drainage ditch, there were no other special incidents in the manor. For lunch, they had steamed dumplings, which were exchanged from number 2 Zhang Wei to Yiqian. He said that it was from this temporary companion he had picked up, and since he had good cooking skills, he asked him to make some more. Yiqian couldn't bear to tell this person, who was slightly boasting in his private chat, that the cook had actually been thinking about them. Some things are better not to be explained too clearly. My uncle is so amazing. He met someone who could make so many delicious dishes. My brother is not as lucky as my uncle. After he found me, He had to take care of me. Fan Liao was enjoying the meal, but after chatting with his uncle for a while, he suddenly felt sorry for Yi Qian for some reason. Is there a possibility that your uncle was picked up by someone else? Yi Qian was eating steamed dumplings and looked at the child opposite him helplessly. Next to him was a little tabby cat who was taking a long time to eat steamed dumplings, and on the other side was a little black bear cub who was almost finishing a whole bowl of dumplings, one by one. These dumplings are really good. His chef's cooking skills are really getting better and better. Such good cooking skills, and quite capable. So what was Yao Yao's uncle thinking? Why did he think he was lucky to have found a chef? This kind of talk makes the child feel that since they were both picked up, they can't do so many things, so they lose to others. Chapter 185. The level of security protection has been determined. Snake grass is a little tired. Yi Qian stood next to the snake grass and fed the water created in his palm to the leaves of the snake grass that were pressed against his palm. After lunch, there was only a mild tornado. However, starting from noon, the overall wind speed increased a lot. The windward side of the snake grass grows to more than 6 meters high, with its sharp corners facing the wind. The leaves on both sides are tilted and retreated, allowing the wind to blow along the curves on both sides. The wind was about level 7 in the morning and about level 10 in the afternoon. Yi Qian was worried that by night, the wind would increase directly to today's upper limit, level 12. Meow. The little tabby cat lying on Yi Qian's shoulder suddenly let out a sharp cat meow towards the outside of the courtyard wall. The sky has darkened and the rain has not stopped. Dangerous creatures have appeared on the mountain. It's a level 3 mutant vine. It seems to be running for its life. Fan Liao jumped onto the wall of the snake-loving grass courtyard and stared at the moving creature outside the wall for a few more seconds. After confirming the information, he jumped back to Yi Qian and told him what happened to the vine that appeared and ran away. It should be, the water level has risen. This was not the first time that Yi Qian encountered creatures running up from the foot of the mountain. The mutated plants were running away in a hurry, which could only be because the area below was no longer able to survive. The blood soul vine originally came to the mountain because of the heavy rain. The reason why the blood soul vine attacked his house at that time was largely because they had met before, and he had broken a vine of the blood soul vine, so he naturally wanted to take revenge when he met it. The wild vines now only want to escape. Not only are they not interested in Yi Qian's manner, they also quickly avoid it when they discover it. The water level. Bro, I'll go check it out. I don't fight. The child was a little worried, but was afraid that Yi Qian would think he wanted to go hunting, so he deliberately explained. Go ahead. If you encounter someone who hits you, hit them back. Only those who can beat you will win. If you can't beat them, ignore them. Yi Qian still has to continue feeding the snake grass here and does not restrict the children's whereabouts. I'll just take a look. Fan Liao jumped onto the snake-loving grass wall, felt the strength of the wind, and quickly left following the wind. Just a few seconds later, Fan Liao's small figure returned to the courtyard wall again, jumped in, and stood beside Yi Qian. Brother, the water level is exactly parallel to that rock. I checked both of them. The one directly below us and the one below the ridge are both at the same height. They are exactly the same. The child used his hands to indicate the stone and the water level respectively. Moreover, he didn't just look at one stone. He also took a look at another stone that Yi Qian had mentioned before, saying that it should be of the same height. It seems they're right. The big rock halfway up the mountain is the safety marker they discussed. The water level can't rise, and even wild creatures stronger than me can't survive on top of the rock. Yi Qian is now certain. With that level of restriction, even if there are occasional natural disasters and creatures stronger than themselves appear, they are basically just passing by. Of course, there is a prerequisite. That is, there is no enmity in advance. This setting has been discussed by many people today, and most players believe that there is indeed such a protection mechanism. Brother, if we don't go out, will we be safe? Fan Liao also saw those discussions, but he still couldn't quite understand them. Can it really be that safe? There will be random events. Furthermore, the most protected are the planting system. The gathering system is slightly better, but the hunting system's random events are the invasion of wild creatures. Yi Qian shook his head. A lot of information was presented today, and it was a bit difficult for a child to understand. Some players have done some sorting and finally came to a conclusion that is generally accepted. If the protection level of a planting player is 10, then the level of a gathering player is 5, and the level of a hunter is 2. This isn't a preference for the planting system, but rather different requirements for each system. The hunting system's prey refresh rate must be the highest, otherwise how can they hunt and level up? Well, don't worry, brother. I won't go out hunting. Our family is a farming family. Fan Liao raised her little face and looked at Yi Qian's face, which was a little pale due to the continuous depletion of mental strength, and made a promise very seriously. He is a hunter, but he doesn't need hunting upgrades now. He wants to accompany his brother to farm. Wait a little longer, your experience points. Right now, you don't get any experience points from hunting. I'm leveling up slowly, and if I don't level up, you won't be able to level up either. Yi Qian let go of the snake-loving grass, said hello to it, squatted down and picked up the child, and went home to eat something before continuing to practice. Regarding Fan Liao's personal level, he was restricted too much because of the binding. Players who have lost their freedom cannot even surpass their levels. Although the previously upgraded levels were not taken back, Fan Liao's hunting experience points were locked until Yi Qian reached level 2. If I don't level up, I'll just stay with my brother. The child put his face on Yi Qian's shoulder. He didn't want to make his brother unhappy. Even if he is unhappy because he is restricted, it is not allowed. It will be done very quickly, within 10 days, for sure. Yi Qian touched the child's head, went back home, put the child down, and asked the child to wait for a few more days. Experience. He had planted so many plants before, and it would soon be time to harvest them. 0001. Luo Shan. To make your strengthening fluid, you only need meat. It was past dinner time, and Luo Shan, who had promised to prepare dinner for them, suddenly sent Yi Qian a private message. It's about the strengthening liquid material. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, of the same grade, better meat can yield more. Yi Qian stopped practicing and replied to his master. At this time, I asked him about the meat, and it was rare that he missed the agreed dinner time. On this rainy day, the younger ones hid at home, while the two older ones went hunting diligently. Is it because they are too comfortable, or are the elderly too hardworking? Chapter 186. Two Fawns, Ornamental Animals. 0001. Luo Shan. Put the meat away. Dinner will come later. After confirming that Yi Qian only needed meat, Luo Shan quickly disassembled the carcasses of the prey in his hands and placed large chunks of high-quality meat in the exchange column. 0997. Yi Qian, how many spotted deer have you caught? Yi Qian looked at the purple quality level 3 meat, which had piled up to more than 500 kilograms. He suspected that these two old men had wiped out the entire herd of deer in the heavy rain. The meat given to him was the best part, the forelegs and back meat of a deer, which could be distinguished by the shape of the meat. A deer can only produce about 30 to 40 kilograms of meat, right? Luo Shan. That sickly fellow has the ability to find young deer. He had nothing better to do, so he decided to give it a try. He's found a deer herd. He should be looking for you soon and give you some fawns. They look like they've just been born. Whether they can survive depends on whether you have the time to treat them. Luo Shan's way of addressing someone has completely become sickly. As for that skill, he was quite amused by it and led it directly into the herd of animals. 0997. Yi Qian, you're old enough. You should take a break. It's raining so hard, you'd better not run around. Yi Qian imagined two elderly people running through the mountains, following some kind of guidance and finding a herd of deer inside the mountains. It turns out that the elderly are too hardworking. Luo Shan, mind yourselves, everyone's saying things are going well for you guys. They're saying the farming type might be doing better, but don't be too sure. Don't forget you still have a hunting type kid. Luo Shan put the processed piece of meat back on the exchange bar, clicked to confirm the exchange, and then reminded Yi Qian again. Some of the rules of this world are just for players to explore and discover. There is a hunting system in the home of the planting system, and it may be switched suddenly. 0997. Yi Qian, I know. Master, you should rest for a while before cooking. I'll put this meat away first. I don't have time to prepare it today. I hope I'll have time to start preparing it after I finish planting tomorrow. Yi Qian clicked to confirm the exchange, and piles of meat appeared in the house. Level 3 spotted deer meat. Purple quality, materials, processable, craftable, extractable. Grade 3 spotted venison, 669.6 caddies. It is definitely not okay to put purple quality meat in piles in the house. Put the meat in a backpack and move it to the warehouse for storage. The materials for short-term enhanced liquid extraction are already available. After Yi Qian put the meat away, he came back and ate a bowl of fruit smoothie handed to him by the child. He lay down and continued to rest in a good mood. There will be a fawn in a while. I hope it won't consume too much mental energy. At present, the greatest consumption of his mental energy still has to be used on the snake-charming grass. Although the high wall erected by snake grass consumes a lot of energy, this method can best protect the plants in the manner. Those mutant plants were still okay, but his cornfield was almost ready for harvest. If it is blown down by strong winds at this time, even if it does not die, It will suffer a reduction in production and may also reduce the chance of dropping seeds. Yiqian has always been looking forward to the fact that these crops obtained from the wild can bring him more seed output. Brother, my uncle said it's not convenient to take your money now, so he asked me to take it. Fan Liao was eating freshly made fruit smoothie, but suddenly he looked up at Yiqian with a troubled look and talked about what his uncle had done. It's not like I have so much money that I have to give it to him. Just take it and see if there's anything else that can be saved. If I can, I'll save it. If not, I'll just synthesize it. Seeing the child struggling, Yiqian was too lazy to complain about some of number 2 Zhang Wei's little thoughts. It seems that he can't be saved. After Fan Liao completed the exchange, 2 identified fawn cubs appeared on the floor. Dying spotted deer cub, level 1 cub, male, chi and health continuously declining, current chi and health value is 21. Dying spotted deer cub, level 1 cub, female, chi and health continuously declining, current chi and health value is 17. The health of the 2 cubs, 1 male and 1 female, is almost gone. Yiqian tried to feed it some water, but it was useless. The only option left was synthesis. If the 2 cubs were put together, the success rate of synthesis was only 15. He was too lazy to expect this probability and directly found a bunch of green quality materials. Plant roots, plant fruits, previously stored snake meat, fish meat, wolf meat. Put the deer with low blood first. A ball of green light flashed, and the extraction of mental power ended. A smaller deer cub, not much bigger than Xiao Lihua, was hugged by Yiqian. Level 1 spotted fawn, green quality, suitable for breeding, ornamental fawn. Yao Yao, your uncle's bear cub shouldn't be too diligent and won't bite our own deer, right? Yiqian looked at the tiny deer and felt that the direction of his synthesis success was becoming more and more outrageous. I just got a bunch of spotted venison at home, and now I'm using dying fawns to synthesize ornamental animals? He has destroyed all the ornamental plants before, so does this one look good if he keeps it? However, it seems that there are many flaws, but he has to continue synthesizing it. The health value of the other deer had dropped to 18 in just a short while. The health value of the identified cub is dropping so quickly. Brother, I told Xiao He that he doesn't dare to eat the animals we raise. The child turned around, grabbed the little black bear's ear, and gave it a clear lesson, telling it not to bite the animals at home. Not only is the fawn not allowed to be eaten, but the big and small fish in the pond are also not allowed to be touched. It's okay. It probably won't be able to eat them. Our 2 fawns will be kept in captivity for the time being. Yiqian used the same pattern and indeed created another deer of the same pattern. 1 male and 1 female, making him a pair of ornamental animals. What do they eat? Fan Liao stood on the ground, looking at the 2 little spotted deer leaning against each other, and stretched out his little hand to touch the head of each of them. What kind of food should be fed to such a small deer? They eat grass, they eat forage, they eat fruits and vegetables. Yiqian was once again certain that he had raised his child in the wrong way. Domesticated war beasts are completely different from the animals raised on the manor. Their cat and bear are companions, so they can eat together, play together, live together in the house, and sleep together. Another very important point is that all farmed animals can be traded, but domesticated war beasts cannot be traded. Even if it is given to someone else to be raised, it only belongs to the original owner. Just like this little black bear cub, it has been kept by Fan Liao for so long, but its identity is still the war beast of number 2 Zhang Wei's family. Chapter 187 Day 31. Everything seems to be stable. Day 31, 21 seconds, cloudy to sunny, 35 degree C 26 degrees C, gusts 35. After a day of violent storms and thunder and lightning, at the moment of early morning, the wind and rain stopped, and everything suddenly became quiet. Judging from the temperature, it is about to drop rapidly. We have been here for a month. Yiqian stood in front of the house, looking up at the sky, which was still covered with clouds. The gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness, making them feel comfortable after a hard day. Next to Yiqian, a small bunch of snake grass leaves were entwining his fingers. After receiving the information that the disaster was over, the wall of the snake grass quickly shrank back to more than 1 meter high and responded to Yiqian's happy mood. Brother, are the drains going to be filled? After the rain stopped, Fan Liao ran around the house twice with his bare feet. The rainwater that had originally reached Yiqian's calves quickly gathered into the river at the foot of the mountain as the heavy rain suddenly stopped. The stubborn weeds on the hillside are slowly starting to grow again, but soon there will still be sticky mud to step on. Don't worry, let's go to sleep now and expand the manor and adjust the fields inside the manor tomorrow. Yiqian spent 6 hours making a scarecrow to catch insects, then said goodbye to the snake grass and soul-eating rose again and went back to his room to sleep. I'm going to sleep, brother. Wake me up tomorrow morning. Fan Liao held the little black bear cub in his arms, and after making sure that Yi Qian would not go to live with him, he waved his hand and ran back to the house to rest. After Yi Qian returned to his empty bedroom with the cat in his arms, he couldn't help himself and opened the consignment store to look for it. Finally, I spent 3,000 survival points to buy a large bed with a mattress, sheets, pillows, and quilt. I held the kitten and took a bath together. The clothes were also rinsed with water and put on again after the moisture was extracted. Lying on the relatively soft big bed, he could finally have a relaxing sleep. Yi Qian slept soundly until around 8 o'clock in the morning, when he was awakened by a notification sound when a private message appeared. 0001, Luo Shan. You little brat, get up and have breakfast. Luo Shan knew his apprentice very well. He said he would provide meals, but he didn't ask what he wanted to eat in the morning. It must be because he was still sleepy. 0997, Yi Qian, Master, don't you need more rest? Yi Qian got up, but was still confused. How could this old man sleep so little? As we get older, we should get more rest, right? 0001, Luo Shan. I'm old, and I get tired after sleeping for too long. I'm going to make wontons this morning. You guys get up and clean up, they'll be ready in a while. Looking at the wrapped wontons, Luo Shan smiled and shook his head, then took out a large basin, which he had prepared just for his apprentice's family. You were like this before, you wouldn't refuse help. Number 2 Zhang Wei, whose face was still pale and who still looked like a frail young man even in his hunting suit, was sitting on the courtyard wall looking at the man in the kitchen, wanting to ask something uncertainly. This person has such a good temper, doesn't he? Yesterday, he said he wanted to try out his skills, so this guy went with him. He said that the meat he was going to prepare for Yi Qian would be rewarded with a strengthening liquid that had no side effects. So this man started to cut it up and picked out the best ones to give away. By the way, this person is also a good friend of Yi Qian. It seems like I added it for more than 10 days in a row, and then for some reason, it was passed. He's very strong, but he always wants to do good things for the majority of people, and he doesn't have a bad temper. How did such a person survive? Were there no bad people in their original world? Or is it that this person is protected too well by his family, so he has never suffered from betrayal, calculation, conspiracy, trap, and the like? Luo Shan turned around, looked at this person, and didn't want to speak for a moment. Before meeting him, I felt that he was an elusive old loach and was very shrewd in everything. But after meeting the person, he found that this person's brain was almost catching up with his stupid apprentice. No, maybe even worse than his stupid apprentice. At least his silly apprentice is very talented in protecting his own safety. Of course, this doesn't mean that his silly apprentice is smart. It's just a subconscious desire for self-preservation and a natural talent. But his disciples never believed that there were truly good people in the world who didn't care about their own gains and losses. Actually, it's good that you're like this. You don't have so many worries. Being a good person means you've been quite happy before. Number 2 Zhang Wei jumped into the yard, sat on a chair next to the dining table, and waited for dinner to start. He also knew that Luo Shan was probably not as simple as he seemed. But he just couldn't figure out what benefit would come to Luo Shan by doing so much for others. Reputation? In this world, there is absolutely no need for this. Moreover, Luo Shan should have realized before that good people don't always get good rewards. Benefit? He couldn't see the benefit. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the tank to feed those little brats. Luo Shan cooked a pot of wontons, brought it over and placed it on the table, then looked at the sickly guy with disdain. Whether he is a good person or not, you just need to know it in your heart. Aren't you annoyed by being stared at and questioned like this now? Being a good person means you have to suffer. If it weren't for the fact that your cooking is pretty delicious, I wouldn't bother with you. Number 2 Zhang Wei picked up a large bowl of wontons from the table, put it on the exchange column, and gave it to his nephew, who had probably just woken up. Then he looked at the person who had returned to the kitchen to cook again, shook his head in disgust, and explained the reason why he was meddling in other people's business. In this world, if he could meet a chef who could cook delicious food, he would have to be very careful. Otherwise, this silly and nice guy might be killed at any time. The 2 elderly people who look young have their own thoughts. On the other side, the 2, one adult and one child, who were already having breakfast, had it much simpler. Yao Yao, go fill up those newly dug ditches later. I'll go expand the scope of our home first. Yi Qian ate the hot wontons, drank 2 sips of soup, and talked to the child opposite him about what he would do after dinner. Well, I'll take Xiao He with me. The children who were assigned jobs smiled brightly. He can do a lot of things at home. Chapter 188 The Manor Amplification Effect appears. Individual Manor Owner, District 8181, Number 0997, Yiqian, Planting Department. Manor Area, 12,600 square meters. Personal Manor Enhancement Effect. Planting System, Quality Enhancement. When harvesting in the fields, there is a chance to enhance the quality of the output items. Level 2. Enhancement Probability 2. After breakfast, Yiqian carried the cat to the wall of the manor. He walked out with the snake-charming grass and modified the edge of the manor. The leaves of snake grass grow rapidly in the places where the leaf diver passes, first forming a circle and then growing in a crisscross pattern. Meow. Little Lihua poked his little head out of Yiqian's arms, looked at the growth of snake grass, and stretched out his claws with some curiosity. Let's play later. It doesn't want to play with you right now. Yiqian rubbed the kitten's head. The snake grass was really busy now, so he didn't want to disturb the little tabby cat. Following the scope of the manor he had adjusted himself, he walked along the newly expanded edge. After the snake grass formed a circle, it quickly began to grow upwards. Layer after layer, the leaves of the snake grass seemed to have no limit, and soon the courtyard wall grew to a height of 1.5 meters. In the absence of special circumstances, snake grass will generally keep the courtyard wall between 1 and 2 meters, but the specific height depends on its mood. Okay, go play. After Yiqian finished growing the courtyard wall with the snake grass, he placed the small tabby flower on the outstretched leaves of the snake grass, communicated with the snake grass for a while, and then returned to the chicken coop and fish pond to clean up one by one. The chicken coop currently houses 8 chickens, 6 hens, and 2 roosters. The 6 hens lived together peacefully, but the 2 roosters seemed unable to get along harmoniously. But this doesn't have much impact. As long as it doesn't delay the hens from laying eggs and the subsequent incubation of the eggs, Yiqian won't have to take out one of the roosters and kill it. Although the chicken coop was not damaged much by yesterday's strong winds and rainstorms, a lot of garbage was created. Especially in the water flowing from the fish pond, there are still some weeds and dead leaves accumulated, which need to be cleaned up. After a little tidying up, the water plants are still strong and the water flow is much smoother. Walking to the edge of the fish pond, Yiqian saw that the small fish and shrimps had grown a lot, so he decided to merge the 2 fish ponds into one. Brother, I'll do it, I can do it. Fan Liao had just finished filling in some drainage ditches that were not used regularly, and when he came back he saw Yiqian staring at the fish pond. He had heard Yiqian say before that when the small fish seedlings grew up a little, the fish ponds could be merged and lotus flowers could be planted at the bottom of the ponds. Let me first see how large the expansion area is. I'll germinate the mutant lotus first, and it will grow out soon. Yiqian took 2 steps back and asked the child to wait. He planned to expand the original ultra-small fish pond into a large one. At least, it should be about 400 to 500 square meters, so that you don't have to bother digging for a long time. You can raise very big fish now. Fan Liao looked at the edge of the fish pond drawn by Yiqian. It was not difficult to handle, but with only a few dozen fish, it would feel very empty. Standing on the edge, layers of soil rolled to the edge of the fish pond under the control of mental power. This process was like the soil coming alive, and Yiqian, watching from the side, marveled at the magical power. Although muddy water can be controlled, it is still just water. Okay, Yao Yao, go and rest. I'll plant the lotus seeds. When Yiqian saw the soil rolling, he built a circle of soil outside the fish pond and asked the children to go back and rest. He will take care of the subsequent planting. 2 blue-quality lotus seeds, in Yiqian's palm, quickly sprouted roots and buds as they were soaked in the water ball he created. Yiqian is becoming more and more skilled at germination, and his control has also greatly improved. 2 water balls, wrapped with 2 sprouted lotus seeds, fell into the fish pond and drilled into the soil. Nourished by his water ball, the 2 seeds continued to grow and took root firmly after a few minutes. Level 2 Lotus Planting Area, Blue Quality, Aquatic Crops, Self-Reproducing Mutant Plants, Producible Items, Flowers, Leaves, Stems, Roots, Fruits. On the Manor Simulation map, 2 small plant signs appeared in the center of the fish pond. The fish in the pond, no matter big or small, shrimp or crab, swam slowly, somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden expansion of their living range. The fish pond and chicken coop have been inspected and temporarily dealt with. I picked up the 3 eggs that couldn't hatch and put them aside. I would go cut some leeks later and give them to his master to cook. There's still a lot to do today. The seeds his family has saved up should be planted once the fields are a little dry. Brother, is it time to pick the rabbit ears? Fan Liao watched Yiqian plant lotus flowers. Then he ran to the field in front and took a look. He immediately found that the leaves of the rabbit's eargrass were all fluffy white. He couldn't see the specific information of the crops, but he had seen Yi Qian picking rabbit ear grass leaves, and it looked like this. It's time to pick them now. Something happened during this heavy rain. It drank too much, so it ripened quickly. Yi Qian came over to take a look. He was too busy yesterday and had no time to care about the tree that loved to drink water. Can I feed this to the fawn? The child squatted outside the field, picked up a leaf and gave it to him to play with, and began to think about the two little ones from last night. 2 fawns are currently in an unused basket. It rained last night and I couldn't let them out, so I put some chopped wild vegetables in a bowl and put it in the basket so that they could have a bite when they were hungry. You can feed them. Go and see if they like it. Yi Qian was picking rabbit ear grass leaves in the field. Seeing that the child was interested, he let him feed them. Well, I'll go check it out. Children seem to be very interested in feeding the animals. I think you can eat it, right? Yi Qian watched the child run back, shook his head uncertainly, and then continued to bend down to pick. This time, I picked 212 rabbit ear grass leaves, which was more each time. And the amplification effect of the manner is working. After Yi Qian collected the other rabbit ear grass leaves, he still had 3 pairs of fluffy rabbit ear grass leaves in his hands. These 3 are of blue quality. Chapter 189. For experience, we need to speed up the crops. Level 2 rabbit ear grass leaves. Blue quality. Farming feed. Special effect. Consuming 1 liang of rabbit ear grass leaves can increase the growth rate of farmed animals by 4 times for 1 hour. The blue quality rabbit ear grass leaves doubled the original growth rate to 4 times the original speed. The effect is okay, but it's still so simple. But to say it's not good. This kind of pure growth enhancing feed can be accumulated over time and is still quite good. The 3 leaves in my hand weigh more than 2 kilograms each, and the big, plump rabbit ears. After looking at it, Yi Qian put it away, planning to chop it up and feed it to the 2 little spotted deer later. Brother, the 2 fawns are very greedy. They have eaten all the wild vegetables we put out earlier. Fan Liao went to feed the 2 fawns a piece of green quality rabbit ear grass leaf. After feeding, he came back and told Yi Qian that the wild vegetables he had given to the fawn had been quickly consumed after being mixed with rabbit ear grass leaves. Let's go and feed them some more. The advantage of this accelerated feed is that they can eat a lot at once. As long as there is enough basic feed required for growth, they can eat it until the acceleration time is used up. Yi Qian and Fan Liao walked into the house together. Looking at the 2 fawns turning around in the basket, seemingly hungry again, they carried the basket directly to the open space next to the chicken coop. There wasn't much firewood at home, but it was enough to serve as a simple fence, enclosing a small space for the 2 fawns to move around. Level 1 spotted deer. Green quality, ornamental animal, ornamental value, plus 100. 2 little spotted deer were placed on the ground. Yi Qian prepared a feeding trough for them and made some mixed feed of grass and rabbit ear grass leaves on the spot for them to feed. Each spotted deer can increase the viewing value by 100 points, but there is no hint yet as to what this viewing value is used for. I don't know if it's because the viewing value is not high enough, but the achievement prompt hasn't appeared yet. The spotted deer was put down and could be kept in captivity and fed temporarily. Yi Qian then went to do other things. Today, he is very busy. The chives planted for the first time can be harvested. At a height of over 30 centimeters, each leek has 6 or 7 leaves. The leaves are relatively thin, but the leek flavor is very strong. 132 leeks, harvested once, 132 experience points obtained. Seeing that it would only take 5 days before the leeks could be harvested again, Yi Qian felt even more relaxed. Next to it, the chives planted for the second time showed that they would be ready for harvest in more than 4 days. I've made the scarecrow appear a little faster these days, so maybe next time we can harvest them together. After cutting the leeks, Yi Qian went to the green meadow again. After cutting the leeks, he cut the green grass. After 82 blades of grass were cut, 82 experience points were added to the account. Although this little bit of grass is not valuable and is not even enough for Yi Qian to make a scarecrow, it is experience. There are some green grass sprouts around. I counted them, and there are already 102 of them in total. The next harvest will start from 3 digits. I am very happy just thinking about it. Career direction, planting department, level 11687/10,000/basic all-round survivor. The experience points are only over 1,600, which is still a long way from 10,000. But Yi Qian was very sure that his experience value would definitely increase within 10 days. Coriander has 1 day left, wheat has 6 or 7 days left, and leeks have 4 or 5 days left. Speed up, but unfortunately there are no accelerators for sale. Yi Qian looked at the rabbit ear grass in his field, wondering how he could speed up the growth in other fields as well. Once this acceleration device is placed in the field, it cannot be moved. The only way to replace it is to let the field become completely abandoned and then remove it. Of course, you can also pull out the previous crops and plant new ones. Brother, scarecrows can be used as fertilizer. Does nutrient solution count as fertilizer? Seeing that Yi Qian was struggling, Family Yao came over and looked at the fields together and made some uncertain suggestions. It's not a fertilizer. It's an auxiliary medicine that needs to be sprayed long-term. I'll try to see if it works by hand spraying without any props. Yi Qian tried several search methods, but failed to find similar items in consignment and auctions. He had no choice but to change his thinking and try to control the spraying of crop nutrient solution himself. If it is feasible, he will have to find a way to get some equipment for farm irrigation. Well, brother can do it. The child always believed that his older brother was the most powerful. Yi Qian bought 20 kilograms of crop nutrient solution and let the nutrient solution fly above the farmland. When it slowly turned into drizzle and fell, the child's eyes lit up. This drizzle-like control method. His control is more detailed than Yi Qian's, but as long as it is something Yi Qian does, the children basically praise it without thinking. It's somewhat effective, but it doesn't last long. It's only effective when sprayed with water mist. Yi Qian looked at the information appearing in the chive field. In the area covered by rain and fog, the growth rate doubled. But they can't always replace the accelerator. Not only will they get tired, but they can't put all their energy on it. Yao Yao, you play first. I'll take a look at how to make the crop nutrient solution. Seeing the child's eyes full of anticipation, Yi Qian handed over the control of the crop nutrient solution, sat aside, and opened the crop processing and production to see if there was any way to make the nutrient solution. Ordinary vegetables do not require nutrient solution, and the only green quality plants produced in the fields by Yi Qian's family are rabbit eargrass leaves. Rabbit eargrass leaves are an amplification feed that can be accumulated over time. Currently, the price of this type of bonus feed has increased and has reached 20 survival points per kilogram. In other words, it would be better to buy some crops produced from farmland that have a less strong amplification effect. Level 1 Qingchuan grass, green quality, feed, doubles the satiety of herbivores, farmland-grown product, consignment price, for survival points per pound. Yi Qian looked around and found that green quality crops and forage feed types were cheaper. Moreover, feeds that increase satiety are the cheapest. Things like those that increase health, reproduction rate, and growth rate are more important than satiety. Feeling the price was not expensive, Yi Qian directly bought 100 kilograms and spent 400 survival points. At present, he still has about 14,000 survival points left after the purchase, so he doesn't feel bad about spending a few hundred points to make a new attempt. Chapter 190 Mumuyi. I can't, but I know someone who can. Level 1 Qingchuan grass processing, segmenting, cutting into small segments, chopping, juicing, and refining. There are 5 directions in total. Yi Qian took a look and found that in the extraction, in addition to the nutrient solution needed by animals, there is also the option of nutrient solution for crops. Crop nutrient solution extraction, level 1 spring grass, water. The production process is quite simple. 100 kilograms of grass and 70 kilograms of water can produce 100 kilograms of crop nutrient solution. Of course, there will also be 70 kilograms of plant waste residue, which can be thrown into the grass, leaves, soil, and fertilizer for composting. This nutrient solution is currently priced at 15 survival points per kilogram. 100 kilograms of crop nutrient solution is equivalent to 1,500 survival points. Yi Qian looked at the feed he bought for 400 points, and then looked at the price of crop nutrient solution. This was indeed a very profitable skill. However, this is not the only way to make money. The ornaments he made before were more profitable than this. First you have the skills, then you can extract and consume your mental energy, and then it won't be difficult to make money. But the problem is that this spiritual power extraction is a non-self-controlled mode, and the player cannot gain spiritual power growth in this process. Still the same dilemma. Choose to make money or choose to practice. Brother, don't you need a bucket? Family Yao was controlling the rain, and the drizzle fell on the farmland. He was having a lot of fun. Looking back, the child saw a large ball of water suddenly appear in front of Yi Qian, and his eyes widened. For the first time, he felt that his brother might be a little silly. Buying wooden barrels also costs money. We need to use them at home, so there is no need to buy new barrels. Yi Qian controlled the water ball to stay suspended and took out 2 buckets from his home. Each bucket weighed about 50 kilograms, which was just enough to hold the 100 kilograms of crop nutrient solution. It turns out there's a wooden barrel at home. The child shook his head and admitted that he was wrong. I thought my brother had forgotten. I'm going to ask someone if they can make an atomization tool. This crop accelerator needs to be obtained from a treasure chest in the wild. Even if someone opens a chest and finds it, the chances of it being put up for sale are slim, and if it is put up for sale, it will almost certainly be sold. It's better to find someone to customize a similar tool. Yi Qian didn't say that he had really neglected it just now. After all, when he was drawing water, he directly drew a ball from the well and didn't expect more. After briefly skipping it and letting the child continue playing, he began to check his friend list. We need to see who can make a prop for spraying water in atomized form. Mu Mui has metal-related abilities. Although it is not his main attribute, he should be able to make metal weapons or props. Also Chi Chi. This guy once said that he could break steel bars with his bare hands. Yi Qian thought he was a bit amusing. It was only after I came into contact with other players and thought about what this person said that I realized that there was a high probability that he was saying that he had metal-type abilities. Of course, I can't guarantee it. What if he is a power type and it matches his original self-introduction? But after all, he was not very familiar with her, so he decided to ask Kathy Wood first. 0997. Yi Qian, Kathy Wood, can metal-type craft some props? Yi Qian sent a private message to this Wood sister, and he didn't even need to wait, as the other party replied half a minute later. 0996. Mu Mui. I can make some, but unless I use in-game skills, there's no additional boost. If it's a weapon, I recommend using forging skills. My weapon crafting skill is a bit low, only level 2. The ice-type Mu girl is very unconfident about her weapon forging skills. Level 2, in her opinion, produced very poor weapons. The umbrella that she gave to Yi Qian a long time ago was made by her when she was practicing her skills. 0997. Yi Qian, it's not a weapon. The farmland needs nutrient solution, but I can't buy an accelerator right now. I wanted to ask if I could make one myself. Yi Qian briefly told Mu Mui what he needed. Forget about weapons. He now has an umbrella and a longbow that can barely be drawn. Moreover, as a planting department, he only needs his equipment to be decent, so he doesn't have high requirements in this regard. 0996. Mu Mui. Crop accelerator? That's definitely hard to buy. I've only seen it twice in all this time. It seems they said they sold it for money because they couldn't afford the nutrient solution. 0996. Mu Mui. Brother Yi, please tell me in detail what you would like it to look like if you were to make it yourself. Mu Mui also often visited auctions and consignment sales, and had seen it occasionally, but because it had nothing to do with him, he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. She also didn't know what this accelerator looked like. But Yi Qian thought that the metal system could make it, so she wanted to give it a try. Even if she couldn't do it herself, she could ask someone for help. Unfortunately, her brother is a thunder element and can't help at all. 0997. Yi Qian, spray the water around in a mist. Atomization may be a bit troublesome, so a smaller amount of rainwater spraying will also work. Yi Qian didn't know how to do it specifically. He had never come across the principles of a humidifier or a fountain. 0996. Mu Mui. I really can't do this. Wait a minute, I'll find someone who specializes in mechanics to ask. He should be interested. Mu Mui didn't understand either. As an ice-type person, she was indeed not good at this. However, she didn't understand that one of her classmates in college was a mechanical research fanatic. The world is actually quite good to them. They can find many familiar people while chatting in the chat channel, and then help each other. This person went to ask someone, and Yi Qian sat on the ground watching the children play. In addition to watering the leeks, Fan Liao also covered the corn fields, wheat fields, and coriander fields. When accelerating, the maturity countdown numbers displayed on the crops are significantly accelerated, and the effect is very clear. 0996. Mu Mui. I asked him, and he said he could make a water atomizing sprayer within a certain range. Is that right? A few minutes later, Mu Mui asked the man about his conclusion. She only said part of the information, and the other party immediately gave her a lot of knowledge, but she really couldn't understand. 0997. Yi Qian. Yes, it's this type of prop. How large a range can it be made? Also, how much does it cost? When Yi Qian heard that someone could do it, the next step was naturally to ask for the price. However, Mu Mui felt that it was too difficult for him to pass the message, so he went to find the other party and urged him to post a message in the Manor Owner's channel. 0123. Chi Xian, individual brother Yi, please add me. That stupid girl Mu too can't explain it clearly. Let's chat privately. In the Manor Owner channel, Chi Xian, the individual manor owner who had never spoken before, was urged several times by Mu Mui, and he came out to say hello reluctantly. 0996. Mu Mui, individual Xiao Xianzi, you're getting a little bold, aren't you? Go, get to work. If you don't serve me well, beware of my fist. Mu Mui was relatively gentle when chatting with Yi Qian, But as soon as she faced someone she knew in the past, she would immediately turn into a violent woman. In response to this threat mode, Yi Qian came out and sent a friend request to Qi Xian and then switched to private chat. Perhaps this Kathy Wood is just a little gentler towards those younger than him. Chapter 191 Qi Xian. You are the same kind. I am an outsider. 0123. Qi Xian, brother Yi, does that silly wooden guy have a crush on you? After accepting the friend request, the first message Qi Xian sent was about why Mu Tu was so concerned about Yi Qian's affairs. He personally doesn't like chatting in channels with a lot of people, but Mu Muyi urged him so much that he had to come out and say something. Of course, more than that, I'm curious. 0997. Yi Qian, maybe it's because Kathy would thinks I'm younger than her and a newcomer in cultivation, so she's taking special care of me. Yi Qian was very suspicious that this metal player was a socially anxious person who also loved to watch the fun, so he didn't chat, but often watched the fun from the side. But I really can't eat this melon. 0123. Qi Xian, I haven't seen her being soft-hearted towards younger people, but, newbie, if you're a newbie in her world, you'd understand. This road is quite difficult. Brother Yi, you have to work hard. When Qi Xian saw the term newcomer, he already knew the reason. He is not that type, but because he and Mu Tu are classmates and grew up together, he knows some information about this type. Back then, that stupid girl Mu Tu had forced him to try, saying that as long as he worked hard, there would always be hope. Otherwise, that girl is quite stupid. When her family members coax her to work hard, she actually believes it all. It's not just people with special abilities. As long as there are enough resources, the awakening of a person with superpowers can also be done by other means, forcing the activation of superpowers that do not exist. Although it is painful, there are at least some successful examples. But that is the control system. All those who have acquired the ability to control the system through acquired cultivation are actually of this type, because they themselves are. It's just that some people manifest it earlier, while others lack the necessary conditions and need to be strengthened to a certain level before they can be activated. Now this brother Yi actually chose the planting system, and his combat power seems to be quite weak. He should be the same type as Wood. 0997. Yi Qian, it's not too bad. I can practice relatively stably now. Is it the same for brother Qi? Yi Qian remembered Hui Yanyan saying that there were very few control systems. But he already knew several of them. Hui Yanyan, Mu Muyi, Yin Fenglei, his master, and himself. It seems that this is not particularly rare, right? 0123. Qi Xian, I'm not like that. Your path is too difficult. I just have an ordinary metal attributed ability. Brother Yi, you should work hard. By the way, Mu Tu wasn't clear. What size and style of atomizer do you need? Do you plan to use water pressure boosting or some other method? Qi Xian didn't want to say too much. He was not that type of person. Talking too much might cause misunderstandings. Now, let's talk about how to make this atomization device. Ever since he came into this world, which was a while ago, he built an automatic protective device for the courtyard wall for the fire, and no one has talked to him about this type of topic since then. 0997. Yi Qian, for use in the fields, it's best to have a 10 by 10 area. Yi Qian roughly explained what he wanted. 10 by 10, this is the size of many of his family's fields. Even if they cannot all be planted, it will not be too wasteful. Qi Xian, I tried it, and it consumes a bit more water than your accelerator. Currently, I can adjust the speed to ensure uniformity. For a 10 by 10 square meter area, it consumes about 1 kilogram of water per hour. Qi Xian is a fan of machinery and handicrafts. After Yi Qian said it, he started making it. If you calculate the proportion, the spraying of water mist is still a bit wasteful. But this is the limit. If the amount is smaller, complete stability cannot be guaranteed. 0997. Yi Qian, that's great. I might need 30. Brother Qi, please give me a price. Yi Qian was quite satisfied with the result, which was beyond his expectations. Now I can make nutrient solution for crops by myself. I will try it out when I get the props. If he had more freedom, perhaps he could add some water to dilute the crop nutrient solution and keep it at a level that was sufficient so that it wouldn't be a waste. Even if he can't do it this way, he can make it himself, so he doesn't think it's particularly valuable. 0123. Qi Xian, I won't charge you for the processing fee. After I confirm it's usable, I can make this thing and sell it. I think you farming players should all need it. I'll just pay for the materials. I'll calculate how much it cost for you after it's finished. Do you want iron or copper? Qi Xian looked at the friend list and the stupid girl who was sending him a private message and tried to find a reason to lower the fee for her. He really couldn't understand, for the control system, are the same kind so important? In fact, everyone is about the same. Even if it is a control system, Mu Tu, who is only 2 years younger than him, doesn't mean he can be stronger than himself, right? He was just confused, but he wouldn't interfere. He was just a little annoyed that the silly girl was taking so much trouble to be nice to a stranger. It's just like his own little sister who he raised might be snatched away by someone else. Even if this silly girl is a violent woman that most people can't afford, it doesn't stop him from feeling bad. 0997. Yi Qian, which one lasts longer? Copper. Yi Qian didn't know which one was better, but he wanted something durable. This is a prop made by players using their supernatural powers. It is not like an accelerator that cannot be removed once installed. Therefore, it still needs to be strong and durable, and can be changed at any time when needed. Qi Xian, copper. I'll ask someone to buy some red copper. I'll make 30 of them, which will probably require about 300 kilograms of copper. I'll use ordinary iron for the frame. Iron ore is cheap, and it should last a year or two without external damage. Qi Xian looked at the set he had just made, roughly calculated the prices, and thought of saving some money for this young man Yi. However, some can be saved, while some absolutely cannot be saved. Red copper, a purple grade, ore, must be forged into copper ingots before it can be crafted. The current price of red copper is 1,000 survival points per kilogram, even without processing fees. 300 kilograms requires 300,000 survival points. There is also iron ore. Even if this can be much cheaper, the cost of 30 sets of racks will not be less than 100,000 survival points. Chapter 192. The rigor of technical talents will never lead to deviations. 0997. Yi Qian, Master, are you busy? Yi Qian saw the approximate amount of money and ran to his master to borrow money with certainty. 0001. Luo Shan, something's wrong. You're looking for me at this time. There's definitely something wrong. Tell me what happened. Luo Shan read his apprentice's private messages quite quickly. Although his apprentice has been very well behaved in recent days, he now has a feeling that he might suffer some loss. 0997. Yi Qian, Master, I just had someone customize a batch of equipment for use in the fields. Would you like to lend me some first? Yi Qian said frankly that he came to borrow money. Moreover, the reasons for borrowing money were also explained. 0001. Luo Shan. It's still a big project. How much will it cost? Looking at his own survival points, Luo Shan generously asked his apprentice to tell him a number. Just some farm equipment. Even if the customization is a bit expensive, he should still be able to afford it. Moreover, these farm tools are related to the apprentice's planting experience, so money should not be saved. 0997. Yi Qian, probably 400,000 to 500,000. The opening price was 4 or 500,000, and Yi Qian felt that he had let his master down a bit. But he has no money. As for Fan Liao's money, he really never thought about it. 0001. Luo Shan. Is that all? I thought you were going to start some big project, but it turns out you're planting too little land. I'll lend you 500,000 yuan first. Remember to pay me back when you have money later. Luo Shan complained that his apprentice was not working hard enough, and reminded his apprentice to work hard to make money and repay the debt. Children also need a little pressure occasionally. 0997. Yi Qian. Okay, here are the leeks I just harvested and a few eggs. You can enjoy them first. Once the accelerator is set up, we can harvest a full crop of leeks every 2 days. Yi Qian put the freshly cut leeks and the eggs he took out of the chicken coop this morning on the exchange and asked his master to use them to cook. When it comes to cooking, he can only say that he makes something that he likes to eat, and it can't be too complicated. But the food his master cooks is definitely not comparable to mine. 0001. Luo Shan, go get busy. This little bit of leeks isn't enough. Let's have noodles tonight with some leeks and eggs. Luo Shan looked at the leeks and eggs he had obtained, smiled, and shook his head. He was too lazy to complain about his apprentice's little thoughts. Ever since he started cooking, his apprentice would send delicious food directly to him, with the clear intention of waiting to be served when the meal was served. Children really can't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the lazier they become. So just stick to 2 meals a day. Let the 2 kids figure out how to get the missing meal themselves. 0997. Yi Qian. All right, Master, thank you for your hard work. I'll go get a finished product to test the results. Yi Qian greeted Luo Shan, then switched to a private chat with Qi Xian, opened the transaction application, and got the first finished product. The finished product consists of 3 parts. The first part is 4 8-meter-long iron pipes, which are inserted into the center points of the 4 edges of the field, more than 1 meter into the soil for stability, and connected with an iron frame on the top. There is a reserved buckle in the center position. Yi Qian jumped onto the iron pipe and tested the strength. He stood on it steadily, and did not fall down. He installed the most important big barrel, which Qi Xian reminded him not to disassemble, and then adjusted the square nozzle into the correct position, placing it facing downwards. The clips are buckled together, and the red copper can and nozzle are fixed. Brother, how much water can be held in this? Fan Liao stood outside the field and looked at the barrel, then turned back to look at the two wooden barrels on the edge of the field. They seem to be about the same size, right? It can hold 50 kilograms of water. If we consume 24 kilograms a day, this bucket can be used for 2 days. Yi Qian stood on the iron pipe rack, opened the lid of the barrel, and directly controlled the crop nutrient solution in the wooden barrel below and the well water not far away to fly over together. Water and nutrient solution, mixed together in equal amounts, first add up to 10 kilograms and put it into this red copper bucket. Leeks, vegetables, growing, harvest in 4 days. Spraying nutrient solution on crops accelerates growth. It still shows 4 days later, but during this 4-day period, it will jump twice every second. Sure enough, the nutrient absorption of this crop only requires the amount of nutrient absorption, and there are not many restrictions on the props used. After confirming that it was feasible and usable, Yi Qian directly brought up water and nutrient solution to fill the bucket. Brother, why is this shelf so high? When Yi Qian jumped down from above, Fan Liao pointed at the iron pipe rack curiously and asked, "This can be adjusted. For chives, the spraying temperature can be adjusted lower. For corn, bamboo, and sugarcane in the future, the spraying temperature will need to be higher." Yi Qian watched the mist slightly deviate as the wind blew by, and went up again, holding the sturdy iron pipe with one hand and adjusting the top rack with the other. The height gradually decreased and stopped when it reached 1.5 meters. At a height of 1.5 meters, the water mist can still be evenly sprayed in the fields from directly below and in the corners. The manufacturing process of this nozzle is really incomprehensible from the outside. Of course, Yi Qian has also thought about it, and he still won't understand it after taking it apart. Moreover, Qi Xian specifically instructed that it should not be dismantled, and he had never thought of exploring other people's secrets. Brother, the force of this mist is just right. It will fall down when it reaches the edge. It feels very powerful. Fan Liao has been staring at it since just now. Now he was certain that no matter how high or low the mist spread, it would stay within the field. Without wind, it would not reach outside the field. This kind of control is amazing. This one should be considered a technical talent. Yi Qian also saw that as long as the sprinkler head was placed correctly, the square field could be covered with the mist of nutrient solution. Thinking about the stone hammers, cloth bags, and the simple well with a well edge built by myself. Perhaps this is the difference between a serious and rigorous manufacturing staff and one who completes the task in a perfunctory manner. Brother's control is super powerful. Fan Liao raised his head and looked at Yi Qian, saying seriously that his brother was also very powerful. And he himself has his strengths, and he is also very powerful. Chapter 193. It's time to plant the seeds we've saved. 0123. Qi Xian, 30 completed, payment, and goods cleared. If you have any ideas next time, Brother Yi, feel free to come to me. At noon, Qi Xian had completed the production of all 30 that Yi Qian needed. In the early stage, the first one requires various tests. Once it is determined that the first one fully meets the customer's standards, the subsequent production is a copy. Copper ore and iron ore cost a total of 430,000 survival points, excluding processing fees. In Yi Qian's fields, racks have been erected one after another. The enhanced liquid processed from low-priced green high-quality forage is being sprayed on every field. I bought 30, but only 18 are currently in use. The remaining 12 were stored in the warehouse and would be used after Yi Qian finished planting in the afternoon. Forget lunch, let's cook some fish. The ground will be much drier this afternoon, so we can extract the excess water and start clearing the land. Yi Qian spent so much money, but looking at the items he got, he felt that he still made a profit. After catching a fish, removing the scales and internal organs, cutting the fish and marinating it, Yi Qian looked through the auction and saw a newly put-up atomizer sprayer. Because it was an item made by the players themselves, the starting price was extremely low, but after it was put up for sale, the players quickly raised the price. After only a dozen minutes of being posted, the price had already been raised to over 10,000, and the speed of price increase had also slowed down. But Yi Qian felt that the price of this item would not be less than 20,000. After all, not all farming players were poor. Mu Mui also promoted it in the Manor Owner channel, and number 1 Zhang Wei quickly switched to the chat channel. In addition to complaining about how some players really have the time, I also asked a few questions. Can farming players really use this instead of accelerators? Anyway, He's used to complaining, and many players, after seeing his complaints, will go to the auction to find out what the item is like. The people on the Manor Owner channel are all very enthusiastic. The fish needs to be simmered in the pot for a while, so Yi Qian asked the children to watch over it and make sure it doesn't get burnt. He walked out of the room and went to the warehouse and began to organize all the seeds he wanted to plant in the afternoon. The lotus seeds have been planted, but he still has a lot of seeds. An ordinary Sichuan pepper seedling, although it is an ordinary plant, can be used as a seasoning and as a medicinal material. Most importantly, it is a perennial woody plant. There is also a date pit that can germinate. If you plant it, it will become a level 1 date tree. It is best to encourage the germination of this date pit before planting it, and then make adjustments after the land has been opened up. Level 1 mutant strawberry seedlings. This also requires a separate piece of land, but those that germinate and reproduce are all good things. Level 1 peach saplings and level 1 hawthorn saplings, like the jujube trees, are all planted in a separate piece of land. 3 carrot seeds, 3 spinach seeds, 2 eggplant seeds, also a common plant, but eggplant should be able to be harvested multiple times. There are also 35 peanut seeds and 6 cucumber seeds that I exchanged with number 1 Zhongwei before, all of which are common crops. However, the 5 soybean seeds that can reproduce can be planted in the seedling breeding area first. The seedling breeding area is accelerated, and currently there is only 1 sunflower with its petals exposed, and a fragrant bamboo that is about to enter the next stage. In addition to these crops, Yi Qian also had a poppy seed in his hand, an ornamental plant. There were originally 10 seeds, and he used the other 9 to synthesize. Yao Yao, I'm going to plant these soybean seeds. They can be bred. After planting, let's wash our hands and eat. Yi Qian put the others in a basket on his back, said hello to the child sitting on a chair staring at the pot, and then walked towards the nursery. The 5 soybean seeds in his hand had been wrapped in the water droplets when Yi Qian came over. After drinking water, the beans quickly pulled out their roots, pushed open the outer shell of the soybeans, and sprouted small buds. Just a ball of water can make the seeds germinate quickly. Yi Qian feels that he can do the same when farming in the future. Although it is not possible to use supernatural powers to turn the soil, planting the crops after promoting seedling growth does not affect the judgment that the crops are planted by oneself. The only difference is whether you plant seeds or seedlings. Level 1 mutated soybean sprout. Green quality, seedling stage, enters growth stage after 2 days, fertile mutant plant. After planting all 5 soybean seedlings, Yi Qian looked at the 2-day countdown, which was also doubling. Looking up, I saw a sprayer that was specially adjusted to a higher position above my head, spraying nutrient solution, covering all the plants in the field. It feels a bit wasteful, but I can't grow anything else on this land. Reaching out and patting the fragrant bamboo that would enter its growth period in 2 days, Yi Qian looked at the empty space in the field, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to give up. If other plants are planted in order to avoid wasting crop nutrient solution, it will affect his planting of new breeding seeds. Level 1 mutated sunflower, green quality, flowering period, matures after 5 days, fertile mutant plant. Harvest can only be done after the maturity period has passed. Yi Qian calculated the time. Crop nutrient solution can double plant growth speed, and scarecrows can occasionally increase their duration, though it's not stable but will appear occasionally. Adding all of this together makes the growth rate 2.5 times faster. Fragrant bamboo will be able to enter the next level by noon tomorrow. The harvest period of sunflower seeds will probably take about 5 days. As for the newly planted soybeans, they will be almost done in a week. Tomorrow, we can pick grapes and eat them. Yi Qian came out of the breeding field and walked to the grape rack not far away. Looking at the big and plump grapes above his head, he became more and more excited. The vines have covered more than half of the rack, with more than a dozen bunches of grapes of different sizes hanging on them. As a farmer, he can see the harvest time of all the crops in his fields. Now, each bunch of grapes has a separate timestamp. Unlike rabbit eargrass, the growth and harvest time of rabbit eargrass are a whole, not separate. This completely different way of marking made Yi Qian wonder if each bunch could be counted as a harvest. After all, this is a blue quality planted fruit, which is always better than the green quality. Whether it is quality or experience, there must be a little difference. Chapter 194. Planting system means planting more land. Brother, can I go out and pick mushrooms? I just saw them say there are a lot of mushrooms outside today. After lunch, Fan Liao began to think about going out. In the afternoon, we have to clear the land and plant crops, which is something he can't help with, so he wanted to go out and collect more mushrooms and wild vegetables, or look for treasure chests. In short, you have to make money. My brother owes 500,000 living points because he wants to buy those things for the family. He originally wanted to say that he could give his money to his brother, but his brother needed 500,000 yuan, and he didn't have enough. So, we still have to make money. Go ahead, don't be in a hurry. Drink some juice first before going out. The fish I made for lunch had too much chili in it. Yi Qian poured the child a glass of berry juice with ice cubes in it, which was also made by the child. I hadn't cooked for a few days, and I wasn't very sure how to add the chili peppers, so both of them were flushed after eating this meal. Well, I'll take Xiao Hei with me. Holding the cup in both hands, Fan Liao looked at the black bear cub who was lying on the chair next to him and didn't want to move because he was full and decided to take this foodie out for a few more laps. Let's not take little Tabby Cat with us. This kitten likes to stick to its brother. If he takes her out for a walk, she will probably ask him to go home after just a few turns. Well, go home early. If you encounter any wild creatures, just kill them. Yi Qian gave the child a few more instructions, and after the child nodded repeatedly, he watched the child run out of the courtyard wall with a backpack and an umbrella as a weapon. The umbrella and bow and arrows were in the house, but the longbow. This longbow is not easy to use for children at all, as its size has many limitations. Lihua, let's get back to work. Soul Eater, you're spoiling it too much. Yi Qian cleaned up the dining table and picked up the digging tools to go to work. However, when he turned around at the door, he saw the soul-eating rose wrapped a wild rabbit's corpse in a bunch of roots and stuffed it into the flower pot. The 7-colored flower in the flower pot is just a small bud trembling now. If you feed it too much, it may not be able to digest it all. However, it can be seen that the 7-colored flower has coaxed the soul-eating rose into submission in a very short time. The roots of the soul-eating rose shrank, and its leaves turned around in confusion, as if it was thinking. It struggled dully for a few seconds, then its roots penetrated the dead rabbit's body, tearing the plump rabbit into small pieces. Then he carefully dug a hole along the edge of the flower pot, put the shredded rabbit in it, and buried it carefully. This process made Yi Qian feel a little depressed. He felt that the soul-devouring rose had transformed from a proud and arrogant person to a dog licker. You can't think like that. It should be called caring and warm. He is a warm-hearted senior who will take care of the new cutie. You guys take your time playing. I'm going to open up new land. Yi Qian poked the leaves of the 7-colored flower with his fingers, then patted the soul-devouring rose and walked away with a smile. It's good to be able to live in harmony. As for feeding, feed it whenever you want. If it eats too much, just add some water and it will be fine. Looking at the seeds in the basket on his back, Yi Qian went to plant fruit trees first. On a square piece of land of 100 square meters, only one peach tree, jujube tree, or hawthorn tree can be planted. The scope of the manor has been expanded again, and this perennial tree will continue to grow new branches while bearing fruit after it grows up. As long as there is enough nutrition, this 100 square meter area will most likely be fully grown after a few harvests. Dig the ground, clear the wasteland, remove the excess moisture, make the land soft and level, and then plant the saplings. This is how the world is set up. You must first have cultivated land before you can start planting. Otherwise, you just need to dig a hole and plant it. Meow. Little Lihua lay on Yi Qian's shoulder. After planting a peach sapling, it tilted its head and jumped onto the ground. It stepped on the soft soil and circled around the sapling several times. After turning around twice, the kitten scratched the ground with its claws, and when it found that Yi Qian did not stop it, it rolled around twice in the dry and soft soil. It has been hot and rainy these days, and it feels like it hasn't played on the ground for a long time. Go ahead and play. I'll go over to the side and continue. Yi Qian smiled and looked at the kitten rolling and playing, controlled his hands not to touch it, turned around, and went to the side to continue working. I was busy setting up the sprayer this morning, and there is still so much work waiting for me in the afternoon. I can't get addicted to petting cats at this time. After digging out a new field and planting hawthorn saplings, little Lihua came here to play again. The date pits were taken out, germinated, and then planted. A small strawberry bud, which did not look in good condition. Yi Qian first watered it to make it grow a few leaves, and then planted it in a new piece of land. Level 1 peach tree, green quality, seedling stage, enters the growth stage after 3 days, perennial, yield-producing mutant plant. Level 1 hawthorn tree, green quality, seedling stage, enters the growth stage after 3 days, perennial, yield-producing mutant plant. Level 1 jujube tree, green quality, seedling stage, enters the growth stage after 4 days, perennial, yield-producing mutant plant. Level 1 strawberry seedlings, green quality, seedling stage, enters the growth stage after 2 days, perennial, self-reproducing, production-type mutant plant. To the east of Yi Qian's house, There were a few small plots of land, and 4 more blocks were added. There is no need to rush about the vegetables. Yiqian used a backpack to carry 4 sprayer components. After installing them, he made nutrient solution and filled them up separately. This will accelerate growth overall. The east side had been completed. Yiqian picked up the almost sleeping kitten from the ground, came to the land in front of the house, put down the little tabby flower, and started a new round of land reclamation. First, a piece of land was cleared, and 3 carrots, 3 spinach plants, 2 eggplants, and 6 cucumbers were planted in the fields. 35 peanuts, the remaining ones after planting vegetables, were planted in scattered locations. These are all ordinary field crops and do not need to be divided too far apart. There was also a pepper tree. Yiqian looked at the layout of his house and planted the pepper tree in an open space on the west side, making it a neighbor of the foxtail grass. After working for half an afternoon, all the seeds in the house were planted except for 1 poppy seed. Yiqian was struggling with where to plant it. Let's plant it next to the house. We still have some time to dig a new well. Yiqian really didn't have any idea about this kind of ornamental flowers and plants, but he also wanted to give it a try and see if planting ornamental plants could have some other uses. For example, the viewing value. Level 1 poppy seedling. Green quality, ornamental plant, ornamental value +10. After germinating the plants and digging holes to plant them, they turned out to be just ornamental plants. But what's the point of viewing value? There is nothing to show at the moment. We've discussed this before on the Manor Owner channel about ornamental plants and some ornamental props. What are their uses? Everyone said that, at least so far, no use has been found. Chapter 195. The water level is stuck halfway up the mountain, and the rushing river is very dangerous. 0997. Yiqian, Yao Yao, are you tired? Do you want to come back and rest? At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yiqian cleaned up all the land at home, made a scarecrow for fertilizer, and then began to wonder if the child had lost his way while playing. 0091. Family Yao. Brother, I found 3 treasure chests. Family Yao replied in private chat, then continued running up the hillside. Behind him, a dark ball chased after him, but it was lost again after a while. It could only stand there howling, waiting for the child to come back and take it away. 0997. Yiqian, that's amazing. Let's go home now. We'll get tired if we run too far. Let's go home and rest for a while. Let's go to the middle of the mountain and take a look. Yiqian knew how to get the children to stop playing and go home early. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes after he sent this message, the gate of the manor opened. The child returned home with a bright smile, carrying his small crossbody backpack, an umbrella in one hand, and the tired black bear cub in the other. Brother, there are a lot of treasure chests in the wild. I opened a lot of seeds. You can plant them. Running to the front of the house, Family Yao put the little black bear cub on the ground, put the umbrella in his hand on the table, and then took out a dozen seeds from his backpack. Level 1 Salvia miltioriza seeds. Green quality, herbal medicine. 5 Salvia miltioriza seeds. This is a type of herbal medicine that Yiqian has never seen before. He had thought before that Sichuan pepper could be considered a medicinal ingredient, but most of the time it was considered a food ingredient. But this Salvia miltioriza is really a herb. In addition to Salvia miltioriza, there are 10 green onion seeds and 3 bell pepper seeds. We haven't seen herbal seeds before. Yao Yao can not only find so many treasure chests, but also open up some good stuff. Yiqian felt that Family Yao was really lucky to be able to produce medicinal herb seeds. However, the child must have run quite far, otherwise he wouldn't have picked up so many wild treasure chests. It's raining heavily, so there are more treasure chests. Looking at the flower pot at the door, Family Yao's words clearly revealed his guilty conscience. He not only searched in the front and back mountains, but also ran 2 laps around the surrounding mountains. Although he didn't encounter any wild creatures, he was still a little worried after running so far. Well, during special periods, the treasure chests do have more than usual. Have some snacks and drink some water first. I'll go plant these seeds. Yiqian did not expose the child's guilty conscience. He poured the child a cup of boiled and then cooled warm water, took out some beef cubes he had bought, and let the child eat while he rested. No new fields were opened. After the Salvia miltioriza seeds were germinated, they were planted in a place where there was only 1 small seedling of foxtail grass, occupying a small corner. Green onions and bell peppers were planted interspersed in the field where eggplants were previously planted. There was still a lot of space, so even if there were 20 or 30 more seeds, there would be room to plant them. After quickly completing the germination and planting, Yiqian came back and looked at the child who still had a confused look on his face. He smiled helplessly, walked over, and touched his little head. Brother, I went to the mountain opposite and the mountain in front of it. Fan Liao felt that he could not lie to his brother. He had run quite far and couldn't lie to his brother and say he had been on the top of this mountain. Well, next time you want to go out and play, tell me so I can know where you are. Let's go and take a look halfway up the mountain. If you don't have anything to do later, you can dig the well at home again after you come back. Yi Qian carried the backpack, placed little Li Hua on his shoulder, and reached out to pick up the still struggling child. An umbrella was rolled up on a water rope and brought over. Yi Qian handed the umbrella to the child and then went out carrying it. Brother is the best. Without being taught a lesson or being told that he was disobedient, the child stared at Yi Qian for a while, then suddenly lowered his head, resting his little head on Yi Qian's shoulder without moving. Brother, you are the best. I think I'm fine too. Yi Qian reached out and rubbed the child's head, then walked out the door and headed down the mountain. He has experienced a lot since he was a child, most of which were actually quite bad, but at least there was still a sense of warmth. Although that person was always a little noisy and sometimes annoying when playing with the child, it was precisely because of that person's companionship and protection that he was able to grow up to where he is today. Well, that's the best. The child was a little shy at first, but when he heard Yi Qian say this himself, he looked up in surprise and nodded blankly. Is it okay to praise yourself like this? The stone over there is indeed a nice place. Without looking at the child lying on his shoulder again, Yi Qian walked down all the way and stopped near the rocks halfway up the mountain. The edge of the protruding rock just happened to be at the water level of the mountain river. The sound of the river rushing now is very shocking. The water in the river is almost entirely turbid mud, and occasionally you can see some parts of plants or animal remains floating up and down. Yesterday's heavy rain probably created a disaster mode in some places upstream of the river. Brother, there are fish. When the child saw a big fish struggling and jumping on the water upstream, he didn't care about being shy and pointed his little finger at the active fish. Let it go. Yi Qian watched the child trying to control the water to catch fish, so he simply held the child's fingers and shook his head to tell him to give up. That fish cannot be caught. Elder brother. Fan Liao didn't continue, but he was very curious. Is there something wrong with this fish? That fish is controlled. Once you catch it, something in the river will come out with it. Yi Qian retreated dozens of meters with the child in his arms, looked at the still turbid and chaotic river, and talked about his recent discovery. The fish jumped so actively because there was some strange water vapor wrapped around its body. That kind of water vapor was very similar to the mist he would occasionally create to block his own breath. So, they couldn't keep the fish, or rather, they couldn't afford it. What's in the river? Fan Liao stared at the river for a long time, but still didn't see anything unusual. The fish had already continued to jump along the river and was far away from them. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not weak. After checking the water level, let's go home and dig a well. Let's dig that well deeper and improve the quality of the water. He didn't know the details, but Yi Qian now roughly understood that it was some mechanism set up near him that prevented any creature passing through the water from climbing out directly. There are many intelligent mutant creatures in the wild. It's not surprising that they use some bait to catch a few fish and then pull them ashore. As expected, the setting of this safe zone still needs to be adjusted, otherwise, no one knows what strange things will appear. Chapter 196. Ice Heart Lotus Candy. Ice Heart Lotus Seeds. Brother, is 20 meters enough? After returning home, Fan Liao began to dig the well a second time. This time, there is no need to go down to dig the well. Just follow the methods Yi Qian said, control the water rotation, and use the drill bit mode to dig underground. At the same time, the rotation of the second layer of water must be controlled to send all the excavated gravel and sand out of the well. There are some seepage holes under the original well, which are a bit like springs, but the water pressure is not very high. Now the well has been dug straight down, forming several water outlets on the edge of the well. They dug, and when they reached a depth of 20 meters, Yi Qian called for a stop. It's enough. The well I dug before was a shallow seepage well a few meters deep. Now the depth and source of the water have changed, and the water is drinkable. Yi Qian sat aside, controlling the water to move the newly excavated gravel away. These harder gravels seem to be worth some money. Some players would buy them to pave the road outside their homes. However, there is no need to deal with this in a hurry. He now yelled at the child to stop because, on the manor's simulation map, the ordinary irrigation well had been transformed into a clean, drinkable well. Brother worked really hard. He had just entered the game at that time, and it was already amazing that he was able to dig out the well he had seen before. The child rolled out all the water and mud and debris in the well, and after the well water gathered again, it became cleaner. The children still praise Yiqian for the fact that he could only dig seepage irrigation wells in the past. Anyway, in his opinion, his brother is always the hardest working, the most powerful, and the best. Yiqian is now very sure that he has led this child astray. But, as long as they are happy, that's all. The well has been redug. Yiqian looked at the piled-up gravel and sand, and still did not put it up for consignment. The water flow carried sand and gravel, and the drainage ditches around the two houses were reinforced with gravel. It's just mud. When it rains, the water will wash it away, and it will always become more and more scattered. Now that it's paved with gravel, normal rainwater will be of some use when it slides down the eaves. After cleaning up all these, it was already evening. Yiqian also received a private message from Luo Shan, asking him to clean up and prepare for dinner. With his master urging him to get up early and eat late, Yiqian felt like he was being treated like a child, which was pretty good. The hand-rolled noodles we had for dinner had chives added to them before they came out of the pot, and they tasted very fresh. Moreover, he and the child each had a fried egg. "Brother, are you going to practice tonight?" After dinner, Fan Liao watched Yiqian tidy up and return to the main room. He was not sure whether he should go back to rest or stay here with his brother. "Don't rush into cultivation. I want to try synthesis. I still have plenty of mental strength." "That candy." Yiqian shook his head. Although he was sitting cross-legged, he didn't have to start practicing right away. Now he wants to try to synthesize those orange candies. He was given 18 in total. He grabbed 6, 1 for himself, and Yao Yao took 5. There are currently 12 candies left. Yiqian turns on the synthesis skill to check the probability of synthesis. Level 4 Ice Heart Lotus Candy X9 can be synthesized. Synthesis success rate 100. Yiqian is now completely unsure of what result he can produce from synthesizing 9 orange candies. But if he were to add some blue or even green ingredients, he would feel that it would undermine the value of the orange candy itself. "Come on, brother." The child put the 3 candies that Yiqian handed him back into the basket beside him. He stared at Yiqian, who was holding the candy, his eyes full of anticipation. Synthesis. After a moment of worry, Yiqian still chose synthesis. Now his mental power is full, and unless there is any strange mutation, his mental power will not be drained out. Synthesis successful. The orange light was flickering, and the 9 candies gathered together and merged into a ball of orange light, appearing in front of Yiqian. 90% of the mental power was drained away in an instant, and the synthesis process went smoothly without any accidents or hiccups. Then, a multifaceted ice crystal, about the size of a lotus seed but with sharp edges and corners, slowly fell into Yiqian's palm. Level 4 Ice Heart Lotus Seeds. Orange quality, plantable, mutated medicinal potted seeds, planting conditions. Level 4 soil, level 4 pot, level 4 nutrients, ice room environment. Yiqian was very happy that the seeds were synthesized. But after looking at the planting conditions, Yiqian directly opened a private chat with his friend. 0997. "Yiqian, you're still awake, aren't you? Just a question. Is the Bing Xian Lotus candy made with Bing Xian Lotus, a high-end potted plant from Bingshire?" Although Yiqian is a plant-based farmer, he is sure that he cannot afford to raise this thing. And since his master picked the flowers he grew and then made the sugar cubes, he should be able to grow a new one. 0001. Luo Shan, what? Did you see the Ice Heart Lotus? Luo Shan is eating. "I was in a good mood today, so I cooked a few dishes and had a couple of drinks and chatted with this sickly guy. If we can also talk about the cultivation methods in other worlds, it will make us feel even better." He replied after looking at the private chat and continued to pour wine for the sick guy across from him. 0997. "Yiqian, can the flowers you use to grow still survive after they break?" Yiqian was just curious and wanted to ask again. 0001. Luo Shan. "It's not that easy to die, it's just that it takes a bit of effort to grow. It will probably take 100 days or even longer before it blooms again. Do you want to take it and keep it?" Luo Shan shook his head in disdain. He suspected that his apprentice was addicted to living off his parents. However, if the apprentice really wants it and has the conditions, he would not be reluctant to give it up. It's just a pot of flowers. 0997. "Yiqian, I can't afford to grow this kind of flower. Although I'm a planter, I know my own strengths and weaknesses. Just like the sugar from before, I tried to study it and accidentally turned it into a seed. Master, please take care of this seed as well." Yiqian directly submitted an exchange application, and after Luo Shan agreed, he placed the ice crystal-like lotus seed on it. It's not that he doesn't want to grow it, but this flower can't survive in his environment. If you don't have that much ability, don't waste such good seeds, and he really can't take care of such a delicate plant. 0001. Luo Shan. "Chanqian, Your auxiliary skill isn't a healing skill, right? Luo Shan decided to exchange it, and holding the ice crystal lotus seed, he didn't even want to drink the wine. His silly disciple, do you know how much information this lotus seed can reveal? He picked the level 4 ice heart lotus and mixed it with other ingredients into a small pot. Although it is a pot for refining medicine, it is still quite heavy. However, most of the finished products were of purple quality, and only a small amount of orange was picked out by him and sent to his apprentice. Now, it was just a few orange candies, but the silly apprentice had turned them into a seed. Fortunately, this is his own apprentice, so he doesn't worry about him. But the bad thing is that this is his own apprentice, so he can't keep him in his mind and can't trick him into working for him. Chapter 197 Number 2 Zhang Wei. Why is it not my house? Is it yours? 0997. Yi Qian. That skill is a support skill. Support skills have nothing to do with healing. I don't have any healing skills, I just have some healing abilities. Yi Qian lay on the recliner, looking listless. He looked at the private messages and wondered if his master's brain circuit was stuck. He said that he could use animal flesh to create strengthening fluid. So why did you think he had a healing skill? 0001. Luo Shan. You saved people who were about to die. Your control over the water system has even affected the life and death of other creatures. Has it reached such a brutal level? Luo Shan felt that he was despised by his apprentice. A player who can bring the dead back to life and heal both humans and animals, saying he has no healing skills. Is it because he doesn't know enough about water systems? Or is it because some people are exaggerating? 0997. Yi Qian. Master, didn't you say that your fire could burn away all of Yao Yao's uncle's illnesses? It's this type of ability control. Yi Qian reached out to take the fruit smoothie made by the child, ate it slowly, and then continued to reply to the message to his master. It is said that control and supernatural powers are different. His master can do it with fire, but why does water treatment seem so strange to him? 0001. Luo Shan. Yi Xiaoqian. Think about it carefully. Is there a possibility that what I said originally meant that if Zhang Wei didn't obey my instructions and his bad temper and bad habits were to be beaten a few times, he would eventually change? Luo Shan laughed so hard that he could hardly drink the wine in front of him, especially when he saw the frail man sitting opposite him eating and drinking happily with the wine and snacks. His smile became even stranger. The apprentice misunderstood, and he is very unhappy now, so he really wants to beat this guy up. But you have to find a reason to beat someone up. What reason can make this guy not get angry after being beaten up? 0997. Yi Qian, you old bastard, you can't even explain yourself clearly. I thought the control element could heal or strengthen people. I'm glad I didn't discuss this with anyone else, otherwise I would have lost face for you, master. Yi Qian, who was eating fruit smoothie, almost choked. Looking at the child who was looking at him worriedly, he waved his hand and continued to chat privately with his master. It's normal to have misunderstandings. Who can you blame if you can't express yourself clearly? So, report it to the master, lest he come up with any weird ideas again. 0997. Yi Qian, my auxiliary skill is synthesis. What comes out depends entirely on luck. The higher the level of the item, the more spiritual power it draws. Regarding the water element, I currently control water. It can heal, repair, nourish, and accelerate germination. I can also see some of the water element's abilities. Yi Qian explained the situation to his master and also talked about the difference of his water-based abilities. After sending the message, Yi Qian tilted his head and pointed to the empty space next to him, and then saw the child happily coming over and lying close to him. Brother, do you want to go and rest first? Next time, don't synthesize items above purple. Don't take the risk. Fan Liao could see that the synthesis was beyond Yi Qian's tolerance, so he died after just one synthesis. He needs to rest when he feels tired, and he will keep an eye on the safety of the house, so his brother can go back to the bedroom and have a good sleep. I can't sleep now. I'll take a rest before going back to sleep. The old bastard actually blamed me for not germinating his seeds. Yi Qian looked at the private message that had just been sent and snorted twice in dissatisfaction. 0001. Luo Shan. Uncertain synthesis? This skill is interesting. Your water system is still a bit off. Anyway, just practice more when you have time. As you become stronger, you can develop more abilities. But you're a bit lazy. Can you germinate the seeds? Give me the ice heart lotus seeds after germinating them. Throwing them in the pot now will take more than 10 days to germinate. Luo Shan felt that his apprentice's skill was strange. But skills are useful, but you can't spend all your mental energy on them every day. I still have to urge my silly apprentice to do more serious work. The growth direction of the water system is not limited to 1 or 2. and this kid has come up with another one related to vitality. In terms of vitality, I have only heard that the wood system has developed in this direction, but there has not been much achievement. There was once a legend that there was a person with special abilities who was a life system. However, those with life-related abilities are considered cursed beings in legends, and their basic ability is to give and take away life force. However, every person with life-related abilities who has ever appeared will strip themselves of their life after being discovered. This is also the final salvation for those with life abilities. After all, death is short-lived, but being captured and used as a test subject is a torment of despair that even the soul may be locked away. Luo Shan, what kind of person do you think Yi Qian is? Number 2 Zhang Wei, who was a little tipsy, looked at Luo Shan, who was laughing so hard one moment and looking at him with strange eyes the next. He felt that he had drunk enough, so he started a conversation. This wine cannot be drunk in vain. I need to observe carefully to find out what this person is obsessed with. Being a good person is really too difficult and too dangerous. Yi Qian? That kid, a silly boy. He's raising your family's kids, and he's quite happy about it, thinking he has a home and family again. Luo Shan took a sip from his wine glass, looked at Zhang Wei with disdain, and complained about his silly apprentice's lack of heart. However, he did not lie. Apart from the fact that Yi Qian was his apprentice, he only told the truth in other matters. What do you mean by raising a child for my family? My nephew is his brother now, so isn't that family or something? But if you say he's a little stupid, you need to use a different word. Our child is so innocent and ignorant of the world. Number 2 Zhang Wei said that he would use a better adjective to describe his own child. At least, you can't say you are stupid. What if you really are stupid? Yours? How can he be yours? Yi Qian is not an orphan without a home. If he recognizes me as his brother, he will become yours. I'm afraid you will become Yi Qian's family now. Luo Shan got furious when he heard this. These some people are really unconscious and mysteriously confident. What do you know? He calls me uncle. If it's not my house, how can it be yours? Number 2 Zhang Wei quickly said that the boy is now his. He is now very sure that Luo Shan is envious and jealous. After all, not everyone can find their own family in this world. I won't discourage you anymore. Drink, drink. Didn't you say there's a relative out there? I'll find him. You were such a strong presence in the chat channel before. He probably didn't look for you because you're not in the area. Your family's genes are probably strong. You should believe he'll survive. Seeing Luo Shan's face darken, Number 2 Zhang Wei changed the subject and stopped bullying this lonely man who couldn't find his relatives. Drink wine. Luo Shan felt depressed, picked up the wine glass with a dark face, and drank it in one gulp. Although this guy's boasting is annoying, it is not appropriate to involve Yi Qian in some of the things he wants to do. But that silly apprentice really has a bad brain. He actually followed the other kid and called him uncle. It can be someone from the Luo family or the Yi family, but you can't just randomly recognize relatives. Chapter 198 Gourd Bee Advancement, Fragile Level 2 Worker Bee. Chu. Yi Qian was lying on the chair, with only the bottom of the bowl of smoothie left. He just took a sip and almost choked because of a sneeze. It's not cold. Is someone cursing me behind my back? Yi Qian muttered something, threw the bowl and spoon on the table, and continued to lie down quietly to rest, holding the cat in one hand and the child in the other. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was dark when dozens of tiny bees flew out of the gourd placed near the windowsill. It is worthy of being called the 7-colored gourd peak. All 7 colors have been collected. One by one, monochrome little bees flew out and found Yi Qian lying there. They flew over and circled around Yi Qian twice before flying out of the window. Brother, why do they go out at night? I seem to have seen them during the day. Don't they rest? After watching the little bees fly away, Fan Liao tugged at Yi Qian's clothes with some confusion. Maybe there are some flowers that open at night, waiting for them to collect pollen. Yi Qian also didn't know why his colorful gourd bee was so hardworking. The only explanation may be that there is some nocturnal pollen that requires them to go out and collect at night. Yi Qian, who was resting with his eyes squinted, stared at the gourd for a while when a few little bees flew back, and then suddenly found that the gourd seemed to have grown a little bigger. Originally in the flower basket, the gourd was quite small, with a circle of space around it. But in just a blink of an eye, the gourd grew a lot bigger and was stuck on the edge of the flower basket. Level 2 Colorful Treasure Light, Gourd Bee. Blue grade / breeding animal, adult stage, can reproduce, collect pollen, and make honey, with a chance of reproducing higher level bees. Worker Bee. Level 1 Worker Bee, 113. Level 2 Worker Bee, 1. Honey storage capacity, 0.1 caddies. The Colorful Treasure Light, Gourd Bee advanced quietly without any prompts. So well behaved. Yi Qian let go of the kitten and child he was holding stood up, walked to the window, and reached out to poke the edge of the gourd. He didn't need to feed them, nor did he need any upgrade materials. The moment a level 2 worker bee was produced, the gourd and the queen bee jumped directly to level 2. He used to think that there was a chance of breeding high-level bees and insects, possibly producing a new queen bee, and that after the queen bee was promoted, she would bring an extra gourd. However, he never imagined that the queen of this gourd bee could be promoted simultaneously with the quality of the worker bees it produced. It's really so cute. Buzz. The colorful queen bee was still small. She flew out from the gourd, flapped her wings, and landed on Yi Qian's outstretched hand. After it fiddled with its little paws for a few times and waited for a while, a little bee that couldn't fly very well and looked a bit clumsy slowly crawled out of the gourd. The wings of this little bee are red and green, especially on the wings, where the color distribution is clearer. Want some water? Yi Qian moved his fingers closer, and the newly born worker bee flapped its wings and rolled into the palm of his hand. The queen bee's little claws froze in fear of this particularly stupid reaction from the newly appeared high-level worker bee, as if she was dumbfounded. Yi Qian, amused by the two little bees, created a small drop of water in the palm of his hand so that the queen bee could try it first. The level 2 worker bee can't fly, probably because it's weak. I hope this water can be useful to them too. It looks like it's drinkable. Yi Qian watched the queen bee fly up, circle in front of him twice, and then land and touch the water droplets. As time passed, the water droplets were reduced by half, probably because the queen bee drank them. Now that he could drink, and the queen bee had stopped, he controlled the smaller drop of water and rolled it in front of the level 2 worker bee that was still standing there stupidly. There was clearly no sound, but when Yi Qian saw the queen bee fly to the side of the level 2 worker bee and slap the worker bee on the head with her little claws, he already imagined that the worker bee was being slapped on the head and then being pointed at and taught a lesson. The listless level 2 worker bee raised its head and placed its entire head on the water drop in front of it, and soon drank the water drop. After drinking, the little thing moved its wings, tried to stretch out, then folded them up and rolled several times in Yi Qian's palm, until the queen bee became annoyed with it and flew over with her little claws. Not knowing whether to scratch or slap it, the level 2 worker bee finally behaved and opened its wings to try to fly. After making sure it could fly, the little queen bee took the level 2 worker bees and circled Yi Qian twice, then returned to the gourd. Brother, is it because you are not healthy that the queen bee brought the worker bees to ask you for help? Fan Liao held the kitten and squatted by the side, watching. He only spoke when he knew that the bees had returned home. He could understand some of the animal language, but the insect language was another large category that he did not understand. He didn't understand insect language, but that didn't stop him from seeing that the worker bee was very weak. If they grow normally, they will die soon. The dead worker bees will be thrown away or become food for other worker bees. Maybe it wants me to see that they have advanced. Yi Qian didn't think that the queen bee came to him for help, but he just happened to come over, so the queen bee wanted to tell him about the upgrade of their tribe's level. When they first started making honey, the queen bee urged him to taste it. Perhaps the creatures he created would all have a natural sense of closeness, expressing joy and happiness to him. The calabash wasp was like this, the snake grass was like this, and even the two hens he created would run up to him and flutter their wings when he approached the chicken coop. Chapter 199. Harvesting corn. The seeds finally fell. Now it's time to go to bed. Yi Qian once again looked at the calmed gourd, then went outside to check on the 7-colored flower. The soul-eating rose and the snake-bewitching grass were both outside the door, apparently observing the growth of this new companion. Everything was peaceful in the manor, and Yi Qian was ready to have a good sleep. The orange candy cube drained too much of his mental energy, leaving him with a feeling of emptiness that was difficult to relieve even after his mental energy was restored. The feeling of emptiness and discomfort caused by having 90 of your mental energy drained away at once is completely different from the feeling of controlling your own mental energy and consuming it over and over again. The skill is a good skill, but it needs to be controlled. Brother, I'm going back to sleep. Please wake me up for breakfast tomorrow morning. Fan Liao waved his little hand, picked up the little black bear cub who had lost interest in honey and had been sleeping on the floor for a long time, and ran back to his house after going out. Lihua, let's take a bath and go to bed. Yi Qian watched the child run away, picked up little Lihua, and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom window was open. Since there was no bucket, he would take a shower directly using water from the mountain spring reservoir far away from the window. After packing up and about to lie down, Yi Qian remembered that the scarecrow was gone again. I made a scarecrow, a fertilizing scarecrow for 8 hours, which was able to add fertilizer to the plants planted in the afternoon. Meow. When Yi Qian took off his clothes and got into bed, the little tabby cat also came over, pulled open the edge of the blanket, and snuggled into his arms to sleep. Go to sleep. Tomorrow should be a nice day. Yiqian touched the little tabby cat's head, hugged the kitten, closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. That night, there was occasional wind blowing outside the window. The snake grass and soul-eating rose at the door, after playing with the 7-colored flower for a while, burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Outside the manor's wall, 1 or 2 animals would occasionally appear and try to enter the fenced area, but after they got close, there was no further follow-up. Snake grass eats more because its range is too large, and those mutated animals and plants want to cross the blocking wall it creates when they get close. The soul-eating rose only likes to pick delicious things, and is not very interested in the first level. Occasionally, it will catch some and leave them for the snake grass, or get some that the 7-colored flower has not eaten and take it back to feed it. Only when certain secondary animals and plants appear will it be interested in eating some of them, leaving more for the snake grass. It's not that snake grass is so overbearing, but soul-eating rose knows very well that snake grass is the only barrier to the safety of the home. Therefore, the snake grass must be eaten well, and eating more will advance early to make the home safer. Only when the home is safe can it go out and play without worry. When it has had enough fun, it can just come home and rest. Having once run for her life for a bite to eat and nearly died several times, soul-eating rose no longer likes meaningless adventures. He slept soundly, and the situation outside the manor would not give Yiqian any clues. If I hadn't woken up in the morning and found 3 rabbit skins, 3 snake skins, and 1 fox skin hanging outside the door. If he hadn't had to keep the fur for synthesis or crafting, he might not have known what animals had come near his home last night. Day 32, 5 hours 1 minute and 25 seconds, sunny to cloudy, 24 degrees Celsius, 28 degrees Celsius, gust level 2. It's a new day with very nice weather. The temperature is over 20, compared to the high temperature and scorching sun a few days ago. The temperature now has people in the chat channel sighing that they are finally alive. Tasks: 1. Reclaim land and cultivate fields. 2. Build a manor. 3. Gather. 4. Patrol. Daily tasks are very simple. You just need to collect items that are green or above, and then patrol around your home a few times to complete them. However, there is no rush for this. Now he wants to go and see how the cornfield is doing. Field planted with corn, normal quality, 70 trees, crop, harvest time. In the cornfield, the leaves of each corn plant are still dark green, and each corn stalk has 2 corn cobs more than 20 centimeters long. Yao Yao, get up. Yiqian held the kitten and knocked on Fan Li Yao's door first, calling the child to get up and tidy up, and then he returned to the cornfield again. The original 70 corn seeds cost him 17,500 survival points, each one costing 250. Meow. The little tabby cat was held in Yiqian's arms. When Yiqian rubbed his palm with it, the cat's 2 eyes were full of curiosity as it tilted its head to look at him. Yiqian had used him to rub his palms before, but usually there was something like a box in front of or next to him. Be good, Lihua. This is also a bit of luck. Whether we can eat corn cobs freely depends on this harvest. Yiqian rubbed his palms, then put the little Lihua in his arms, walked into the cornfield, and started to break the corn cobs, one after another. 1 corn cob has 2 corns, so these 70 cobs make 140 corns. After Yiqian broke off all the corn cobs, he confirmed that they were just ordinary corn. Apart from some that are tender enough to be cooked and some that are old enough to be ground into cornmeal, there are really no unexpected results. Although it was a bit hesitant, the land had to be cleared. Yiqian began to reach out, pulling out the corn stalks one by one, shaking off the dirt, and then throwing them outside the land. Obtain level 1 mutant corn seeds. Yiqian thought that seeds came with corn cobs. But the fact is, breaking off the cobs individually is useless. You need to pull out the entire corn plant to have a complete crop harvest. After Yiqian pulled out all the 70 corn stalks, a total of 3 seeds fell off. Level 1 mutated corn seeds, green quality, can be planted and reproduced. There is no other information, just plantable reproductive mutant seeds. Corn. With a smile on his face, Yiqian went to the breeding and seedling field, found a corner and planted the 3 seeds separately. 1 tree can produce 2 cobs, and 1 corn cob can yield. There are 16 to 20 rows, with about 40 kernels per row. So 1 corn cob can produce 700 to 800 kernels. Yiqian looked at the corn seedlings that had quickly sprouted some green tips due to the germination, and his eyes were shining. His experience. These are all his experience points. 3 trees should produce 6 corn cobs, so taking the middle value, that's more than 4,000 seeds. Yiqian had no time to check the 70 experience points he had just received. His eyes were filled with anticipation for these 3 seedlings. Chapter 200 Level 2 Mutated Fruit. Each bunch is an experience. Brother, did something good appear? Fan Liao got up, took a shower and washed his face, chatted with his uncle for a few words, and then ran out. When he came over, Yiqian was already squatting beside the breeding field, looking at the 3 small sprouts in the ground with a silly smile on his face. Yao Yao, the fertile seeds of corn are the corn grown from it. Every grain is a seed, there are so many. Yiqian's eyes narrowed with laughter. Even though he knew that his state was a bit pretentious, he was in a good mood at the moment and had no intention of adjusting. When the child picked up a corn and counted the kernels one by one, he stood up and went under the grape rack. He stretched out a ball of water in his hand, and the pointed part touched a bunch of ripe grapes, and picked the grapes. Pick level 2 mutated grapes, planting experience, plus 100. Sure enough, picking a bunch of them would give you 100 experience points. But it's not just the experience points, the properties of these grapes are also good. Level 2 mutated grapes, blue quality, fruit, edible, processable, craftable, and extractable, increases recovery speed by 15 after consumption, produced in farmland. If you eat mutant grapes like this, it will increase your recovery speed. But this value is pretty good in terms of blue quality, but not particularly good. After Yiqian picked this bunch, he went to the side and picked the other 2 bunches as well, indicating that they were ready to be picked. The other grapes that are closest to picking will have to wait 4 days. According to the accelerated effect, they will have to be picked after getting up the day after tomorrow. Brother, these grapes are very sweet. When Yiqian asked him to eat grapes, Fan Liao pulled one off and tasted it. It tasted sweeter than any he had tasted before. Quality fruit, in addition to its accompanying properties, will also taste good. Yiqian also ate 2 himself, touched the child's head, and went out again to process the corn stalks and 2 different types of corn. The tender corn was collected directly, and the old corn was opened for processing. It took a little mental effort to grind out 29 kilograms of cornmeal. Producing this amount of corn flour from 70 old corns is a good yield. There were 70 tender corns. Yiqian kept 10 to roast and eat with the children, and packed the rest to give to his master later. Corn stalks are made into ground fodder. Because they are fresh corn stalks, they are heavier, with a total of 380 kilograms of fodder. This kind of grass is not expensive. Although it has been processed, because the raw materials are not particularly fresh, it can barely provide a survival point of around 700 yuan. Thinking that he still had 2 deer that specialized in eating grass, Yiqian put it away and kept it to mix with rabbit ear grass to feed the deer. The output of a piece of land was collected like this, and not a penny could be sold for it, but this did not affect Yiqian's good mood. When Luo Shan woke up, he made 2 large bowls of wontons for breakfast. When he opened them to exchange with Yiqian, he received not only a large bunch of grapes, but also corn cobs, cornmeal, and more than 10 pounds of sweet potato leaves. 0997. Yiqian, Master, thank you for your hard work in cooking. Besides the sweet potato leaves you love, I also got some fresh corn and grapes that I harvested early in the morning. When Yiqian faced Luo Shan, not only did Luo Shan always call him a child, but he himself was actually used to letting himself go. When something happy happens, they show off a little, and when something unhappy happens, they complain and grumble. He and Luo Shan would also complain about things that actually had nothing to do with each other, and even quarreled with each other. 0001. Luo Shan. Looks like the harvest is good. I'm thinking about what to make for dinner, stewed chicken and pancakes. Luo Shan looked at the cornmeal and sweet potato leaves in his hands and thought of some delicious food. When he was young, although he was not poor, the food was not as exquisite as it is now. However, the slightly rougher grains and vegetables have different flavors that are more intense. Now, you can smell the fragrance of this cornmeal without even getting close to it. This is the natural fragrance that is unique to each grain, and the food will be sweeter and more delicious. 0997. Yiqian. Okay, you've worked hard to cook. We'll eat whatever you cook. When Yiqian was young, he ate stewed chicken and pancakes twice. I can't recall the taste now, but I just remember that my grandma didn't seem happy when she made this dish. He hadn't thought of asking about those things again, because he was almost certain that if he did, his master would say, "Children should not ask about adult matters." 0001. Luo Shan. Go eat your breakfast, then keep working hard. Luo Shan was very disgusted with Yiqian's chatting style of always calling him you. Because he always felt that this kid was too naughty, and when he used honorifics to address him, he was not so considerate. Yao Yao, it's time to eat. Yiqian called out to Fan Liao, who had eaten a few grapes and was taking the little black bear cub out for a run, and asked them to hurry back for dinner. I don't know if it's because the children need more exercise or if the little black bear cubs are too energetic, but every morning after getting up, they have to go out and exercise for a few laps. Here I come. When Fan Liao heard someone calling them, he reached out and picked up the little black bear cub that was still chasing him and jumped from the top of the mountain to the front of Yi Qian's house. As they spent more and more time together, he no longer hid many of his abilities. He would always seize the opportunity to show off some of his abilities in front of Yi Qian. Run, jump, and move at high speed with the wind. These are all abilities that he has integrated into his daily life, and they require almost no energy to use. I'll go out for a while, collect some, and then come back. By the afternoon, I can't go out anymore, and it's time to start synthesizing the meat I collected earlier. While eating, Yi Qian talked about his plans for today. Although the consumption of synthesis cannot bring growth to himself, he still needs to make money. This afternoon, at least 5 servings must be synthesized. What belongs to the master, Yao Yao, and Yao Yao's uncle, these are all considered part of our family. And as mentioned before, that pile of fire, Kathy Woods.